Blue Star, Z-City. A cold mechanical voice suddenly echoed in everyone's mind. The all-heavens battlefield was about to open, and all able-bodied people between 18 and 55 on Blue Star would be the first to enter. It was a world where myriad races contended for supremacy and powerhouses gathered like clouds, a place filled with countless opportunities that could turn them into the strong, even into gods. The voice urged them to struggle as they wished amid death and despair, then began a countdown, 10, 9, 8. That indifferent, emotionless voice resounded in the minds of every person on Blue Star, leaving all of them shocked and filled with fear. In an internet cafe in Z-City, Su-Ran was wearing headphones just as he was displaying his true gaming skills when the countdown abruptly appeared before his eyes. He was stunned. Before Su-Ran could react, an overwhelming drowsiness swept over him. His eyelids grew unbearably heavy, and his vision plunged into darkness. When Su-Ran woke again and his vision cleared, he realized he had arrived in an unfamiliar place. A blood-red moon hung high in the sky. All around him stretched dense jungle, low bestial roars echoing from its depths. At his side stood people in coarse hemp clothing, each gripping a short rusted iron blade. He was dressed exactly the same as they were. Soon Su-Ran heard a clamor rise up around him. Shouts erupted. They cried out that they had truly crossed over, cursed the all-heavens battlefield as an obvious disaster, and demanded to be sent back, someone even swearing at the blood-red moon as a horrifying omen. Others muttered that it felt like they had not yet woken from a dream, or cursed crudely for a way home. Thrown into a strange world, without warning, everyone was gripped by panic. Many of them had been with familiar people only moments before, yet now they were all separated. The cold voice spoke again, welcoming them to the all-heavens battlefield. It announced that this was Area 404, and that the current living population within the area was 500. At the same time, it reminded them that their personal status could now be inspected. At that moment, the mysterious voice rang out in everyone's mind once more. With a single thought, a blue status window instantly appeared before Su-Ran's eyes. It displayed name Su-Ran. Level 10-100. Strength 4, affecting the power of his attacks. Agility 7, affecting speed and reaction. Constitution 5, affecting defense and resistance to abnormal states. Spirit 15, affecting stamina and overall condition, recovering 3% per minute when consumed. His talent was listed as not yet awakened, and his overall strength evaluation was 9th rank. 9th rank. Su-Ran wondered what level that actually represented. With that thought, he looked around him. He discovered that these status windows were not visible only to oneself. He could also see the status panels. Though their strength, agility, constitution, and spirit all differed, their strength evaluations were uniformly 9th rank. Some had one outstanding attribute, yet their remaining stats were very low. It seems we're all on roughly the same level, Su-Ran thought to himself. Even if there were differences, they were not large. Just then an exclamation rang out from not far away. Someone shouted in astonishment that a certain man's strength evaluation was actually 8th rank, strength 12, agility 10, constitution 11, spirit 7. Astonishingly high numbers. Others cried that he was probably the strongest among them, praising Brother Wang Wei with noisy admiration as the crowd boiled with excitement. In a situation where everyone else's strength evaluation was 9th rank and 8th rank suddenly appearing, people debated whether the evaluation truly reflected their actual combat strength, only to be told it was clearly written on the panel. They marveled that while all of them were 9th rank, this man alone was 8th rank. One man squeezed forward, eagerly introducing himself as Yang Wei and begging to be taken under the stronger man's wing. The tall, strongly built figure at the center was tightly surrounded by the crowd. The man called Wang Wei only gave a faint smile and said calmly, "You flatter me. I simply happen to enjoy combat sports in normal times. At best you could call me somewhat professional." Cries rose up that he was far too modest, insisting he was the strongest among them and begging for his protection. Wang Wei patted his chest with a light smile and promised he would protect everyone. At this moment, someone asked Wang Wei if he knew what conditions were required to attain an 8th rank strength evaluation. Wang Wei shook his head and replied that he did not know. In terms of strength or agility, he was not absolutely the strongest among all present. Some individuals there even had a single attribute higher than his. It should be related to the 4 attributes as a whole. In the distance, Su-Ran pondered silently, choosing not to speak. He had observed that aside from Wang Wei, several people had total attributes reaching 13, yet their strength evaluation remained 9th rank. Wang Wei's total for the 4 attributes was exactly 40. That was likely why his strength was rated 8th rank. Very soon Wang Wei was completely surrounded, as everyone vied to flatter him. Everyone understood that in a strange place like this, following a strong person was their best chance of survival. Just then the cold voice rang out in their minds once again. It announced that in 1 minute, based on their individual characteristics, they would awaken corresponding talents. It reminded them that talent grades from lowest to highest were G, F, E, D, C, B, A, and S. At this, excited exclamations burst out around them. Someone shouted that this was just like the legendary golden finger granted by fate. Others jokingly invoked luck and misfortune, begging the heavens not to let them be born poorly a second time, and praying fervently for its grade talent. Some scoffed that dreaming of grade was delusional, saying they would be content with just a grade talent. Others declared that they would be satisfied even with a grade talent, while one person dramatically claimed they would trade 10 years of everyone's lifespan present for its grade talent. The crowd exploded, warning him he was courting death. Everyone was on edge. Anyone who had read online novels knew how crucial the awakening of talent was. It was like reincarnation. There was no room for carelessness. If they could awaken a powerful talent, not only would their chances of survival soar, but their future would blaze with possibility. Seeing the exaggerated behavior of those around him, Su Ran could not help feeling nervous as well. What grade of talent will I receive? He wondered silently. He could only hope he would not be given an F or grade talent. Just then points of light began to shimmer in the firmament above. Like a meteor shower, they streaked downward and merged into each person's body. Radiant glows of various colors burst forth. White, blue, green, purple, red, and more. Each person bathed in a different hue. In that instant, a blaze of golden brilliance flared and vanished around Su Ran. A prompt appeared before him. Congratulations, you have obtained an SS grade talent. Omnipotent Ascension. Staring at the prompt window, Su Ran was stunned. An SS grade talent. Wasn't grade supposed to be the highest possible? Had there been a bug? Su Ran was utterly astonished. At a mental command, the detailed description of his talent unfolded before it. Read SS grade talent. Omni Ascension, current permission, level 1 new Omni points required for upgrade 1000. Trait 1 experience gained from killing enemies has a certain chance to critically multiply by 2 to 10 times. Trait 2 accumulated experience could be converted into Omni points at a rate of 100 to 1. Trait 3 material objects of certain value could also be transformed into Omni points. What are Omni points? Su Ran wondered. Instantly another prompt appeared. Omni points could be used to strengthen skills, basic attributes, equipment, and more. Reading the detailed description, Su Ran was dumbstruck. This talent was overwhelmingly powerful. He could not help but exclaim inwardly that it truly deserved to be an SS grade talent. He also noticed that the talent's permission level was currently marked as 1. If he could gather 10,000 Omni points, his talent would evolve to an even more terrifying level. Su Ran grew even more excited. Yet he still remembered the voice stating that grade was the highest attainable level for awakened talents. Therefore, whether it was a bug or something else entirely, he absolutely could not reveal that he possessed an SS grade talent. With that thought, he hurriedly closed his status window to prevent anyone from seeing it. Looking around, Su Ran was relieved to see that everyone was still engrossed in examining their own talents and paying him no attention. Once the others finished reading their awakened talents, a chorus of wails rose up on all sides. Someone cursed loudly on discovering they had only a grade talent. Its trait allowed them, when near death, to unleash one final strike, dealing double damage, something that sounded like a death sentence rather than a gift. Another person also had a grade talent whose trait merely doubled their speed. When fleeing, they swore bitterly at their fate. Lamentations filled the clearing. Someone with an grade talent shouted that their trait reduced damage taken by 5% when attacked, condemning them to play the role of a living shield. Someone else with a grade talent complained that its trait merely increased all attributes by 5% in battle. Neither impressive nor utterly useless, leaving them bitterly dissatisfied. At the moment their talents were confirmed, many found it hard to accept. The greater their hopes had been, the harsher their disappointment now. They had dreamed of awakening even grade talents and soaring to the heavens in a single step, but reality was merciless. Just then another cry of surprise resounded. Someone shouted that Wang Wei's talent was actually grade. Moreover, it was a grade combat-type talent, Blazing Flame Shroud, whose trait wrapped his entire body in fire, dealing flame-type special attacks and doubling the damage inflicted on enemies. People exclaimed that he was incredible. The crowd turned once more to look at Wang Wei, the clearing erupting into a new uproar. Everyone knew Wang Wei was the only one among them whose strength evaluation had reached 8th rank. Now that he had also awakened a combat-oriented grade talent, he was without question their number one. He was a pillar to cling to. Wang Wei sighed that it was a pity his talent was not great, a sentiment that to others sounded rather pretentious. He had indeed felt a twinge of disappointment at first, but after learning that most others possessed only G or F grade talents, that disappointment vanished in an instant. Compared to them, he was an absolute paragon of luck. Envious cries broke out. They wished they too had grade talents. For a time, everyone's gaze toward Wang Wei brimmed with envy and jealousy. He was the only one present with a grade talent. His luck was extraordinary. They each have only a single talent trait, while I actually have 3. Seeing this scene, Su Ran felt a surge. It was fortunate he had not exposed his talent, or these unlucky souls would likely have turned on him in jealousy. At that moment, the mysterious voice rang out once more. It announced that an Area 404 talent awakening had concluded. It then reported the results. 198 people had awakened grade talents, 147 had grade, 101 had a grade, 14 had grade, and only 5 had talents above grade. Damn. There are actually 5 people who awaken talents of grade D or above. Unbelievable. 5 luck-blessed bastards. This has to be rigged. This must be rigged. As they heard the announcement from the mysterious voice, everyone could only feel burning envy and jealousy. Out of 500 people, only 5 possessed talents of grade D or higher, a mere 1% chance. Those 5 were undisputedly the blessed ones, yet none of them were among the current speakers. Speaking of which, the announcement said there are 5 with talents of grade C or above. That means it's possible someone has grade B, maybe even grade A. If that's true, that would be insane. So who are the other 4? Yeah, big shot, say something. Everyone's gazes swept around, trying to locate the remaining 4 lucky ones. Unfortunately, no matter how they called out, no one responded. I wonder what grades the other 3 talents are. In the midst of the crowd, Su-Ran quietly observed his surroundings. He was without question the luckiest one present. Before he grew strong, he had to develop covertly and cautiously. He absolutely could not flaunt himself. After all, an SS grade talent drew far too much hatred and attention. Reminder: personal status panels can be freely set to show or hide. At that moment, a prompt suddenly popped up before everyone's eyes. Su-Ran did not hesitate in the slightest and immediately selected hide. Most of the others also chose to conceal their status panels, and after all, such information counted as privacy, and exposing it to everyone else was ultimately unwise. Announcement: the novice survival mission will begin in 1 minute. Mission details: by any means necessary, survive for more than 10 minutes. Reminder: if you fail the mission, you will die in the truest sense. Countdown begins. 60, 59. The cold, indifferent, mysterious voice echoed once more as crimson status panels floated before everyone's eyes. A survival mission. We can actually die for real. Seriously, we're starting with a mission this difficult right from the beginning. The expressions on everyone's faces instantly turned grim. Since something as impossible as being transported to another world had already occurred, no one believed this was a joke. In other words, this mission truly had the power to threaten their lives. As the countdown approached its end, everyone's vigilance rose to its peak. Look, what is that? Suddenly someone pointed toward the jungle and cried out in alarm. Everyone looked over and saw something moving closer in the shrubs at the jungle's edge. Be careful, someone warned. On high alert, they watched as a vaguely transparent mass resembling green jelly suddenly bounced up and began hopping toward the crowd. It looked exactly like an oversized lump of jelly with a crimson core at its center. What the hell is that? Isn't that a slime like in the stories? I remember these things being the weakest monsters in games. Realizing the approaching creature was a slime, the crowd's tense hearts immediately loosened by half. After all, a slime was hardly a ferocious beast, it had always been the weakest magical creature in games. Damn it, even a mere slime dares to cause trouble for us. Brothers, watch me take it down. A tall, broad-shouldered young man stepped out from the crowd, advancing proactively toward the incoming slime. He had not hidden his status panel, so everyone could clearly see his attributes and talent. Name: Chen Hao. Level 10100. Strength 7. Agility 8. Constitution 5. Spirit 7. Talent grade D. Berserk effect: for 1 minute strength and agility are doubled. Whoa, that talent is amazing. 1 minute of peak power. Chen bro will be counting on you to show off your might. Laughter and playful banter rippled through the crowd, and the previously tense atmosphere vanished completely. In their eyes, Chen Hao, armed with his berserk talent, would have no trouble dealing with a mere slime. Will it really be that easy? Within the crowd, Su-Ran slightly furrowed his brows. If the mission were truly that simple, why would the requirement be to survive for 10 minutes? They could have just been told to kill all the slimes. And what is that red thing in the middle of its body? Su-Ran pondered, lost in thought. At the forest's edge, the leading slime did not pause. It continued hopping closer to the crowd. You'll be my Chen Hao's lips curled into a cold smile as he focused his will. The berserk talent activated. His strength doubled. His agility doubled. Bloodshot veins spread across Chen Hao's eyes as muscles bulged all over his body. With a heavy stomp, he shot forward in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of the slime. The rusty short blade in his hand traced an arc through the air and stabbed straight toward the slime. The slime still did not stop. The blade sank directly into its body. Huh. Chen Hao let out a startled sound. Why didn't it feel like stabbing into flesh at all? At that moment, the slime's body dispersed like liquid, spreading out like a massive net and lunging toward Chen Hao's face. Chen Hao's pupils dilated as fear surged into his heart. Help, he shouted, turning to flee. However, his entire body was already wrapped by the slime, and he struggled desperately. No way. How can a slime be this strong? Seeing Chen Hao engulfed by the slime with their own eyes, the crowd turned deathly pale. They had clearly seen his short blade pierce the slime's body, yet it had no effect whatsoever. What made them even more despairing was that more slimes were emerging from within the jungle. Run, hurry. We just have to endure for 10 minutes. Looks like my talent that doubles my speed when escaping was made for this exact moment. The crowd scattered like a frightened flock. Now they finally understood why the mission's requirement was simply to survive for 10 minutes. Su-Ran moved as well. Yet contrary to everyone else, he charged straight toward the direction of the slimes. Running now is not a wise choice. If we can't even kill the weakest slimes, we'll die sooner or later anyway. Besides, if I'm not mistaken, that red thing in the middle should be their core. With that thought, Su-Ran suddenly sprinted out with explosive speed. The leading slime was still devouring Chen Hao while the others had yet to catch up. This was the perfect opportunity for Su Ran to gain experience. Chun Hao continued to struggle, but his strength was rapidly diminishing. The slime's entire body spread over Chun Hao like a vast net attempting to swallow him completely. Its mass grew thinner and thinner, leaving the crimson core almost exposed. At that instant, a gust of force swept in. A flash of blade light streaked past. The slime's liquid-like body was instantly sliced open, revealing the red core within. Now, Su Ran clenched his teeth, veins bulging along his arm, as he raised the rusty short blade and drove it down with all his might. The tip of the blade struck the core. With a crisp crack, fissures spread across the crimson core. Die! Su Ran gripped the blade with both hands, pouring every ounce of his strength into it. A clear shattering sound rang out as the core broke apart completely. Immediately, the slime lost all vitality and flowed off Chun Hao like liquid dripping to the ground. Experience 50. You have slain a slime. Talent characteristic 1 activated, triggering a triple experience critical bonus. Reading the message before him, Su Ran's expression lit up with delight. His luck was simply astounding. Announcement: congratulations to Su Ran for earning the achievement, First Blood. Reward 100 experience points, 5 to all attributes. The mysterious voice sounded yet again. Hearing it, all the fleeing players immediately stopped in their tracks. They turned back, staring blankly at Su Ran, who had just slain the slime. Damn, we missed out big time. 100 experience points. That's enough to reach level 2 in one go. And an extra 5 to all attributes on top of that. This guy just rocketed ahead. Everyone was filled with envy and gnawing regret. If they had known there was a hidden reward, they would never have chosen to run. Prompt: you currently have 250 experience points. Of these, 200 experience points can be converted into 2 omnipotence points. Convert. No. Seeing the prompt, Su Ran refused without hesitation. At the moment, omnipotence points were less important than levels for him, especially given the conversion rate of 100 to 1. Prompt: congratulations player, you have reached level 2. In an instant, Su Ran felt a surge of immense power flooding his body. At a mere thought, his personal status panel unfolded. Name: Su Ran. Level 2, 150,200. Strength 14. Agility 17. Constitution 15. Spirit 25. Talent: SS grade. Omnipotent Ascension. Current authority 1. Omnipotence points required for upgrade 1000. Characteristic 1. Experience gained from killing enemies has a certain chance to trigger a 210x critical multiplier. Characteristic 2. Experience possessed can be converted into omnipotence points. Characteristic 3. Materials of sufficient value can be converted into omnipotence points. Power evaluation rank 8. This talent is utterly broken, Su Ran muttered in astonishment. With his current basic attributes, he was undoubtedly the strongest among everyone present. With just characteristic 1 alone, his leveling speed would far surpass that of the others. Unfortunately, I don't have those combat-type characteristics like they do. Su Ran sighed softly. His talent could strengthen his foundation, but it lacked the kind of direct combat amplification that others possessed. Talent characteristic 3 activated. Valuable material detected. Recycling slime corpse 1 omnipotence point. Recycling grade talent, Berserk. Su Ran froze as he read the new prompt. I can recycle talents as well. Su Ran could hardly believe it. Degrade. Berserk characteristic for 1 minute strength and agility are doubled. Not yet activated omnipotence points required 12. As expected of an SS grade talent. This is outrageous. Su Ran was wild with joy. He had never imagined that his characteristics could even reclaim talents. In other words, as long as he had enough omnipotence points, he could possess more than one talent. Su bro, you're incredible. Can you tell us how you managed to kill the slime? By this time, all the players who had fled, they gathered at Su Ran's side, each wearing an expression of genuine respect. Did you notice the core inside their bodies? As long as you destroy that core, they're finished. Otherwise, you can't harm them at all. Su Ran answered with a smile, making no effort to hide anything. He alone could never possibly kill all these slimes, and their corpses could provide him with omnipotence points anyway. So that's how it works. The crowd finally understood. No wonder Chun Hao's attack had been useless. It's best to cooperate. A single person will find it very hard to destroy the core. Su Ran spoke softly. If that slime had not been occupied devouring Chun Hao, he would never have had the chance to damage its core. When tightly compressed, the core could not be reached with a short blade. Everyone glanced at Chun Hao's lifeless body lying on the ground and nodded in deep agreement. If one fought alone, this would likely be the inevitable outcome. Suga, how do you feel after leveling up? How much can an attribute point increase? Did you notice anything unusual? The crowd surrounded Su Ran, curiosity brimming in their hearts. In this reality, would leveling up truly alter one's physical abilities? I went from level 1 to level 2, each attribute point increased by 5. After leveling up, I can clearly feel the enhancement in my physical capabilities. As for anything unusual, not really. Facing the curious crowd, Su Ran replied honestly. Wow. So including the bonus attribute points, didn't you increase all your attributes by 10 points at once, Su Go? Then Su guess base attributes are nearly double ours. The crowd felt a mix of imbalance and envy going crazy with admiration. As long as you kill a few more slimes to reach level 2, you can have attributes like this too. Su Ran replied with a smile. He actually hoped these people would slay more slimes. The crowd looked at the group of slimes ahead, feeling both apprehensive and excited. Since solo combat won't work, then we can only abandon the martial virtue. Brothers, let's do it. Wang Wei took the lead, charging forward. With a big shot leading the way, things became much simpler. At the moment Wang Wei rushed out, 2 people immediately followed him. The rest mostly grouped together, intending to abandon their martial virtue. Of course, not everyone had the courage to fight. A considerable number of people were too scared to battle due to Chun Hao's death. Soon the battle erupted. The crowd was filled with enthusiasm, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Knowing the slimes' weaknesses, their fears naturally diminished. There were quite a few slimes in front, at least over 100. However, there were also a significant number of fighters, around 300, excluding those too scared to engage. Even though the slimes were strong for the current crowd, their numbers made a difference. At this moment, the awakened individuals displayed their extraordinary powers. Some were extraordinarily fast, while others possessed immense strength. Some could ride the wind, others could breathe fire, and some could even summon water. Among them, Wang Wei was the most eye-catching. He was enveloped in flames, transforming into a blazing figure, able to barely hold his ground against the slime, becoming the center of attention in an instant. His talent is quite impressive. The slimes dare not swallow him, only able to take a beating. Moreover, the damage dealt can even double. Experience 50. Nearby, Su Ran felt a sense of emotion. With a swift stroke, he struck the core of a Damn, Oldly was swallowed. Quick, take it down. Alas. It's too late, Oldly has lost his breath. The fierce battle continued. Slimes were being vanquished, but people kept falling as well. Haha, I've reached level 2. I feel something rising within me. Poo. Poo. Damn, my stomach hurts so much. What the heck, did you just poop your pants? Damn, you're misinterpreting this feeling. This power is incredible. I even feel like I could take on a tiger now. Just a mere slime, take this blade. During this raid, many reached level 2, and some even reached level 3. Meanwhile, Su Ran was not idle. He moved around occasionally, dealing the finishing blow to assist others. Experience 30. Experience 20. You killed a slime, activating talent feature 1 to gain double experience crit. You killed a slime, activating talent feature 1 to gain quadruple experience crit. This is truly a bountiful harvest. These slime corpses are treasures. Su Ran was overjoyed as he looked at the many slimes lying on the ground. Others were uninterested in these things, but he was different. As Su Ran bent down to touch a corpse, the prompt bar appeared. Talent feature 3 activated, detecting valuable substances. Recovering slime remains, gain 1 point of omnipotence. Recovering slime remains, gain. Recovering. In just a moment, Su Ran collected a lot of omnipotence points. After recovering the slime corpses, Su Ran turned his attention to the others lying on the ground. Let me help you utilize your talents. Su Ran cleared his throat and discreetly kicked a corpse. These people died in the struggle, and the only guarantee Su Ran could provide was that their talents would not go to waste. Recovering level talent strength amplification. Recovering level talent speed amplification. Recovering level talent constitution amplification. Recovering level talent greased feet. The fierce battle continued. Slimes were constantly being vanquished, but people kept perishing. During this time, Su Ran made an unexpected discovery. Recovering level talent speed amplification failure. Talents that have already been acquired cannot be recovered again. Su Ran felt a hint of regret. He still held on to the hope that similar talents might have a chance of merging, but it seemed that was not the case. Others grew stronger in the struggle, and Su Ran was also becoming more powerful. Moreover, his rate of improvement was more exaggerated than everyone else's. Announcement: survival mission completed. This is Zone 404. Currently, the population surviving in this area is 471. In Zone 404, each person gains 10 copper coins. Experience value increased by 100. Notice current public level leaderboard. As the familiar yet indifferent voice resonated, cheers erupted around. In just 10 minutes it felt like an eternity. I survived. These slimes look so dumb, I didn't expect them to be so fierce. Copper coins. Is this money? How can I spend it? Oh, there's a level leaderboard now. After the slaughter, everyone felt fortunate to have survived. At the same time, they were excited about their newfound strength, and the addition of a leaderboard made their spirits soar. This leaderboard included everyone present, allowing them to see their rankings compared to others. Haha, I've leveled up to 3. Wang Wei is at level 4, strength evaluation at level 7. No wonder he's such a big shot. Damn, Wang Wei is actually 3rd, I must be seeing things. The top 2 are Wang Zhifei and Zhang Hai, both of whom are also level 4 big shots. These two are too low-key. Look, Su Ran is surprisingly ranked over 100, and he's only level 3, just like us. The most surprising thing to everyone was Su Ran's ranking. Having been the first to reach level 2, he surprisingly ranked over 100. Behind the scenes, many were even mocking him as he clearly had an unparalleled advantage, yet ended up with this result. Additionally, the most eye-catching aspect for the crowd was the 2 big shots who surpassed Wang Wei on the leaderboard. The previous announcement mentioned that there were 5 individuals with level talents. Wang Zhifei and Zhang Hai should be 2 of them, right? So there are still two big shots who haven't revealed themselves. Is Su-Ran one of them? After all, he was the first to reach level 2, and now he's only level 3. That doesn't make sense. Everyone shook their heads at Su-Ran. With such an absolute advantage, he was still just level 3. It was impossible to think he was a big shot who awakened to level talent. Su-Ran was naturally aware of the rankings. However, he did not take it to heart. Rather, this was exactly what he desired. With my SS level talent, I am destined to develop cautiously. At least before becoming invincible in Area 404. I must do so. Su-Ran sighed, realizing that having such overwhelming talent was not necessarily a good thing. As long as even a little bit was revealed, troubles would surely follow. Su-Ran's thoughts shifted, and a personal status panel appeared before him. Name Su-Ran. Level 3, 100,300. Strength 19 can be increased by using 1 point of universal value. Agility 23, 1 point of universal value, used to increase agility. Constitution 20 can be increased by using 1 point of universal value. Spirit 30 can be increased by using 1 point of universal value. Main talent SS level. Universal Ascension, current permission 1 0 universal points required for upgrade. Trait 1, killing enemies has a certain chance to generate 210 times the critical hit experience. Trait 2, experience held can be converted into universal points. Trait 3, substances of certain value can be converted into universal value. Secondary talent. Level, Berserk active trait for 1 minute, both strength and agility attributes double. Not yet activated, requires 12 universal points. Level, Speed amplification passive trait during combat speed increases by 5. Not yet activated, requires 3 universal points. Level, Speed amplification passive trait during combat speed increases by 5. Not yet activated, requires 3 universal points. Level, Constitution amplification passive trait during combat constitution increases by 5. Not yet activated, requires 3 universal points. Level, Greased lightning passive trait when fleeing speed doubles. Not yet activated, requires 3 universal points. 121. Power assessment rank 7. I'm going to get rich. Su-Ran looked at his personal status panel with excitement. In this survival battle, he was indeed the biggest winner. Besides the universal points gained from over 100 slimes, the rest of the experience was also converted into universal points. 10 minutes to wealth. These level talents might be useless to them, but for me they are just icing on the cake. With these universal points, can't I directly enhance my attributes? For example, directly increasing strength by 100 points. Su-Ran was overjoyed, and with a thought he activated it. Warning. Strength increase exceeds the limit. Warning. Your level is insufficient. Tip, your body is not yet capable of withstanding sudden enhancement. It is recommended that you adapt for a while and use this ability later. Su-Ran was stunned. Did he actually fail? Isn't the attribute added by leveling up also a sudden enhancement? Tip, the experience energy required for leveling up has already merged with your body and is not a sudden enhancement. I see. Su-Ran suddenly realized. This seemed to be a late-game talent. Leveling up from level 1 to level 2 only required 100 experience points, and attributes could still increase by 20 points. If he used universal points to enhance, it would require 20 universal points. 200 experience points only yield 20 attribute points. It's simply not worth it in the early stages. In that case, it's better to level up and activate talents in the early stages. Su-Ran thought to himself. He could only choose to settle for less. Activate them all for me. A series of prompt boxes appeared. Level talent. Constitution amplification activated universal points 3. Level talent. Speed amplification activated universal points 3. Level talent. Strength amplification activated universal points 3. Level talent. Greased lightning activated universal points 3. Level talent. Berserk activated universal points 12. 24 universal points used, 97 universal points remaining. The talents were quickly activated. Su-Ran now possessed 5 major talents at once. Just then another prompt box popped up before him. Tip, after activating a talent, spending a certain amount of universal points can evolve it. Level to level evolution requires 10 universal points for each level. Level talent Berserk can evolve into level talent. Frenzy requiring 100 universal points. Can universal points also enhance talent levels? Su-Ran was shocked. He knew his talent was powerful, but he never expected it to be so formidable. It was as if others were playing the game normally while he was using cheats. If only I had 3 more universal points, I could have another level talent. Su-Ran's heart raced, filled with both joy and anxiety. He remembered the mysterious voice had said that the highest talent that could be awakened was level, and he was clearly an anomaly. My talent must not be known to others, or perhaps I can enhance the Berserk talent to level a level, or even level. Just then, while everyone was still immersed in joy, the mysterious voice and the announcement board appeared again. Announcement: new task, beast tide approaches. Task: in 7 days, a large number of magical beasts will emerge from the deep mountains. Please do your best to protect the village located 10 kilometers to the east of here. Reminder: the beast tide in 7 days will be exceptionally formidable. I hope everyone can enhance their strength to protect the village within the next 7 days. If the village falls, your journey ends here. As the mysterious voice and the announcement faded, everyone stood frozen in place. No way. This is really a life and death situation for us. Just surviving was already tough, and the task after 7 days is even harder. The prompt even says the beast tide will be exceptionally strong. Can we really hold out? Does your journey ends here mean we can go back? Are you daydreaming? It clearly means if we can't withstand it, we all die. Of course it ends here. Damn it, people are freaking out. Morale plummeted. They had just finished battling slimes and hadn't had time to celebrate when another task appeared. Moreover, this task was clearly much more difficult than the last. Many had already died. It was hard to imagine how tough the next one would be. 7 days. Su-Ran was not too worried. 7 days was enough time for him to become much stronger. Although he did not know how difficult the beast tide would be, he felt it shouldn't be too much of a problem. The only issue is that this task is to protect, not to attack. Su-Ran frowned slightly. If it were an attacking task with his powerful SS level talent, he would be confident to handle it alone. But if he had to protect an entire village, he certainly couldn't manage it alone. I can only do my best. First, set a small goal to enhance Berserk to level talent, while raising all attribute points above 100. The red moon hung high. Everyone had to go hungry that night. When the first ray of sunlight shone down, everyone was already awake, or rather they hadn't been able to sleep at all. Not only from hunger, but more from the fear of the unknown. Let's go hurry to the village. I hope there's food there. I haven't eaten all night, and even fought a battle. Now I'm starving. Without any hesitation, everyone set off towards the village in the east. After all, they needed a place to settle down, at least to solve the food problem first. As everyone departed, Su-Ran, however, stayed behind. He stood at the edge of the forest, gazing into the depths. Their low growls occasionally echoed, startling a flock of birds. Those slimes came from this direction. Oh, I should go take a look. Without hesitation, Su-Ran stepped into the forest. Su-Ran felt a surge of alertness in his heart, and in an instant his body moved. With a remarkable agility attribute of 24 and a 5 speed increase, he vanished from his original spot. Just at the moment he left, a shadow swung down, and a colossal force caused the 10-meter-tall tree to tremble. Su-Ran landed on a nearby tree and turned to look back. He saw a massive python with a black body and golden rings triangular-headed coiled around the spot where he had just stood. The golden-ringed giant python fixed its fierce slit eyes on him, hissing as it flicked its tongue. No way. It's that big. Su-Ran was left in shock. He had never seen such a large snake in his life, having only encountered such creatures in movies. The golden-ringed giant python suddenly reared up. Having long been prepared, Su-Ran lightly tapped his toes and leaped up. However, he did not retreat, but charged straight at the golden ring. Having long been prepared, Su-Ran lightly tapped his toes and leaped up. However, he did not retreat, but charged straight at the golden-ringed giant python. The venom splashed onto the branch, instantly producing corrosive white smoke. Meanwhile, Su-Ran was already above its head, thrusting the rusty dagger straight towards its skull. Clang! The sound of metal colliding echoed as sparks flew from the scales of the golden-ringed giant python. Su-Ran's attack failed, and he immediately retreated. He saw the giant python's massive tail sweep towards him, missing its target. If Su-Ran had not retreated, he would have surely suffered a devastating blow, possibly ending in death or serious injury. Ridiculous. Is this really a snake? Su-Ran looked at the dagger in his hand, the blade already bent, unable to hold back his complaints. The snake's defense was astonishing, and its speed and strength matched his. Moreover, it was also venomous. Should I retreat or fight it out? Su-Ran fell into deep contemplation for a moment. This creature was on a completely different level compared to the previous slime. Hiss! While Su-Ran pondered, the golden-ringed giant python did not wait. Seeing Su-Ran distracted, it lunged at him. It opened its gaping mouth, seemingly wanting to swallow Su-Ran whole. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Su-Ran's gaze sharpened as he gripped the rusty dagger tightly. Degrade talent rage activated. Trait within 1 minute, strength and agility attributes double. Blood vessels visible in his eyes, Su-Ran's whole body swelled with energy. In the next moment, he suddenly vanished from his spot. The golden-ringed giant python lunged again, completely unprepared for Su-Ran's incredible speed. In a flash, the blade pierced the python's raised eye. Hiss! Hiss! The eye suffered a devastating blow, and the python thrashed about, letting out cries of pain. The gigantic tail of the python whipped around, knocking down several trees. Su-Ran gripped the rusty dagger tightly. Under the influence of the rage talent, his strength had doubled. Despite being covered in armor-like scales, the python's eyes remained vulnerable. Die! Su-Ran's forehead bulged with veins as he exerted all his strength to yank the dagger violently to the side. Crack! The sound of scales shattering echoed, accompanied by sparks flying. Su-Ran slashed deeply across its eyes, leaving a deep crimson mark. Blood gushed forth like a pillar. The giant python let out a horrific scream, opening its gaping mouth to spray venom in all directions. Su-Ran, reaching his speed limit, immediately retreated. The python rolled on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Su-Ran stood at a distance, silently waiting for its life to fade away. Until it ceased to move, Su-Ran remained still. Still pretending with me. Su-Ran felt a bit speechless. This creature was certainly not dead, and after all he hadn't even received any experience points. Clearly this giant python wanted to take advantage of his moment of carelessness for a counterattack. Hiss! As it seemed to realize Su Ran was not fooled, the python rolled again, spewing a torrent of venom. Blood continued to spray until it truly ceased to move. Experience points 200. You have killed the Golden Ring Blood Python, activating talent trait 1 to gain a 5x experience bonus. A one-time gain of 1,000 experience points. Seeing this notification, Su Ran felt a surge of delight. He was not surprised that this giant python was worth 200 experience points, but his luck remained as good as ever. Just then that cold voice echoed again. The familiar notification bar reappeared before him. Announcement: congratulations Su Ran for killing the Golden Ringed Blood Python, becoming the first trial taker. Reward: congratulations on the birth of the first trial taker, bestowing the divine blessing. Great skill. Eye of Identification, also gaining 300 experience points, and 5 to all attributes. Notice anyone who completes the survival task can become a true trial taker by defeating magical creatures. Can announcements be triggered like this? Su Ran was somewhat dazed. He had only killed a snake, and this could trigger an announcement. Did that mean that his quiet arrival here was exposed? It was not only Su Ran who was dazed. On the way to the village, everyone froze the moment they received the What? Damn. Someone actually didn't walk with us. He went to grind monsters. That person is Su Ran. Isn't he only level 3? Is he out of his mind? Becoming a true trial taker. So we are not even considered trial takers now. Wow, aren't you all concerned about the main point? He received rewards again. 2 announcement rewards provided him with 400 experience points, 10 to all attributes. And skills. Skills. Damn. Divine blessing. This sounds extraordinary. Damn it. I'm so envious. Seeing the announcement rewards, no one could help but feel jealous. No one expected that Su Ran would dare to venture out alone to grind monsters. Didn't he fear for his life? The most crucial thing was that Su Ran had actually obtained a skill. Why did all the good fortune fall into the lap of this lucky guy? The most crucial thing was that Su Ran had actually obtained a skill. Why did all the good fortune fall into the lap of this lucky guy? He actually got a skill. Good thing I didn't retreat. This python really is my lucky star. Su Ran felt a surge of excitement, overjoyed. He never expected that by killing a giant python, he would actually gain a skill. Detected 1,300 experience points. Would you like to convert them into universal points? Only convert 1,100 experience points. Su Ran did not hesitate and immediately made his decision. Gaining such a large amount of experience without leveling up would surely raise suspicion. Now let me see what this Eye of Identification skill is all about. Su Ran suppressed his excitement and began to check his personal attributes. This time the rewards, whether experience points or attribute points, were not what Su Ran cared about the most. He was more interested in what kind of skill the so-called divine blessing would grant him. Struggling up from the debris, the flower demon curses toward Tong Yen. Yet before she can finish her words, another powerful elbow smashes into her proboscis. The sharp, slender organ nearly snaps, and her body flies off like a cut kite. Characteristic 2, the experience possessed can be converted into omnipotent points. Characteristic 3, certain valuable materials can be converted into omnipotent points. Secondary talent D grade, frenzy active characteristic within 1 minute. Strength and agility attributes are doubled, can evolve to C grade talent rampage for 100 omnipotent points. G grade strength amplification passive characteristic 5 increase in strength during combat. G grade speed amplification passive characteristic 5 increase in speed during combat. G grade constitution amplification passive characteristic 5 increase in constitution during combat. G grade oil on feet passive characteristic speed doubles while fleeing. Skills F grade Eye of Appraisal effect appraisal can be used for 3 seconds per 10 spirit points consumed, can evolve to D grade Eye of Insight for 20 omnipotent points. Omnipotent points 108. Strength assessment rank 6. Appraisal. Seeing this effect, Su Ran felt a hint of joy. For someone who knows nothing about this world, having this skill will greatly reduce many troubles. With this thought, Su Ran used the appraisal skill on the Golden Ring giant python lying on the ground. Spirit consumption 10. Species Golden Ring Blood Python. Description: a giant python that resides in jungles, often found on tall trees, with hard scales, superior strength and speed, and potent venom. Value: scales can be used to make defensive equipment, and the venom has strong corrosive properties capable of being collected for toxin production. Recycling: complete body recycling 5 omnipotent points, recycling without scales 3 omnipotent points, recycling without scales, and venom 2 omnipotent points. This skill is nice. Su Ran smiled inwardly. It turns out he could also dismember for recycling. The slime should also have value, but unfortunately he did not have the appraisal skill at that time. At this moment, Su Ran noticed that the Eye of Appraisal could evolve into D grade Eye of Insight. Seeing this, Su Ran couldn't help but feel tempted. Appraisal is a very useful effect, but what about Insight? What kind of miraculous effects will it have? I have enough omnipotent points for an upgrade. But should I first evolve the talent Rampage or the skill Eye of Insight? Su Ran hesitated. Having experienced the power of the frenzy talent, he understood its strength. After evolving it would definitely become even more powerful, and for him, who was alone at the moment, strength was crucial. I should evolve insight first. After some consideration, Su-Ran made up his mind. With his current strength, as long as he did not seek death, he should not face life-threatening dangers, especially since he had a fleeing talent. Then Su-Ran concentrated his mind. 20 omnipotent points have been used, remaining omnipotent points 88. You have activated your talent characteristic to evolve F grade Eye of Appraisal into D grade Eye of Insight. D grade Eye of Insight effect appraisal can be used for 5 seconds per 8 spirit points consumed. Insight can be used for 3 seconds per 10 spirit points consumed. Insight. Su-Ran immediately focused his gaze on the giant python's corpse. Unlike before, this time, Su-Ran felt a significant change in his vision. Just a glance, and the details of the world were laid bare before his eyes. Everything around him reflected in his vision. Species ant. Suggestion: a weak species not worth mentioning. Species perching bird. Strength assessment rank 9. Suggestion: cannot provide omnipotent points. It is suggested to add seasoning. It should taste good when grilled. The description of the golden-ringed blood python also changed, gaining more details. Strength assessment rank 6. Current status: deceased. Suggestion 1. If encountered normally, it is recommended to avoid. If you must kill it, be sure to attack its weak points, eyes and lower abdomen. However, with your current strength, this individual poses no threat. Suggestion 2. The individual is deceased. It is recommended to recycle its venom and body for 3 omnipotent points. The remaining scales can be used as materials to create a decent defensive inner armor. Suggestion 1. If encountered normally, it is recommended to avoid. If you must kill it, be sure to attack its weak. This skill not only allows him to appraise items, but also provides him with suggestions. It couldn't be better. Talent characteristic 3 activated, detecting valuable materials. Recycling the remains of the golden-ringed blood python, he gained 3 omnipotent points. But the consumption of this skill is quite significant. Su-Ran gave a wry smile. After a brief moment of excitement, fatigue followed. He had a total of 40 spirit points, and after using the effects of appraisal and insight, half were consumed. There's no choice, I can only rest for a while. Su-Ran thought to himself. In this dangerous place, dragging a fatigued body around is not a wise choice. While Su-Ran was resting, others finally saw the village on the announcement. Heavens! This village is nothing. Isn't this just a rural area? Otherwise it's called a village. Did you think it was a town? A town wouldn't look like this. I just thought it should be a small town. Who would have expected it to be thatched cottages? How are we supposed to defend? There isn't even a wall. Upon seeing the village, the group's fantasies instantly dissipated. They had expected inns and delicacies to exist. Instead, they were met with fields and thatched cottages, and not far from there a dog was tied under a tree. An old man wearing straw sandals stood at the entrance, and upon seeing the group his eyes lit up, and he hurriedly approached. Gentlemen, you are all trial participants, right? The old man immediately asked, seemingly aware of the situation. The group was also surprised to find that they could communicate seamlessly. Trial participants? We don't seem to qualify yet. Someone instinctively replied. Then I have been waiting for you for a long time. The old man said with a smile. Waiting for us? The group was momentarily stunned, their eyes brightening. Is there a task? The old man nodded and said sternly, indeed. This task is quite arduous, and damn, let me do it. Me, I can help, old man. The group immediately erupted into a lively discussion, excited. They knew that the rewards triggered by Su-Ran made them envious, and now that a task was at hand, how could they not compete for it? Hey, you don't need to fight. Everyone will get a share. The old man was surprised to see so many people competing. Wow, are there that many? What is the task? The old man revealed a big yellow tooth and smiled. The young men in the village have all gone hunting, and now every household lacks someone to help with the manure. It is truly great that you can come to help. Don't fight over it, or rest assured everyone will have a share. Wait, manure? No way. Old man, are you mistaken? Species long-toothed snow rabbit. Description: a powerful group residing in the jungle, often moving in pairs. Adult individuals can reach up to 3 meters in height, possessing incredible speed, exceptional hearing, and formidable bite strength. Value: the blood and flesh of the snow rabbit are excellent food sources, while its fur is quite valuable, suitable for making warm coats, which are highly sought after. Current status: weak, with injuries to the right leg. Strength assessment: full strength is rated at level 7, but the current weakened state is rated at level 8. Suggestion 1. Always avoid encountering snow rabbits, as they do not appear alone. However, this time you are quite lucky. This snow rabbit is not an adult and is moving alone. Suggestion 2. This snow rabbit is already your prey. If you truly intend to strike, make sure to act quickly to prevent it from summoning its companions. The long-toothed snow rabbit hops through the jungle, resembling a small mountain. A splash of bright red is visible on its right leg, where a wooden arrow is lodged, causing blood to spill with each jump. Enduring the pain, the long-toothed snow rabbit seeks to return to its group to heal. Once it recovers, it will seek vengeance on the humans who harmed it. The long-toothed snow rabbit hops through the jungle, showing no signs of hiding its presence. It is completely unconcerned about its own safety. Even injured, no magical creature dares to approach it. This is because its group dominates the entire jungle. Unless one wishes to cease existing here, no magical creature dares to prey upon it. At this moment, the long-toothed snow rabbit's ears perk up, becoming alert. A sound of slicing air suddenly pierces through, accompanied by a flash of blade light. Blood splatters into the air. One of the long-toothed snow rabbit's ears is severed, spiraling and dancing in the air. Eek! 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 The long-toothed snow rabbit cries out in pain, feeling a sharp ache in its head, with surrounding sounds fading away. It opens its eyes in shock and anger, looking towards the creature that ambushed it. It wants to see which magical creature had the audacity to attack it. To its surprise, the one who attacked it is a human. As the ruler of the jungle, being injured by humans not once, but twice infuriates it greatly. Though the two attackers are not the same person, the long-toothed snow rabbit intends to settle both old and new scores with the human before it. Eek! Eek! Enough of this. You'd better shut up right now. Su Ran's muscles contracted, veins bulging as he leaped into action. D-class talent rage activated. The long-toothed snow rabbit gazed up, astonished to see a human leaping higher than itself. Su Ran clenched his fist and fell from the sky. His full-powered punch came crashing down onto the long-toothed snow rabbit's head. A loud thud echoed. The long-toothed snow rabbit was knocked to the ground by the punch, stars dancing in its eyes. Shaking its head, it forced itself to regain focus and hurriedly stood up. Its first instinct was to turn and flee. As a proud species, if it cannot fight, it must run. One day it will return to exact revenge. With its speed, even if the humans were given 2 extra legs, they could never outrun it. This is the inherent advantage of its species. Why are you running? Stay still so I can chew on you. Suddenly the voice of the human reached its ears, causing the long-toothed snow rabbit to tremble in fear. Turning its head, it was shocked to see the human rushing towards it at an incredible speed. Eek! The long-toothed snow rabbit felt its heart race, its legs hopping frantically. It couldn't comprehend how a human could run so fast and jump higher than it. There shouldn't be anyone like that in this vicinity. Could it be that the differences between individual humans are so vast? Su Ran moved swiftly, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept past, and in an instant Su Ran surpassed the long-toothed snow rabbit. Swish! A flash of blade light passed by. The long-toothed snow rabbit felt darkness envelop it and lost consciousness. Thud! The long-toothed snow rabbit, resembling a small mountain, fell heavily to the ground, blood gushing forth and spreading around. Talent feature 3 activated, detecting valuable material. Recycling full body, recycling 4 all-purpose points, recycling without fur 3 all-purpose points, just the fur 1 all-purpose point. Would you like to recycle? Only recycle the fur, Su Ran stated decisively. Finally, he could have a satisfying meal. Recycling complete, current all-purpose points 92. Su Ran dragged the corpse of the long-toothed snow rabbit. I need to find a place to deal with this. Those people are probably enjoying themselves while I have to work so hard. Thinking of those who came with him, now feasting on delicacies, drinking fine wine, and lying on comfortable beds, Su Ran felt an imbalance in his heart. Unfortunately, to become stronger, there is no other choice. The scorching sun blazed. Intense ultraviolet rays made Wang Wei's skin sting, and the weight on his shoulders caused him immense pain. But compared to the foul smell in his nostrils, all this was insignificant. A glance at the waste he was carrying on both sides made Wang Wei feel his stomach churn, and a wave of nausea hit him. All of this is for the sake of the mission. Wang Wei could only comfort himself this way. Just then the person ahead suddenly stopped, and Wang Wei, not paying attention, crashed into him. The filth in the bucket splashed immediately. The person in front got splattered on the buttocks and back, and Wang Wei also got quite a bit on his face. At that moment, Wang Wei's face turned green. What the hell? Why did the person in front stop suddenly? Damn, I got splashed all over. There's no helping it. The guy in front fell over, took a bath. Wow, that's disgusting. Many people suffered the same fate. Quite a few even vomited on the spot. Hey, you young people, how come you can't handle such a simple task? The last group of young people did much better than you guys. An old man shook his head, hands behind his back, watching the line of people before him. Hearing this, the crowd's eyes lit up. It seems this is a rite of passage for all newcomers. Old man, what rewards did the last group of newcomers receive? Someone asked excitedly. It is well known that missions always come with rewards. Su Ran received 2 mission rewards that made them covetous, otherwise who would be willing to do such things? Wang Wei's expression also showed excitement. Being endowed with a C-class talent, he stood out among everyone. If he had received the rewards that Su Ran did, he would have been the undeniable first. Thus he cared deeply about the mission's rewards. Rewards? They are not ordinary rewards. The old man smiled, revealing his yellowed teeth. Old man, what exactly are the rewards? Don't keep us in suspense, just tell us. Hearing this, the crowd became instantly excited. What floated in their minds were attribute points, experience values, and skills. Blood splattered. A sharp flash of a blade passed by, and a massive head fell to the ground. Su Ran looked down at the enormous body that lay at his feet. It was a giant wolf with thick fur about 2 meters tall and 3 meters long with extremely sharp claws and long pointed tusks and a long horn atop its head. Reclaiming the body of the forest wolf, you have gained 3 universal points. Reclamation complete. You now have 102 universal points. The creatures in this world are so large. Su Ran muttered to himself. After satisfying his hunger, he resumed his path of hunting. After several battles, he encountered a variety of creatures. He also gained a lot of experience points and universal points. Finally, I can evolve. Su Ran felt a surge of joy as he focused his thoughts. 100 universal points have been used, 2 universal points remaining. You have activated your innate ability, evolving the grade talent Berserk into the Crade talent, Frenzy. Crade talent. Frenzy active characteristic within 3 minutes. Strength and agility attributes are doubled. The worse the condition, the higher the attribute enhancement, and at the brink of death the attribute boost can reach up to 3 times. Not bad. Su Ran nodded. The duration has increased from 1 minute to 3. Not only is the time longer, but there's also an explosive boost when on the verge of death. From now on this will be my main talent. Su Ran was very pleased. Alright, I've finished everything I wanted to do. I just wonder what good things have I missed by staying out here for so long. Su Ran sighed. You can't have both the bear's paw and the fish. That group is probably in the mission village reaping quite a few benefits. He could only hope that he wouldn't fall behind those talents because of the delay here. It's time to go. Su Ran set off again. He planned to return and regroup with everyone. The roars of ferocious beasts occasionally echoed through the jungle, but Su Ran had grown accustomed to it. So far he had not encountered any enemies that posed a real threat to him. With a light push from the tips of his toes, Su Ran's figure leaped through the jungle, leaving behind trails of afterimages. Before long, Su Ran's footsteps came to a halt. What is this situation? Su Ran hid in a corner, his expression one of astonishment. Not far ahead there was The opening was large and surrounded by emptiness. There a group of humanoid creatures armed with stone spears guarded the entrance. Their skin was green with large noses and long pointed ears. Their mouths were adorned with long curved tusks, giving them a rather terrifying appearance. At that moment, humanoid creatures of the same kind emerged from the cave. They were pushing small carts outward. The carts were filled with sharp, diamond-shaped crystals that sparkled brightly. Assess. Without any hesitation, Su Ran activated the Eye of Assessment. Species Goblin. Description: a domineering tribe in the jungle. Their small individuals are about 1 meter tall, while excellent specimens can reach 3 meters. Compared to ordinary monsters, they possess outstanding intelligence, are very cunning, and can use tools with excellent power and speed. They are a warlike race. Value: the body is of no value with a very low taming probability, prone to betrayal. Current status: good. Strength assessment: excellent individuals rank 6, small individuals rank 7. Suggestion 1. Be sure to stay far away from these monsters. They are extremely cunning, set traps, and are incredibly cruel. Suggestion 2. It is advisable to carefully withdraw and sneak away. 2 fists cannot compete with 4 hands. You are not their match. Special blue crystal ore. Description: grows in mineral-rich caves, a valuable mineral resource. The darker the color, the better the quality. Strength assessment rank 6. Suggestion: do not provoke. Trained goblin soldiers hurry and run away. Special blue crystal ore. Description: grows in mineral-rich caves, a valuable mineral resource. The darker the color, the better the quality. Value: extremely precious weapon material, considered a rare resource. Suggestion 1. If you can obtain this rare ore, your rusty dagger can not only be repaired, but may even become sharper, and you can also use it to forge some equipment suitable for yourself. Suggestion 2. Although these blue crystal ores are very precious, it is not advisable to joke with your life. It is better to shed tears and give up than flee. Looking at the prompt box before him, Su Ran's face showed shock. This thing is a goblin. He remembered that in some anime he had encountered before, goblins were just cannon fodder. Su Ran was astonished. There were at least dozens of goblins in front of him, and he definitely couldn't handle them. It's a pity about the blue crystal ore. I'm only a rank 6. Su Ran was astonished. There were at least dozens of goblins in front of him, and he definitely couldn't handle them. It's a pity about the blue crystal ore. Su Ran looked down at the dagger in his hand, glancing at the curling blade with some regret. He really needed these ores, but the goblins were highly intelligent. If he dared to act, escaping would be quite difficult. He'll follow them first to see where they are transporting the ores. Su Ran thought to himself. Let's assess the situation first. The goblins coming out of the cave pushed their carts toward the distance. Several goblin soldiers were on guard beside them, extremely vigilant. To avoid being discovered, Su Ran dared only to follow from a distance, while also paying attention to traps. About half an hour later, the goblins pushing the cart suddenly stopped. Su Ran followed behind and looked ahead. A fortress-like structure appeared before his eyes, with goblins dressed in military armor and wielding iron spears guarding the entrance. Is that a goblin camp? Su Ran was greatly astonished. The gathering place of goblins was unexpectedly so vast. Moreover, the goblins were even wearing military armor. Assess. Su Ran activated the skill again, looking at the 2 armored goblins at the entrance. Category: Goblin Warrior. Description: a goblin individual on the verge of evolution with all-around abilities reaching the pinnacle of goblins. Strength assessment rank 5. Suggestion: you can win in a unknown situation, but such a situation is impossible, so better flee. Even the guards are this strong. Su-Ran couldn't believe it. If the guards were this strong, there must be even more terrifying individuals inside. Could it be that the so-called beast tide is related to the goblins? Su-Ran couldn't help but speculate. After several recent battles, he found that although these beasts were powerful, everyone had time to level up, and after 7 days these beasts would no longer be considered abnormally strong. Only goblins made Su-Ran feel a sense of dread. They were not only individually strong, but also possessed a considerable level of intelligence. With such strength and intelligence, they could easily drive away other beasts, thus triggering a beast tide. With these goblins transporting blue crystal, or could it be that they are producing weapons? He noticed that not all goblins were armed. Ordinary goblins even used stone spears. At that moment, that familiar and cold voice sounded again. Announcement 1. Congratulations, Tester Su-Ran, for discovering the truth of the beast tide in advance. Details: Tester Su-Ran has quietly arrived at the goblin tribe's main camp, and through a series of deductions, successfully uncovered the truth of the beast tide. Reward: experience points 400, all attributes 5. Announcement 2. Forum communication function activated in advance. Details: due to Tester Su-Ran's outstanding performance, in order to prevent those who have not yet become testers from appearing too clumsy, the forum function has been activated early to share intelligence. No way. Again. Seeing the prompt box before him, Su-Ran felt numb. In the village, the group, having finally completed their task, had just taken a short break when they received an announcement again. Seeing the prompt box before them, everyone was bewildered. What is going on? What happened? He triggered the announcement again. Damn. Is there no justice? Damn. What does it mean to avoid appearing too clumsy? More attribute points, more experience points, and even more given. 400 experience points. He must be leveling up again, right? Damn, this guy relies entirely on rewards to level up. I suspect this dog is cheating. In the village, cries of despair erupted. Every time Su-Ran received a reward, it caused them pain. Once was bearable, but repeatedly, it was this dog. Wang Wei stood frozen in place, feeling numb. He suddenly felt that he shouldn't have come directly to the village. Isn't it more enjoyable to grind monsters in a group? With 7 days left, why rush? Not just Wang Wei at this moment, everyone had the same thought in their hearts. Staying here was not as good as going back to grind monsters. Name: Su-Ran. Level 50500. Strength 39. Agility 43. Constitution 40. Spirit 50. Primary talent: SS grade omnidirectional ascendancy. Secondary talents: grade frenzy, grade strength amplification, grade speed amplification, grade constitution amplification, grade nimble feet. Skilled: grade eye of insight. Omniscience value 2. Power assessment rank 5. The rewards were generous, and becoming stronger was certainly something to be glad about. But could they stop announcing everything every time? Su-Ran's expression was complex, as if the hatred he attracted were not already more than enough. Never mind, he'll first take a look at the newly opened forum feature, he told himself. If that mysterious voice insisted on posting announcements, there was nothing he could do. The moment Su-Ran entered the forum, a flood of messages met him. Many voices exclaimed that thoughts now appeared as posts instantly. No one needed to type, the feature was astonishing. Su-Ran noticed that each message displayed the sender's avatar, and clicking it revealed name and level. Hey, is Su-Ran around? Yeah, boss, poppin' for a moment. Level 4 Wang Wei 1. Level 4 Wang Zhifei, same here. Though the forum was novel, they quickly returned to the matter that truly mattered. After a moment's thought, Su-Ran decided to share the information he had gathered. He could not defend the village alone, and this was a chance to ease some of the hatred directed at him. Level 5 Su-Ran. Hello everyone. Holy crap, the boss finally spoke. A level 5 powerhouse. True. Wow, boss, can you tell us why you are so strong? Level 5 Su-Ran. Can I just say I was luckier than most? Lucky. I think the boss is cheating, haha. Since you say so, I'll believe you, ha. Level 4 Wang Wei. Actually, beyond that, I'd really like to know what happened to Brother Su after we parted, and what the truth behind the beast tide arrival is. Level 4 Wang Zhifei 1. As expected of the big shots, their concerns are different from ours. To the flatterer above, we've noticed you for a long time. Stop groveling, and give us the boss real information. 1. Level 5 Su-Ran. It's nothing much. I actually wanted to level up a bit before heading to the village, but along the way I discovered the truth behind the beast tide arriving. Honestly, even I was surprised. Su-Ran chose to hide the fact that he had killed several monsters, since the experience gains were hard to explain. Level 4 Wang Wei. You were just leveling up on the way. Nervous laugh. Boss, your luck is unreal. Are you the fated child? Haha. Again you. Please stop bootlicking and stop interrupting. Level 4 Wang Wei. So can you tell us the truth about the beast tide arriving? Level 5 Su-Ran. Of course. On my way back I encountered goblins. Goblins? No way. Like those in anime and manga. Like slimes, this place really has strange things. And then, tell us more. That message drew many previously silent participants into the conversation. Level 5 Su-Ran. There are many goblins, some weak and some strong. They possess considerable intelligence, can wield weapons, and some even wear armor. Deep within the forest, they have built a fortified settlement. Level 5, Su-Ran. Moreover, they appear to be forging weapons, so I speculate that the beast tide due in 7 days is related to them. Their level of intelligence is sufficient to trigger such an onslaught, and subsequent announcements confirmed my guess. Wow, that is explosive news. Impressive. What the hell are you idiots upstairs? Calm down. No doubt goblins are the enemies here. Level 4 Wang Wei. Regarding goblin strength, Brother Su, what standards define their weak and strong individual? Level 4 Wang Zhifei. Right. To face the beast tide, we must first understand their power. Look at the idiots above and learn the boss thinking instead of getting excited for no reason. You are not the boss, to stop acting high and mighty. So arrogant. Aren't you afraid of getting beaten to death? Level 5 Su-Ran. The weakest goblins are roughly tier 7 in strength, and that describes ordinary individuals. The ones guarding the settlement gates feel like tier 6 or even tier 5. No way, that's strong. By everyone's reckoning, about 40 attribute points make a single tier. With all the attribute points Su-Ran gained, he must now be at least tier 7, they said. I think even more. Su-Ran is already level 5. With the bonus attribute points, he is probably tier 6 or even tier 5. Su-Ran himself implied he considered himself close to the settlement gatekeeper goblin in strength. Damn, this difficulty is no joke. If I'd known, I would have leveled up with the boss. Instead, I helped an old man with mucking out stalls and got only 100 experience and 10 copper coins. Don't mention it. I'm disgusted now. That old man is a liar, damn it. The forum erupted into argument. Seeing their posts left, Su-Ran bewildered. Weren't these guys supposed to be feasting, drinking, and staying at inns? What is this mucking out stalls business? Level 5 Su-Ran. What exactly happened? Level 4 Wang Wei. The Buddha says it cannot be spoken. Level 4 Wang Zhifei. Brother, your luck is extraordinary indeed. Brother, those goblins are so strong. Surely there aren't many of them. Level 5 Su-Ran. They already have a settlement. Do you think their numbers are few? Just from what I saw outside, there were dozens of goblins. Their numbers may not be fewer than ours, and they will launch so they might outnumber us. That means the enemy could employ a human wave tactic. Stronger than us and more numerous. Level 4 Wang Wei. If you don't want to die, go level up now. Otherwise you will surely perish. Level 4 Wang Zhifei. Brother, let's cooperate. Working alone is too. Level 4 Wang Wei agreed. The discussion ended quickly. After learning the enemy's strength from Su-Ran, no one dared waste time, and they began forming teams to level up. No one wanted to gamble with their lives. Su-Ran asked, what have you discovered in the village? The intelligence had already been shared with them, yet Su-Ran knew nothing about the village. In this unknown world, information is of paramount importance. Therefore, as a trade, he needed to learn about the situation in the village. Upon seeing Su-Ran's question, someone quickly responded. Wang Wei replied, this village is just an ordinary countryside with no inns, no delicacies. The inhabitants live in thatched houses and eat coarse food. There is no enjoyment to be found here at all. Su-Ran was somewhat taken aback. The absence of such things greatly contrasted with his expectations. Su-Ran remarked, the situation in this village is not optimistic. Wang Wei responded, it's very bad. The area is quite barren and there are no defensive structures. If a beast tide descends, we might not even be able to protect ourselves, and this task might require us to protect the villagers as well. Su-Ran said, let's take it step by step, but we can only focus on enhancing our own strength for now. Wang Wei added, however, this village has one advantage. It's somewhat like a beginner's village where you can buy equipment and potions and even skill books, although they are quite pricey. Upon hearing this, Su-Ran was astonished. He hadn't expected that skill books could be purchased in the village. As the only one among them possessing skills, he was acutely aware of their importance. Su-Ran inquired, how much are the skill books? Wang Wei answered, expensive. Global skill books sell for 300 copper coins, and Flevel skill books are even pricier at 500 copper coins. Copper coins. Su-Ran remembered that after the survival task concluded, everyone had received 10 copper coins. He also recalled someone mentioning that assisting in the village tasks could yield rewards. Wang Wei continued, moreover, I've heard that learning skill books requires reading time, and some skills have prerequisites. Just the Glevel skills take at least a few hours to learn, and I also heard that the duration is related to one's mental points. Su-Ran asked, has anyone bought a skill book yet? Wang Wei replied, what are you thinking, brother? We just helped an old man. He coughed and added, helping him only granted us 100 experience points and 10 copper coins. We are far from being able to buy skill books. Wang Wei said, there are people here who recycle monster corpses. If you can kill a monster, you can bring it back to exchange for copper coins. Wang Zhifei remarked, once you arrive at the village, you can find an old man to help. The rewards he offers are quite decent, and we all verified this. Su-Ran felt that the situation was not optimistic upon seeing the forum's messages. However, the ability to purchase skill books in the village was an unexpected delight, though the prices are a bit steep. I hope the monster corpses can fetch a good price, Su-Ran thought to himself. As dusk fell, light slowly faded and darkness was about to descend. In the jungle, the low growl of a beast echoed in all directions. The ground trembled slightly, raising a cloud of dust in the distance. Trees fell one after another. A gigantic creature stood up towering 7 or 8 meters high. Wang Wei shouted, "Be careful, don't let it hit you." A careful listen revealed that his voice trembled. Looking at the enormous creature before him, fear was evident in his expression. This creature resembled a bear, its massive and intimidating body capable of standing upright, with extremely sharp claws, strong and powerful. The giant beast gazed down at the tiny humans with its crimson eyes, its roar echoing through the surroundings. Roar! The deafening sound reverberated in everyone's ears, causing them to tremble. A wave of fear spread across everyone's hearts. A normal bear is enough to instill fear, let alone such a gigantic creature. With a thunderous crash, a massive paw swung out suddenly. The ground shook, debris flew, and dust was kicked up. Blood and remnants splattered, and the sound of bones breaking echoed. A figure was sent flying as if a kite had lost its string. A low growl came from the giant beast, its bloodthirsty eyes sweeping over the remaining people. Each step it took seemed to resonate with the hearts of the crowd. Witnessing someone being effortlessly killed before their eyes caused the faces of those present to turn pale. Their legs shook uncontrollably, some even beginning to wet their pants. They had thought that after awakening they would become superhuman beings, and they could clearly feel their own strength. But no matter how strong they were, it paled in comparison to the creature before them. Wang Wei swallowed nervously, his pale face showing signs of fear. He never expected that they would encounter such an unfavorable situation right after stepping out. 2 out of the 8 of them had died in an instant. They are dead. My God. Run. Finally someone broke down, tears streaming down their face. As the first person retreated, the psychological defenses of the second also crumbled, and one after another they started running backward. They witnessed this scene. Wang Wei's pale face revealed a hint of anger as he turned and shouted, "Do you all want to die? Don't run." However, his words had no effect. The psychological barriers of those people had already collapsed. They didn't listen to Wang Wei at all, and each ran faster than the last, as if they were unleashing their fastest speed. However, the massive creature lifted a boulder the size of a small hill above its head. The boulder was thrown. With a thunderous crash, it crushed everyone beneath it. Blood splattered on the ground, and some meat fragments were even visible. These idiots. Wang Zifei's face was devoid of color. Looking at the immensely powerful creature before him, he felt despair. If those people hadn't run, they might have had a slim chance of survival by fighting to the death. But now only he and Wang Wei remained. Even if they joined forces, it would be like an ant trying to shake a tree. Thud! The giant beast approached step by step, each step sounding like the tolling of a death knell. Wang Wei's face was filled with terror as he trembled. Are we going to die? What kind of power is this? Is it level 5 or level 4? Or even stronger? Wang Zifei was filled with immense fear, his body shaking. Why were they so unlucky encountering such a creature right after stepping out? Faced with a beast capable of taking their lives at any moment, they felt like lambs to the slaughter with no ability. They even began to regret why they chose to come here at this time. The massive creature drew closer, and they could smell the foul stench emanating from its sharp fangs. Yet they still dared not move, only able to watch as it approached with its foul saliva dripping onto them. Just then a rapid footfall came from behind the giant beast. Hearing the footsteps, the giant beast suddenly turned around. Wang Wei and Wang Zifei's expressions changed as someone was coming. But it sounded like there was only one person. Oh no, another one coming to their doom. Huh, I'm so lucky. I'm almost at the village and I received such a big gift. Surprisingly, the newcomer did not seem frightened in the face of the giant beast, but rather sounded pleased. Upon hearing this, Wang Wei and Wang Zifei were instantly stunned. Good luck. A great gift. Who is making such grand claims? As they were filled with surprise and suspicion, the two were just about to peek to see who was coming. At that moment, a deafening roar erupted. The powerful sound waves ravaged like a storm, and they were the first. Wang Wei and Wang Zifei only felt a buzzing in their ears, and everything went dark before them. With a thud, they collapsed to the ground. Creature: blood demon bear. Description: a powerful bear evolved due to contamination from demonic energy, possessing extraordinary strength and astonishing bite force. Value: its fur is exceptionally valuable, and its claws and teeth can be made into weapons, but due to demonic energy contamination, it is inedible. Current status: healthy, remain vigilant. Strength assessment: grade 4. Suggestion 1. This blood demon bear is powerful and wary of you. It senses that you are not easy to deal with. If you wish to leave, it will not stop you. If you want to avoid injury, you can choose to ignore it. Suggestion 2. This blood demon bear can provide you with a large amount of experience points. If you insist on fighting, there is a certain chance you can kill it, but you might get injured. It is recommended that you attack its weak points. Grade 4 strength. The species section particularly indicates it is a magical creature. Is that because it has been contaminated by demonic energy? Su Ran covered his ears and looked at the colossal creature before him, his heart racing. Its towering figure, 7 to 8 meters high, was overwhelmingly intimidating. Roar. The blood demon bear stood before Su Ran, emitting a low growl. It seemed to be both a warning and a threat. At that moment, Su Ran noticed several mangled bodies lying on the ground not far away. Did this guy kill people, eh? Su Ran's eyes narrowed. Rather than let it cause trouble during a beast tide, it would be better to eliminate it now. In an instant, Su-Ran decided to act. As if sensing his intent, the blood demon bear's crimson eyes shifted, and its massive paw came crashing down like a boulder. A torrent of air rushed towards Su-Ran, who tensed his legs. He leaped into the air, instantly leaving the ground. The blood demon bear's paw fell from the sky like a giant rock, smashing into the ground. The ground erupted with flying debris and cracks spread like spider webs. Watching this scene, cold sweat trickled down Su-Ran's forehead. If an ordinary person took such a solid hit, they would likely become a puddle of mush. Even with his now enhanced physique, it would still be quite unpleasant. Roar! The sound waves surged from the blood demon bear's mouth, its gaze fixed firmly on Su-Ran. Missing its target, it swung its massive paw once more. Its movements were incredibly swift and not clumsy at all. Before Su-Ran could land, the huge paw was already upon him. Su-Ran's expression changed, and he hurriedly crossed his arms in front of him. In the next moment, the giant paw collided with Su-Ran's body. He was sent flying like a cannonball. Thud thud. Su-Ran's feet hit the ground, his muscles tense, and he created several craters in the earth before finally coming to a stop. What immense strength! Su-Ran's face turned slightly pale, his arms trembling uncontrollably, yet he felt a surge of excitement within. He was exhilarated not only by his own strength, but also by the thrill of encountering such a formidable enemy for the first time. Roar! Seeing Su-Ran unharmed, the blood demon bear let out an angry roar and charged forward on all fours. Come at me! Su-Ran's face was filled with excitement. He did not retreat. Instead, he met the charge head-on. The blood demon bear's crimson eyes seemed to display a hint of human-like anger as it saw Su-Ran willing to fight despite being at a disadvantage. Its gigantic form barreled through the jungle, smashing through the trees in its path. Just as it approached Su-Ran, something unexpected happened. Su-Ran's speed suddenly increased to an outrageous level. It could only see his afterimage. Crate talent. Frenzy activated. Let me return the favor. Su-Ran's eyes were bloodshot and his muscles bulged. At that moment, Su-Ran's speed and strength reached their peak. The blood demon bear's crimson eyes suddenly narrowed as a rusted short knife with a serrated edge plunged directly into its eye membrane. Blood splattered, staining Su-Ran's clothes. Roar! The blood demon bear let out a pained cry, reaching out a paw to cover its eye. At that moment of injury, it realized it had underestimated the strength of this human. It quickly turned to escape. Its strong limbs hit the ground as it desperately tried to flee. However, Su-Ran would not give it that chance. The reason he allowed that hit was to make the blood demon bear let its guard down. Having already been injured, how could he let his prey escape? The blood demon bear was fast, but Su-Ran was even faster. With 43 points in agility plus a 5 speed boost, and the doubling increase from frenzy after being wounded, Su-Ran's speed reached a terrifying level, catching up to the blood demon bear in mere moments, and he jumped directly onto its back. Sensing the danger on its back, the blood demon bear was so frightened that it covered its eyes and began rolling on the ground. As long as its opponent couldn't strike its weak point, it would be safe. This creature rolling around did not make Su-Ran anxious. He simply walked over and sat down beside it, allowing it to exhaust its stamina. After a while, the blood demon bear collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. At that moment, Su-Ran walked straight up to its head. Goodbye. A smile appeared on Su-Ran's lips as he plunged the dagger downward. Seeing Su-Ran's move, the blood demon bear's lone pupil suddenly contracted. Chua! The rusted short knife pierced the only intact pupil of the blood demon bear, causing it to emit a painful wail until it fell silent. It has some intelligence, but not very smart. This was Su-Ran's evaluation of the bear. Experience points 500. You have killed the blood demon bear and activated talent feature 1 to receive a 10x experience critical hit. You now have a total of 5,000 experience points. Would you like to convert this into universal points? 10x critical hit. 5,000 experience points. Seeing the prompt window before him, Su-Ran was shocked. Even though he was already accustomed to his lucky attributes, he was still amazed. Had he known he would have such luck, he should have bought a lottery ticket earlier. Suddenly another prompt popped up before him. The text hadn't even appeared fully before it sent chills down Su-Ran's spine. He felt that a global announcement was about to come. If another announcement was made, he would truly become the center of attention. This did not match his plan to develop in obscurity. Congratulations, trial taker Su-Ran, for becoming the first trial taker to kill a magical creature. Reward, 500 experience points, 5 to all attributes. It was detected that you do not wish to publicize your achievements. Would you like to choose whether or not to disclose them? You can choose whether to disclose. Su-Ran was stunned. Achievements and levels can be opted to remain private. Levels can too. Why didn't you say so earlier? Su-Ran's face was filled with frustration. Had he known these two things could be hidden, he wouldn't have had to worry so much. Would you like to disclose? No. Please keep my level hidden as well. Seeing that it did not want to answer, Su-Ran immediately chose no. He understood the principle that the tall tree attracts the wind. Every time he received achievement rewards, what would others think? At first they might be envious, but later it could turn to jealousy or even murderous intent. Now he was outnumbered and he needed to wait until he was vastly stronger than everyone. Fortunately, I can hide. If only I had known earlier. Su-Ran sighed. If he had known from the beginning that he could hide, he could have leveled up confidently. After all, there are many attributes added with leveling up, and only with strength can he gain experience points and all-purpose points more quickly. This time I gained 5,500 experience points. Use all of it to level up. Su-Ran focused his thoughts. This time he did not intend to convert it into all-purpose points. First he would raise his level. Boom. As a blue light enveloped him, Su-Ran's experience points began to increase continuously. The moment his level increased, Su-Ran felt as if an infinite power surged into his body. He felt as if he was being sublimated. Name: Su-Ran, level 11, 10001100. Strength 74, agility 78, constitution 75, spirit 85, main talent SSS level, all-purpose sublimation subtalent C, level frenzy G, level strength amplification, G level speed amplification, G level constitution amplification, G level oily feet skill, D level eye of insight, all-purpose points 2, strength assessment second class. This feeling so strong. Su-Ran spread his arms, feeling the power within him, somewhat intoxicated. His attributes had nearly doubled. His strength had increased significantly compared to just a moment ago. Level 11. Almost level 12. Su-Ran was incredibly excited. His strength assessment had directly risen from 5th class to 2nd class. As long as I level up one more time, I will reach 1st class. I feel like I could easily defeat my former self with one hand. Su-Ran was filled with anticipation and curiosity. What is it like above 1st class? My ranking on the level leaderboard is still 1st, but my displayed level is only level 5. Seeing this, Su-Ran nodded in satisfaction. With his SSS level talent, he needed to keep a low profile, so he planned to develop for a while longer. Once I level up to level 12 and reach 1st class strength, I can try converting all my experience points into all-purpose points to enhance my talents and skills. Su-Ran was very clear that the truly important thing was still all-purpose points. One all-purpose point can increase one attribute, which seems less than the level increase of 5 in all attributes. But the higher the level, the more experience points are required to level up. And all-purpose points can always increase one attribute, with just 100 experience points. Talent trait 3, activated, detecting valuable substances. Recovery, blood demon bear, complete recovery 10 all-purpose points, removing fur recovery 8 all-purpose points, removing claws recovery 6 all-purpose points. Recover everything. Su-Ran focused his thoughts. The recovery of 10 all-purpose points was enough to demonstrate the value of the blood demon bear. If he were to bring it back, it would be hard to explain. Although buying skills is tempting, it depends on what skills they are. Su-Ran thought to himself. Skills that are too subpar are not worth exposing his strength. So he decided to take a look first. The sun set and night fell. The blood moon hung high in the sky. Wang Wei finally regained some consciousness, letting out a faint groan of pain. He felt as if his ears were blocked, and his whole body felt as if it were falling apart in pain. Suddenly realizing something, he opened his eyes wide. Awake! A voice came from beside him, the firelight reflecting on the person whose nose, eyes, and ears were all covered in blood, and his body was splattered with blood and dust. Seeing the familiar face, Wang Wei felt a bit dazed. Are we still alive? Although our bodies are injured, we are not at the point of death. Wang Zhifei sat on a rock, letting out a sigh. What about that? That bear. When asking this, Wang Wei even felt his voice tremble. Its enormous body, formidable power, and terrifying presence left a deep shadow in his heart. That kind of creature was simply not something humans could defeat. Wang Zhifei was silent for a moment before saying, I don't know. Don't know. Did it let us go, eh? Wang Wei spoke words he himself could hardly believe. But he really couldn't think of a reason for why they were still alive. Perhaps it didn't let us go. It should have been defeated. Saying this, there was a hint of hesitation on Wang Zhifei's face. It was defeated, eh? Who could defeat it? Wang Wei had a look of disbelief. Could such a powerful creature be defeated? Suddenly, he remembered the person who had appeared at the scene before he lost consciousness. Upon seeing that giant creature, the person had claimed to be lucky. Was it that person who defeated it? Wang Wei couldn't help but exclaim. I don't know. But it's possible it was him. After I woke up, I found the surroundings were too devastating. There were several huge pits, the surrounding trees had collapsed, and on the ground was a long trail of blood, which could not possibly belong to a human, but must be from it. So it must have been injured, or even fled out, otherwise we couldn't possibly still be alive. Remembering that scene, Wang Zhifei's face turned pale. Even now he still felt apprehensive. That kind of power was too terrifying. Did you see what he looked like? Wang Zhifei shook his head. I probably fainted with you, and when I woke up I didn't see him. He should be similar. Wang Wei was silent for a moment before speaking. Wang Zhifei had a strange expression. He should be among us. He understood what Wang Wei meant. The language of that person was clearly Blue Star language. Although the people here could communicate with them, the accents were noted. Was that person Su-Ran? Wang Wei suddenly said. He remembered that person had mentioned they were about to reach the village. The trajectory of Su-Ran's actions matched perfectly. I think it's impossible. He is only one level higher than us. How could he be so strong? We 8 people couldn't handle that bear, yet that person defeated it alone. Do you think the gap between us and Su-Ran? Wang Zhifei looked at Wang Wei, raising a question. Hearing this, Wang Wei shook his head. I don't think the gap between us and Su Ran could be that large. He admitted that Su Ran was currently ahead of them, but that was only because Su Ran had been incredibly lucky, almost leveling up effortlessly. The attribute points he gained were indeed far more than theirs, but it couldn't possibly surpass their combined strength of 8 people. Moreover, both he and Wang Zhifei had combat-type talents. Among us, 5 people have awakened talents above D level. Yumi and Zhang Hai and Su Ran are all likely to. But there is still one person who has not shown up. Wang Zhifei said softly. Are you saying that the C-level talent holder who hasn't shown up is him? Wang Wei couldn't help but say. That's almost certain. And who says that someone with a talent above C level must be C level? Wang Zhifei looked deeply at Wang Wei as if he already knew the truth. Damn, so there has been a hidden strong person among us all along. Wang Wei was greatly shocked realizing there was a hidden powerhouse among them. To be able to take down such a ferocious beast, they must at least have a B-level talent, right? They could even be a level or S level. Grade talent. Dimensional space can control a 1 cubic meter capacity dimensional space. Not yet activated activation consumes 6 points of universal value. A grade talent. Invisibility. Gain the ability to become invisible for 1 second. Not yet activated activation consumes 9 points of universal value. A grade talent. Backstab attack from behind the enemy, dealing 1.5 times damage. Not yet activated activation consumes 12 points of universal value. Dimensional space. So I effectively have an additional storage ring. Su Ran's eyes lit up upon seeing the talents he had recovered today. He had only recovered 3 talents while the other 3 were ones he already possessed. Fortunately, each recovered talent was quite good. Both invisibility and backstab were excellent talents. As for Wang Wei and Wang Zhifei, they were still alive. Naturally, Su Ran wouldn't engage in killing them to seize their talents. After all, they would still be needed for the upcoming beast tide. For me, dimensional space is more important. Su Ran grinned. With this talent, he wouldn't have to suffer from the inability to take spoils which he had to convert into universal value. This effect seems to be more than just storage. Looking at the dimensional space talent, Su Ran suddenly had other ideas. If this skill could be used on living targets, it would be extraordinary. No time to waste, let's try it now. Without delay, Su Ran immediately chose to activate it. Grade talent. Dimensional space has been activated. Universal value 6, a remaining universal value 6 points. Species slime. Description: considered the weakest magical creature with low strength and obvious weaknesses. Value: has medicinal value with unique effects for patients suffering from constipation. Current status: good sleeping. Strength assessment level 9. Suggestion: the opponent is too weak, providing too little experience. Unless there is nothing else to do, there is no need to bother. Species: long-toothed snow rabbit. Description: a powerful group inhabiting the jungle. Recently, many members of the rabbit tribe have been slaughtered by humans, causing the long-toothed snow rabbit tribe to fall into a rage, vowing to find and exact vengeance on those who dared to harm them. Value: the blood and flesh of the snow rabbit are excellent ingredients, and the fur has significant value suitable for making warm coats, which are quite popular. Current status: good patrolling. Strength assessment level 7. Suggestion 1. Although your strength is powerful now, it is better not to provoke the enraged long-toothed snow rabbit tribe unless necessary, as it is not worth the trouble. Having enhanced his physical abilities, Su Ran leapt to a height of over 10 meters. Thanks to the powerful capability of the Eye of Insight, all creatures within Su Ran's line of sight were laid bare. There were many magical creatures, but Su Ran did not intend to provoke them all. Looking at the jelly-like magical creatures in the jungle, Su Ran grinned. You are the one, slime. At this moment, a slime squatting beside the pool trembled slightly. It seemed to sense something and began to bounce away. But how could its slow speed compare to Su Ran, who was already level 11? In just a breath, Su Ran stood before it. Seeing Su Ran appear, the slime was so frightened that it trembled all over and turned to jump away. Su Ran raised his fingers and made a grabbing motion at it. Grade talent. Dimensional space activate. A flash of light flickered, and the slime vanished into thin. With a thought, the scene of the dimensional space appeared in Su Ran's mind. There a slime was trapped inside, unable to move due to the space being too small. Just as I thought. Su Ran felt a surge of excitement. This talent could not only be used for storage, but also for combat. That night, Su Ran conducted many experiments. He discovered that objects exceeding the size limit of dimensional space could not be stored. Additionally, once a living creature entered dimensional space, its survival time would not be long. Furthermore, after each use of dimensional space, there was a cooldown period. Not only dimensional space, but also frenzied talent had a cooldown and could not be activated again shortly after use. Su Ran also drew a conclusion. Talents with active characteristics likely had certain cooldown durations, while talents with passive characteristics remained activated continuously. In the morning, Su Ran finally arrived at the village. At a glance, it was vast fields. All the houses were built of thatch, and there were hardly any young people in the village, only some elderly. Just as those people said on the forum, there really were no defensive structures here. The situation was even worse than he. Su Ran instinctively glanced at the leaderboard and was suddenly surprised. Someone reached level 5. He found that his ranking on the level leaderboard had already been surpassed. The current number 1 was Zhang Hai. Reaching level 5 overnight was quite fast. Filled with curiosity, Su Ran entered the forum. Big Brother Jiang Hai is number 1. Big Brother is awesome. In just one night Big Brother actually reached level 5. How much experience did he gain? Su Ran has been surpassed, showing that Big Brother Jiang Hai must have accumulated quite a bit of experience at level 5. Level 5 Jiang Hai. Haha, it's not because I'm amazing, mainly my teammates are strong. Level 4 Wang Chun. Big Brother Jiang is too modest, you are the main damage dealer, we just help you tank the damage. Su Ran has been surpassed, showing that Big Brother Jiang Hai must have accumulated quite a bit of experience at level 5. Level 5 Jiang Hai. Haha, it's not because I'm amazing, mainly my teammates are strong. 4. Big Brothers are awesome. Are you still looking for a team? Take me along. Big Brothers, please take me. They'll help you. In just one night a level 5 and several level 4s appeared. Big Brothers, what exactly did you do? Level 4 Yunling. Haha, we didn't do anything special, just took down a few golden ring blood wild boars and some long-toothed snow rabbits. Oh wow. So powerful. What are these creatures? To the one above, have you never played this game? When you come to the novice village you must buy an encyclopedia. Laughs. Awesome. I've heard that these two types of magical creatures are among the strongest around. No wonder the Big Brothers level up so quickly. Please take a newbie along. Men strive to be strong, women stay behind. Laughs. Let's forget it. There isn't a single woman in this area. 404. I wonder where they all went. Looking at the information on the forum, Su Ran was somewhat astonished. These people were progressing quite fast. In just one night a level 5 and several level 4s had emerged. Could it be that the long-toothed snow rabbits are enraged because of them? Su Ran chuckled. He had thought he was being targeted by the long-toothed snow rabbits. Since that was the case, let them take the blame. At this moment, deep in the jungle, a group of figures was quietly. Big Brother Jiang Hai, are we going to take action? Don't rush. Let's take a look first, Jiang Hai whispered as he crouched in the bushes. Behind him were 3 others, all dressed in coarse clothing, carefully watching the front. To be honest, although this outfit is uncomfortable, at least it makes hiding less noticeable, which is a bit of an advantage, one of the young men with a buzz cut mumbled. That was Wang Chun. That's the only advantage, the rest are all disadvantages. It doesn't enhance defense and the material is terrible. I'm practically exposed and my rear is freezing. Yunling complained beside him. Don't worry, once we finish this job, we'll have money to buy new gear. Jiang Hai, hearing their voices, smiled and reassured them. Although he wasn't fond of the beginner's outfit either, it would soon be a thing of the past. Besides, this thing had helped them avoid trouble, fulfilling its purpose perfectly. Not just gear, I think we might even be able to buy a few skill books. As for others' gains, they definitely can't compare to ours. Yunling said excitedly. What he mentioned on the forum was not the whole story. Even so, it was enough to leave those people dumbfounded. That's for sure, they only look at levels without realizing that levels cannot fully represent strength. With our strength we are surely no weaker than Wang Wei or Wang Zhifei now, Wang Chen grinned. Both Wang Zhifei and Wang Wei were recognized as top players in the forum. Yet he felt that the two of them would not lose to those two. Hey, at their current pace, it's only a matter of time before we... Yunling chuckled as well. Wang Zhifei and Wang Wei's group of 8 had seemingly vanished without a trace, which was quite amusing. Though they were a team of 4, they were much more efficient than that group of 8. Speaking of which, Brother Jiang Hai is impressive, having surpassed Su Ran in level. Yunling sighed. Don't flatter me, you two are not bad either. However, I am a bit puzzled. My level is only level 5, yet I only have 5 points of experience. I didn't expect to surpass Su Ran. Jiang Hai found it somewhat amusing. He never imagined he could outclass Su Ran on the level leaderboard. After all, that guy had significant advantages. What's so strange about that? The reason he's at a high level is just due to luck. Most of his levels are earned through rewards. In my opinion, his true strength must be weak, otherwise his level wouldn't remain stagnant. Yunling scoffed. He had no respect for Su Ran. He was simply a lucky guy with such a significant advantage, yet he was overtaken by those behind him. This alone proved how useless that person was. If he were really weak, why wouldn't he team up? If he put out some news, I bet many would want to join him. Wang Chun felt puzzled. Given Su Ran's previous status as the top of the leaderboard, many would likely compete to become his teammate. Haha, I think the reason he doesn't dare to team up is that he's afraid of exposing his true strength. If people find out that the top of the leaderboard is a loser, wouldn't that be utterly embarrassing? You have to understand, he's been called a big shot by some. Once a person becomes arrogant, they forget their own limitation. Yunling sneered. He could easily read Su Ran's mentality. But that can't be said, he has put a lot of points into his attributes. On a panel comparison, I can't compete with him. Jiang Hai chimed in with a laugh. All he has left are attribute points. Ultimately, the biggest influence on strength is still talent. With your outstanding talent, you surely won't lose to him. Yunling gritted his teeth as he spoke. That bastard's luck was just too good. Every announcement seemed related to him, having increased all attribute points 3 times. Alright, enough about him. Regardless of whether he's useless or not, he has provided us with some valuable information, hasn't he? Jiang Hai said with a smile. He had indeed paid some attention to Su Ran before, but the moment he surpassed Su Ran in level, he no longer regarded him with any importance. Hey, he probably only serves that purpose now, Yunling scoffed. Behind the three, a bespectacled young man listened intently to their conversation. He understood very well why these people held such hostility towards Su-Ran. After all, a guy with weak strength, but incredible luck was indeed irritating. Brother Zhang-Hai, are we really going to make a move? The young man hesitated. I remember Su-Ran saying that goblins are quite strong. He recalled Su-Ran mentioning on the forum that even the weakest goblin had a strength of level 7, with stronger ones reaching level 6, or even 5. We definitely have to make a move, otherwise we would have come for nothing. Besides, Su-Ran's words can't be fully trusted. How could he possibly know the true strength of goblins? Doesn't he have that appraisal skill, eh? Don't make me laugh. Can an Frank appraisal skill really assess the strength of monster? He's not like you with such strong talent. Yunling patted the young man's shoulder, smiling playfully. Ever since Su-Ran posted on the forum, they rushed over without stopping. Now that they had arrived, how could they turn back? You don't need to be afraid. We will protect you well, Wang Chun said reassuringly as he patted his chest. Yilin, we've cooperated all this way. You should have a good understanding of our strength, so there's no need to worry. Our coordination is seamless, you can rest assured. Zhang Hai also spoke up to comfort him. All right. Yilin adjusted his glasses, feeling helpless. His strength was weak and his combat ability was not strong. Unless necessary, he truly did not want to take risks. But he knew very well that these people would not let him leave easily. Although his talent was not combat-oriented, he was quite useful as support. The four of them fell silent, crouching in the bushes, completely still. It seemed they were waiting for something. As time slowly passed, a group of figures approached from a distance. They were goblins with green skin, large noses, long pointed ears, and curved tusks. Upon seeing the goblins coming their way, the few of them instantly became excited. Damn, my legs are numb from crouching. These goblins finally arrived. Yunling was quite thrilled. They had previously spotted a group of goblins passing through here, but due to limited information, they dared not strike hastily. Now they had finally awaited their opportunity. Yilin, the cooldown time should be over now. Use your talent to take another look just in case we miss any important information, Zhang Hai whispered, trying to suppress his excitement. Okay, Yilin nodded, removing his glasses. His eyes were incredibly clear, shining with a faint blue glow. Great talent. Eye of Insight activate. In an instant, his gaze pierced through all material before him, looking. Species goblin. Description: a dominant tribe in the jungle with small individuals around 1 meter tall, while exceptional individuals can reach up to 3 meters. Compared to ordinary monsters, they possess superior intelligence, are cunning, capable of using tools, and exhibit excellent speed, making them a formidable race. Value: the body holds no value with a very low taming probability, prone to betrayal. Current status: good. Strength assessment: exceptional individuals are ranked 6, while smaller ones are ranked 7. Danger level: high. It is advised not to engage in conflict lightly. Type: goblin soldier. Description: only exceptional goblin individuals can become soldiers possessing strength above that of ordinary goblins. Strength assessment: rank 6. Danger level: very high. Engaging in conflict would be an unwise choice. Special: blue crystal ore. Description: grown in mineral-rich caves. It is a valuable mineral resource. The deeper the color, the better the quality. Value: extremely precious raw material for weapons, classified as a rare resource. Upon seeing the information displayed before him, Yilin's face turned pale. Yilin, how's the situation? Seeing Yilin's pale face, Zhang Hai felt a sinking feeling in his heart and quietly inquired. Wang Chun and Yunling also turned their gaze toward Yilin. In terms of strength, Yilin was the weakest among them, but in terms of importance, no one could compare. Due to Yilin's talent, he could see others' levels and attribute panels, as well as information about monsters. He could also discern the danger level and weaknesses of enemies. It was precisely because of this that they could judge whether to attack directly or to flee. Su-Ran's words are true. Those goblins are indeed very strong. The weakest among them has a strength of rank 7. Yilin's face turned white. Hearing this, Zhang Hai and the others changed their expressions. The weakest is already rank 7. It completely matches what Su-Ran said. They only had a rank 7 combat strength on their panel. Although they could fight at rank 6 with their talents, the opponent's weapons were definitely better than theirs. Moreover, in terms of numbers, they had no advantage either. What should we do? Wang Chun asked quietly with a grim expression. If we truly engage them, the losses will be severe, and we might even lose our lives. It mainly depends on whether it's worth it. Yunling spoke solemnly, turning to look at Zhang Hai. Zhang Hai remained silent, his brow furrowed. The reason they sought out the goblins was primarily to gamble on the first announcement of killing a goblin. Moreover, the experience provided by goblins should be the highest in this area. If there is an announcement, that would be the best, but if not, it would be a huge loss. Furthermore, for the sake of the future, Yilin absolutely could not suffer losses here. At this moment, Zhang Hai suddenly asked, Yilin, what are those blue crystals? Yilin glanced at him and replied softly, they are a type of, or a raw material for weapons, classified as a rare resource. Zhang Hai's gaze flickered and his brow furrowed, as if he was struggling internally. Let's go. We should first strengthen ourselves before dealing with them. Zhang Hai gritted his teeth and ultimately decided not to provoke the goblins just yet. It was merely a matter of delaying. There was no need to risk their lives unnecessarily. The four of them hid from the goblin's line of sight and quietly left the area. They left without any hesitation. It was this decisiveness that allowed them to survive deep in the jungle until now. On the way, Wang Chun frowned and voiced his doubts. Why didn't Su Ran mention anything about that, or? He followed the goblins back to their camp. It can't be that he didn't notice. Upon hearing this, Yinling chuckled. What else could it be? He must want to keep it all for himself. You didn't hear Yilin say that stuff is a rare resource. There are even quite a few goblins escorting it. I think that guy might be a bit overconfident daring to deal with goblins alone. Zhang Hai paused, turning to look at the three. The question is, how did Su Ran determine the strength of those goblins, and how did he assess the value of the blue crystals? Moreover, what he said matches exactly with what Yilin saw using his talent. Upon hearing this, Wang Chun suddenly awakened. I remember before he obtained a skill called Eye of Appraisal. I remember the announcement said so. Zhang Hai's expression showed a hint of envy as he sighed. What a powerful skill. It seems to be similar to Yilin's Kraid talent. Truly deserving of the blessing of the gods. Yilin felt a bit envious too. He was one of the 5 lucky ones during the awakening process. He possessed a Kraid talent, yet he didn't expect that Su Ran's single skill would have an effect nearly identical to his talent. Yinling's eyes flashed with a hint of jealousy. This guy is really lucky, but it's a pity he doesn't deserve that luck. If this skill were possessed by any one of them, it would be much stronger than Su Ran's. We need to level up quickly. We must deal with these goblins before Su Ran arrives, and we have to take the blue crystals away too. Zhang Hai spoke with a serious expression. Although Su Ran was currently not stronger than him, he feared that the other party might come with a group. Let's go. We can't waste any more time. Many people were busy leveling up. Of course, more were after copper coins. But none of this concerned Su Ran, who wandered around the village for a long time. The village had few houses, and there should only be a few dozen households. Among them there was a weapon shop, a medicine shop, and a general store. Su Ran currently had no need for medicine or weapons. He just wanted to see the skill books mentioned by people on the forum. The store was also built from thatch. The space inside was small, but it contained various items. There were clothes and backpacks, but he did not see anything that resembled skill books. An old man lay in a chair with his legs crossed, gently waving a wooden fan. Even when he saw Su Ran approach, he showed no reaction. Seeing that the old man was ignoring him, Su Ran could only take the initiative to ask, "Excuse me, where are your skill books?" To his surprise, the old man merely glanced at him and said, "Aren't you one of those poor fools? Do you have any copper coins?" Poor fools. Is that what that group of guys are called? Su Ran cleared his throat. Of course I do. Although it wasn't enough to buy a skill book, he indeed had 10 coins as they were rewards for completing tasks. Just 10 coins, huh? The old man glanced at him and asked. Su Ran was astonished. Did this old man even know how many copper coins he had? Get lost. The old man waved his fan, cursing. You all don't have enough money and still want to look at skill books. What the hell? Do you see me as idle? Stop wasting my time. Go gather enough money, then come find me. Su Ran's face turned awkward. It turned out that the group had really annoyed the old man. Without money, the old man wouldn't let him look. There was nothing he could do. He could only ask those people on the forum what skills they had or gather enough money to speak further. Seeing Su Ran's departing figure, the old man muttered, "Damn, what a pain. It's only been 2 days, and that kid is already level 11. If it weren't for knowing the rules here, I'd almost suspect that kid was cheating." Time flowed quietly. The beast tide is set to arrive tomorrow. In recent days, most people have been striving to enhance their own strength. In this moment of life and death, anyone with a clear mind knows what to do. Naturally, a small portion of people have remained cooped up in the village. They do not engage in battle, nor do they seek to increase their strength. Even eating and living are issues. All of this has nothing to do with Su Ran. In recent days, he has been fighting non-stop. Experience points 100. You have killed a long-toothed snow rabbit, triggering the talent feature 1 to gain a 4x experience critical hit. 400 experience points have been successfully converted into omnipotence points. Recovering the remains of the long-toothed snow rabbit, omnipotence points 4. A sharp dagger effortlessly slit the rabbit's neck. Su Ran wiped the blood off the blade and glanced at his personal status panel. Name Su Ran. Level 12, 01200. Strength, 79. Agility, 83. Constitution, 80. Spirit, 90. Primary talent, SSS level Omnipotent Sublimation. Secondary talent, a level Frenzy active feature, transform blood into a blood armor, doubling strength, agility, and constitution for up to 5 minutes with greater boosts when in worse condition, and a maximum of 5 times at the brink of death. Can evolve to S-level talent, Demon Transformation, for 1000 omnipotence points. D-level Dimensional Space active feature, can control a dimensional space of 3 cubic meters, can be upgraded to C-level for 100 omnipotence points. D-level Invisibility active feature, gain invisibility for 2 seconds, can be upgraded to C-level for 100 omnipotence points. D-level Backstab active feature, attack from behind the enemy dealing 1.5 times damage, can be upgraded to C-level for 100 omnipotence points. F-level Power Boost passive feature, increases strength by 10 during combat. F-level Speed Boost passive feature, increases speed by 10 during combat. F level Constitution Boost passive feature increases Constitution by 10 during combat. G level Oil on the Soul's passive feature doubles speed when fleeing. Special talent cannot evolve. Skills: A level Eye of Truth effects identification consumes 8 spirit points for 5 seconds. Penetration consumes 10 spirit points for 3 seconds. True passive can see through all illusions. Can evolve to S level Eye of God for 1000 omnipotence points. Equipment: D level Sharp Edge attack power 40 effect inflicts bleeding, making the enemy's wounds hard to heal. Note: requires special materials for further enhancement. D level Platinum Armor Defense 40 effect can withstand 1 fatal blow. Note: requires special materials for further enhancement. Omnipotence points 23. Strength assessment, first class. Not too bad. Looking at the gains over the past few days, Su Ran smiled widely. In these days he has been in constant combat, and all the experience gained has been converted into omnipotence points. His level has risen to 12, and his panel strength has also reached first class. At the same time, the C-level Talent Frenzy has evolved into the A-level Talent Frenzy, and the D-level Eye of Penetration has evolved into the A-level Eye of Truth. Demon Transformation, Eye of God. Upon seeing the names after evolution, Su Ran's eyes sparkled with excitement. These names sound incredibly powerful, but the required omnipotence points are just too much. Seeing the omnipotence points needed for evolution, Su Ran felt a headache coming on. Upgrading from B level to A level only requires 100 omnipotence points, yet evolving to S level requires a staggering 10 times that amount. Su Ran also noticed that evolving from D level to C level requires much more omnipotence points than before, and the effects undergo a transformation. The same goes for upgrading from A level to S level, and this applies to both talents and skills. But thankfully all of this is worth it. Although the required omnipotence points make Su Ran feel quite pained, he is acutely aware of the strength after the transformation of talents and skills. I just wonder what will be displayed after first class. Su Ran was curious about the strength assessment above first class. He knew very well that even though he has already taken a significant lead over others, at level 12, he still feels quite small in this world. These 2 pieces of equipment have helped me a lot, but unfortunately, they can no longer be upgraded. Su Ran sighed softly, lowering his head to look at the dagger in his hand. The previously dull, rusty short sword has now become incredibly sharp. The sharp edge has barbs, and the blade radiates a sheen, clearly not an ordinary item. The armor he wears is lightweight, yet extremely sturdy, also extraordinary. In recent days he has spent quite a bit of omnipotence points and raw materials to evolve the rusty short sword. The armor was purchased from the weapon shop, and then reinforced using omnipotence points and raw materials. With the support of these weapons, Su Ran can fully unleash his strength, but now he has hit a bottleneck. Without blue crystal, or he cannot upgrade further. With my current strength, I can try going to the mine. Su Ran's gaze shifted slightly, his mind swirling with thoughts. With his current strength, he is confident he can easily handle monsters of the same first class. Not to mention goblins with only level 6 or 7 strength. Just as Su Ran was heading to the mine, the forum was as lively as ever. Many people were discussing various experiences from the past few days. Damn, have you guys seen any monsters? I haven't seen a single one today. I haven't seen any today either. At least I found 2 slimes a couple of days ago. There are fewer and fewer monsters. It's ridiculous. I've searched the area for 10 miles, and it feels like this place has turned into a safe zone. Not a single monster is visible. You might not believe it, but I suspect those monsters have been scared away by someone. I personally saw someone chasing a group of monsters the other day. Big brother, are you sure you're not joking? What the hell? Who could be so insane? Is it true? Did you see who that person was? I didn't see clearly, I just caught a glimpse of a shadow because their speed was simply too fast. I feel like their agility was 100 points. This joke is not funny at all. 100 points in agility, what kind of international joke is that, bro? Hey, if you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do, but I really saw it. That person's strength is outrageous. Killing monsters is as easy as chopping vegetables, 1 slash for each. Big brother, are you serious? Bro, you might be overly fatigued. Recently, you need to take a break. Laughs. No one believes such nonsense that monsters were scared away by a single person. Currently, the highest level in the forum is only level 8, and having agility above 100 points is a fantasy. Not to mention killing a monster with 1 slash, that would be more brutal than the monsters themselves, right? In the forum, people were discussing the disappearance of the demonic creatures, while the culprit Su Ran had quietly arrived at the entrance of the mine. There are still so many goblins here. Su Ran crouched on a tree trunk, quietly observing the situation. In his line of sight, numerous goblins guarded the entrance of the mine. Species goblin. Description: small stature, outstanding intelligence, very cunning. Value: very low, taming probability, prone to betrayal. Current status: good. Strength assessment rank 7. Recommendation: with your powerful strength, these weak demonic creatures are no match for you. If you are interested in them, you may spare their lives and attempt to tame them. Type: goblin soldier. Description: excellent goblin, individual, exceptional strength. Strength assessment recommendation: same as above. Special: blue crystal ore. Description: grown in mineral-rich mines, a valuable resource. The deeper the color, the better the quality. Value extremely precious weapon material classified as a rare resource. Recommendation: these blue crystal ores can enhance your equipment, and you can also sell them to the villagers for more copper coins. If you can take over the entire mine, you will become a wealthy individual in Area 404 and earn a special title. Special title. Seeing this suggestion, Su Ran was both shocked and excited. After evolving into the Eye of Truth, he could even discover special quests that triggered announcements in advance. That was truly incredible. In that case, there's another reason to eliminate them. However, they seem to be better equipped than before. Su Ran observed the goblins, silently pondering. Even the weakest goblin individuals were now wielding iron spears and wearing armor fully armed. The stronger goblins were even more impressive. Their weapons and armor had changed significantly in quality. Su Ran used the Eye of Truth to probe and discovered that their luxurious armaments were crafted from blue crystal ore. If these ordinary goblins are equipped like this, how extravagant must the gatekeeper be? Su Ran's gaze sharpened. Fortunately, his current strength was vastly superior. In the face of absolute power, even the best-equipped goblins would be of no use. Moreover, my weapons are far superior to theirs. Su Ran was not worried about himself. He was concerned about whether others could protect the village. With the enhancement from their weapons, these goblins had become stronger. It could be said that it was not just them growing stronger. These demonic creatures were also evolving. Since I've come this far, this mine should belong to me. Su Ran smiled at the group of goblins ahead. In the next moment, his figure vanished from the spot. The next instant, Su Ran landed directly in front of the mine. Without a hint of concealment, he appeared brazenly before the group of goblins. Upon seeing Su Ran's arrival, the goblin soldiers immediately turned to him, surrounding him with their spears. They could never have imagined that a human would dare to appear so directly before them. Surrounded by goblin soldiers, Su Ran was not immediately attacked. One goblin holding a spear stepped forward to face Su Ran. Its green face broke into a grin, revealing a row of sharp teeth. Goth. The goblin soldier emitted a harsh sound, seemingly mocking him. At that moment, it raised its spear and lunged at Su Ran's leg. Clearly, it did not intend to kill Su Ran outright. The surrounding goblins displayed cruel glints in their eyes. Some even appeared excited. They would not simply kill a lone human. They wanted to toy with him first. The appearance of this human delighted them. After being bored for so long, they finally had a human to torment. The spear pierced through the air, aiming directly at Su Ran's calf. However, Su Ran remained remarkably calm, lifting his leg to kick at the spear. Clang! It sounded as though metal had clashed, and the spear was actually knocked askew by Su Ran's kick. The goblins were momentarily stunned. The goblin holding the spear was even more bewildered, standing there in a daze, unable to comprehend what had just happened. What was going on? This human's leg was harder than its spear. At that moment, Su Ran moved. He took a step forward and kicked high towards the goblin's head. Bang! The goblin's head exploded, debris and blood splattering everywhere. Experience 120. As the headless goblin's body fell, the surrounding goblins snapped back to reality. Gah? Their green faces instantly contorted with rage. They all lunged at Su Ran, thrusting their spears at him. The spear attacks came. Enemies surrounded him from all sides. Su Ran remained indifferent, extending his fingers beside him. Degrade talent. Dimensional space activate. A flash of blue light flickered, and 3 goblins vanished into thin air. Seizing the opportunity, Su Ran dashed toward a gap, rushing towards one of the goblin soldiers. His fingers curled into a fist, and immense power erupted in an instant, accompanied by a fierce wind. Su Ran's incredibly hard fist struck the goblin soldier's nose. With a crack, the sound of bones breaking echoed through the air. The goblin's face caved in several of its sharp teeth. The powerful impact sent it flying backward, rolling several times on the ground. Experience 120. You have killed a goblin soldier. Activating talent feature 1 to gain a 3x experience critical hit. After dealing with one goblin, Su Ran's movements did not pause. He raised his leg and swept it backward, kicking a goblin's neck, accompanied by the sound of breaking bones. The goblin's neck was bent at an odd angle, and it collapsed to the ground with a thud. Experience 100. You have killed a common goblin. Activating talent feature 1 to gain a 2x experience critical hit. In just an instant, 3 goblins vanished, and 2 goblins fell. Seeing Su Ran's prowess, the remaining goblins were drenched in cold sweat, their hands trembling around their spears. For a moment, they were too afraid to attack. But while they hesitated, Su Ran would not stop. His blade unsheathed, a flash of light cut through the air. As if there were no obstacles, he easily severed a goblin's head. The remaining goblins, witnessing this, had their mental defenses shattered, and they turned to flee. The cart carrying blue crystal ore was overturned to the side, and their spears were abandoned as they hindered their escape. Some even shed their armor to escape. But even so, they could not escape from Su Ran's grasp. At most, they prolonged their lives by a few more breaths. Experience 120. Experience 100. You have killed a common goblin. Activating talent feature 1 to gain a 6x experience critical hit. Experience 100. Outside the mine, more than a dozen goblins were slain by Su Ran alone. Although the hint suggested that these goblins could be tamed with a low probability, Su Ran had no interest in such creatures. The probability was minimal, and being cunning and treacherous was one thing. The key issue was their unattractive appearance, which was simply mismatched with his own looks. Title: Su Ran opened his personal status upon seeing the prompt in front of him. Name: Su Ran. Level 13, 10001300. Title: Monster Slayer. Equipped effect: damage dealt to monsters increased by 2 times. Strength 84. Agility 88. Constitution 85. Mentality 95. Primary talent SSS level all-round sublimation. Secondary talent. Active traits: a level frenzy, level dimensional space, level invisibility, level backstab. Passive traits: level strength amplification, level speed amplification, level constitution amplification, level grease on feet. Skills: a level true eye. Equipment: level sharp blade, level platinum armor. All-round value 23. Strength assessment first class. So, I've actually killed 100 monsters. Su Ran thought silently. He had indeed been fighting continuously these days, but he hadn't kept count of how many he had killed. Little did he know someone was keeping track for him. This title isn't particularly strong, but it's better than nothing. Su Ran wasn't too surprised by the title's appearance, as many characteristics of this world were too similar to a game. Moreover, a title given for killing 100 monsters was clearly not a special type. After all, there wasn't even an announcement prompt this time. It was likely a beginner title everyone could obtain. Moreover, a title given for killing 100 monsters was clearly not a special type. After all, there wasn't even an announcement prompt this time. Detected valuable substances. Recycling goblin common corpses, all-round value 4. Recycling goblin soldier corpses, all-round value 5. Recycling goblins spear, all-round value 3. Recycling goblins armor, all-round value 3. In the blink of an eye, Su Ran had finished recycling the goblin bodies around him, including the spears and armor made of blue crystal ore. Even the 3 goblins controlled in the dimensional space did not escape this fate. These goblins provided Su Ran with a lot of experience points and all-round points, but what surprised him the most was the blue crystal ore. Recycling 100 pounds of blue crystal ore, good grade, all-round value 100. 100 all-round points. Is this exaggerated? Su Ran was dumbfounded. Although it seemed like a 1-1 exchange rate, he couldn't forget that the 100 pounds of blue crystal ore before him was merely the tip of the iceberg in the mine. If he could excavate all the blue crystal ore in the mine, how much would it amount to? It would at least start from tons, right? Su Ran's expression suddenly changed. If he had known the value of blue crystal ore was so high, he should have come over to those goblins must have transported a lot away these past few days. How much blue crystal ore still remains in the mine was still an unknown. Tomorrow is the beast tide arrival. How much blue crystal ore can possibly remain in this mine? Thinking of this, Su Ran immediately rushed into the mine. No matter how much was left, he would take all the blue crystal ore in the mine. In the dark tunnel, torches were lit. As the flickering firelight danced, shadows swayed within the cave. Su Ran followed the tunnel dug out by the goblins, discovering remnants of blue crystal ore fragments along the way. Even the smallest mosquito is meat bit can't be wasted. Su Ran squatted down, recycling each fragment. Recycling 5 grams of blue crystal ore, all-round value 0. 01. Recycling 10 grams of blue crystal ore, all-round value 0. 02. Recycling 50 grams of blue crystal ore, all-round value 0. 1. Recycling. As he progressed further, sounds began to emanate from the depths of the mine. Though the sounds were very faint, Su Ran could hear them quite clearly. He was getting close. Clang. With the clear sound of clashing iron, Su Ran finally reached the end of the tunnel. Quietly, he shifted his gaze to discover. In the vast mining area, dozens of goblin figures were crowded together. Under the illumination of the firelight, they were sweating profusely. At a glance, there were at least dozens of goblins wielding pickaxes vigorously. What should I do? Su Ran fell into deep thought. With his strength, dealing with these goblins was completely effortless. But the problem was, what about the blue crystal ore? It was impossible for him to kill these goblins and then dig himself right. That would be too foolish. I should first use the true eye to see the situation. Su Ran immediately activated the true eye and looked ahead. A level skill true eye activated. Species goblin inferior. Description: a small and weak being, the lowest tier among the goblin race. Value: can be tamed. Current status: weak, mentally unstable. Strength assessment 9th rank. Suggestion 1. As the lowest tier goblin, they are not recognized by their kin, having no loyalty to the goblin tribe, and can sign a master-servant contract to serve you. Suggestion 2. Any monster has training value. They can grow stronger, and a very few can evolve. After signing the master-servant contract, they may become your allies in the future. Su Ran was somewhat surprised. He noticed that this group of goblins was completely different from those he had encountered before. Their condition was utterly poor, and their strength was lacking. But their value was higher than any other. The other goblins had a very low probability of being tamed, but these can actually be tamed. Are they all traitors? Though he thought so, Su Ran completely understood. These goblins were not favored in their tribe, and were brought here as laborers. It was only normal for them to have no loyalty. What is the master-servant contract? Su Ran's mind moved. The prompt in front of him suddenly changed. Master-servant contract. After signing the master-servant contract, the two parties will establish a master-servant relationship, where the servant cannot betray the master, and the master can decide the servant's life and death with a thought. This seems pretty good. Su Ran's eyes lit up. As long as these goblins couldn't betray him, he would have no worries. Moreover, he also had an idea in mind, and wanted to try it out. How to sign the master-servant contract. Su Ran's mind moved again. The prompt in front of him changed once more. Method of signing, just a thought. Even without verbal communication, it can be understood. So that's how it is. Su Ran looked at the group of goblins below with a smile. With this, all problems could be resolved. The incessant clanging of iron was piercingly harsh, and the stifling air filled the mine. Huff. After finally striking a piece of blue crystal or green, was left gasping for breath. Sweat covered its entire body, its arms ached terribly, and even its vision began to blur. Day after day of such labor was taking a toll on its frail body, which had always been weak and sickly since childhood. Damn it. Even so, Green could only curse silently in its heart. No matter how unwilling it was, the status of the goblin race had been predetermined since their inception. With its poor aptitude and constitution at birth, it was destined never to become a warrior of the goblin race. Even ordinary goblins were stronger than it. As a defective product, its situation in the tribe was only slightly better than that of a captive. At least it could survive as a servant. But it was not satisfied with the current state. As a defective product, its situation in the tribe was only slightly better than that of a captive. At least it could survive as a servant. But it was not. If it remained here, the only thing awaiting it was to be worked to death. Whoosh! Crack! At the moment Green paused, a long whip suddenly flew toward it. A goblin wielding a long whip stood beside Green. It was the overseer here, and supervising these defective— A goblin wielding a long whip stood beside Green. It was the overseer here, and supervising these defective products was its task. Green turned to look at it, hatred evident in its eyes. These guys never regarded it as one of their kind simply because it was a defective product. What are you looking at? Get moving. Seeing Green daring to glare at it, the overseer goblin became angry. With a swing of the long whip, Green's green skin was instantly lacerated. Up. Green gritted its teeth against the pain and forced its arms to lift and swing once more. If it could, it would very much like to leave this place. Even if it meant defecting and surviving alone outside as a goblin, it would be better than staying in this hellish place. But with its meager strength, escaping was out of the question. Even the few overseers stationed here could easily kill it. Useless. The overseer goblin cursed again and walked over to other goblins, slacking off. With every crack of its whip, goblins cried out in pain. If a goblin fell, the only thing awaiting it was to be carried off. At that moment, chaos erupted around them. Who is it? Intruder. How did he get here? Hearing the anxious voice of the overseer, not far away, Green turned its head in confusion. Just one glance, and it was stunned. The overseer that had just urged it on was now being lifted by a human by the throat. No matter how the overseer struggled, it could not break free from the human's grip. Green's green face wore an expression of sheer disbelief. How did this human get in here? Damn human, let go of me. The overseer goblin struggled continuously, realizing that this human was far too It exerted all its strength, but could not even budge the human's fingers. What are you jabbering about? Su Ran felt a bit annoyed. He couldn't understand what this goblin was trying to say, nor did he need to. With a slight pressure from Su Ran's 5 fingers, a cracking sound was heard. The goblin's neck was instantly snapped. Experience points 130. After dealing with this goblin, Su Ran turned his attention to the remaining goblins. In the eye of truth, not all goblins could be tamed. At least the one he had just killed, and the rest that were still alive, had a very low probability of being tamed. Seeing Su Ran's gaze, the goblins present trembled and involuntarily stepped back. Everyone charge. Kill him. He's just one person. The surviving overseer goblin began to order the digging goblins to attack. But those goblins dared not move at all. Even the overseers, who were much stronger than them, had been killed in an instant. Going up would be like seeking death. You fools. Are your ears deaf? The overseer goblin was furious to see these defective products blatantly ignoring its orders. It wanted to say something more, but the next moment it felt the world spinning. Vaguely it saw the human appear behind it, a short knife slicing across its throat. With a loud crack, its head fell directly to the ground. Experience points 130. Monster. Seeing this scene, the remaining overseer goblins were terrified to the core. They were not fools to reach this point. The strength of this human was beyond what they could handle. Where do you think you're running? Seeing the few goblins trying to escape, Su Ran raised his hand and clenched his fingers. Level talent. Dimensional space activate. With a flash of light, the few goblins suddenly vanished into— Witnessing this operation, the remaining dozens of goblins were dumbfounded. What is this? Green's face turned pale with terror. This human was just too powerful. Even the tribe leader couldn't possess such formidable abilities, could they? Alright, the nuisances have been dealt with. Now it's time to get down to business. They'll give you all a chance: submit or die. Su Ran clapped his hands and turned his gaze toward the remaining. As Su Ran focused his mind, a series of master-servant contracts appeared in the minds of all the goblins. Master-servant contract content acknowledged Su Ran as your master. The master's words are absolute. Yes, no to agree to the contract. Feeling the presence of the contract in their minds, Green was somewhat stunned. It had thought this human would kill them all. Yet it had not expected that this powerful human actually wanted to take them as servants. I agreed to the contract. Green did not hesitate. It knew that refusing would only lead to death. Moreover, their current situation was already bad enough. How much worse could it get? At the moment the contract was confirmed, Green felt as if its consciousness was connected with Su Ran's. You act pretty quickly. Then it will be you. Su Ran's gaze fell upon Green. This goblin was almost the smallest and was nothing but skin and bones, but it was surprisingly quick to respond. Green was astonished to find that after signing the master-servant contract it could actually understand human language. Su Ran stepped in front of Green and placed his hand on its head. Detected your servant goblin tip. Spending 200 all-purpose points will allow it to evolve into a goblin warrior. Tip: spending 500 all-purpose points will allow it to evolve into a goblin elite. Indeed, my talent can not only evolve equipment and skills. Seeing the prompt before him, Su Ran felt excited. His servants could also continuously improve through all-purpose. Jelen felt a bit anxious, trembling all over. He was worried that this new master before him would crush his skull in the next moment. After all, the fate of the supervising goblin was still fresh in his memory. To evolve into a goblin warrior requires 200 points of overall value, while evolving into a goblin elite requires 500 points of overall value. Su Ran was still contemplating the hints given for evolution. He had seen goblin warriors before possessing strength at level 5. Gaining a level 5 goblin for 200 points of overall value seemed a bit of a loss, but it was still acceptable. After all, a level 5 strength was already considered top tier among all the trial takers other than himself. As for the goblin elite, the required overall value was somewhat high. He was still unclear about the specific strength it possessed. Let's spend 200 points of overall value first and see. With a thought, Su Ran activated his innate talent. Overall value 200 points. Your goblin servant begins to evolve. The goblins present silently watched Su Ran's actions. They all felt a bit nervous, uncertain about what fate. At that moment, Su Ran's palm emitted a dazzling golden light. Just when Jelen was extremely anxious, he suddenly felt his heart pounding violently. He let out a painful cry, feeling as if his whole body was being torn apart. Every bone crackled loudly, making him feel as if he were better off dead. Seeing this scene, the other goblins were instantly frightened, their legs going weak. They all thought Su Ran was tormenting Jelen, and once he died, perhaps it would be their turn next. However, something unexpected happened. Jelen's body suddenly began to change. His originally emaciated frame became muscular, and in that moment his short stature began to grow taller. He howled in pain, his fangs growing longer and more curved. This is... He evolved. Heavens! The surrounding goblins widened their eyes witnessing this incredible scene. A weak goblin had actually surpassed the goblin soldier and directly evolved into a goblin warrior. The suffocating pain dissipated and Jelen caught his breath again. I evolved. Looking at his strong body, Jelen was dumbfounded. He could clearly feel the change in his strength. He had become the goblin warrior he had always dreamed of. Species goblin. Relationship servant. Description: once the lowest slave of the goblin clan, now serving as your servant. Status: good shocked. Level 3, 10 points of attributes can be allocated for each level up. Rank warrior, 30 points increase in each attribute. Strength 37-30, agility 35-30, constitution 32-30, spirit 31-30, skills: great skill war cry with 3 seconds of intimidation. Great skill bleeding attack with bleeding effect. Strength level 6. So weak. Looking at this guy's attributes, Su Ran was somewhat speechless. This goblin's initial attributes were too low. Compared to humans, it was simply far behind. Spending 200 points of overall value only resulted in level 6 strength, which was inferior to the goblin guarding the gate before. 200 points of overall value is equivalent to 0 experience points. Anyway, it's just for watching the house. Whether it's worth it is another matter. Level 3 means that the increase is in rank, not in level. In that case, there is still room for improvement. Su Ran naturally couldn't stay here forever. The reason he evolved this goblin was simply that he needed a robust goblin to help guard the house. At the same time, he noticed that the goblins leveling up seemed different from theirs, only adding 10 points of attributes, but allowing for free allocation. Unlike them, who only received 5 to all attributes. Although the improvement wasn't as good as humans, they also had the terrifying ability to evolve. The most important thing was that as a servant, he couldn't betray his master. Thinking of this, Su Ran suddenly did not feel like he had suffered a loss. However, Jelen, who was initially overjoyed, felt a shift after hearing Su Ran's words. Thud. He directly knelt down, forehead touching the ground. Master, I am very sorry. Jelen felt extremely anxious. His earlier joy instantly dissipated. He knew that his newfound strength was all thanks to his master. However, it seemed that his improvement had not met his master's expectations. Jelen seemed to have foreseen his own fate for failing to meet his master's anticipations. Jelen. Su Ran looked down at him and spoke. Yes, master. Jelen knelt on the ground, cold sweat dripping from his forehead, fearing that in the next moment, Su Ran would crush his skull. Get up. Su Ran did not say much and just walked away. Yes. Hearing Su Ran's words, Jelen breathed a sigh of relief knowing he had survived. The surrounding goblins witnessing all this were instantly excited and quickly signed contracts. They had personally witnessed Jelen's evolution from a defective product into a goblin warrior. What immense power this is. 53 goblins. After the remaining goblins signed their contracts, Su Ran's gaze swept over them one by one. This was the number of goblins present who all of them chose to become his servants. Not only because of the threat of death, but most importantly, he could make these goblins evolve. All the goblins knelt before Su Ran looking at him with utmost reverence. In their eyes there were fear, awe, and excitement. From now on you are my servants. I am a person of clear rewards and punishments. If anyone disobeys, I will kill them directly. Su Ran's gaze was cold and intimidating. Every goblin he made eye contact with felt a sense of fear. However, if you complete the tasks I assign you and meet my requirements, there will naturally be rewards. For example, letting you evolve. Su Ran suddenly smiled and spoke. He understood the principle of giving a reward after a punishment. Hearing this, the goblins who had just been fearful suddenly appeared extremely excited. The temptation of evolution was something no goblin present could resist. Master, please rest assured. As long as it's your requirement, we will do our best. We will never let you down. Many goblins began to pledge their loyalty at this moment. Having long been oppressed in their clan, they dreamed of becoming goblin warriors at all times. Now that the opportunity lay before them, they could not give it up no matter what. Very well. Jelen, as the first goblin to evolve, you need to mine 100 pounds of blue crystal, or for me, otherwise I cannot compensate for the power I wasted on you. Yes, Jelen replied anxiously while bowing. He knew his evolution had not met his master's expectations. You all are the same. This is your first task. Su Ran's gaze swept over the goblins present, his voice resonating in the mine. The resonant sound of vigorous strikes echoed through the mine. After witnessing the evolution of Jelen, the goblins present began to frantically excavate the blue crystal, or as if they had received a powerful boost. Just a moment ago they were working in a state of numbness. But now they wished they had 2 extra pairs of hands. As long as they mined enough blue crystal, or their master, who possessed godlike abilities, would grant them the evolution they so eagerly desired. Indeed, rewards are essential. Su Ran observed the performance of the goblins. In just 10 minutes the amount of blue crystal or unearthed had already reached several tens of pounds. If it were merely due to commands, the current efficiency would likely not exist. This harvest is quite good. Su Ran smiled as he looked at the pile of blue crystal, or which was as high as a small hill in the mine. These were the blue crystal ores that had not yet been transported to the goblin camp. Such a vast quantity would certainly yield a significant amount of universal value. Detected valuable substances. Recovered 1,542 pounds of blue crystal, or good quality, universal value 1542. My universal value has surpassed 1,000. Su Ran was immensely pleased. With this universal value, his strength would undergo a qualitative change. I still need a little more experience to reach level 14. Su Ran concentrated, and the status bar displayed the interior scene of the dimensional space before him. He saw the few goblins that had just been collected into the dimensional space, huddling together, trembling in fear, appearing extremely panicked. Small. With a thought from Su Ran, the interior of the dimensional space began to shrink. A few goblins instantly turned into a mass of flesh. Goblin killed, experience 130. Goblin killed. Recovering goblin corpses, universal value 4. Recovery. Universal value 5. The 4 goblins taken into the dimensional space instantly transformed into Su Ran's experience and universal value. Immediately after, a flash of white light radiated from Su Ran's body. I leveled up again. Before he could express his feelings, a sudden pain throbbed in his head. Along with it came a wave of dizziness. Su Ran's body swayed, staggering slightly. Fortunately, this sensation came swiftly and departed just as quickly. What? When Su Ran regained his senses, he found his mind clearer than ever, and he felt incredibly refreshed. What happened? Su Ran was puzzled, and quickly opened his personal status bar to check. Name Su Ran, level 14, 220-1400. Title Monster Slayer, equipped effect, damage dealt to monsters, increased to 1. 2 times. Strength 89, agility 93, constitution 90, spirit 100, second stage primary talent SSS, level universal sublimation secondary talent. Level berserk, active trait, all blood, turns into blood armor, for 5 minutes, doubling strength, agility, and constitution. The worse the state, the higher the attribute enhancement. At the brink of death, attribute bonuses can reach up to 5 times. Evolving into S-level talent, demonization, requires 1,000 universal value. D-level dimensional space, active trait, can control a dimensional space of 3 cubic meters, can be enhanced to level for 100 universal value. D-level invisibility, active trait, gain the ability to become invisible for 2 seconds, can be enhanced to level for 100 universal value. D-level backstab, active trait, attack from behind the enemy, dealing 5 times damage, can be enhanced to level for 100 universal value. F-level strength enhancement, passive trait, strength increases by 10 during combat. F-level speed enhancement, passive trait, speed increases by 10 during combat. F level Constitution Enhancement passive trait Constitution increases by 10 during combat. G level Slippery Feet passive trait speed doubles when fleeing. Special talent cannot evolve. Skills. A level True Eye effect appraisal can be used for 5 seconds per 8 spirit points. Breaking can be used for 3 seconds per 10 spirit points. True passive able to see through all illusions. Can evolve to S-level Divine Eye for 1000 universal value. Equipment. D level Sharp Blade attack power 40 effect inflicts bleeding effect making the enemy's wounds difficult to heal. Note, further enhancement requires special materials. D level Platinum Armor defense 40 effect can withstand 1 fatal damage. Note, further enhancement requires special materials. Universal value 1787 strength assessment 1-star intermediate tester. Spirit second stage. Seeing his attributes, Su-Ran was somewhat surprised. It seemed that once the spirit reached 100 points it transformed into the second stage. Aside from feeling a bit clearer in my head, I don't seem to have any particularly special feelings. Forget it, let's not worry about that for now. Perhaps other attributes would also change after reaching 100 points, but for him at this moment, it didn't seem to have much significance. Compared to the changes in attributes, Su-Ran was more concerned about the strength assessment. 1-star intermediate tester. Su-Ran expressed surprise. Does that mean I was previously classified as a beginner tester? And if all goes well, there would be higher level testers in the future. If that's the case, then I should be out of the novice ranks now. Su-Ran felt a bit pleased. Perhaps in this other world, he was no longer considered weak. The key now is whether to enhance skills or talents. Su-Ran hesitated. With his current universal value, he had enough to evolve either in S-level talent or skill. But he could only choose one. The power of the A-level talent Berserk was something Su-Ran deeply understood. This talent was extremely powerful. However, the A-level skill True Eye was also formidable. Its strength lay in its uniqueness. It not only greatly assisted in battles, but also often provided him with unexpected surprises truly worthy of divine blessing. Demonization. Divine Eye. Su-Ran murmured to himself. Finally, he made a decision regarding the direction of his enhancement. He was no longer in need of more strength. Used 1000 universal value, remaining universal value 787. You activated your talent trait, evolving a level skill into S-level skill Divine Eye. S-level Divine Eye description. All beings are equal under the gods, and can see through everything, such as detecting enemy flaws in battle, predicting their actions, sensing emotional changes, discovering traps, etc. With the successful evolution, Su-Ran's eyes burst forth with an astonishing brilliance. In his line of sight, all substances were laid bare. His vision pierced through the goblins' clothing, bodies, and even cells. Even the blue crystal or buried in the mine was fully visible to Su-Ran. The goblins swept by Su-Ran's gaze trembled all over, as if feeling the pressure deep within their souls. Damn! Su-Ran grimaced in disgust, having seen the entirety of the goblins' bodies. It was simply a painful sight. Nonetheless, these eyes are indeed powerful, truly worthy of its level. Su-Ran was filled with immense joy. Moreover, after evolving into S-level Divine Eye, he could actually see the cooldown time of his talents. This completely matched the results he had previously tried. Talents could not be activated continuously. Each time they were activated, there was a certain cooldown time. Skills could be activated continuously, but they also required spirit points. With Su-Ran's promise, the goblins worked diligently. In just half an hour, they unearthed 100 pounds of blue crystal. Su-Ran also gained 100 points of versatility value and upgraded his weapons in the process. You activated the talent feature evolving Great Equipment, Sharp Blade into Crate Equipment, Blue Crystal, Crate, Blue Crystal Sharp Blade attack power 80, effect inflicts bleeding that makes the enemy's wounds difficult to heal. Crate, Blue Crystal Armor defense 80, effect can withstand a single fatal blow. 200 points of versatility value have been used, remaining versatility value 687 points. Looking at the remaining versatility value, Su-Ran fell into contemplation. With another 300 points of versatility value, he could evolve his talent as well. Through the eye of God, he estimated that there were still about 100 pounds of blue crystal or left. However, it was buried deep and could not be excavated in a short time. To mine all or it might take several days. Su-Ran thought to himself. He naturally couldn't stay here forever. He walked directly in front of Jelen. Jelen, I have it. Upon hearing this, Jelen, who was mining, stopped. Respected master, please command. Su-Ran instructed, I will be away for a few days, and during my absence you will guard this place. Jelen hesitated. I will certainly fulfill the master's orders, but with my strength. Don't worry, I will help you evolve into a Goblin Elite. Su-Ran knew of its concerns and spoke. Goblin Elite. Hearing this, Jelen was stunned. The goblins who were working hard also stopped, looking at their master with incredulous eyes. As a member of the Goblin tribe, everyone knew that the so-called Goblin Elite was already equivalent to an elder-level powerhouse. Without further ado, Su-Ran immediately activated his talent. Talent feature activated. Versatility value 300 points. Your Goblin servant begins to evolve. A golden light instantly enveloped Jelen. At the same time, the sound of a violent heartbeat echoed throughout the mine. With Jelen's agonizing roar, its body began to grow larger, and its muscles became more solid. Its eyes turned blood red, but its fangs began to shrink, gradually becoming smaller. After evolution, Jelen stood tall, like a small mountain. A powerful aura surged from within it. Species Goblin. Name Jelen. Relationships Servant. Description: once the lowest slave of the Goblin tribe, now serves as your servant. Status: Good Happy. Level 3, 10 attribute points can be allocated for each level up. Rank Elite, each attribute increases by 60 points. Strength 67-60, Agility 65-60, Constitution 62-60, Spirit 61-60, Skills: A Great Skill. Warcry adds 5 seconds of Intimidation cooldown of 1 hour. Great Skill, Bleed Attack inflicts bleeding effect. A Great Skill, Mountain Pull Strength increases by 30 points, lasts 1 minute cooldown of 1 hour. Strength Evaluation Level 3. Gained an additional skill Strength Evaluation of Level 3. Not bad. Su Ran nodded in satisfaction. Thank you, Master. With a thud, Jelen immediately knelt on the ground. It was incredibly excited. The Master not only allowed it to evolve into the Dreamt Goblin Warrior, but also promoted it to the elite tier, which it had never even dared to imagine. Su Ran glanced at it. I hope you won't let me down. Rest assured, Master. Jelen patted its chest, speaking with determination. I will definitely complete the Master's orders. No one else shall enter. At this moment, it had truly recognized its Master before it, even willing to repay with its life. Good. Su Ran nodded. The other goblins looked on enviously. Jelen was incredibly lucky. They hadn't even become Goblin Warriors yet, and Jelen had already reached the elite. Su Ran looked at the other goblins. I will return in a few days, and if anyone digs up 100 pounds of, or by then, I will help them evolve. After saying this, Su Ran set off to leave. Because of his words, the remaining goblins were also incredibly excited. Each one of them worked desperately to mine, fearing they wouldn't meet the standard later. This was not only due to the effects of the contract, but more so from the temptation of evolution. Not long after Su Ran left, a group of uninvited guests arrived outside the mine. Damn it, it's all because of those people on the forum giving false information, causing us to waste several days. Sigh, if it weren't for them, we would have come several days ago. Fortunately, no one has killed a goblin on the forum, yet we might still. The newcomers were Jiang Hai and his group. They had planned to come several days ago to seize the blue crystal, but someone had posted information on the forum about a treasure appearing. Upon arriving, they discovered that the so-called treasure was just a glowing glass ball. They had no idea which unscrupulous fellow misled them. Speaking of which, we haven't suffered any losses, so we might as well consider it leveling up. Jiang Hai said with a smile. Once we get our hands on the blue crystal, or our entire team can exchange for top-notch equipment. In that case, we will become the top team. Yun Ling said with anticipation. Wang Chen looked at the usually silent Yilin. Yilin, what are you thinking? I'm a bit worried about the goblins in the mine. There are already many outside, and I don't know what the situation is inside. Hearing this, Yun Ling chuckled. What are you afraid of? Just those goblins of level 6 or 7, how could they be our opponents? The strongest among them, Jiang Hai, was already at level 8, with a strength evaluation reaching level 4. He and Wang Chun had also reached level 7, with a strength evaluation of level 5. In the face of such strength, those goblins were utterly insignificant. At that moment, Jiang Hai, who was walking in the front, suddenly halted. Wang Chun asked in confusion, Jiang Ge, what's wrong? Jiang Hai whispered, something feels off. Oh, why is there only... The three of them looked over, frowning instantly. It was because that goblin was too huge, completely different from what they had seen a few days ago. Yilin, use your talent to take a look. Jiang Hai commanded. Alright. Yilin nodded. Species Goblin. Description: the elite class of the Goblin tribe, possessing immense power that far exceeds that of ordinary goblins. Value. Current status: good. Power assessment: rank 3. Danger level: extremely high. Seeing the prompt from the Eye of Insight, Yilin felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead. What the hell is this? Noticing Yilin's unusual expression, Jiang Hai showed a hint of surprise. What's wrong? Yilin gulped hard. Rank 3. Huh. Hearing this, the three of them were stunned. What do you mean by rank 3? Jiang Hai's face showed a hint of hesitation. Are you talking about power? Yilin nodded earnestly, his face pale. It's very dangerous. Jiang Hai's pupils contracted. This goblin has rank 3 power. Holy crap. No way. Yun Ling and Wang Chun were dumbfounded. It's been a few days and the goblins have gotten this much stronger. For a moment the air seemed to freeze. Seeing that everyone was silent, Yilin cautiously asked, Brother Jiang, what should we do? Looking at the goblin guarding the mine entrance, Jiang Hai's mouth twitched slightly. With a rank 3 monster, if they fought to the death, they might have a good chance of taking it down. But who the hell would be bored enough to risk their lives to provoke a powerful monster? In the end, Jiang Hai sighed. The goblin outside is already this strong. Those inside the mine are surely not simple either. Brother Jiang is right. There's no need to provoke it. Yin Ling completely agreed with Jiang Hai's decision. Currently, they were the top team on the forum. If even one of them died, that top spot would likely belong to someone else. Sigh, what bad luck. Wang Chen sighed. Who says otherwise? Yin Ling also felt speechless. After being delayed for several days, they couldn't even go kill goblins, and their rewards were now out of the question. Let's go. Let's return to the village, change our equipment, and take a good rest for a day. Tomorrow is the Beast Tide. Zhang Hai spoke softly as he led the team away. Since they couldn't obtain the rare, or they could only prepare well for tomorrow's beast tide, the forum remained extremely active. Hundreds of people were scattered throughout the jungle, having explored all the reachable areas over the past few days. From time to time, astonishing discoveries were announced on the forum. And today someone discovered a special spiritual fruit. Is it true? Eating the spiritual fruit can increase attribute points. Of course it's true, why would I lie to you? Come on bro, give me some. Sure, how do we trade? Cough, let me try one first. If it works we can talk more. Trying to get it for free. You must be dreaming. Although most people were curious about the attribute increasing spiritual fruit, they didn't show much, because in recent days quite a few European players had appeared. Some found skill books in the jungle, while others stumbled upon lost luxurious equipment. In short, there were all kinds of opportunities, but many people were just unlucky. So although everyone was tempted by the spiritual fruit, they knew such things wouldn't come cheap. Rather than your bragging, I want to know if anyone has more information. Right, the beast tide is coming tomorrow. Do any of the big shots have new intel to share? Zhang Hai, Wang Qin, Yunling, how have your recent gains been, guys? Zhang Hai and his group have been quite active on the forum lately. Moreover, their level rankings were very high, garnering quite a following on the forum. Level 8 Zhang Hai, so I don't mention it, these past few days have just been grinding levels, or on the way to grind levels. Level 7 Yunling. Speaking of which, who the hell spread the rumor about rare treasures only for it to turn out to a glass ball, really? The big shots are already level 7 or 8, and I'm just level 4, it's terrifying. Speaking of which, do the big shots have any new intel? Yeah, big shots, didn't you say there would be surprises in a few days? Level 8 Zhang Hai, surprises. I have one good news and one bad news. Which do you want to hear first? Generally we hear the bad news first, but he'll choose to go against the grain and hear the good news first. Laughs. Exactly, good news. Level 8 Zhang Hai. The good news is that we discovered a mine guarded by goblins which contains rare mineral resources, and those goblins are not very powerful. With our current strength, we can easily take them down. Wow. Is this the good news you wanted to share with us a few days ago? Rare mineral resources, if we can get our hands on them, that would be incredible. So what's the bad news? Level 8 Zhang Hai. The bad news is that when we went there today, we found that the previous goblins were all gone, replaced by a rank 3 goblin guarding the mine. Rank 3. My god. So strong. So, does this mean the bad news is that the minerals are gone? Level 8 Zhang Hai, yes. I currently only have rank 4 power according to my panel. Can you imagine that a goblin guarding the mine is even stronger than me? Level 8 Zhang Hai. And we also have to consider how many goblins might have that level of power tomorrow. If the goblin guarding the entrance is rank 3, can we hold out tomorrow? I suddenly have a bad feeling. Zhang Hai's words stirred up a storm on the forum. Currently the highest level Zhang Hai is at rank 4, which is already quite strong. But just thinking about the fact that the goblin guarding the mine has rank 3 power, everyone's mood instantly soured. After several dozen minutes, the 4-member team had returned to the village. At this moment, they were on their way to the weapon store. This group is so weak, I really hope they don't drag us down tomorrow. Looking at the comments from those people on the forum, Yunling felt disdain. Just then Wang Qin's eyes suddenly lit up, pointing ahead. Hey, isn't that Su Ran? Looking at the tall figure in front of the weapon store, Zhang Hai was a bit surprised. It really is him. They were surprised because Su Ran had been so low-key these past few days. After sharing some intel, he seemed to have vanished from the world, and even his level hadn't moved. At this moment, Yunling suddenly had an idea, and said with a glimmer in his eyes, Yilin, use your talent to check his attributes. Yilin looked puzzled. Zhang Hai and Wang Chun were also stunned. Isn't it rude to check someone else's attributes directly? Yunling smiled meaningfully. Aren't you curious about his attributes and talent? Saying this, he placed his hand on Yilin's shoulder. Hurry up, this is the best time. This isn't right, is it? Yilin hesitated. What's wrong with it? Don't you want to see his talent? Yunling slung an arm over Yilin's shoulder. Yilin was indeed curious yet worried. What if we get discovered? What can he do if he notices? Yunling scoffed. Would he even dare to act? He had been keeping an eye on Su. The other's level had not improved these days, and had slipped well beyond the top 100. How could he possibly compare to those of us ranked at the pinnacle? Come to think of it, his luck is so uncanny. Could it be related to his talent? Wang Chun asked abruptly. Yunling's gaze flashed Yilin. Unable to resist Yunling any longer, Yilin sighed. He mouthed a quick apology, and then turned his eyes to the figure standing before the weapon shop. Clever talent. Direct gaze activate. In an instant his pupils assumed an unnatural hue. His vision pierced the scene before him, staring straight ahead. Name Su Ran. Level. Strength. Agility. Constitution. Spirit. Talent. Power assessment. Danger level, lethal threat. How adorably foolish must one be to dare provoke a trialist whose strength is on a completely different plane. Someone's commentary flashed. Are you kidding me? Staring at the screen full of question marks, Yilin froze. Observing Yilin's odd eyes, Yunling asked curiously, what's his talent? Yilin's face registered shock. Instinctively he said, I don't know. You don't know? Yunling frowned. You didn't see his talent. Yilin looked at him and swallowed. I saw it. but it was only question marks. What? Question marks? Yunling was baffled. What did it mean to see question marks? This is the first time Yilin's talent has failed, isn't it? Wang Chun said in astonishment. Yilin's talent had never erred before, this time it proved ineffective. Jiang Hai suddenly said, perhaps it's because Yilin cannot see through someone whose talent level is higher than his own. Yunling's gaze hardened. Jiang Hai, do you mean Su Ran's talent might be above level? It's possible, isn't it? Jiang Hai murmured. The announcement only mentioned 5 people who awakened talents above level. It did not confine them to level. Yunling fell silent at that. Perhaps Jiang Hai was right. Otherwise, how could Yilin have failed? It seems that fellow isn't merely lucky, his fortune is outrageously good. Wang Chun felt a twinge of jealousy. He did not even possess a clever talent, while Su Ran's might exceed that. Yilin, what are his attributes like? Jiang Hai looked to Yilin. Even if the talent could not be seen, he was keen to inspect Su Ran's stat panel. After all, Su Ran had increased all his attribute points several times, though his level lagged a little, his strength was undeniably high. Yilin opened his mouth, his face a little pale. If I tell you it's all question marks, would you believe me? For a moment, everyone present was stupefied. Yilin, is there something wrong with your talent? Wang Chun asked. It would be one thing not to see the talent, but why were the attributes invisible as well? I don't think it's the talent's fault. Yilin fought to contain his shock, and was about to mention the danger assessment, when he was abruptly cut off. At that moment, Su Ran stepped forward. The casual cool in his eyes carried a sliver of chill that made Yilin shiver through and swallow every remaining word. Excuse me, do you think I'm invisible? Su Ran walked up to the group of 4. Though he smiled, there was a repressed anger under his calm tone. Seeing Su Ran approach directly, Jiang Hai and Wang Chun were momentarily speechless. Brother, don't you think it's rude to pry into others like that? Su Ran glanced at Yilin, his smiling eyes bore a hint of cold. Sneaking a look might be forgivable, but to openly use a talent on him and gather around to discuss him, did they truly think him a spectacle? Feeling Su Ran's relentless pressure, Yilin became tongue-tied, unsure of what to say. Seeing Su Ran actually confront them, Yunling grew impatient. He picked at his ear with a finger and said coldly, I don't like your tone. Who said we were spying on you? Don't flatter yourself. Go back where you came from. Yunling sneered. That's better for everyone, don't you think? His voice turned low-edged with threat. Su Ran shifted his gaze to Yunling and asked, does this have anything to do with you? Huh? Yunling arched an eyebrow. What do you mean? Su Ran glanced at him and said, if it doesn't concern you, step aside. You're quite cocky. What if I told you I ordered him to do it? What would you do then, eh? Yunling sneered, showing he had no intention of hiding it. Even if Su Ran discovered the truth, so what? Yunling. Enough. Jiang Hai and Wang Chun cried out in alarm, trying to stop him. They had not expected Yunling to provoke Su Ran so brazenly. Before their words left their mouths, a massive fist had already struck Yunling's sneering face. From the corner of his eye, Jiang Hai saw only a blur. Yunling's face crumpled instantly. Teeth flecked with blood were spat from his mouth. Bang! Yunling flew backward, tumbling across the ground several times and sliding more than a meter before stopping. What on earth? Wang Chun shuddered in fright. He couldn't believe someone had resorted to violence so quickly. At least exchange insults first. So fast. Jiang Hai stared in disbelief. He had not even seen the move clearly. Could a level 5 possess such speed? As a level 8, his eyes could barely keep up. What kind of absurdity was this? It took the man on the ground a full 2 seconds to react. He pushed himself up on his arms and looked towards Su Ran. You? Why you? His voice trembled, his face swelled, visibly fury and astonishment mingling in his eyes. His arms shook, and he collapsed back onto the ground. Jiang Hai and Wang Chun gaped. No way. Yunling had been felled by a single punch and could not rise. How fearsome must that blow have been? Why you? His voice trembled, his face swelled, visibly fury and astonishment mingling in his eyes. Instead, Su Ran stepped before Yunling, crouched, and poked the swelling on his cheek. With that kind of strength, you still dare act so arrogant? Su Ran's finger prodded the sore cheek. The pain made Yunling barely able to open his eyes. I thought you were supposed to be a fighter. Yet you couldn't even withstand one punch. Su Ran ruffled Yunling's hair and said, a word of advice: if you lack strength, stop posturing. Otherwise you'll only look foolish. With that he turned and left. Jiang Hai and the others watched Su Ran's departing figure in silence, momentarily at a loss for words. Not far away, the owner of the weapon shop scratched his head and muttered softly, newcomers are getting stupider. A level 7 daring to provoke a level 14. Where do they find such nerve? In the silent surroundings, only the painful groans of Yunling could be heard. Wang Chun swallowed hard, looking at Yunling's miserable state, a chill running down his back. This guy is too ruthless, isn't he? This punch nearly killed Yunling, leaving him unable to even crawl. Jiang Hai's expression was somewhat dazed. He found it utterly absurd. Yunling was ranked among the top 10 elite testers on the leaderboard, yet was so easily defeated. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. But why is this happening? Jiang Hai murmured, unable to comprehend. At that moment, he suddenly remembered Yilin's interrupted words earlier. Jiang Hai turned abruptly to Yi Lin and asked, Yi Lin, what were you about to say? Yi Lin was still in a daze, taken aback. What? Jiang Hai looked at him and reminded, you said earlier that you didn't think it was a matter of talent, right? Yi Lin silently nodded. Did you discover something? Jiang Hai's eyes flickered as he continued to ask. Yi Lin nodded and softly said, because the level of danger isn't a question mark. Hearing this, Jiang Hai's expression shifted slightly. Wang Chen also turned his gaze over and asked, does your talent indicate he is very dangerous? Yi Lin's talent could assess the gap between himself and his opponents and provide hints. This was something they already knew. Yi Lin's expression was somewhat complex. It's not just dangerous, it's a lethal threat. His strength is completely on a different level from mine. At the same time, Yi Lin concealed the matter of being criticized by his talent for the first time. As his words fell, Jiang Hai and Wang Chen fell into silence. This danger assessment was absurd. Even a level 3 goblin had not received such an evaluation. So Su Ran's strength is above that goblin, even far surpassing it. Wang Chen voiced what he himself could hardly believe. At least, that's what my talent tells me. Yi Lin said, we all descended on the same day. How could Su Ran be so much stronger than us? Wang Chen still couldn't believe it. Jiang Hai sighed, his expression complicated. Regardless, we have witnessed his unfathomable strength. The facts were laid out before them, and they had no choice but to believe. But his level is clearly very low. Wang Chen was perplexed. Even if Su Ran had received announcement rewards several times, the difference in levels should not be this vast. But he shouldn't be this much stronger than them. Something feels off, Jiang Hai murmured. He hasn't been in the village these days. Oh, how come his level hasn't changed? As Jiang Hai's words fell, a prompt suddenly appeared before him. Tip level and announcements can be public or hidden. Looking at the prompt before them, the three of them stood frozen in place, as if petrified, unable to move. Holy, so that guy is hiding his level and achievement information. Wang Chen exclaimed in shock. Could there really be such a... Jiang Hai was left speechless. He felt an overwhelming sense of shame. His identity as the... Jiang Hai was left speechless. He felt an overwhelming sense of shame. His identity as the number one on the leaderboard was actually a lie. What level is that guy exactly? The three of them thought of this point in unison. At that moment, a groan of pain came. Yunling, lying on the ground, looked at them with red eyes, his voice trembling. Holy crap. Please don't worry about him anymore. What level is he? If you don't save me soon, I'm going to be done for. The three of them suddenly looked over in shock, as if just remembering that he was there. Oh no, I actually forgot about you. Hold on, bro. We'll get you treated right away. Seeing that Yunling was about to ascend to the heavens, the three hurriedly carried him on their backs, urgently searching. I've seen arrogance, but I've never seen anyone so weak yet so arrogant, Su Ran thought as he walked along the path out of the village. Had he not stopped in time, a single punch could have taken that guy's life. It's a pity one punch isn't enough to vent my anger. It's all that guy's fault for being too weak. Su Ran sighed. He decided not to dwell on the matter any further. After all, for him, this was merely a The next place Su Ran intended to go was the sniping point he had chosen for himself. To catch the thief, first catch the king. The village will be left to them to guard. Su Ran thought to himself. The truly powerful monsters must be at the back. Only those formidable creatures could provide him with substantial all-around values and experience. The sniping point Su Ran chose was the highest location nearby. It was a cliff that allowed one to overlook a 10-mile. For an entire night, Su Ran remained there. As the red moon rose, and then set when the sun dipped below the horizon again, Su Ran sensed a change in the atmosphere of the jungle. The usual chirping of birds and buzzing of insects had disappeared. The vast jungle seemed to be devoid of any sound. It's begun. Su Ran's eyes gleamed. At that moment, the ground began to tremble, and leaves fell in a rustle. In the distance, a cloud of dust rose as if the earth was shaking and the mountains were moving. Boom. Deep within the jungle, it felt as though thousands of troops were gathered. Birds flocked across the sky, and the roars of beasts echoed in all directions. Even the nearby villages several miles away could feel this strange commotion. A great uproar had already erupted on the forum. Holy crap. This is equivalent to a level 7 earthquake. Is this life-threatening? Can we abandon this mission? Wanna run? You must have forgotten that if this mission fails, our journey ends here. It's not like failing the mission means death. What if it just sends us back to Blue Star? Oh, so you plan to gamble with your life? Maybe it's better to just let it go. Perhaps everyone had not yet grasped the clear concept of the beast tide. But when the beast tide descended, and the strange events unfolded, fear of the unknown arose in everyone's hearts. A single monster might not be too terrifying, a competent challenger could handle it. However, when 2 or 3 monsters appeared together, even the top challengers would face life-threatening dangers. And the beast tide was even more terrifying as it involved at least dozens or even hundreds of monsters acting in unison. I'm so anxious. I feel like my legs are no longer mine, they're trembling on their own. It's been 7 days, but we've spent a full 7 days in this hellish place. I want to go back. Let me return to Blue Star. As the beast tide loomed, many were unable to conquer the fear in their hearts, teetering on the brink of collapse. Some had been too afraid to fight within these 7 days. Their levels, now only at level 2. By the way, where are the big Jiang Hai, Yunling, Wang Chen, where are you guys? What the hell, why is everyone invisible? The forum had turned chaotic, especially as people realized that the top experts who had been very active lately had suddenly gone silent, amplifying their fear. Just as everyone was in panic, Wang Wei, who had been silent for several days, finally spoke up. Level 9 Wang Wei, everyone don't panic. Do your best to defend the village, Wang Zhifei, and I will find a way to support you. What the hell? Level 9. When did Wang Wei become number 1 on the level leaderboard? If I'm not mistaken, he shot up there suddenly, right? Is it a bug? Do you think this is a game? Bugs. Big Shot amazing voice cracks. I'm crying. Finally a big shot has surfaced. Upon seeing Wang Wei's appearance, everyone felt as if they had found their backbone. Moreover, he was a level 9 expert whose prowess needed no further elaboration. At this moment, everyone suddenly noticed that the original second place on the level leaderboard had also changed hands. Level 9 Wang Zhifei. I don't know if you've heard, but the more afraid you are of dying, the easier it is to die. As long as you can hold on and wait for support, everything will be fine. Wow. Wang Zhifei is also level 9. Unbelievable. How did their levels suddenly become 9? Don't worry, big shots. We will do our best to defend. It all depends on you. Level 9 Wang Wei, this level thing can actually be chosen to keep hidden. There's this kind of operation. What the heck? Could there be hidden big shots? Everyone was stunned. They also felt incredibly excited, or at least there was a possibility of completing this mission. Level 9 Wang Zhifei. You guessed correctly, there are indeed hidden big shots. And they are much stronger than us. Perhaps the key to whether this mission can be completed lies in them. Really? Someone stronger than both of you? Wow. Who is it? Which big shot? You fools upstairs don't believe them. If you do, you might just get sold. Exactly, don't foolishly run to be their meat shield. Level 8, Jiang Hai. Cough, to be honest, they're really... The reason we haven't surfaced is that Yunling almost got killed by him with a single punch, and he is still in recovery. It feels more and more fake. Someone almost killed level 7 expert Yunling with a single punch. This joke isn't funny at all. Exactly, if such a powerful big shot existed, how could there be no news about it? Level 7 Wang Chun, I witnessed it with my own eyes, whether you believe it or not is up to you. If you're interested, you can go see how miserable Yunling is. Level 6 Yilin 1. No way. Su Ran looked at the messages on the forum, his face blank. Are these guys trying to expose me? Yeah. This won't do, they were so close. As long as he was given a bit more time to develop, even if his talent was exposed, and he became an enemy to everyone, he wouldn't be afraid. Thinking of this, Su Ran hurriedly posted on the forum. Level 5 Su Ran, Jiang Hai Wang Chun, from what I know, isn't Yunling being beaten up by the weapon shop owner for teasing the old woman in the village? Level 8 Jiang Hai Level 7 Wang Chun, how do you know this? Is this true? Holy crap. Astonishing breaking news. Teasing the old woman in the... This is ridiculous. I told you all those rumors about terrifying big shots were fake. Wow. Su Ran has surfaced too. Hey, why is Su Ran only level 5? Weren't you at this level before? What the hell? You haven't gained any experience at all. No? Didn't you forget that levels can be hidden? Piss. Right? Su Ran must have hidden his level. Su Ran, big shot, may I ask what level you are now? Looking at the messages on the forum, Su Ran was too scared to say anything more. He was afraid that if these people guessed the truth, he would really be exposed. He could no longer develop in this sneaky manner. At the village doctor's place, Yunling was lying on a wooden bed wrapped in bandages with a face full of despair. Jiang Hai, you idiot, how could you tell others about such an embarrassing thing? Wang Xin, you fool, wanting people to see my miserable state, you're worse than a beast. And that Su Ran, how dare he slander me? It infuriates me. Looking at the messages on the forum, Yunling was so angry that he wanted to spit blood, but he didn't dare to clarify. And that Su Ran, how dare he slander me? It infuriates me. Looking at the messages on the forum, Yunling was so angry that he wanted to spit blood, but he didn't dare. It seemed that Su Ran didn't want others to know his strength. If he blew it thinking about Su Ran's character of acting, without hesitation Wang Chun felt a chill. After all, Yunling was a cautionary tale. Cough, it's just that Yunling has suffered a bit. Yi Lin said awkward. Most people wouldn't believe it, but there would surely be some doubts. What does he mean? Why doesn't he want others to know his... Jiang Hai was quite puzzled. Why conceal such great power? Moreover, Wang Wei and the others seemed to know about... I don't know, but since he doesn't want to expose it, let's not meddle in it, shall we? Wang Chun said as he looked at him. That's all. Jiang Hai nodded. Wang Chun said with some regret. By the way, it turns out that Wang Wei and the others' levels are high. Jiang Hai's face darkened a bit. Those two must have known earlier that levels can be hidden. He could imagine those two laughing at him behind his back for being the so-called number 1 on the level leaderboard. So has the great Yunling become unable to fight? Wang Xin, Jiang Hai, what about you great ones? Jiang Hai replied, we will be there shortly. Wang Wei said, Jiang Hai, Wang Chun, come to the east side of the village. Wang Zhifei advised, the eastern front faces the beast tide directly. I suggest that trial takers below level 5 guard other directions. Jiang Hai responded, alright, let's go, the beast tide is about to arrive. He stood up and added, you focus on healing Yunling, we will head out first. The three quickly packed up and set off towards the east side of the village. Yunling watched them leave from the corner of his eye, feeling quite unwilling. To the east of the village, not far away, trees had all been cut down, leaving a large open area. Dig deeper. Bury more long spikes. Under Wang Wei's command, the trial takers began to set traps. They dug large pits in the open area ahead, placing sharp spikes inside and covering them. The cut-down trees were made into wooden barriers surrounded by thorns, effectively blocking the enemy's advance. These traps should be enough, right? Wang Zhifei remarked, looking at the traps before him. Wang Wei replied softly, I fear it may not be sufficient. They may be able to block the beast tide, but the true enemies are still behind. Wang Zhifei glanced at him and asked, Are you referring to the goblins? Wang Wei nodded and said gravely, While the magical beasts are troublesome, they are still not as intellectually capable as the goblins. From the current intelligence, goblins possess not only organizational skills. They also set traps and are cunning and treacherous. If a fight were to break out, they would have no advantage. I wonder if that mysterious fellow is here. Wang Zhifei's gaze quietly swept around. Wang Wei chuckled lightly. If he were here, this matter would be simple. Even now, he had no certainty of defeating that monstrous bear in an unknown situation. That mysterious person could have slain it days ago, and must have grown even stronger since then. Unfortunately, that person seemed to have vanished, as if hidden from the world. Wang Zhifei sighed. No wonder no one believes. We wouldn't have dared to believe it ourselves if we hadn't experienced it firsthand. Let's focus on our own tasks and not worry about him. Wang Wei smiled and said, Regardless, he will definitely show up. Wang Zhifei nodded, saying, That's true. This is a collective mission, not an individual one. That person would never watch the task fail. Without it, he will surely do something. With everyone working together, the defensive measures were quickly arranged. For this mission, I've brought all my possessions. If they get damaged, it would break my heart. What are you afraid of? As long as we take down a few magical beasts, not only can you earn back your equipment, but you can. We have so many people, it feels like the advantage is on our side. With over 100 trial takers above level 5, it feels like no matter how many magical beasts come, we will win. There were indeed over 100 trial takers present. All clad in armor, they looked imposing. Those who reached level 5 have experienced numerous battles over the past few days. On the battlefield, a 9-meter-long golden ring blood serpent bared its fanged maw, dripping with venomous saliva. One cultivator trainee accidentally inhaled the toxic mist and let out a guttural cry of agony. His skin began rotting visibly the instant it made contact with the poison. Within moments, his entire body turned livid purple, venom coursing through every vein. With a dull thud, he collapsed backward, eyes rolling upward into unconsciousness. Damn it! Nearby trainees recoiled in terror at the sight. Watch out! This serpent's venom is Their faces paled as they urgently warned the others. As no one dared step forward to engage the beast, a trainee named Zhang Yun stepped forth. Don't worry, everyone. I'll handle this serpent alone. Zhang Yun strode calmly toward the golden ring blood serpent. Brother, are you certain you can take it on by yourself? Be careful. Its toxin is extraordinarily potent. The others voiced their concern. Though the serpent's combat prowess was unremarkable, its venom was terrifyingly deadly. A single drop could seal one's fate. SSS. At that very moment, the serpent unleashed another torrent of venom from its gaping maw. The emerald mist billowed like thick fog, instantly enveloping Zhang Yun. Watch out. Oh no, we're doomed. The trainees' faces drained of color as cries erupted from their throats. Yet astonishingly, Zhang Yun did not fall, not even stagger. He stood there vigorous and unharmed, as if the venom had never touched him. He's unscathed? Stunned disbelief washed over the crowd. Relax. My innate talent grants me complete immunity to toxins. This serpent is my natural counter. Zhang Yun smiled faintly and tapped his chest. He possessed a graded talent toxicity antibody, granting full immunity to 100 distinct poisons. The golden ring blood serpent's venom happened to be among them. Brother, you're incredible. Leave this beast to you. Relief surged across their faces. Thus the serpent ceased to pose any real threat. SSS. Seeing its venom utterly ineffective, it lunged forward, jaws wide open. Zhang Yun remained unruffled, drawing his newly acquired grade G longsword and raising it before him. Clang! Its fangs struck the blade with a sharp, ringing impact. Beast, taste my sword, you wretched thing. With a thunderous roar, Zhang Yun shifted from defense to offense and charged headlong. His razor-sharp blade struck the serpent's scales, sparking violently upon impact. Man and serpent clashed fiercely, neither gaining clear advantage in those fleeting moments. Elsewhere, a trio of 3-meter-tall long-tusked snow hares advanced side by side, like living ramparts. Each leap sent tremors through the earth, leaving small craters in their wake. One trainee swung his blade, only for the hare to bite it clean in two. The trainee stood frozen, gripping the shattered hilt. No way. That was my brand new sword. Just snapped like Before he could recover, Shadow swallowed him whole. He looked up, and his face went deathly pale. Before he could react, the hare lunged, jaws snapping shut. In an instant, blood sprayed skyward as a headless corpse crumpled to the ground. Whoa. A nearby trainee shrieked in sheer horror. All eyes turned, and dread tightened every throat. Dozens of long-tusked snow hares formed an impenetrable wall of flesh at the front line. Not only were they formidable individually, they fought with uncanny coordination. They were the most fearsome beasts in the entire beast tide. Behind them. It's our turn now, Wang Wei exhaled watching the grim battlefield unfold. Sigh. Looks like the goblins won't show up after all. Wang Zhifei sighed beside him. We have no choice. If we don't intervene now, they'll be overwhelmed. Wang Wei gripped his sword heart heavy. They'd planned to conserve strength, waiting for the Goblin Legion. But that plan had just dissolved into smoke. Wang Zhifei glanced at him and said, that person still hasn't appeared. They'd expected him to act. Yet he remained hidden, still unseen, still silent. Wang Wei paused then murmured, perhaps he's waiting for us to move first. Wang Zhifei nodded slowly. Neither of them had drawn their blades yet. So naturally neither would he. Having concealed himself this long, he would surely remain unseen until the decisive moment. Let's go, no more waiting. Wang Wei raised his sword, gaze locked ahead. And with those words he surged forward, swift as lightning. Race you. Who slays more long-tusked snow hares? Wang Zhifei fell into step beside him grinning. Agreed. Wang Wei replied, a quiet smile playing on his lips. Together they charged straight into the horde of snow hares, blurring like gusts of wind. Crack. Two arcs of blinding light flashed across the air. Thick crimson gushed from severed necks, hot and steaming as it struck the earth. Two hares dropped, decapitated before they even registered the strike. Whoa, legends in the flesh. By the heavens, clean kills. Gasps rippled through the crowd. The overwhelming power of Wang Wei and Wang Zhifei struck the trainees like thunderclaps, igniting their morale instantly. Heh. Wang Zhifei flicked blood from his blade and grinned. They're not particularly strong, just too many of them. When they'd first arrived, these level 7 hares might have posed life or death peril. But now as level 9 cultivators, such foes barely warranted a second glance. Let's finish them quickly, before more monsters arrive. Wang Wei smiled faintly. Wang Zhifei nodded grinning, enraged by the slaughter of their kin, and insulted by such casual disdain. The snow hares shrieked, squeak squeak. Every hare lunged as one toward the two humans. Huh. Wang Wei inhaled deeply, unflinching. Great sea talent, blazing aura activated. Boom. Brilliant flames erupted across his body, forcing the nearest hares to recoil. His gaze sharpened, fingers tracing the blade's edge. Flames surged along his fingertips, sheathing the sword in incandescent fire. Whoosh! He slashed, fire trailing the blade like a radiant dragon. Several hares were engulfed, instantly writhing and rolling amid searing flames. The remaining hares recoiled, then pivoted en masse, charging instead toward Wang Zhifei. Hey, you think I'm easy prey? Wang Zhifei bristled with indignation. Then don't blame me for what comes next. He clenched his teeth, and an oppressive wave of cold surged from his core. In an instant, frost spread across the ground, solidifying the earth into gleaming ice. Level talent freeze activate. The cold air is bone-chilling. The ground has turned into a frozen surface. The large long-toothed snow hare slipped and fell to the ground. The long sword swept through the air. Several long-toothed snow hares had their heads severed. Scalding blood soaked into the ice surface. Then he swung the long sword in his hand. The icy cold air enveloped the long-toothed snow hares ahead. In an instant, 3 long-toothed snow hares were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. You think you can bully me? Do you even deserve it? The icy cold air enveloped the long-toothed snow hares ahead. In an instant, 3 long-toothed snow hares were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. The long-toothed snow hares were terrified. They realized that the 2 humans in front of them were not to be trifled with. It seems I am going to win. Wang Zhifei smiled at Wang Wei. Not necessarily. Wang Wei's expression was calm. He resembled a fireball. Any long-toothed snow hare that approached him would catch fire and eventually be engulfed in flames. Seeing how powerful these 2 humans were, the remaining long-toothed snow hares prepared to flee. They turned around and dashed off to the side. What the? Are they escaping? Wang Zhifei was stunned as he watched a group of long-toothed snow hares flee. Should we pursue them? Wang Zhifei was a bit undecided. If they left recklessly, it would be bad if the battlefield, but if they did not chase and let them leave, it did not seem like a good thing either. Wang Wei frowned and was about to speak when he suddenly brightened. No need to chase. Wang Zhifei's gaze changed as he looked into the distance. Their 3 figures were blocking the path of the long-toothed snow hares. What the? Should we say our luck is good or bad? Wang Chun was taken aback as he looked at the group of long-toothed snow hares coming towards them. Of course it's good. They can provide us with experience points. How could you complain? Jiang Hai laughed heartily. Fist. Hey, that's true. With so many long-toothed snow hares, it's perfect for you to showcase your talent, brother Jiang Hai. Wang Chun, let's go. Jiang Hai called out with a smile, charging forward. Yilin, let's go. Wang Chun patted Yilin's shoulder, following Jiang Hai's lead. All right. Yilin nodded. The 3 charged out side by side, heading straight towards the long-toothed snow hare group. Chirp chirp. Seeing 3 more humans blocking their way, the long-toothed snow hares were enraged. One after another. How many more? Just as they were about to vent their anger on these three, their eyes suddenly filled with level talent fighting spirit activate. A powerful aura surged from Jiang Hai's body. So many magical creatures, I am pleased. Jiang Hai was incredibly excited, his aura steadily rising. The more enemies he faced, the stronger his power became due to his talent. Bang! Jiang Hai struck a long-toothed snow hare on the head with a punch. The terrifying force sent its massive body flying several meters away. Chirp! Chirp! The long-toothed snow hare let out a weak sound, trembling all over as it lay on the ground, unable to move. As expected of brother Jiang Hai, such power. I can't fall behind either. Wang Chun exclaimed in awe, then excitedly charged at a long-toothed snow hare. He leaped up and swung a knife at the head of the long-toothed snow hare. Level talent double strike activate. The long-toothed snow hare screamed as it swatted the blade away from its head with its paw. Just as it was about to counterattack, it suddenly felt its vision shift. Intense pain spread throughout its body, blood gushing forth. It was actually split in two. Fool. Wang. His talent allowed him to turn one strike into two. Even if the first attack was blocked, the second was enough to take its. Meanwhile, Yilin was also engaged in a fierce battle with a long-toothed snow hare. Although he did not possess a combat-type talent, he was already level 6, due to teaming up with Jiang Hai and the others. Dealing with a long-toothed snow hare was not a problem. Before long, he decapitated the long-toothed snow hare. The eastern part of the village had completely turned into a battlefield filled with cries of battle. The challengers were engaged in fierce combat with the magical creatures. Occasionally challengers would fall, but the losses for the magical creatures were equally severe. Although the number of challengers had decreased, their strength had grown even stronger. For a time, the significantly outnumbered challengers surprisingly gained the upper hand. On the winding path, goblins in military armor wielding long spears were marching fully armed. They aimed to destroy the village on the other side of the mountain today. This was already countless times they had attacked the village. Although they had once eradicated the so-called challengers, they were still repelled by the strong in the village. Moreover, new challengers appeared at regular intervals, preventing them from ever breaching the village. But this time they had learned from all their past lessons, luring away the strong from the village, leaving only the weak and sickly. The challengers were also blocked by the magical creatures they had driven away, unable to pose any threat to the goblins. Today was the day the goblin clan would fulfill their prophecy. Every goblin warrior was filled with fighting spirit. Just then the goblin army's march suddenly came to a halt. This was because a figure appeared ahead, blocking their march. Leading them was the goblin clan elder Guran. Humans. Guran looked at the figure ahead, startled. Had their scheme been uncovered? Guran immediately became vigilant, fearing an ambush. But after waiting for a moment, no one appeared. Guran looked at the human in front of him in astonishment. Is he here alone? After confirming that the opponent was indeed alone, Guran was puzzled. How dare he? Although he was bewildered, Guran immediately ordered, continue the march, crush him. A mere human is nothing but an ant in front of our goblin army, utterly insignificant. The goblin army continued to advance, pressing toward the human. However, at that moment the human moved. His figure darted through the goblin army like lightning, leaving behind trails of afterimages. Gaga. Wah. Goblin soldiers clutched their necks, blood soaking into their armor. They struggled in agony, then collapsed with a thud. From start to finish, they had no time to react before facing death. Guran's pupils constricted. The speed of that human was something he had never seen in his life. Attack. Kill him. Guran roared out orders. He dared not underestimate the human before him, and with a single command from Guran, the goblin army immediately sprang into action. The leading dozen goblins charged forward. Upon seeing the goblin army approaching, Su Ran did not feel panic. Instead, he smiled slightly, saying, just in time. Great talent. Invisibility activate. Just as the goblin army drew near, Su Ran suddenly vanished. The goblin soldiers were left dumbfounded, looking around with their spears. What? Guran was left speechless, unable to believe his eyes. A human had disappeared right under his nose. Suddenly, a flash of light from a blade cut through the air. Splat! The throat of one goblin soldier was instantly sliced open, blood spraying like a fountain. Ugh! The goblin let out a pained whimper, collapsing to the ground. Experience points 120. After killing a goblin soldier, Su Ran did not pause his movements. His movements were extremely swift, and the blue crystal blade in his hand was incredibly sharp. The armor on the goblin soldiers could not withstand his attacks at all. The crate blue crystal blade sliced through armor like mud, easily cutting through their protective gear. Experience points 100. Experience points 120. Experience points. You have killed a goblin soldier, activating talent feature 1 to gain double critical hit. Splat. In just a few breaths, several more goblin soldiers fell beneath Su Ran's dagger. From start to finish, they were unable to counterattack. Their only purpose was to provide Su Ran with a large amount of experience points. Holding the blue crystal blade, Su Ran approached, step by step, appearing relaxed. The goblin soldiers were filled with overwhelming terror and involuntarily began to retreat. Seeing this, Guran's expression changed dramatically. He quickly waved his hand, shouting, cease the attack, fall back. Upon receiving the order, the goblin soldiers immediately began to retreat. Their movements were even quicker than damn human. Gu Ran cursed silently in his heart. With such strength, it was no wonder he dared to stand alone against his army. Gu Yi, go and behead him, Gu Ran ordered coldly. As you command. A robust goblin warrior stepped forward beside him. With scars on its face and wielding a massive axe, its huge body shook the ground with every step. The nearby goblin soldiers trembled slightly and lowered their heads. They moved aside, clearing a wide path for it. Gu Ran watched everything with a cold gaze. He was not underestimating the human, but rather testing him. Ordinary goblin soldiers could do little more than exhaust a bit of the human's strength, let alone discover his weakness. The goblin warrior named Gu Yi approached Su Ran. Its tall and robust body was in a completely different league compared to Su Ran. When Gu Lin evolved into a goblin warrior, he had this skill as well. Su Ran remembered that it had a deterrent effect for 3 seconds, but his numbness disappeared. When Gu Lin evolved into a goblin warrior, he had this skill as well. Su Ran remembered that it had a deterrent effect for 3 seconds, but when Gu Lin evolved into a goblin warrior, he had this skill as well. Su Ran remembered that it had a deterrent effect for 3 seconds, but his numbness disappeared in less than 1 second. It must be due to my physique, Su Ran thought to himself. His physique had already exceeded 90 points, such abnormal conditions had minimal impact on him. Seeing Su Ran's expression remain unchanged, seemingly unaffected, Gu Yi was startled. Roar! It opened its mouth wider, the sound grew louder. The surrounding rubble was blown away. The stench hit Su Ran's nose, making him grimace. It stinks. Shut up. Furious, Su Ran charged forward in an instant. Gu Yi was shocked. How could this human be unaffected? Su Ran quickly reached Gu Yi's front. Just as it attempted to move, it couldn't keep up with Su Ran's speed. Su Ran delivered an uppercut, striking directly into its jaw. Accompanied by the sound of cracking bones, the roar was abruptly cut short. Gu Yi felt a sharp pain in its jaw, stars exploding in its vision as it fell backward. With a thud, it crashed to the ground. But Su Ran showed no mercy, kicking it in the stomach. The violent impact caused Gu Yi's stomach to churn, and it suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Thud! Su Ran's kick was incredibly powerful, lifting Gu Yi's massive body off the ground, sending it flying backward. With a crash, Gu Yi's enormous body landed on several goblin soldiers. As the goblin soldiers struggled to get up, Gu Yi's weight pinned them down, preventing them from rising. Gu Yi lay there, coughing blood and trembling constantly. Its spine had been broken by the kick, rendering it unable to rise no matter how hard it struggled. Seeing Gu Yi so easily defeated, the goblin army was in an uproar. How is this possible? The most shocked, he understood Gu Yi's strength all too well. Even if this human was strong, it shouldn't have been so simple to take. Doesn't this mean that this human's power is greater than his? All goblin warriors, heed my command. Kill this human before us. Gu Ran could not accept this outcome, immediately shouting in anger. No matter how strong this human's power was, it could never be a match for their goblin army. Even if it took their lives, they would bury him alive. Roar! Gu Ran let out a roar. Following that, the goblin army roared in unison. Their voices reverberated like sound waves, shaking the entire forest. Even from a distance, the goblin army's battle cries could be heard. What the hell is that? That sound is outrageous. Damn it, I have a bad feeling about this. All the challengers heard this deafening battle cry. Those of a lower level even began to tremble in fear, because even top-tier challengers were affected. Their actions paused slightly during battle. Many were even bitten in the head by monsters because of it. What the hell? What kind of monster is this? Cold sweat dripped down Wang Chen's forehead. The sound caused him to freeze for a full 2 seconds, almost getting him torn apart by the monster in front of him. Zhang Hai's expression was also grim. This sound seemed distant, yet was capable of affecting them. It was truly this sound. There seems to be more than one monster. Wang Zifai's steps faltered as he spoke with a heavy expression. Wang Wei swung his sword, beheading the long-toothed snow hare in front of him, gritting his teeth. No more talking, we need to finish off these monsters quickly, or we're all done for. The activation of talents comes with cooldowns. In times like this, their advantages completely vanished. The number of monsters far exceeded the challengers, and they were already at a disadvantage. In the midst of a goblin march, over 20 goblin warriors along with the elite goblin Garen formed an exceedingly formidable army. If they appeared on the front lines east of the village, it would be a devastating blow for the challengers. However, for Su Ran, these goblins were merely walking experience points. As he watched the goblin warriors charging towards him, Su Ran felt not fear, but joy. 5 minutes and he'll finish you all. Su Ran murmured, his gaze becoming sharp. A-class talent. Frenzy activate. At this moment, Su Ran's skin began to writhe and blood seeped out from his epidermis. The blood intertwined like a great net, transforming into a suit of armor that enveloped Su Ran. His dark pupils turned a deep red with blood vessels visible beneath. At this moment, every muscle in his body grew more solid, and a powerful force surged from deep within him. The emotion of slaughter rose in his heart, and Su Ran became increasingly impulsive. Seeing Su Ran's transformation, the goblin warriors froze in shock. They halted in their tracks. For some reason, a feeling of fear began to spread within them. At that moment, Su Ran moved. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed, as if dozens of strikes rang out in just a breath. In an instant Su Ran swept past like a whirlwind, finally stopping behind the goblin warriors. Splurt. Blood sprayed forth. The goblin warriors looked down in confusion only to realize they had already been slashed multiple times. The sound of them collapsing echoed continuously as all the goblin warriors fell to the ground. This astonishing scene caused all the goblins present to widen their eyes in disbelief. Soon an overwhelming fear began to spread. The goblin soldiers involuntarily started to retreat, their eyes filled with boundless terror. How is this possible? Garen's face was filled with panic. His massive body slowly began to retreat, disbelief filling his eyes. In just a single breath, all the goblin warriors were wiped out. This level of power far exceeded his imagination. Even the people from that village aren't this terrifying. Who exactly is he? Garen's heart raced, trembling. He couldn't understand. The strong from the village had been lured away, and there were no young people like him. If he wasn't from the village, then he could only be a challenger. But how could he become this strong in just a few days? Experience 200. Experience 210. Experience. You have killed a goblin warrior, and activated talent feature 1 to gain triple critical hits. You have killed a goblin warrior, and activated talent feature 1 to gain quadruple critical hits. Su Ran paid no mind to the notifications before him. At this moment, all he felt was the urge to kill. This was the characteristic brought on by the activation of his frenzy talent. Su Ran walked step by step, panting heavily, his eyes radiating endless killing intent. With each step he took, the goblins trembled in fear. Eventually they could no longer bear it, and their psychological defenses crumbled completely. As they looked at Su Ran, who resembled a god of death, the goblins began to flee. Soon one after another the goblins all started to escape. Damn it! Garen was terrified, his face changing dramatically. These lowly goblins dared to flee before him. Stop right there! Garen shouted angrily, trying to stop them. If these lowly goblins ran first, wouldn't that leave him to hold the line? However, at this moment of life and death his command was futile, and not a single goblin halted its steps. The sound of air exploding echoed. Su Ran dashed forward. Garen trembled in fear, then gritted his teeth. Just a mere human, I'll fight you to the end. Garen roared, and swung a massive wolf fawn club at Su Ran. The club whipped through the air, striking with. However, what Garen never expected was that Su Ran simply extended his 5 fingers and effortlessly caught his. No matter how hard he tried, he could not advance even a fraction. Stop babbling already. Close your mouth and behave. Su Ran cast a cold glance at him, his eyes filled with killing intent. With his right hand he flicked upwards, and the blue crystal blade drew a straight line through the air. Garen released his grip on the wolf fawn club, covering his face and wailing. Su Ran seized the club, and with a loud bang blood mist erupted, and Garen's cries were abruptly cut off. With a thud he fell to the ground. 3 more minutes. Time is enough. Su Ran glanced at the goblin army fleeing ahead, thinking to himself. Damn, can't finish killing them. One after another, it's so annoying. Damn, I'm so tired, I have no strength. My talent cooldown isn't over yet and going to collapse. Cough cough. Damn, I've barely survived till now. On the front lines the challengers were on the verge of exhaustion. Although their physiques had greatly enhanced, they were still mere. The number of monsters they fought against was several times, even 10 times more than them. By now the casualty rate among the challengers had reached nearly 50%. Being able to hold on to this extent was quite remarkable. Huff huff. Wang Wei gasped for air, his eyes filled with exhaustion. The number of monsters he had killed was already in the dozens, but compared to the total, it was actually not that many. There are still nearly 200 monsters left. I feel like we're going to be wiped out today. Wang Zhifei said with a wry smile, his body covered in blood, most of it from the monsters, but some of it his own. That person still hasn't shown up. Wang Wei sighed. Until now the mysterious figure they believed existed had still. The monsters before them were already beyond their capability. Not to mention the goblin army behind them. Perhaps we guessed wrong. Is this where it ends for us? Wang Zhifei looked up at the sky, a hint of regret in his tired eyes. I wonder if my parents have also arrived in this world. Are they still alive? Since arriving in this world, he had not taken the time to think about these things. Rather than lacking time, it was more about fear of contemplating. After all, this world was too dangerous, with deaths occurring at any moment. Damn, don't just give up so easily. If you really want to know, just live well, and you'll find them all. Wang Wei pushed back a monster in front of him, with a sword, panting heavily. Easier said than done. Wang Zhifei sighed wryly. Everyone was exhausted, yet nearly 200 monsters still remained before them. Even if they cleared the monsters, a more terrifying goblin army awaited behind. This task was now impossible to complete. At that moment a forum notification popped up before everyone. Level 9 Jiang Hai. Everyone, damn it, it's too early to give up now. Everyone explode with power. Level 9 Jiang Hai. Su Ran, where the hell are you? Level 8 Wang Chun. Su Ran, come on. You damn bastard, are you going to stand by and watch us die? Level 7 Yi Lin. Su Ran, please help us, stop hiding, okay? On the battlefield the challengers were already exhausted, their fighting spirit depleted. Suddenly a forum message popped up, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. What is Jiang Hai crazy about, and why is he everyone? Upon seeing the message sent by Jiang Hai and his 2 companions, all the challengers showed a look of confusion. They were naturally familiar with Su Ran. From the moment he arrived, he had a significant advantage. However, as time passed, he failed to seize the opportunity. Now he had nearly fallen to the level of a mid-tier challenger. I heard that Su Ran might be hiding his level. What if he hides his level? At most he would be level 9, or what use is that? Even if he is level 9, it wouldn't matter. On the front line, the challengers were conversing while fending off the monster. They had not taken this matter to heart. Even if Su Ran really was hiding his level, it wouldn't change the tide of defeat. There were still nearly 200 monsters left, and they were at a disadvantage, constantly pushed back. Could it be that Su Ran could single-handedly kill all these monsters? But not everyone thought that way. Are we just going to watch him die? Don't hide. With his gaze fixed on the message Jiang Hai sent, Wang Wei frowned slightly. Wang Chun and the others actually said such things. Did they think that Su Ran could change the situation? Damn. At this moment, Wang Zhifei suddenly widened his eyes. Could Su Ran be that person? Hearing this, Wang Wei was taken aback for a moment, then his expression changed. He suddenly recalled that during the previous forum discussion, Jiang Hai had mentioned that Yunling was nearly killed by a single punch. It was Su Ran who interrupted that conversation. After Su Ran interjected, their tone completely shifted. If it is really him, this kid has hidden himself quite deep. Wang Wei muttered to himself. Even though he was already level 10, he still didn't feel capable of easily defeating that monster bear. That mysterious person had such formidable strength days ago. If that person really was Su Ran, it would mean that from the very beginning Su Ran had already been pretending to be clueless. On the forum, Jiang Hai and his two companions continuously bombarded Su Ran. They didn't care what others thought. Level 9 Jiang Hai. Su Ran, damn, could you at least say something, big brother? Level 8 Wang Chun. Su Ran, please hurry up and take action, we really can't hold on any longer. Level 7 Yi Lin. Su Ran, big shot, help us. My gosh, where has this big brother gone? Seeing that Su Ran had not replied, cold sweat dripped from Jiang. He thought this mission would be quite simple, but unexpectedly Su Ran was playing hide and seek. Throughout the entire battle, Su Ran had not shown his face at all. What a ridiculous situation. Damn, where is he? He's such a big guy. Wang Chun was somewhat flustered. He feared that by the time they all died, that guy would still not show up. Just when they were in a state of anxiety, Su Ran finally appeared on the forum. Level 16 Su Ran. His reply consisted of just one line, all ellipses. Upon noticing that Su Ran had replied, the challengers who were not engaged in battle on the front line glanced over curiously. But just a single glance left them frozen in place. Their gazes were all fixated on the level display. Huh, is it? Am I seeing things? Level 16. This is outrageous. I'm only level 4, he's actually 12 levels ahead of me. I'm done for. I'm really done for. I admit. I'm useless. When Su Ran appeared on the forum, the challengers on the front lines were all left stunned. What the hell? This level is a joke, right? My goodness, this is terrifying. If I recall correctly, he has received several announcement rewards. Then this panel would be directly soaring. The challengers present all exclaimed in surprise. The previously weak momentum suddenly surged. Damn it. Jiang Hai felt a chill run down his spine, cursing inwardly. He knew Su Ran was terrifying, but he never expected this guy to be a monster. Level 16. He was a full 7 levels ahead of him. If he hadn't just leveled up during the battle, the gap between them would be even larger. Moreover, with the attribute points gained from multiple rewards, Jiang Hai felt that their gap was likely far greater than he imagined. Yunling didn't die in vain. Wang Chun felt a chill run down his back, grateful that he hadn't provoked Su Ran alongside Yunling at that time. Otherwise, he probably would have ended up lying dead on the wooden bed. Awesome. Yi Lin's eyes widened. He finally understood why his talent had shown him as foolish. With such a large level difference, how could he dare to peep? Su Ran didn't slap him to death. He truly was lucky. Level 16. This is just too outrageous. Wang Wei gasped. He had been grinding monsters day and night alongside Wang Zhifei, yet he couldn't compare to Su Ran acting solo. The gap was still so vast. This must be hacking, right? What level of talent does he have? B rank. Or S rank? Wang Zhifei swallowed hard, his heart trembling slightly. The higher the level, the more experience points required. While they seemed to be only 6 levels apart from Su Ran, the experience points required were in the thousands. At the village doctor's place, damn. Level 16. Yunling lay on the wooden bed, somewhat dumbfounded. The gap was actually this large. So could it be that he survived because the other party showed mercy? I'm such an idiot. Yunling cursed himself after a long pause. Seeing that Su Ran had replied on the forum, Jiang Hai immediately seized the opportunity. Level 9 Jiang Hai. Su Ran, big shot, please say something, where are you right now? Su Ran, big shot. Help us. Su Ran, big shot, where the hell are you? Please stop hiding. Su Ran, it's urgent, big shot, if you save me this once, I'll be your follower from now on. After Su Ran's level was the challengers on the battlefield saw a glimmer of hope in their eyes. Almost everyone was messaging Su Ran, hoping he would come to their aid. After being multiple times, Su Ran finally spoke up on the forum again. Level 16 Su Ran. I can't help you right now, you should try your best for a bit longer. Upon seeing Su Ran's reply, the challengers on the battlefield were instantly dumbfounded. They desperately fended off the monster's attacks while attempting to respond mentally. Su Ran, big shot, are you joking? We really can't hold on any longer. Su Ran, brother. No. Dad. Is calling you dad not enough? Please help us. Level 9 Zhang Hai. Su Ran, damn. It's brother, don't mess with us. Where are you? Why can't you help us? Level 10 Wang Zhifei. Su Ran, big shot, we really can't hold on here. There are too many monsters. The cooldown time for the talent is too long, and we can't fight them with our panel strength. Level 10 Wang Wei. Su Ran, so big shot, where are you right now? On the forum. After a moment, Su Ran finally replied again. Level 16 Su Ran. I am blocking the goblin's rapid march, so I cannot help you. So the big shot isn't hiding, but is actually preparing to raid. Is the big shot alone? Damn. One person is blocking an entire army. Big shot, are you serious? Seeing Su Ran's reply on the battlefield, all the trialists were exceptionally shocked. Having fought against monsters until now, they were well aware of just how powerful these creatures were. And the goblin's rapid march without a doubt was far stronger than this group of monsters. Otherwise the monsters wouldn't have been driven here by them. I thought that with over 100 of us we could battle against thousands of monsters, but I didn't expect the big shot would dare to block the goblin's rapid march alone. I am useless, we are all useless. Get lost. Who's useless? I have killed 6 monsters, so strong. The goblin's rapid march has at least over 100 members, maybe even more. Is this the legendary 1 against 1,000? On the forum, the trialists were utterly shocked. Words could no longer express the astonishment in their heart. This guy is not human. Zhang Hai held back for a long time before uttering this phrase. He suddenly felt like he wasn't a top trialist at all. He is just a useless person. Gulp. Wang Chen swallowed hard. I think his talent must be at least a level. So strong. Su Ran is on a completely different level from them. Not in the same dimension. Is that what it means? Yilin murmured to himself. He finally understood why his talent would evaluate the disparity in strength between them so greatly. I want to report. I want to complain. This guy is cheating. Wang Wei gritted his teeth. How can this be accepted? This gap is not slight, but a world apart. In this battle, he probably killed over 20 monsters. But he truly killed only about 10, the rest were either leftovers, or killed in cooperation with other trialists. In contrast, Su Ran could actually block the entire goblin's rapid march by himself. He suddenly felt that with Su Ran's strength, even with all the players combined, they would probably struggle to defeat him. Why is he so strong? There is clearly only a 6-level difference. Wang Zhifei's expression was complicated, completely unable to understand. A 6-level difference shouldn't show such a huge gap on the panels. At the village doctor. Damn, this person is a monster, right? Yunling lay on the wooden bed, utterly pale with fear. One person blocking an entire goblin rapid march, isn't this too ridiculous? Is this strength really human? After learning about Su Ran's heroic deeds, the trialists on the battlefield were like they had taken stimulants, their morale soaring. Hold on. When the big shot Su Ran returns, we will win. Damn, can you have some self-respect? One person against an entire army, and you still want him to come back to help. Exactly, can't there be some ambition? That's right, I say don't hold on, just go for it. If it were before, the trialists would still have concerns, because they didn't know when the goblin army would arrive to support. But since the boss is already being held back, what were they? Brothers, let's go all out against them. A bunch of small monsters think they can ride on our heads, let's just take them down. Zhang Hai shouted loudly at this moment. At this time Wang Wei also stood up and said loudly, brothers, this is all live experience. The gap between us and Su Ran is already huge. Do you want to give away the experience you've earned to him? That makes sense. Damn it, let's fight them. Without reinforcements, can they really ride on our heads? In an instant the trialists' morale surged. Each one was filled with fighting spirit. They no longer needed to worry about the upcoming enemies, just dealing with the monsters in front of them rekindled their confidence. At the same time, Su Ran's strength, which was unbelievably powerful, also brought them immense hope. Crack! A goblin soldier's head was crushed to the ground, making a sound of bones cracking. Its features were protruding, its face swollen to a red-purple color due to lack of blood flow. Puff! A tremendous pressure came crashing down, instantly turning it into a puddle of flesh. Experience 120. You killed a goblin soldier. Activated talent feature 1 to gain double crit. After dispatching the last goblin, Su Ran's gaze fell upon the forum. Now it should be fine. Su Ran said. Choosing to make his level public was a decision he made after careful consideration. I no longer need to hide like before, Su Ran thought to himself. He had chosen to hide in the past because his strength was too weak. If he attracted unwanted attention, it would be troublesome. But now his strength had reached another level. At least for now, among the trialists in Zone 404, he was undoubtedly the strongest. In front of others, I will use my demonic transformation as my main talent from now on. Su Ran's gaze flickered as he murmured to himself. After this battle, he truly experienced the power of a level combat talent. Although he transformed into a demonic form during the fight, he had yet to experience it. Let's see what I gain this time, Su Ran thought, and his personal status bar immediately appeared before him. Name Su Ran level 16-01600 Title Monster Slayer. Equipped effect damage dealt to monsters increased to 1. 2 times strength 99 agility 103 tier 2, constitution 100 tier 2, spirit 110 tier 2. Main talent SS level Omnipotent Ascension. Secondary talents level demonic transformation. Active feature demonic body transformation. All attributes doubled the longer you are possessed by demonic energy, the higher the attribute enhancement up to 10 times demonic transformation cooldown 1 hour. Level dimensional superspace. Active feature can control a dimensional space of 50 cubic meters cooldown 10. Level invisibility. Active feature gain the ability to become invisible for 5 seconds cooldown 30. Level dark spike. Active feature attack the enemy while invisible causing double damage cooldown 30s. Level strength amplification. Passive feature strength increased by 20 during combat. Level speed amplification. Passive feature speed increased by 20 during combat. Level constitution amplification. Passive feature constitution increased by 20 during combat. Level greased feet. Passive feature speed doubles when fleeing. Special talent cannot be evolved. Skills level Eye of God. Description all beings are equal beneath the gods, capable of seeing through. Equipment level blue crystal blade. Attack power 80 effect causes bleeding, making the enemy's injuries. Level blue crystal armor defense 80 effect can withstand 1 fatal damage. Omnipotence value 4 10 strength assessment 2 stars. Mid-year trialist. There shouldn't be many people with class talent and class skills at the same time, right? Su Ran felt somewhat uncertain. After all, he had yet to encounter a second person with talent above class. However, Su Ran did not consider himself the most favored lucky one. After all, Area 404 was merely one of many areas, and it was inevitable that others would awaken powerful talents like his. Forget it, let's not think about that for now. Oh, I won't encounter anyone for the time being. This harvest is quite impressive though. Su Ran's expression was filled with joy. His level had not only risen by 2 ranks. The A-class talent, Berserk, had evolved into S-class talent, Demon Transformation. The dimensional space had also evolved into dimensional superspace, greatly increasing its size. Other skills, including invisibility and backstab, had also completed their evolution. Additionally, even his passive talent had risen from class to class. What a windfall. But my accumulated versatility points have decreased again. Su Ran sighed. Fortunately, his strength had once again advanced to a higher level. This 99 points of strength attribute is quite bothersome. Su Ran's thoughts shifted slightly. You have used 1 versatility point, strength 1. Congratulations, your strength has reached the 2nd tier. When his strength reached 100 points, Su Ran felt his muscles begin to subtly twitch. Here it comes. This feeling is quite marvelous. Su Ran's expression froze. He realized that whenever an attribute reached 100 points and entered the 2nd tier, his body would undergo slight changes. When mental clarity reached 100 points, his mind became sharper. Unless he hadn't rested for a long time, he wouldn't feel drowsy. When physical constitution reached 100 points, he became more adaptable to hot and cold environments, and it seemed that even his chances of falling ill had decreased. When agility reached 100 points, his body became lighter and his movements were executed with greater ease. When strength reached 100 points, Su Ran could clearly feel it. The manipulation of strength seemed to be even easier than before. Speaking of which, what would happen if I poured all my versatility points into strength at once? Su Ran felt a surge of curiosity. For instance, if he possessed hundreds of points of strength, could he shatter a small mountain with a single punch? Let's try it now. Su Ran was somewhat excited. The reason he hadn't used his versatility points to enhance his attributes was that the improvement of his talent was more critical. Now that he had surplus versatility points to experiment with, Su Ran naturally wanted to give it a try. As he concentrated on pouring all his versatility points into strength attributes, a prompt suddenly popped up before him. Warning. Strength enhancement exceeds the limit. Warning. Your body is not yet fully adapted, yet may require several more hours. Failed. Still not fully adapted. Su Ran was somewhat stunned. He hadn't anticipated such an outcome. If it doesn't work, so be it. I can wait for several hours. After all, currently the attributes gained from leveling up are still more cost-effective than directly using versatility points to enhance attributes. So what should I do next? Su Ran pondered. The Goblin Rapid March had already been dealt with, but there should still be a large troop behind. Should he continue to confront the Goblin army or return to the front lines? Forget it, let's head back to the front lines first. After some consideration, Su Ran made his decision. If he didn't return, the trial takers might be wiped out. While he might be able to defeat the Goblin army alone, he absolutely couldn't protect the entire village. At the front lines, the trial takers were fighting fiercely. Hiss! The 9-meter-long golden ring blood python flicked its tongue, spewing a massive amount of poison. Zhang Yun took 2 steps back. The poison splashed on the ground, making a corroding sound. Is this snake brainless? It knows I can ignore its poison, but keeps spraying it. Zhang Yun felt quite irritated. Though he could ignore the golden ring blood python's poison, his clothes could not withstand it. He certainly did not want to fight while exposed. Whoosh! A sound of slicing through the air came. The gigantic tail of the golden ring blood python swung through the air, kicking up a cloud of dust. Zhang Yun sidestepped and raised his sword above his head. He delivered a powerful slash at the tail of the golden ring blood python. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal resonated. Hiss! The golden ring blood python let out a painful hiss. Its body was covered in wounds, and many scales had shed. Looking at the class sword in his hand, now blunted, Zhang Yun felt a surge of despair. The newly bought class sword had barely lasted a day. It was almost on the verge of being scrapped. Damn it! Why is it so hard to kill? Zhang Yun cursed, feeling extremely frustrated. Among those who managed to survive this beast tide, who didn't have a few monster experience points under their belt. Only he had failed. From the beginning of the fight until now, he had not been able to take down this golden ring blood python. Watching others' experience points soar while he remained stagnant, Zhang Yun felt deeply disheartened. Today I will go all out against you. Zhang Yun roared and charged forward with his sword. Hiss! At the brink of life and death, the golden ring blood python also began to fight desperately. It opened its massive mouth and lunged at Zhang Yun. The 9-meter-long snake was capable of swallowing a person whole. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yun played along, charging directly towards its gaping maw. Enduring the overwhelming stench, he thrust his sword towards the upper jaw of the golden ring blood python. This time was different from before. The sword easily pierced the flesh of the golden ring blood python. However, at the same time, the snake's sharp fangs were about to sink into Zhang Yun's body. Damn! Looking at the menacing fangs just inches away, Zhang Yun turned pale. If this thing got in with his physique, wouldn't that be game over? Just then a sound of hurried footsteps approached, accompanied by a clanging noise of metal colliding. The golden ring blood python let out a pained cry as its scales were shattered. What happened? Zhang Yun, half inside the mouth of the golden ring blood python, was momentarily stunned. Then he saw a sharp dagger pierce into the upper jaw of the golden ring blood python from outside. In the next instant, the dagger circled around the upper and lower jaws, making a deep cut. Thud! The head of the golden ring blood python was severed and fell to the ground. As his vision returned, Zhang Yun stood frozen in place. At that moment, he saw a figure standing on the corpse of the golden ring blood python. Due to the lighting, Zhang Yun couldn't clearly see the person's face. Are you okay? The person asked. I'm fine. Zhang Yun still felt somewhat dazed. That's good, you'll be leaving now, the person said with a smile. Thank you. Zhang Yun replied instinctively. The person nodded and turned to leave. Their movements were incredibly swift, and Zhang Yun didn't even catch a glimpse of what they did. This person's weapon is excellent. It easily pierced the scales of the golden ring blood python. Zhang Yun sighed in admiration. Experience points 50. Hey, serves you right. After glancing at the completely dead golden ring blood python, Zhang Yun chuckled. But then he froze. What the hell? Where are my experience points? Zhang Yun was dumbfounded. After enduring countless hardships and fighting for so long, he only gained a mere 50 experience points. Especially since he had just thanked that person. What a load of nonsense. Damn it. That person stole all my experience points. Zhang Yun's face turned red, and he flung his sword to the ground. He felt like a fool, having fought desperately against the golden ring blood python for so long. Although he helped me, even without him, I might not have lost. Zhang Yun's face grew bitter, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He felt like a complete idiot helping others fight while thanking that person. Sigh. I'm so unlucky. Zhang Yun sighed. Although that person had stolen his kill, he didn't consider seeking. After all, experience points are distributed based on contribution. This meant that the damage that person inflicted on the golden ring blood python far exceeded his own. In other words, that person was vastly superior in strength. It's frustrating, but I just can't compare. The fate of Yunling was vivid in his mind. It was better not to seek unnecessary troubles. Moreover, that person acted out of kindness to help him. The front-line battlefield. When the beast tide descended, over 1,000 monsters appeared. Now only about 100 monsters remained. However, the testers had also suffered heavy losses. From the initial 100 testers, only 43 remained in battle now. Although these 43 had leveled up significantly and grew stronger, their stamina could not be replenished. Even with the boost in morale from Su Ran's impressive feats, they were gradually falling behind again. I've never been this exhausted. Keep it up. There are less than 100 monsters left. I can't do this anymore, I'm really done. A man cannot say he can't do it. Even if I once went 10 times in a night, I can't hold on any longer. The testers were panting heavily, their faces pale. They had already exhausted all their strength resisting the monster. Not far away, Wang Wei was locked in a fierce battle with a slime. Both sides were almost evenly matched. This is hilarious, you can't even defeat a slime now. A voice of laughter came from the side. Wang Wei looked over. You're being chased by a long-toothed snow rabbit, what face do you have to laugh at me? Wang Zhifei was running in disarray, nearly gasping for breath. Behind him, a long-toothed snow rabbit was huff. That's different, the one chasing me is a level 7 long-toothed snow rabbit while your slime is just a level 9. Wang Zhifei's face turned pale as he chuckled. What difference does it make? At this moment, Wang Wei was utter. How much longer until your talent cooldown is over? Wang Wei asked while retreating. About 10 more minutes. Him about the same. Wang Wei chuckled, just keep stalling. Hey, isn't that what I'm doing? Wang Zhifei also chuckled. But before he could be happy for too long, he was caught by the long-toothed snow rabbit, which kicked him in the rear. With a thud, Wang Zhifei buried his face in the ground. Wang Wei. Wang Zhifei got up, his face covered. He was covered in blood and barely managed to utter a word. Damn. Get up. Wang Wei urged anxiously. Wang Zhifei lay on the ground, forced to smile. I really have no strength left at all. The long-toothed snow rabbit's massive body loomed before Wang Zhifei, lifting its paw to stomp on his back. With the weight of the long-toothed snow rabbit, it could crush Wang Zhifei's internal organs. Damn. Wang Wei cursed angrily. He wanted to help Wang Zhifei, but was equally powerless. Moreover, he would be next. Just as the long-toothed snow rabbit's paw was about to come down, a sound of something slicing through the air echoed. A figure darted over at incredible speed, nearly impossible to catch clearly with the naked eye. A sharp blade sliced across the long-toothed snow rabbit's neck. With a thud, the long-toothed snow rabbit's body fell to the ground, severed cleanly in one strike. The newcomer had killed the long-toothed snow rabbit with a single blow. Moreover, that figure did not stop, instantly arriving before the slime that Wang Wei was battling. The sharp dagger plunged into the slime's body, directly shredding its core. After dealing with the slime, the figure still did not pause. He continued to fight elsewhere. The fluidity of his movements left Wang Wei and the others dumbfounded. What the heck? Wang Zhifei lay on the ground gaping. What's up with that person? This speed is outrageous. He only saw a blur, not even able to catch a clear glimpse of the figure. So powerful. Wang Wei muttered as he watched the figure darting among the monsters. That person's movements were both fast and precise. The monsters had no time to react before falling to his hands. The disparity in strength was on an entirely different level. These monsters were nothing but ingredients for that person. Could that person be Su Ran? Wang Wei exclaimed in shock, uncertain. Among those he knew, only Su Ran seemed to possess such strength. What the heck? He's back already. How did he deal with those goblin hordes so quickly? Wang Zhifei was in disbelief. There shouldn't be anyone else but him, right? Wang Wei swallowed hard. To return at such speed, Su Ran's strength was likely even more terrifying than on the battlefield. The testers were fighting hard. Suddenly a figure joined the fray. His speed was ghostly, astonishing. The dagger in his hand sliced through iron like mud. Holy crap. Awesome. One strike. I can't be mistaken. My god, what speed! My eyes are about to go blind. Such a powerhouse. Oh my god. The remaining testers were all dumbfounded. They stood frozen, watching the sudden appearance of the figure, showcasing his might. This strength is terrifying. For some reason, I suddenly feel these monsters are weak. Trust me, that's just your illusion. Go ahead and try and he'll still take you down in one strike. The testers were all wide-eyed. The sudden mysterious figure had turned the tide of battle with his overwhelming strength. Whether it was the slime long-toothed snow rabbit or golden ring giant python, none could withstand him. The monsters, seeing the suddenly appeared mysterious figure, instinctively felt a surge of fear. Without any hesitation, they immediately turned to flee. Holy crap. Look, damn, these monsters actually run away. Wait, they even scatter to escape. How despicable and shameless. The testers were astonished. It turned out that monsters were also afraid of them. The monsters scattered in all directions. Wang Wei immediately shouted, "Don't let them escape, block them." Upon hearing this, the challengers sprang into action. Hey, don't worry. I'm the best at overwhelming the few with the many. That beast in front, stop. What are you looking at? I'm talking about you who dared to chase after me just now. What's this called? This is called the Wheel of Fortune turning. The challengers were extremely excited. Being chased by monsters felt terrible, but now the tide had turned. Even if the challengers were exhausted and unable to defeat the monsters, blocking them was not a problem. Soon a group of challengers rushed forward, entangling with the monsters. They didn't need to attack the monsters, they only needed to buy time. The sound of rapid footsteps echoed as ghostly figures darted across the battlefield. The blade's light flickered. The sharp edges cut through everything, with a monster dying almost every breath. Witnessing such a scene, the challengers were utterly amazed. There were nearly 100 monsters just now, and now there are less than half left. The monster that fought with me for half the day is dead. But I only gained over 40 experience points. What does this mean? It means that despite fighting for half a day, the damage I caused is less than someone else's basic attack. Stop spouting nonsense, be careful, I might beat you. You're too strong. Who is this big shot? His speed is too fast, I can't see his face. Can you use your brains for a moment? Who else could it be besides that? Oh my goodness. It can't be the great Su Ran, can it? Really? He returned so quickly. Then tell me if it's not him, who else could it be? Yeah. As everyone debated, the last monster fell under the mysterious figure. When his actions ceased, revealing his true face, the crowd erupted in exclamations. I've seen this handsome face before. Oh my goodness. It really is the great Su Ran. The big shot is amazing. Su Ran flicked the blood off his dagger and slowly calmed his breath. There were many monsters, but their strength was weak compared to Su Ran, so handling them posed no trouble. Once all the monsters were dealt with, the crowd immediately gathered around. Everyone's expressions varied, admiration, shock, envy, all mixed together. Someone eagerly asked, Great Su Ran, have you already dealt with the goblin army? Su Ran shook his head slightly. It was just a rapid deployment, it doesn't count as a real army. The person smiled awkwardly. While it may not be a large army, there must still be quite a few, right? Su Ran shook his head again. Not many, just over 100 goblins. Compared to the main battlefield, it's still too. How much experience can 100 goblins provide? Compared to the thousands of monsters on the main battlefield, the overall value is still lacking. Hearing this, the person turned pale. He had flattered him too much. Everyone else was also speechless. 100 monsters are still considered few. Su Ran single-handedly dealt with 100 monsters, while they over 100 people couldn't handle thousands of monsters. Didn't that make them look useless? Great Su Ran, you're so strong. May I ask what level your talent is? Someone continued to ask. Upon hearing this question, everyone's eyes flashed. This was something everyone was concerned about. Su Ran's strength was beyond imagination, so his talent must be extraordinary. But the exact level remained unknown. Su Ran glanced at the questioner and smiled slightly. Well, this is everyone rolled their eyes. They all guessed that Su Ran wouldn't answer honestly, otherwise he wouldn't have kept it hidden for so long. At that moment, a blue status frame popped up before everyone's eyes. Mission completed. Beast Tide has ended. Hidden Mission 1, annihilate all monsters in the Beast Tide, now completed. Hidden Mission 2, annihilate the Goblin Rapid Deployment, now completed. Mission Reward 1, all challengers in Area 404 experience 500. Copper Coins 100. Hidden Reward 1, all challengers participating in the Beast Tide battle will receive the following rewards based on their contributions: total experience, 500 points, total copper coins, 2500, 50 black iron level treasure chests. Hidden Reward 2, all challengers who participated in the annihilation of the Goblin Rapid Deployment will receive the following rewards based on their contributions: experience 400 copper coins, 205 black iron level treasure chests. The sudden task rewards excited everyone. But just as they were happy for a moment, they were stunned. No way. It seems like Hidden Mission 2 was completed solely by Great Su Ran. Oh my goodness. He monopolized the Hidden Reward 2. 4000 experience, 2000 copper coins, and 5 treasure chests. Jealousy is tearing me apart. Everyone suddenly felt frustrated. Clearly distributing rewards based on contributions should be fair. But this reward had nothing to do with them. It was all taken by Su Ran. This made the challengers present envious to the point of distortion. 2000 copper coins isn't bad. I just wonder what the treasure chests will yield. Su Ran thought to himself. For him, 400 experience points were only equivalent to 40 overall value. Did you see? The first hidden mission needed to annihilate the monsters. It's precisely because I blocked that group of long-toothed snow rabbits' path that you were able to receive hidden rewards, so you all should thank me. See how clever I am. Zhang Hai clasped his hands behind his back and sighed. That's right, we must thank me and brother Zhang Hai for this. We are like the double calamity of male and female, just standing there makes those long-toothed snow rabbits tremble with fear. Wang Chen laughed and skillfully took over the conversation. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hai was speechless. What on earth is the double calamity of male and female? Can they stop talking? The crowd looked at the two of them, their eyes filled not with gratitude, but with a hint of anger. Damn, I almost forgot about you two. If it weren't for Great Su Ran arriving, we would have been wiped out because of you. When Zhang Hai brought this up, everyone was filled with anger. The long-toothed snow rabbit pack was about to retreat from the battlefield, but these two forced them back. Otherwise, how could they have been at a disadvantage? Thinking of this, the challengers couldn't help but want to hit the two of them. You can't say that if I hadn't stopped them, you wouldn't have these rewards. You should be grateful to us both logically and emotionally. Hey, what do you want to do? Seeing a group of people surround them, Zhang Hai's expression changed. No. He was the one who spoke first, and it was his actions that led to this. What does it mean to drag me into this? Wang Chun was being held by the crowd, struggling while explaining. Damn, are you really that ungrateful? Zhang Hai's eyes widened. Just a moment ago they were calling him brother, and now he's become an outsider. Wang Chun cleared his throat and said, Brother Zhang Hai, isn't one person getting beaten enough? Besides, isn't it your own fault for talking too much? Zhang Hai had a dark expression. Weren't you the one who was all excited to chime in? Wang Chun immediately fell silent. Had he known he would get beaten, he wouldn't have said a word. Zhang Hai glanced at him, shook his head, and sighed softly. Only Yilin is truly my good brother. Look at Yilin. Even when he was about to get beaten, he didn't express a hint of complaint. Upon hearing this, someone suddenly spoke up. That guy named Yilin, just ignore him. Why not? What gives a? Zhang Hai and Wang Chun turned their heads abruptly, their eyes wide open. It was a 3-person job, so why were only the 2 of them getting beaten? The person who spoke earlier glanced at them. His strength isn't even strong, he was just there to assist you guys, wasn't he? You two just claimed to be the dual calamities, so what's it to you if he was just a support? Zhang Hai's face darkened as he turned to glare at Wang Chun. Wang Chun. Yilin awkwardly smiled. Brothers, your wisdom is commendable, but this matter has nothing to do with me. A traitor. The two glared at him fiercely, cursing him silently in their hearts. Before long, both ended up with bruised faces and injuries upon injuries. Meanwhile, Wang Wei and the others quietly watched everything, not daring to make a sound. After all the things Jiang Hai and the others did, they had also considered. At that moment, a familiar and cold voice echoed in everyone's minds again. After several days, rewards are now being distributed. Please check your collections. When the mysterious voice fell, everyone's expressions turned to delight. Rewards were about to be distributed. Immediately, a glow flickered around everyone, and all their levels increased. At the same time, many silver coins and treasure chests appeared out of thin air before them. There were a total of 50 treasure chests, and with Su Ran included, only 44 people were left. Therefore, everyone could at least get one treasure chest. Haha, I've leveled up again. 463 copper coins. Not bad. Wow, this treasure chest is amazing. I got an F-grade sword. Hey, I also got F-grade armor. I got F-grade gloves. But I don't even use my fists. Haha, I'm so lucky, brothers. I got an F-grade attack skill. What a skill, eh? Damn, my weapon suddenly doesn't seem appealing. Around them, exclamations of surprise constantly rang out. Some were delighted while others were dismayed. Damn it. When you guys were beating us, you were so ruthless. Now that you've got the rewards, you're all so happy. What kind of face is that? Jiang Hai, bruised and battered, was extremely furious. Damn, this group of people was just indignant, and now they were happily claiming their rewards. Truly shameless. A bunch of scoundrels. Wang Chun looked aggrieved, his fists clenched tightly. His anger was no less than Jiang Hai's. Hearing these words, everyone immediately turned their heads. The previously smiling faces suddenly turned gloomy. Jiang Hai and Wang Chen's expressions changed, suddenly feeling a bad premonition. In this battle, Wang Wei and Wang Zhifei were the top contributors. They not only organized the challengers' fight, but also killed the most monsters besides Su Ran. Both received quite a good amount of experience rewards, and coupled with the experience gained from killing the monsters, they jumped from level 10 to level 13 in one go. At the same time, each also received 2 black iron treasure chests. Finally got lucky. Wang Wei was overjoyed as he looked at the A-grade sword in his hand. Damn, lucky dog. Wang Zhifei looked enviously at the sword in Wang Wei's hand. The 2 treasure chests he opened were both grade potions. Clearly, he wanted a handy weapon more than the potions. Wang Chun and the others also each had their own gains. Though there were many incidents, Su Ran didn't care about these matters. He was only curious about the treasure chests. Item treasure chest. Details: black iron level treasure chest. Opening it grants random rewards with a 99 chance to yield grade items and a 1 chance to yield a grade items. Current held quantity 7. 7 treasure chests. The chance of getting in a grade item is too low. There were a total of 7 treasure chests. 5 were from Hidden Task 2, and 2 were rewards from Hidden Task 1. Anyway, there's no rush, I'll save them for now. Su Ran took a glance and stopped paying attention. A 1 chance was still too low. Besides, he already had 2 pieces of grade equipment. Although a grade quality seemed rare to others, in Su Ran's eyes, it was quite subpar. I'm about to level up again. Su Ran glanced at his status panel and thought to himself. He couldn't directly convert the experience from the announcements into universal value, or it would raise suspicion. Moreover, he had also killed many monsters earlier. Name: Su Ran. Level 20 critical threshold. Achieved title Monster Slayer. Currently equipped effect. Increases damage dealt to monsters by 2 times. Strength 1, 22nd tier agility 1, 23nd tier constitution 1, 22nd tier spirit 1, 32nd tier. Main talent SSS grade universal sublimation. Sub talent S grade demon transformation. B grade dimensional superspace. B grade invisibility. B grade dark stab. D grade strength amplification. D grade speed amplification. D grade constitution amplification. G grade greased feet. Skills: S grade Eye of God. Equipment: C grade blue crystal edge blade. C grade blue crystal armor. Universal value 5, 13 power assessment, 4 stars. Intermediate challenger. Critical point reached. What about the excess experience? Was it consumed? Seeing the prompt on the level, Su Ran felt a bit puzzled. It seemed he had reached the limit of levels he could upgrade to. Even if there was excess experience, it couldn't be displayed. Strange. What is the critical point? Su Ran asked softly. But surprisingly, the status bar in front of him showed no changes. No answer, no prompt. Su Ran muttered to himself. It seemed he needed more information about this world. While the challengers on the front lines the challengers in other positions were extremely angry and dissatisfied. They nearly flooded the entire forum with their frustration. Damn it, just 500 experience points and 100 copper coins. Is this some kind of charity? Why are we the only ones without rewards? Hey, what gives? Why is it only the challengers on the front line who get rewarded? Do those of us guarding other positions have no merit? Protest. Protest. Wang Zhifei, you dog. You told us to guard other places and you took all the benefits. What are you going to do to compensate us? These challengers were filled with discontent. They may not have had merit, but they certainly worked hard. Oh, why should they miss out on the rewards? Seeing the news on the forum, the challengers on the front line were somewhat bewildered. Wait, haven't you all already received your rewards? I was thinking, this hidden reward seems to have nothing to do with you, right? The challengers on the front line quickly replied on the forum. However, the challengers who did not participate were still relentless. After the entire beast tied only 500 experience points. Are you kidding me? You all are doing great, leveling up continuously. Is this little bit of experience enough to fill the gaps? It's easy to talk from the sidelines. Each of you gained thousands of experience. Seeing these messages, the challengers on the front line felt a surge of anger. What nonsense are you talking about? Still standing there without any pain. Do you even think about how many of us died? A pack of foolish dogs. You just stood there doing nothing and got 500 experience points and 100 copper coins. Isn't that enough? You haven't fought, so why do you think you deserve hidden rewards? Truly, greed knows no bounds. However, the challengers who did not participate were not willing to back down. Damn it. Wang Zhifei, if it weren't for that foolish dog sending those below level 5 to guard other areas, would we have no rewards? You think we just stood there doing nothing? Do you think you were so impressive? We were nearly killed by the monsters. If it weren't for others helping, you would have been done for ages ago. This is just laughable. You all seem quite self-important. Seeing these unreasonable messages, everyone who had just fought felt a surge of anger. Wang Zhifei's expression darkened as he wondered if he had done something wrong. You all really have the face to say this, knowing that the front line was at a disadvantage. Not a single one of you came to help, and now you still want hidden rewards. Do you deserve them? I suggest you look in the mirror and see if you have any face left. Level 13 Wang Zhifei. Where did these foolish dogs come from? I suggested that those below level 5 go guard other areas, and it was not mandatory for you to go. How is the outcome not your own choice? Level 13 Wang Zhifei. Besides, with your weak selves, if you truly participated in the battle, it would be a death sentence. Wanting hidden rewards is truly amusing. The challengers on the front line were boiling with anger and began to speak more rudely. Wang Zhifei, stop wasting your breath. If you hadn't said that, how could we have gone to guard other places? Don't talk about that. You all must compensate for our losses. If experience points can't be given, then give us copper coins and black iron treasure chests. The challengers who did not participate stated this on the forum. They did not want to discuss other matters, they just wanted rewards. Laughable, where does your confidence come from? Level 13 Wang Zhifei. Laughable, am I your father? Do you think you must listen to everything I say? We are not your fathers. Oh, why should we divide rewards with you? It's laughable. You dare not fight in battle, but turn green with envy over rewards. What a bunch of useless people. You might as well just hit the wall and die. I suggest you speak more politely. Weaklings who dare not even step on the battlefield dare to shout in front of us. So funny. Are even those below level 5 qualified to be arrogant in front of us? The challengers on the front line immediately replied. Just because you have a high level you think you are impressive. So funny. The ones who previously cried for help on the forum, I thought you were strong. The challengers who did not participate immediately countered. Having a high level makes you impressive. You useless people dare to shout. Just wait until you come back and get beaten. Hey, those who are shouting the loudest, I have already remembered your names. Just wait to die. So funny. What's wrong with asking for help? It's not like we were asking for help from you useless people. Do you really think this is still Blue Star? Keep talking and you'll regret it. You below level 5 newbies, your fathers can knock you out with one punch. Seeing that the people on the forum truly did not know what was good for them, everyone was too lazy to say more and directly dropped some harsh words. Hearing this, the forum fell silent for a moment. Suddenly someone said, Su Ran, you have so many rewards, why not share a bit with everyone? Exactly. You have the most rewards among everyone. Seeing what these people said, the challengers on the front line were, these people must really have something wrong with their brains. Level 20 Su Ran, get lost. Su Ran's reply to their requests was simple and direct. Seeing this reply, the people on the forum suddenly fell silent. Perhaps it was because Su Ran's impressive level of 20 made them reluctant to provoke him easily. Or perhaps it was due to Su Ran's exaggerated battle achievements. So funny. You dare come to provoke the great Su Ran? Oh, do you not have a shred of awareness? A group of weaklings, have you seen the level of the great Su Ran? You dare provoke a level 20 expert. Who gave you the courage? The challengers on the front line nearly burst out laughing. These people truly have no brain. What does it mean to be level? One slap could probably crush those newbies below level 5. Su Ran was too lazy to pay attention to those people on the forum. After arriving in this other world, it seemed they still had not grasped the situation. A group of people who don't even dare step on the battlefield, and they actually dare to scold me. Wang Zhifei was very angry. He did not force the challengers below level 5 to go to other areas. The choice was entirely theirs. How could they blame him for this? Why waste breath on them? Haven't you noticed that the difficulty of the tasks is increasing? Wang Wei shook his head. With their current state, they will be eliminated sooner or later. That's true. Arguing with them is really embarrassing. Wang Zhifei snorted lightly. Others were equally furious. Hee, they're so arrogant now, there will be a good show to watch later. A challenger said with a sneer. The difficulty of the tasks is increasing and the weak will eventually be eliminated. Those people who don't even dare to step on the battlefield will probably be done for after a few tasks. Let them be arrogant. Oh, just wait for them to be arrogant. Anyway, we'll walk our own paths later, and don't expect us to help them. A challenger scoffed. Watching this scene, Yi Lin shook his head secretly. Those foolish people truly have no brains. Of those who can survive on the front line are almost all challengers with considerable strength. Offending such a group of people will not lead to good outcomes later. I just don't understand what gives them the courage. Wang Chun frowned, a hint of confusion showing on his purple face. Jiang Hai glanced at him and said helplessly, "If you could understand, wouldn't you be as foolish as them?" This statement actually made some sense. At that moment, a blue status window suddenly popped up in front of him. The familiar and indifferent ethereal voice once again echoed in everyone's minds. Announcement: new task, counterattack from the abyss. After a brutal battle, half of the challengers have perished, but the army of monsters has also suffered heavy losses. All challengers are urged to seize the opportunity and launch a counterattack on the goblin stronghold within 3 days. The beast tide failed to breach the village defenses, and the goblin rapid march was also annihilated. Now the goblin clan is filled with doubts, and perhaps when they recover the 404 area, will face an even greater crisis. Task 1: eliminate the goblin clan's leader. Task 2: force the goblin clan to submit. The sudden appearance of these tasks left all challengers bewildered. The joy of just finishing a battle was instantly dampened. No way, we just finished. I'm crying. I just want to rest. Damn, the task has become harder again. After removing the useless ones, were only 44 left. Can we really win this? For a moment the challengers looked as if they had lost their souls. Just these low-level monsters made the battle so brutal. The Goblin Clan strength starts at a minimum of level 7. And the strength of the Goblin Clan leader will surely be even more terrifying. I'm in trouble, really in trouble. Wait, this task doesn't seem optional, does it? Damn, it really seems so. Oh my. Does this mean we actually have to fight for real? The challengers suddenly felt a sharp pain in their stomachs. If it's a choice between the two, it would definitely be simpler to just eliminate the leader. But if they are to make the Goblin Clan submit, it would require demonstrating their strength. Hey, this task isn't bad. Su Ran's eyes lit up. No need for defense, just attack directly. This is perfect for him. Su Ran's words left the challengers present stunned. The implication was that the previous tasks were not as good as this one. As expected of the great Su Ran, he is truly exceptional. Thanks to the great Su Ran, we were able to win the previous battle. And this task is even more daunting. We may have to trouble him again. So I propose that we all follow his orders. What do you all think? At this moment Wang Wei lightly coughed. He spoke loudly to the challengers present, expressing his thoughts. This idea is good. That's right. No one but the great Su Ran can shoulder such a heavy responsibility. Great one, just give your orders, and we will definitely comply. Upon hearing this, everyone was enlightened, and quickly echoed Wang Wei. None of the people present were fools. The only level 20 giant, his strength far surpassed everyone else. When is the best time to hold on to such a strong ally? Su Ran was taken aback. You mean for me to take charge? Wang Wei smiled and shrugged. Of course, after all, who else besides you can take charge now? Wang Zhifei immediately chimed in. You saved us from that bear monster, so this time Wang Wei and I will follow your orders. Damn, a bunch of sycophants. Jiang Hai looked down on these people in his heart. Do they have no integrity? Meanwhile Wang Chun patted his chest and laughed. Wang Chun bowed to no one except the great Su Ran. Jiang Hai was stunned, turning to look at Wang Chun with shock. Why did that sound so familiar? Didn't Wang Chun say something similar during their first cooperation? Yi Lin smiled shyly. The great Su Ran is still someone I can't see through. If you lead everyone, I believe we will win again this time. Two traitors. Jiang Hai's chest heaved, his eyes glaring fiercely at the two. Just a moment ago they were calling him brother Jiang Hai, and now they've abandoned him for someone stronger. Ha! Two scum. No. Two lickspittles. No, wait. A whole bunch of lickspittles. Jiang Hai cursed inwardly. Where is your integrity? Don't you have any dignity as challengers, or as men? Jiang Hai, why aren't you speaking? Noticing Jiang Hai's unusual behavior, Wang Wei asked in confusion. What's wrong? Do you have an opinion about the great Su Ran? The group that had previously beaten Jiang Hai was now coldly watching him. Seeing everyone looking at him, Jiang Hai's expression changed. How could I dare have any opinions about the great You all misunderstood. I just have a bit of pain from an injury. If the great Su Ran leads us, I will naturally be the first to raise both hands in agreement. Jiang Hai's face was serious, his voice heavy. He looked as if he was fully committed to the idea of Su Ran leading them. At least you're smart. Alas. What a pity. The group that had previously beaten Jiang Hai cast a deep glance at him, and then sighed. Damn, they really want to lay their hands on me again. Jiang Hai cursed inwardly, his hands quietly clenched into fists. He truly wanted to show these people what he was made of. Unfortunately, there were too many opponents. His fists could not defeat four hands, and he could only endure the— At this moment Su Ran frowned. Are you all sure you want me to lead? Of course. Leadership belongs to you alone. Wang Wei joked. Could it be that the great Su Ran thinks we will hold you back? Ha! The crowd lightened the atmosphere appropriately. Unexpectedly Su Ran looked surprised. You know about this? As expected of the one who organized the defense earlier, indeed, very clever. Su Ran sighed. All laughter abruptly stopped, caught in their throats. Everyone stood there dumbfounded. Wang Wei's face froze, his mouth opening and closing. You are serious? Su Ran nodded. Was there any but? Why would you think we would hold you back? Wang Wei looked incredulous. Su Ran was taken aback. It seemed he had been too blunt. Actually, it's not that. I think you would hold me back. It's just that this is an offensive task. Why not just go straight in and take out the Goblin clan leader? Giving orders to you all is just too troublesome. Su Ran shook his head. This isn't a defensive task. He just needs to charge in and kill the Goblin clan leader. Why complicate things? Directly. Charge in. The Great One, are you serious? Everyone stood frozen and placed dumbfounded. Is this how the Great One's mind works? Or are they just too weak? Wang Wei fell silent for a moment, unsure, but he felt that Su Ran shouldn't be joking about this. Wang Zhifei asked in astonishment, wait. Great One, just how strong are you? How strong? Su Ran frowned. To be honest, he didn't know his own limits. After all, he had yet to fight with. Is it level 1? Wang Zhifei asked tentatively. Everyone looked curious. Level 1 was the highest strength assessment they knew of. Surely Su Ran must be at that level. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Su Ran softly replied. In terms of strength assessment, I am above the first rank. Upon hearing Su Ran's words, everyone felt a jolt in their hearts. What the hell? Above the first rank? Big shot, what kind of strength assessment is above the first rank? Big shot, that's amazing. The first reaction from the crowd was disbelief. However, this only lasted a moment since Su Ran's impressive level of 20 was undeniable. An assessment above the first rank. Isn't that just a normal occurrence? Moreover, he had received attribute rewards more than once. Above the first rank is a star ranking. Probably 1 star is the lowest and 9 stars is the highest. Su Ran was somewhat uncertain. After all, he was only at 4 stars, still far from 9. Su Ran explained, however, at this level 1 is considered a mid-tier tester. Upon hearing Su Ran's explanation, the crowd's eyes lit up. Star ranking. Mid-tier tester. Does that mean we are currently considered low-tier testers? When will I be able to become a mid-tier tester? You can achieve it in your dreams right away. Get lost. Let's first think about how to reach a first-rank assessment of strength before anything else. The crowd was somewhat excited. It turned out that a first-rank strength assessment was not the end, which made their understanding of the path ahead much clearer. Low-tier testers, mid-tier testers, which means there are also high-tier testers. As low-tier testers, they could personally feel their own strength. That was a level of power far beyond their ordinary human phase, while Su Ran's strength made them feel a power from an entirely different dimension. Big shot, what star ranking are you at now? Someone asked eagerly. Su Ran pondered for a moment and replied, I am currently at 4 stars. Since I have decided to reveal my strength, the assessment can still be mentioned. After all, others are not fools, they can. 4 stars. Upon learning about Su Ran's star ranking strength, everyone was dumbfounded. This was no longer just breaking into stars, he was almost at mid-tier star level. Big shot is incredible. I'm at 4 stars and Big shot is also at 4 stars and the same as Big shot. Haha, we both have a 4, right? Although we both have a 4, you definitely can't compare to Big shot's fist. Haha, don't mention me. I feel like even a first-rank strength is not as good as Big shot's fist. So powerful. When will I ever have strength like Big shot? Maybe in the next life. Damn it. I feel like you're cursing me. Sigh. The gap is too far. Some were excited while others were sorrowful. The crowd's emotions were extremely complex. Some were thrilled by Su Ran's powerful strength. With such strength, it seemed that even the toughest tasks could be accomplished, and they could take the opportunity to cling to his leg. Some were sorrowful, wondering why there was such a gap between those who had descended on the same day. This was no longer something that could be caught up with by mere effort. At least one would need special abilities. No wonder he thinks of us as a burden. Wang Wei sighed. When he first ascended, he was the one with the highest strength assessment. Now at level 13, his strength assessment was also at 3, about to reach 2. However, compared to Su Ran, such strength truly felt like a burden. Comparing with him, aren't you just looking for trouble? Wang Zhifei patted his shoulder, lamenting, this guy is a cheat, we can't compare with him. They still had a considerable gap from the first rank, while the other side had even reached a star ranking assessment above the first rank at 4 stars. Such a gap could be described as a vast chasm. Gulp. Jiang Hai secretly swallowed his saliva. Above the first rank. A 4-star strength assessment. With such a powerful figure, it was no wonder so many people shamelessly sought to curry favor. However, Yilin's attention was focused on other aspects. He muttered, my talent is still amazing. Su Ran's strength indirectly illustrates his great talent. He could immediately see the dimensional gap. Although this talent does not provide any combat bonuses, it is actually quite useful. At least it could tell him who shouldn't be provoked. Just then, everyone exchanged glances, seemingly understanding the meaning in each other's eyes. Suddenly a tester stood up. Big shot, Su Ran, we've thought about it. And this battle should indeed be led by you. Upon hearing this, Su Ran frowned slightly. Didn't I just say that? He preferred to act alone rather than lead. Moreover, it was too troublesome. That tester quickly explained. We discussed earlier and felt that what you said was absolutely correct. Let's follow your line of thought. My line of thought? Su Ran was taken aback. Where did he get the idea? What Big Shot just said was too right. We don't even need to set up a battle plan, we just go in and finish it. That's right, just go in and do it. The crowd quickly chimed in, looking extremely excited. Su-Ran. Were these people really this reckless? Su-Ran asked. So, what do you plan to do? He was somewhat confused about their intentions. At this moment Wang Wei coughed lightly. We just follow your thoughts. Go straight in and finish it. You can do whatever you want to, don't worry about us. Wang Zhifei also smiled and said, you just go ahead and we will guard your retreat. If you fail you can still withdraw. Su-Ran suddenly understood, so you just want to ride on the task rewards, right? Once these words were spoken the crowd felt somewhat awkward. Since they were found out, couldn't they just not say it? It was quite embarrassing. Realizing their intentions, Su-Ran merely smiled. Alright, let's do it this way. Letting others ride on rewards wasn't a problem. After all, the biggest cut would still be his. Upon hearing Su-Ran's agreement, the crowd's faces lit up with joy. Thank you, Big Shot. As expected of a Big Shot, your generosity is extraordinary. With a big shot like you, this battle will surely be a piece of cake. Seeing everyone groveling, Zhang Hai secretly looked down on them. These people really had no shame. Just look at him, he didn't say a word, yet he could still ride on the rewards. Everyone need not be so polite, nor do you have to call me Big Shot every time. We are all in a mutually beneficial relationship, Su-Ran said with a smile. The crowd's eyes sparkled, and they felt extremely delighted. They suddenly discovered that Su-Ran was very approachable, completely lacking the air of a Big Shot. What Big Shot said is right, we are indeed in a mutually beneficial relationship. Exactly. If Big Shot needs any help, just let us know, and we will definitely assist. As long as you give the order, we will go east, and never go west. As long as it is something we can do, Big Shot can command us freely. The crowd made promises, their chests thumping loudly. Based on their demeanor, it seemed that even if Su-Ran asked for the moon, they would pick it for him. After all, with such a powerful figure, when else would they have the chance to cling to him? Moreover, with Su-Ran's strength, how could they even be needed to help? However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Su-Ran sighed. Since everyone has such intentions, I naturally can't let you down. Actually, I do need your help with something. No way, is there really? Upon hearing Su-Ran's words, everyone was stunned. With Su-Ran's strength, is there really something they could assist with? Could it be life-threatening? Although he wanted to refuse outright, it was too late once the words were out. He couldn't just say it, and then slap himself in the face, could he? Moreover, if he really refused, would he still be able to cling to a powerful ally? At the very least, he needed to understand what kind of matter required their help. Big Shot, what exactly do you need our help with? After Su-Ran finished speaking, the air fell silent for about 3 seconds. Finally, someone spoke up. Su-Ran smiled slightly. Don't worry, it's not anything too difficult. Damn. Everyone cursed inwardly. This was just a diversion. Perhaps it wasn't difficult for Su-Ran, but that didn't mean it would be the same for them. After all, their strengths were not on the same level, so they couldn't easily believe this. Rest assured, there's no danger at all. It's just that everyone will need to expend a bit of effort. Noticing the unease among the crowd, Su-Ran comforted them with a smile. Seeing that Su-Ran didn't seem to be lying, everyone was a bit puzzled. What exactly is it that requires our help? Wang Wei asked, feeling confused. Su-Ran smiled slightly and said, you'll know when we get there. But before that, let's head into the village to buy some iron picks. Don't worry, it'll cover the cost of the copper coins. Iron picks? What does he need those for? Everyone was a bit dumbfounded, completely unaware of what Su-Ran was planning. But at this point, they could only follow along. At the weapon shop, the owner was bare-chested, wearing large shorts with hair mottled black and white. At that moment, he was looking at Su-Ran with a bewildered expression. My God, what's going on with you, kid? The weapon shop owner circled around Su-Ran as if he had encountered a treasure, his eyes seemingly trying to see through him entirely. Boss, what are you doing? Su-Ran felt a bit awkward. Was the owner harboring some strange preferences? The weapon shop owner looked astonished. Wait, how did you level up so quickly? Having lived here for many years, he had seen countless trial takers. But he had never seen anyone like Su-Ran leveling up as easily as eating and drinking. In just a week, he was already at level 20. Upon hearing the weapon shop owner's words, Su-Ran's heart skipped a beat, and he forced himself to calm down. He asked, Boss, can you see my level? You think everyone in this village is just an ordinary person? The weapon shop owner glanced at Su-Ran. Or do you think ordinary people can survive in this place? What the hell? No way. Before Su-Ran could respond, a chorus of gasps erupted from behind him. The crowd looked furious. Damn it. I knew something was off. That old man was waiting for us at the village entrance. Shit. I thought he was just an ordinary old man, but he is not just anyone. And he said something about young people not being... Damn it. He was doing it on purpose. He purposefully made us help him with the manure. Just thinking about it makes me angry. We spent a whole day shoveling manure, and all we got was 100 experience points and 10 copper coins. What a stingy deal. Everyone was filled with rage. They had initially expected attribute point skill books and other rewards. But at the end of the day, not only did they feel disgusted, but they also ended up smelling awful. And to make matters worse, the rewards were pitiful, barely enough to scrape by. Upon hearing these words, Su-Ran felt immensely fortunate. Thankfully, he hadn't gone to the village with them, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Boss, besides my level, can you see any other information about me? Su-Ran asked calmly. But inside he was quite nervous. He hadn't expected that someone would be able to see his level. Although there were surely others who could, having someone in this novice village be able to see his level made him quite uneasy. The weapon shop owner glanced at Su-Ran. Don't worry, we can only see your level. Didn't you get the identification eye? That thing is a powerful skill, and if upgraded to the highest level it can rival the Eye of the Gods, but it can only see through magical creatures. If trial takers do not voluntarily open their panels, others can at most only see their levels. Even the gods have to abide by this rule. Upon hearing this, Su-Ran's gaze flickered. To be honest, after evolving to this level Eye of the Gods, he had yet to see the attributes of any trial taker. This meant that the weapon shop owner in front of him might have a similar skill or talent. However, what Su-Ran and the others were concerned about was completely different. My boss, can skills be upgraded? The crowd quickly asked. The weapon shop owner replied slowly. Not only skills but talents can also be upgraded, but they require special conditions to be met. What the hell? Talents can be upgraded? The crowd gasped in shock, their faces filled with astonishment. This meant that their utterly pathetic talents could be upgraded to A, or even S rank. The weapon shop owner glanced at them. Don't dream, the difficulty is no ordinary level. You should focus on how to keep your own lives safe first. Boss, you just said that even the gods have to follow the rules. Su-Ran asked curiously, aren't gods the strongest? Is there really a god in this world? The excitement among the crowd faded at Su-Ran's words. They remembered the day of descent when the mysterious voice that here they could even become gods. Upon hearing Su-Ran's words, the weapon shop owner fell silent. He did not answer but slowly said, what brings you here? The weapon shop owner's reaction left everyone stunned. They realized that everyone here seemed to have some understanding, but they wouldn't disclose information about this world to them. Previously, the weapon shop owner had shared some information and the crowd had thought he was different from others, but now it seemed there wasn't much difference. It seems the people of this village cannot tell us too much. Su-Ran thought to himself. The weapon shop owner had mentioned rules earlier. Could this also be a type of rule? The weapon shop owner glanced at the crowd. If there's nothing else, then hurry up and leave. Don't gather around me like this. Su-Ran smiled and said, naturally we came here for a reason. Boss, how much for an iron pick? The owner replied indifferently, 10 copper coins, each, not a penny less. Su-Ran smiled slightly. Then please give me 43 of them. The weapon shop owner was stunned. How many do you want? 43. The weapon shop owner looked dazed. What on earth do you need so many iron picks for? Su-Ran pointed behind him with a smile and said, for them to use. Mining. Huh. We're going to mine. The weapon shop owner and the crowd all looked bewildered. Everyone was stunned. It turned out that the so-called help meant mining. Su-Ran looked confused. Why aren't there any? Who would stockpile so many pickaxes? The weapon shop owner had a grim expression. Besides, my shop is not a blacksmith's. Su-Ran smiled and said, it's fine, just make them as quickly as you can. The weapon shop owner covered his head and first you need to pay a deposit. The weapon shop owner gritted his teeth. No need, I'll pay the full amount now. Su-Ran smiled and handed over 430 copper coins. The weapon shop owner was not polite and took the copper coins. Wait. He shot a fierce glare at Su-Ran as Su-Ran smiled slightly. It seemed that the weapon shop owner was quite reluctant to take on this job, but perhaps it was due to that so-called rule. So he couldn't refuse. The weapon shop rang with the constant sound of metal clashing. The weapon shop owner, bare-chested and sweating profusely, swung the hammer in his hand with all his might. Su-Ran and his group stood outside waiting patiently. After a few hours, the weapon shop owner finally came out. The things you wanted are ready, come in and take them. Su-Ran was taken aback. So fast. He had planned to wait 2 more days. The weapon shop owner, drenched in sweat, muttered, take your things and scram. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and left. The crowd followed him inside and found dozens of pickaxes placed beside the iron furnace. What the heck? It really is that fast. This isn't scientific. Do you think this world is very scientific? That makes sense. Perhaps the weapon shop owner has some talent or skill in forging. Hey, that's a pretty good The crowd chimed in. Su-Ran smiled and said, everyone grab a pickaxe and follow me. Oh. The crowd could only weakly complain as each person took a pickaxe and headed out. At the same time, they were a bit curious about what kind of, or they would be mining. What does Su-Ran want to use that for? It wouldn't be that place, would it? Wang Chen murmured to Jiang Hai. Very likely. Jiang Hai nodded. The goblin was the first thing Su-Ran discovered, so he was likely aware of them. Just as he finished speaking, Jiang Hai froze. Get lost. Who told you to talk to me? Jiang Hai glared angrily at Wang Chen. He hadn't forgotten this guy's previous attitude. Wang Chen chuckled awkwardly. Brother Jiang Hai, please be magnanimous. Get lost. Don't talk to me. Jiang Hai snorted coldly. Magnanimous. Did he look like such a generous? At this moment, Yilin walked over and smiled, trying to mediate. Brothers, let's not argue, we're all friends here. Upon hearing his words, both turned their heads in unison. Get lost. You traitor. Both shouted in unison, their angry expressions identical. They had agreed to face the beating together. Why did only he escape unscathed? Yilin's face stiffened. If someone didn't know better, they would think these two were arguing with him. The group moved through the jungle, each carrying a pickaxe on their shoulder. Hey, where exactly are we going? Where? To mine, of course. What I mean is, where are we going to mine? You should ask Su Ran. How would we know? Mines. This sounds complicated. Maybe Su Ran is planning to dig and sell the ore. So you mean we're just laborers? Is there pay for this? Wanting pay. You're thinking too much. Didn't we say it's mutually beneficial? If you want to cling to a big shot, then work hard. Along the way the group whispered among themselves, curious about their death. About an hour later the scenery before the group finally changed. Before them appeared the entrance to a mine guarded by... That massive figure was as tall as a small mountain, and there was a palpable pressure emanating from it. Is that a goblin? This is a goblin-guarded mine. This guy looks tough. Do goblins really look like this? The group whispered among themselves, their eyes fixed on the goblin ahead. At that moment Jiang Hai spoke up. Everyone pay attention, that goblin is strong at rank 3. Rank 3? No way. Are you sure? The crowd was dumbfounded. This was different from what they had heard. Weren't goblins supposed to start at rank 7? The guard in front of them surprisingly had rank 3 strength. This goblin seems to be on par with us, just by looking at the stats. This is ridiculous. Wang Wei said in a low voice. If the goblin race had many individuals like this, it would truly be terrifying. Wang Zhifei was sweating coldly. A goblin with such strength was merely a guard. Without Su Ran they probably wouldn't have the ability to complete this task. While everyone was observing, Su Ran had already walked right up to it. As expected of Big Shot Su Ran, he's so bold, he doesn't even flinch as they meet. Last time the Big Shot acted so quickly I didn't catch it this time, I'll keep my eyes wide open. The crowd was extremely excited. Last time it was too rushed, and they hadn't had the chance to properly watch Su Ran in action. Now they finally had the opportunity to observe up close. Su Ran walked slowly, appearing in no rush. See, this is the demeanor of a Big Shot. Su Ran approached the mine entrance and got even closer to the goblin. Keep your eyes peeled, the Big Shot is about to make a move. When he reached the front of the goblin, Su Ran stopped. When the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. This mentality is amazing. The crowd was thrilled, their eyes wide open, glued to the scene. We must see clearly, the disparity in strength between both sides is too great. It could end in a second. Just then the goblin moved. It took a step forward. The goblin moved. Wow. It's about to attack. With a thud, wow. It knelt. Huh. The crowd's voices abruptly stopped, their excitement frozen in that moment. They all stared in astonishment at the goblin suddenly kneeling before Su Ran. This is over. At that moment someone exclaimed, as expected of the Big Shot. Just by sheer presence that goblin knelt down. Upon hearing this the crowd felt an unexplainable awe, all of them shaken. This was too powerful. Master. The goblin knelt on the ground, its head bowed. Get up. Su Ran asked. After I left, did the goblin race send troops over? He thought that since they hadn't seen any goblins return to camp after discovering the mine, the goblin race would definitely send troops to investigate. This was also the reason Su Ran was helping the goblin evolve. They came. A small squad arrived, led by a goblin warrior followed by goblin soldiers. Green immediately. Did you kill them all? Su Ran asked. Green shook his head and replied, no, I have imprisoned them all in the mine, waiting for the master to return and deal with them. Su Ran praised, well done. It is only right to alleviate the master's burdens. Green responded loyally. Su Ran then asked, how much, or have you mined? Green softly answered, reporting to the master, according to the route you provided, we have mined about 300 pounds. Over 300 pounds. This progress is quite acceptable. Su Ran pondered for a moment and asked, have any other goblins met my... Green shook his head, master, not yet. Indeed. Su Ran nodded. Having only mined over 300 pounds of blue crystal, where it was naturally impossible for a goblin to have mined 100 pounds alone. Green shook his head, master, not yet. Indeed. Su Ran nodded. Having only mined over 300 pounds, Big Shot, do you speak beast language? Wang Wei asked, somewhat confused. Is this a skill or a talent? Su Ran turned to look back and smiled, explaining, this is not beast language. He is my servant, so we can communicate. Servant. Hearing Su Ran's explanation, everyone was stunned. Can a goblin actually be a servant? Just as they were thinking this, a prompt box suddenly popped up in front of them. Master-servant contract. Upon signing the master-servant contract, the two parties establish a master-servant relationship. The servant cannot betray the master, and the master can decide the servant's life or death with a thought. Damn, there's such a thing. Come on. This thing is no good. It always triggers passively. Can't we be informed of these functions in advance? Everyone was dumbfounded. They had never expected that magical creatures could also be made into servants. So that means this mine was already taken over before. Yi Lin had a complex expression. No wonder the goblin guarding last time was replaced by this one. It turned out this place had already been captured by Su Ran back then. Jiang Hai, however, did not care about this. He chuckled, nearly in tears from laughter. I'm dying of laughter. This group of sycophants was so ridiculous earlier. If I didn't know better, I'd think Su Ran had some aura about him, but it turns out this goblin was already his servant. Jiang Hai patted Wang Chen's shoulder and whispered with a smile. As everyone was momentarily shocked, the surroundings fell into silence. Jiang Hai's voice almost reached everyone's ears. Hearing this, everyone's faces turned red, but soon it was replaced by boundless anger. Damn. Seeing the expressions of the crowd, Wang Chen shivered and hurriedly patted Jiang Hai. What are you doing? Jiang Hai was puzzled. when he suddenly noticed something unusual. When he turned around and saw the murderous looks from the crowd, his heart sank. I said, I was just joking. Do you believe me? Jiang Hai swallowed and smiled awkwardly. What do you think? The voices of the crowd were very calm. But Jiang Hai felt a chilling coldness in it, causing him to feel a chill down. I didn't say anything. This matter has nothing to do with me. Wang Chun lightly coughed, pushing Jiang Hai aside, and Yilin quietly moved aside. Gulp. Facing the wrath of the crowd alone, Jiang Hai swallowed. Your mouth is a bit redundant. What do you think? The crowd pointed fingers, their gazes fixed on him. Phew. Jiang Hai took a deep breath, feeling that he couldn't be so. After all, he was one of the top trialists. So Jiang Hai steeled himself. Did I say anything wrong? Don't think that just because you beat me earlier you can do whatever you want to me. That was only because I was tired at that time and my talent was still on cooldown. Jiang Hai snorted coldly, his voice steady. He wanted to regain his status as a top trialist. Alright, let's see what you've got. The crowd looked indifferent. In the next moment, everyone sprang into action. Damn. Wait. That's not fair. If you have the ability, come at me one by one. Jiang Hai's expression changed drastically as he shouted. Who the hell said it had to be fair? Bang. Jiang Hai tried to resist, but his fists could not compete with 4 hands. In less than 3 seconds, he was knocked to the ground. Is there anything that can shut this guy's mouth? Shut it for what? Let him talk, then beat him up afterward. Good point. Hearing the voices around him, Jiang Hai felt a surge of resentment. He made up his mind. He would hide his strength like Su Ran, and then quietly amaze everyone. When the time comes, he would return the favor to those who had beaten him. Ignoring this farce, Su Ran said to everyone, you can go, and now, let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, he took the lead. The goblin kept half a body length behind Su Ran. Everyone looked at the large figure, secretly astonished. At the same time, they were envious of Su Ran. A goblin of 3rd tier strength. Such a powerful magical creature was actually Su Ran's servant. Sigh. So sad. Wang Wei felt a pang of bitterness. A goblin of the same level as him was only Su Ran's servant. Wang Zhifei patted his shoulder, comforting him. Brother, don't be envious. We'll catch one ourselves when we get the chance. Wang Wei nodded earnestly. There were not just 2 of them with this thought. Almost everyone had this idea. Being able to sign a master-servant contract with magical creatures was incredibly tempting. If they had magical creature servants, not only could they assist them in battle, but they could also help with chores. When they reached the depths of the mine, looking at the goblins diligently mining, everyone was stunned. Greetings, master. Upon noticing Su Ran's arrival, dozens of goblins stopped and half knelt on the ground. Damn. Amazing. Are all these servants of Su Ran? Big shot. Wow. So envious. There was an indescribable envy in everyone's eyes. Dozens of goblin servants, what a concept. He must have gathered all the goblins in the entire mine under his command. Wang Chun was somewhat astounded. With a wave of his hand, Su Ran said, get up. Yes. Dozens of goblins stood up and continued to mine diligently. Seeing this scene, everyone felt even more envious. Everyone, you can start now. At this moment, Su Ran smiled and said to the crowd, everyone. It was only then that they remembered. They were not here to watch a show, like those goblins, they were here to mine. Big shot, how long do we have to mine? Wang Wei forced a smile and asked. Su Ran smiled and said, and Wang Wei's smile froze up. Mine. Until it's done, eh? Hearing this, everyone suddenly felt numb. Wang Wei looked at Su Ran, his face filled with disbelief. Are you serious? Su Ran nodded. Of course I'm serious. Do you know how many mines are here? Wang Wei was both amused and exasperated. This thing was invisible and intangible. Su Ran explained with a smile. Did you forget that I have skills? Wang Wei was taken aback. Of course he knew Su Ran had skills, but wasn't that just identification skills? My. Wang Wei suddenly realized, his face filled with shock. Could it be that your skills have leveled up? He recalled the weapon shop owner mentioning that skills and talents could be upgraded. Su Ran smiled faintly without replying. However, this reaction only confirmed Wang Wei's suspicion. It's really frustrating to see how some people are so much better than others. Wang Wei sighed, feeling a twinge of resentment. He remembered the weapon shop owner, saying Su Ran's skills were incredibly powerful. If he reached the top level, it could even rival the Eye of the Gods. So skills really can be upgraded. Does that mean the weapon shop owner wasn't lying? What about talents? Wow. When can I finally raise this damn level talent? I'm so envious. After we return, I must go buy skill books. Everyone was filled with extreme envy. Fortunately, after this mission, they had enough copper coins to purchase skill books. Everyone, let's not waste any more time. Let's get started. Su Ran addressed the group. They all sighed in resignation. They had no choice but to pick up the pickaxe and prepare to work for Su Ran. What baffled them the most was that Su Ran actually had the goblins give them unknown instruction. Jelen, guard this area well. Su Ran instructed Jelen and turned to leave. Yes, master. Jelen slightly bowed and nodded. Meanwhile, while everyone was busy mining, Su Ran quietly returned to the front lines. On the battlefield, one could see fallen trees, sunken traps, and the corpses of magical beasts scattered across the entire area. The stench of blood filled the air, and the sight of severed limbs was everywhere. Everything after the battle was enough to illustrate the ferocity of the previous fight. These magical beast corpses cannot go to waste. Su Ran thought to himself. The things of obvious value had already been taken by the challengers. But to Su Ran, these corpses were a natural source of universal value. Talent trait 3 activated, detecting valuable materials. Reclaimed the remains of the slime, gaining 1 point of universal value. Reclaimed the remains of the golden ring blood python, gaining 3 points of universal value. Reclaimed the remains of the long-toothed snow rabbit, gaining 3 points of universal value. Reclaimed. Just reclaiming the corpses of the magical creatures took Su Ran nearly an hour or two. Phew. Finally finished reclaiming. Su Ran wiped the sweat from his forehead, a smile appearing on his face. Over 1,000 magical beasts provided him with a massive amount of universal value. Now what's next? Su Ran whispered, turning his gaze to the remaining corpses. Looking at the bodies of the fallen challengers, Su Ran fell silent for a moment. These individuals were different from those who had retreated. They were true warriors. I will avenge you. Su Ran spoke softly. To strengthen himself, he would take their talents. But in exchange, he would avenge them. Reclaimed level talent strength amplification. Reclaim failed. Reclaimed level talent speed amplification. Reclaim failed. More repetition. Su Ran murmured to himself. After many failed attempts, he finally reclaimed a new talent. Reclaimed a level talent. Flame manipulation. Reclaimed a level talent. Water manipulation. Reclaimed a level talent. Electric manipulation. Reclaimed a level talent. Wind manipulation. Reclaimed level talent. Vision enhancement. Reclaimed level talent. Shadow manipulation. Reclaimed a level talent. Earth manipulation. Reclaimed a level talent. Flame manipulation. Failed. Reclaimed. Failed. So many repeated talents. But fortunately, the few talents successfully reclaimed are... Su Ran thought to himself. Immediately after, Su Ran concentrated, and his personal status bar appeared before. Name Su Ran level 20 critical threshold reached. Title Monster Slayer. Equipped effect damage dealt to monsters increased by 2 times. Strength 122nd tier, agility 123nd tier, constitution 122nd tier, spirit 132nd tier, main talent SS level, universal sublimation, sub-talents level, demonic transformation level, dimensional superspace level, invisibility level, dark stab level, strength amplification level, speed amplification level, constitution amplification level, grease on the feet. New. A level fire manipulation. Active trait generate and manipulate fire energy duration 10 seconds, cooldown 30 minutes. A level water manipulation. Active trait generate and manipulate water energy duration 10 seconds, cooldown 30 minutes. A level electric manipulation. Active trait generate and manipulate electric energy duration 10 seconds, cooldown 30 minutes. A level water manipulation. Active trait generate and manipulate water energy duration 10 seconds, cooldown 30 minutes. A level earth manipulation. Active trait generate and manipulate earth energy duration 10 seconds, cooldown 30 minutes. Level shadow manipulation. Active trait able to manipulate one's own shadow special. Level talent, vision enhancement. Skills level, Eye of the Gods. Equipment level, blue crystal armor. Universal value 2209, strength assessment, 4 stars, intermediate challenger. The harvest is quite good. Su Ran smiled knowingly. The universal value breaking through 2,000 points at once was something he had never experienced before. He also gained many talents, becoming suddenly wealthy in just one day. But what use is shadow manipulation? Su Ran displayed a puzzled expression. This talent was not only marked as special, but also had no cooldown. But what could manipulating shadows do? Or could this shadow help him in battle? Let's try it out first. Su Ran, level talent, shadow manipulation, activate. As Su Ran activated his talent, the shadow beneath his feet began to move according to his thoughts. The shadow could perform various movements in response to Su Ran's thoughts. However, when Su Ran tried to make the shadow pick something up, he found it was impossible. Shadows can pass through physical objects, meaning they cannot fight. Su Ran was left speechless. This talent was akin to a useless trinket, yet it was still a special talent. Should I try upgrading it? Su Ran suddenly thought about seeing what aspects it would enhance after evolution. Fortunately, I have a decent amount of wealth now, though otherwise I wouldn't dare to waste like this. Su Ran chuckled softly. Then with a thought, he activated his ability. Used 130 points of universal value, remaining universal value, 2079 points. You activate your innate ability, evolving your level talent, shadow manipulation, into a level talent, shadow controller. Level talent, shadow controller. Active trait can extract shadows from inanimate objects and manifest them for combat, inheriting 20% of the dead bonus attributes, limit 5. Upon seeing the description before him, Su Ran was momentarily stunned. Extracting shadows from inanimate objects and inheriting their attributes. After regaining his composure, Su Ran immediately felt astonished. This talent is quite remarkable, but isn't 20% of the attributes a bit low? Su Ran frowned. A 1/5 difference in attributes is no trivial matter. If the shadows could also grow stronger, then it would be invincible. Should I try to enhance it again? A thought of further evolution suddenly crossed Su Ran's mind. 200 points of versatility, used 1879 points remaining. You activate your innate ability evolving your level talent, Shadow Controller into a level talent. A level talent, Shadow Master active trait can extract shadows from inanimate objects and manifest them for combat inheriting 40% of the dead bonus attributes limit 20, evolved to level Shadow King. Requires 1000 versatility points. Inheriting 40% of the attributes. The increase in attributes made Su Ran's eyes light up, yet he was still not satisfied. Should I continue to enhance it? Su Ran hesitated. Spending over 300 versatility points still made him feel some pain. But halting here left Su Ran feeling somewhat unwilling. He believed the next enhancement would be even more substantial. Shadow King. Su Ran gritted his teeth and resolutely said, let's do it. 1000 points of versatility, used 879 points remaining. You activate your innate ability evolving your level talent, Shadow Master into its level talent. Level talent, Shadow King active trait 1, can extract shadows from inanimate objects and manifest them for combat inheriting 70% of the dead bonus attributes current limit 100. Active trait 2, can summon a shadow of oneself inheriting 70% of one's attributes, and capable of attaching as secondary talent excluding Shadow King. Active trait 3, the main body can merge into shadows lasting for 3 minutes, cooldown time 30. 3 traits. And the second trait is essentially my clone, right? Su Ran was utterly astonished at the completed evolution of the Shadow King. What shocked him the most was that the shadow could also possess his talent. A talent with 3 traits. No wonder it is a special talent. Su Ran was filled with excitement. Besides his main talent, he had never seen a talent that could possess 3 traits. Spending over 1000 versatility points was worth it. Su Ran exclaimed sincerely. Not to mention 1000 points, even if it doubled, he wouldn't bat an eye. Let's try it out now. Su Ran took a deep breath, and with a thought, he activated the ability. Level talent, Shadow King, trait 1 activated. As Su Ran's talent activated, his shadow began to writhe, as if it were alive. In the next moment his shadow moved towards a corpse in front of him. Then Su Ran saw a pitch-black shadow slowly rise from the corpse. Individual Shadow Yang Wei level 50 100 strength, 28 agility, 29 constitution, 26 spirit, 27 total attributes, 77 total attributes, 110 points. Status Shadow, all statuses weakened by 30%. Strength assessment 8th rank. Yang Wei. Su Ran remembered this name, as it was somewhat unique. The strength assessment dropped a whole rank. Su Ran, if it were the original body, it would now be at a 7th rank, close to the 6th rank. But as just a shadow, having such strength is already quite remarkable. One cannot expect too much. However, the shadow even shows its level. I just wonder if it can level up. Perhaps I could form an army of shadows. Su Ran's expression turned excited. Shadows are different from others, they belong to the dead. They cannot die a second time. An undying army sounds thrilling. Next it's my shadow. Su Ran's gaze flickered, filled with anticipation. A shadow possessing 70% of his attributes along with a secondary talent. As for what talent to attach, that doesn't even need to be considered. Level talent, Shadow King trait 2 activated. In the next moment after activation, Su Ran's shadow began to spread out. Soon a shapeless silhouette formed before him. Individual Phantom Su Ran level 20 strength, 122nd stage agility, 123nd stage constitution, 122nd stage spirit, 132nd stage talents level. Demonic transformation active trait demonic transformation. Overall attribute increase of 50. The longer in demonic form the greater the attribute boost up to 5 times becoming demonic cooldown time 1 hour. Total attributes 345 total attributes 493 points. Status Shadow all statuses weakened by 30%. Strength assessment 1st rank. 1st rank strength. The talent has also weakened considerably. Su Ran was overjoyed. This phantom, although not as strong as him, had an impressive panel and strength. Moreover, the phantom shouldn't fall into demonic transformation, right? Su Ran's gaze flickered. If the phantom activated demonic transformation, reaching a certain duration with all attributes multiplied by 5, its strength would likely far exceed that of his original self. But the question is, will the phantom actually fall into demonic transformation? Forget it. It's better not to test it. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Su Ran decisively gave it up. He certainly didn't want to risk it. What if the phantom really fell into demonic transformation and became uncontrollable? If its strength doubled, he might end up being killed by his own phantom. Go. Bring all the shadows back to me. Su Ran concentrated his thoughts. His shadow surged like a puddle of ink, spreading in all directions. Moments later on the battlefield, one shadow after another stood up. Su Ran had reclaimed all the shadows of the fallen testers. Everyone come in. Su Ran softly commanded. As he issued the order, the dark shadows each merged into the shadow beneath Su Ran. From now on, I am an army by myself. Su Ran smiled slightly. In the mine, the sound of metal clanging echoed as everyone tirelessly swung their arms digging up blue crystal ore. Damn, I'm exhausted. This job isn't meant for humans. Exactly, this should be left for goblins. By the way, where did the great Su Ran go? Crying we've really become. Honestly, I've never been this tired in my life. It's more exhausting than pushing a cart. What the hell? Even at this time you're still full of energy. The testers were all panting like dogs' tongues lolling. Looking at the seemingly endless mine before them, everyone felt, how long the hell do we have to dig this for? Wang Zhifei paused his actions, rubbed his side waist, and sighed. How long are we going to dig? According to the route given by Su Ran, it should be soon. After all, we have more people, so we have greater strength. Wang Wei wiped the sweat off his forehead and leaned his body against the iron pickaxe that was standing on the ground. Including the challengers and the goblins, there were almost 100 people mining altogether. Sai, we have all become workers under him. Wang Zhifei was at a loss for words. Just finished fighting, and now we are pulled over to work. This is too much. There's no helping it. Who told him to be so powerful? To gain experience, one must naturally make sacrifices. Honestly, mining is relatively simple. Wang Wei chuckled. That's true. When he asked for our help before, I was quite worried. That's right, thankfully he didn't ask us to help him fight monsters. Wang Zhifei nodded in agreement. If it were to deal with some kind of monster with Su Ran's strength needing help, they would only be cannon fodder if they went. While the two were chatting, Green walked over its massive body, resembling a wall of flesh standing between the two. Its sharp eyes fixed intently on them before slowly shifting to the iron pickaxe. The two exchanged strange glances. Wang Zhifei was somewhat speechless. Does it mean that we shouldn't stop? Wang Wei nodded. It seems to imply just that. The two fell silent. Ultimately feeling uncomfortable under its gaze, they could only suppress their complaints and picked up the iron pickaxe to continue digging. Seeing that the two humans continued to work, Green turned and left. As a loyal servant of my master, I must complete the tasks assigned by my master diligently. Green thought to itself. Whenever someone stopped to rest, it would approach that person and steadfastly glare until they For a time, the challengers felt various forms of discomfort. Damn, what's up with this goblin? Even when I need to excuse myself, it follows me. Can you believe it? Wow, why is this goblin so terrifying? It keeps staring at me. Can I take a break? Damn it, I really want to teach it a lesson for its master. Then go ahead, but I can't beat it. The crowd grumbled about Green's behavior. Staring at them was a third-tier goblin, who could stand that? To avoid being bothered by this goblin, the group didn't even dare to take a break. Hours later, when Su Ran returned to the mine, everyone was completely exhausted. Upon seeing Su Ran return, Green stepped forward and bowed. Master, everything has been mined. Su Ran was somewhat surprised so soon. Well done, Su Ran praised. Hearing this, Green was a bit excited and quickly replied, it's my duty to alleviate my master's burdens. Su Ran nodded and walked in front of everyone. I didn't expect you all to work so quickly. It truly surprised me. Su Ran sighed with emotion. Show off. The crowd cursed, inwardly feeling even more resentful. Since Su Ran had this goblin monitor them, how could they not be quick? Ahem. Wang Wei lightly coughed. If there's nothing else, we'll head back to rest, as the previous battle really exhausted. Now that I've said this, you can't be embarrassed to ask us for help anymore, right? Su Ran smiled. Rest can be discussed a bit. Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. Wow, beast. This was clearly going to drain them dry. However, Su Ran changed the topic and smiled. This time, everyone has worked hard. I wonder if anyone has tried the Longfong Snow Bunny. It's really delicious. So I had the villagers help with the preparation. I also had them prepare drinks and such. The money is already paid, so everyone can have a hearty meal before resting. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out this guy still has a conscience. Wang Wei breathed out, saying to Su Ran, then we'll take our leave now. Su Ran nodded. Everyone tossed their iron pickaxes and immediately rushed out of the mine. I'm finally free again. Let's get out of here. I never want to come back to this cursed place. As soon as they exited the mine, everyone vanished in a flash. They feared Su Ran might call them back for more work. In the mine, Su Ran sighed. As expected of challengers, they work fast. It seems next time I have such matters, I still need to trouble them to help. If only the goblins in the mine were to dig, it would take at least several days. Yet with an additional 43 challengers, they completed it in less than a day. Some even used their talents for mining. Afterwards, Su Ran counted all the blue crystal ores. A total of 1564 gene. Among them, there are 1145 gene of medium quality blue crystal ore, and the rest are high quality blue crystal ore. Su Ran pondered for a moment. He decided to keep 100 gene each of medium and high quality blue crystal ore and convert the rest into universal points. Recycling 1045 gene of blue crystal or medium universal points 1045. Recycling 319 gene of blue crystal or high universal points 957. Universal points have broken through 2,000 again. Su Ran was overjoyed. He felt that he was not far from reaching 100 universal points and unlocking the SS level talent. Universal Sublimation's second permission. Su Ran sighed. I wonder what this talent will become after the permission is upgraded. Even now, the power of this talent felt absurdly strong. However, the difference between medium and high-quality blue crystal ore is a bit significant. Su Ran, in the future, I need to use high-quality blue crystal ore to forge new weapons. Su Ran thought to himself. Although the blue crystal blade was good, the quality of the blue crystal ore used was only medium. In the future, I need to use high-quality blue crystal or to forge new weapons. Su Ran thought to himself. Although the blue crystal blade was good, the quality of the blue crystal or used was only medium. Moreover, Su Ran preferred swords which were more favored by the majority rather than daggers. Just then Green stepped forward and bowed. Master. Su Ran immediately came to his senses and looked at it asking, what is it? A goblin has already met your requirement. Green said, Moi. Su Ran was a bit surprised. A goblin has already mined enough 100 gene of, or... Yes. Green nodded. This was somewhat unexpected for Su Ran. Among these frail goblins there really was one that managed to mine enough, or in such a short time. You see, this was merely a method Su Ran used to motivate them. Who is it? Su Ran asked aloud. Since a goblin had indeed fulfilled his requirement, Su Ran naturally wouldn't go back on his word. Master, it's me. Among the many goblins a small, thin individual stood out. It was covered in scars and appeared emaciated. But its pair of eyes looked exceptionally sharp. Is it you? Su Ran's gaze fell on this goblin, and his eyes lit. He seemed to have struck gold. This great talent. I have got to activate. Su Ran's eyes radiated a brilliant light. In the next moment, all the information about this goblin appeared before him. Species goblin. Name Guyun. Relation servant. Description: once the lowest slave of the goblin clan, now serving you. Status: poor, with an extraordinary desire to become stronger. Level 3, 10 attribute points can be assigned with each level up. Tier: ordinary. Strength 7. Agility 8. Constitution 9. Spirit 18. Talent: grade talent. Unyielding. Passive trait 1. Possesses an iron will increasing defense by 20 and resistance to abnormal state. Passive trait 2. When willpower reaches a critical point, all attributes increase by 50. Power assessment 8th rank. What potential? Su Ran's eyes lit up with surprise. Setting aside the 8th rank assessment, this goblin actually possesses a talent. Moreover, this talent is exceptional, a potential type talent with 2 traits. I can't believe I didn't notice this, Su Ran muttered to himself. Previously, he had only glanced at his subservient goblins without paying special attention to these details. After all, most of his subservient goblins were inferior products of the goblin clan. I didn't expect to find treasure here. Do I have a hidden lucky talent? Suddenly Su Ran felt that his luck was extraordinary. Since you have completed the task I assigned, I shall fulfill my promise. Although surprised, Su Ran's expression remained calm as water. Thank you, master. A hint of joy appeared on Gu Yun's green face. Su Ran nodded and placed his hand on Gu Yun's head. The surrounding goblins looked on with envy. Unfortunately, they had not completed the task assigned by their master like Galin, and thus this evolution was ultimately beyond their reach. At that moment, Su Ran's mind stirred. A dazzling golden light burst forth from his hand. Talent trait, all-round value 200 points. Your goblin servant is beginning to evolve. Meanwhile, Gu Yun couldn't help but emit a painful sound, yet his eyes were filled with excitement. The bones throughout his body crackled. Flesh squirmed, bones grew. The originally emaciated body became tall and robust at this moment. Gu Yun's fangs elongated, and he let out a roar. Roar! The loud sound echoed through the mine, causing dust to fall from above. The other goblins except for Gu Lin trembled in fear from this battle cry. After the evolution was complete, Gu Yun's physique became different from before. Though not as tall as Gu Lin, he was still far superior to the other goblins. Thank you, master. Gu Yun's face was filled with immense joy as he quickly knelt on the ground. Without his master, he would never have been able to evolve. He felt that becoming his master's servant was the best decision he had ever made. Su Ran's eyes sparkled as he looked at Gu Yun's body. Species goblin. Name Gu Yun. Relation servant. Description: once the lowest slave of the goblin clan, now serving you. Status: good, with an extraordinary desire to become stronger. Level 3, 10 attribute points can be assigned with each level up. Tier warrior, 30 points increase for each attribute. Strength 37, 30. Agility 38, 30. Constitution 39, 30. Spirit 48, 30. Talent: a grade talent. Unyielding. Passive trait 1, possesses an iron will increasing defense by 30 and resistance to abnormal states by 30. Passive trait 2, when willpower reaches a critical point, all attributes increase by 70. Power assessment 5th rank. Has the talent also upgraded? Su Ran's eyes sparkled as he looked at the status bar displayed before him. He had struck gold. Just the panel alone surpassed Galin, who had also evolved into a goblin warrior. Coupled with the special talent, this potential was extraordinary. Su Ran patted Gu Yun on the shoulder and smiled, saying, "Keep it up, you have great potential." Upon hearing Su Ran's words, Gu Yun was instantly overwhelmed with excitement and knelt on the ground. "Yes, master, I will definitely work hard." Galin, standing to the side, felt a hint of envy. The goblins present cast envious glances. Sensing the attention from the other goblins, Gu Yun proudly puffed out his chest. At that moment, Su Ran's gaze swept over all the goblins. "Tomorrow I will attack the goblin camp." After his words fell, Su Ran remained silent. The many goblins were shaken in their hearts. Their master was actually going to attack the goblin camp tomorrow. I am willing to be the vanguard for my master. Galin was the first to react, immediately kneeling on the ground. "I will pave the way for my master." Gu Yun half knelt on the ground, lowering his head to speak. At this moment, all the goblins reacted, kneeling down and lowering their heads. We are willing to serve our master. The voices of the goblin servants resonated throughout the entire mine. Oh, Su Ran glanced around, chuckling. That is your mother clan. Are you certain you want to fight them to the death? Reporting to master. They have never regarded us as kin, only seeing us as slaves. Gu Lin's expression was cold, his voice devoid of emotion. I harbor only hatred for the goblin clan. I hope master can grant me the chance for revenge. Slaves. Su Ran's expression was calm. Aren't you also my master? It is different. Gu Yun's eyes flashed with excitement. You have not abused us like they did, but instead bestowed us with supreme evolution. They aren't even worthy of serving you. In his eyes, the master was a god. Only a legendary god could allow them, these inferior beings, to evolve into the elite of the goblin clan. Gu Lin pressed his forehead to the ground, his voice resonating. We are loyal to our master. Even if it means battling the goblin race, we will not hesitate. Su Ran surveyed the goblin servants and spoke softly. Is that how you all feel? If anyone does not wish to fight the goblin clan, I can allow you not to participate in this battle. Upon hearing this, the goblins showed no hesitation and responded in unison. Please allow us to participate in this battle. They felt no sense of belonging to the goblin clan. What they had was merely resentment. Su Ran's face revealed a smile. Good, then I will allow you to join the battle. He was very satisfied with the goblin servant's response. If any of the goblins had shown even a hint of hesitation, Su Ran would have had to remove them. He did not need subordinates who might betray him. Even with a contract in place, if they did not fear death, it could still bring him unnecessary trouble. Thank you, master. The goblin servants all bowed in unison. Su Ran's gaze swept across the surroundings as he spoke loudly. Tomorrow we will attack the goblin camp. Kill 10 goblins to evolve into a goblin warrior. Kill 50 goblins to evolve into an elite. If any of you can kill 100 goblins, I will allow you to evolve beyond the goblin elite. The following day, goblin servants clad in battle armor marched forth, each wielding long spears forged from azure crystals. Weapons Su Ran had previously seized and now equipped them with. Depart. With a sweeping gesture, Su Ran commanded. His goblin servants fell into formation behind him, marching in disciplined unison toward the prearranged rendezvous point. The cultivators stared dumbfounded at the fully armored goblin retinue. By the heavens, their gear is extravagantly refined. Huh, why does there appear to be an unfamiliar goblin among them? You might find this hard to believe, but I sense that this towering newcomer's strength rivals my own. I want subordinates too. Envy flickered across their faces as they gazed upon Su Ran's goblin entourage, especially at the imposing figures of Green and Grayan, whose presence alone commanded awe. Upon spotting Su Ran's arrival, Wang Wei and other elite cultivators hurried forward. Senior expert, shall we set out immediately? Wang Wei turned to Su Ran, seeking his counsel. Su Ran nodded. But our plan must change. A new plan. You're not charging headlong anymore. Wang Wei blurted out instinctively, then instantly caught himself. He cleared his throat awkwardly. Ahem. What I meant was, do we need to draft a tactical strategy? Su Ran cast him a glance. No need. The strategy is already devised. How do you intend to execute it? Wang Wei asked, puzzled. Su Ran met his gaze. We shall divide our forces. You advance openly upon the main camp, while I and my goblin servants infiltrate from behind to confront the boss directly. Wang Wei fell silent. So this was merely a diversion, to draw enemy fire. Senior expert, we number only 43. Exactly. Goblins surpass even the demonic beasts of the beast tide in might. We stand no chance against them. Their expressions darkened collectively. To pit such a meager force against goblin legions would spell annihilation. Not even a ripple would stir upon the surface of that battlefield. Su Ran clarified, you are not required to fight them, only to seize their attention. As soon as they mobilize, retreat. When they withdraw, press forward once more. Their eyes lit up. Ah, so that was the intent. That sounded quite feasible. Zhang Hai furrowed his brow. Yet isn't this course perilously risky for you? Should you become trapped within, none of us could mount a rescue. At these words, all turned towards Su Ran, faces etched with quiet concern. He was their sole transcendent expert, the linchpin of success. If he perished within the goblin encampment, failure would be all but certain. Su Ran smiled. Have no fear. I will depart whenever I choose and none shall bar my way. By the way, do you know where the boss resides, eh? Wang Qin suddenly interjected. At his words, every gaze shifted toward him, sharp and credulous, as if beholding a fool. You see so many goblins before you, and yet remain blind to them. Since Senior Su Ran commands goblin retainers, who else could possibly know the encampment better than they, eh? Brother, perhaps you should visit an ophthalmologist. An ophthalmologist? He's not blind. He needs a neurologist. Clear. Wang Qin's cheeks flushed crimson as their remarks washed over him. Zhang Hai shook his head inwardly. How had fate consigned him to such company? Yun Ling was one thing, but Wang Qin too seemed bereft of wit. Alas, no wonder our cooperation falters. It is a chasm of intellect. Zhang Hai sighed deeply, resolving silently never again to align himself with either man. Time waits for no one. Let us proceed at once. Su Ran's gaze swept across the group. Drawing the goblin's attention falls to you. Understood. Wang Wei, rest assured Senior Su Ran. When it comes to commanding attention, I've never been bested. Is this not merely dog-walking? I excel at precisely that. Others chimed in eagerly. Compared to Su Ran's perilous mission, theirs was simplicity itself. Swift movement sufficed, and danger remained minimal. Without further discourse, both parties sprang into motion, dividing cleanly into two columns, one veering sideways through concealed routes, the other advancing boldly upon the front. Ironically, this mirrored the very stratagem employed by the goblin host. A vast procession of cultivators surged forward, yet the goblin encampment still lay far ahead. How exactly do you intend to draw the goblin's attention? Wang Zhifei asked, perplexed. Our numbers are so few, they'd scarcely fill a single goblin's tooth cavity. After all, this goblin clan had driven away over 1,000 demonic beasts, triggering the beast tide. There might dwarf even that formidable tide. Against such power, 43 lives would vanish without trace. Can't you hurl insults? Wang Wei countered. Insults? Wang Zhifei faltered. But they won't understand our language. Even without linguistic comprehension, provocation remains universal. Wang Wei shot him a sidelong glance. All we require is to appear thoroughly insufferable. Insufferable. At those words, every pair of eyes converged upon Jiang Hai and Wang Chun. Beneath that collective searing scrutiny, what on earth do you mean by that? Jiang Hai's face darkened, fury simmering beneath. This task suits you two perfectly. Indeed, none but you two could shoulder such a solemn responsibility. Suddenly you two aren't entirely useless after all. Voices overlapped in cheerful consensus. Hey, and Wang Chen's expression soured as he spoke up sharply. Exactly. Jiang Hai nodded emphatically. These fellows were utterly outrageous. What did it mean? That they were insufferable? Wang Chun bristled defiantly. If Jiang Hai merits that label, fine, but why drag me into it? Jiang Hai blinked, then seized Wang Chen's collar in a flash, eyes blazing with indignation. What in blazes do you imply? Wang Chen shrank back, voice thin with guilt. It was their suggestion, not mine. Jiang Hai locked eyes with him, cursing inwardly. A true weathercock, shifting allegiance at the first gust. Enough. Cease this squabbling. Save your affections for later. Wang Zhifei stepped between them, attempting. This is not affectionate bickering. Are your eyes truly blind? Jiang Hai and Wang Chun roared in unison, wrath flaring like twin conflagrations. Ahem, let's not waste time. Onward. Wang Wei coughed lightly, urging haste, though privately he suspected these two might deliver unforeseen efficacy. While the cultivators pressed onward, Su Ran and his goblin retinue had already circled stealthily to the opposite. How many goblins dwell within the encampment? Su Ran asked mid-march. At your command, master. Approximately 1,700 goblins occupy the camp. Green responded promptly. What a pity. Su Ran sighed, considering how many goblins could be converted into universal points. That would amount. However, to complete task 2, it was impossible to eradicate all the goblins. Among these 1700 goblins, how is their strength distributed? Su Ran continued to inquire. I only know that the chief is at the rank level and the 9 elders are at the elite level. The rest? I'm not quite sure. A hint of embarrassment surfaced on Green's face, and he felt a bit ashamed inside. When the master asked about the goblin clan's information, he had no answers. I know this. At this moment, Guyun spoke up. Aside from the 9 elders and the chief, there are over 100 goblins at the warrior level, over 300 at the soldier level, and over 500 at the common level. Upon hearing this, Su Ran turned to look at him, and asked, so among these roughly 100 goblins, are the others below the common level? Guyun showed a hint of bitterness and nodded yes, the rest of the goblins are merely slaves. I see. Su Ran pondered for a moment, then smiled. So tell me, if I wanted to have them sign a master-servant contract, would they be? Upon hearing this, Green did not hesitate, and immediately said of course they would be willing. Guyun was even more excited. It would be their honor to become the master's servant. He was certain that if those goblin slaves knew Su Ran could help them evolve, they would even kneel and beg to be accepted as servants. Is that so? Su Ran chuckled. Then I might as well keep them. Those who are obedient and willing to sign the master-servant contract can remain to complete the task. As for the goblin soldiers, warriors who hesitate to surrender or wish to fight him, Su Ran would not mind letting them contribute to universal points. Do you think the blue crystal or we previously mined has been used up? Su Ran suddenly recalled this matter and asked. It definitely hasn't been used up. Green said with great certainty. The ores they mined are generally piled up and stored in the treasury. Stored in the treasury, huh? Su Ran's eyes lit up. This was indeed good news. Yes. Moreover, it's not just blue crystal, or the treasury also contains many treasures. The blue crystal ore is just one of them, Guyun added. Do you know the location of the treasury? Su Ran's gaze flickered. How much blue crystal, or have you mined? Guyun thought for a moment, and said, since we discovered the blue crystal mine until it was occupied by the master, we have probably mined several tons. Several tons. Upon hearing this number, Su Ran was shocked. 1 ton of blue crystal or good quality equals 1000 kg, which translates to 2000 universal points. If there were 5 tons, that would be 1000 universal points. Moreover, this does not even include the high-quality blue crystal, or, then let's head towards the treasury go. The joy on Su Ran's face could no longer be suppressed. He suddenly felt that the SSS talent, the upgrade authority of universal enhancement, was within reach. After making up his mind, Su Ran's marching speed increased to the limit. Many goblins began to lag behind. Just as Su Ran began to march urgently, the group of challengers finally arrived at the front of the goblin camp. The moment the challengers appeared, the goblins on the camp's arrow tower noticed and quickly sounded the alarm. Soon a goblin army of 100 appeared in front of the camp. However, they did not rashly launch an attack. Because of the failure of the beast tide, the entire goblin camp was deeply concerned about it. Not knowing the reason for the beast tide's failure, they dared not act rashly. Damn, they have arrows. If we provoke them, we might get shot into a hedgehog from a distance. Looking at the bows and arrows aimed at them, the challengers' eyelids twitched. This was too unchivalrous. Wang Wei shook his head and said, regardless, the plans that have been set cannot be changed. Then you go provoke them. Wang Zhifei asked. Upon hearing this, Wang Wei cleared his throat. I don't have that talent. What kind of talent is needed to provoke someone? Wang Zhifei widened his eyes. I see you just don't dare to go. Wang Wei's face turned red. Who says it doesn't require? You just keep talking nonsense. Wang Zhifei rolled his eyes, not believing this guy's words at all. He said it can't be changed, yet he doesn't dare to go. Wang Wei immediately retorted, that's your ignorance. Look at Jiang Hai and Wang Qin, aren't they exceptional? As soon as this was said, Jiang Hai and Wang Qin jumped up instantly. Damn, who the hell is exceptionally talented? You better clarify your words. The expressions of both turned dark as they looked ready to swallow Wang Wei whole. At this moment, everyone else chimed in. Aren't you two exceptionally talented? Exactly, I've never seen such irritating people as you two. Stop talking now that you mention it, I want to beat them up. Everyone chimed in, agreeing with Wang Wei's earlier words. Damn. Jiang Hai was fuming, wishing he could rip these guys' mouths apart. But alas, he lacked the strength. It was truly humiliating. Don't tie me together with him, Wang Chun said with a miserable expression, looking dejected. For no reason, he had become part of the irritating duo with Jiang Hai. That's right. Putting me alongside this fool is an insult to me. Seeing this fool still wanting to distance himself from him, Jiang Hai was furious, his chest about to explode. This group had humiliated them, shouldn't they seek revenge? Jiang Hai snorted lightly and scolded, I'll insult you. Fool. Seeing the two start to argue, Jiang Hai snorted lightly and scolded, I'll insult you. Fool. Seeing the two start to argue, everyone began to watch the show. If it weren't for limited conditions, they would definitely bring out chairs to sit down. Alright, you two stop arguing. At this moment, Wang Wei intervened. Hearing his words, the two immediately turned their attention to him. Just as they were about to start cursing, Wang Wei suddenly said, you two are responsible for provoking them, and after the task is complete, we will each give you 100 copper coins. Everyone has no objections, right? Saying this, Wang Wei turned to look at everyone. Hee. Naturally, there are no objections. Everyone nodded with smiles. What's 100 copper coins? It's not like at the beginning of the descent. After completing the last task, each of them is now a wealthy person. That's good. Wang Wei smiled and turned to look at the two of them. We have 41 people, and each of you can get 100 copper coins, totaling 4100 copper coins. So how about it? Isn't this a good deal? Jiang Hai and Wang Chun were taken aback. To provoke a goblin and reap 4100 copper coins in one go. This reward was exceedingly generous. But, you think mere copper coins can buy me off? Dream on. Jiang Hai's eyes revealed disdain as he turned his head away. I must admit it's quite tempting. Cough. But I still don't want to risk my life. Wang Chun lightly coughed, sighing. 4100 copper coins is no small sum. But asking him to take such a risk, forget it. Wang Wei's expression remained unchanged, as if he anticipated the two would refuse. In addition to this, upon completing the task, we will add 100 copper coins for each of you. Wang Wei stretched out his hand, making a gesture indicating 8. That means if you provoke them, each of you can earn 8200 copper coins. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hai suddenly turned his head. Wang Qin's eyes also widened in shock. What do you think? Wang Wei smiled and said, isn't this a good deal? In response, the two looked at the crowd, seemingly seeking confirmation that they would indeed add those 100 copper coins. We have no objections. Rest assured, we keep our promises. The group spread their hands, smiling. Gulp. Jiang Hai swallowed hard, a hint of struggle crossing his face. 8200 copper coins. The chance to become wealthy overnight was right before him. Money is just an external possession. I've always regarded it as worthless. Huh. I won't be so easily tempted. Jiang Hai closed his eyes, refusing calmly. As those words fell, his hands betrayed a slight tremor. 8200 copper coins. His heart was bleeding, but his pride wouldn't allow him to bow to these despicable. I am a person of integrity. Oh, please do not tempt me further. Wang Chun turned his head aside, gritting his teeth. Money may be important, but one needs a life to spend it. He wasn't a fool. He understood such a simple principle. The resolute will of the two surprised the crowd. It turned out these two weren't completely useless. Wang Wei's expression remained unchanged as he extended 3 fingers once more. On top of this, we will help each of you obtain 3 black iron treasure chests. You decide, we don't mind either way. The group laughed. They were more interested in seeing whether the two would continue to boom. As Wang Wei's words fell, it was like the sound of thunder. Jiang Hai and Wang Qin instantly turned their heads dumbfounded. An additional 8200 copper coins plus 3 black iron treasure chests. This was indeed hard to refuse. I'm not that easily swayed. Don't push me anymore. Jiang Hai clenched his teeth, his face contorted in pain. His heart was bleeding. Were these people beasts? This was too extravagant. This carries life-threatening risks, money, treasures. No matter how much without a life, it's worth nothing. Wang Chun gasped, gritting his teeth. Wang Wei smiled faintly, extending a palm. 5 black iron treasure chests. As his words fell, this is what I excel at. Rest assured. No one understands how to provoke others better than I do. Jiang Hai and Wang Chun spoke in unison. Their eyes were red with excitement. 8200 copper coins and 5 black iron treasure chests. This was the rhythm of taking off. Jiang Hai, didn't you say you were not that easily swayed? The crowd turned to Jiang Hai and asked. He glanced at them. Yes, I'm not that kind of person, but when I'm not human. The crowd was speechless. Wang Zhifei was dumbfounded. Wang Chun, you just said you were a person of integrity. Wang Qin scoffed. One can lose their head and bleed, yet integrity can be lost too. Wang Zhifei hesitated. But what if you don't have a life to spend? Wang Qin's expression remained calm. As long as the benefits are substantial, my life can be put second. Their meaning was very clear. In the face of 8200 copper coins and 5 black iron treasure chests, nothing was truly worth this. The crowd responded. Wang Wei smiled, slightly satisfied with this outcome. These two finally agreed to be the bait. In that case, you two should get going. Don't waste any time. The crowd hurriedly urged. Jiang Hai patted his chest. You all can rest assured. This matter is most suitable for me. I will definitely handle it properly. No one understands how to provoke others' emotions better than we do. Wang Chun smiled confidently. The two quickly stood up and headed toward the goblin front line. At the goblin front line, numerous goblins stared at the two humans who had come alone, all baffled. What do these two humans intend to do? Are they here to die? Cyan, as a goblin warrior and the defensive officer of the front line, was somewhat confused. Captain, should we shoot them? A nearby goblin soldier asked. Cyan hesitated for a moment, raising his hand to stop. Not yet. Oh, let's see what tricks they have up their sleeves. Since the beast-tied strategy failed, the front line's intelligence had been cut off. The higher-ups of the goblins ordered vigilance and not to act without permission. Without understanding the enemy's intentions, he dared not give the order to attack. He could only wait for the upper echelons to receive reports and issue commands. Just as Cyan was pondering, the surrounding goblins erupted in furious shouts. Cyan immediately came to his senses and hurriedly asked, what happened? A goblin soldier angrily said, Captain, those two humans are pulling down their pants to urinate in front of our rank. Cyan was stunned. What kind of operation was this? These two humans are too despicable. A nearby goblin erupted in anger. Cyan frowned and asked, what now? A nearby goblin soldier with a face full of anger said, Captain, those two humans are exposing their behinds in front of our ranks. Cyan, what kind of elite are these two humans? Wow, bastards. Don't. The terrified voices of the goblin soldiers rang out. Cyan's expression changed. What have those two humans done now? Captain, those two humans squatted down in front of our ranks. The goblin soldier's voice was filled with fury. Cyan's expression changed drastically. Squatted. Damn it. Charge. Kill those two humans. Cyan was enraged. How dare these two humans insult their sacred frontline camp? With Cyan's command, the goblin defense army sprang into action. 100 goblin soldiers surged out. Jiang Hai and Wang Chun, squatting on the ground, changed their expressions. They're coming out. Run. The two hurriedly pulled up their pants and fled. They certainly hadn't actually intended to do such a thing. It was merely to disgust the other side. Now that their goal was achieved, they naturally had to make a getaway. Not far away, the challengers watched this scene in stunned silence. These two humans. Impressive. I can only say impressive. No one else could have pulled this off. Seeing the goblin army charging forward, Wang Wei waved his hand. Brothers, tighten the wind and pull it. As soon as he finished speaking, the challengers quickly retreated. The goblin army, noticing the challengers retreating, immediately came to a halt. Captain, those two detestable they've all retreated. Captain, let's chase them down and kill them. The goblins were filled with rage. Xia Yin was also quite angry, but she did not let her anger cloud her judgment. The actions of these humans seemed to be deliberately luring them out. Could there be an ambush? Realizing this, Xia Yin immediately became vigilant. Captain, the nearby goblins looked at her. Xia Yin took a deep breath, returned to the camp. This was a critical moment. They must not make any mistakes. Upon discovering the goblin army retreating to their camp, the challengers halted their escape. What the hell are they that timid? They aren't pursuing us. It seems the effect wasn't enough. Jiang Hai, you two go annoy them again. The group felt somewhat disappointed and prepared to send the two to provoke the goblins once more. Jiang Hai widened his eyes. That's impossible. We've completed what's promised to you. Wang Qin shook his head. Once embarrassing is enough. The others, however, were unconvinced. After all, you both have embarrassed yourselves. Oh, what's another time? Exactly. Stop dragging your feet. Go quickly. The crowd urged. That's impossible. Jiang Hai shook his head. We have dignity, don't bully us too much. That's right. Wang Chen nodded unless you're willing to pay us more. Wang Wei raised an eyebrow. I say. Are you too sure? The two nodded immediately, absolutely sure. Wang Wei said with a half-smile, is that so? Seeing his expression, the two suddenly felt something was off. You're not trying to renege, are you? Jiang Hai felt a tightening in his chest, and quickly asked. Wang Chen anxiously said, we've done what you asked us to do, this isn't how a righteous person behaves. Wang Chen anxiously said, we've done what you asked us to do, this isn't how a righteous person behaves. But I truly don't know what you're talking about. Wang Wei shrugged and turned to the others. Do you know what debt he's talking about? Debt? When did we owe them anything? Impossible, how could we owe them anything with so many of us here? They must have remembered it wrong. The others all smiled. Jiang Hai and Wang Chun were momentarily stunned. Damn, these beasts actually want to renege. Damn, didn't you say you keep your word? Jiang Hai said with a dark expression. My, did I say that? Wang Wei looked confused and asked the others, who said that? Did you say this? No. Then who said it? I don't know. The crowd asked each other, and then looked at Wang Wei shrugged and said to Jiang Hai, then it seems you remembered it wrong. Shameless. Jiang Hai's face turned red, furious to the point of smoke coming out of his ears. You're bullying us too much. Wang Chen's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect these guys to lie so brazenly. My. The others looked at him, their gazes turning sharp. No. Just a slip of the tongue. Wang Chen suddenly realized he shouldn't speak like this. Otherwise not only would he not get the money, but he might also get beaten. Coward. Seeing Wang Chen back down, Jiang Hai was furious. How could he ask for money back or take revenge if he backed down so easily? Continue with it. After the task is completed, we will surely settle with you. Wang Wei crossed his arms smiling. I won't trust you again. Jiang Hai smirked. Unless you sign a contract. Contract. Wang Wei was taken aback. At that moment, a blue prompt appeared before the crowd. Temporary contract. Both parties confirmed the terms to be signed. Once signed, the contract is established. I knew it. Jiang Hai was delighted. This system-like status bar. Special functions were never revealed to them in advance, but would always trigger unexpectedly. Wang Wei. The crowd was very surprised. This guy has become smart, and is actually testing the system function. As long as you dare to sign, then I will do as you say. Jiang Hai looked proud. He wasn't as foolish as Wang Chun. How could he let these people keep manipulating him? Sigh. Wang Wei sighed and shook his head. This guy actually has moments of intelligence. What a rarity. Then let's sign it. Wang Wei chuckled. After all, we never intended to renege. To this Jiang Hai only. Soon the contract was signed. Everyone present was bound by the contract. After completing the task, the rewards for the challengers would automatically be distributed to Jiang Hai and Wang Chun. Is this enough? Wang Wei said wearily. Humph. Jiang Hai smugly snorted, stepping forward with his hands behind his back toward the goblin formation. Wang Chun wore a happy expression and hurriedly followed in his footsteps. In the goblin camp, Captain, a goblin soldier reported. Xia Yan's face darkened, and veins popped on her forehead. Meanwhile, Su Ran led his followers to sneak around the back of the goblin camp. This place is quite good, you goblins really know how to pick a spot. Su Ran stood on the cliff looking down at the goblin camp. The goblin camp was situated in a valley surrounded by steep mountains and cliffs on three sides. If the enemy were to attack, they would only be able to do so from the front. Master, this is the most lax place in the camp, Green said softly, but this place is very dangerous. He didn't understand why the master would come here. Master, do you want us to jump down and try? Guyan asked. Jump down? Su Ran glanced at him speechless. Do you think you're invincible? Guyan scratched his head awkwardly and smiled. I just wanted to help the master scout the way. What other methods could there be? Breathe in some fresh air while you can. Su Ran said. Upon hearing this, what other methods could there be? Breathe in some fresh air while you can. Su Ran said. Upon hearing this, the goblin servants were puzzled. What did the master mean? Soon they understood. Su Ran waved his hand, and the goblins were suddenly enveloped by a dazzling light. Grade talent. Dimensional super space activate. As a burst of light flashed, dozens of figures were directly pulled into the dimensional space by Su Ran. Su Ran looked down at the goblin camp below, a smile appearing on his face. Let's begin. He leaped directly off. His body suddenly started to fall from a height of several dozen meters. The wind whipped against Su Ran's handsome face, tousling his hair. Grade talent. King of Shadows trait 3 activated. Just as he was about to land, Su Ran's body suddenly transformed into a mass of shadow that melded into the ground. He lurked in the ground's shadows, moving like a puddle of ink. At that moment, a goblin guarding outside the tent was feeling drowsy. However, at this moment, it suddenly widened its eyes. It saw a mass of pitch-black shadow moving across the ground. The goblin hurriedly rubbed its eyes. When it opened its eyes again, it found that the shadow had vanished. Did I not sleep well? The goblin muttered in beastly. In a corner nearby the shadow, Su Ran had transformed into merged seamlessly with the darkness, showing no discernible difference. This talent trait can only exert its maximum effect at night. Su Ran thought to himself. Then he proceeded along the route given by Guyun and the others toward the treasury. Many goblin soldiers were patrolling. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Su-Ran bypassed those soldiers. About half an hour later, Su-Ran finally reached the location of the treasury. The treasury was extremely large, about 6 meters high and 10 meters wide. In front of the entrance stood at least 10 goblins. Aside from one goblin warrior, the rest were goblin soldiers holding blue crystal-forged spears and wearing armor. This seems a bit too obvious to approach. Su-Ran thought to himself. Moving such a large mass of shadow would make it difficult for the other side not to notice. How about just killing them now? Su-Ran's eyes lit up as he suddenly thought of a good idea. Act quickly and don't let them cause a commotion. Su-Ran, Scrade Talent, King of Shadows Talent Trait 1 activated. Scrade Talent, King of Shadows Talent Trait 2 activated. In an instant, dozens of shadows split off from Su-Ran's own shadow. Dozens of shadows moved rapidly across the ground like pools of ink. What the hell is that thing? The guarding goblins were instantly scared out of their wits upon seeing this scene. The goblin warrior's face changed drastically, and he was about to shout. Just then the illusion suddenly appeared right in front of him. In an instant, the illusion directly grabbed its neck, preventing it from making a sound. Crack! A sound of bones breaking resonated. That goblin warrior's neck was directly snapped. Although the illusion only had 70% of Su-Ran's attributes, it was still a genuine top-tier strength. A mere goblin warrior could not stir up any waves in its hands. Your illusion has killed the goblin warrior. Experience points 200. Detected that your level has reached the limit. Experience points have automatically converted to universal points. If the illusion kills, do I also gain experience? Su-Ran's eyes lit up. Was it because the illusion's level was bound to him that it didn't require experience points? Truly worthy of Scrade Talent. Su-Ran felt delighted. He had suddenly found a way to slack off. With dozens of shadows attacking, the battlefield was overwhelmingly tilted. Although Su-Ran's shadow army only had 70% of his attributes and no talent, they were overwhelming in number. With the illusion joining the fight, the battle was almost over in 3 seconds. Your shadow has killed the goblin soldier, experience points 12. Your shadow has killed the goblin soldier, experience points 11. I can gain experience from shadows killing goblin soldiers, but this is too little, right? Su-Ran frowned. The experience points he gained were only a tenth. Because shadows can level up, the remaining experience points were absorbed by the shadows. Sigh. What a useless... Su-Ran sighed. These shadows were not only weak in attributes, but also lacked talents. They also competed with him for experience far less desirable than his illusion. Recovered Goblin Warrior remains, universal points 6. Recovered Goblin Soldier remains, universal points 5. Recovered Goblin Spear, universal points 3. Recovered Goblin's Armor, universal points 3. After collecting universal points, Su-Ran immediately released the goblin servants from the dimensional space. Huff huff. Huh. Green Guyun and the other goblin servants were panting heavily. Fear still lingered in their eyes. Guyun looked at Su-Ran, wanting to say something. Master that place, just now. That's my ability, Su-Ran explained. As expected of the master, you're too powerful, Guyun said excitedly. The other goblin servants also looked at him with admiration. The master's abilities were truly divine. Su-Ran commanded, you all guard this place. You know what to do, right? Master, rest assured we will guard this place well. Guyun chuckled. He understood his master's intent. Master, the patrol team is coming. Green whispered to remind him. Su-Ran nodded and pushed open the treasury. Green took half of the goblin servants and followed closely behind. There were too many of them to leave them all outside. Green's size was too conspicuous, so he could only leave Guyun outside to keep watch. When the patrol team walked by, they passed as usual without noticing anything wrong. After all, it was easy to see through humans disguised as goblin guards. But if goblins were to disguise as guards, it would be seamless. No goblin would think there could be a traitor among them. When Su-Ran walked into the treasury, he was shocked by the sight before him. So many treasures. Su-Ran was dumbfounded. At a glance, he saw heaps of treasures like small mountains. Among them, the treasures were varied and colorful. The blue crystal, or alone, occupied a corner seemingly, and this must be all the goblin tribe's stock. Su-Ran was astonished. He felt that if he swallowed these treasures, the goblins would probably fight him to the death. These things can only be truly useful if taken by the master. Left here only adds dust. Green stood by chuckling. Well said. Huh. Without hesitation, Su-Ran walked over. He intended to claim all these treasures for himself. So many things, it's enough for me to upgrade my permissions. A glint of anticipation flashed in Su-Ran's eyes. He wanted to know how his abilities would change after upgrading his permissions. Su-Ran stepped into the corner and stood before a pile of azure crystal ore. As divine light shimmered in his eyes, its precise details instantly manifested. Special azure crystal or superior grade. Description: exceptionally high-quality azure crystal ore, rarely encountered during early trials. Value: an exceedingly precious raw material for weaponry, superior even to standard grade ore, and the unrivaled choice for forging top-tier equipment in the beginner village. Quantity 2.02 metric tons. Suggestion for a cultivator at level 20: ordinary equipment no longer befits your stature. We recommend crafting weapons from this superior grade azure crystal ore. 2 tons. Upon seeing the figure, Su Ran's expression brightened with delight. This quantity was more than sufficient. You have reclaimed 2.02 metric tons of azure crystal or superior grade, granting 10120 all-around points. Finally enough. A flush of joy crossed Su Ran's face. Just as he prepared to level up, a sudden realization struck him. What if an unforeseen complication arose during the upgrade process? For instance, falling into a deep slumber for several days. Not yet. I'll wait until I'm safely outside. He murmured inwardly, a precaution born of prudence. To fall unconscious deep within enemy territory would be no trivial matter. As the mountainous heap of azure crystal ore vanished before their eyes, Grelin and the other goblins froze in stunned silence. Yet swiftly they surmised their master must have relocated the ore to the very chamber where they had previously dwelt. Special copper coins. Description: currency commonly used by novice trialists, looted by goblins from previous trial participants. Value negligible. Quantity 15037 coins. Suggestion: no one ever refuses wealth. And with this sum you would instantly become the wealthiest resident of the beginner village. Su Ran glanced briefly at the copper coins before storing them within his dimensional space. At that very moment, a notification window flickered into existence before him. Congratulations, trialist Su Ran. You are the first to hold over 10,000 copper coins. Achievement unlocked: wealthiest of the village. Wealthiest of the village. Su Ran's expression twisted wryly. To earn such a grand title with merely 10,000 copper coins felt oddly absurd. He then strode toward another towering mound of goods. Gazing upon the array before him, a subtle shift passed across Su Ran's features. Equipment: Frostlight Sword. Description: a longsword forged from superior grade azure crystal ore, its blade gleaming with ethereal luster, a rare treasure indeed. Rank. Effects: attack power 60. Secondary effect: frost aura. The blade is wreathed in sub-zero cold, chilling the air to 20°C. Suggestion: a rarity in the beginner village. Crafted from superior azure crystal, or it retains ample potential for further refinement. Equipment: Windstep Boots. Description: boots infused with superior grade azure crystal ore, self-adjusting to the wearer's proportions, featherlight in weight. Rank. Equipment: Windstep Boots. Description: boots infused with superior grade azure crystal ore, Suggestion: a rarity in the beginner village. Crafted from superior azure crystal, or it retains ample potential for further refinement. Equipment: Moonwind Cloak. Description: an exquisitely tailored windbreaker adorned along both sides with superior grade azure crystal, or elegant and fashionable in appearance, yet possessing remarkable defensive resilience. Rank. Effects: defense 60. Secondary effect: Chi Shield absorbs a single incoming strike, 4-hour cooldown. Suggestion: a rarity in the beginner village, with significant potential for further refinement. These are excellent pieces. Su Ran's face lit up with genuine delight. Previously drank weapons like the Razorblade and Platinum armor offered only 40 attack or defense. So, equipment forged from materials of differing grades yields vastly divergent results. A quiet satisfaction settled over him. Now he need no longer fret over upgrading gear. The complete set before him suited him perfectly. Without hesitation, Su Ran claimed all 3 items. He casually cast Grelin and the others into his dimensional space, donned the new attire, and released them once more. Then he turned his gaze toward the remaining goods. These pieces aren't half bad. Yet none held particular allure. If any of you fancy something, feel free to take it, Su Ran said, glancing at Grelin and the others. At his words, the goblins flinched in unison. Master, may we truly? Grelin asked hesitantly. Only the chieftain had ever been permitted entry into the treasury. No other goblin had ever set foot inside. Even elders had rarely laid hands upon such treasures. Did they truly possess the right to claim them? Su Ran fixed him with a calm, unwavering gaze and replied, "Do not make me repeat myself." Grelin shuddered, bowing deeply, "Yes, master." Thereafter he strode straight to a heap of armaments and lifted a massive battle axe. "Master, may I take this weapon?" Grelin asked. Su Ran glanced at the axe and nodded. "You may." Whether rank, or even B or A rank, the weapon held no appeal for Su Ran. Its lethality mattered little, aesthetics and practicality reigned supreme. Such crude implements held no fascination for him. The rest of the goblins likewise selected armaments that caught their fancy. As for Gran and those stationed guard outside, they would be granted their turn later. Once every goblin had made their choice, Su Ran gathered the entire assortment into his dimensional space. Then he advanced toward the final pile. The last trove rested inside a small chest, far smaller in volume than the others. Books. Su Ran frowned faintly, then activated his will. S-Rank talent. Divine Eye, activated. Special skill manual. Skill 1 strike technique. Description: a foundational swordsmanship technique. Effect: 1 strike technique concentrates force into a single devastating slash, delivering 120 of the wielder's maximum physical power. Cost 10 points of mental energy. Suggestion: though low-ranked, this skill offers meaningful improvement for cultivators lacking offensive techniques. A skill manual. Su Ran's eyes widened with exhilaration. utterly unprepared for such a discovery within a goblin horde. His expression shifted subtly. Could this entire chest be filled with skill manuals? At the thought, he immediately reactivated his divine eye and focused it upon the chest. Traces of wind, sword chi, flame slash, geyser eruption. A dazzling array of techniques unfolded before Su-Ran's vision. Every single one is a skill manual. A jolt of astonishment surged through him. Even his wildest speculation had not prepared him for this revelation. Such an abundance rivals the inventory of the village's own emporium. I've struck gold. Joy radiated across Su-Ran's face. In his estimation, these manuals were the true crown jewels of the horde. Even if their base ranks were low, he possessed all-around points. Any skill, however humble its origin, could ascend to S-rank through refinement. Great skill. One sword style has been activated 6 points to overall ability. Great skill. Sword chi has been activated 6 points to overall ability. Su-Ran activated 3 major skills in succession, all of which he deemed the most practical at this stage. Unfortunately, once the skill book is used, it ceases to exist. Su-Ran sighed. It was precisely for this reason that he did not activate them all at once. Afterwards, Su-Ran casually waved his hand, storing all the skill books in the dimensional space. These treasures are truly remarkable. This trip was well worth it, a bloody profit. Looking at the empty treasure vault, Su-Ran nodded in satisfaction. Green and the others stared in astonishment. Their master actually emptied the entire vault. If the clan leader finds out about this, wouldn't he be furious? All right. Su-Ran clashed his fists together, his gaze sharpening. Now it's time to unleash a slaughter. Immediately, Su-Ran led Green and the goblins to push open the vault's grand door. Master. Upon seeing Su-Ran emerge, the goblins guarding outside half-kneeled. Did they notice anything unusual? Su-Ran asked. Reporting to the master, no. Green respectfully replied. Very good. Su-Ran nodded in satisfaction, smiling as he said, this way we can catch them off guard. Our preparations complete. Master. Everything is arranged. Green nodded with his head bowed. Just waiting for your command. They will set. After Su-Ran entered the vault, he arranged for goblins to be stationed in various places. With just a signal, a great fire could be ignited. Su-Ran smiled faintly. Then let's execute the plan. Yes. Green and the others nodded respectfully. Understood. The goblins all half-kneeled on the ground. Following Su-Ran's command, Green led the goblins away. His task was to find a way to receive that group of goblin slaves. Green set the vault ablaze and came to Su-Ran's side. Su-Ran glanced at the vault burning rapidly. Let's go, time to take action. With that, he turned and left. Green and the other goblins followed closely behind. Black smoke billowed. In the goblin camp, a great fire ignited. Watching the fierce blaze, the goblins were all bewildered. What is happening? Damn it, who set the fire? Is there an enemy attack? In ignorance of the truth, the entire goblin camp was thrown into chaos. They hurriedly began to extinguish the fire. But to the goblins' dismay, just as they finished putting one fire out, another ignited elsewhere. Even more absurdly, some flames appeared right in front of the goblins, trying to put them out. To the point where the goblins were befuddled. How did this catch fire? In the goblin camp, a massive figure sat at the top, entirely muscular. 8 sturdy figures sat below him. The vault is on fire. The goblin clan leader with a cold expression looked down. What is going on? We are still investigating. The goblin elder below softly replied. Investigating? The goblin clan leader cast a glance at him. What are the results of the investigation? The results haven't come out yet. The goblin elder took a deep breath. With a loud bang, the goblin clan leader slammed his fist on the stone table, instantly shattering it into pieces. My vault has been plundered. Who did this? The goblin clan leader was furious, veins bulging on his forehead. Who has the ability to move my treasures away in thin air? You all must give me an explanation. His sharp gaze swept across the elders present. Several goblin clan leader, do you suspect that there is a traitor among us? The goblin elder raised his head and asked him, what are you telling me that none of you did this? The goblin clan leader sneered. I believe there is no goblin among us foolish enough to dare touch your vault. The goblin elder replied truthfully. Even if they dared, they would never escape your watchful eye. Indeed, clan leader, even if it was truly us, there are too many treasures to hide. The goblin elders chimed in one after another. This was all true. So many treasures could not possibly escape the notice of the magical ears. Elder, you are right. How could someone capable of such a thing be a fool? Without a foolproof method, how could he dare to do it? The goblin clan leader continued to sneer. Alas. Clan leader, do you truly believe the culprit is among us? The goblin elder sighed. If not, then who? The goblin clan leader retorted. The goblin elder hesitated for a moment and said, this matter might also be related to those trial takers. The goblin clan leader was furious. Are you telling me that everything was done by those trial takers? Those trial takers swaggered and set a fire and moved away the treasures from my vault. As he spoke, the goblin clan, he shouted, I would have to be hit by the door to believe such a thing. The goblin elder's face turned slightly red. But this matter really has nothing to do with us. He understood that such a thing was indeed far-fetched. However, aside from the trial takers, he truly could not think of anyone else who would commit such an act. The Goblin clan leader coldly shot him a glance. No matter who it is, we must dig 3 feet into the ground to find the treasures. If you say it wasn't you, then prove it to me. With that, the Goblin clan leader turned and left. The 8 elders were left lamenting. Alas, how are we supposed to find this? The Goblin's second elder sighed. The opponent left no traces. It would be far too difficult to find them. No matter what, we must locate them. The Goblin elder said solemnly, otherwise this shit will fall on our heads. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we must find that thief who stole from the vault. Next to them, a Goblin elder said coldly, humans trying to play hide-and-seek on our Goblin territory, unless they're blind. How could humans possibly go unnoticed in the Goblin camp? Just then in the corner a dark shadow slightly wriggled. In front of the Goblin camp, Captain, those 2 humans are back again. The Goblin soldier said with a face, compassionately. What have they done this time? They tied up a goblin and stripped it of its clothes. Compassion's teeth were almost biting into blood. This is too much. These 2 humans came back after driving them away. Time and again they always provoke them in different ways. The kind-faced figure was furious. Immediately, it led a group of goblins rushing out. However, the scene that unfolded before them almost left them petrified. Shout louder for me. Slap, slap, woo-woo. A goblin lay on the ground, a foot heavily pressed on its head. It was stripped bare and pinned down on smack. As a long whip was swung, its behind was instantly cut and bruised. Louder. 2 humans displayed sinister smiles, continuously wielding their long whips. With every swing of the whips, the goblin, lying on the ground, cried out in pain. Smack. As a long whip was swung, its behind was instantly cut and bruised. Louder. This isn't satisfying enough. Alright. Just then they noticed that the 2 humans had stopped. They couldn't understand the human language. But seeing that action, all the goblins' faces turned pale. What? What do they want to do? No way. Do they want that? No. It can't be. Are humans really this perverted? All the goblins were tense and shocked. No, don't. The goblin lying on the ground was even more terrified, trembling in fear. What the hell are you yelling for? Don't make noise. Wang Chun frowned and pressed down even harder. The cold sweat slid down from the forehead of the kind-faced figure. Gulp. Aren't they humans? The kind-faced figure trembled in disbelief. All along humans had been, but unexpectedly the hunter had changed this time. However, all of their goblins were male. In the distance, the testers also witnessed this scene. Although they were a bit far away, they could clearly see the actions of Jiang Hai and his companion. Their behavior left the testers dumbfounded. What the hell? What do those 2 want? It can't be what we think, right? No way are they that desperate. But they are goblins. This is hard to watch. Humans shouldn't, at least they shouldn't. Everyone was frightened and sweating. They realized that these 2 guys actually had such a kink. Wang Wei's expression changed. Looks like we can't get too close to them in the future. At the same time, the crowd's gaze subtly shifted toward Yilin. Unconsciously, they stood a bit farther away from it. Everyone, I'm different from them. Trust me, I'm not as perverted as they are. He noticed the small actions of the crowd. Yilin's face turned pale as he hurried to explain. Not as perverted. Wang Zhifei was startled. This implication still sounded perverted, right? Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Yilin with caution. I warn you, don't get close to me. I'm telling you, I've trained Yilin had a sorrowful expression. I'm really not a pervert. Who would believe that you were so close to them? The testers remained vigilant. After all, this was a matter concerning purity, and it couldn't be taken lightly. I didn't know they had such a kink. Yilin was extremely saddened. Unfortunately, no one believed him. In fact, he was also anxious. After all, everyone slept together at night, and whether anything happened, he couldn't remember. The thoughts of others, what Wang Chun and Jiang Hai were thinking, remained unknown to him. They were now about to employ torture on this goblin. Wang Chun, hold it down. I'm going to torture it. Don't worry, you'll hold it down tightly. It won't be able to move. Wang Chun sat heavily on the goblin's head, pressing it down firmly. Jiang Hai sneered, flicking the long whip in his hand. Just as they were about to act, the goblins in front couldn't watch any longer. Damn humans. The kind-faced figure revealed an expression of shock and anger. These 2 dared to do this. Wow. What is that human going to do with that long whip? The goblins trembled in fear. They had always been quite perverted when dealing with humans. But they never expected that there were even more perverted male humans. They wouldn't even spare goblins. Damn it. Kill those 2 humans. The kind-faced figure was both shocked. It couldn't wait any longer. Even if it was a trap, it didn't matter. The goblin soldiers must not be tarnished by these 2 male humans in front of them. With a command from the kind-faced figure, the goblin army rushed forward. They're coming. Wang Chen's eyes lit up as he immediately spoke. This means our methods are still effective. Jiang Hai smiled with satisfaction. He had heard that goblins valued their face highly. So he and Wang Chun captured a patrolling goblin soldier. After they used the whip on this goblin soldier, it indeed couldn't hold back. Run, Wang Chun hurriedly said. As soon as he finished speaking, he and Jiang Hai dragged the goblin, and, Captain, they've dragged it away. The goblin soldier exclaimed. Damn it. The kind-faced figure's It seemed these two perverted males would not give up easily. Keep chasing them. The kind-faced figure ordered its goblins could die, but they absolutely could not suffer such humiliation. Thus, the 100-man goblin squad began to chase after Jiang Hai and his companion. Brothers, tighten up. As they passed by the testers, Jiang Hai shouted cheerfully. The testers' expressions changed. These two guys were initially reluctant, but now they seemed so happy. Thinking of this, everyone felt a chill. A chase ensued. The 43 testers were fleeing, closely followed by over 100 goblin soldiers. They're actually still chasing us. Discovering the unusual persistence of the pursuit, everyone was quite surprised. This shows our tricks worked. They're actually still chasing us. Discovering the unusual persistence of the pursuit, everyone was quite surprised. Everyone. Ahem. Wang Wei lightly coughed. This trick, though perverted, does indeed have remarkable effect. It's just a bit disgusting. Wang Zhifei added. Perverted. Disgusting. Upon hearing this, both were momentarily taken aback. Jiang Hai frowned and asked, what's so perverted about this? Wang Wei's face twitched as he asked, don't you think so? Isn't that just stating the obvious? Jiang Hai rolled his eyes. Was whipping considered perverted? Exactly. If this is considered perverted and disgusting. Wang Chen snorted and said, then we have even more disgusting and perverted methods that we haven't used yet. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces immediately turned a bit pale. These two individuals. Beasts. If I get the chance I will definitely let them experience our methods. Jiang Hai said with a sense of pride, sighing, unfortunately there won't be any opportunities this time. This group of goblins has been pursuing us relentlessly, as if their ancestors' graves have been desecrated. They are still chasing. Wang Wei noticed this and his eyes suddenly lit up. An opportunity has arisen. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately reacted. Are you planning to fight them here? Wang Zhifei asked. Wang Wei smiled and nodded. Why not? There are only a little over 100 goblins. And we have 43 trial takers. Clearly we have the advantage. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhifei nodded. That makes sense. We can definitely win. The advantage is ours. So that means one person has to deal with at least 2 goblins, right? A trial taker named Zhang Yun asked with a smile. Wang Wei chuckled. Don't tell me you're saying you're tired and can't go on anymore. Everyone scoffed. How could it be impossible? Even if there are 100 goblins, it wouldn't be a problem, even if the Exactly. Although we've covered quite a distance, they have exhausted their stamina too. The trial takers were a mere 100 goblins. They were not going to lose. If they had encountered 100 goblins before the beast tied, it might have been a hard life and death battle. Heh. Wang Wei chuckled lightly. Then let's fight. As soon as his words fell, the trial takers all stopped in the next moment, they suddenly charged towards the goblin army. Captain, they're turning around. The goblin soldiers were instantly bewildered as they saw the trial takers charging at them. What is the situation with these humans? Ci Yin was somewhat puzzled, and then her expression changed dramatically. Is there an ambush? The goblin army was in an uproar, looking around in confusion. However, they did not find even a single bird. No ambush. Ci Yin was stunned. Looking at the dozens of people rushing over, she was immediately confused. How dare they? Ci Yin muttered to herself. Just a few dozen people, and without an ambush, how could they dare to counterattack? Although she didn't understand the thoughts of these people, Ci Yin immediately commanded, form up. Upon hearing this, the goblin soldiers quickly repositioned themselves. The goblins holding shields took the front row. The goblins wielding long spears formed the second row. Soldiers holding short blades and long swords flanked on both sides. Soon the goblins formed a defensive formation. But the trial takers paid no heed to their formations. They simply picked up their weapons and charged forward. Demacia, Hasaji, Olage, Baron Rampage. Damn, which fool is shouting slow? And also, did you mix in something strange? The trial takers shouted as they charged forward like deities descending from the heavens. At the moment when the two sides clashed, the trial takers unleashed their talents. Wang Wei led the charge. As he approached the front, shields of blazing flame erupted from his body. Level talent, flame envelopment activate. The ferocious flames swept out, scorching the front row soldiers who screamed in agony. Some goblins even turned into fire goblins. They'll help you cool down. Wang Zhifei chuckled, swinging his level talent, freezing activate. With a swing of the sword, a chilling aura surged forth from the icy blade. Some goblins that had just turned into fire goblins immediately transformed into ice goblins. Hey, it's my turn. Jiang Hai laughed heartily. Level talent, Chi activate. Following that, a powerful aura surged forth from his body, then rose steadily. The more monsters around him, the stronger his talent became. Boom. Jiang Hai swung his fist, unleashing a powerful gust of wind. The goblins quickly raised their shields to defend. With a loud bang, the goblin holding the shield was directly blown away by this terrifying force. However, the next moment, hiss! Jiang Hai clutched his right arm, gasping in pain. Everyone, is it really necessary? Even if your strength is great, you shouldn't clash head-in with that thing. Wang Zhifei sarcastically commented. This talent shouldn't be used like this, right? I do what I want. Who cares about you? Jiang Hai gritted his teeth, his voice trembling slightly due to the pain. As long as you're happy. Wang Zhifei nodded. After all, it wasn't him who was in pain. In no time the trial takers displayed their might, and the goblins began to retreat. Don't be afraid, don't panic. These trial takers are only temporarily strong. Xiaoyan shouted loudly, trying to stabilize the morale of the troops. As the captain of the goblin army, she had fought against many trial takers. She understood their situation quite well. Although trial takers are strong, they only last for a minute or two, or even just a few seconds. Once the time passes, these trial takers will be like those suffering from impotence, utterly exhausted. At that moment, several goblins rushed over from a distance. Captain, not good. The camp is on fire. The general commands you to return. Several goblins hurriedly shouted as they rushed over. What a... Xiaoyan's expression changed dramatically. The camp is on fire. Could it have happened while he was away? Suddenly Xiaoyan realized the reason why this group had been provoking her. Damn humans. So this was their plan. Xiaoyan was both shocked and furious, wishing she could tear apart the humans in front of her. No wonder they lured her out, but had no ambush. Their goal was not her, but the camp. All troops retreat, Xiaoyan shouted loudly, directly issuing the order. Without looking back, she turned and left. She had to return before the camp was thrown into chaos. Otherwise she would be in great trouble. Damn it. They're going to run away. Quick, stop them. This is all experience points, we cannot let them escape. The trial takers' faces changed dramatically as they quickly exerted all their strength to block the goblins. They had finally lured the goblins out. If they were allowed to return, there would be no second chance. As the trial takers battled, the goblin camp was already in disarray. Thick smoke billowed into the sky, and the fire in the camp seemed unquenchable. To the east, flames extinguished, and to the west, flames arose, endless and relentless. The slave area, the lowest class of goblins' dwelling. It was dirty and dilapidated. At a glance, it was full of skeletal goblins. Their eyes were vacant, filled with despair. Standing on the soil of the slave area, Green's eyes were resolute. I have returned. But this time, everything will be different. My master will surely bring hope here. In the corner, countless goblin slaves turned their lifeless gazes toward Green and his entourage, eyes clouded with faint, bewildered uncertainty. To them, Green's imposing physique unmistakably marked him as a high-tier goblin within their clan. So why would one of such status ever appear in the slave quarter? Move on, Green murmured softly, leading his retinue of goblin servants forward. Such stares had long since ceased to stir him. All along the path they drew countless curious glances, but not a single goblin dared step forward to question them. The scenery shifted steadily, each sight evoking an uncanny visceral familiarity. This is it. Green's heart churned with turbulent emotion. Before being dragged away to forced labor in the mines, this had been his home. My Lord Green, look ahead. One of his goblin servants called out. Green stirred from his reverie and lifted his gaze forward. Before them, a line of goblin slaves staggered under massive logs balanced upon their shoulders, while nearby stood several whip-wielding goblin overseers. At the slightest lag in pace, an overseer would lash out, leaving raw crimson welts across their backs. At that sight, Green's eyes flared wide with searing fury. Memories surging forth, endless toil in the suffocating darkness of the mine's starvation, so severe they scavenged rotting scraps, yet still driven relentlessly by the crack of the whip. Yes, my lord. His retinue bristled with shared outrage. Each had endured that same brutal fate. Green advanced at the head of his entourage, a formidable procession. Hurry up. If this isn't finished by dusk, you'll die where you stand. Crack, crack. With savage satisfaction, an overseer whipped a sluggish goblin. His mood momentarily lightened. Being an overseer here was wretched in every way. Yet it granted license to torment these wretched low-born slaves at will. Just then, suddenly, the overseers noticed the line of goblin slaves had frozen in place. Worse still, they stared, not with fear, but with something unsettlingly strange. Enraged, the overseer bellowed, "What are you gawking at? Move your worthless hides, now. Who ordered you to stop, eh?" He raised his whip again, determined to punish these insolent wretches. But in the next instant, a massive hand clamped down iron-tight upon his arm. Its crushing strength rendered him utterly immobile. Who dares court deaths? The overseer whirled about, teeth bared, desperate to see who dared seize him. There, looming behind him, stood a colossal figure. Its muscular frame towered over him twice his height. The staggering disparity, and the sheer suffocating pressure radiating from that presence, sent violent tremors coursing through the overseer's entire body. Esteemed lord, how may I serve you? He stammered, voice trembling, bowing low. Within his mind reeled in utter terror. A shrewd observer, he instantly recognized no ordinary goblin warrior could possess such a physique. This was no common elite. It was a member of the goblin aristocracy. Haha. Green's cold laugh echoed. Weren't you just brimming with arrogance moments ago? The overseer plastered on a cringing smile. How dare I presume arrogance before such a lord? Not necessarily, Green replied, voice flat and unyielding. A chill gripped the overseer's spine. He sensed malice coiling beneath those words. Why would a goblin of such power hold grudge against him? Then Green's grip tightened, visibly deliberately. The overseer's face contorted in panic. Lord. Green's expression remained impassive, unblinking, as pressure increased. Arg. Mercy, my lord. Spare me. The overseer shrieked in agony. Spare you? Green sneered. That's out of the question. He let out another icy chuckle. When others begged for mercy before you, did you ever grant it? What did that mean? Was he avenging these despised slaves? The thought barely flickered in the overseer's mind, before white-hot pain exploded up his arm. Crunch. Arg. With brute force alone, Green shattered the overseer's forearm, blood spraying in arcs. Ugh. Clutching his mangled limb, the overseer collapsed to his knees, howling in torment. Too noisy, Green stated, tone devoid of warmth. His right leg rose, then descended with crushing finality onto the overseer's skull, slamming it into the earth. Crack. Bones splintered audibly. The sheer oppressive force pulverized the overseer's cranium. Nearby overseers recoiled in primal terror, instinctively hiding their whips behind their backs. The enslaved goblins watched, dazed and uncomprehending. Why would this mighty goblin slay their overseer? To believe he acted for them seemed absurd. Green's gaze swept coolly over the remaining overseers. Then he commanded, kill them. Yes, my lord. His servants surged forward without hesitation, encircling the overseers in tight, lethal formation. Mmy lord, what does this mean? The elders and chieftain will erupt in fury. Indeed, how dare you side with these base slaves? Their faces paled, bewildered, enraged. How could a goblin of such might champion slaves? Did he truly fear no retribution? The elders? The chieftain? Green laughed, cold, sharp, merciless. I advise you not to invoke them against me. For today, their day of reckoning has come. At those words, the enslaved goblin's dull, hollow eyes widened, shock piercing through years of resignation. The elders, the chieftain will die. What a... The overseers gaped. Then realization struck like lightning. Gods above. You mean to stage a coup? Impossible. Even as an elite you cannot slay the chieftain. Madman. They glared with furious disbelief. No mere elite could usurp the throne. It was sheer delusion. Enough talk. Kill them. Green dismissed them with contemptuous finality. Yes, my lord. His servants lunged, spear points, once their bodies had been emaciated, far weaker than even rank-and-file goblin soldiers. But their master had gifted them carcasses of slain beasts, restoring flesh to bone. Equipped with superior arms and armor, these overseers stood no chance, offering no resistance, no struggle, only swift, silent death by spear. They're all dead. Stunned silence fell as the last overseer collapsed. Then, abruptly, one slave sank to the ground, wailing uncontrollably. They're finally gone. Good riddance. Those demons are gone. Ha ha ha. Tears streamed down their grimy faces, raw, unrestrained sobs. For the first time in memory, they felt free, even if only for a fleeting, fragile moment. Dead. Green let out a cold laugh, saying, no, they are not dead yet. Hearing this, the goblin slaves were, if they are not dead, can they come back to life? What does it matter if a few minions have died? We can just replace them. A hint of hatred appeared on Green's face as he gritted his teeth, saying, only when the true culprit dies is it truly death. The goblin slaves had understood Green's meaning. After all, Green had just mentioned that the chief and the elders would die. My lord, can you really kill them? The chief is very strong, and although you are an elite goblin, but there's no hope. The goblin slaves all wore sorrowful expressions. The goblin clan used to be, but ever since the chief took power, class divisions began. At the same time, they started to seize human female trialists to raise new goblins. The power of the chief was deeply ingrained in every goblin's heart. He was invincible. I indeed am not the chief's match, Green admitted, calmly sneering, but my master will surely kill him. Your master? The goblin slaves were all taken aback. Such a powerful goblin actually had a master. Green sighed, just a few days ago, I was just like you, a goblin slave. A few days ago. My lord. Are you serious? You are now an elite goblin. How could you be a slave? Upon hearing this, the goblin slaves looked bewildered. They instinctively felt that Green was talking nonsense. To evolve from a slave class to an elite in just a few days was simply a dream. Upon hearing this, the goblin slaves looked bewildered. They instinctively felt that Green was talking nonsense. To evolve from a slave class to an elite in just a few days. As he spoke, Green pointed to a group of goblin servants. If you don't believe it, look at them. They were goblin slaves just a few days ago, and it was the great master who granted them new life. The goblin slaves all looked over, and then their eyes widened in shock. They saw the goblin servants taking off their armor, revealing their original forms. Although they were not as thin as they appeared, their physiques had not reached the level of goblin soldiers, and the countless whip marks on their bodies were enough to prove their identity. They really are slaves. God, is this for real? The goblin slaves could hardly believe it. A group of slaves was actually wearing armor and could move around freely. The great master will surely defeat the chief. The goblin servants spoke with strong conviction. They had unwavering faith in their... The great master will surely defeat the chief. The goblin servants spoke with strong conviction. They had unwavering faith in their master. Their master could never lose to the goblin chief. They are different from us. The goblin slaves were all taken aback because they discovered that the eyes of these goblin servants had light, had hope. If you want, you can also become the masters. Green spoke calmly. The goblin slaves looked excited. Can we also become that lord's servants? Of course, as long as you admire the master from the bottom of your hearts. The master's grace will surely look upon you, Green said with a smile. Upon hearing Green's words, the slaves present were immensely excited. Listening to Green's speech, it seemed as if there was a being comparable to a god. That master could easily allow them to evolve. With such a powerful being, they truly wanted to bow at his feet and admire his glory. You are very fortunate, because this is an opportunity that can allow you to evolve, Green said with a smile. Upon hearing this, all the goblin slaves' hearts trembled. What kind of opportunity is it, my lord? A goblin slave excitedly asked. The master said, kill 10 goblins to evolve into a goblin warrior. Kill 50 goblins to evolve into an elite. Kill 100 goblins to evolve into a goblin elite. And Green looked at it and confidently said, and I will definitely evolve into a goblin elite this time. We will also follow the Lord's footsteps and evolve into goblin warriors. The goblin servants all chimed in. This time was an opportunity. They would not let their master down. The goblin slaves present looked horrified, but at the same time their hearts were filled with immense longing. As long as they killed a certain number of goblins, they could evolve into warriors and no longer be part of the slave class. My lord, can we also become the master's servants? At that moment a goblin from a distance cautioned. At the same time, goblin slaves in the corner also stepped forward. They were fully aware of everything that had just happened. Of course, Green smiled and said, rather this was what he wanted. On the other side in the tent, Su Ran sat upright on a throne made of bones. The wolf fawn club in Guyun's hand was stained with blood, slowly dripping. A goblin warrior lay on the ground, slowly convulsing. A crowd of goblin servants knelt on both sides. Your strength is still lacking, or it took you quite a while to kill a goblin warrior of the same level. Su Ran shook his head. Guyun's face turned red as he immediately knelt on the ground. I disappointed my master. Your battle experience is still too little. Oh, I hope you can make progress this time. Su Ran glanced at him. This goblin warrior counts as 3 heads. Yes. Guyun lowered his head, silently calculating in his heart. Along the way he had killed quite a few goblins. He only needed to kill 39 more heads to evolve into a goblin elite. Just then, a dark shadow slipped under Su Ran's feet. Su Ran's eyes flashed. I found the location of your chief. Master, should we kill him? Guyun respectfully asked. Of course. Su Ran chuckled lightly. After all, to catch a thief, one must first catch the king. Let's move. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ran stood up and stepped out of the tent. As you command. Guyun led a group of goblin servants, quietly following behind. Outside the tent the sky was filled with black smoke. Shouts were everywhere, creating a cacophony. When they saw Su Ran's figure, the surrounding goblins were all stunned. Humans, how could they be here? Kill them all. Su Ran coldly ordered. Yes. Guyun and the goblin servants could no longer contain themselves. With Su Ran's command they immediately charged out excitedly. The surrounding goblins were shocked, their faces filled with pain. You? A group of traitors. The goblin servants went wild. They showed no mercy in slaughtering their kin, even becoming more exhilarated as they killed. This was because all these goblins were their achievements for evolution. Su Ran glanced at the surrounding situation and walked forward alone. There it was, the center of the goblin camp. The clash of blades echoed, the sound of metal striking against metal. The cries of battle and screams of agony filled the air. Su Ran stepped forward alone. Seeing Su Ran isolated, the goblin soldiers immediately surrounded him. They wielded long spears encircling Su Ran in layers. Su Ran's expression remained calm. A jade blue longsword materialized in his hand. A dozen spears thrust forward simultaneously as if they sought to pierce Su Ran with a multitude of wounds. Get lost. Su Ran spoke indifferently. Whoosh. The longsword was drawn, accompanied by a chilling aura that swept across the area. Great skill. One sword strike activated. Su Ran swung his sword. Radiance erupted from the blade. A linear beam of sword energy swept forth, howling with the coldness of winter. Crack. Dozens of spears and armored goblins were bisected by a single sword strike. Blood splattered, soaking the ground. The goblins fell in, half dazed and stunned. But soon they felt the agonizing pain of a fate worse than death. Ugh. The goblins, with only half their bodies left, would not die quickly. They could only lie on the ground, emitting continuous sounds of suffering. Impressive power. Su Ran was quite satisfied, his fingers gliding over the sword's body, feeling its piercing coldness. This was indeed a fine sword. At the same time, this sword technique was also quite good. It looked pretty cool. I might as well try to evolve it. Su Ran smiled. Then, with a thought, comprehensive value 110 points. You have activated your talent, evolving the grade skill 1 sword strike into the grade skill 3 sword strike. Grade skill 3 sword strike. Description: it consists of 3 forms. First form, gather power to unleash a powerful strike equivalent to 120 of a full force / costs 10 spirit points. Second form can unleash and shaped sword strike with a wide range, and its lethality increased by 50 compared to the first form, costs 30 spirit points. Third form, unleash a sword strike that can deal damage 3 times with great power and its lethality increased by 80 compared to the second form costs 80 spirit points since Su Ran. His spirit attribute was only 130 points in total. In other words, if he used the second and third forms, his spirit would be depleted. He didn't want to experience what it felt like to be depleted. Good luck might just make him faint, but if he was unlucky, he would probably end up as a fool. In simple terms, the skill's power was indeed formidable. But the blue bar was insufficient. No wonder the novice village doesn't sell advanced skill books, Su Ran sighed. In the game, it was quite normal for novice villages to lack advanced treasures. The world's setting was somewhat similar to a game in certain aspects. Su Ran initially thought this was the reason, but now it seemed that the most critical reason was that low-tier testers simply couldn't use them. Fortunately, my Eye of the Divine is an exception. Su Ran felt immensely relieved. Trade skills required so much spirit points and grade was unimaginable. Ugh. Wow. The cries of agony fluctuated around him, causing Su Ran to regain focus. He shook his head. Forget it, it'll give you all a quick death. The sword light swept by. The screams abruptly ceased. The goblins were all decapitated by Su Ran's sword. Congratulations, you have killed a goblin soldier. Experience 150. Congratulations, you have killed. You have killed a goblin soldier. Activated talent feature 1 for 7 times experience critical hit. You have killed. All experience gained has been converted into comprehensive value. Recycling goblin soldier's body comprehensive value 5. Recycling goblins spear comprehensive value 3. Recycling goblins military armor. After a simple harvest of comprehensive value, Su Ran continued onward. In the distance, a group of goblin soldiers, having witnessed Su Ran's terror, huddled together in a corner trembling. They only sighed in relief when Su Ran's figure vanished. But soon after their eyes widened. Wait, where is that human going? That direction seems to be where the chieftain and elders are located. The goblin soldiers exclaimed, their faces filled with disbelief. This human actually intended to challenge the elders and chieftain alone. Has he gone mad? On the way forward, the occasional foolish goblin rushed up only to be decapitated by Su. The remaining goblins dared not attack Su Ran any longer. Finally arrived. Su Ran spoke softly, raising his gaze ahead. Ahead, a tall tent had been erected. On either side stood a row of goblins, all of them belonging to the warrior class. At this moment, they looked at Su Ran with indifferent gazes. Su Ran ignored their stares and instead focused on the massive figure seated on the throne in the distance. The goblin chieftain was huge, emanating a powerful aura. Its gaze was cold and fierce. You dare to come alone? You are the most audacious tester I have ever seen. The goblin chieftain spoke. Its voice boomed like thunder, and even from a distance one could feel an immense pressure. Su Ran's gaze shifted slightly. You can understand me. The goblin servants were able to communicate with Su Ran due to a contract. It was the first time he had encountered such a situation since his transmigration. Once evolved to a certain level, this kind of thing will be a piece of cake. The goblin chieftain's voice sounded again cold and indifferent. Su Ran's gaze sharpened slightly. This fellow had impressive hearing. You did this to my treasure trove, didn't you? The goblin chieftain stated. It was not a question but a declaration that Su Ran was indeed the culprit. Yes. Su Ran acknowledged calmly, smiling lightly. Thank you for guarding so many treasures for me. With a crack, the armrests on both sides were crushed by the goblin chieftain. Its intimidating gaze fixed on Su Ran. You are seeking death. I am right here. If you can kill me, then come. Su Ran spoke indifferently. His tone was calm, yet brimming with extreme confidence. Being able to come here alone proves your strength. However, to think you can deal with my goblin clan by yourself is... The goblin chieftain looked at Su Ran coldly. It acknowledged that Su Ran was strong. In fact, it was the first time it had seen a tester grow so powerful in such a short time. But it did not believe Su Ran could defeat it. Su Ran smiled indifferently. Talk is cheap. We'll see after a try. The goblin chieftain's expression was cold, waving its hand. Then come and try. Kill him. As you command. As soon as the goblin chieftain's words fell, the goblin warriors charged into action. They were clad in luxurious armor, wielding specially made long spears. In an instant, they surged forward. Facing the swarming goblin warriors, Su Ran's expression remained unchanged. He let out a faint smile and said, You have subordinates, but do I not have any? The goblin chief's gaze shifted slightly. What do you mean? He was certain there were no enemies nearby. Heh, you will find out soon enough. Su Ran's eyes became sharp. Shadows come forth. As his words fell, the shadows at his feet began to stir. In an instant, the shadows spread like ink, surging outwards. Countless dark figures emerged, numbering. The moment the shadows appeared, all the goblin warriors halted in their tracks. They stared at the shadows, their expressions akin to witnessing a ghost. What a... The goblin chief stretched his neck, shock evident on his face. These shadows did not feel powerful to him. In fact, most were weaker than the goblin warriors. But the sheer number of these shadows was overwhelming, and their strength could not be underestimated. Is this your talent? The goblin chief looked at Su Ran. No wonder you can handle the beast tide. Su Ran merely smiled lightly, remaining silent. These shadows cannot be infinite. This should be your... The goblin chief sneered. Indeed, this number is the limit I can bear. Su Ran admitted calmly. Maintaining 100 shadows was nearly the limit for a novice trial taker. The opponent must also be aware of this. Although the number isn't vast, it's still sufficient, isn't it? Su-Ran smiled faintly. Heh. The goblin chief scoffed disdainfully. You only have a numerical advantage. In terms of strength, our warriors are still superior. That may not be the case. Su-Ran chuckled. We'll find out. That's true. The battle was the Shadow Army and the Goblin Warriors instantly intertwined. Both sides were nearly evenly matched. The Shadow Army excelled in numbers and intangibility. Meanwhile, the Goblin Army excelled in strength and formidable equipment. Wow. These damn shadows are unaffected by skills. Damn it. Neither the Goblin Chief nor Su-Ran took any rash actions. The Goblin Warriors were whether it was battle cries or bloodshed, these two skills had no effect on the Shadow Army. But soon they discovered the shadows' weakness. Huh. These shadows weaken when scattered. Haha, it's true. Indeed, your Shadow Army is not in. The Goblin Chief sneered. Each time they were scattered, these shadows would become even weaker. If they were scattered several more times, they would surely be eliminated. So what? Su-Ran chuckled. Shadows are everywhere. If they scatter, they can just reappear. The Goblin Chief's gaze sharpened. What do you mean by that? Su-Ran chuckled lightly. Then the Goblin Chief saw it. The fallen Goblin Warriors transformed back into shadows and rose once more. Damn. The Goblin Chief's expression changed drastically. He suddenly realized he could not delay any longer. If this continued, Su-Ran's strength would only grow stronger. He had underestimated the situation. If I don't go over, your trap won't work. Su-Ran smiled playfully. If you keep waiting, the one who loses will definitely be you. What do you think? The Goblin Chief's expression shifted, and he snorted coldly. So you figured it out. Of course, Su-Ran smiled. Under his divine vision, any traps would not take effect. Trap magic bomb. Description: 5 magic bombs are buried underground 20 meters ahead. Suggestion: with your current physique you won't die, but will suffer severe injury. It is advised to avoid it. Trap with description: 20 meters ahead, there is a formation that can reduce all your attributes by 30%. Suggestion: with your physique enduring the weakening formation plus the magic bombs will result in severe injury. It is advised to avoid it. Species: Goblin. Description: the chief of the Goblin clan, a boss-level beast. Status: Get Angry. Level 10. Each level up allows for 10 attribute points to be allocated. Tier: General. Each attribute increases by 80 points. Strength: 115 80, second rank Agility 108 80, second rank Constitution 180, second rank Spirit 180, second rank Skills. Drank skill: Fear. Causes 5 seconds of fear, cooldown time 30 minutes. Drank skill: Blood Devour. Devours blood, increasing all attributes by 20. Drank skill: Mountain Shatter. Increases strength by 50 points, lasts for 3 minutes, cooldown time 30 minutes. Strength assessment: 2 stars. As expected of a boss, these attributes are quite strong. Su-Ran thought to himself. This strength could nearly annihilate all trial takers except for him. At that moment the Goblin Chief moved. He finally left the throne. Standing at a towering height of 3 meters, his immense aura nearly suffocated the surrounding Goblin warriors. Do you think you have one? The Goblin Chief stepped down from the throne, his expression cold. I can see that your strength is formidable, likely reaching 1st rank. But do not think that with such strength you can defeat me. With each step the Goblin Chief took, the ground trembled. I can give you a choice: either submit or die. As the Goblin Chief's voice fell, the aura around him became a vast aura surged from within him, raging unceasingly. Heh. Su-Ran smiled indifferently. I can also give you a chance, an opportunity to become a shadow. To become one of my subordinates. Seeking death. The Goblin Chief's expression turned cold. Suddenly he moved. Boom. His massive body charged forward, creating a sound that pierced the air. In an instant he reached Su-Ran, unimaginable agility for such a huge physique. You had your chance, but you refused. Then die here. The Goblin Chief spoke coldly, his towering 3-meter frame overshadowing Su-Ran. Then his muscular arm swung. The whistling wind of his punch approached Su-Ran's handsome face, a breeze lifting. Is that so? Su-Ran's gaze suddenly sharpened, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I actually hope you could be a bit stronger. After all, only then will I know just how strong I am. S-Rank, Talent Demon Transformation, activate. A torrent of demonic energy erupted, enveloping Su-Ran completely. His crimson eyes radiated an astonishing, killing intent. What is this? The Goblin Chieftain's face shifted. What do you think? Su-Ran exuded a dreadful aura as inky demonic energy coalesced into black armor around him. His crimson eyes glinted with lethal intent. This is a talent. The Goblin Chieftain stared stunned. Could this human's gift be those very shadows? While it stood frozen, Su-Ran moved. Crack. The earth split with a resounding roar. No. The chieftain's expression changed. Panic overtook him. He had miscalculated. Roar. The Goblin Chieftain unleashed a deafening bellow. Drank skill. A crushing pressure surged forth, momentarily numbing Su-Ran to the core. Yet that paralysis lasted for less than a second. Prepare to die. The chieftain thundered and tore into his own flesh. Drank skill. Blood Devour. Drank skill. Mountain Shatter. The two skills erupted almost simultaneously, and the chieftain's aura became truly terrifying. It swung a broad, powerful arm and smashed towards Su Ran. Yet Su Ran merely stepped aside, the blow struck nothing but earth and slammed down hard. Boom. The ground fractured into a web of fissures like spider silk. Damn. The chieftain's face. Su Ran's speed was so great that the attack met only air. No matter how strong the force, if it never lands, it is useless. Su Ran's voice rang out. Besides, you do not hold the advantage in strength either. The chieftain looked down at its belly, a flicker of dread crossing its features. Su Ran was already before its abdomen, all its vulnerabilities lay exposed. No. The chieftain's pupils contracted. As it tried to move, Su Ran swung his arm and drove a straight punch into its gut. Bang. His fist sank wholly into its belly. Ugh. Cough. The massive body, solid and hulking, absorbed the blow. The brutal impact churned its innards, and it suddenly spewed vomit. The shock knocked it stumbling backward. How? How can this be? Why? Wah. Cold sweat drenched the chieftain as his eyes nearly bulged from his skull. It could not comprehend why Su Ran's speed was so terrifyingly swift, so fast it could not even react. Such overwhelming power. And excessive agility. It should not exist. The chieftain spat blood, staring at Su Ran, shrouded in demonic energy, disbelief in his eyes. This talent. Cough. You possess and strength talent, a top-tier trialist. The chieftain's voice trembled with pain. In this novice trial zone, no life form could breach the level 20 boundary. Such overwhelming strength and speed could only stem from a 1 in 10,000 strength talent. Seems you still cannot. Su Ran suppressed the storm within. His crimson eyes showed a trace of regret. The Shrank demonic transformation had doubled his attributes, and they continued to rise. With more than a twofold gap in agility, the goblin chieftain could not mount any defense. Don't be so Wah. The chieftain coughed blood again, gasping, clearly grievously wounded. How is this possible? His eyes bulged in furious disbelief. One punch, just a single blow, had inflicted the gulf in strength was astonishing. Footsteps echoed as Su Ran advanced with an indifferent mien. As I said, I will take your shadow. Watching him close in, the chieftain involuntarily retreated. Terror warped its face, its whole body trembled. It could not understand. Why would such a novice region harbor so powerful a trialist? For a moment the goblin chieftain was utterly just as Su Ran prepared to strike, several hulking goblins charged in from nearby. Reinforcements. Su Ran's face chilled. He intended to grant them no struggle. The chieftain, however, erupted into manic joy and laughed aloud. Ha! Perfect timing. Perfect, my foot. Su Ran brought his sword down. Crack. The chieftain's cry was cut off as its head rolled to the ground. Congratulations, you have slain the goblin chieftain. EXP 1000. Seeing this, the elders who had been about to aid them suddenly turned and fled. With a whoosh, they sprinted desperately back the way they had come. You think you can run? Su Ran glanced at the fleeing elders and sprang forward on the balls of his feet. The goblin elders fled for their lives, their bulky bodies thundered as they ran. The commotion shook the ground like an earthquake. The vault was emptied by that human, wasn't it? Terrifying. He killed the chieftain alone. How could such a monstrous trialist appear among novices? He's coming. That human is coming after us. My gods, does he have extra legs? The goblin elders looked back and were paralyzed with fear. Su Ran raced toward them at astonishing speed, closing the distance relentlessly. He pursued without mercy. They would be overtaken sooner or later. The goblin elders suddenly halted and turned to face Su Ran. Human brat, do not be so arrogant, the grand elder intoned. He appeared very old, his skin creased with age. My. Su Ran paused at the elder's words. The language was suddenly understood again. Strength talent. Divine Eye activated. Species goblin. Description: the Grand Elder of the Goblin Clan, a long-lived being who has survived 300 years in Area 404. Status: aged. Attributes: reduced bluffing with bluster. Level 15, 10 attribute points allocable. Rank: General Tier. Each attribute increases by 80 points. Strength: 103, 80, 20 second rank. Agility: 101, 80, 20 second rank. Constitution: 103, 80, 20 second rank. Spirit: 104, 80, 20 second rank. Skills: Drank skill. Intimidation causes 5 seconds of fear, 30-minute cooldown. Drank skill, bluff, intimidation, or performance to deceive the opponent. Crank skill, assimilation, devour kin to double all attributes. Drank skill, bluff, intimidation, or performance to deceive the opponent. Crank skill, assimilation to rank elite. Power assessment: first tier. Description: the third elder of the Goblin Clan. Power assessment: second tier. When the Eye of God took in everything, Su Ran was stunned. What is this situation? As an elder, he was actually stronger than the clan leader. And this is the weakened attribute. The Goblin Clan leader, this boss, is not as formidable as his name suggests. Why is this human kid staring at me? The Goblin Grand Elder felt a chill run down his spine from Su Ran's gaze. He immediately shouted, "No, I let you go because you are young. Who would have thought you would be so ungrateful and dare to pursue me? It seems that I can no longer let you go." The Goblin Grand Elder's tone was grave, his voice resonating powerfully. It seemed as if he was about to take Su Ran's life at any moment. At that moment after his words fell, a terrifying aura rose from the Goblin Grand Elder, ascending rapidly. In that instant, the Goblin Grand Elder gave off an unfathomable feeling, making it hard for anyone to look directly at him. It's just a bluff. Su Ran chuckled lightly. It turns out this skill is quite intimidating. Unfortunately, anyone with a functioning brain knows this Grand Elder cannot be that strong, otherwise he wouldn't have to flee. I've been seen through. The Goblin Grand Elder was suddenly alarmed, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. I shouldn't have run. The Goblin Grand Elder harbored dark resentment. It was all Su Ran's fault for being too frightening, otherwise how could he have possibly fled? Previous challengers were easily fooled, as he was originally a star-level powerhouse, possessing a natural advantage over those novice challengers. With his unique skill, this tactic had a perfect success rate. Unfortunately, he encountered a freak this time. Su Ran exhaled, the demonic state gradually receding. The longer he remained in this demonized form, the more he felt the fury in his heart intensifying. Moi. Upon realizing Su Ran's demonic state was fading, the Goblin Elders were overjoyed. This meant that for a considerable time, Su Ran's strength would not be as terrifying. Seeing their expressions, Su Ran merely smiled lightly and said, "You don't think that just because I've lifted the state, I'm no longer your opponent, do you?" I was indeed thinking that. The Grand Elder thought to himself. Su Ran's earlier state was too terrifying. He could clearly feel that as time passed, Su Ran's momentum was growing stronger. He was unwilling to fight Su Ran, and Su Ran had also lifted his battle state. This meant there was still room for negotiation. Cough. The Grand Elder coughed lightly, saying, "Since you are willing to lift your state, it means you want to come to terms with us." Come to terms. Su Ran smiled lightly and replied, "Are you overthinking? I lifted the battle state because killing you doesn't require this skill. That's all there is to it." He was merely using the Goblin Clan leader to test the strength of his demonized form. Unfortunately, the Goblin Clan leader was still too weak. Hearing this, the Grand Elder was immediately choked, his eyes wide with anger. How could this be so? But I'm quite curious, why is this elder stronger than the clan leader? Su Ran laughed and asked, "What the heck? You actually noticed this?" This was completely beyond his expectations. Could it be that Su Ran had some special talent or skill? To possess such monstrous abilities during the novice phase, this kid is too terrifying. Hearing this culturally rich expression, Su Ran was taken aback. Immediately after, his gaze became exceedingly dangerous. The Grand Elder coughed lightly twice, saying, "I learned this from previous challengers. There was no intention to insult you. I've heard that in their world this is a term of praise." Su Ran's gaze remained dangerous as he calmly replied, "What if I told you that we have such phrases in our world too?" The Grand Elder's expression changed awkwardly, stating, "That really is a coincidence. It might just be a case of homophones." Su Ran glanced at him and said, "Now tell me, why are you not the clan?" Even in a weakened state, this Grand Elder was stronger than the clan leader. If he were at his peak, he would be even more terrifying. Seeing Su Ran not pursuing the matter further, the Grand Elder let out a sigh of relief. He chuckled and said, "Why am I not the clan leader?" "Because anyone who becomes the clan leader is a fool." Su Ran raised an eyebrow and asked, "Why do you say that?" The Grand Elder sighed and cursed, saying, "Every time a challenger comes, a clan leader has to die. Even if there are occasional clan leaders who survive the next time, they are basically doomed. How can our Goblin clan afford so many clan leaders to die?" Su Ran said. Upon hearing this, it seemed, "You killed the clan leader. The task is already complete. We should mind our own business and not fight to the death." The Grand Elder smiled as he looked at Su Ran. "Since you know all this, why did you want to save him earlier?" Su Ran continued to ask. It was evident that this guy's ability to live over 300 years was not without reason. The Grand Elder sighed, saying, "If I can save him, I will. In this day and age, there aren't many fools left. If he dies, where will we find a new clan leader? After all, to be a clan leader, one must possess strength. What if the system replaces the boss with me? That would be awkward." Su Ran looked at him deeply and smiled, saying, "You would indeed make a suitable boss. The feeling of fighting you would surely be different." The Grand Elder was left speechless. Ultimately, he sighed weakly, saying, "Now that the task is complete, you should leave. One should leave a line for future encounters. Your world should have this saying too, right?" "There is indeed." Su Ran shook his head, saying, "But the task has yet to be completed." The Grand Elder's eyes widened. "What do you mean?" "Isn't the task to kill the clan leader?" Su Ran replied. "There's an additional task to make the Goblin clan submit." Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's eyes widened in utter disbelief, filled with rage. "Damn it. Is the system finally going to target me?" Su Ran was rendered speechless. Is this guy really a goblin? Why does he speak so much of our culture? Alright, the conversation ends here. Su Ran glanced at him and said, "It's time to finish the task." As his words fell, Su Ran drew his long sword. "Wait." The Grand Elder's expression changed drastically. "What do you want to do?" Su Ran replied nonchalantly, "To finish the task." The Grand Elder looked terrified. "Isn't the task to make the Goblin clan submit? Why are you drawing your sword?" "To make the entire Goblin clan submit, one must naturally use force to intimidate them." Su Ran sneered. "Otherwise, how could you truly submit?" Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder was furious. Utterly absurd. Who told you that? He was beside himself with rage. For the sake of racial integrity, I would genuinely be willing to submit. Saying this, he suddenly knelt down. Su-Ran glanced at his state. Status: aging, attribute decreased, survival intent resolute. Su-Ran's expression was strange. What racial integrity? This guy is just afraid of dying. The moment the Goblin clan's Grand Elder knelt, the other elders followed suit without hesitation. Truly remarkable. Su-Ran exhaled sharply after a long pause, gritting his teeth. No wonder this one has survived over 300 years. Just look at that uncanny ability to read the tides of fate. Su-Ran sighed deeply. Very well then, sign it. The Grand Elder blinked in confusion. Sign what? Su-Ran cast him a sidelong glance. What else could it be? A master-servant covenant, of course. As the words fell, a translucent prompt materialized before them. Master-servant covenant. Terms acknowledged. Su-Ran as your sovereign. His commands are absolute. Accept, decline covenant. Upon reading the covenant, the Grand Elder's face paled, and he lamented bitterly. Must there truly be no cross-species trust between us? Do you even believe that yourself? Su-Ran asked. The Grand Elder shook his head decisively. Not at all. I'd be a fool to believe it. Su-Ran merely chuckled dryly. The Grand Elder sighed again. Alas. I am already ancient, yet you still demand I become your slave. Today's youth truly know nothing of respecting elders or cherishing the young. You're ancient enough to be buried. Shall I help you along? Su-Ran rolled his eyes, half tempted to flay the creature alive, just to see if a blue planet native lurked beneath its skin. The Grand Elder vigorously shook his head. I have not yet lived my fill. I've never even glimpsed the world's dazzling splendors. How could I die now? He sighed once more. Very well. I shall sign. With a final resigned sigh, the Grand Elder accepted the covenant. There was no choice. Enslavement or burial. Once he assented, the other elders swiftly confirmed their own oaths. Su-Ran raised an eyebrow in surprise. Why do they follow you so obediently, like underlings? Underlings? They're all my sons. How could they possibly disobey me? The Grand Elder snorted lightly. Su-Ran paused, stunned. Good heavens. All of them are elders. Not boasting, but were it not for me, our goblin race would have vanished long ago. The Grand Elder declared with quiet pride. Su-Ran asked. So that's why whenever trial seekers arrive, you always send the clan chief to certain death. Precisely. Sacrificing the chief to save the entire clan. That is his noblest destiny, a selfless act of supreme virtue. After all, trial seekers target only the chief. Let them slay him, and they usually leave us in peace thereafter. Su-Ran fell speechless. If your former chiefs had known you were such a double dealer, their coffins would burst open from sheer indignation. The Grand Elder chuckled. And even if they did know, what then? Su-Ran fell silent. Indeed, even if the goblin chiefs had uncovered his treachery, they likely could have done nothing about it. After all, the Grand Elder possessed strength rivaling that of a chief, and every elder was his son. The clan chief stood little chance against such overwhelming kinship and power. Ultimately, blame lies with that accursed system. It dared assign me a quest. The Grand Elder fumed, convinced he was being singled out. Had it not been for this twist, he believed he might still have bargained, perhaps offered a treasured relic to persuade Su-Ran to withdraw. Su-Ran arched a brow. What precisely do you mean by system? Precisely. The Grand Elder shook his head. It defies precise definition. Broadly speaking, the system encompasses this entire realm. The enigmatic voice issuing quests, those floating status panels, and all such phenomena. Su-Ran nodded slowly. I see. That aligned closely with his own conjecture. Then, how did the system come? Su-Ran pressed further. The Grand Elder replied, forged by the gods. The gods, eh? Ahem, quite literally. But I dare not speak too freely on this matter. Then what is its purpose? Purpose. Think of it as a game. A grand cosmic game. One that may perhaps elevate you to godhood. A game of gods, eh? Su-Ran's gaze sharpened. So these trial seekers, they are participants in a divine selection process. Can those who arrive here return to their original worlds, eh? Su-Ran asked. The Grand Elder nodded. Indeed. Su-Ran's eyes lit up when the Grand Elder glanced at him. That depends entirely on the whims of the gods, when they choose to recall you. Su-Ran frowned. Has it happened before? The Grand Elder affirmed. Yes. Once a group of trial seekers was permitted to return as early as their second day. Su-Ran recoiled in astonishment. So generous. Generous. The Grand Elder chuckled darkly. Not necessarily. Su-Ran looked puzzled. How so? The Grand Elder countered. Surely you know there's an age restriction upon arrival. Su-Ran nodded. 18 to 55, physically whole. Exactly. The Grand Elder smiled wryly. Fewer contenders arrive in the first wave. Competition remains mild. But when the same cohort's trials reignite for a second round, all restrictions vanish. One day's advantage means little. Some elderly men nearing their end may outmatch even the most vigorous youths. Su-Ran stiffened. Does everyone from that cohort re-enter when the second trial begins? Of course. The Grand Elder sighed reverently. This is not merely a catastrophe across 10,000 realms. It is also their ultimate opportunity. Su-Ran eyed him skeptically. Yet you've remained here your entire life. How could you possibly know so much? The Grand Elder smirked proudly. I have lived for centuries. Countless beings have passed before me. Su-Ran froze. You didn't hear all this from others, did you? The Grand Elder sighed again. Alas. I have lived hundreds of years yet never stepped beyond Region 404. Su-Ran stared blankly. Suddenly he realized. He was listening to an old goblin spinning tall tales. How much truth lay buried in those ramblings remained uncertain. By the way, I once beheld a human born with 2 buttocks. I'll tell you all about it. Enough. Say no more. Su-Ran covered his forehead with one hand, urgently silencing him. He simply could not bear another word of the Elder's endless chatter. Interrupted mid-sentence, the Grand Elder bristled. But as Su-Ran was now his sovereign, he could only sigh inwardly. He still longed to describe in vivid detail just how remarkably prominent that human's second posterior had been. Ignoring him entirely, Su-Ran strode toward the fallen chieftain's corpse. Instantly, a shadowy figure coalesced before him. Entity Shadow 2 Aba, level 10 10 attribute points per level up. Tier General Rank, each attribute gains 80 points. Strength 115, 80 Tier 2, Agility 108, 80 Tier 2, Constitution 180 Tier 2, Spirit 180 Tier 2, Skills Drank Intimidate, Drank Mountain Shaker. Total attributes 296, 423, Status Shadow, all stats weakened by 30, Combat Assessment 2nd class. Su-Ran was somewhat surprised the skill actually remained. However, it seemed that a certain Blood Devour skill was missing. In the past, when I retrieved the shadows of trial takers, I never encountered such a situation. Su-Ran thought to himself. Some previous trial takers had their talents absorbed by him, but those redundant talents did not remain on the shadows. Originally a 2-star strength, but now only a 2nd rank. What a pity. Su-Ran felt a bit pained. A 30% attribute reduction still felt a bit too much. Not far away, the elders were stunned as they watched the shadow rise from the goblin chief's corpse. What the hell did the chief come back to life? Dad, it won't come back to find you for trouble, will it? Dad, maybe you should run away. The elders voiced their concerns, each more worried than the last. Slap, slap, slap. The Grand Elder slapped them each once and scolded, you fools. That clearly is the master's talent. How could I give birth to such weaklings like you? After being slapped by the Grand Elder, the other elders winced in pain. They held their heads quite unconvinced, but the master's talent was just used, wasn't it? Yet isn't each new trial taker supposed to have one talent? Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder was taken aback. Hey, it seems there is some truth to this. Ahem. The Grand Elder cleared his throat and changed the subject. You all wouldn't understand the reason behind this, would you? What reason? The elders looked puzzled. The Grand Elder spoke solemnly. There is only one possibility for— What possibility? The elders asked in confusion. The Grand Elder stated with authority, that is, our master should have 2 talents. But each trial taker initially has only 1 talent at most, right? The Grand Elder's expression turned serious. Then it must be a system error. The system can make mistakes. The elders were puzzled. Of course it can make mistakes, otherwise how could your handsome father have given birth to you bunch of odd-looking ones? The Grand Elder said seriously. How can this be related to the system? The elders immediately protested. The Grand Elder puffed out his cheeks and glared. If I say it can, then it can. Dad, is it possible we are not your bio— One elder suddenly spoke up. The Grand Elder was taken aback. How could that be? Because I think we are more handsome than you. You're just getting old. Exactly, you are not handsome at all, and in summer, your feet really stink. Looking at our excellent genes, we are clearly not born from you. That's right. I feel our father must be someone else. The elders began to voice their thoughts. The Grand Elder's face darkened, and he gave them each a smack on the head. These little brats are becoming more outrageous. Collecting the corpse of the goblin level grants 10 comprehensive points. After handling the corpse, Su-Ran turned to them. Stop the nonsense, and follow me. With that said, Su-Ran turned and left. If he wanted the goblin tribe to submit, the role of these elders was indispensable. Otherwise, if he kept killing, the goblins would only flee, making the task very difficult. And this was the main reason Su-Ran kept them around. Dad, stop hitting, the master has already left. The elders were constantly dodging and begging for mercy. When I have time, just wait and see how I deal with you. As Su-Ran walked away, the Grand Elder snorted coldly, and after that he quickly followed Su-Ran. Ahead lay the battlefield where the Shadow Army clashed with the Goblin warriors. But now there were no signs of battle. This was because after witnessing Su-Ran kill the chief, all the Goblin warriors present were scared out of their wits and fled. Meanwhile, the Shadow Army was currently pursuing them. Collecting the corpse of the Goblin warrior grants 6 comprehensive points. Collecting the goblin. Stand up. Looking at the fallen Goblin warriors, Su-Ran said lightly. The fallen Goblin warriors transformed into dark shadows and stood up. This talent is a bit terrifying. The Grand Elder gasped. The ability to drive death into individual subordinates is indeed quite frightening. 1 person equals an army. Thinking of this, the Grand Elder was somewhat puzzled. Master, just how many talents do you have? Su-Ran glanced at him and retorted, how many do you think I have? 2. The Grand Elder answered immediately. Su-Ran chuckled. Then just consider I have 2 talents. The Grand Elder was stunned. What does this mean? Let's go, it's time to clean up the aftermath. Su Ran said with a faint. He then set off towards the battlefield where the fighting was most intense. Dad, from the master's words, it seems he has more than 2 talents. The goblin's second elder suddenly said in a low voice. Nonsense. The grand elder slapped him on his bald forehead, scolding, think before you speak. More than 2. Do you think talents are like cabbages by the roadside? I think you must have hit your head on the door to come up with such absurd thoughts. The second elder covered his forehead and muttered, I haven't been hit by a door, but I have been slapped by you a good number of times. If that's the case, you have only yourself to blame. The grand elder snorted coldly. The second elder was somewhat unconvinced. You are not the master, how could you possibly know how many talents he has? I just feel he has more than 2 talents, otherwise how could he say that? The grand elder glared. You fool, what he said is clearly a show-off. Do you understand what showing off is, eh? With that, the grand elder sighed. Forget it's such a profound topic, I feel it's impossible for you to comprehend. Pretentious. The second elder muttered. The grand elder glared. You little brat has learned a term from your father and started using it randomly, right? Let me tell you, if you don't believe me, let's bet. The second elder, unwilling to back down, asked, what shall we bet on? If I win, all your salary for this year goes to me. The grand elder said with a cold smile. What if I win? The second elder asked. Just you. Can you even? The grand elder sneered. I've eaten more rice than you've walked paths. Do you understand what it means for a new trial taker to have more than 2 talents? Don't talk nonsense to me. The second elder was still unconvinced. All right. The grand elder chuckled. If you can win, I'll call you father in reverse. What a joke. More than 2 talents. He has lived for over 300 years and has heard some legends. For instance, some renowned transcenders have 2 talents during their new trial. But legends are just legends. They can only be treated as casual conversation. For more than 300 years, he has never seen even one holder of 2 talents, let alone those with more than 2 talents. The master is just an anomaly. As for having more than 2 talents, that is absolutely impossible. Talents are not cabbages by the roadside, how could there be so many? The grand elder thought to himself, completely unconvinced. After all, someone had told him before. Humans may not excel in other aspects, but when it comes to showing off, that is innate. On the other side, the goblin camp was thrown into complete chaos. The sounds of battle echoed through the air. Fellow compatriots, our opportunity has come. By slaying these self-important goblins, we shall gain a new life. Under the leadership of our master, we shall embrace evolution. Gu Yun led the goblin servants' rampage. At the same time, it stirred the goblin slaves to revolt. The goblin soldiers were bewildered, facing their suddenly attacking own kind, and could only retreat step by step. Kill. Slay them. Hee, just 8 more, and the master will reward me with evolution. The goblin servants became frenzied. They showed no mercy in killing their own kin. Not only because these fellows had always abused them, but mainly due to the temptation of evolution. Haha, I knew their treasures would be here. We shall present these treasures to the master, and he will surely be pleased. The goblin servants were not only engaged in slaughter, but were also digging deep within the camp. Knowing that Su Ran loved treasures, they sought every way to please him. Although the clan leader's treasury was gone, many treasures secretly collected by goblins still remained in the camp. Their total would not even be less than the treasury. A group of ungrateful slaves dare to rebel. All troops heed my command, kill them. A goblin warrior appeared, leading the army to counterattack. With a backbone to rely on, the goblin soldiers finally calmed down. They began to orderly arrange their formations to eliminate the rebellious goblins. In an instant, the advantage held by the rebels vanished. Being mere slaves, they became terrified in the face of a... Don't be afraid. We will never lose. Gu Yun understood that he could not remain passive and shouted encouragement. If they retreated, they would lose everything. They must not retreat. You, a dignified warrior, actually stand with the slaves? How shameless. The goblin warrior leading the army spoke coldly. After finishing his words, he charged directly at Gu Yun. Shameless. Gu Yun's expression was indifferent as he angrily retorted, I have always been seen as a slave by you. What shame is there to speak of? Ridiculous. The goblin warrior did not believe him at all. How could a goblin from the slave class possibly evolve directly into a warrior? Boom. The 2 goblin warriors collided like 2 raging bulls. However, the difference was strikingly evident. In just a moment, Gu Yun fell into a disadvantage. Though we are both warriors, your level is far too low. The goblin warrior looked disdainful. His fists smashed heavily into Gu Yun, and the powerful shockwave caused the latter to stagger back. Ugh! Gu Yun groaned, his face instantly paling. Having just evolved from a slave to a warrior, the gap in level was painfully obvious. Furthermore, his battle experience was woefully insufficient. Since you chose to rebel, you should know the consequences. Die. The goblin warrior spoke, coldly, showing traitors must die to atone for their sins. My lord. The goblin servants were alarmed. The rebellious goblins trembled in fear. It's over. We will never lose. Want to kill me? Then try it. Gu Yun's face twisted with rage, his eyes blood red. He would not die here. E-rank talent, unyielding trait 2 activated. Passive trait 2, when willpower reaches a critical point, all attributes increase by 70. Boom. As Gu Yun's words fell, his aura surged, and a powerful pressure emanated from him. The The goblin warrior's expression changed dramatically. What is this? Just then Gu Yun moved. The goblin warrior's heart instantly grew alert. But just as it reacted, Gu Yun's massive fist had already swung toward its face. In an instant, the goblin warrior flew backward like a kite, with its string cut crashing heavily into a tent. Cough, cough. The goblin warrior struggled to stand up. Its entire right face nearly caved in. It coughed up a mouthful of blood. It gasped heavily, feeling as though its body was being torn apart. Then it looked up at Gu Yun, its eyes filled with a hate. Gu Yun's level was clearly not as high as its own, yet at that moment, he had unleashed an extremely powerful strength. It seemed this was not a skill unique to their goblin race. Lord Gu Yun is so strong. All the goblins present looked at Gu Yun in shock. Was that just now my power? Gu Yun looked down at his hands, utterly bewildered. Just now, for some unknown reason, a powerful force had surged within his body. Could it be that the master knew all along? Gu Yun's eyes brightened. He suddenly recalled the master had once said he had great potential. If I had known I had this kind of power earlier, it would have been great. Gu Yun felt a bit dejected. Unfortunately, he was not one of those trial takers, and could not possess a so-called attribute panel. If he had known his abilities from the start, perhaps he would not have been bullied. But thankfully I met the master. Gu Yun thought to himself that it was precisely because of the master that he had changed his destiny. Suddenly the ground shook violently. A group of goblin warriors was charging wildly towards this direction. Edge. Reinforcements are here. The injured goblin warrior's eyes brightened with excitement. The goblin soldiers cheered wildly. The rebels, however, appeared extremely anxious, with some even contemplating fleeing. Not good. Gu Yun's expression changed. Haha, brothers, hurry over and help me take down these traitors. The goblin warrior laughed loudly and charged forward. This group of rebels was doomed. Get lost. Don't block the way. Get away and die. However, the goblin warriors ignored him and instead kicked him aside. Ouch! The injured goblin warrior fell to the ground, trampled on countless times. He struggled to get up, both confused and angry. Edge. The scenery before him suddenly changed, and he was soon buried in the ground. The headless body burst forth with blood crashing heavily to the ground. A pitch-black silhouette loomed behind, emanating a strange and terrifying aura. It's coming after us. Run. Upon seeing the apparition appear, the goblin warriors were terrified and fled for their lives. But the shadow's speed was simply too fast, following them like a shadow. That's the master's shadow. Gu Yun's gaze shifted. He remembered the master's instructions and immediately shouted, "Surrender, and you will not be killed." Is that true? Of course it is. Upon hearing this, the fleeing goblin warriors immediately brightened. While still on the run, they swiftly knelt down. Their knees were left with long streaks of blood. Demon, where are you running? Ha! Take a sword strike from me. Ha! I've leveled up again. Damn it, I finally reached level 10. Brothers, leave none alive. Before the goblin camp, the challengers overwhelmingly defeated the goblins present. Ha! I'm level 13 now. Jiang Hai was overjoyed. He had finally returned to the front ranks. Sorry, we're level 14 now. Wang Wei smiled faintly. Wang Zhifei said with a grin, "You are still one step behind." Jiang Hai. Wang Chan excitedly said, "Enough of this, let's quickly storm the main camp." He has also leveled up to 11, feeling a bit high. The goblin leader just now looked panicked. Something must have happened. We have all grown stronger this time, we won't delay at all, maybe we can level up several times in one go. Jiang Hai chuckled. I have a feeling that this time we might not have to be bystanders. However, just as he finished speaking, that mysterious voice and the notification appeared again. Mission completed. The counterattack has ended. Mission 1, counterattack the goblin army completed. Mission 2, slay the goblin clan leader completed. Mission 3, make the goblin clan submit completed. Mission reward 1, all challengers who participated in the counterattack will receive 1,000 experience points. Copper coins 500. Mission reward 2, all challengers who participated in the slay the goblin clan leader will receive the following rewards based on contributions: a total of 5,000 experience points, 3,000 copper coins, and 10 black iron chests. Mission reward 3, those who made the goblin clan submit will receive the following rewards based on contributions: 50,000 experience points, 30,000 copper coins, and 50 black iron chests. The challengers, excited, were preparing to launch an attack on the goblin camp, when suddenly they received the mission completion notification. In an instant the scene fell silent, and one could hear a pin drop. What the hell? What's going on? Wait, we haven't even started yet. This is outrageous. I haven't even entered the goblin camp yet. All the challengers stared wide-eyed, filled with anger. Just as they were about to enter, they were suddenly told it was over. Who could accept this? Damn it, Jiang Hai. How are you going to compensate us now? Suddenly the challengers turned their furious gazes towards Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai's face darkened. What does this have to do with me? If it weren't for your bad luck, how could this happen? How is this my fault? Nonsense, you just said it, and the mission ended. You can't pin this on me. Jiang Hai was furious. How could he be blamed for this? He turned to the side and shouted, Wang Wei, you two judge this. Wang Wei stared blankly at the notification, not intending to engage with him at all. Wang Zhifei sighed sadly, saying, Stop it, don't you realize? We are really just here to leech experience. Upon hearing this, the challengers were instantly filled with sorrow. Just as hope rose, it fell into despair. They thought they wouldn't have to just watch and could at least find some thrill. But unexpectedly, even though they were quick, Su-Ran was even faster. They hadn't even entered the door, and Su-Ran had already finished everything. Just as the mission ended, all challengers received the news. The forum immediately erupted in a storm. Damn, are you guys dogs? I haven't even set off, and you tell me the mission is over. Damn it. At least everyone got a reward last time, but this time those who didn't participate in the counterattack didn't get a single hair. Damn it. Can't you at least tell us when you act? I just set off still on the way, and the mission ended. The challengers still in the novice village cursed loudly. Last time they only received the most basic rewards, but this time they didn't even earn a single experience point. I don't like what you're saying. Who said you had to be notified to set off? Exactly what's the point of complaining here? You never see anyone during battle, but when it comes to rewards you bite like mad dogs. I won't name names. Laughs. How long has it been since the mission started? You didn't see a single shadow until it ended, and you still have the nerve to complain here. The challengers in front of the goblin camp quickly retorted. They had long been dissatisfied with those who stayed in the novice village. After a previous conflict this time, they cursed even more skillfully. Level 14 Wang Wei, if you want to complain, don't come to us. We just leave some experience. Level 14 Wang Zhifei, exactly. Su-Ran, if you have the ability, come and blame him. He was the one who completed the mission. Good fellow, are you trying to shift the blame? Laughs. Ha, if you have the guts, come find trouble with big brother Su-Ran. Don't joke. If they really had that courage, would they still be in the novice village now? When the crowd brought up Su-Ran, the novice village suddenly fell silent, and no further messages were sent. Haha, a bunch of cowards. Level 20 Su-Ran, are you looking for trouble? Level 14 Wang Wei, cough. You misunderstood us. Level 14 Wang Zhifei, Su-Ran, while you ended it so quickly we haven't even entered the gate yet. Crying big brother, can't you wait for us? Trying to leech experience, but got none because we didn't even enter. Level 20 Su-Ran, it's mainly because the goblin clan leader was too weak and couldn't hold on. I thought it could last longer. Level 13 Jiang Hai, is the clan leader really weak? Level 20 Su-Ran, yes, quite weak. Wow. Even so, big brother, you could have waited for us so we could leech some mission rewards. Crying. Level 20 Su-Ran, I couldn't help it. The elders of the goblins are both weak and cowardly. When they saw me kill their clan leader, they immediately knelt and submitted. Shrugs. What the hell? Are the elders of the goblins that cowardly? Unbelievable. The heavens want to destroy me. Sigh. Everyone sighed deeply. Who could have imagined such a result? Just as everyone was in sorrow, three people were quiet. Jiang Hai whispered, listen up, once the rewards are distributed, we make a run for it. Where to? Wang Chen looked confused. So stupid, where else can we go? Jiang Hai glanced at him disdainfully. Of course we're going to rob the goblin camp. A cold voice resonated once more. Haha, I have leveled up again. Awesome, we actually have a third reward. It seems we have contributed after all. The system is so fair. Even though we haven't entered the door, we've at least held off over 100 goblin soldiers. Wow. Someone has triggered a treasure chest. After the rewards were distributed, everyone felt immense joy. They had thought this time they would only receive participation rewards. To their surprise, they could also benefit from the submission reward of Task 3. The 1,000 experience points from Reward 1 combined with the 200 to 300 experience points from Reward 3 was enough for them to level up again. Haha, I'm about to take off. Hehe, this wave is not a loss. Looking at the 12 black iron treasure chests that appeared out of thin air and the nearly 20,000 copper coins, Jiang Hai and Wang Chun were overjoyed. Their sacrifices were totally worth it for this reward. I can't believe it. Because of the contract, the system directly gave their rewards to the two of them. They actually opened 2 more black iron treasure chests. What luck! 6 black iron treasure chests and about 10,000 copper coins. Those two have become rich overnight. Whoa, we totally lost out. Should we just rob them? Hearing everyone's words, Jiang Hai and Wang Chen's expressions suddenly changed. What are you guys planning to do? We signed a contract. Upon hearing this, everyone sighed. We shouldn't have signed. Jiang Hai breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, luckily he was smart enough to sign the contract first. Otherwise those shameless guys might really have robbed them. Whoa, the 2 big shots are level 15. Everyone suddenly noticed that Wang Wei and Wang Zhifei had leveled up again. They broke through level 14 and became level 15 trial takers. It's just level 15, everyone will reach it eventually. Wang Wei shook his head. Wang Zhifei chuckled. It just means the gap with Master Su-Ran has narrowed a little bit. I also want to narrow the gap with Master Su-Ran. Are you sure you can narrow it now? Laughs. Master Su-Ran's experience points are far more than ours. By the way, why is Master Su-Ran still level 20? Perhaps he has hidden his level. Everyone sighed. The gap between them and Su-Ran was widening. Back then they were all on the same starting line. Now they couldn't even see Su-Ran's back. Haha. Luckily I'm now at level 14 and my strength has significantly increased, otherwise I wouldn't be able to carry so many treasures. Jiang Hai was over the moon, looking extremely proud. Haha. Luckily I'm now at level 14 and my strength has significantly increased, otherwise I wouldn't be able to carry so many treasures. The trial takers' faces twitched. This guy was too carried away. So what? Is showing off illegal? Jiang Hai replied indignantly, this is what I earned with my own skills, but if you can do it then go ahead. So arrogant. Should we just take him down? Damn. We can't move against him because of the contract. What? Just leave the part of the contract and loot everything else. That makes sense. The trial takers were miserable, yet Jiang Hai was showing off beside them. They couldn't take it anymore, and were about to act. If you have the guts, don't use the crowd tactics. Oh, let's settle it unknown. Jiang Hai's heart tightened, but he didn't want to back down. Whoa, can you just shut up? Wang Chun was frightened and quickly covered Jiang Hai's mouth. Brothers, he's not quite right in the head. Oh, just let him be. Wang Chun smiled awkwardly. He was afraid this group would rob Jiang Hai and then turn their target on him. There was no choice. He had already been dragged down by Jiang Hai more than once. No way. Can't tolerate it. This guy is too annoying. Ooh, I can't relieve my anger without beating him. Unknown. Sure, we can gang up on you, or you can take us all on. The choice is yours. Saying this, the trial takers prepared to They simply couldn't stand Jiang Hai, who took advantage of the situation and then acted innocent. A gentleman uses words and not fists. Jiang Hai's face turned pale. He suddenly realized he had gone too far. There was no way. After finally taking off this time, he instinctively became arrogant. At that moment, a familiar cold voice resonated once more. Announcement: the novice trial has ended. Notice after 3 days a teleportation portal will open in Area 404 and Area 405. Notice a new round of trial takers is about to arrive. Please enjoy these 3 days of time. All the trial takers were stunned, but soon after they howled with excitement. Does that mean we can meet other people? Are there any girls? Are there any girls? Are there any girls? Important things are said 3 times. I also want girls cute, busty, and with long legs. I've seen enough of men lately. I hope some girls come to refresh my eyes. But not all trial takers cared about girls. Some straight men were completely indifferent to cute girls. They only cared about the new trials. If new areas are added, does that mean there might be new monsters? Perhaps we can take a stroll around Area 405. That's for sure, otherwise why open a teleportation portal? I wonder what the strength of the trial takers in Area 405. Who cares? Anyway, I don't think anyone can surpass Master Su Ran. That's true. Level 20. Plus at least in a level talent, it's simply the definition of invincibility. Everyone was discussing animatedly, all highly interested in the teleportation portal opening in 3 days. While everyone was talking, 3 figures quietly slipped away. We have 3 days, let's take the chance to gather some more. Jiang Hai's eyes sparkled. I guarantee that in 3 days we will be vastly different from now. Wang Shen glanced at him. Do you have a plan? Jiang Hai immediately replied, of course. What plan? Yilin asked. Jiang Hai smiled lightly. As soon as we enter the goblin camp, we will target the particularly wealthy goblins like the elders. They must have a lot of treasures. Wang Chun seemed puzzled. Elder-level goblins shouldn't be weak. What if things go wrong? What are you afraid of? Jiang Hai sneered. Didn't Su Ran say? Goblin chieftains are weak, and those goblin elders are both weak and cowardly, so there's no need to be afraid. Wang Chun was speechless. Can you really compare it like that? Aren't you also quite weak in front of Su Ran? With a loud bang, Jiang Hai directly gave his head a hard knock. Can't you speak properly? You just need to know that the chieftain is weak compared to Su Ran. Even if we are weak compared to Su Ran, it at least shows we are on the same level as the goblin chieftain. Got it. If the goblin chieftain is on the same level as us, then the elder-level goblins are even less our match. If the goblin chieftain is already on the same level as us, then any elder-level goblin weaker, then it is certainly no match for us. If the 3 of us joined forces, those goblin elders wouldn't even be worthy to fasten our shoes. Jiang Hai said with boundless confidence. That logic seems a bit off. Wang Chun frowned, feeling that matters were not so simple, though he could not quite say what was. Yilin was nearly in tears. What kind of divine logic was this? Can strength be equated so casually? Jiang Hai, ecstatic, said, I have a premonition. We're going to get rich this time. Wang Chun nodded. I hope so. Sigh. We can only see it through to the end. Yilin glanced at them with a complex expression. He wondered if should he point out the flaw in Jiang Hai's reasoning here, the other might fly into a shame-fueled rage and kill him outright. He felt helpless. Yilin could only sigh inwardly. Shall we open the chest now? Carrying it around feels troublesome. Are you stupid? The chest is only palm size. If it spills out a bunch of things, how would we carry them? Oh, then we'll open it when we return. At the goblin stronghold, Su Ran sat upon the throne, and below, Gu Yun and Gu Lin were half kneeling on the ground awaiting orders. 3 days later, a teleportation channel. Hearing the system's voice, Su Ran's eyes flickered with an odd light. Open a new sector and conduct new trials. Is there a chance they will force us to slaughter one another? He judged that was unlikely, yet he could not be careless. If it truly comes to that, I hope the opposing trialists' talents are at least decent. Su Ran smiled faintly. Even if trialists were to tear each other apart, he feared no one now. Besides, in these 3 days he would grow far stronger. It's time to tally the spoils from this run. Su Ran thought, and opened his personal status panel. Name Su Ran. Level 20 has reached the threshold. Title Monster Slayer equipped. Effect damage to monsters increased to 1. 2. Strength 120 Tier 2. Agility 123 Tier 2. Constitution 120 Tier 2. Spirit 130 Tier 2. Primary talent SSS, Omni Ascension. Secondary talents. S. Demonic Physique. S. Shadow Sovereign. B. Dimensional Hyperspace. B. Invisibility. B. Dark Stab. D. Strength Amplification. D. Speed Amplification. D. Constitution Amplification. G. Soul Slick Escape. E. Fire Manipulation. E. Water Manipulation. E. Electricity Manipulation. E. Wind Manipulation. E. Earth Manipulation. Tire Talent. Enhanced Vision. Skills. S. Eye of the Divine. C. 3 Sword Form. F. Sword Chi. F. Trace of the Wind. Equipment. C. Blue Crystal Edge. C. Blue Crystal Armor. D. Cold Light Sword. D. Moonwind Garb. D. Windstep Boots. Omni Value 19891. Power Assessment 4 stars Mid-Year Trialist. Nearly 20,000 Omni Value. Su Ran's expression brightened somewhat. This time his power would be transformed utterly. He'll first raise my attribute points. Push them all to the limits I can bear. Su Ran concentrated. Talent trait activated Omni Value is converting into attribute points. Strength 120-150 Tier 2, reached current stage limit. Agility 123-150 Tier 2, reached current stage limit. Constitution 120-150 Tier 2, reached current stage limit. Spirit 130-150 Tier 2, reached current stage limit. Consumed 107 Omni Value total of 107 attribute points increased. Power Assessment 7 stars Mid-Year Trialist. A 7-star assessment. To break this ceiling I suppose I'll have to find a way to surpass level 20. Su Ran was calm. Attributes were tied to level and both methods of increase had reached their ceilings. To improve further, he would have to strengthen talents and skills. There are 19784 Omni Value remaining after deducting the 100 Omni Value for the permission upgrade 9784 Omni Value remain available. Su Ran's eyes flashed. Perhaps he could evolve several more steer talents and skills. However, after the permission upgrade other functions may appear. Suddenly, he thought spending the Omni Value right now might be unwise. There was no need to rush, unexpected effects might follow the upgrade. Gulin Guyun. Su Ran called softly. Master. Gulin and Guyun knelt to the ground awaiting Su Ran's orders. I have some matters to attend to guard my way. I cannot say how long. It may be soon, it may be long. Su Ran, he could not determine exactly how long the permission upgrade would take, but his instinct told him it would require considerable time. It was prudent to instruct them in advance. Yes, Gulin said in a deep voice. Master, entrust this to us. With us present, not even an ant will dare approach the master. Guyun patted his chest in assurance. Su Ran nodded. Then he concentrated. Upgrade permissions. Omni Value 10000. Beginning permission upgrade SS Deer Talent Omni Ascension preparing to activate. Alert host, please be aware of your surroundings. Alert estimated permission upgrade duration 50 hours. Upgrade countdown 10s, 9s. Seeing the prompt, Su Ran held his breath. As he had anticipated, it would consume a great deal of time. When the countdown reached 0, Su Ran suddenly felt drowsy and slipped into sleep. The main camp. The goblins watched with curiosity as 3 humans swaggered in. Those first 2 humans walked with such. Should we kill them? Better not. What if they're minions of that killer? But for some reason looking at those 2 makes me— Me too, the goblins whispered. Look at these cowards, and none of them dares to step forward. Jiang Hai raised his middle finger, nostrils flaring, contempt written on his face. We marched in like this, and they show no reaction. Wang Chen was surprised. He remembered other goblins had seen before had been like mad dogs chasing and biting. It seems these fellows have been beaten into fear. Jiang Hai sneered. Let's go straight to the goblin chieftain. Perhaps when it sees us it will tumble to its knees and beg for mercy. Yilin, when you see the big one, activate your talent. The moment you spot the elder, signal us. Yilin nodded. At that moment Wang Chen's eyes brightened, and he pointed ahead. Hey, look, that one's huge. They followed his gaze and saw a massive goblin at least 3 meters tall walking slowly. It looked aged and decrepit, its skin creased with folds. That's the old goblin. Jiang Hai exclaimed with delight. That bulk was no ordinary brute, it must be— Yilin, take a look, is this old guy an elder? Sure. Yilin nodded. In an instant his pupils changed color. His gaze pierced forward, staring directly at the goblin elder. Species goblin. Description: goblin elder. Value. Current status. Strength assessment. Danger level: you are as adorably foolish as ever, casually peeking at a powerful being. Suggestion: your reckless heart remains unchanged. If this continues, something will eventually happen. It's suggested that you better take your own life. Damn. Yilin's eyes widened, unable to hold back a curse. Here we go again. What kind of luck is— Yilin, what do you think? What is the status of that goblin? Jiang Hai was a bit excited, ready to take action. That guy feels like he has an extraordinary identity. Wang Chun rubbed his fists together, smiling. Yilin swallowed hard and opened his mouth. It should be the great elder of the goblin clan. Although not fully revealed, the faintly visible letters informed him of the other's identity. This one cannot. Yilin's forehead sweated coldly. This danger assessment was quite similar to what Su Ran had previously. However, just as Yilin was about to warn the two of them. What? This old goblin is the great elder of the goblin clan. Zhang Hai exclaimed in surprise. It must be quite valuable. Ha! Our luck is incredible. We encountered a huge catch right away. Wang Chun was ecstatic, almost jumping up. After saying that, the two of them quickly grabbed their bags and rushed forward excitedly. Oh no! Seeing the two rushing forward, Yilin was terrified. Wait! Don't go over there. He hurriedly shouted to try to stop them. Wait! What's there to wait for? Zhang Hai laughed heartily. Doing this kind of thing requires speed. We can't give the opponent a chance to escape. He did not stop, but instead he quickened his pace. We are going to strike it rich. Wang Chun was incredibly excited, closely following behind. The great elder of the goblin clan, second only to the clan leader. Generally speaking, such a character is responsible for managing internal affairs of the clan. It must know where the treasures and money are. It's over. Yilin felt completely chilled. He murmured to himself. This is a rhythm of seeking death. Hey! The old goblin in front, stop, right there. Zhang Hai ran swiftly, shouting loudly. Hearing this voice, the goblin elder turned his head in confusion. Not far away, two humans were rushing towards it. My! How can there be two humans here? The elder was puzzled, yet somewhat surprised. Could they be the masters? Soon, Zhang Hai and Wang Chun ran up to the elder. The two surrounded it, completely cutting off its old goblin. If you don't want to die, hand over all your money and treasures. Wang Chun said with a cold smile. Zhang Hai scolded. Are you an idiot? Can it understand what you're saying? Wang Chun was stunned. It seems like that. What an idiot. Zhang Hai scolded. If it weren't for the lack of manpower, he wouldn't be acting with this guy. Wang Chun frowned. Since it can't understand what we're saying, how can we rob it? Does it make sense for us to block it? Zhang Hai's expression stiffened. This actually seems quite reasonable. If it can't even understand words, and doesn't have treasures on its person, how can we rob it? Is this your so-called plan? Wang Chun was somewhat speechless. He suddenly felt Zhang Hai's idea might be a bit. This plan is too foolish. The key is he didn't realize it at first. I used to be quite clever. Why have I been so slow to react lately? Wang Chun frowned, secretly reflecting. He thought maybe it was because he had been too close to Zhang Hai recently, thus being infected by the other's idiot-like intelligence. Just as they were caught in a stalemate, the elder asked curiously, why are you two humans here? Hearing this voice, the two suddenly turned their heads. Damn, it actually spoke. Zhang Hai and Wang Chun's expressions changed drastically, filled with disbelief. The goblin can actually speak. What is going on? The elder sighed helplessly. So what if I can speak? Who said only humans can talk? After a brief surprise, the two looked at each other, both able to see the surprise in each other's eyes. Wang Chun gave a thumbs up. This plan is amazing. A goblin that can speak, and it's a great elder. This must be quite wealthy. Zhang Hai smiled proudly, cleared his throat. You might not believe it, but I had already predicted that a goblin of elder status would be able to speak, which is why I confirmed this plan. Huh? Wang Chun rolled his eyes. He's not an idiot. How could he possibly believe that? The elder looked at Zhang Hai speechlessly. Who told you that elder-level goblins can speak? It's just that I can stuff. Wang Chun burst into laughter. This goblin was too disrespectful. Zhang Hai's face turned red, furious. Who told you to speak? What's wrong with me speaking? The elder looked puzzled. Is this human a bit slow? Isn't it normal for it to speak? What are you looking at? Zhang Hai glared. Robbery. Robbery. The elder was taken aback. Hand over all your wealth, not even your pants can be left behind. Zhang Hai's expression was cold, giving a snort. This goblin actually dared to slap his face. He shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. The elder looked around to confirm there were no other goblins. It pointed at itself, somewhat uncertain. Are you trying to— Nonsense. Are you senile, old goblin? Is there anyone else or any other goblins here besides you? Zhang Hai snorted coldly. This guy looked a bit dim-witted. Old goblin. The elder was stunned. Having lived for over 300 years, it was the first time someone called it that. Wang Chun glanced at Zhang Hai, sighing. This old guy seems a bit dim-witted. Hurry up. Hand over the money. Otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhang Hai said with a cold smile, pulling out his long sword and pointing it at the elder. The elder looked at the sword standing in front of it, suddenly realizing that these two were indeed here to rob it. Are you sure you want to rob me? The elder looked at them with a strange expression. It could almost confirm that these two were unrelated to the master, because with their intelligence and strength, they were completely unworthy of being the master's subordinates. Don't make me repeat the same thing. Zhang Hai's expression was cold. Ha ha ha. The elder laughed out loud. What's so funny? Zhang Hai frowned, feeling a bit impatient. This old fellow seemed to have lost his mind. Even if there were treasures he might forget. It's not funny if it's too funny. I've lived over 300 years and have never been robbed by a weakling. The elder laughed until tears flowed. Weakling? Zhang Hai glared angrily, his fury rising. Who does this old man look down upon? He is already at level 14, and his strength assessment has reached 2nd rank. You live for 300 years. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen shook his head. He became more convinced that this old goblin was suffering from senile dementia. The elder glanced at the bundles they were carrying, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. He asked curiously, "These can't be what you robbed, can they?" "That's right, we robbed these." Jiang Hai's eyes flashed, and he sneered, "What are you scared?" "Of course not. Robbing is fine. Thank you for the gift, so I like them very much." The elder smiled, revealing his yellowed fang. All the treasures he had cherished had been offered to his master. Unexpectedly now, there were humans presenting him such. This fellow's mind is broken. Asking him for treasure seems a bit unrealistic. Wang Chen looked at Jiang Hai and said helplessly. Jiang Hai snorted coldly. "Then let's kill him and gain experience points." "Good." Wang Chen nodded. The elder of the goblin clan surely provides more experience than an ordinary goblin. The two were in perfect agreement. With that, they immediately struck. Level talent fighting spirit activated. A powerful aura surged from Jiang Hai's body. A faint white aura wrapped around him, and the sword emitted a flicker of light. "Old man, die!" Jiang Hai shouted loudly. He stomped heavily and suddenly attacked the elder. A strong aura surged from him, pressing forward. The elder smiled faintly, not a bad attack. As his voice fell, he extended his right hand and reached for. Seeing his action, Jiang Hai almost burst into laughter. This old fellow has lost his mind and dares to catch a blade with bare hands. How could the sword of this level 14 trial taker be so easily caught? The airflow stirred the dust and ruffled his robes. The sword, accompanied by powerful fighting spirit, pierced through the air. At the same time, Wang Chen also moved. Level talent double strike activated. He brought down the big sword directly at the elder's head. He was confident that this strike would cut the old fellow in half. As soon as they struck, they unleashed a thunderous might without holding back. The cooperation isn't bad. But unfortunately, you are facing a chasm that cannot be crossed. The elder smiled faintly. Then, he grasped the long sword in front of him. In an instant, his arm bulged with veins. With a clang, the sword shattered into pieces. He actually crushed the sword with sheer brute force. What the hell? Jiang Hai's eyes bulged, and his mouth gaped wide. What in the world is happening? Is the quality of his level sword really that poor? Feeling a vague threat behind him, the elder turned his head. His eyes turned red, and he opened his mouth to let out a deafening roar. Roar. Level skill intimidation. The roar erupted like a storm pouring out. What the hell? Wang Chen was petrified by the roar, his eyes tightly shut, his hair standing on end. His ears buzzed, and not only that, the elder's saliva drenched him all over. Even Jiang Hai, who was facing away from the roar, trembled all over. What the hell? Didn't Su Ran say the clan leader was weak? Jiang Hai felt an overwhelming fear, and even his nose started to run. In just this brief moment, he understood how vast the gap in strength was. He was already level 14, and with Wang Chen, they were instantly defeated. The elder is so strong, the clan leader must be extraordinarily powerful. Yet Su Ran told them the clan leader was too weak. What a scam. Jiang Hai trembled, and his heart momentarily frozen in place, not daring to move. All right, now we can have a proper discussion, the elder said with a smile that was not entirely a smile. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hai's eyes lit up. Since there is something to discuss, it means he won't die? How do we discuss? Jiang Hai asked cautiously. Leave all your valuables to me, and you are not allowed to keep your— The elder's expression was stern. Jiang Hai's face twitched. The pants aren't worth much. Then they must be The elder snorted coldly. This is what is called an eye for an eye. Jiang Hai. And you, the same goes for you. The elder looked at Wang Chen and said coldly. Wang Chen had a face full of tears. Lord Goblin, it was he who decided to rob you, and it was he who said you couldn't keep your pants. You can just settle the score with him. Jiang Hai's eyes widened. What the hell? This kid actually wants to push all the blame onto him. Shut up, you were clearly— Jiang Hai hurriedly said. I didn't. Wang Chen adamantly denied. You are stronger than me. You forced me to come. Jiang Hai was stunned. This kid's talent for lying has greatly improved. Alright, stop talking nonsense, you both will meet the same fate anyway. The elder waved his hand, too lazy to listen to their mutual blame. The faces of the two stiffened. No way. They couldn't bear the blame alone. What the hell? Wait, aren't we missing someone? Jiang Hai suddenly realized there was still one person missing. Wang Chen turned to look, but he found that Yi Lin had already run away without them noticing. The two were instantly dumbfounded. Where is he? Jiang Hai's eyes widened. We weren't set up by him, were we? Wang Chen's expression was blank. He suddenly felt they had been sold out by Yi Lin. That guy only told them this goblin was the elder, but didn't mention his strength at all. Just when I was worried about losing my belongings, you two showed up. Ha ha ha, you two are truly my financial mask. Come on, quickly take off your pants for me. No, at least leave us with our underwear. Want to keep your underwear? You two can dream. Woo. Slowly, heavy eyes opened, and the hazy vision gradually returned. My head feels a bit dizzy. Su Ran let out a light breath. Just as he regained consciousness, a prompt appeared in front of him. Permission upgrade completed. SS level talent all-purpose ascension, current permission 2. Total required for upgrade 1/0. Characteristic 1. Killing enemies has a chance to generate a fixed 5 times critical experience. Characteristic 2, the experience you possess can be converted into all-purpose value with a conversion rate of 100 to 1. Characteristic 3, can convert substances deemed valuable by the system into all-purpose value. Characteristic 4, can transfer one's subtalent to a subordinate or transfer subordinate's talent to oneself. Characteristic 5, talent fusion level or lower talents can be fused into a new talent. Finally, the upgrade is complete. To upgrade permissions again, it requires 100,000 universal points, right? Looking at the prompt in front of him, Su-Ran felt a moment of daze. Having upgraded his permissions once, 2 new traits were added. When he saw the newly added talent trait 4, Su-Ran's eyes widened in shock. What? Transferring subtalents. Does this mean I can create a group of subordinates similar to the trial takers? Su-Ran was excited. With this talent trait 4, those talents that had previously failed to be recycled due to duplication seem to have found their purpose. As long as I desire it, I could even create an ultra-strong army where everyone possesses level talents. Su-Ran was overjoyed. This talent trait is incredibly powerful. However, I believe the universal points required for transferring talents will definitely be substantial. Su-Ran thought to himself. To create an S-level subordinate army with his current wealth, it would be nothing but a pipe. If I really want to transfer a talent, I must first give it to my phantom. Su-Ran immediately thought. Although the phantom weakened attributes by 30%, it had as foundation an extraordinary potential. With that in mind, Su-Ran's gaze shifted downwards. He looked at the 5th talent trait. Talent fusion. Su-Ran's eyes lit up. Can talents below grade be fused into new talents? Does this mean that those talents with less practical utility might also have their uses? Even if they are both level talents, there are still significant differences between different talents. Some level talents might even be more practical and effective than level ones. If I had to define the difference, it would likely be that the levels are the same, but the quality differs. Su-Ran mused to himself. However, as long as there is talent fusion, even talents of very poor quality might become extremely powerful, and at least they won't be useless at the same level. This 1000 universal points was well spent. Su-Ran felt somewhat pleased. Although he had consumed such a large amount of universal points at once, the results were very gratifying. It truly lived up to the name of SS level talent. Afterwards, Su-Ran glanced at the remaining universal points. Remaining universal points, 9,784 points. Thankfully, I didn't use them before upgrading my permissions. Su-Ran felt immensely relieved. If I had used the universal points earlier, I would probably have no place to cry. How should I use the remaining universal points? Su-Ran pondered. Should I upgrade the talent level? Or should I attempt talent fusion and talent transfer? Soon he made a decision. Let's start with talent fusion first. With a thought from Su-Ran, the prompt appeared before him. Talent fusion. Prompt 1, current selectable talents for fusion are 3 unknown and 5 unknown. Prompt 2, the more talents fused, the stronger the final effect is likely to become. Prompt 3, if the fused talents conflict, there may be a chance of failure or even weakening. Prompt, the universal points required for 3 unknown talent fusion are 500 points, and for 5 unknown talent fusion are 1,000 points. Is there still a chance of failure? Su-Ran's expression turned serious. In that case, I cannot be careless. Talents are hard-earned and must not be wasted easily. 3 unknown or 5 unknown. 2 options, one requires 500 universal points, the other surprisingly requires 1,000 universal points. Su-Ran was astounded. With 1,000 universal points, I could evolve talents or skills from a grade to grade. This is simply disregarding the value of universal points. Fortunately, my worth is quite substantial now. Su-Ran did not hesitate. He directly chose the 5 unknown talent fusion. 5 unknown talent fusion activated. Type 5 unknown talent. The selected talents for fusion are as follows: grade power amplification passive trait, in battle power increases by 20. Grade speed amplification passive trait, in battle speed increases by 20. Grade physique amplification passive trait, in battle physique increases by 20. Grade slippery feet passive trait, while escaping speed doubles special. Grade talent vision enhancement. Universal points 1,000. Fusion begins. Fusion complete. Countdown 100s. Please wait. Su-Ran quietly awaited the talent fusion. To be honest, he never expected that the talent slippery feet, which couldn't evolve, could actually be fused. Moreover, it's still displayed as a special talent in the fusion interface. Aside from slippery feet, the amplification traits are all quite good talents. Only one talent among them is just filler vision enhancement. After obtaining the Eye of God, this kind of talent is no longer necessary for Su-Ran. 30 seconds left. Su-Ran counted down, feeling increasingly excited. 10, 5, 2, 0. When the countdown finished, Su-Ran's entire body shook violently, and he felt excruciating pain throughout. Oh. Su-Ran furrowed his brow, tightly gripping his chest with all his might. He felt a suffocating pain. After a moment, this sensation finally dissipated. Su-Ran took a heavy breath, beads of sweat covering his forehead. Then he turned his gaze towards the prompt in front of him. Fusion successful. Grade talent 5 types amplification. New passive trait 1, at all states power amplification 50, speed amplification 50, physique amplification 50. Passive trait 2, all states speed and vision distance, doubled maximum enhancement achieved. Damn, Upon seeing the talent formed from fusion, Su Ran was completely stunned. This attribute effect is actually just a grade talent. Moreover, it no longer requires combat to activate its passive traits. It enjoys the amplification effect under all states. This is considered a grade talent. Su Ran swallowed hard. With such attributes, if it evolves to grade, won't it directly take off? Divine skill. Su Ran trembled with excitement. Although it's still just grade, it's worlds apart from other grade talents. The quality difference is like an insurmountable chasm. At this moment, a new information box popped up before. Congratulations, trial taker Su Ran, a new talent has emerged. The system specially sends congratulations copper coins, 2,000 experience points, 5,000 black iron treasure, chest X 20 bronze treasure, chest X 3. Trial taker Su Ran, would you like to make an announcement? Experience points 5,000 have automatically converted to 50 universal points. No. Su Ran was already quite familiar with the system's appearance. He was no longer surprised as he used to be. This talent must be upgraded first. Su Ran was overjoyed and immediately wanted to evolve 5 types amplification to grade. Prompt 5 types amplification is a new talent at the top tier of talents. Upgrading to a grade does not require evolution. Upgrading 5 types amplification to a grade requires 3,000 universal points. Upgrading to grade requires an additional 1,000 universal points. Looking at the prompt before him, Su Ran was dumbfounded. This talent evolving to grade actually requires 1,300 universal points. The remaining 8,834 universal points were far from enough. Are all fusion talents this financially draining? Su Ran stared in disbelief, having assumed his current Omni value was already substantial. Yet it was now clear, his reserves were still vastly insufficient. 3,000 Omni value points. Su Ran gritted his teeth. Upgrade me now. Omni value 3,000 points. Talent trait activated. Your rank talent, 5-fold amplification, has ascended to a rank. A rank, 5-fold amplification. Effects passive trait 1, full state amplification. Strength 120, speed 120, constitution 120. Passive trait 2, full state amplification. Speed doubled, visual range doubled. Not bad at all. Su Ran's expression brightened. The amplification had already doubled his entire stat panel. My true strength can no longer be accurately assessed by conventional metrics. Su Ran mused inwardly. Even fellow mid-tier trialists ranked 7-star would be utterly outmatched by him. The effect is superb, but the Omni value cost is brutal. Su Ran sighed softly. With this expenditure, he was practically destitute once more. Fortunately, this enhancement was not merely worthwhile. It was a decisive advantage. Having tested trait 5, it's time to trial trait 4. Su Ran reflected. Given his remaining Omni value, he lacked the immediate financial capacity to activate trait 5 again. After all, one could not possibly deplete every last point in a single surge. Doing so would leave him dangerously exposed when truly needed. A profoundly awkward predicament. Come forth. Su Ran spoke calmly. As his words faded, the shadow beneath his feet rippled. A phantom emerged from the darkness, rising upright before him. Shall I bestow that talent upon it? Su Ran glanced at his remaining talents. His gaze then settled upon the rank talent, backstab. This talent suits it perfectly, he thought. The phantom was inherently shadow-dwelling, a natural assassin. Coupling it with backstab's essence was akin to granting wings to a tiger. That's settled. Su Ran willed it into being. Omni value 1100 points. Talent trait activated. Your rank talent backstab has evolved into an strength talent. Invisible stab. Invisible stab passive trait 1. If undetected by the target, your first strike inflicts guaranteed critical damage. 300 of base damage. Passive trait 2. Should the strike land on the target's back, damage becomes guaranteed critical. 500 of base damage. This damage absolutely shatters the scale. Su Ran whistled in astonishment. This talent was tailor-made for habitual ambushers. Yet it suits me poorly, he mused inwardly. Not only did its effect hinge entirely on remaining undetected, but Su Ran himself held no affinity for stealth. To him, overwhelming adversaries hidden remained the most satisfying path. This treacherous technique belonged solely to his phantom. Then, Su Ran focused his will. Talent transfer notice. 1. Only secondary talents may be transferred, and only to entities under one's direct dominion. Notice 2. A single talent may be transferred no more than 5 times. Initiating transfer of rank talent, invisible stab. Transfer target, phantom. Omni value 500 points. In mere moments, the transfer completed. Success. 500 Omni value points per transfer. I'm left with only 4234 points. Su Ran murmured, exasperated. Truly, it felt like regressing to square one. Before seclusion, he possessed nearly 20,000 Omni value points. Now barely a fraction remained. Henceforth, accumulating Omni value must become my foremost priority. Su Ran resolved silently. First, set a modest goal: full integration of synergistic talents. While Su Ran secluded himself in cultivation outside his tent, the perimeter had long been secured by Gringian's elite forces. Not even a fly could slip through. Su Ran lifted the tent flap and stepped out. Master, have you emerged from seclusion? Grun and Gring erupted in elation, instantly rushing forward. Su-Ran nodded. During my seclusion, has anything occurred? No, Master, Gring replied. Su-Ran asked only briefly. The opening of Zone 405 was scheduled for tomorrow. Trialists across the region were conserving their strength. Master, Grun stepped forward, bowing deeply. I've already summoned the Elder Chief. Understood, Su-Ran acknowledged with a nod. Shortly thereafter, the Elder Chief of the Goblin clan stood before Su-Ran. Master, how long it's been? I've missed you dearly. How have you fared lately? Are you fatigued? Shall I need your legs for you? The Elder Chief immediately launched into solicitous inquiry, the tone verging on filial devotion. His demeanor bordered on treating Su-Ran as a patriarch. Enough. Su-Ran shuddered involuntarily and swiftly halted the display. Alas, I cannot lay hands upon your majestic towering form. Such is my profound regret. The Elder Chief sighed wistfully. Su-Ran. Had the divine eye offered no warning, he might well have suspected the Elder Chief harbored peculiar inclinations. Master, I heard you summon me immediately upon emerging from seclusion. Might you entrust me with some momentous task? The Elder Chief beamed eagerly. None, Su-Ran replied. Oh. Disappointment flickered across the Elder Chief's face, then instantly transformed into renewed enthusiasm. Master, I recently captured 2 slaves. I'll have them pay homage to you. Moi. Su-Ran frowned, perplexed. Where on earth had this creature acquired slaves? Goblins possessed no slaves whatsoever anymore. You two outside, enter now and prostrate yourselves before the Master. The Elder Chief bellowed toward the tent entrance. Moments later, the flap parted, revealing 2 humans clad only in crude grass skirts. Their hair hung disheveled, their faces haggard and listless. Yet with a single glance, they recognized each other instantly. What the A? Su-Ran recoiled in shock. Were those Zhang Hai and Wang Chun? What the A? Senior Su-Ran. Zhang Hai and Wang Chun gaped speechless. Was that truly Su-Ran? How had he become sovereign over the Goblin clan? Silence descended upon the tent, absolute, suffocating. 3 pairs of eyes locked wide with incredulity. What are you staring at? Do you presume to gaze upon the Master so brazenly? Kneel immediately. Seeing the human's flagrant breach of decorum, the Elder Chief snapped coldly. Hence, Zhang Hai and Wang Chun flushed crimson, caught between an irresistible urge to kneel and a deep-seated sense of wrongness. Silence. Su-Ran shot the Elder Chief a sharp, icy glance. Air. At that very moment, beads of cold sweat broke out upon the Elder Chief's brow. He suddenly recalled. Master Su-Ran himself was human. Had he just inadvertently insulted his sovereign? Ahem. Su-Ran cleared his throat lightly, turning to the pair. How exactly did you two come to be here? Awkwardness thickened the air. The Elder Chief had actually seized them as slaves, yet they were trialists who'd entered alongside Su-Ran. Did dignity mean nothing to them? Upon hearing Su-Ran's words, both men cringed inwardly, toes digging desperately into the floorboards, desperate to vanish into the earth. How could they possibly explain this? Attempted to rob goblins, and ended up robbed themselves. The faces of the two turned crimson, unable to utter a single word for a long time. Seeing this, Su-Ran could only cough lightly, and turned his gaze towards the Grand Elder. Who allowed you to go out and capture people? The Grand Elder looked wronged. I didn't go out to capture anyone. Su-Ran frowned and asked, then how did they end up here? They came in on their own. The Grand Elder, fearing Su-Ran would misunderstand, quickly explained. Su-Ran was taken aback and looked at the two, asking, you two came in by yourselves? The two blushed and nodded. Even so, without my permission, how could you treat them as slaves? Su-Ran questioned coldly. The Grand Elder's actions had completely bypassed him. And where are their clothes? How could you take their clothes off? Su-Ran continued to inquire. He felt embarrassed for the two. Their clothes had been taken off, leaving them with only grass skirts to cover their lower bodies. They should blame themselves for this. Who told them to come and rob me? The Grand Elder muttered. They wouldn't even let me keep my pants. I call this tit for tat. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, Su-Ran was stunned. It turned out these two had attempted to rob him, but instead they were stripped bare. Hearing this, Zhang Hai and Wang Chen's faces turned as red as blood. This was utterly humiliating. It was practically social death. Don't you have a companion named Yi Lin? How could he be foolish enough to attempt to rob this guy? Su-Ran was extremely puzzled. He remembered that Yi Lin had good talent and even had scouting abilities. That guy is a traitor. That's right. He left us and ran off on his own. The two finally spoke up, but their eyes were filled with fury as they gritted their teeth, speaking word by word. Their demeanor suggested they hated Yi Lin to the core. Although confused, Su-Ran chose not to pursue the matter further. He could only cough lightly and say, hurry up and return their clothes. Oh, the Grand Elder reluctantly replied. He then ordered the goblin to bring the two's clothes over. I truly apologize, these old fellows have just become my subordinates and are still unfamiliar with the rules. Zhang Hai and Wang Chun could only remain silent. What else could they do? Saying it was no big deal. That would be absurd. Asking for compensation. That would be seeking death. Rest assured, from now on you are free. If you want to leave, you can do so at any time. Su-Ran said. Jiang Hai and Wang Chun exchanged glances. They could leave just like this, but their treasures hadn't been returned yet. At that moment the Grand Elder cheerfully said, "What's wrong? You don't want to leave me, do you? Why not just stay and keep me company?" Upon hearing this the two immediately shivered, filled with terror. Without saying a word they grabbed their clothes and scrambled away. What treasures? If they stayed any longer they might not even be able to keep their lives. What exactly did you do to them that made them so afraid of you? Looking at their retreating figures, Su Ran turned to the Grand Elder and asked curiously, "Ahem. It's nothing much, I just felt their muscles were decent. You wouldn't know, but that human named Wang Chun has quite a nice—" The Grand Elder said, blushing. "Huh." Su Ran's pupils dilated in shock. What kind of wolfish words? I mean, they are quite good. The Grand Elder chuckled. "Master, let me tell you." "Stop. Don't say any more." Su Ran's expression changed as he immediately interrupted. He did not want to hear this old guy continue. Who knows what inappropriate things he might say. "Oh." The Grand Elder sighed regretfully. "Alas. What a pity. I can't share this with the master." Su Ran thought to himself. This old fellow's peculiar preferences were too terrifying. Hopefully those two were all right. At this moment Jelen stepped forward and bowed. "Master." "Moi." Su Ran turned his gaze towards him. "In this battle many goblins have met your requirements, and they are waiting for your rewards, master." "How many?" Su Ran asked. 5 goblins plus Guyun." Jelen replied, a hint of regret in his eye. Because he was carrying out the tasks assigned by the master, he had not been able to fight recklessly, resulting in him not meeting the requirements for further evolution. Upon hearing this, Su Ran sighed internally. It's time to shed some blood again. They say that great rewards lead to brave men, and sure enough, these goblin servants weren't even ordinary rank, yet they managed to meet his requirements. One could imagine how hard they must have fought. Since it was something he had promised, he naturally couldn't go back on his word. "Gather all the goblins to witness this," Su Ran commanded. Since he was going to reward them, he might as well let all the goblins see, to showcase his strength and make them willingly become his pawns. "Yes." Jelen complied. The Grand Elder stood by, utterly bewildered. What are they talking about? I can't understand a single word. "Guyun, what requirements have you met?" The Grand Elder approached Guyun and asked softly. Guyun's face was filled with excitement. "I have met the master's requirements." The Grand Elder's face immediately darkened. Wasn't this obvious? "I'm asking, what will the master reward you with?" The Grand Elder continued to ask in a low voice. Guyun said with a smile. The Grand Elder's face turned as black as a pot's bottom. "This brat is too annoying," Guyun said with a smile. The Grand Elder's face turned as black as a pot's bottom. "This brat is too annoying." On the other side, Jiang Hai and Wang Qin desperately ran out of the goblin camp. As soon as they exited the camp, they were panting and sat down on the ground. "We finally made it out. We're seeing the light of day again." Reflecting on the past 2 days, the two were suddenly in tears. That old fellow had spent all day recounting his heroic deeds from back in the day, such as comparing who could urinate farther, who made louder farts, and who could eat more. Those stories were dreadfully boring, and to make matters worse, he would occasionally ask them to guess the results. How the hell could they guess? If they guessed wrong, they would get a beating. It was simply infuriating. That damned old man. He actually said my muscles looked good and kept touching me. It was disgusting. Jiang Hai's face was dark as night. He felt there was definitely something wrong with that goblin. "You had it better. That damn thing said my backside was perky, and he kept rubbing it, and occasionally gave it a slap." Wang Chun was on the verge of tears. "I feel like if I stay any longer, I might lose my purity. I've never encountered such a perverted bastard in my life. A gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. Sooner or later, we'll get our revenge." Jiang Hai gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with rage. How could a man like him be so humiliated by a goblin? Can this be tolerated? "We must reclaim our honor." Wang Chen's face was filled with anger as he coldly declared, "We have the potential to level up, while those monsters are stuck at fixed levels. Once we reach level 20, we'll make it clear who the real authority is." The two of them were in perfect agreement. Their hatred for that goblin remained undiminished, and the more they thought about it, the angrier they became. They were simply constrained by their current lack of strength and unable to take revenge. As for seeking vengeance against Su Ran, that thought was immediately dismissed. Not to mention Su Ran's terrifying strength. Just the fact that Su Ran had become that goblin's master meant they shouldn't seek revenge against him, but rather be grateful. They understood very well. If it weren't for Su Ran, even if things were manageable for the next couple of days, over time they would inevitably face dire consequences. At this realization, the two of them shuddered. "Before that, we have a major issue to address." Jiang Hai's voice was low and restrained, suppressing his anger. Wang Chen naturally knew what he was referring to. He spat angrily. "We have to settle the score with that brat Yilin. Settling the score isn't enough. Oh, we must make him experience the hardships we've endured. That brat actually dared to trick us. We must return the favor," Jiang Hai said with hatred. The two were now filled with intense animosity towards Yilin. They even suspected that Yilin had done it on purpose. Otherwise, why would he not warn them and escape alone? At this thought, Wang Chun burst into tears. The rewards they had just received were still warm and had been handed over just like that. It was no small fortune. nearly 10,000 copper coins, and 6 black iron treasure chests. In just one day we went from riches to rags. Jiang Hai empathized, unable to hold back his tears. Even a strong man couldn't bear such a fate. At the same time in the goblin camp thousands of goblins gathered. What happened? I heard that fierce person is summoning us. That human strength is too terrifying. They say he killed the chieftain, and the elders are all kneeling before him. Chill. Are you trying to get us killed? Stop talking, the rebel army is coming this way. The square was buzzing, whispers filled the air. Since that day the rebel army had occupied the goblin camp, everything had changed. A human had become the master here, and any goblin daring to resist was exterminated. Even the goblin warriors and elders had all surrendered. Why did they gather us? Could it be that they planned to gather us all and wipe us out? Upon hearing this the square fell silent. The goblins' faces turned pale and panic began to spread among them. This was not mere speculation. Humans were natural enemies of goblins, and that fierce person didn't seem like one who would show mercy. Moreover, the rebel army harbored deep hatred towards them. Thus this speculation quickly spread like wildfire. At that moment Jelen stepped onto the high platform and coldly shouted, "Silence. Now is the time for the master to speak. If any of you dare make a sound you will die." Perhaps the power of Jelen's words was too strong. The goblins below collectively held their breath, not daring to make a sound. They certainly didn't consider this a joke. "Father, what do you think the master summoned us for?" A goblin elder asked softly. The great elder glanced at him. "Wanna know?" The elder nodded. Actually I don't know either." The great elder chuckled. The other elder was left speechless. Just then Su Ran walked over. There were no other goblins following him, just 100 shadowy figures. They appeared as dark as ink, looking like embodiments of darkness itself. They emanated a terrifying aura. Oh, these shadows seem to have grown stronger. The great elder's expression changed. This time the shadow soldiers were completely different from what he had encountered last time. "Are you lacking in experience?" Beside him Gu Yun smiled faintly. "The master's shadow soldiers can indeed grow stronger. Do you think their strength is fixed?" Upon hearing this, all the elders were shocked. Shadows can grow stronger. One must know that leveling up for monsters is quite difficult. To truly enhance strength usually requires ascending their rank. And these shadows had only gone through one battle and already become stronger. "See, I've told you long ago that if you don't work hard to enhance your strength you will eventually become cannon fodder." The great elder wore a knowing expression, sighing. "If you don't listen to the older brother's advice, you'll suffer the consequences right before your eyes. You are a star-level monster, you are impressive, you are aloof. Great elder, your words sound as if you are detached from the matter at hand." Guyan laughed. The great elder shot him a disdainful glance and sneered. "What, you little brat, do you want to compete with me? It's not that I don't give you face, I could crush you with a single fart." Hearing this, Gu Yun was unbothered. He chuckled, pointing at the shadow in the front. "Do you see that? That shadow's strength, in my opinion, is even stronger than you, great elder, so don't think of yourself as the strongest subordinate under the master." The great elder sneered, shifting his gaze. He couldn't believe that there was anything stronger than him under the master's command. Yet despite his thoughts his gaze seemed to freeze, unable to look away. In the front the dark shadow emanated a certain wave, causing him to feel an immense threat. What the hell? Where did this character come from? The great elder's neck stretched as he stood dumbfounded. He had no idea there was such a strong presence beside the master. "Father, your status is about to drop. It's over, since Father doesn't even know that shadow, it means it's not important in the master's heart. It seems it's only a matter of time before the master kicks you out." The other elders looked on in horror. Thud, thud. The great elder knocked on their heads, scolding. "I am your father, and you dare curse me. A bunch of ingrates." At that moment Su Ran stood at the center of the high platform. In an instant the shadow army behind him knelt on the ground. Leading the goblin servants, countless goblin rebels knelt down. "We bow before you, our master." Their voices echoed through the heavens, resonating far and wide. A powerful aura surged from the heavens and earth. The goblins present broke out in cold sweat, their legs trembling uncontrollably as they knelt down. Su Ran surveyed the surroundings. "From this moment on, those who serve me as their master shall attain eternal." Su Ran's voice echoed in all directions, shocking and resounding. "To those who serve him as master, eternal life." All the goblins present were stunned. Eternal life? Is such a thing possible? The elder was somewhat speechless. Which fool suggested such a rotten idea to the master? They are not fools. How could they believe such nonsense? If the one saying this were a divine being, then it might be possible. Could it be that you kids suggested this ridiculous idea to the master? The elder looked at Gu Yun. If the master wants these creatures to obey, he can easily suppress them by force. Gu Yun merely snorted coldly. "You know nothing about the master. Suppressing them by force." In his view the master would disdain to do such a thing. As long as the master displays his godlike abilities, the entire goblin clan will worship him wholeheartedly. With that said, Gu Yun turned on his heels and left. "As if you know the master well." The elder scoffed. A mere goblin warrior dared to speak so boldly. On the high platform, Su Ran's words fell. 5 frail goblins slowly approached, half kneeling on the ground, pleading, We beseech the Master to grant us evolution. Evolution. Upon hearing their words, the goblins in the square were all taken aback. What evolution? The elder's expression changed slightly. Could it be the kind of evolution he was thinking of? On the high platform, Su-Ran looked at them and calmly uttered a single talent characteristic activated. Universal value 1,000 points. Your goblin servants X5 begin to evolve. At that moment, a dazzling golden light shone from Su-Ran's body. Then it transformed into 5 beams of light and fused into the bodies of the 5 goblin servants. Thump, thump, thump. The intense sound of heartbeats suddenly resonated clear to all the goblins present. In the next moment, ugh, wow, the goblins on the high platform let out painful low growls. The tearing sensation from their bodies caused them to roll in agony on the platform. What happened to them? They looked so painful, so terrifying. Watching them in such pain, the goblins in the square were all frightened, feeling a chill down their spines. They even thought that Su-Ran was torturing those few goblins. What kind of evolution is this? The elder was also taken aback. He thought it was the kind of evolution he imagined, but now it looked more like torture. All along, the evolution of monsters had always been a natural process. As long as they reached that critical point, they could generally complete their evolution simply by sleeping. At least, he had never seen such a method of evolution. At this moment, the elders suddenly exclaimed, Why do they look like caterpillars wriggling around? Wow, their muscles are swelling up. They're growing. Their teeth are getting longer. Under the gaze of all the 5 goblin servants on the platform began to writhe. Their bones started to crack loudly. Their skeletons grew rapidly, and their fangs elongated swiftly. Wow, their muscles are swelling up. They're growing. Their teeth are getting longer. Under the gaze of all the what's happening? This is really an evolution. He had lived for over 300 years and had never seen such evolution. The master's ability is incredible. By the way, isn't this a talent? It sure looks like it. Then can we become daddies? The elders discussed animatedly. They stared at the elders, seemingly waiting for him to speak. Under such scrutiny, the elder's face darkened immediately. What are you looking at me for? Father, it's time to fulfill your promise. Yes, you can't go back on your word. Actually, I've always wanted to defecate on your head, but I never had the chance. The elders were all excited, eagerly anticipating the elder to fulfill his promise. Upon hearing this, the elder's forehead instantly bulged with veins, his eyes seemingly ready to kill the goblins. You bunch of brats, I raised you all so big. You've been thinking of rebelling against me this whole time. The elder was simply a bunch of ingrates. Father, after all this talking, you're not trying to back out, are you? The second elder looked at the elders suspiciously. Long-standing experience told him that the father was changing the subject. Am I that kind of goblin? The elder's face flushed. His scheme was actually seen through. Good kid, looks like you've learned your lesson. Father, you can't go back on your word. Yes. You said it yourself, if you lose the bet, you'll call us dad. The elders all spoke up. Who's going back on their word? The elder's face was cold. Who told you that it must be talent? If it's not talent, then what is it? Father, don't lie to us. We're clever, you know. The elders became wary. Lie, I have always been upright, disdaining to do such things. The elder sneered. Do you have evidence that the master used talent? Is proof even necessary? The elders furrowed their brows. Of course. The world is vast and full of wonders. Who can prove that the master used talent? The elder sneered. If you want to know whether it's talent, you have the capability to ask the master yourself. Upon hearing this, the elders fell silent. The elder scoffed, feeling secretly pleased. Even if they had 10 times the courage, they probably wouldn't dare to ask the master. Even if they did ask, the master would surely not answer. You little fools are still far from being able to compete with me. On the high platform, the goblin servants who had successfully evolved were overjoyed. Thank you, master. They excitedly knelt on the ground. Their reverence for Su-Ran reached its peak. Su-Ran nodded. Keep up the good work. Yes. Having witnessed the evolution of the goblin servants, all the goblins present were dumbfounded. Heavens, am I not awake? They really evolved. They were just slaves, yet in the blink of an eye they became goblin warriors. This is not human, this is a divine being. The goblins in the square erupted in exclamations. Their gazes towards Su-Ran were filled with fervor. That individual was actually able to let the lowest goblin slaves evolve into goblin warriors. What tremendous power this is. At this moment, the goblin warriors who had completed their evolution respectfully stepped back. Lift them up. Gulin ordered the goblin servants to carry the bodies of the fallen goblins. Seeing this, the goblins in the square all revealed puzzled expressions. What is this for? Stand up. Su-Ran calmly spoke. As soon as his words fell, dark figures surged from the goblin corpses. They stood up as if they were alive once more. Heavens, and what is this? And have they returned as undead spirits? And the goblins stood up. Only now did they truly comprehend Su-Ran's earlier words. In immortality, and even in death, one could persist as a shadow. Though whether this qualifies as life remains debatable, yet in a certain profound sense it is indeed immortality. And the elder murmured to himself, so long as consciousness endures, immortality is assured. And at that very moment, Su-Ran swept his gaze across the assembly and spoke calmly. Those who place their faith in me shall live. and enter the gate of evolution. Those who perish may endure eternally as undead. The entire goblin clan prostrated themselves before Su-Ran, bowing with genuine heartfelt devotion. And mysterious and mighty. In the irresistible allure of evolution the entire goblin clan prostrated themselves before Su-Ran, bowing with genuine heartfelt devotion. And mysterious and mighty. In the irresistible allure of evolution had plunged every goblin into fervent ecstasy. Su-Ran's expression remained serene as he strode away. And all the goblins remained kneeling, eyes filled with reverence as they watched him recede into the distance. In that moment they caught their first glimpse of the gate of evolution and its seductive promise. Not a single goblin wished to abandon this path. Now from the highest elder to the lowliest foot soldier, the goblin clan is wholly united in loyalty, and the elder trembled inwardly. Overwhelming power might compel obedience, but not true allegiance. Yet now, having witnessed the possibility of evolution, everything had changed. Every goblin swore fealty from the depths of their souls, pledging themselves irrevocably to their master. At the heart of the encampment, Su-Ran sat upon the throne. To his left and right stood the goblin elders, Angel and Giyun. Giyun. Su-Ran called softly. Master. Giyun stepped forward and bowed deeply. Approach. Su-Ran spoke quietly. Yes. Giyun advanced and knelt halfway before him. Su-Ran gently placed his palm upon Giyun's head. Innate talent activated. Omnipotence points 500. Your goblin servant begins evolution. Dazzling radiance flared forth. Giyun's evolution mirrored Jelen's exactly. He successfully ascended to elite goblin. Species goblin name Giyun. Relationship master and servant description: a gifted goblin endowed with remarkable latent potential. Status excellent. Profound unwavering loyalty to you. Level 5, 10 attribute points granted per level. In rank elite, each attribute increased by 60 points. Strength 72, 60 in agility, 73, 60 in constitution, 74, 60 in spirit, 73, 60 in talent. Tier C talent. Indomitable will. Passive trait: I Indomitable will grants 60 defense and 60 resistance to abnormal status effects. Passive trait 2, when willpower reaches its critical threshold, all attributes surge by 90. Passive trait 3, while leading a goblin host, if willpower reaches its critical threshold, the entire force gains 10 to all attributes. His talent has evolved. Indeed, Su-Ran was astounded within. This one truly possessed extraordinary potential. His talent had even gained an additional trait. Such a gift marked him as a born commander. Having completed evolution, Jelen's frame had grown considerably larger. Kneeling before Su-Ran, he exulted. I am forever grateful for your grace, master. Su-Ran smiled faintly and nodded. You possess great promise. Press onward. Yes, master. Giyun's face lit up with delight. Receiving praise from his master sent waves of exhilaration through him. From a quiet corner nearby, Jelen watched the scene in silence. Sigh. Not deep, complex sigh escaped him. His expression layered with sorrow, envy, and quiet resignation. And after all, he had been first, and just then. Master. Master. The elders suddenly cried out, voice trembling with excitement. Su-Ran turned puzzled. I wish to evolve too, the elder declared eagerly. What do you wish for? Su-Ran asked. I wish to evolve, the elder gazed at him, eyes brimming with hopeful anticipation. Su-Ran gave him a wordless, skeptical glance. When you've earned merit, then we'll speak of it. This one was already ranked at the general tier. True evolution would cost a considerable sum of omnipotence points. He wasn't about to be generous without cause. Sigh. Rejected, the elder slumped crestfallen, utterly despondent. Su-Ran snorted coldly. Who are you performing for? The elder adopted an innocent expression. But I truly am heartbroken. Su-Ran's face darkened. Speak plainly, or I'll strike you down. Who on earth had infused this ancient goblin with knowledge from Blue Star? Hearing Su-Ran's words, the elder cleared his throat sharply. Understood. He dared not provoke Su-Ran. After all, the master would strike him dead. You desire evolution so desperately? Su-Ran asked. The elder nodded vigorously. Indeed, I dream of it nightly. Why? To grow stronger. I attained general rank over a century ago. Without evolution, I shall wither and die. Then I shall no longer serve you, master. The elder wept, openly lamenting fate itself. Su-Ran responded with two sharp, icy laughs. Since you're doomed to die anyway, shall I grant you mercy? Spare you the burden of consuming rations? This wily elder sought to swindle his omnipotence points. Yet under Su-Ran's divine eye, every falsehood lay bare. Not only was his body still in prime vigor, but his status panel clearly displayed lying. The elder, no need for that. Seeing Su-Ran remain unmoved, he gritted his teeth inwardly. It seemed he must make a sacrifice. Master, I hear you cherish rare treasures, the elder coaxed, grinning broadly. I've gathered several precious artifacts. Perhaps they might secure you a chance at evolution. Su-Ran glanced at him coolly. That depends entirely on the value of what you bring. An evolution was possible, but only in exchange. For instance, evolving a goblin warrior cost 200 omnipotence points, so the offering must be worth at least 400. And he demanded only double. Wasn't that fair enough? The elder exclaimed joyfully, "I'll have them delivered immediately." And with that he issued swift orders. Moments later the so-called treasures arrived at the tent. And upon seeing them, familiar beyond doubt, Su-Ran fell silent. Weren't these theirs, in 12 black iron treasure chests, and nearly 20,000 copper coins, and unmistakably the spoils of those two ill-fated souls? Whose, eh? The elder thumped his chest proudly. I seized them, I own them now. And now, they belong to me. And Su-Ran smiled faintly. And since those two had departed without protest he bore no guilt. After all, the robbery had been committed by the elder, not by Su-Ran. And, the following day, in dawn, NAS the crimson sun rose heralding a new day. That enigmatic, impassive voice echoed once more within the minds of all trial participants. In announcement transit channel activated. In countdown 10, 9, 5. As the enigmatic voice echoed within their minds, the trial participants grew tense. Before them a countdown ticked steadily toward 0. Announcement: the portal has opened. In portal, a trans-regional gateway of exceptional quality. 5 interconnected portals exist across region 404 and region 405. New quest: regional conquest war. In details, offense and defense are equally vital. A battle for Tip 1, every trial participant bears a regional identifier. In Tip 2, faction allegiance. You may accept trial participants from opposing factions, or even join them yourself. No Objective 1, seize control of all 5 portals, and secure dominion over the portals located within the enemy region. Objective 2, subjugate every trial participant affiliated with the enemy region. In time limit 50 hours. In reminder, should the time limit expire, the system will determine the victor based on its final evaluation. They stared silently at the announcement. And all trial participants stood frozen in disbelief. And damn it, the system's up to no good. It throws us straight into chaos from the very start. And so it's pitting us against an outright hostile faction now, and a battle for human survival. And upon reading the prompt, every participant's face darkened. This was unlike any prior assignment. The adversaries were human just like themselves. And some had even hesitated to slay slimes during earlier trials. How much more unbearable would it be to confront their own kind? And numb. I'd assumed we were finally gaining access to new territories. This quest looks daunting. We know nothing about the enemy's strength or composition. And mercy is not an option. We've survived this far by shedding such weakness. Precisely. If we show compassion, they certainly won't reciprocate. And, needless to say, I'm well versed in this sort of thing. Brother, that sounds dangerously ambiguous. What exactly did you do before? I was a butcher. A butcher? And, is that remotely comparable? And why not? In both cases white blades enter, and red ones emerge. You're terrifying. And, enough banter. I only care whether there are women among them. And exactly. Cooped up with rough men day after day, even a fresh-faced youth seems radiant now. Watch it. I'm warning you, stay far away from me. And, women may appear, but whether they qualify as maidens remains uncertain. Chuckles. What if they're old enough to be your mother, or even grandmother? Now that would be comical. And, well, given our harsh circumstances, we can't afford to be too particular. Rest assured, I won't turn them away. And brother, you're truly disturbing. And a beast indeed. Yet I rather admire that side of you. Chuckles. And, this conversation is veering perilously off course. And damn it. Who set this tone? This thread's spiraling wildly out of control. On the forum, absurdities abounded. And the earlier tension dissolved instantly. And, looks like faction switching is permitted. Chuckles. Hurry, kidnap some maidens. Playfully exaggerated. And, no maidens here. But how about elder matrons? Just name it, and I'll deliver one shortly. Chuckles. Level 15 Wong Wei, everyone, get moving. Locate those portals immediately. Half laughing, half exasperated, in level 15 Wang Zhifei, keep chatting. And soon you won't just lose the maidens. You'll lose yourselves entirely. What's there to fear? With senior brother Saran leading us, each foe falls in a single strike. Any challenger meets certain death, and exactly. With such a powerhouse among us, the enemy stands no chance of stirring unrest. Level 15 Wong Wei, I mean no disrespect, but senior brother Saran's strength is his own. Have you ever considered, if the system's nature holds true, what if it one day commands Saran himself to oppose us? What then? Then we'd fall, one by one. And, oddly enough, that scenario feels disturbingly plausible. Wong Wei's words struck like lightning. And instantly, everyone snapped awake. And given the system's notorious capriciousness, that outcome wasn't merely possible, it was probable. Should Saran ever stand against them, their fate would be sealed. And at that chilling realization, no one dared delay another moment. Saran smiled faintly, watching the forum chatter unfold. And so, there are still thinkers among them. And if the system truly issued such a directive, he would show no mercy. Truth be told, this is an excellent opportunity. And, I wonder how gifted the trial participants of Region 405 truly are. A glint flashed in Saran's eyes. A war of life and death casualties were inevitable, and upon each death their innate talents would transfer to him. I am neither wholly virtuous nor utterly depraved. And leave me be, and all is well. But should any fool dare cross me, do not expect clemency. He murmured inwardly. This alien world teeming with mortal peril pureheartedness was a death sentence. Giyun. Saran spoke calmly. The tent flap parted gently, and Giyun entered. Master, how may I serve? Ne's towering frame bowed low, kneeling respectfully before him. Mobilize the entire host. Locate all 5 portals appearing within this region. Saran commanded, voice unruffled. Portals. Giyun frowned slightly. Shall I retrieve them physically? Saran sighed. They are gateways enabling instantaneous travel across vast distances, not literal doors. Giyun nodded, comprehension dawning. Moreover. Saran fixed him with a cold gaze. Bring me every human emerging from those portals. If resistance arises, let life or death decide the outcome. Understood. Giyun bowed deeply in solemn affirmation. Remember, should any human bear the same insignia as mine, provided they pose no threat, leave them unharmed. Saran gestured lightly toward the vivid green 404 hovering above his brow. Yes. Giyun paused, momentarily stunned by the luminous green emblem atop Saran's head. When had his master acquired that? You may withdraw. Saran dismissed him coolly. Yes, master. Giyun departed with reverence, to assemble the goblin legions as commanded. Having loyal subordinates truly simplifies matters. Saran exhaled, relieved. Trivial affairs no longer demanded his personal attention. The sole irritation is this insignia. Saran rolled his eyes. Green was tolerable, but having it float directly above his head was absurd. Fine, so be it. It's temporary. Now that I'm unoccupied, I'll examine my recent gains. Flush of delight brightened Saran's features, his earlier vexation forgotten. Dimensional hyperspace, activated. With a shimmer of light, dozens of black iron treasure chests materialized upon the ground. Accumulated rewards, though 12 of them hadn't originally belonged to him. Time to discover whether fortune favors me, or forsakes me. Species treasure chest. Current quantity held 67. Thinking of this, Saran couldn't help but chuckle. He had accumulated a total of 67 black iron treasure chests. Open. Item panties. Description: a personal item stolen from a female, trialist, genuine and unadulterated. Saran's face darkened. Next. Item: aged socks. Description: these were given to him by someone dear to a trialist and have never been washed since arriving in this world. Saran felt disgusted. Next. Saran opened a total of 10 boxes. Saran cursed unhappily. This is really pathetic. He couldn't believe that all 67 treasure chests would yield only junk. Suddenly a flash of blue light burst forth. Species: unknown canine. Description: born from the union of a noble wolf breed and a bloodthirsty demon dog. Evaluation: a hybrid species, although foolish, has great potential. Saran was completely stunned. The black and white creature stood on his treasure chest, howling loudly. Saran was at a loss. Great skill. I have got activate. Species: unknown canine. Value. It sniffed around the treasure chests. Saran remained silent. He contemplated whether to have a meal of dog meat. Unexpectedly, after it recovered, it tilted its head and looked at Saran. This gaze was infuriating. Saran took a deep breath and said, I give you 2 choices. One is to become my pet, and the other is to let me have a feast. Hearing this, it turned around and barked at Saran. Saran gave it a gentle kick. Saran squatted down in front of it. With a loud slap, he said, Look at me properly, don't glare at me. The canine knew it couldn't resist and reluctantly signed the contract. Your pet, an unknown canine, is asking for a name. Saran was surprised. What a character, it actually wants a name. How about Erhan? The little guy barked incessantly. Your unknown canine rejected your name. The canine decided to name itself. Your unknown canine has named itself Young Master Ha. A new task has arrived. The trial participants began to take action, dispersing in all directions to search. Meanwhile, they communicated on the forum, sharing intelligence. Damn it. Why is this symbol green? Let it be green. It just happens to be right above my head, giving me an odd feel. Haven't you heard the saying? To make life easier, you have to wear a bit of green on your head. Don't be ridiculous. I don't like wearing hats. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted on the forum. Suddenly someone initiated another topic. Rather than such trivial matters, I'm more concerned about whether we can gain experience points from taking each other down. I don't think so. Didn't a madman try that before? Everyone knew who he was referring to. When they first arrived in the novice village, there was a madman among the trial participants. That guy didn't go after monsters, but instead attacked people. In the end, he gained no experience at all. Instead, he was surrounded and killed by the others. This time the situation is clearly different, right? That madman was attacking teammates back then. But this time the opponents are enemies. It's clear that it will be a real fight, If there's no experience, that would be ridiculous. I think there will be experience, but how much do you think we are worth in experience points? I feel I'm worth more than a monster. I am at least level 10. Stop wasting time and hurry to find the portal. If you really want to know if there's experience, just go kill one, and you'll find. That makes sense. The forum was lively. Just then someone suddenly posted, "Brothers, we found the portal." No way. Is that true? Damn, would I lie to you? Hurry over here. Where is it? About 10 miles east of the village. Move quickly. We only have 3 people here. What if the others find it first? Don't worry, brother. I'm flying over right now. Wait for me. Support is on the way. 1. Level 15 Wong Wei. Don't all go over, we found it here too. Just a few level 10 brothers come to help me. Hold on, big shot. Brothers are coming soon. Same here. Level 15 Wang Zhifei. I found it too, just the same. Just a few level 10 or higher. Damn, are the big shots this fast? I haven't even left the village yet. And just found 3 portals. You really are lucky. After finding the teleportation point, the actions of the crowd noticeably sped up. Those with stronger abilities were to guard the portal. Those weaker were to search for the portal. Clear division of labor. In the goblin camp. Woof woof. You mangy mutt, get out of the way. Su Ran kicked the husky aside and continued to watch the forum. These trial participants are quite efficient. Su Ran was somewhat surprised. They found the portal so quickly and even found 3 in one go. I wonder if they found it yet, Su Ran thought. He had sent out hundreds of goblins to search for the portal. Unfortunately, the goblin minions could not communicate with him over a distance. Therefore, he had no idea about this. Since the portal has been found, it's time to take action. Su Ran's eyes flickered. With a thought, his shadow began to stir. A dark figure rose from the shadow beneath him. Then it blended into the darkness, appearing almost like a phantom. You will be the vanguard. Su Ran smiled faintly at his own illusion. He knew nothing about Zone 405 and naturally wouldn't risk himself. Letting the illusion go ahead to scout was the right approach. As his words fell, the illusion spread like a puddle of black ink, scattering in all directions. To the east of the village, 10 miles away, a grand portal about 3 meters tall and 2 meters wide floated above the ground. It emitted a crimson glow with a swirling vortex at its center. Ahead, 3 trial participants were guarding the portal. Why haven't they arrived yet? They're slower than a snail. Why don't we go in and scout ahead? Among the 3, Zhang Yun glanced at the speaker. If you want to die, go ahead by yourself. After arriving in this world, there were certainly those who sought death. Those who survived to this point were not fools. Huh, I was just saying that. The trial participant named Yin Bing smiled awkwardly. Nearby, Yulin reminded, keep it down. It seems like there are sounds coming from inside the door. What a... Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun and Yin Bing's expressions changed suddenly. Let's retreat. Yilin's face was grave. There are too few of us. They only had 3 people. Who knows how many would come out from the other side? All right, back off a bit and observe. Zhang Yun nodded. They were too close to the portal. If they needed to run, they wouldn't have time. The 3 quickly retreated over 100 meters and crouched in the bushes. Yilin, it's up to your talent now. Yin Bing patted Yilin's shoulder, smiling. Don't worry. Yilin smiled back. His strength wasn't the highest, but possessing the eye of true sight, he was the dream support of any team. Be careful. Someone's coming out. Zhang Yun's expression changed as he whispered a warning. The other 2 immediately focused their attention forward. They saw a figure stepping out from the portal. It was a female trial participant. Her tight-fitting outfit accentuated her perfect figure with wavy long hair, cascading down her shoulders, bright and soft eyes, long and slender eyelashes, and a teardrop mole adorning the corner of her eye. With a slightly raised nose and rosy lips, her fair skin looked delicate enough to break with a touch. She stood tall, wielding a slender sword, exuding an air of elegance. Hiss! What? What is this? Yilin's expression changed. What's wrong? What's wrong? The other 2 quickly turned to look at Yilin. They didn't have Yilin's extraordinary talent. From over 100 meters away, they could only see a rough shape. This is so beautiful. Yilin stared blankly, murmuring to himself. What is going on? The other 2 were stunned. But soon after they reacted. Damn, is that a woman? Zhang Yun's eyes suddenly widened. Damn, I want to see too. Upon hearing it was a woman, Yin Bing immediately got excited. Damn it, how long has it been? Finally a woman appeared. If no more women show up, he'd rather look at a Sao than at Yao. What does she look like? Zhang Yun asked excitedly. Gulp. Beautiful. Yilin swallowed hard, his gaze fixated on the figure ahead. Can you be more specific? Yin Bing was overly excited. She has that special beauty about her. And big. And perky. Yilin stared wide-eyed, mumbling. Damn, what you said is just as vague. The 2 were unable to contain their impatience. They could only see larger black spots and couldn't even make out her face. Only Yilin could see, but it was simply too unfair. In the forum, the trial takers were laughing and chatting. Suddenly Zhang Yun, level 12, exclaimed, a female trial taker has appeared. Is that true? What does she look like? Hurry up. Tell us in detail. Zhang Yun, level 12, replied, absolutely genuine. She must be coming soon. Is she pretty? Does she have long legs? Is her chest big? Is she cute? Will there be enough for us brothers to share? Zhang Yun, level 12, said. I heard she's very beautiful, has long legs and a big chest, but I don't know about her cuteness. But she must be stunning. As for whether there will be enough to share, I can only see her here for now. Brothers, wait for me. I'm setting off right. What do you mean you heard? Wait. Your words are full of holes. Honestly, are you scared and trying to trick us into So that's how it is. If you're scared, just say so. Do you need to use such tactics to entice the brothers? Exactly. Do we look like the kind of people who come rushing over at the mention of a beautiful woman? Yuan Bing level 12 are reassured. Don't worry, I'm not lying. Do you know Yilin? We couldn't see clearly from this distance, but that guy was staring in awe. So it's true, eh? Wow, give me 10 minutes. No, 5 minutes. He'll be there soon. Jiang Hai level 14 asked, where is Yilin? Yuan Bing level 12 replied, yo, what's up with the big shot? Jiang Hai level 14 said, it's nothing. Wang Chun level 13 said, don't tell him yet. We have a big surprise for him. Wait for us, we'll be right over. Yuan Bing level 12 laughed, okay. When the big shot is coming, of course he's welcome. I'm coming too. Me too. Upon hearing that a female trial taker had appeared, the trial takers in the forum were instantly ecstatic. On the way, they wished they could sprout 2 more legs. Just then, new messages appeared in the forum. Zhang Yun level 12 shouted, wow. Another female has appeared, 3. No. 5 of them. Bro, stop talking. I'm on my way. Don't worry, it's just 10 miles. 10 minutes. I'll rush over no matter what. I was planning to give up when I only heard about 1 girl, but since you said there are 5, I'm suddenly motivated. I'm putting on my pants, wait for me. The trial takers were even more excited now. Even some trial takers who were lying low started moving. Wang Wei level 15 said, wait. Are you all? Haha, I believe you guys big shots. With the big shot here, we don't need us useless ones. That's right, let us scout the enemy first, and then report back. Wang Zhifei level 15 remarked, are you really that desperate? Why wouldn't we be? I haven't seen a woman in almost a month, just hanging out with a bunch of greasy guys. If I don't get my eyes treated, my orientation might go haywire. Exactly. Coming here, I don't even have a phone, can't even look at a picture. Don't even talk about pictures. To be honest, I haven't even seen a female magical beast. Upstairs, your words seem a bit off. People shouldn't. At least not. Just as the forum was in a frenzy, Yilin, coming back to his senses, immediately began using his talent to observe the attributes of the opponent. Name: Xiak Qingsheng level, strength, agility, physique, spirit, talent, strength assessment, danger level. My master, you have once again provoked someone you shouldn't have. How about you just take yourself out? Yilin looked up, a sorrowful expression on his face. Bro, what's wrong with you? It can't be that desperate. You just took a look. Just that. Seeing Yilin's expression, the two had strange looks. Yilin shook his head and sighed. You don't understand my sorrow. 3 times. 3 times in total. What do you mean? Upon hearing this, both looked confused. Sigh. Yilin sighed, and simply laid down on the ground, closing his eyes. Zhang Yun said helplessly, bro, don't play riddles with us. Learn to wait to die like me, they are coming. Yilin closed his eyes and slowly spoke. Running is definitely not going to work. He was very sure, facing opponents of that question mark level strength, it couldn't be easier to catch up to them. Huh. The two were extremely puzzled, and were about to ask again, when suddenly a sound of breaking air echoed. They quickly turned their heads and saw that the striking figure was rushing towards them at an extremely fast speed. Wow, we've been discovered. The two were instantly terrified. The opponent's ghostly speed was something they had only seen in Su Ran before. In that moment, their minds flashed. Combining Yilin's attitude, they immediately guessed that the opponent's strength was probably incredibly terrifying. Of the 36 strategies, running is the best. Let's run. Zhang Yun quickly grabbed Yilin and shouted to Yuan Bing, quick, use your talent. Yuan Bing's expression changed, and he cursed, damn. You must compensate me when we get back. I know, stop talking. Zhang Yun said anxiously. After that, Yuan Bing placed his hands on the ground and lay down. Run. Zhang Yun stepped over and directly sat on his back, firmly grasping the back of his neck. Damn. Yuan Bing's face turned dark as he cursed. Level talent charge activated. In an instant, the 3 of them vanished from their original spot, simultaneously moving forward at a frightening speed, even faster. The distance between the rushing female trial taker and them instantly widened, until she became increasingly distant. So fast. A clear and pleasant sound echoed. The female trial taker stood where they had just been, watching them depart. Qingsheng, these 3 are incredibly fast. If I'm not mistaken, there was a guy lying on the ground, and the other 2 were riding on him. Huh, is it really that terrifying? A sweet voice echoed around. These were several visually appealing female trial takers who were giggling. That must be a talent. Xia Qingsheng spoke softly, her gentle and calm gaze directed ahead. With her straight and graceful figure, she appeared quite elegant. Haha, this talent is too funny. The female trial takers all couldn't help but chuckle. Alright, stay alert. They've escaped, but there might be a fierce battle ahead. Xia Qingsheng said gently, her expression calm. Hee with you here, why should we be afraid of them? Even those guys just now, even if 10 of them came, they wouldn't be your match. The group of female trial takers chatted, seemingly very confident in Xia Qingsheng's strength. Xia Qingqing's beautiful eyes remained calm as she softly said, "We know nothing about the trial takers in this area, so it's better to be cautious." Area 405. The forum was buzzing with activity. We have already found 3 teleportation gates, and now only the last 2 remain. Everyone be cautious and do not let your guard down. Don't worry, we have 50 people guarding each teleportation gate. They won't be able to break in. Unless they concentrate their forces and attack one gate. Laughs. If they really do that, it would be wonderful. Exactly, then we can break through from the other 4 gates, it would be perfect. Laughs. By the way, the opposing side is actually Area 404, that's quite something. Side-eye smile. Each teleportation gate is guarded by 50 trial takers. The opposing side's attempt to break in is nothing but a pipe dream. Let's prepare to concentrate our forces. Once we locate all the teleportation gates, we will seize the opportunity to attack. Should we test the waters? What if as soon as we teleport over, a bunch of them is waiting for you? Then you can only barbecue. That makes sense. Who will take the lead? As soon as this was said, the forum fell silent. To have made it this far, no one was a fool. The term lead sounds nice. But isn't it just going to take a risk to check the pit? Level 17 Xia Qingqing, no need to test. I have already crossed over, you can come through me. Big boss is Goddess. My goddess. Xia Yyyds. Level 17 Jiang Ming. Miss Xia, did you see any trial takers on the other side when you crossed over? Wow. Jiang Yi has also appeared. Level 17 Xia Qingqing. I saw 3 trial takers. 3 people guarding the gate. How confident is the opposing side? Laughing to death, they think 3 people can guard us. They are underestimating us. Those 3 are definitely regretting it when they meet our Xia Yi. Level 17 Jiang Ming. Did you get any useful information? Level 17 Xia Qingqing. I didn't catch them, they escaped. What the hell? Is that for real, eh? To escape from Xia Yi's grasp is the opposing side that strong. No wonder there are only 3 people guarding the gate. At this moment, the trial takers in Area 405 were all stunned. Level 17 Jiang Ming. They were able to escape from you. That opposing side must at least be level 16 or of the same level, right? Level can only determine the basic stats. The differentiation of strength at the same level is mostly influenced by talent and skills. The fact that they could escape from Xia Qingqing and that she didn't catch even one person shows that their strength should not be underestimated. Level 17 Xia Qingqing. No, the opposing side isn't that strong, but one of them has a particularly unique talent that seems to greatly enhance speed, allowing the others to ride on him and escape together. Riding on him. Does that mean that person was on the ground? That guy is so unfortunate. Haha. That talent is too ridiculous, they let me laugh for a while. Level 17 Meng Xiang. Ha. The fact that those 3 could escape from you shows that that person's talent is. Grandpa Meng has also appeared. In our Area 405, the 3 major big shots have gathered. Level 17 Jiang Ming. Since Miss Xia has already taken control of that teleportation gate, let's launch an attack from that gate and see if we can capture a few people to extract information. Level 17 Meng Xiang. Okay. Let's go, brothers. It's time to let the opposing side see our might. Go. By the way, there should be big shots on the opposing side too, so we need to be a bit cautious. What if the opposing side has big shots? Exactly. With our 3 major big shots here, no one can defeat us. The opposing side has big shots. So what? In Area 405, the 3 major level 17 big shots. Each of them possesses at least in a level powerful talent. Even if there are big shots of the same level, they are not to be feared. Area 404. In front of the teleportation gate. Guard this place while reinforcements will arrive soon. Xia Qingqing spoke softly, her voice crisp and melodious, her gaze calm and indifferent. Once they arrive, we can stop guarding this place, right? I really want to stroll around Area 404. I want to see if there are any treasures. Not just that, perhaps the monsters here are different from those on our side, and I also want to know if the people here come from the same place as we do. That's true. After all, it's called the battlefield of all heavens. Perhaps we are not from the same world. Several female trial takers were chatting softly. Their tall figures were accentuated by similarly tight outfits with long hair, short hair, and ponytails all present. In Area 404, on the forum, a fiery discussion thread was constantly being posted. Zhang Yun, brother, wait for me. I'll be there in 3 minutes. I still have about a mile to go, it seems I arrived first. Side-eye smile, are you all dogs? Running so fast. Level 12 Zhang Yun, brothers don't come over quickly, head back the way you came. What do you mean? What's wrong? Explain clearly. Level 12 Zhang Yun, there are fairies over here. Brothers, be careful. Fairies? What kind of fairies? Don't tell me they're the kind I like. Side-eye smile, since you said that, we definitely have to go. Fairies, huh? Let me use a big stick to subdue her. Under my big stick, any fairy will reveal her true form. You guys are behaving strangely. Side-eye smile. Please don't drive me crazy. What if they really come to 404? Level 12 Zhang Yun, I'm going. Where are you thinking of going? They are really not ordinary people. Not ordinary people. Then I like them even more. What we want is something extraordinary, that's what's thrilling. You're just being selfish. Exactly. How long has it been since we saw beautiful women? Can't we enjoy the view? You're really selfish. Level 12 Zhang Yun. If you want to find death come along, don't blame me for not warning you. Haven't you heard that the prettier the woman, the more dangerous she is? Level 12 Yilin. Brothers, listen to the advice. This water is too deep, you can't handle it. I'm a bit skeptical. Why do you say we can't handle it? Let the experienced drivers give it a try. Level 12 Zhang Yun. That woman feels like she's on the same level as the great Su Ran. Are you sure you want to try to handle her? Are you joking with us? You mean she's on the same level as the great Su Ran, and you think you can escape? Do you think we are all fools, easily fooled? Level 12 Yilin. I was ready to give up, but if it weren't for the fact that we are far from that woman and have strong soldiers around, you guys really wouldn't see us this time. You have strong soldiers? Is he very strong? Or does he have a particularly unique talent that allowed you to escape? Level 12 Zhang Yun. His talent is indeed very unique. He moves on all fours. And his speed triples. A natural mount. Side-eye smile. Mount. What do you mean? Something feels off. Level 12 Yin Bing Dam. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Want me to throw you off? I understand. I'm dying laughing. So this is that kind of innate gift. No wonder he never used it during the beast tide. Brothers, let us observe a moment of Level 12 Zhang Yun. So are you still coming? If you insist on courting death, that's on you. You said it yourself. If what you say is true, I can only choose to turn back. A powerhouse on the same level as the great Su Ran. We cannot provoke them. Saya rose with thorns, beyond my fortune to bear. Level 15 Wang. You just went over and all slipped away. What about the portal? We can't just hand it to them, can we? How about we help Great Wang Wei guard it while you go deal with that female trialist? Perfect plan. Boss, just give a shout, and we'll come take over for you. Level 15 Wang Wei. Swap my foot. If they say it's a powerhouse on par with Su Ran, why would he go over there? Is he asking to die? Su Ran Great One, it's your turn to act. Su Ran, only you can subdue that demoness. Sai, my cultivation is insufficient. I cannot shoulder such a heavy duty, and must leave it to the benefactor. For the trialists of Area 404, when they face an unsolvable problem, there is no question, they summon Great Su Ran. What is there that cannot be solved then? Level 20 Su Ran, very well, leave this portal to me. The Great One finally emerges. If he takes action, victory is certain. Su Ran has spoken, it's settled. Seeing him speak, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The opponent is so formidable that only Su Ran alone can match them. After all, with their present strength, they cannot reach that tier of warrior. Level 15 Wang Wei Brothers, emergency call. I've got someone coming out here. Boss, hang on our way. Don't worry, we'll be there soon. Level 15 Wang Zhifei. I also have someone coming out there quite strong, calling for backup. Are they beginning their attack? Hold on, we're almost there. Goblin camp. Su Ran reclined on the throne, one leg crossed over the other. A contender of the same tier as me. Reading the forum posts, Su Ran's gaze flickered. Though his power shown in Area 404 was only a sliver of his true might. Zhang Yun and Yi Lin both sensed the other's strength was comparable to his, which meant the opponent was indeed formidable. The strong ones they found may be only the vanguard. There could be even stronger trialists behind them. Su Ran pondered inwardly. If so, he needed to test their depths. Go. Summon all the elders to me. Su Ran glanced at the goblin soldiers on standby. As you command, master. The goblin soldier answered with utmost respect, and without delay, turned to carry out the order. Not long after he left, 8 elders of the goblin clan came to pay homage. Hail our extraordinarily handsome master, a day apart feels like 3 autumns, they proclaimed with extravagant flattery. The great elder sighed. Su Ran remained silent. Master. The other 7 elders had far fewer they all half kneeling in respect. Speaking of which, doesn't your goblin clan have 9 elders? Why do I see only? Su Ran asked, puzzled. Sigh. It is a sorrowful matter. My poor youngster went raiding villages during the beast tide, and somehow met a tragic death. The great elder sighed with mixed emotion. What a pity. We do not know the culprit, otherwise I would surely avenge him. Hearing this, Su Ran paused in surprise. So the 9th elder was the leader of that raiding party. I told you I was the one who killed him. Su Ran's gaze shifted toward the great elder. At those words, the great elder's expression changed abruptly, and he immediately put on a smiling face. Had we known earlier it was the master's hand, we would not be troubled. After all, to die by the master's hand would be its greatest honor. Su Ran offered a faint smile. You are a slipper. You flatter me, master. I have so many sons. One less or one more matters little, the great elder said with a sly smile. If it had been someone else, I would have seen to avenging him. But if it was the master, that is another matter. Su Ran smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying. The creature sometimes seemed foolish, but was in fact shrewd. After all, it had lived over 300 years. It knew its fate lay in his hands, and coveted his power, which explained its loyalty. By the way, master, you summoned us all. Do you have orders to give? The great elder asked with a grin. Su Ran nodded. Indeed, I have a task to assign you. Is that so? The elder said, rubbing his hands in anticipation. May I ask, master, is there a reward for completing the task? There is, Su Ran replied. The great elder's eyes brightened. Will you allow me to evolve? Last time I offered spoils to the master, yet you deemed them insufficient. Su Ran glanced at him. That depends on your results. Sai the Great Elder lamented, Master, you said the same before. I feel like you're dangling a promise. Su Ran was speechless. The creature even grasped that nuance. If you can perfectly complete the task I assign this time, why not let you evolve? Su Ran spoke calmly. Haha. The Great Elder laughed excitedly, patting his chest. Fear not, Master. If you demand 100, I'll deliver 120. Don't speak so confidently. Su Ran glanced at him. This enemy is not weak. The Great Elder's expression instantly hardened. If the Master calls them not weak, then how strong must they be? Surely far above us. Suddenly the reward seemed far less enticing. 10 li east of the village there is a portal. By any means seize it for me. If there are guards, capture them alive if possible. If not, killing them will do. If you complete the task, well, I will let you evolve, Su Ran said calmly. Can you refuse? What do you think? Oh, all right. With that said, the Great Elder hung his head and walked away in dejection. The 7 elders followed close behind. Father, hearing the Master's words, this seems dangerous. Is he using us as cannon fodder to probe them? The 7 elders whispered. Once outside the tent, the Great Elder's face shifted, and he returned to his usual composure. He said coldly, cannon fodder. I'll lead 1,000 goblins myself. Oh, I refuse to believe that however strong they are, they could wipe out our clan. In a village 15 miles to the south, in front of a crimson portal, several figures were confronting each other. Let me introduce myself first. I am Chi One from Zone 405. He was a middle-aged man dressed in a trench coat with permed and dyed hair. A stubble remained on his chin and dark circles under his eyes, yet a faint smile appeared on his face as he regarded the individuals from Zone 404 with a calm expression. Beside him stood 10 trial participants, all bearing the red identification of Zone 405 above their heads. The group was watching intently. Zone 404, Wang Wei. Wang Wei replied calmly, though his heart sank suddenly despite his tranquil. Next to him, 2 trial participants from Zone 404 were watching each other with great vigilance. There's no need to be so tense. The middle-aged man named Chi Wen smiled faintly. Wang Wei remained silent, instead heightening his guard. At this moment, one must not be careless. Once one lets down their guard, they might lose their life. How about we discuss this? Chi Wen said with a smile. Both our sides are strong. Fighting would be disadvantageous for us. You wouldn't want anyone to die, would you? So, Wang Wei asked, his expression neutral. He was at level 15 with the 2 beside him also being level 12 trial participants. The opposing side seemed to be over level 10 as well. You should surrender, Chi Wen said. We from Zone 405 can choose to accept you. There's no need for pointless resistance. What do you say? Chi Wen smiled softly, believing this proposal to be quite enticing. Surrender? Wang Wei's gaze shifted slightly. This proposal is indeed very tempting. Despite their number being vastly superior, they were advising surrender, clearly not wanting a conflict to avoid casualties. So you agree then, right? Chi Wen smiled faintly. I'm afraid I must refuse. Wang Wei's expression remained calm. Moi. Chi Wen was somewhat surprised why. He had offered the surrender because he saw that Wang Wei and his companions were not weak. After all, with strength being comparable, even if they had the numerical advantage, a life-or-death struggle would inevitably lead to losses. To conquer an enemy without fighting is undoubtedly the optimal solution. No reason, Wang Wei said flatly. Is that so? Chi Wen's gaze wavered. He was somewhat perplexed. In this situation, why would the other party refuse him? He turned his attention to the other 2 trial participants from Zone 404. What about you two? Chi Wen smiled faintly. Knowing there's a way out, yet still seeking death is not the mark of a wise person. If Wang Wei won't surrender, then as long as these 2 do, the outcome will remain as he predicted. Whoever wants to surrender can do so. I certainly want. Except for fools who would surrender just because the wind is favorable. The 2 trial participants from Zone 404 quickly shook their heads, as if they were playing a game. With Su Ran on their side, why would they want to join the opposing team? Isn't that akin to seeking death? Moi, are you serious? Chi Wen was taken aback. He couldn't comprehend the thought process of these individuals. Surrendering and favorable. The trial participants from Zone 405 looked at their own numbers, then at the 3 from Zone 404. For a moment, they were left speechless. 3 against 11. Where did they get the courage to call it a favorable wind? Surrendering is out of the question. The people here are good, and their words are pleasant to hear. Exactly why don't you all surrender? We can definitely accept you. In Zone 404, the 2 trial participants babbled on. For a moment, the people from Zone 405 were left at a loss for words. Who gave them the courage to be so arrogant? As you can see, Wang Wei smiled faintly. They like me will not. Are you certain? I can give you a heads up. We have 3 exceptional level 17 giants in our zone. They all broke through the limits of low-level trial participants and achieved a stellar rating. Chi Wen said with a smile, his voice laced with a hint of threat. Level 17. Stellar rating. Upon hearing this, the faces of the 3 changed visibly. Seeing this scene, Chi Wen smiled faintly. If you don't know what a stellar rating is, I can provide a free explanation. In his view, as long as these 3 ignorant individuals understood the vast difference between them, they would surely choose to surrender. Not. Can they really be called giants? You're killing me with laughter. They are strong, but to call them giants is a bit much. Unexpectedly, the two trial participants from Zone 404 showed no respect. They burst into laughter. Upon hearing this, the faces of those from Zone 405 changed instantly. What do they mean by that? Chi-Wen's heart sank. He felt an ominous premonition. How could a level 17 stellar-rated powerhouse not be considered a giant in their eyes? Ignorant fools. Do you really think strength is all about the stats? All three of our giants from Zone 405 possess a great talents. The trial participants from Zone 405 exclaimed angrily. Oh, they are indeed strong. But they can't really be called giants. Exactly, if they are considered giants, then what about our Su-Ran, the strongest trial participant, or the pinnacle? The two trial participants from Zone 404 remained unfazed. The opposing giants were indeed strong, but in their hearts they were still inferior to Su-Ran. After all, they had truly witnessed Su-Ran's terrifying strength. Su-Ran, the strongest trial participant, the pinnacle. Upon hearing the name mentioned by the other party, the faces of those from Zone 405 changed dramatically. It seems this person is the strongest entity in Zone 404. Moreover, perhaps he is on the same level as our three giants. Chi-Wen's expression remained unchanged, but he felt more pleased than fearful. He had spoken so much to these three not only to avoid losses, but also to extract some intelligence about Zone 404. Alright, since you refuse to surrender and our goal has been achieved, there's no need to hold back any longer. Chi-Wen smiled calmly, looking at the three from Zone 404, his eyes revealing a hint of murderous intent. We can begin to eliminate them. I was ready long ago. I've endured these two for quite some time. Upon hearing the command, the trial participants from Zone 405 displayed cruel smiles. Had it not been for the intelligence, they wouldn't have waited until now. So it was indeed to gather intelligence. Wang Wei's expression remained unchanged. From the moment he heard their introduction, he sensed something was off. Thus he had not revealed important information to them. It seems you were aware all along, but that doesn't change the outcome. Chi-Wen's face revealed a smug, cold smile. Chi-Wen wore a disdainful expression, so what if he guessed it? The advantage was entirely on their side. Do you think you have one? Wang Wei looked at him with a faint smile. Seeing the smile on Wang Wei's face, Chi-Wen frowned. Why was he still able to smile? But then a flash of insight struck him, and he suddenly understood. Not good. Chi-Wen's expression changed. Quickly kill them. Yet before his words fully fell, the ground began. Looking ahead, he saw dozens of challengers rushing toward them. Haha, sons, your father has arrived. Ahead, you little turtles, your grandpa is here. Are you trying to take advantage of me? Hey, since your head is already green, don't worry about such trivial matters. Damn you. Looking at the group of challengers from Zone 404 rushing to their aid, the faces of the challengers from Zone 405 turned a bit grim. Are you intentionally stalling for time? Chi-Wen turned to Wang Wei and the others. You want information, I want support. It's merely a matter of mutual benefit. Isn't it? Wang Wei smiled faintly. You didn't expect that, did you? You thought you had won, but in truth we are the ones who have triumphed. The two challengers beside him smugly remarked. From the moment the opponent appeared, Wang Wei had already called for reinforcements on the forum while discussing strategies with the two. Su-Ran's information was deliberately leaked, as it would eventually be impossible to conceal. However, they had not revealed any of the more critical information to the other side. The information the opponent received was merely trivial and easily obtainable, while they had secured support that could turn the tide. I underestimated you. Chi-Wen gazed deeply at them. However, who will ultimately win is still uncertain. Then let's have a real fight. Wang Wei's expression turned cold. In a situation where the numbers were equal, the outcome of the battle would ultimately depend on the disparity in strength between the two sides. Charge. Kill them, and seize the teleportation portal. Chi-Wen spoke coldly. The 10 challengers beside him immediately rushed forward. Retreat. Wang Wei and the others quickly fell back. With reinforcements still far away, facing 11 challengers was unwise. Can you retreat? Chi-Wen sneered. He raised his palm fingers clenched. A great talent. Would manipulation. In an instant, countless thorns erupted from the ground, forming a cage that enveloped the three. This guy is a controller. This is a mage. The three were somewhat surprised and hurriedly avoided the thorns to prevent injury. After all, it would be disastrous if the thorns were poisonous. I've trapped you. Chi-Wen chuckled coldly. Now take the chance and kill them. Alright. The 10 challengers beside him immediately seized the opportunity and rushed forward. At this moment, Wang Wei remained calm. You think this will trap us? What a foolish fantasy. Great talent. Flame binding activate. Boom. Brilliant flames engulfed Wang Wei, spreading outward. Crash. The thorns ignited, falling. I'm burning alive. Damn. My clothes are melting. Big shot, we are comrades. You can't distinguish between. Hold on. Wang Wei sighed. It's actually a fire element. Chi-Wen's face darkened. What terrible luck, this guy was precisely his nemesis. Die. The 10 challengers suddenly attacked together, charging at Wang Wei. Get lost. Wang Wei's gaze turned sharp as his fingertips glided over the sword. Flames enveloped the sword's blade along his fingertips. Whoosh. A blazing sword beam was instantly unleashed. Feeling the searing heat, the faces of the 10 challengers changed. They had to temporarily evade the onslaught and step back. Just as they retreated, Wang Wei and the others seized the chance to withdraw. To the little brats of 405, your father has arrived. Eat this, you bastard. Enemies shame us, we will strip them bare. The challengers from Zone 404 also arrived at this moment. In that instant, both sides engaged in a chaotic battle, erupting into an incredibly fierce conflict. Is this the 404 zone? Surrounding them were dense thickets, feeling quite different from our side. It's so quiet here. Are there no magical beasts? In the 404 zone, 10 miles east of the village at the teleportation portal, dozens of challengers gathered here atop a giant tree towering several meters high. Xia Qingcheng lightly stepped on it, her beautiful eyes gazing into the distance, as if observing. Below Miss Xia, any anomalies? Jiang Ming looked up at the graceful figure. He was handsome, and his voice was gentle. Whoosh. Xia Qingcheng leaped down gracefully. Nothing. She spoke softly, her gaze calm and gentle, yet exuding a sense of distance. Feeling this distance, Jiang Ming sighed inwardly. There is actually no one on the other side monitoring us. He felt somewhat perplexed and questioned. Either they have given up on this teleportation portal, or they do not dare to come over. But regardless of which it proves they are, Meng Xiang spoke calmly, his demeanor composed and confident. He had dyed his brown hair, and his every move exuded a hint of pride. Afraid? Jiang Ming's gaze flickered. Does this mean they have shifted their target to another teleportation portal? Upon hearing this, Meng Xiang replied calmly, what does it matter? We will simply kill our way through. Their avoidance of us indicates a lack of confidence in their own strength. In his view, the moment the opponent saw Xia Qingcheng, they were so frightened that they did not even dare to scout. This was enough proof that the challengers in Zone 404 were pitifully weak. However, just at that moment the challengers suddenly exclaimed. Wow, it seems there is a giant on the opposite side too. Shi Wen managed to extract information from the other side. But it seems they only have one giant. Called Su Ranwao. He must be a handsome young man. How do you know he is a handsome young man? What if he is a greasy old man, ha? With a name like that, and such strength, how could he be a greasy old man? He must be a handsome young man. Looking at the information Qi Yin posted on the forum, everyone chatted and laughed. Su Ran. Meng Xiang smiled faintly. It seems this guy is the strongest in this region, or as long as we deal with him, everything will be fine. The question is, how do we deal with him? Jiang Ming looked at him. We barely know his name, we have no understanding. What does it matter? Meng Xiang sneered. He will show up eventually, otherwise they should just wait to lose. Of course, even if he appears, there is only one outcome, defeat. Just as he finished speaking, the ground suddenly began to shake, as if thousands of horses were galloping. Someone murmured that it was an earthquake, but others quickly dismissed the idea, saying it clearly did not feel like one, or instead it felt as if something was drawing near. And there are many of them, one voice added. The sudden commotion drained the color from the trial participants' faces, as someone wondered whether the trialists from Area 404 had mustered together. Meng Xiang touched his chin and offered a guess, insisting it should not be them since the two areas were adjacent, and each trial ought to begin with 500 people. They had been in the trial for a long time, he continued, so many on their side, must have already fallen with others scattered through different portals, few remained, and they could not possibly be the source of such a din. Jiang Ming shook his head, and spoke softly, observing that to make such upheaval the opponent would have to be enormous in size or present in vast numbers. Neither possibility matched the trialists, someone murmured. Then what could it be? Another asked, expressing a dark premonition. A tense suggestion arose to hide and lie low for the moment. At that instant the assembled trial participants were visibly anxious. The unknown breeds fear, yet Meng Xiang remained composed, saying there was nothing to fear, and that they would meet force with force and shore up against whatever came. From the moment he became a trialist and gained his talent, he had ceased to be afraid of anything. Now that he was a mid-tier trialist, the conviction only deepened. Xia Qingcheng glanced toward the distance and announced that they were coming. Her exquisite face remained placid, and at her words, everyone braced themselves. With a thunderous rumble, the ground trembled, the sound swelling as if approaching them. Thick smoke rose from ahead, and dark silhouettes appeared in long advancing lines. When the 1,000-strong force came into view, the trialists' expressions changed in an instant, disbelief written across every face as they stared at the approaching horde. They cried out at the sight of the green creatures, noting that these monsters were unlike those from their own area, and someone exclaimed that the things were goblins. When asked what goblins were, one vulgar voice replied with a crude explanation, claiming that those creatures preyed especially on young women. Others demanded why and accused the speaker of trying to frighten them, while another insisted he could vouch for the claim and questioned whether it was true that the creatures only seized females. Someone else asked why the goblins did not take the men, answering with a leering suggestion that the males could not bear children and thus were of no interest to the creatures. The crude remarks left the female trialists blanching, their faces paling as discomfort washed over them at the approaching goblin host. Watching the goblin horde draw nearer made them sick. Meng Xiang, however, declared that there was nothing to fear, that they would protect the women, and there was no need for alarm. He smiled coolly, insisting that such low-level monsters would be trivially dealt with at their present strength, and by his star-level appraisal these foes were beneath them. It was no exaggeration to say a single stroke could fell each creature. The trialists joked, promising to guard the women and urging them to stay behind for safety. The assembled trialists laughed and treated the goblins with contempt. They believed sheer quality of combat prowess could never be offset by mere numbers. Jiang Ming suggested quietly that Xia Qingqing step back, thinking that the young women might be vulnerable to such things. Xia Qingqing thanked him but declined. She remained calm, and her beautiful eyes betrayed no fluctuation, her voice soft and clear. Jiang Ming stared in astonishment, noting that since he had known Xia Qingqing, he had never seen her display emotion. She was always as still as a sealed well. It was as if nothing could stir her, even as the goblin army advanced step by step toward the trialists of Area 405. The creatures wore armor and formed ranks, appearing like a trained army, prompting stunned whispers that the monsters could even adopt battle formations. They seemed intelligent, one said, and yet everyone wondered why such creatures would appear in this place. Confronted by this disciplined, cunning goblin force, the trialists refrained from rash action and instead observed, searching for an opportunity to break their lines. Flanking the giant were 8 other goblins, not as vast, but still imposing, leading one observer to note. Flanking the giant were 8 other goblins, not as vast, but still imposing, leading one observer to note that these fellows did not look weak. They suspected the chariot rider to be the leader. Meng Xiang fixed his gaze on the occupant and suggested that dispatching it might cause the rest to rout. Meng Xiang only smiled, saying the goblins simply did not yet know their true power, and that this was precisely their chance to strike, while it was Meng Xiang only smiled, saying the goblins simply did not yet know their true power, and that this was precisely their chance to strike, while it was careless, and ended. The two spoke in low tones while their eyes remained locked on the chariot's occupant, their bodies coiled and ready to spring at the slightest provocation. At that instant, the goblin on the chariot turned its gaze toward them, and to everyone's astonishment uttered human speech, asking whether they were the strong ones its master had spoken of. The trialists were struck as if by lightning, faces draining of color as they realized the creature could speak. Whispers spread that this was surely a boss-level monster. Panic mounted as they contemplated a boss accompanied by 1,000 beasts and the 8 formidable creatures beside it. The sudden turn of events threw the trialists into disarray, and voices exclaimed in alarm at the fact that the area's boss still lived. Meng Xiang lost his earlier calm, his face flickering with shock and anger as he wondered whether the so-called useless people from Area 404 had failed in their task to slay the boss. He knew well how fearsome a boss monster could be. The 3 of them together had only barely overcome such a foe before, and that battle had been nothing short of life and death. Even now, though the 3 had achieved star-level evaluation, they would not underestimate a boss, as besides their numbers numbered only in the dozens, while the enemy Even now, though the 3 had achieved star-level evaluation, they would not underestimate a boss, as besides their numbers numbered only in the dozens, while the enemy fielded thousands, prompting Jiang Ming to declare they were in trouble. It was maddening luck that they had encountered the enemy boss before even clashing with the trialists of Area 404, and the realization deepened the sense of peril. At that moment, Xia Qingqing, serene, yet curious, asked calmly who the master was that had been spoken of. Boom. Xia Qingqing's words jolted the trial participants back to reality. At that moment, they realized that there seemed to be an even greater boss looming above the current one. Master. Hearing this, the Grand Elder's face revealed a hint of reverence. He is the great being whom our goblin clan has sworn allegiance to. He possesses unparalleled mysterious power. He is the god that has granted our clan the path to evolution. As the Grand Elder's words fell, thousands of goblins erupted into excited roars. The sound reverberated through the heavens, and the earth deafening. Confronted with such a terrifying aura, all the trial participants paled, trembling in fear. Run! Run fast! Meng Xiang's voice quavered. It was the first time he felt true fear since arriving here. Just hearing this description, the terror of the so-called master was deeply etched in his heart. Everyone cooperate and retreat together. Cold sweat dripped down Jiang Ming's forehead. To command boss-level goblins, how powerful must that so-called master be? The entire goblin clan was subservient to him. It was simply unimaginable. Moreover, it seemed that the other party was coming straight for them. The trial participants in Area 405 quietly discussed among themselves on the forum and immediately planned to flee. With such a disparity in strength, they had no chance of winning. They could only choose to give up on this teleportation portal. Just then the Grand Elder's eyes lit up as he looked at Xia Qingqing with delight. You women are quite remarkable. If you present yourself to the master, he will surely reward me with evolution. The Grand Elder was ecstatic. That person had once told him that all human males were lecherous. If anyone acted like a gentleman, it was either because the woman was not pretty enough or did not fit his preferences. This woman before him looked exceptionally beautiful. In his 300+ years of experience, he had never seen such a beautiful woman. The master would surely be moved. Present her to the master. Upon hearing this, the goblins were filled with excitement. Although they also desired women, the path to evolution was right before their eyes. Such mere desires cannot be an obstacle. Wow. 1,000 goblins surged forward like madmen towards Xia Qingqing. As long as they could capture this woman and present her to the master, they might have a chance at evolution. If the master was even more satisfied, perhaps they could achieve a second evolution directly. In an instant, Xia Qingqing seemed to become an enticing cake, and all the goblins focused on her. Holy crap, they've gone mad. Run. Women run faster. If you get caught, they'll have their way with you. The trial participants were taken aback and turned to flee. The female trial participants were even more frightened, their faces pale, some nearly in tears. Xia Qingqing cast a calm glance at the Grand Elder and lightly tapped her toes, rushing through the teleportation portal. This woman truly isn't weak. The Grand Elder thought to himself as he observed Xia Qingqing's skills. While she might not be as strong as the master described, she was indeed a formidable opponent to him. This is just how it should be. She is worthy of the master. The Grand Elder chuckled sinisterly. Even if the other party escaped, he wasn't worried. They would be caught sooner or later. Damn, do these humans have 4 legs? How can they run so fast? I've noticed that almost all the trial participants have impressive escape abilities. It's infuriating I didn't catch a single woman. Now there's no way to present anything to the master. The 7 Grand Elders sighed in unison. Although they acted swiftly at first, the other party ran away like rabbits, making it impossible to catch them. They had originally thought they could at least capture 1 woman to present to the master. Now it seemed they could only wait for the next time. In Area 405, at the Crimson Teleportation Portal, figures began to traverse back through. As soon as they passed through the portal, everyone sat down on the ground. Be careful, they're chasing us. Meng Xiang panted, hurriedly reminded. If I haven't misunderstood the rules, this portal only allows trial participants to traverse. Local monsters cannot come through. Jiang Ming wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Thank goodness they ran fast, otherwise it would have been disastrous. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming quickly looked at Xia Qingqing. Miss Xia, are you alright? Xia Qingqing slightly shook her head. Unlike the panicked expressions of others, her demeanor remained calm as water. Damn, that scared me to death. These goblins are simply insane. How can you men run faster than us women? Exactly, can't you protect us a little? Protect you? With how crazy they are, if I were caught, I feel like my life would be in jeopardy. Do they go after me? Who knows? With them being so wild, I feel it's better not to test it. The trial participants were filled with trepidation. Fortunately, after returning to Area 405, they could finally relax. We should defend this teleportation portal. We don't need to attack from here. Meng Xiang said solemnly. Don't even scout. If we get caught, the consequences are unimaginable. With those goblins on guard, they had to give up on this teleportation portal. Let's go through other teleportation portals. There are 2 portals currently in battle, and we can help out there. Jiang Ming exhaled. Alright. Meng Xiang nodded. After some discussion, they decided to leave a group to guard here, while the rest would go to. However, just then Xia Qingqing's gaze shifted as she looked towards the teleportation portal, and softly said, something is coming. Everyone was startled, and quickly looked over. Could it be that those goblins were coming after them? A pitch-black figure gradually emerged from the teleportation portal. It was entirely dark, like a phantom, giving an otherworldly impression. Not a goblin. What is this thing? A shadow. Upon realizing it was not a goblin, everyone let out a sigh of relief. But they soon became puzzled. What on earth was this? Be careful. Meng Xiang's face changed quickly, warning. There are goblins outside. How did it get past them? Jiang Ming's complexion turned pale as a bad premonition arose in his heart. Hearing this, the trial participants felt a chill. Indeed. How did this black shadow manage to bypass the goblin? No matter what, it must be related to those goblins. In fact, it could be the master they refer to. Jiang Ming spoke in a low voice, his vigilance at its peak. Xia Qingqing gazed at the shadow, her beautiful eyes slightly moving. This is an ability. Ability? The trial participants were taken aback. So he might be hiding in our shadows, following us, and Meng Xiang's gaze sharpened, daring to come alone. Are you Su Ran? At the mention of this name, the expressions of the trial participants changed slightly. The strongest from Area 404 actually came here alone. This was truly disregarding them. In front of the portal, a shadow as dark as night stood silently unresponsive, as if lost in the depths of darkness, lacking even a discernible shape. Not going to speak. Is he that arrogant? This guy is really full of himself. The challengers were filled with indignation. They believed Su Ran was ignoring them. What do you think this young man looks like? Could he be ugly? He doesn't even dare to show his face. Is that what you call not daring to show up? I think it's more about pride or disdain. The female challenger's beautiful eyes fell upon the dark shadow. Curiosity about Su Ran filled their hearts. Is he ignoring me? Meng Xiang's expression darkened. Since arriving in this other world, no one had dared to act arrogantly in front of him, let alone ignore him. Being overly confident is just arrogance. Jiang Ming chuckled lightly. He actually dares to come here alone. Don't you all think this is our chance? The crowd's eyes brightened. Yeah, this guy is said to be the strongest in Area 404. It doesn't matter if he puts on airs, as long as we take him down we win. Haha, heaven has a way, yet you do not walk it. Hell has no door, yet you come on your own. Brothers, let's take him down. Exactly, he is alone, the advantage is ours. The crowd was instantly invigorated, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. The strongest in Area 404. They were many and he was, but one. How could he defeat them? In an instant they made up their minds. Dozens of challengers pounced towards the phantom, including mid-level challengers like Meng Xiang and Jiang Ming. Only one person stood still, not moving at all. Xia Qingqing's calm gaze fell on the phantom, a hint of doubt flashing in her beautiful eyes. Something seems off, Xia Qingqing murmured to herself. She felt that something was not right, but couldn't pinpoint. A challenger rushed in front of the phantom, a cold smile on his lips. Watch me execute a leg sweep. A level talent, local growth activate. In an instant his leg suddenly elongated and kicked fiercely towards the phantom's lower body. However, what happened next was unexpected. His leg passed through the phantom, directly sinking into its knee. Moreover, his entire body was almost pressed. What the hell? The challenger widened his eyes in shock. At that moment the phantom suddenly kicked upward, hitting the target perfectly. Accompanied by a cracked sound, the challenger felt a tremor throughout his body and intense pain shot up from below, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Hiss! The challenger gasped, his face contorting in pain, not daring to breathe. He clutched his legs tightly and trembled backward. Suddenly he doubled over, hands clutching down below, and knelt on the ground with a thud. Damn it! This is splitting me apart. So tragic, trying to ambush him, and ended up being ambushed instead. Did I just notice that his attack went right through? Seeing the challenger's miserable state, the others instinctively felt their own bodies shiver with cold sweat. His attack passed through his body but caused no damage. Meng Xiang's expression changed. What kind of talent is? It seems he didn't hit the real body. This is probably just a phantom. Jiang Ming's expression darkened. The strongest in Area 404 is indeed not easy to deal with. Don't hold back. Meng Xiang took a deep breath, a hint of killing intent in his eyes. This guy is troublesome. We must eliminate him quickly to avoid further losses. As Meng Xiang gave the order, the challengers unleashed their full power. Some wielded fire energy, burning everything around them. Others manipulated water energy, forming water dragons that surged forth. Some controlled earth energy, aiming to alter the terrain and cut off the phantom's escape. Others wielded wood energy, trying to create traps. Some commanded thunder energy, the sound deafening. A variety of talents erupted all at once. Damn, your fire burned away my thorns. Crap, your water made me feel so chilled I can't even ignite. Ouch. The moment this water hit, this thunder is conductive. Damn, watch out, before we even take him down we might take ourselves out. The challengers released their powers with all their might, not managing to rein themselves in. Various attributes counteracted each other, leading to a brutal backlash against their own. Just got burned by fire, then soaked by water, and finally struck by lightning. Even Iron Men can't take it. Be mindful of attribute counters among ourselves. Oh, we mustn't injure our own. Meng Xiang quickly reminded them. If this continued, they wouldn't even need Su Ran to intervene. Their combat strength would plummet. Sorry. This is our first time trying to outnumber someone. We're not yet skilled at it. The challengers felt a bit awkward. Though they had fought in groups before, they had always spread out. It was nothing like now crowded together, interfering with each other. After a simple reminder, Meng Xiang ignored them and charged straight in with Jiang Ming. The two of them swiftly approached the phantom. Let's strike together and smash him. Meng Xiang's expression turned cold as he spoke. Okay. Jiang Ming nodded immediately, his expression serious. In the next moment, two extremely powerful auras erupted from their bodies. Whoosh! Crackle! Meng Xiang's breathing became heavy, lightning flashing in his eyes. His whole body crackled with electricity, making a popping sound. A level talent, thunderous roar. Effect, active trait covering the body with the power of lightning, increases attack and speed by 50 with attacks, causing lightning special effects. Duration 60 seconds. Whoosh! A breeze swept up, enveloping Jiang Ming like a whirlwind. The wind rustled his clothes, gradually transforming into a fierce storm aura, incredibly sharp. A level talent, windstorm. Effect, active trait transforming into blades with the power of wind energy, capable of offense and defense. Speed increased by 100 with attacks carrying wind blade effects. Duration 60 seconds. Let's end this quickly. We mustn't delay. Meng Xiang took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening. Understood. Jiang Ming's expression remained calm, his demeanor sharp. Though their talents were powerful, their duration was only 1 minute, and the cooldown time was about an hour. The two took a deep breath. In the next moment, two thunderous booms sounded as if tearing through the air. Two figures burst forth. One shot passed like a flash of lightning. The other transformed into a gale. Their might was immense, their aura astonishing. So awesome. That guy is definitely doomed. With two great powerhouses attacking together, how could he possibly survive? The overwhelming might had all the challengers applauding in amazement. Under such immense power, they did not believe the opponent could survive. Boom. In an instant, the two figures closed in, bearing down with unmatched strength. The phantom remained utterly calm, standing still. In the next moment, a vast wave of demonic energy suddenly surged forth, its pitch-black aura spreading like pollution. The surroundings seemed shrouded in darkness, blocking all light. On the phantom's body, a pair of crimson eyes gazed indifferently, like that of a devil. An incredibly massive aura emanated from it. Boom. The pitch-black aura stained the surroundings, its presence rising steadily. Individual Phantom Su Ran level 20 strength, 152nd tier agility, 152nd tier constitution, 152nd tier spirit, 152nd tier talent S-class. Demonic transformation active trait, demonic conversion. All attributes increase by 50, the longer the time in the demonic state, the higher the attribute, boost up to 5 times demonic form, cooldown 1 hour. S-class, invisible spike. Passive trait 1, if the target is unaware the first strike will deal 300 critical damage. Passive trait 2, if the attacked area is from behind it, will definitely deal 500 critical damage. Total attributes, 420 points. Total attributes, 600 points. S-class, demonic transformation amplification status, 630 points, currently enhancing. Status shadow, all states weakened by 30. Power assessment 2 stars. S-class, demonic transformation amplification status, 7 stars, currently enhancing. As Meng Xiang and Jiang Ming arrived in front of the Phantom, they had yet to launch any attack when they were stunned by the overwhelming aura. This. Meng Xiang was poised to strike, yet his body froze in place. His teeth trembled, pupils constricting, barely able to speak a complete sentence. He couldn't even make a move. This is impossible. Jiang Ming was equally pale. As fellow challengers, how could he be so powerful? Though the opponent had yet to make a move, he could clearly sense the chasm of power between them, insurmountable, like a vast abyss. Just then, the Phantom moved. It raised its hand and lightly waved it. In an instant there were 2 sounds of bang. 2 figures were instantly sent flying, crashing like boulders into a row of trees, creating a deafening crash. Rows of tall trees were directly snapped in half, blood splattering and staining the ground. The many challengers were dumbfounded. When they came to their senses, their faces were all ashen. Heavens! The 2 giants were taken out in an instant. This guy can't be human. No way. How is this possible? The challengers in Area 405 were in disbelief. The 2 giants of their area were casually taken out by Su Ran, and they might not even be able to find their bodies intact. The Phantom stepped forward. Its movements were slow, yet its aura was terrifyingly strong. Moreover, its energy was continuing to grow. What is happening? Its power seems to be increasing. So terrifying, Mom. Are you sure this guy is Su Ran? And not some sort of demon? At that moment, all the challengers were filled with terror, trembling uncontrollably. Such power was beyond their comparison. While it is said that 2 fists cannot defeat 4 hands, the power gap was so vast that Su Ran could probably kill their group with a single slap. Woo! Spare me. I don't want to die. I surrender. I surrender. Su Ran, big brother, I can warm your bed. Can you not kill me? Warm your bed. I can do that too. Please don't kill me. Aren't you a guy? The challengers began to plead. They didn't escape, as that would only lead to quicker death. Their only chance of survival was for Su Ran to spare them. At that moment, after observing for a long time, without moving, Xia Qingqing, who had been staying on the sidelines, suddenly reacted. Reset. A calm voice accompanied her clear tone. A burst of white light suddenly radiated from her body, almost contesting the demonic energy. Her long black hair turned silver in that instant, dazzling and holy. S-class talent. Time reset activate. Effect. Active trait resets the time in a 100-meter radius to 10 seconds prior. A brilliant light shone from her as the world transformed and time flowed backward. An astonishing, mysterious power circulated, reversing everything. A swift battle. We must not delay. Understood. Jiang Ming and Meng Xiang were ready to give. They'll help you too. Xia Qingqing approached the 2, looking quite exhausted, her once bright hair now appearing consistent. Huh. Miss Xia, what's wrong with you? Everyone was taken aback. Miss Xia, are you alright? Jiang Ming was especially worried. Xia Qingqing slightly shook her head. Don't waste time, we can't give him a chance to strike, or we will all be doomed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming and Meng Xiang were somewhat suspicious. Is Su Ran really that powerful? How could he elicit such an evaluation from her? Remember, we must be quick. I hope you can summon your utmost speed and power. We only have one chance. Xia Qingqing's expression was slightly grave, her tone extremely serious. Alright, despite not knowing the reason for her trepidation. But because Xia Qingqing had never been wrong, they chose to trust her. Boom. The sound of 3 explosions erupted. In an instant they closed in on the Phantom. Just as it was about to make a move, Xia Qingqing immediately interrupt him. Okay. Jiang Ming and Meng Xiang gritted their teeth and unleashed their strongest power. A brilliant bolt of lightning like a thunder dragon struck towards the Phantom. Wind blades swept out, slicing like sharp knives. The Phantom's movement was momentarily restrained, pausing for an instant. Effect. Active trait, confining the target in a different dimensional space for 1 hour. A flash of light appeared. Activate. Effect. Active trait, confining the target in a different dimensional space for 1 hour. A flash of light appeared. The space suddenly shattered, and the Phantom was dragged into the alternate space. Haha, we've won. Miss Xia's space talent is truly amazing. Su Ran isn't that impressive after all. Seeing the Phantom confined, everyone was overjoyed. It's nothing special. Meng Xiang mumbled. Just now Xia Qingqing was so anxious he thought the opponent was immensely powerful. But this, Su Ran has been confined by Miss Xia. Let's rush directly into Area 404 for the final battle. We must be fast, my space can only hold him for 1 hour. Xia Qingqing's expression was weary her heart. If time runs out, and the battle isn't resolved, it would be dangerous. Goblin Camp. Your phantom has killed the challenger Mengxiang experience 1000. Your phantom has killed the challenger Jiangming experience 1000. Looking at the prompt before him, Su Ran's expression was peculiar. This woman is interesting. Time really flowed backward just now, right? And she has double talents. Fortunately, I first used the phantom to test her. But these two are dead. They can still provide me experience. I seem to have discovered a miraculous way to farm universal values. Su Ran's face was filled with joy. Although the phantom was imprisoned, he was not at all flustered. After all, it was not himself who was locked up in the little black room. He could use this opportunity to probe the opponent's trump cards, so he had nothing to lose. The expressions of the trial participants changed slightly. The strongest from Area 404 actually came here alone. This was truly such a person will surely be of use to me. A smile graced Su Ran's eyes as he thought. Kill them once, and then kill them again, then reverse time. A perfect plan. Su Ran praised inwardly. This talent was truly excellent, simply the perfect cheat. The only pity is that the side effects of this talent seem quite significant, and the cooldown time is probably a bit long. Su Ran sighed softly. Unfortunately, he was not on site. Otherwise, with the eye of the divine, he would see everything about the opponent, even the color of their underwear, would be clear as day. They claimed to be big shots. And yet I worried for nothing. Su Ran shook his head, recalling how Zhang Yun and the others said that the opponent's strength was comparable to his. Su Ran was still somewhat worried as he sent the phantom to test the waters, but the result made him feel extremely reassured. Was this really the so-called big shot? Aside from that woman with her unique talent, the strength of the other three was not even worth comparing. Even the phantom could easily pin them down. Now that I understand their details, it's time to end this farce. Su Ran slowly rose from the throne. Wolf. Beside him came a chorus of barking. The black and white dog young Master Ha bounced around. Its wise eyes were closely fixed on Su Ran. Your pet young Master Ha expresses a desire to battle. You think you can fight with those abilities? Su Ran glanced at it, utterly speechless. Species unknown canine. Name young Master Ha. Relationship master and servant. Description: possessing noble blood of a magic dog. It is an anomaly born in this world, highly intelligent, able to understand speech. The only flaw is that it seems somewhat dim-witted. Status: excited, full of energy. Level 1. Each level up allows 10 attribute points to be allocated. Tier: livestock. Strength 3, agility 3, physique 2, spirit 10, talent, grade talent. Passive trait 1. Generally it half listens to its master's orders. After a beating it enters a state where strength, agility, and physique attributes increase by 50, but spirit decreases by 50. Passive trait 2. Destruction. When in an excited state, it exhibits tremendous destructive power towards everything around it, with strength and agility attributes increasing by 50. Passive trait 3. Energetic. It's that season again when everything is XX. When the energy attribute is restored to full speed, is at 100. Passive trait 4. Special sense of smell, exceptionally strong. Enhancement: spend 500 universal points to upgrade. Your pet young master has tier. With your attributes, you might as well kick someone to death with one kick. Su Ran retorted mercilessly. The talent was decent, but unfortunately it was only at level 1, and its tier was still livestock. To strengthen it, the first upgrade costs 500 universal points, which is simply outrageous. Young master has pupils dilated, its limbs gripping the ground, tightly barking incessantly. Your pet young Master Ha is extremely angry and wants to prove its strength to you. Alright then. Just go wherever you feel comfortable, don't bother me. Su Ran waved his right hand dismissively. Woof woof woof. Young Master Ha gave Su Ran a glance and angrily exited the tent. Your pet young Master Ha vows that one day it will make you see it in a new light. Area 405. In front of the portal. What about the so-called first powerhouse of Area 404? Is this really it? Haha, with the three of us big shots joining forces, Su Ran wouldn't even be able to resist. He'd be directly locked into the dimension space. Laughable, this is too weak. The testers from Area 405 all wore disdainful expressions. This is what happens to someone who dares come out to confront them alone. This Su Ran doesn't seem very strong either, Mengxiang chuckled. At least the opponent did not exert the slightest pressure on him. Perhaps any one of the three of them could easily take him down. He wondered why Xia Qingsheng had been so urgent earlier. If the three of us attack together, he is naturally no match for us. However, his strength is still somewhat unclear. Jiang Ming said with a faint smile. Even if they work together, even a powerhouse of the same tier would likely only share the same fate as Su Ran. It doesn't matter, no matter his strength. Mengxiang calmly spoke, sneering. As long as we know he is not our match, that's enough. Does outnumbering really matter? They could only blame the other side for having only one top powerhouse, Su Ran. Xia Qingqing. If it weren't for needing to conceal her talent, she would really want to tell them. You two couldn't even withstand a single move in front of Su Ran. Area 405. On the forum, it was a hot topic. Brothers, we can start the full-scale attack now. Are we starting the full-scale attack now? Isn't this? We haven't even finished gathering intelligence yet. Ridiculous. The portal has only just opened for a short time, and you want to launch a full-scale assault now. Can we be a bit steadier? What if we overturn the cart? In other regions, whether defending or attacking testers upon receiving this news, all were left speechless. Isn't launching a full-scale assault a bit too reckless? Moreover, this seems rather disrespectful to the other. What are you afraid of? Everything is within our calculations. Side-eye smile, ha. Let me tell you some good news. Side-eye smile, what good news? Please stop with the riddles. Spit it out quickly. If you don't speak, you're making me anxious. Haha, since you're all so anxious, I won't keep you in suspense. Side-eye smile. The good news is that the so-called strongest tester big shot, Su-Ran, has already been locked up by us. Satisfied with keeping everyone on the edge of their seats, the testers who witnessed the Phantom being trapped in the dimension space finally revealed this important news on the forum. What the hell? Is that true? You little rascal, you're not pulling my leg, are you? The one above. Don't you think that statement is a bit strange? Upon seeing this news, whether it was the testers guarding the portal in Area 405, or the testers who were attacking and in combat in Area 405, all found it hard to believe. The strongest being in Area 404 has fallen so easily. Don't tell us that. You have already invaded the enemy's stronghold. I feel like I'm dreaming. Someone wake me up. Since you ask so earnestly, let me fulfill your wish. Quickly tell me where. Sly smile. Mengxiang Jiang Ming Xiaqingqing, are you all really in the enemy's stronghold now? The forum was in chaos. Everyone was in disbelief at this news. They were still entangled with the challengers from Area 404, and the enemy's leader had already fallen. What stronghold? We're in Area 405. Are you kidding us? Is this some kind of illusion? Jiang Ming, level 17. Let me explain. Hey, race, the thing, although we're in Area 405, Su-Ran managed to come over well. He came here alone. What the hell? Where did he get his confidence from? My goodness, does he think he can take on many by himself? This is too reckless. I'm dying of laughter. What is this? This is called walking into a trap. 1,000 miles to send one's head. Haha, this is simply ridiculous. Seeing Jiang Ming's reply, everyone was stunned. Is the enemy really that fierce? A lone person came to seek death. Mengxiang, level 17. He does have some strength, but unfortunately, he ran into the three of us. Sly smile. You haven't seen it, but that Su-Ran actually looks pretty impressive. Sly smile. That's right, he hasn't even shown his true self, and he doesn't even bother to acknowledge us. As a result, he was just half showing off before getting shut down. Laughs. From what you guys are saying, he seems quite amusing. Hearing Mengxiang and the others' descriptions, the people on the forum began to gradually shape an image of Su-Ran in their minds. Arrogant and fond of showing off, but lacking true strength. I really want to see the expression of the enemy when they find out their strongest being is captured. Thinking of this, Mengxiang couldn't help but chuckle. That would definitely be spectacular. Watching the crowd's exuberant words, Xia Qingcheng's composed expression nearly faltered. She took a deep breath, her voice somewhat weary. Don't waste any more time, let's act quickly. All right. Mengxiang sighed helplessly. Although he didn't know why Xia Qingcheng was in such a hurry, since a powerful beauty had spoken, he had to accommodate her. As for Jiang Ming, there was no need to mention it. Once Xia Qingcheng spoke, he immediately called everyone to prepare to re-enter Area 404 through another portal. Meanwhile, on the other side, in a village, 15 miles to the south, in front of the Crimson Portal, dozens of figures were engaged in chaotic battle. Take this. Monkey stealing peaches. Ouch. Damn. You little rascal are playing dirty. Look at my black tiger heart extraction. Perverted rogue die. The challengers from both areas were caught up in a fray. The duration of their talents was limited. During this cooldown, everyone could only use all their strength. Various lowly tricks emerged endlessly. You let go first. Two figures were seen entangled together, pulling each other's hair fiercely. Qi Wen and Wang Wei both had bruised faces, their hair a tangled mess. Damn. Qi Wen tugged at the other's hair with one hand, cursing, "Are you a girl? Why are you pulling hair in a fight?" Wang Wei held the other's wrist with one hand, pulling at the other's hair, hard his hand, still having a few strands. Hearing this, he rolled his eyes. Can you first let go of my hair before saying that? You're not very persuasive this way. Damn. Didn't you start pulling hair first? I did this to return the favor. When had he, a dignified middle-aged man, ever pulled hair in a fight? If it weren't for this little brat being so unscrupulous, how could he possibly resort to such tactics? Shall we let go together? Wang Wei asked. Fine. Qi Wen snorted. Then I will count 3, 2, 1, and we let go together. You count. Upon hearing this, Wang Wei began the countdown. 3, 2, 1, 0. When it reached 0, both sides remained motionless. Damn. Qi Wen shouted angrily, you better let go. You let go too. Wang Wei retorted angrily. Qi Wen took a deep breath. Let go together. All right. Wang Wei agreed. In the end, they let each other go. After all, continuing like this would only hurt each other. What the hell? You little brat, that was vicious. Qi Wen gasped, feeling as if his scalp and skull were no longer attached to him. You're not bad yourself, your ass is pretty dark. Wang Wei gritted his teeth. This person looked refined, but was truly ruthless in action. Damn it. Mid-fight break. After fighting for a while, everyone was panting heavily. Unfortunately, due to talent cooldown, they could only resort to primitive fighting methods. But this way they could only inflict 1,000 points of damage to the enemy, while hurting themselves 800. Damn, the big shots are amazing. Haha, we won. At this moment, the faces of the people from Area 405 suddenly changed, their expressions filled with joy. Have they gone crazy? The people from Area 404 were stunned by this scene. How could this be? Wang Wei raised an eyebrow, confused. Huh. Qi Wen laughed loudly, looking smugly at Wang Wei. Little brat, let me tell you some good news. Good news. Wang Wei frowned. Of course it's good news for us. Qi Wen smiled meaningfully. For you guys, what? It might feel like the sky is falling. Stop pretending. Wang Wei scoffed. Who are you trying to fool, the sky? Qi Wen said meaningfully. You might not believe it, but the strongest being from Area 404 has already been captured in an alternate space by the three of us big shots. Upon hearing this, the challengers from Area 404 were all taken aback. Do you think we're fooled? If Su Ran was dealt with, would we receive no news at all? Everyone didn't believe it. Wang Wei said helplessly, can you think a little before saying that? He wouldn't be taken care of so easily. In response, Qi Wen only sneered. If you don't believe it, you can try tagging him on the forum. Someone trapped in an alternate dimension cannot communicate through the forum. Seeing Qi Wen looking so serious, the crowd's expressions changed instantly. This couldn't be true, so everyone immediately began tagging Su Ran on the forum. Su Ran, big shot, we heard you were captured. Su Ran, big shot, please respond. Su Ran, big shot, could it be true? Crying. What's going on? Damn. Has something happened to Big Shot? On the forum, everyone who saw the message looked terrified. However, surprisingly, Su Ran actually replied. Level 20 Su Ran, which idiot said I was captured? Big Shot isn't the person still here. Which fool is spreading rumors? I said, how could Big Shot Su Ran? Seeing Su Ran bubble up in the forum, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Su Ran is now the emotional support for everyone. If he were to fall, this mission would almost be declared a failure. Damn, that group on the other side is indeed just... What do you mean Big Shot Su Ran has been locked up? That really startled me, but it turns out Big Shot Su Ran is just level 15 Wang Wei, speaking of which I find it a bit strange. The other side seems confident and even asked us to Big Shot Su Ran on the forum. Confusing behavior. Know what is wrong with their brains. I'm a bit confused, what exactly are they trying to do? Hearing Wang Wei's words, everyone was instantly stunned. Even with their intelligence, they couldn't figure out the other side's intentions. Level 20 Su Ran cough. Anyway, I'm perfectly fine now, there are no issues. Perhaps they mistook someone else for me. So is it possible that someone on our side is impersonating Big Shot Su Ran and got caught? Laughs. Oh, that seems possible. Does that mean the other side is currently catching the wrong person while being unaware, feeling pleased with themselves? Huh. I'm dying of laughter. You should have seen the arrogant expression they had when talking to us earlier. Do you think the other side is feeling quite pleased right now? Of course, after all, our strongest Big Shot Su Ran from Area 404 has already been captured by them. Side-eye grin, I think we might as well turn the tables on them. Various ideas were sprouting on the forum. Some even thought it would be a good opportunity to gank the other side. Just then Su Ran spoke again. Level 20 Su Ran, let them have the teleportation portals. What? Big Shot, are you serious? Seeing Su Ran's decision, everyone was dumbfounded. This was equivalent to giving up all 3 lanes. It's easy to give them up, but reclaiming them won't be that simple. Moreover, all battles will take place in Area 40. Level 15 Wang Wei, are you trying to feign weakness to deceive the enemy? Wang Wei understood Su Ran's intention, but was unclear about Su Ran's thoughts. Feigning weakness. Big Shot, you seem quite confident. I feel like Big Shot Su Ran is planning something big. Do you know what it means to close the door and beat the dog? Close the door and beat the dog. Big Shot, what exactly? Level 15 Wang Wei, could it be that you want to feign weakness to lure them all into Area 404 and then reclaim the teleportation portals, cutting off their escape route? Level 20 Su Ran, yes. Is it that fierce? Executing this plan won't be easy. Level 20 Su Ran, we are not familiar with Area 405 if they are intent on escaping. Finding them will take too much time. Su Ran's idea was simple. Feigning weakness to make the enemy think that Area 404 had no resistance, thereby luring them all into their territory. Otherwise, if the enemy is intent on stalling for time, when the 3 days are up, the task of making all of them surrender. Damn, this difficulty is no small feat. I heard the other side still has over 400 people. What? Isn't that 10 times our number? Goodness, do you think of others as nothing but collateral? Side-eye grin, of course. Are they even human? They haven't moved an inch during 2 collective tasks. Our Area 404 only has these 44 living people. Side-eye grin, level 15 Wang Wei, this difficulty is too great. Do you have any good ideas? Excluding Su Ran, ignoring the rest. They only have 43 people in total, but have to secure 5 teleportation portals, which is undoubtedly help. Level 20 Su Ran, don't worry, just lure them in and leave the door closing to me. Damn. What kind of tiger wolf words are these? Big shot Sue ran, can we be a bit more elegant? How can we call it luring? Side-eye grin since the big shot said, so we naturally have no objections. We'll listen to the big shot, whatever you say goes. Sue Ran's words were met with no dissent from the crowd. They could even say it was unconditional obedience. After all, he was the only big shot in their area. It would be foolish not to hug a strong thigh. Level 15 Wong Wei, alright then. Since Sue Ran said, so he had no objections. After all, Sue Ran's strength is truly terrifying. To be honest, I'm really looking forward to the moment when the other side meets big shot Sue Ran. Side-eye grin. Hee. That scene will definitely be spectacular. Don't say any more, if you do I might not be able to hold back my laughter, and that wouldn't be good if the other side finds out. Enough chit-chat, let's get moving. I declare, the close the door and beat the dog plan is officially launched. Side-eye grin on the forum, there was a chorus of laughter. Especially when everyone thought of the smug expressions on the other side's faces, they couldn't help but laugh. When they find out the truth, won't they be dumbfounded? Just as everyone was freely expressing themselves on the forum at the same time in Area 404, a group of uninvited guests quietly arrived. Just before the testers from Area 405 found the last teleportation portal. While the testers from both sides were fighting, they managed to cross over undetected. Is this the novice village of Area? Feels no different from our side. Isn't that obvious? It's all a novice village, how could there be any difference? That's true. Oh, look over there, why is there an old man standing there? The testers from Area 404 suddenly noticed an old man dressed in a white short-sleeve shirt, wearing a bamboo hat and straw sandals, standing in front of the village. The old man had his hands behind his back, looking weathered, giving off an air of mystery. This old man looks extraordinary. To me, he looks just like the old man next door. He seems like an ordinary old man. Are you silly? Can there be ordinary people here? That seems to make some sense. Stop arguing. I feel this old man is a master. I feel that way too. He doesn't seem like an ordinary person. We don't have anyone like that in our Area 404. Could this old man have some special designation? Just like those hidden NPC big shots in games. Could there be? The people from Area 405 suddenly brightened up. They felt like they had discovered a highlight. At that moment, the old man in front of the novice village moved, stepping forward with deliberate pace. You are all trial participants, aren't you? The old man approached the crowd, smiling as he asked. The eyes of the onlookers brightened immediately. This old man has an eye for value, recognizing them at a glance. Yes indeed, old man. We are all trial participants. Old man, what do you need us to help with? The crowd hurriedly asked. The old man smiled slightly, saying, I wouldn't dare to instruct, I just have a favor to ask of you all. A favor? Upon hearing this, the crowd was suddenly excited. This was the familiar flavor they were looking for. A favor? We excel at such things. Indeed. Whatever you need help with, old man, feel free to tell us. As long as we furrow our brows, then we are not men. The trial participants immediately promised. This was truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I see. The old man's aged eyes lit up, looking quite pleased. You are all such good people. Of course, old man. May I ask if there will be any reward for this help? The crowd coughed lightly. Fearing they might misunderstand, they cautiously probed. Ahem. Actually, we don't necessarily need a reward. Money and such are all external things. We mainly enjoy some peculiar items. Seemingly feeling this sounded inappropriate, the crowd quickly reward. The old man smiled, saying, how could I not give you something? You are all here to help me. I can't treat you unfairly. Upon hearing this, the crowd was incredibly excited, feeling that fortune was within reach. Old man, may I ask what the reward is? That cannot be disclosed. If I say it, the anticipation will be lost. Oh, then may I ask what you would like us to help you with? The crowd suddenly realized. They still didn't know the specifics of the help required. What if it was too dangerous? They had to weigh the pros and cons. After all, this old man had been at the entrance, surely the trial participants in Area 404 had asked him before. But since the old man was still asking for help, perhaps the task was too difficult. The situation is like this. The old man sighed deeply, speaking sadly. The night before last I had a bit to drink, and when I went to the bathroom it was too dark, and I accidentally stepped into an empty space, causing something of mine to fall. Hearing his words, the trial participants were all dumbfounded. Old man, you don't mean you want us to fish that? One participant asked incredulously. The old man nodded, smiling at them. Yes, I'm so grateful that you all are willing to help, otherwise I wouldn't know what to do. The trial participants were utterly speechless. They exchanged glances, remaining silent. To fish something out from a latrine. This is truly unexpected. Old man, is that thing of yours really important? One participant cautiously asked. He mainly wanted to know what it was, to see if he could casually find something similar to pass off to the old man. Upon hearing this, the old man sighed, saying, alas. That was a treasure given to me by a princess. Saying it is priceless would not be an exaggeration. A princess. Priceless. Upon hearing this, the trial participants were stunned. Setting aside which princess, it was just the value alone shocked. With such an item having fallen in, how could they not fish it out? Old man, please tell us the location, and we will figure out a way. That's right, leave it to us with confidence. The trial participants were tremendously excited. It is well known that the rewards of a task are usually not much less than the items sought. This Upon hearing the crowd's words, the old man smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry. That night I had a bit too... I can't recall which latrine it fell into. How about you all check every latrine in this village? The crowd's expressions changed dramatically, turning as dark as the bottom of a pot. How could you forget something like that? To check every latrine in the village, how long would that take? Don't panic. The greater the difficulty of the task, generally speaking, the more generous the reward. That's right. Great responsibilities are bestowed upon great men. They must first suffer in mind and body, starve their flesh and skin. All of this is merely training. The trial participants in Area 405 secretly encourage themselves. All of this is for hidden rewards. Wait a minute. Weren't we here to ambush their base? It seems we did have that intention. Who cares about that? Su-Ran has already been dealt with by our 3 great lords, and we no longer need to intervene. That makes sense. Hidden rewards are of utmost importance. This task has no one coming to complete it. It seems Area 404 is filled with pampered individuals. What's wrong with that? If they complete this task, how could it possibly be our turn? That's true, we should thank them. Smirking. Speaking of which, I can't wait to see their expressions when they find out we took their hidden rewards. Smirking, the crowd was immensely pleased, nearly bursting into laughter. They would graciously accept this hidden reward. While Su-Ran and others were discussing, in the novice village in Area 404 was under invasion, Meng Xiang and others led a group of trial participants sneaking over from the other teleportation portals. Coincidentally, they happened to block a group of over 100 trial participants from Area 404 on the way. To Meng Xiang and others' surprise, these people directly surrendered upon seeing them. You guys are really spineless. Meng Xiang looked at the group before him, feeling quite speechless. They didn't even resist at all, it was too boring. Great Lord, you're joking, we're not fools. You are so powerful, why would we seek death? That's right. To be honest, Great Lord, we are here to join you. This group of trial participants flattered him. Join us. Meng Xiang frowned. Why? Great Lord, you may not know this, but those trial participants in Area 404 are too excessive. They only know how to hoard resources without leaving us even a drop of soup. Exactly. We stayed behind in the novice village. We may not have contributed, but we suffered too. Moreover, we just feel it's unfair. They actually beat us up, leaving us bedridden for several days. Especially that Su-Ran. Relying on his strength, he flaunts his power. We've had enough of them, which is why we are preparing to join you. Great Lord, with us over 100 people joining you, they will definitely not be your match. Speaking of Su-Ran and the other 44 trial participants, everyone present was furious. If it weren't for the opponent's strength, they would have revolted long ago. Fortunately, the opportunity has finally arrived. Hearing these people's words, the trial participants in Area 405 were instantly speechless. Su-Ran has been captured. Saying this sounds like you a billionaire. Accepting you is not out of the question. Meng Xiang's eyes flickered. Tell us everything you know. For example, what level is that Su-Ran? The topic raised by Meng Xiang was one that all the trial participants in Area 405 were interested in. Su-Ran's level. Upon hearing the question, the trial participants from Area 404 showed no hesitation. They spoke up directly. The forum shows he is at level 20. This person is the most greedy, having taken the majority of the rewards for himself. Exactly. He was only at level 16 before, but after just one battle, he jumped straight to level 20. Speaking of which, he reached level 20 in the previous group task. I heard in the last battle he took a huge share of the credit. I feel he is probably above level 20. That brat loves to play dumb. He is definitely above level 20. The trial participants in Area 404 grew increasingly furious as they spoke. The benefits of their entire region had almost all been monopolized by Su-Ran. Above level 20. What the hell? Are you serious? Upon hearing these words, the trial participants from Area 405 were left dumbfounded. They all displayed expressions of disbelief. The 3 strongest level 17 participants in Area 405 were already considered giants. Level 20. And likely above that. Meng Xiang was stunned. Was the level gap this significant? However, during their recent battle with Su-Ran, they did not feel such a large disparity. He even felt that Su-Ran's strength could at most match any one of the 3 of them. If they teamed up, Su-Ran would definitely not be his match. Is this guy messing with us? This was Jiang Ming's first thought. He instinctively felt that the group of trial participants from Area 404 was just talking nonsense. Such a large level difference meant their individual attribute points were at least dozens ahead. Almost all the trial participants from Area 405 refused to believe their words. Only Xia Qingcheng's gaze flickered slightly. Above level 20. No wonder. Xia Qingcheng's heart trembled slightly. She was certain that what these people said was the truth. The strength Su-Ran had displayed earlier indeed gave her a sense of an insurmountable gap. Thinking of this, Xia Qingcheng felt a sense of relief in her heart, grateful that she had made the right decision. Otherwise they would have surely lost this battle. Honestly, are you guys spies? Damn it, you dare to play tricks in front of us. Above level 20. That guy is as weak as a puppy, but at level 20 I think your heads have been slammed in the door. The trial participants from Area 405 could no longer tolerate it. They felt that these guys in front of them were deceiving them. Weak as a puppy. Big guy, are you serious? The people from Area 404 were completely stunned. Su Ran's achievements were well known. He single-handedly held off a goblin rapid advance, turning the tide of the beast tide by himself. Even in the last battle against the goblins, he occupied an absolute central role. Such a strong participant in there was actually weak. Could it be that the trial participants from Area 405 were this terrifying? Nonsense. Is it not weak? That guy couldn't even last a single round against our 3 giants. Damn it, I heard before that the strongest in Area 404 was this. You might not believe it, but I feel that if I faced Su Ran unknown, the outcome would be uncertain. Su Ran was taken care of. He couldn't last a single round. What the hell? Is he really that strong? Upon hearing these words, the trial participants from Area 404 were all taken aback. Is the opposing strength really that overwhelming? Even someone as strong as Su Ran couldn't hold out for a single round. Good call on surrendering. We truly have foresight. Just a brief astonishment later, they fell into unparalleled ecstasy. Look, they knew Area 404 was bound to lose, so they decided to switch sides. Sure enough, that guy Su Ran has already been dealt with. Other people probably won't last long either. Big guy, we've already explained ourselves. Can we join Area 405 now? The trial participants from Area 404 looked eagerly at Meng Xiang. Looking at them, Meng Xiang felt a wave of disgust. They hadn't even started fighting, and these guys were already planning to surrender. They were completely like reeds in the wind. As for the slanderous words they spoke, he didn't believe a single one. But, for the sake of a perfect victory, he certainly couldn't let his personal preferences dictate his decisions. I keep my word, Area 405 can accept you all. Meng Xiang spoke coldly and calmly. As soon as his words fell, a prompt immediately appeared before the trial participants from Area 404. Area 405 agrees to your joining. Would you like to change factions? Yes, yes, yes. Seeing this prompt, everyone was overjoyed. Without any hesitation, they quickly selected yes. Prompt: once you join Area 405, this mission will not allow any further faction changes. Are you sure you want to join Area 405? Confirmed. Everyone's faces even showed impatience. What is there to hesitate about? Could Area 404 possibly win? Faction conversion starting. Congratulations, your faction conversion is complete. From now on, your identity is that of a trial participant in Area 405. Woohoo, we take off. Haha, I'm finally not getting greened anymore. Now we're all on the red side. The former trial participants of Area 404 were ecstatic. They had finally become a part of the coveted Area 405. The people from Area 405 all looked down, a group of weaklings only a few levels high, destined to always be at the bottom no matter where they were. Did they really think that just because they became part of their area they could turn the tide? How many people are left in Area 404? Jiang Ming looked at them and asked. The more than 100 people in front of him had already joined Area 405. The remaining trial participants in Area 404 shouldn't be many. Big guy, if we exclude Su Ran, there are 43 people left. Big guy, do you want to find them now? We can lead you there. We have the strength and numbers 10 times theirs. It would be easy to. We know their positions and plans clearly and can guide you great ones. The moment they joined Area 405, the former trial participants of Area 404 immediately sold out their former teammates to show their loyalty. Jiang Ming ignored them and turned to the people behind him, saying, what is certain is that there are only about 40 people left in Area 404. It seems the time for the decisive battle has come. Then let's commence the decisive battle. Meng Xiang said calmly. There was no need to delay any longer. Depart. Meng Xiang immediately issued the order. Behind him, a vast procession of 100 or 200 people surged forward, imposing in scale and overwhelming in momentum. Less than 5 minutes after their departure, a head emerged from the roadside undergrowth. A pale face gazed after the retreating group, its forehead beaded with cold sweat. Thank the heavens, I acted wisely this time. It was absolutely right not to surrender alongside them. Yun Ling murmured, still shaken, as he scanned the forum updates. Su Ran's conspicuously displayed level 20 flashed repeatedly across the forum. And precisely 1 minute after that group had shifted zones, this very event unfolded. I knew it. He could never be so easily eliminated. Yun Ling whispered to himself. Ever since that day, Su Ran had struck him down in a single blow, leaving him bedridden for nearly half a month. He had known then Su Ran was unfathomably profound. He deliberately feigned weakness. His true strength vastly eclipses what he reveals on the surface. This time, barring unforeseen circumstances, he has once again concealed his level. But why do those in Zone 405 genuinely believe Su Ran has already been neutralized? Pondering this, Yun Ling found himself utterly perplexed. Seeing others' unwavering conviction, he even began to doubt his own judgment. Yet the moment that thought surfaced, reality struck back. Su Ran remained unmistakably active on the forum. Regardless. This is my chance, my only chance. Yun Ling drew a deep breath, his eyes blazing with resolute determination. Since offending Su Ran last time, each day had been a nerve-shredding ordeal, haunted by the dread that Su Ran might on a whim send him skyward. Fortunately, In Su Ran's eyes, he seemed no more than an insignificant ant. I must atone, for only redemption can redeem me. Yunling resolved inwardly. After over 10 days of enforced convalescence, he had stilled his mind and reflected deeply. And he realized. Su Ran was like a protagonist sprung from legend, radiating an aura of invincibility. What had eluded the combined efforts of all Zone 404's assembled forces collapsed instantly before Su Ran. Add to that his immeasurable power, his staggering level advantage, and his enigmatic uncharted talent. Who else but the protagonist could embody such traits? Everyone knew supporting characters who antagonize the protagonist rarely survive beyond 3 episodes. Yet if one somehow endures, it is surely because their role remains vital. To deliver experience parcels to serve as foils for the protagonist's dazzling triumphs. I must never become a villainous side character. Yunling vowed silently. To oppose the protagonist directly invites swift, brutal annihilation, leaving nothing but ashes and regret. All effort would merely pave his path. As a sage who had attained profound enlightenment, the sole wise course was to walk steadfastly beside the protagonist, as a loyal, devoted disciple. All new please the protagonist well and survival until the final chapter is assured. Even the most trivial boon he bestows may transform your destiny. Now that the strategy is set, execution begins, this very instant. Yunling's gaze hardened with unshakable resolve. Zone 404 Forum. Amid fervent debate and frantic planning, a new post appeared. Level 7 Yunling friends. I am back. Silence blanketed the forum for 2 seconds. Who the hell is this guy? He looks vaguely familiar. Level 12 Yilin Holy. Isn't that brother Yunling? Ah, I remember now. Me too. Yunling. Brother, is it true you flirted with the village elder woman? Yunling froze, utterly bewildered. He'd nearly forgotten this scandal entirely. How could he possibly respond? Deny it. Then Su Ran flashed through his mind. Yunling wept inwardly. He seemed fated to bear this burden alone. Level 7 Yunling, yes. Explosive news, brother. You didn't spare even the elder woman. What a beast. Wait, does our village even have an elder woman? Huh. A collective pause fell over the forum. Did their village truly have an elder woman? None recalled ever seeing one. Holy. So what is the real truth behind this? Brother, you're hiding something profound. Level 7 Yunling, the Buddha says. Some things must remain unsaid. That phrase sounds oddly familiar. Level 14 Zhonghai, brother, you've finally returned. Level 13 Wang Chun. Yunling. Brother, just seeing your humble level makes me chuckle. Haha, once a peerless master, now a junior brother. Rai smile. Behold, the consequence of flirting with the elder woman. Chuckling. Level 7 Yunling. Level 12 Yilin Holy. Horrified. Spotting the 2 users above him, Yilin's scalp prickled with, when had they reappeared? He hadn't heard a whisper. Level 14 Zhonghai. Yilin, brother, where are you? I need to speak with you, urgently. Level 13 Wang Chun, don't hide. We're sworn brothers for life. Smiling. Level 12 Yilin. I swear, I had nothing to do with that incident. Will you believe me? Level 14 Zhonghai, say it face to face, and I'll believe you. Level 13 Wang Chun, exactly, we must talk. Now. Level 12 Yilin. He wasn't foolish enough to walk straight into their trap. Level 7 Yunling, brothers, please hear me out. Low-level players get priority. Rai smile. As seniors, we must humbly listen to newcomers. Rai smile. You have 1 minute. Speak freely. Dad grants permission. Reading these replies, Yunling's expression darkened slightly. Not long ago, he had stood atop the hierarchy, these men trailing far behind him. Now their roles had reversed, and reverence had dissolved into mockery. I merely lay low for a short while. How swiftly things change. Yunling's face tightened with complex emotion. A sigh rose within him, accompanied by deep, bitter regret for having crossed Su Ran. Level 7 Yunling. I bring grave news. Someone in our zone has defected. Defected, eh? What bizarre behavior is this? We have a powerhouse to rely on, yet someone still betrays us. Which fool did it? Name him, let us rejoice. Level 7 Yunling. Have you noticed how drastically our forum membership has dwindled? Holy. Good heavens. Only 45 members remain. What a... So everyone who stayed behind in the village has... Staring at the dwindling count, the forum erupted in stunned silence. Their entire Zone 404 population had shrunk to this pitiful number. How could they think like that? I simply don't understand. Haha, I'm thrilled. Finally free of those idiots as team. Does it really matter? With or without them, it's the same. Actually, does this mean we can hunt them down now? Rai smile. Huh, seems plausible. Yunling, how come you didn't defect? You're the only one left in the starter village. Are you secretly spying for them? Level 7 Yunling, Zone 404 has Master Su Ran. Against absolute strength, espionage is meaningless. Haha, you're sharper than I thought. If you were truly sharp, you wouldn't have lain low so long. Though even fools have flashes of brilliance. Rai smile. Wait, if they all defected. Yunling, doesn't that make you now the weakest in Zone 404? Rai smile. Reading these messages, Yunling's face flushed crimson, mortified by his current frailty. Village. 15 miles to the south, in front of the teleportation gate. Qi Wen looked at the ever-changing expressions of the trial participants from Area 404. He smiled faintly and said, "How about it? Now you know I wasn't lying to you." Upon hearing this, the trial participants from Area 404 looked at him with a dumbfounded expression. Sigh. Wang Wei sighed with a complex expression. Seeing this, Qi Wen smiled knowingly. This group of people should have lost their fighting spirit. You are destined to lose in this regional offensive battle. Qi Wen's gaze was arrogant, revealing a hint of condescension. You are all smart people. You should know that surrendering is the best choice for you right now. Why resist stubbornly? The trial participants from Area 404 merely stared at him in silence. Now it was Qi Wen's turn to be confused. Why were these people not reacting at all? Let's go. Wang Wei cast a deep glance at him and turned to leave. The nearby trial participants from Area 404 made the same choice. Without any reluctance, they directly abandoned the teleportation gate. What does this mean? The trial participants from Area 405 left behind were all bewildered. Those guys actually abandoned the teleportation gate so decisively. Why? Looking at their departing figures, Qi Wen was at a loss. They abandoned the teleportation gate. Why not surrender? What are they aiming for? Should we chase them? At this moment, someone whispered. No. Qi Wen quickly spoke to stop them. Let them go. Even a rabbit bites when cornered, let alone a group of powerful trial participants. If it comes down to a deadlock, they will definitely not fare well. In Area 405, on the forum, it seems the other side has confirmed that Su Ran has been captured. The trial participants in front of me from Area 404 abandoned the teleportation gate and ran. Same here, they just bolted. I have the same situation here. Wow. So we have already taken 4 teleportation gates. There's one left. As long as we take it, one part of the mission will be complete. Forget it. So many goblins, including a boss level. There's no need to provoke them. Whether we complete this task or not does not matter. At most, the rewards will be less. Rounding it off, we have essentially taken all the teleportation gates. The path to Area 405 has already been cut off. It's time to initiate the final battle. No one wanted to provoke that group of goblins, especially considering their numbers were in the thousands. Moreover, with a boss-level goblin, even if they win, they would suffer heavy casualties. About 5 miles from the village, Meng Xiang led hundreds of people, creating a grand momentum. On the way, they even captured 2 trial participants from Area 404. Big boss, quickly kill these 2. That's right, they are top trial participants in Area 404. Once we kill them, the other side will be even less able to resist. The original people from Area 404 excitedly urged Meng Xiang and others. If not for their insufficient strength, they would have acted themselves. Meng Xiang did not respond. Instead, he silently observed the 2 in front of him. At this moment, Jiang Hai and Wang Qin stood with arms crossed, looking disdainful. They not only felt no fear, but even exuded a sense of superiority. Where does the courage of these 2 guys come from, daring to be so arrogant? Meng Xiang found it hard to understand. Which normal person would not be frightened into immediately surrendering or fleeing upon seeing their lineup? Yet these 2 stood their ground, seemingly waiting for them. A bunch of traitors, what right do you have to speak here? The master hasn't spoken, so what are you barking about? Jiang Hai and Wang Qin did not hold back in their insults, especially since they had long disdained these guys. What right do you 2 have to be so arrogant? Are you 2 level 15 so impressive? There are plenty of stronger people here. Upon hearing this, the trial participants from the original Area 404 turned red with anger. At least in front of you weaklings who aren't even level 10, we are arrogant and impressive. Jiang Hai looked down, his nose full of disdain. If you have the ability, step up and compare with me. You don't hide behind. Wang Qin scoffed. He genuinely looked down on these people from the bottom of his heart. Enough. At this moment, Meng Xiang spoke. His gaze turned to the 2, his expression indifferent. You 2 are strong enough, but just barely. If you dare to be so arrogant again, I won't hesitate to send you below. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hai and Wang Qin's expression stiffened. Although they were arrogant, they were also quite aware. They knew well who they could show off in front of, and who they could only bow down to. What is your purpose? Jiang Ming directed his gaze at the 2 and asked. He certainly did not think these 2 would be foolish enough to seek death. Purpose? Jiang Hai sneered. It's not really a purpose, you're just here to deliver a letter of challenge. A letter of challenge. Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. You are delivering a letter of challenge to us. Meng Xiang thought he had misheard. That's right. Jiang Hai's expression was calm as he spoke indifferently. There is a large open area east of the village. Let's have our final battle there. The trial participants were stunned. Is this guy serious? There is a tenfold difference in numbers between them. Moreover, Su Ran has also been captured by them. Where does the confidence to challenge them come from? Why aren't you speaking? Wang Qin scoffed. Are you afraid? Afraid? Not at all, just amused by you, ha. Laughing my head off. Don't you have any idea of your situation? Everyone present burst into laughter. They thought these 2 were out of their minds to dare issue a challenge to them. A letter of challenge, huh? Meng Xiang smiled faintly. Ill accepted. They thought these 2 were out of their minds to dare issue a challenge to them. A letter of challenge, huh? Meng Xiang smiled, a genuine laugh. Should we take advantage of now and eliminate them? Looking at the departing figures of the two, a trial participant softly inquired. No need. Meng Xiang spoke indifferently. With an overwhelming advantage, he looked down on doing such things. Moreover, if he did, it might scare the other side into not daring to show up. Furthermore, with the current strength of the opponents, they couldn't stir up any waves at all. It's just that I don't know what tricks they are trying to play. Jiang Ming pondered. The other side must have some purpose, that is for sure. What are you afraid of? Meng Xiang's gaze was arrogant as he spoke indifferently. Let them come, well, meet force with force. With hundreds of people rushing and they have no possibility of winning. Forum number 404. Jiang Hai brothers, the mission is accomplished. Hey, raise a thumbs up for you. Did they really take the bait? He feeling so confident they don't take us seriously. Have you two met the so-called big shots on the other side? Jiang Hai, we should have seen them. They do seem strong, but I still feel there's a significant gap compared to Master Su Ran. No joke. Even that freakish goblin bows down at Su Ran's feet. Those guys feel no stronger than that goblin elder, and might even be weaker. Such strength, how could they possibly compare to Su Ran? Wang Chun, you haven't seen their arrogance. They completely look down on us. It's utterly ridiculous. Let them be arrogant as soon they won't be able to be anymore. Brothers, everything is ready. We just lack. We can set off now. Let's head to the battlefield. Wang Wei, Master Su Ran, do you have any instructions? Just keep an eye on them. Make sure they don't escape. If they attempt to flee, find a way to delay them. Wang Wei, Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Don't let them escape, really. Does this mean Master Su Ran thinks they might run away upon seeing him? While they trust Su Ran's strength, they feel it's a bit exaggerated. After all, they haven't even engaged yet. The other side doesn't know Su Ran's strength. How could they flee simply a goblin camp? Everything is ready. We just await their arrival. Su Ran sat on the throne, murmuring to himself. At that moment, a goblin warrior respectfully entered after gently pushing the tent aside. Upon reaching below the throne, it knelt halfway and said, Master, I've gathered 300 goblin soldiers as you requested. Hearing this, Su Ran looked at it. Do you remember what I asked you to do? I remember. Notify Lords Green and Guyun as well as the Elder to head to the front battlefield and take control of 5 teleportation gates. The goblin warrior immediately replied, and ensure no one passes through the teleportation gates. Very good. Confirming that this goblin warrior hadn't forgotten. Su Ran nodded in satisfaction. Go. Yes. The goblin warrior immediately complied and turned to. After it left, Su Ran slowly stood up from the throne. I should also make my move. Su Ran's eyes sparkled with a smile, his face calm. The shadows beneath his feet began to slowly writhe. Shadow soldiers appeared below the throne, half kneeling on the ground waiting for the king's orders. To the east of the village, frontline battlefield, a massive crowd appeared here. All are trial takers from Area 405. Are we a bit short on numbers? Don't ask. That group heard there was a hidden mission in this village and are working hard. Doing what? Shoveling dung. What the hell? What a confusing behavior. The frontline battlefield was filled with the sounds of conversations. Suddenly someone exclaimed, they're coming. The chatter instantly ceased. Everyone in Area 405 turned their attention forward. There dozens of people were stepping forward. Wang Wei and Wang Zhifei stood at the forefront, followed by Jiang Hai, Wang Chun, and Yi Lin, who was blushing as they held him by the neck, along with Zhang Yun and others. Finally here, Meng Xiang's gaze fell forward, a faint smile appearing. Both sides stood facing each other. In an instant the atmosphere was tense. With just this number you dare to challenge us? Meng Xiang found it quiet. In the face of absolute strength, numbers mean nothing, don't you think? Wang Wei replied calmly, unfazed. Upon hearing this, Meng Xiang's eyes narrowed, a cold smile escaping. That may be true, but it's not for you to say. He could tell that the trial taker from Area 404 was no simple character. However, to say he could be compared to him was far from the truth. Who says they are the same? Wang Wei smiled faintly. In the end you will lose. Upon hearing this, the trial takers from Area 405 were instantly enraged. Damn, who the hell gave you the confidence to say that? Are you blind? Can't you see this massive crowd? Each of us could drown you with a single spit. Wang Zhifei chuckled. What he said is the truth. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Who said that having more people guarantees victory? Do you know what high-end combat power means? Although we are few, we are all elites, while you are numerous, but mostly useless. Wang Chun and Zhang Hai immediately joined in the rebuttal. Upon hearing this, the trial takers from Area 405 were seething with anger. Damn, who are you calling useless? Just here to flatter yourselves, huh? Damn, we shouldn't have let you go back. Don't panic. Killing him now would be the same. The trial takers from Area 404 were stunned. They truly were a pair that deserved a beating. Just a few words drew all the fire from the other side, making them want to kill them immediately. No more talking. Meng Xiang's gaze was cold as he said, let this farce end here. As his words fell, the trial takers beside him could no longer hold back and charged forward. The idiots from 404, today I'll show you what a C tactic is. Do you know what it means to have numbers overwhelm the few? Hundreds rushed out, a spectacular sight. Damn, why hasn't Master Su Ran come yet? The overwhelming numbers made the faces of Area 404's people pale. Sons, meet your demise. The trial takers from Area 405 laughed maniacally. However, at that moment the ground shook violently, as if thousands of horses were galloping toward them. Damn, this sound is so familiar. This damn déjà vu. I have a bad feeling about this. Suddenly the disturbance made everyone in Area 405 stop, their hearts filled with dread. Could it be what's happening? What's going on? Facing this sudden change, everyone in Area 404 was also stunned. Soon, everyone discovered the source of the disturbance. At the eastern end, a massive army appeared rushing toward them. Those familiar faces made everyone present change their expressions drastically. Damn, indeed. It's the Goblin army. Wow, so many. The sudden arrival of the Goblin horde startled everyone present. Look, it's the hulking Goblin. Damn, it's those monsters from before. Could they be chasing after us? Among the horde sat the Goblin elder on a war chariot. The challengers in Area 405 cried out in alarm. Have these monsters gone mad? Meng Xiang's expression shifted slightly. Their earlier seizure of the teleportation gate was already highly unusual. Now arriving at the battlefield, it felt as if they were coming straight for them. What exactly do they want? Jiang Ming's face. If these goblins intended to join the battle, the situation would become unpredictable. To discern their purpose, we must first identify the master behind them, Xia Qingsheng spoke softly. Damn, weren't they already submissive? Why would they come here? That so-called submission was, to put it bluntly, so could they have rebelled again? The numbers are terrifying. This feels difficult to handle. The challengers in Area 404 trembled inwardly. The last time they countered the goblins, they only faced hundreds. This time the horde numbered in the thousands. Even more outrageous, the army included formidable individual goblins. Retreat. Meng Xiang and Wang Wei reached a unanimous decision. Both sides planned to cease fighting. Such a vast goblin horde was beyond their strength. No. At that moment, on the side of Area 405, Xia Qingqing suddenly overruled Meng Xiang. Hearing her, all the challengers in Area 405 were stunned. Why not? Meng Xiang was also taken aback. This was the first time Xia Qingsheng had ever rejected his decision. Time is running out. I'm barely holding Su Ran in check. A rare trace of anxiety appeared on Xia Qingsheng's delicate face. An hour was almost up, only 10 minutes remained. If they could not force all challengers in Area 404 to submit within this time, and complete the mission Su Ran, at that point their side would stand no chance of victory in this assault. If we can't contain him, then just unleash him. Yes, even if he comes out, it won't be a problem. The challengers in Area 405 were baffled. They could not understand why Xia Qingsheng valued Su Ran. Not to mention their overwhelming numbers, Su Ran's strength did not seem particularly formidable. Miss Xia, what exactly are you thinking? Meng Xiang looked at her, voicing the doubts shared by all. Xia Qingsheng bit her lip, lightly unwilling to reveal her time affinity. His strength is not as weak as you think. Rather, we acted too quickly and did not give him the chance to exert his Once he emerges from the extra-dimensional space, we will have no means to restrain him. With his strength, he could easily slaughter us all. Xia Qingqing spoke softly, but with great conviction. Rarely had she spoken so much in one breath. Miss Xia, are you serious? Is he really that strong? Upon hearing this, doubt was etched across they could barely believe Su Ran was stronger than the three veterans among them. But to say Su Ran could easily kill, even coming from Xia Qingqing's mouth, left them wondering if she was still half asleep. Impossible. Meng Xiang shook his head decisively. I do not know where your judgment comes from, but I trust my own intuition more. The pressure Su Ran exerted on them was nowhere near that strong. Back then Meng Xiang was confident he could take Su Ran down alone. Miss Xia. Jiang Ming's expression was complicated. Though he wanted to believe Xia Qingqing, his mind would not allow such foolishness. Seeing no one believed her, Xia Qingqing sighed silently. She could not expose her time affinity, which would likely cause their mission to fail this time. Let's go. Meng Xiang addressed the group. The challengers in Area 405 immediately turned to leave. Meng Xiang had yet to move. He looked toward the challengers in Area 404 and spoke coldly. We will spare you this time. With that he turned. Damn, this guy really deserves a beating. Feels just like Wang Chun and Zhang Han. Damn, do you think we'll die without you two? Enough talk, let's retreat quickly, something's wrong with this goblin horde. The challengers in Area 404 also planned to withdraw. However, at that moment, everyone suddenly saw shadowy figures emerging in every direction of escape. Damn, they're all goblins. We're surrounded. Damn, they really are coming for us. This is bad. Realizing their escape routes were cut off, the challengers from both areas instantly paled. Meng Xiang's face darkened. The number of goblins had increased again. To survive safely, we seem to have no choice but to unite with the challengers from Area 404 against these goblins. Jiang Ming proposed. Whether themselves or the challengers of Area 404A, their stance was antagonistic toward the monsters. How about a temporary truce? Meng Xiang looked toward Area 404 and loudly declared. Agreed. Wang Wei responded immediately. Though rivals, their primary task was to face the monsters. After all, monsters showed no mercy and both sides could surrender and switch areas. Truce my ass. Who said we're making a truce with you? At that moment Jiang Hai and Wang Wei sneered coldly. Everyone was stunned by their words. Seems your team lacks unity. Meng Xiang looked at Wang Wei and smiled faintly. You're a terrible leader. The challengers in Area 405 laughed aloud. How had these two survived so long without grasping? I'm not the leader, but don't flatter me. Wang Wei replied indifferently. What are you two doing? Looking for a beating? The challengers in Area 404 began cracking their knuckles. These two were bad enough on a normal day, now was hardly the time for troublemaking. Ignorant. Among these hundreds we two are the only sages. Upon hearing this the pair merely sneered disdainfully. This statement enraged challengers from both sides. Just as they were about to teach the two insolent fools a lesson, Jiang Hai sneered coldly. Why should we flee? These goblin hordes are our own men. Where have you ever seen your own people run away? You're truly laughable. Wang Chun lifted his chin, looking at everyone with utter contempt. Are they on our side? Upon hearing their words, everyone present was bewildered. What the hell? What do you mean by, don't keep us in suspense otherwise with so many of us here, we'll each give you two a slap. The challengers in Area 404 immediately began to question the two. Ignorant fools. Jiang Hai said proudly. They are all subordinates of the great Su Ran. You all didn't know this. Wang Chun raised his chin looking down at others. Who would have thought in this vast Area 404 only the two of us are the wise ones? The air became stagnant. What the hell? These goblins are all subordinates of the great Su Ran. My heavens. The numbers. The great Su Ran is formidable. The challengers in Area 404 were incredibly excited. It turns out these goblins are all on their side. But soon after they started cursing. Damn. Why didn't you two say anything earlier? I feel like they were just waiting for the too infuriating. Unlike the mood of the challengers in Area 404, those in Area 405 were completely stunned. The magical beasts they thought were actually on the same side as the opponent. This means it was originally 404 monsters. Now it has turned into 404 monsters. What the hell? Is this for real? What are these subordinates? More than 1,000 goblins all under Su Ran's command. The truth was too absurd. The challengers in Area 405 couldn't believe it for a moment. It seems he didn't come in with us. But those goblins were indeed his subordinates. Meng Xiang's expression changed slightly. After some thought he realized that the other party's words might very well be true. So the so-called master behind the goblins is that Su Ran. Jiang Ming's face changed, somewhat puzzled. Since he has such a vast power, why would he take such risks? With such a number of goblins coupled with the challengers in Area 404, they had no chance of winning. Regardless, this is actually a good thing. Meng Xiang looked at Jiang Ming and smiled lightly. Isn't it? You mean to make a deal with Su Ran? Exactly. Meng Xiang remarked with a smile. His power is indeed strong, but he himself is trapped in a different space by us. No matter what, he has no reason to refuse. Even if the challengers disagree, it depends on whether those goblins agree. Wait, so does this mean we haven't lost yet? Haha. Su Ran is in our hands. We can simply make the other side surrender. The challengers in Area 405 suddenly became excited. It truly was a ray of hope amidst the darkness. The goblin army was rapidly surrounding them. Thousands of goblins encircled the challengers. At that moment a pathway opened, and the Grand Elder appeared on a war chariot before everyone. This goblin. The challengers in Area 404's expressions changed slightly. It was their first time seeing the Grand Elder, shocked by the faint aura of power emanating from him. Oh, aren't these my two lovely humanoid servants? Suddenly the Grand Elder spotted the two figures appearing, exceedingly delighted. What the hell? This is bad. Under the gaze of the Grand Elder, Jiang Hai and Wang Chun turned pale with fright. How did this damn guy show up here? Humanoid servants? Hearing this title, everyone was momentarily stunned. The Grand Elder stepped down from the war chariot, his massive frame shaking the ground. While walking and laughing, he said, "A day without seeing you is like 3 autumns. Ew, I miss your butts." Butts? What the hell? This is too much information. When did they become goblins' servants? I see. So they really are perverts. Everyone was shocked upon hearing the Grand Elder's words. Immediately after, various peculiar glances fell upon the two. Jiang Hai and Wang Chen's expressions drastically changed. Who knows you? Don't make baseless connections. You're mistaken. The two were furious and quickly denied it. How could that be? The Grand Elder shook his head. I'm very familiar with your bodies. There's no way I could be mistaken. What the hell? Jiang Hai and Wang Chen's faces turned pale, feeling dizzy with anger. This old man is becoming increasingly absurd. My heavens. We really need to keep our distance from them in the future. No wonder they knew these goblins were the subordinates of the great Su Ran. Everyone whispered their gazes towards the two, showing extreme strangeness. Enough. We have no interest in discussing your peculiar preferences. Just then Meng Xiang spoke up. Upon hearing this, the challengers in Area 404 became arrogant once again. Oh, come on now, you dare to act so arrogantly. Do you want to try it yourself? You had the numbers before, now what do you see? Do you know what it means to bully the weak with numbers? Laugh. With the goblin army as backing, they immediately became emboldened. I don't have time to waste with you. I just glanced at them and then smiled at the Grand Elder. I have a deal to make with you. A deal, eh? What qualifications do you have to make a deal with us? The Grand Elder revealed a lewd smile. Anyway, the women on your side will be ours sooner or later. As soon as this was said, the female challengers in Area 405 were instantly frightened, their faces turning pale. As long as we present them to the master, he will surely be very pleased. The Grand Elder was elated. With so many women, wouldn't that be enough for its evolution? So they were to be presented to their... The female challengers let out a sigh of relief. Su-Ran seemed quite powerful with a vast influence. It's a pity we don't know what he looks like. Hearing the sighs of the female challengers, the faces of the male challengers in Area 405... Not necessarily. You might not know, but your master is currently in our hands. Meng Xiang, with confidence in his eyes, smiled faintly. If you want to rescue him, then capture the challengers from Area 404 and make them submit to us. He certainly wouldn't just make stupid demands to let them go. Since he was making a request, he would make it beneficial for them. With a trump card in hand, was he afraid these goblins wouldn't listen? Your master is in your hands. The Grand Elder was stunned. The goblins present were also stunned. They doubted whether this human was a bit out of his mind. That's right. Meng Xiang sneered. If you want to save him, hurry up and do as I say. As soon as he finished speaking, the battlefield fell silent for 2 seconds, followed by a thunderous laughter. This fool actually thinks they captured the great Su-Ran. I'm dying of laughter. Thousands of goblins cackled with grating laughter. The cultivators in Trial Zone 404 roared with unrestrained mirth. Yet to those in Zone 405, that cacophony rang like a blade against the eardrum. What exactly do you mean by this? Meng Xiang's expression flickered, his voice sharp with urgency. Simultaneously, a chilling premonition coiled coldly within his heart. What do I mean? Precisely what my words say. How on earth did you conjure such an absurd delusion? That Senior Su-Ran had been imprisoned by you? Utterly preposterous. The cultivators from Zone 404 wore smirks of undisguised mockery. I cannot fathom the source of your misapprehension. The Grand Elder sneered. You weaklings aren't even worthy to polish master's sandals. Upon hearing these words, the cultivators of Zone 405 paled instantly. Impossible. Then who was it we imprisoned? If not Su-Ran? And if so, who or what was that How could this be? For a moment, the cultivators of Zone 405 stood paralyzed by disbelief. Some even convinced their rivals were bluffing. Preposterous. Meng Xiang flushed crimson as he retorted fiercely, you think you can deceive us? That shadowed form bore Su-Ran's unmistakable imprint. There could be no other explanation. If it wasn't Su-Ran, then who could it possibly be? And how had it slipped past the goblin host to infiltrate Zone 405? Native fiends couldn't accomplish such a feat. I live for moments like this. Look at them, raging with frustration. Believe it or not, it remains irrefutable truth. Witnessing the psychological collapse unfolding across Zone 405, the cultivators of Zone 404 burst into triumphant laughter. Steady yourselves. Jiang Ming commanded, voice low and ironclad. That shadow possesses formidable strength. Only Su-Ran in Zone 404 commands such power, no one else could mimic it. Exactly. It must be so. Damn, it's obvious now, they try to trick us. I knew it. The shadow had to be Su-Ran. Despicable. Seeing victory slip away, they resort to deception. At these words, the cultivators of Zone 405 suddenly saw clarity dawn. Meng Xiang exhaled in quiet relief, then turned sharply to the Grand Elder, fury blazing in his eyes. Hear this warning, compel your master to submit immediately, or we shall show him no mercy. Do not test our patience further. Jiang Ming added, his tone glacial. These humans, have they lost their wit? The Grand Elder muttered under his breath. Even now, they still believed he was bluffing. And then, master approaches. Gu Yun's voice thundered from beyond the encircling goblin ranks. Gu Yun and Gu Lin led the procession, clearing the path ahead. The goblin phalanx parted instantly, forming a solemn corridor. 100 pitch-black figures advanced, each silhouette radiating terrifying authority. A shroud of obsidian mist coiled around the Shadow Legion, lending them the grim majesty of infernal soldiers. Behind them, a resplendent golden chariot rolled forward with stately grace. Upon the throne sat a lone figure, legs crossed, chin propped thoughtfully upon one hand. His gaze was calm, yet piercing as a drawn blade. The Legion drew near, its gathering aura pressing down like a mountain, silencing every breath in attendance. Kneel! Gu Lin's command echoed across the field. At his utterance, thousands of goblins dropped to one knee in unison. Hail, Master! Their voices surged outward, a tidal wave of reverence and awe. Every heartbeat in the arena stuttered. Great heavens! What are those shadows? Could that be Master's innate talent? So Senior Su-Ran's ability is summoning-based? Wow! I'm utterly envious. This is breathtakingly magnificent. Truly worthy of Senior Su-Ran. Cultivators from Zone 404 erupted in ecstatic fervor. Their eyes shimmered with raw longing, as if they would trade places with him in an instant. Meanwhile, cultivators from Zone 405 stood frozen, stunned into silence by the celestial descent of the Shadow Legion. Am I dreaming? Thousands of goblins kneeling before him. This defies all reason. Holy, so many shadows. Dear heavens, what was that shadow we detained earlier? Perhaps. Maybe. It was merely one among countless such shadows. Oh, how handsome that young master is. And the goblin's words hold true. Hey, snap out of it. He's our enemy. But how can I help it? He's powerful, exalted, and devastatingly We're utterly doomed. One by one the cultivators of Zone 405 stood petrified, like statues carved from disbelief. They never imagined the truth lay not in deception, but in their own catastrophic error. What in heaven's name? Meng Xiang reeled, his mind reeling. The shadow they'd imprisoned was not Su Ran himself, but merely one fragment among his legion of shadows. We've been played. Jiang Ming's face darkened. In that instant he felt nothing but shame, a fool led astray by his own arrogance. Yet none suffered greater shock than Xia Qingqing. The moment her eyes fell upon Su Ran, her delicate features drained of all color, leaving only pallor behind. The Su Ran she'd imprisoned was nothing but a counterfeit. How could this be? It wielded such overwhelming power. She whispered, her beautiful eyes wide with incredulity. She had witnessed the phantom's might firsthand, its strength dwarfing even elite cultivators. And yet, this colossus was but one among Su Ran's 100 shadows. All eyes converged upon the chariot. Rise. Su Ran's voice drifted forth, soft yet resonating with crystalline clarity. Thank you, master. Thousands of goblins roared in unison, their voices shaking the very air, filled with awe, devotion, and trembling excitement. The sight sent chills crawling up every spine. With an army of such magnitude at his command, what limit remained within this trial realm? In that moment Su Ran seemed unfathomable, transcending mortal comprehension, standing leagues apart from every soul present. Within the chariot Su Ran rose slowly, stepping forth into the open. Every gaze locked onto him. At last cultivators from Zone 404 beheld his visage. A refined countenance, eyes bright with quiet intelligence, an aura both noble and ineffable, radiating profound mystery. Emotions rippled across the crowd. Fear, envy, admiration, fascination, reverence, desire. You three coordinated rather well earlier. At that instant Su Ran's serene gaze swept over Meng Xiang and his companions, then settled unwavering upon Xia Qingqing. You? How could you possibly know? Upon hearing Su Ran's words, Meng Xiang and Jiang Ming's faces instantly paled with shock. Could he actually see what had transpired upon that shadow? Su Ran did not reply. Not even a glance flickered toward them. He strode forward calmly and halted directly before the cultivators of Trial Zone 405. At this sight the crowd tensed inwardly, their expressions sharpening with wariness. Then, Su Ran walked straight through them unimpeded, heading straight for Xia Qingqing. Your talent is rather intriguing. Su Ran gazed at Xia Qingqing, his voice laced with faint amusement. Boom. Her ears roared as if struck by 5 thunderclaps. Her talent had been exposed. Xia Qingqing's delicate face drained of color. Instinctively, she took half a step backward. What do you intend to do? Jiang Ming's expression flared with fury. He lunged forward to stop Su Ran. Wait. But at that very moment Meng Xiang suddenly seized his arm. Wait for what? Jiang Ming whirled around, rage blazing, then froze mid-turn. Meng Xiang's eyes gleamed with cryptic intensity, his gaze heavy with unspoken meaning. On the Zone 405 forum. Level 17 Meng Xiang. Listen closely. Our chance has arrived. Huh. Senior, what are you planning? After all we've endured to reach this point, do you truly wish to surrender now, eh? So, you mean to pull off a daring strike? How? Damn it. His followers surround us on all sides. If we truly attempt it, we'll likely be pierced by 10,000 arrows. Sigh. Victory is impossible. There's no way we can win. Level 17 Meng Xiang, we still have— Didn't you see him walk right into our midst? That man doesn't regard us as worthy of notice. Were it not for fear of his army, I'd punch him myself. That guy's arrogance knows no bounds. Infuriating. Fellow upstairs, you're just envious, aren't you? Rai smile. I too long for subordinates. Even 100 would suffice, if not 1,000. Level 17 Meng Xiang, by my deduction his talent is undoubtedly summoning based. Those shadows are irrefutable proof. No deduction needed. We've all seen it with our own eyes. Beyond innate talent, what other explanation could there possibly be, eh? So Senior Meng Xiang, what exactly are you suggesting? Level 17 Meng Xiang, his talent grants no combat enhancement, only summons. Though his level may surpass ours, our numbers are overwhelming. We need only seize him in an instant. Ah, I understand your intent, Senior. Are you proposing we capture Su Ran himself? Seize the Son of Heaven to command the Lords. Rai smile. Now that holds promise. Level 17 Jiang Ming, this plan is viable. There's a strong likelihood it will succeed. That arrogant fool dares stride in alone, without even a single guard. He'll soon regret it. The cultivators of Trial Zone 405 unanimously deemed the scheme feasible. Su Ran's level was high, but his talent was summoning based. A cultivator lacking combat amplification dared approach them openly, unescorted, unguarded, offering them the perfect opportunity. Meanwhile, the cultivators of Zone 405 conspired in silence on the forum, while outwardly maintaining absolute stillness. I offer you two choices. Su Ran smiled as he addressed Xia Qingqing. At that very moment, Meng Xiang signaled the others with a subtle glance. The forum began its countdown. 3. Their hearts clenched. 2. 1. Every cultivator tensed, bodies coiled like drawn bows ready to unleash. Attack! Meng Xiang roared. You insolent brat, taste my fist. Let me teach you humility, until you're vomiting blood. Brothers, take him down. In that instant, every cultivator from Zone 405 surged forward. A sudden violent shift sent shockwaves across Zone 404's cultivators, their faces twisting in alarm. What the hell are they doing? Despicable cowards. They've abandoned all martial honor. They instantly grasped the enemy's intent and rushed to intervene. Yet immediately thereafter they realized. The Goblin Legion remained utterly motionless. A sudden epiphany struck them. This was Su Ran. Did he truly require assistance? In that breathless moment, the Goblin Legion and Zone 404's cultivators transformed into silent spectators, standing apart, unmoving. Some sharp-eyed cultivators from Zone 405 noticed this, and recoiled in confusion. Why weren't those others rushing to help? At that thought, their charging feet ground to a halt. Something's wrong. Why is this happening? Meng Xiang and Jiang Ming's vigilance spiked to its peak. Strangely, though they had initiated the assault, they themselves froze mid-motion. Brothers, bring him down. I've loathed that brat since day one. Damn it. Every time he triggers the announcement reward, today I'll finally vent my fury. Ironically, those leading the charge were former Zone 404 cultivators, euphoric, reckless, undeterred by low levels. They wielded sheer numerical advantage. Let others bear the brunt. They would deliver the decisive ambush. Hey, why have they stopped moving? What's going on? In that same heartbeat, they too sensed the anomaly. Why had the Zone 405 cultivators, those clamoring to seize Su Ran, suddenly frozen? First, the gnats must be swatted. Su Ran spoke coolly, never turning his head. A shimmer of light flared, and a long sword materialized in his palm. Tier C skill. 3 sword forms, second form activated. The blade unsheathed, radiating eerie sapphire light. In that instant, sword light erupted from Su Ran's hand. Azure radiance splitting the air into a flawless-shaped arc, cleaving toward the charging cultivators. Its aura swept wide, inexorable. Crack! The azure slash struck in a flash. Blood gushed like fountains. Some cultivators fell before even registering the threat. Others lay stunned, limbs severed, pain yet unregistered, as they stared blankly at their own spilling lifeblood. Then, agony flooded their nerves, sharp and absolute. Ah! It burns. Kill me now. Wah, help me. Cultivators writhed on the ground, screams tearing from throats raw with terror. Witnessing this, every onlooker's pupils contracted violently. Just one strike, and Su Ran had slain nearly 100 cultivators. What monstrous power was this? Thighs. This. Meng Xiang's face turned ashen, his teeth chattered uncontrollably. He realized his judgment had catastrophically failed. Su Ran's entry into their encirclement wasn't born of arrogance or folly, but of unshakable confidence in his own supremacy. We're doomed. Jiang Ming shuddered violently, and he perceived the chasm, a gulf as vast as heaven and earth, between their strength and Su Ran's. They existed in entirely different realms. Isn't he a summoner? Can a summoner be this powerful? Fortunately, we didn't rush in. After witnessing Su Ran's terrifying sword strike, the surviving trial participants from Area 405 were all filled with trepidation. If they hadn't stopped just now, their fate would likely be similar to those who now lay on the ground screaming in agony. Was that just now a sword chi? And in an X shape? So damn cool. Su Ran's strength. Is he even terrifying indeed? Even the trial participants from Area 404 were left dumbfounded. A series of notifications popped up before Su Ran's eyes. You have killed an enemy trial participant, experience 150. You have killed. Your talent trait 1 has been triggered, gaining critical experience X5. A series of notifications popped up before Su Ran's eyes. He had annihilated nearly 100 trial participants, obtaining an immense amount of experience. But now Su Ran's focus was clearly elsewhere. He sheathed his long sword, the cold radiance retracting. His exceptionally calm gaze was fixed intently on Xia Qingqing. Now use your talent, and try to bring them back to life. Upon hearing this, he really knows. Xia Qingqing's eyelashes trembled, her delicate face slightly pale. Her time talent had indeed been discovered by Su Ran. Hurry up. I don't have that much patience. Su Ran looked at her, his gaze calm, yet exuding a strong pressure. Xia Qingqing had an inherently cold personality. Since arriving in this world and awakening her dual talents, one of which was even in level talent, her demeanor had become increasingly indifferent. However, in just this one day, all her pride and confidence had been shattered by the man before her. His talent was not inferior to hers. He even possessed strength beyond her own understanding. Even his previous shadow was likely stronger than all the participants in Area 405 combined. Under his calm, yet oppressive gaze, Xia Qingcheng's heart trembled involuntarily. She could no longer remain silent, and could only say with a slightly trembling voice, "No way." Still on cooldown. Upon hearing this answer, Su Ran felt a bit disappointed. What a pity. If he could turn back time, allowing these guys to resurrect, and then letting him kill them again would be a way to farm all-purpose points. Wouldn't that be wonderful? It seemed that this time must be well utilized to exploit the bug. Continuing from our earlier topic, Su Ran's gaze fell upon her. Now you have two choices. Choice 1, follow me from now on, and be at my service. Choice 2, attempt to escape from my grasp. Of course. If you can't escape, don't blame me for being ruthless. After all, we are enemies. As Su Ran's words fell, a hint of annoyance flashed through Xia Qingcheng's beautiful eyes. What kind of choice is this? It's clearly a blatant threat. Wow. What does Su Ran want to do? Smirking, he actually wants the beauty to follow him from now on. Laughing, that's interesting. And the beauty is indeed beautiful. In the forum of Area 404, these onlookers dared not voice their thoughts, but were discussing it fervently online. Upon hearing Su Ran's words, Jiang Ming was furious, but dared not speak. He clenched his fists, only able to glare with wide eyes. So have you made your decision? Su Ran smiled faintly. Xia Qingcheng's time talent was powerful, but its side effects were also glaringly evident. Her condition was fully revealed under Su Ran's divine eye. Current status extremely weak. All attributes 50, level talent time reset effect active trait, resets the time within a radius of 100 meters to 10 seconds ago. Cooldown time 24 hours. Note, after using this talent you will gain a debuff of all attributes 50, lasting until the talent's cooldown is completed. This talent is strong. But Su Ran doesn't want to constantly bear a debuff. What if he gets taken down while weak? That would be too unfair. If possible, he didn't want to eliminate Xia Qingcheng. Do I have a choice? Xia Qingcheng exhaled, looking up. At this moment she had calmed down. What do you think? Su Ran chuckled softly. From beginning to end, he had only given Xia Qingcheng one option. A trial participant with level talent cannot be allowed to become an opponent, especially since her talent is quite. Danger must be nipped in the bud. What can I gain? Xia Qingcheng's clear gaze fixed on Su Ran. Su Ran replied lightly, that depends on how much value you can provide. I believe I am quite useful. Xia Qingcheng looked at him and asked calmly. For example, Su Ran inquired. Being beautiful means I can warm your bed, and my talent and strength are not weak either. Xia Qingcheng's beautiful eyes were calm as she spoke softly. Su Ran? Why is this woman so direct? He felt a bit overwhelmed. Ahem. So, what do you want? Su Ran cleared his throat and quickly changed the subject. A promise. Xia Qingcheng's beautiful eyes gazed into Su Ran's, and she spoke softly. I hope you promise to protect me while I am following you. Su Ran looked at her and smiled gently. Sure. Protecting her was not a big deal. He had originally intended, and level trial participant has immense potential, and keeping her around is evidently more useful than killing her. Moreover, Su Ran hoped to verify some of his speculations through Xia Qingcheng. For instance, whether the awakened talent level is predetermined from the start, rather than being random. Later we will sign a contract. Alright. At that moment they reached an agreement. However, the expressions of the onlookers appeared somewhat peculiar. What are they talking about? It's so quiet. I can't hear. I think I heard Sister Xia say she would warm Su Ran. Sigh. So Su Ran chose Sister Qingcheng after all. It seems we have no chance. Some female trial participants sighed, feeling somewhat resentful. Jiang Ming's face twitched slightly, veins popping on his forehead. Can these damn guys not put away their romantic brains? How could a beauty like Miss Xia with such a cold demeanor say something like wanting to warm Su Ran's bed? The atmosphere now makes him look at the two of them. Feel a bit strange. Alright, our matter is resolved. Su Ran said to Xia Qingcheng. He then turned to the trial participants of Area 405. Next, it's time to deal with you. Upon hearing this, the trial participants from Area 405 became tense. Their fate was now completely in Su Ran's hands. Even if they wanted to resist, they lacked the ability. What? Suddenly Meng Xiang spoke up. Su Ran turned his gaze to him. What do you have to say? Meng Xiang took a deep breath. Want to join Area 404. Given the current situation, surrender was their only option. Why would I agree? Su Ran asked. Hearing this, Meng Xiang was taken aback. Huh? Su Ran just stared at him without saying a word. Meng Xiang's expression changed. But you've taken Xia Qingcheng, why don't you want us? Your value is not as great as hers. Su Ran replied calmly. An A-level trial participant is certainly decent, but clearly not as special as an S-level trial participant. Upon hearing this, the trial participants from Area 405 immediately turned grim. Were they really less valuable than Xia Qingcheng alone? We can follow your lead. Meng Xiang gritted his teeth and said word by word. Su Ran glanced at him and replied indifferently, don't get it wrong, you are dispensable to me. Upon hearing this, all the trial participants in Area 405 looked extremely grim. They had all planned to surrender, yet were spoken of as if they were utterly worthless. This is simply too much. Bastard. Meng Xiang cursed inwardly, his fists clenched tightly, his body shaking with anger. Just then, he saw Xia Qingcheng let out a muffled groan, her delicate face turning even paler. Crack! At that moment the space shattered like glass. At the same time, an overwhelming surge of demonic energy erupted from the shattered rift. A power so immense it was incomparable spread out. Everyone present except for Su Ran felt a suffocating wave of terrifying power wash over them. The pitch-black demonic energy spread, and a phantom slowly emerged. The demonic energy emanating from it seemed intent on staining everything around it black. My God! What so terrifying? All the trial participants present were shaken by this overwhelming aura. Their legs and teeth involuntarily trembled. They didn't even dare to take a breath. We actually sealed such a thing. This is deadly. The trial participants in Area 405 were utterly astonished. This phantom was so powerful. How is that possible? Meng Xiang's pupils constricted violently. He was deeply shaken. The phantom he had thought to be nothing special was in fact so strong. This phantom is even stronger than Su Ran. Jiang Ming's heart raced. He suddenly understood why Xia Qingcheng had been so anxious before. If this thing were to emerge, all of them would probably find it hard to escape death. Demonic energy. The elder's mouth fell open in disbelief. How powerful must one be to possess such dense demonic energy? The strongest general under the master's command. It turns out it truly isn't him. This demonic transformation has multiplied several times. Feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from the phantom, Su Ran was astonished. Without the aid of secondary talents and skills, he was afraid he wouldn't even be able to match the phantom. At that moment, the once imposing goblin army resembled frightened children huddling together. Enough! Su Ran immediately ordered, return. If this continued, many goblins and trial participants would likely be scared to death. Upon receiving the command, the demonic energy emanating from the phantom gradually dissipated, then transformed into a shadow, merging into the shadow beneath Su Ran's feet. At that moment, Meng Xiang suddenly rushed out, crashing to his knees before Su Ran with a smack. Grasping Su Ran's pant leg, he pleaded, Great One, please take us in. At this moment, he no longer felt the anger he had before. After witnessing the power of the phantom, he suddenly became enlightened. With such a strong figure right in front of him, what did mere face matter? What are you doing? Su Ran was taken aback by this sudden act of submission. It was the first time someone had knelt. Great One, please accept me. Meng Xiang pleaded desperately, saying, I was blind and didn't recognize the mountain. Great One, please spare us. Great One, please accept us. The other trial participants in Area 405, witnessing this, all followed suit, kneeling down before Su Ran. Su Ran? This wave of events left him speechless. Where is your dignity? What the hell? Have these people no shame? Ridiculous. Too ridiculous. Zhang Hai and Wang Chun would never be the— Damn it, why do you have to bring me up every time? Every time you insult others, you also have to drag me along. How— The trial participants in Area 404 shook their heads, their gazes filled with disdain. These people have lost all sense of shame. Enough. Su Ran sighed. Don't bother me, whether you can join isn't something I can decide alone. Hearing this, the trial participants in Area 405 brightened up. They knew Su Ran had softened his stance, and quickly looked toward the other trial participants in Area 404. Get lost. You were so arrogant just now, and now you want to join us. No way. Shameless bastards, I am too ashamed to associate with you. The trial participants in Area 404 all looked down upon them. Don't say that. Brothers, if you agree to let us join, we can offer you some treasures and gear. Little brother. Really, can't you let us join? Good brother. Have pity on us. The trial participants in Area 405 used every trick in the book. Some offered treasures while others resorted to playing the victim. Oh dear. Alright little sister, I agree. Sisters can come too. Our Area 404 is just short of sisters. You think mere copper coins can buy me? Disdain. What a black iron treasure chest. Well, let's discuss it. Soon the trial participants in Area 404 could no longer hold out, and they all agreed to let them join. Faction conversion begins. Congratulations, the faction conversion is complete. From now on, your identity is that of the trial participants in Area 404. As the prompt flashed by Meng Xiang and the others finally switched their area. However, a portion of them were left dumbfounded. Faction conversion failed. Notice this task has already undergone faction conversion and cannot be converted. The original trial participants from Area 404 were stunned. What the hell? I completely forgot about this. Does that mean we have become orphans? My God. No way. Damn it. The original trial participants from Area 404 lost their composure. The original trial participants in Area 405 had all become part of Area 404. This meant they were now the only remaining trial participants in Area 405. Haha, serves you right. Traitors. Didn't expect this, did you? Am dying of laughter. Truly self-inflicted misery is the worst. The trial participants in Area 404 burst into laughter. Seeing the fate of these traitors, they were filled with joy. Just then, a calm and mysterious voice resonated. A blue prompt box appeared before everyone. Task complete. Area assault battle ended. Task 1, occupy 5 teleportation points, and seize control of the opponent's area teleportation points, completed. Task 2, make all trial participants from the opposing area surrender, completed. Task Reward 1, all trial participants involved in the task receive 2,000 experience points, 1,000 copper coins. Task Reward 2, all trial participants who participated in the Occupy 5 teleportation points will receive the following rewards based on contribution: total experience points, 50,000, 30 black iron treasure chests, and 10 skill books. Task Reward 3, for making the opposing area's trial participants surrender, following rewards will be distributed based on contribution: 50,000 experience points, 30 black iron treasure chests, and a special reward of Awakening Talent X3. The mission is finally complete. Wait, there's a skill reward. This reward is too extravagant. Brothers, it's time to test our luck. Are we considered part of the 404 area now? Can we share the rewards? But, is this reward distributed based on contributions? Do we even have contributions? It feels like something is off. Such a lavish reward might have nothing to do with us. No matter how good the mission rewards are, how does it relate to us? What if the rewards are taken by Su-Ran again? It's very likely, since rewards are distributed based on contributions. This reward is the best one so far. Rewards are now being distributed. Please check your notifications. I only received experience points and copper coins. I got a healing skill. You guys know the importance of a healer, right? What am I supposed to do with this giant elephant dung? It must be useful if it can be a reward. I got an item that can boost my attributes by 2 points. Wait, is there really such a thing? As the rewards were distributed, some were delighted while others were sorrowful. We also have rewards, but we only receive participation rewards. Compared to the rewards of the 404 area, ours are quite meager. The former 404 area participants watched everything with blank expressions. They haven't even seen a single reward. It feels like we're always the most unfortunate. This is just one mistake after another. Only 20 black iron treasure chests. Did we only get 3 skills? So Su-Ran alone received 7 skills and 3 awakened talents. It's all with Su-Ran. Once again feeling envious, jealous, and resentful. It's just too infuriating. 7 skills, 3 awakened talents. What a huge gain. A grade talent. Restorative ability, passive trait, body healing recovery ability increased by 50. A grade talent. Flight ability, active trait, twin ethereal wings, maximum speed 40 km/h, duration 1 hour, cooldown 1 hour. A grade talent. Domain, active trait, creates a domain within a 3-meter radius. Enemies in the domain have their attributes reduced by 3. A duration 5 minutes, cooldown 3 hours. A grade skill, flame breath, details. Costs 20 mental points to cast once. A grade skill, water spray, details. Costs 20 mental points to cast once. A grade skill, wine control, details. Costs 20 mental points to cast once. A grade skill, earth wall, details, creates an earth wall to block incoming attacks. Costs 20 mental points to cast once. A grade skill, lightning strike, details, summons thunder to deal area damage. Costs 20 mental points to. A grade skill, light strike, details, deals special damage to monsters. Costs 20 mental points to cast. A grade skill, mist form, details, creates mist to obscure vision and perception. Costs 20 mental points to cast once. All are a grade. The talents are acceptable, but many skills overlap with my existing talents. It would be perfect to buff myself and debuff the enemy. Everyone counted their gains, with some secretly delighted and others shedding silent tears. At that moment, the annoying yet familiar voice echoed once more in their ears. Announcement. System hello trialists in areas 404 and 405. After this half-month-long trial, you have successfully proven that you are not useless. Of course, except for those who took advantage of the situation. All of your performances have been recorded by the system, and now you face the final challenge of your novice trial. If you can survive in the upcoming trial, you will officially embark on the path to becoming a powerhouse. Finally, speaking plainly. System. This thing is called a system. These settings look just like a game. So does this mean we are about to leave the novice village? Seeing the part about continuing to survive, it makes me quite angry. I just feel like it's giving us a warning. Don't be afraid. When faced with soldiers, we shall meet them with our own soldiers. Exactly. With Su-Ran here, any trial before us is a small case. Failure in the trial. Impossible. Smirking, the human-like aspect of the system surprised everyone, but no one felt it was inappropriate. The final novice trial. So what if it is? I feel like we could just lie down and do nothing. Jiang Hai sighed. This is too comfortable with such a strong ally. The only problem is, rewards are distributed based on contribution. It's a bit lacking. Wang Chen added. If we don't even move a little, we might end up like that group of traitors. System, let me inform everyone. To prevent the trial from being too easy, the system has decided to exclude Su-Ran from this trial. Trialists in Area 404, I do not think you can rely on him anymore. He has exceeded the specifications of the novice trial, and the system will prepare his upcoming tasks separately. Looking at the prompt before them, the trialists in Area 404 were stunned. What the hell? What a jinx. Did you two just have your mouths blessed? Damn. You two know not to say it out loud. Damn. The leg is gone before we could even hug it. Damn. I won't feel better until I beat you two up. Everyone was furious and turned their gazes to the two. Jiang Hai's expression changed dramatically. It can be like this. This system sounds mechanical, yet it understands so well. We can't even blame ourselves. It clearly had a plan all along. Wang Chen looked like he was about to cry. This damn system didn't say anything and now they would take the blame. The leg was gone before I could even hug it. This is so ridiculous. This is a pitfall. The trialists in Area 405 sighed in disappointment. They hadn't even enjoyed the treatment of being carried by a big shot, and it was gone just like that. I can't participate in the trial with them. Su Ran was also stunned. Has the system already noticed him? Or has his abnormal situation already been discovered by the system? Thinking of this, Su Ran secretly broke out in a cold sweat. The highest awakening level is S. But his is SSS level. And its characteristics are beyond specification. He wouldn't be considered a bug. And directly erased would he? Too reckless. I really should have kept a low profile. Announcement: new task, the final trial of the novice zone. Introduction: after a half-month trial, the trialists from areas 404 and 405 have proven their strength, and this time you will face the final trial of the novice zone. Details: as your strength increases, ordinary boss-level magical beasts are no longer sufficient for you trialists, so the system has decided to present you with true boss-level magical beasts. Boss-level magical beasts have strength above star level. Their 9 generals are all high-star magical beasts. Notice 1. In this trial, trialist Su Ran will be unable to participate. Notice 2. For every leader-level magical beast that survives, the strength of the boss will double. If all 9 leaders survive, the boss strength will be 9 times. Task 1. Slay the 9 leaders. Task 2. Slay the boss-level magical beast. The system wishes everyone a pleasant trial. What the hell? What kind of international joke is this? Damn. Strength above star level. The leaders are all high star level. And just the leaders are stronger than the previous bosses, alright. This is too much. For every leader that survives, the boss strength doubles. This difficulty is no longer hell level. It's grave level. Mom, Su Ran actually can't participate this time. Damn, I feel like we're doomed this time. And a pleasant trial. What kind of pleasant trial is that? All the trialists look terrified. Even low star level bosses are hard to deal with. Just the leaders are high star level. What the hell are we supposed to do? Just let us die already. This difficulty is off. Meng Xiang's face turned extremely ugly. Just one leader would likely require all their effort to deal with. And even then they might not win. 9 high-star leaders, and a boss above star level. Jiang Ming felt dizzy, almost collapsing. This lineup is completely beyond what they can handle. I really am banned. Su Ran was bewildered. They wouldn't even let him participate in the trial. Can this still be called a trialist? This is a bug. It must be a bug. This difficulty is beyond what we can handle. I protest. I demand a simpler trial. 1. Same here. The trialists protested one after. Without Su Ran, they would not be able to defeat such monsters. System protests are invalid. Area 404 trialists have completed tasks multiple times, with both speed and completion rate exceeding the norm. This is an evaluation based on the previous achievements of Area 404. The system assesses that the trialists in Area 404 have a certain possibility of completing this trial. What the hell? There was Su Ran before. Don't you know we are useless? How can we handle such a heavy responsibility? Yeah, we're just here to play around. We haven't even encountered a boss. The trialists in Area 404 were on the verge of tears. The previous trial seemed simple because Su Ran was there. Now that he was gone, they were risking their lives. System trialist Su Ran's strength too powerful, cannot participate in this trial. Seeing the prompt, the trialists present lost their composure. Who knows what this damn system is thinking? Su Ran's prowess is his own merit. Why should the difficulty of the tasks be increased? Not only did you raise the difficulty, but you also banned Su Ran. So what's the point of increasing the task difficulty? In the end, we bear all the burden. Mommy, we are doomed. Crying. Even a single high-star monster is deadly. There are a total of 9 heads. We all know the strength of high-star experts. High-star monsters. I feel we won't last even one move against it. Sobbing. This difficulty seems to wish for our The difficulty of this task exceeded everyone's imagination. High-star monsters. Meng Xiang's expression. The difficulty of this task exceeded everyone's imagination. High-star monsters. Meng Xiang's expression fell. This is too much. As a top-tier 1-star trial participant, he clearly understood how vast this gap was. It was probably akin to Su Ran effortlessly slaying nearly 100 trial participants. Moreover, it might even be stronger than what Su Ran just displayed. After all, that sort of Su Ran seemed merely a casual strike. This time, we're all in danger. Jiang Ming sighed bitterly. If they had confidence before, they could have continued to clear the... Now, however, they could be said to have completely lost their confidence. He barely reached 1-star combat power, so encountering high-star monsters would likely lead to instant death. in the face of absolute strength numbers are useless. Just then a voice abruptly sounded. What are you afraid of? Isn't it just that Su Ran can't participate? Unlike many who were panicking, Jiang Hai appeared extremely calm. He disdainfully said, with Su Ran's goblin army present, why would he need to intervene personally? Exactly. Wang Chen followed up, sneering lightly. I think Su Ran's shadow is quite strong, definitely not weaker than those generals. Hearing this, the trial participants' eyes lit up. Oh, it seems like this is indeed the case. With the shadow army and the goblin army, we might not be without a chance. When God closes a door for you, he will definitely open a window. This is no lie. Laughs. The tense atmosphere dissipated instantly. The crowd became carefree once more. It turned out they still had a chance of victory. However, what surprised everyone was, at that moment the mysterious and indifferent voice echoed again. System, thank you all trial participants for the reminder. Notice Su Ran's shadow and goblin army are not allowed to participate in this trial. Notice I forgot to mention this task concerns everyone's life and death. Either achieve victory, or everyone will die, otherwise the task won't end. Notice I forgot to mention this task concerns everyone's life and death. Either achieve victory, or everyone will die, otherwise Although the voice remained mechanical, it surprisingly contained a hint of humanity. Damn. Not only was he banned, but even his shadows and goblins were banned. Hearing the voice in his ear, and seeing the trial participants' smiles instantly froze. For a moment the entire battlefield was silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. And then, the trial participants' smiles instantly froze. For a moment the entire battlefield was silent. The sound of not leaving a single survivor. Is it really this ruthless? It's one thing for Su Ran to be banned, but now even his army is excluded. Damn, this system even thanks us. This is too much. Oh, thank us for the reminder. So does that mean it didn't even notice? Makes sense. With this thought, everyone turned their gazes toward Jiang Hai and Wang Chun. Countless eyes pierced like swords, stabbing into their hearts. Watching the murderous glances from the crowd, Jiang Hai's expression changed. This damn, can you blame us? Jiang Hai's confidence faltered. Everyone, it's trying to sow discord. Wang Chen wore an awkward smile. This damn system. It actually shifted the blame to us. Sigh. Wang Wei sighed, looking at the two with a complex expression. Did you not notice that this system actually has flaws? Many special functions it won't tell you unless you ask. So if we hadn't reminded it, perhaps we could have pulled off the deception. This was precisely why he remained silent earlier. As long as no one triggered this damn system's mechanism, they might be able to exploit a bug. Our only chance of survival has been cut off by them. These two are disaster bringers. Oh, why don't we just kill them? Our only chance of survival has been cut off by them. These two are disaster bringers. Oh, why don't we just kill them? Keeping them is useless. They are two burdens. I agree. The trial participants were expressionless. Damn. Jiang Hai's face changed dramatically, and he hurriedly said, you can't just shift the blame onto us. He didn't want to become a punching bag. These desperate people might do anything. Exactly. Wang Chen panicked as well, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. If we don't say it, you will. What he said is true. As long as someone thinks of it, they will definitely say it. Unless everyone reaches an agreement and not reveal a single bit of information. But is that possible? They don't have telepathy. As for the forum, that's all controlled by the system. Wang Wei sighed. No more infighting. The urgent task now is to find a way to break the deadlock. Even if we eliminate these two idiots, our fate will be the same. Instead, we would lose two important combat forces. Hearing this, everyone cast cold glances at the two. You two be quiet next time. No more speaking. If you two dare to run your mouths again, next time you'll definitely be offered as a blood sacrifice. The crowd threatened them, but didn't genuinely plan to act against these two idiots. After all, as Wang Wei said, the predicament they faced was already difficult enough. They shouldn't weaken themselves further. Hearing this, Jiang Hai and Wang Chun both sighed in relief. It seems you won't be able to participate in the task this time. Xia Qingqing looked at Su Ran, her voice calm. Su Ran, the reason he allowed Xia Qingqing, who had immense talent, to live, was that he had his reasons. Su Ran still remembered what the system had said on the day of awakening. Every person's awakened talent corresponds to their own essence. In other words, awakened talents are not random, but predetermined. Xia Qingqing, who could awaken the highest level talent, definitely had her unique specialness. Su Ran wanted to explore some secrets from her. After all, he had only seen Xia Qingqing as the sole possessor of S-level talent until now. It would be a pity to kill her directly. I will naturally keep my word. Su Ran looked at her and spoke softly. Xia Qingqing cannot die, at least not now. Moi. Hearing this, Xia Qingqing's beautiful eyes widened slightly. She looked at Su Ran in disbelief, her stunning face showing a hint of confusion. What other methods do you have? Xia Qingqing could not think of how Su Ran could help her, given that he was restricted along with his army. How could he interfere in this battle? I have my own methods. Su Ran said slowly, his expression calm. Xia Qingqing's gaze flickered slightly as she nodded. All right. Their quiet conversation did not attract attention, as everyone was preoccupied with their troubles. Whoa, I haven't even married a wife, and am about to die young. You still want a wife? I haven't even held a girl's hand since I was born. Sigh. Given your looks, it's normal not to have a partner. Damn. Can you speak human language? It's over. It's over. If I die while my parents cry to death when they find out. Is it possible? Perhaps your parents have already gone. Damn. You want to die, huh? The scene turned chaotic. The participants had lost their fighting spirit. Facing a battle with no chance of victory, many had given up hope. They had even resigned themselves to a fatal outcome. At this moment, Wang Wei suddenly spoke up. Brothers, it's not time. We still have a chance to win. Hearing Wang Wei's words, the noise subsided, and all eyes turned to him. Wang Wei, are you joking with us? Aside from Su Ran, the strongest here is only a 1-star level. Let alone a boss, even a commander-level monster would be defeated in an instant. There's no hope. How could we possibly win? Everyone's eyes dimmed. The gap was too vast. If there was only one boss with a high-star level, they'd do. But with 9 high-star monsters and 1 superstar boss, the strength of each surviving commander boss would it would be a miracle to win. Even if Su Ran wasn't restricted, it would still be an incredibly difficult battle. Relying solely on them, there was no chance of victory. Indeed, the gap between us is substantial. Wang Wei took a deep breath and said, but precisely because the gap is so great, the experience points we can gain will also be extraordinarily large. This is a battle of despair, but also an opportunity for us to grow rapidly. However, whether we can seize this opportunity, whether we become stronger or face death, will depend on ourselves, he said. Wang Wei's gaze became resolute. The gap between us and Su Ran is great, perhaps even greater than that of the commanders. But this is precisely our chance to catch up with him. We have so many people, the enemy's numbers are likely not few, we can definitely fight to grow stronger. As long as we can pile up a group of level 20 participants, there is still hope for this battle. Su Ran, hearing this, everyone's gaze shifted slightly. Indeed, while the monsters had grown stronger, the experience points had similarly increased. If we can form a group of level 20 participants, we would have a chance to win. On our side, there are more than 30 who are above level 15. Meng Xiang said, if there are enough high experience monsters, we can quickly create a batch of level 20 participants. The regions 405 and 404 had their differences. Region 405 has a larger population with many participants above level 15. Region 404 has fewer people and only a couple of top participants, but has Su Ran an exceptionally top tier. If we want to create a batch of level 20 participants, we can only develop our side first plus a few from your side. Jiang Ming looked at Wang Wei and spoke softly, but this way, all the experience will be concentrated on us. It may not be fair to others. Upon hearing this, the participants present suddenly spoke up. It doesn't matter. As long as we can win, we don't mind taking a little loss. We're not fools. This isn't the time to fight over benefits. If we fail this mission, we all die. Giving up experience points is worth it. We understand this clearly. The participants spoke up one after another. At such a critical moment, personal interests were trivial. Wang Wei smiled. Then let's go back and prepare. Meng Xiang was somewhat surprised, yet also a bit moved. He didn't expect them to be so united. After all, they had been enemies before, even if they were now all participants from Region 404. But to say there were no grudges in their hearts would be impossible. To let go of prejudices and agree to let their people level up first shows how magnanimous these individuals are. I will leave first, Xia Qingcheng said softly. Su Ran nodded. The others bid farewell to him before turning to leave. After all, their situation was vastly different from Su Ran's. Su Ran watched the crowd leave, and then turned his gaze to the ground covered with corpses. Su Ran showed no mercy, even if these people had attacked him merely to subdue him. But if he hadn't been strong enough, it would have been hard to say what his fate would have been after being subdued. In such an environment, being overly kind is just seeking one's own death. Su Ran looked at all this without expression. It would be a lie to say he wasn't moved, but since he had crossed over to this place, such a day was inevitable. All those who are in the way have left. Now it's time to reclaim talents. Su Ran's eyes flickered. Nearly 100 talents. This number is somewhat overwhelming. I have to spend all-purpose points again. Su Ran sighed softly. Activating so many talents requires a considerable amount of all-purpose points. At this moment, a familiar yet cold voice suddenly echoed in Su Ran's ears. Excellent participant Su Ran, hello. After system assessment, a task is being issued to you individually. Task advancement. Details: the system detects that your level has reached its limit and has prepared a special advancement task for you. Completing the task will allow your level to break through the limit. If you fail, you will remain at your current level. Tip: the warriors who left their homeland will be returning soon. Please do your best to help them. Advanced task. Seeing the sudden notification, Su Ran's expression brightened slightly. The advanced task has finally arrived. The warriors who left their homeland will return soon. Does this mean that the able-bodied men who left the village are coming back? Su Ran pondered. He was aware that the able-bodied men in the village had all departed. What? The people who left the village are returning. Hearing Su Ran's words, the elder's face turned astonished. What do you know? Su Ran directed his gaze at him. The elder coughed lightly. I instructed my goblins to spread rumors about an army of monsters attacking, claiming that the royal capital of Luo Kingdom is about to fall. Luo Kingdom. Su Ran's expression showed confusion. Master, the land you are currently in is the northern territory of Luo Kingdom. The elder explained. If the royal capital is about to fall, what does that have to do with the people here? Su Ran furrowed his brows and inquired. Isn't it a bit absurd for the people of a small village to wish to rescue the royal city? Because those who live here are not ordinary people. They're almost all warriors who have retired from the battlefield. The elder replied softly. So you intend to lure them away? Su Ran looked at him and asked. The elder awkwardly smiled. The tasks the system gives us are always about breaking into villages. If they do not leave, even if we annihilate the challengers, we still cannot win. It seems their strength is quite formidable. Su Ran spoke. To be able to leave the entire goblin clan helpless, the strength of the young and middle-aged men in the village must be extraordinary. Indeed, the elder side, many of them possess star-level strength. If they remain in the village, they might even assist the challengers provided it is within the rules. No wonder you wanted to spread rumors to lure them away. Su Ran chuckled softly. Among the entire goblin clan, only the clan leader and the elder are star-level. But it's quite strange. The elder said with some confusion. They should have returned long ago. Could something have happened on the way? The so-called rumors should soon be discovered as false. According to his speculation, those who left the village should have returned after the beast tied. Su Ran's gaze shifted. It should be like that. The system urged him to help those warriors who are about to return home, indicating that something has indeed occurred that they cannot handle. Next, it's time to reclaim these talents. Su Ran's eyes flickered. This time there would undoubtedly be many duplicate talents. Elder. Su Ran shifted his gaze to him and asked, do you know my pet Happy? Happy. The elder looked puzzled. Then he suddenly realized, Master, are you referring to that little thing that bites everything in your tent all day? He could not distinguish what that black and white creature was. Sometimes it barks like a dog, and other times it howls like a wolf. That's it. Su Ran chuckled lightly and instructed, bring it to me. As you command. The elder nodded in reply. Although he did not know what the master wanted Happy for as the master's most loyal servant, all he had to do was to not ask questions and obey orders. Watching the elder lead a group of goblins away, Su Ran secretly thought, since the shadow and the goblins cannot participate in the task, I will send my pet dog instead. That should be fine, right? Not long after, the elder returned with Happy. Woof woof woof. The intense barking echoed loudly. You damn Happy. If you weren't the master's pet, I would eat you today. The elder scolded angrily. This little creature was extremely agile, and the typical goblin soldiers were afraid of hurting it, which allowed it to escape. He personally caught this little thing, but unexpectedly this fellow was not easy to deal with. It actually retaliated by defecating and urinating on him. Woof woof woof. Happy was also filled with rage. Although it was caught, its demeanor was still fierce. The elder glared at it fiercely, then looked at Su Ran. His expression changed instantly. He appeared respectful, grinning. Master, I have brought your pet Happy. Your pet Happy is fiercely protesting, the elder claiming it is happy and not happy. Su Ran coughed lightly. Thank you for your hard work. It is my duty to relieve the master's worries. The elder immediately responded. He wanted to say something more, but saw Su Ran looking at the Happy in his hands. The black and white-haired Happy was currently lying in the elder's arms, tilting its body and looking at Su Ran with a sideways glance. With a loud slap, Su Ran smacked the dog's head, scolding angrily, I told you to look at me properly, and if you give me that look again, be careful, I really stew you. Woo-woo. Happy feels wronged, claiming this is an excellent tradition inherited from its race, and it's a habit formed over time, not a deliberate disrespect towards you. After being slapped, Happy became a bit more obedient. If it weren't for the lack of available soldiers under me, I really wouldn't want to strengthen you, you fool. Su Ran sighed helplessly. His subordinates, the Shadow and the Goblin army, had all been banned. Currently only Happy, his pet, had not been placed on the ban list. Woof woof woof. Your pet Happy protests against your calling it, wanting you to call its correct name. Su Ran rolled his eyes. Go dream about it. Calling a dog Happy. This is pure nonsense. Ignoring this fool any longer, Su Ran began to tally his all-purpose value. Name: Su Ran. Level 20. Title: Monster Slayer. Strength 150, Agility 150, Constitution 150, Spirit 150. Main talent: SSS level all-purpose enhancement. Sub-talent: S level Demon Physique, S level King of Shadows, A level 5. Types of enhancement: B level Dimensional Superspace, B level Invisibility, E level Fire Control, E level Water Control, E level Electric Control, E level Wine Control, E level Earth. New E level Talent Domain, E level Talent Recovery Ability, E level Talent Flight Ability. Skills: S level Eye of God, C level 3 Sword Style, F level Sword Chi, F level Trace of Wind. New E level Skill Fire Breath, E level Skill Water Spray, E level Skill Wind Control, E level Skill Earth Wall, E level Skill Thunder Strike, E level Skill Light Strike, E level Skill Mist Transformation. Equipment: C level Blue Crystal Blade, C level Blue Crystal Armor, D level Cold Light Sword, D level Moon Wind Garment, D level Windwalker Boots. All-purpose value 49248. Strength assessment 7 stars. Mid-tier challenger. Damn, why is the all-purpose value so high? Su Ran stared blankly at his newly acquired omnipotence value. Over 40,000. Such an astronomical sum was beyond anything he had ever imagined. After eliminating Meng Xiang and Jiang Ming, he gained 2,000 more. Aside from experience, converted from quest rewards, the remainder came entirely from those cultivators he had just tested. Damn it. These cultivators are worth a fortune. Su Ran's eyes blazed crimson with greed. He regretted not delaying the confrontation until Xia Qingqing's innate talent cooldown had expired. If he slaughtered them all again, his primary innate talent could evolve once more. No. Such thoughts must be suppressed, immediately. Su Ran shook his head decisively, swiftly quelling the dark impulse rising within. Desire left unchecked swells without limit. Should one surrender wholly to instinctual craving, humanity itself would erode, leaving only a demon in its place. I strike only when struck first. That is principle, Su Ran murmured inwardly. He refused to be a saint, but neither would he become a mindless slaughterer who cut down every soul in sight. Remaining true to his original heart was paramount. Nearly 50,000 omnipotence value. That's more than enough to upgrade my entire configuration. A flush of delight brightened his face. Such staggering omnipotence value would elevate his strength to an entirely new tier. First, gather talents, urgently. Without hesitation, Su Ran resolved his course. He strode toward the fallen cultivators. 90-odd cultivators yielded their innate talents to Su Ran, one by one. Regrettably, over 2/3 were duplicates. 447 omnipotence value activated, 45 grade G talents, 33 grade F talents, 10 grade E talents, 2 graded talents. Unavoidable. All low-tier talents. Naturally high duplication rates, Su Ran sighed. Most of the deceased had been traders from Sector 404. Only a handful from Sector 405 reached double-digit cultivation levels. The rest hovered at mere single digits, their talents uniformly rudimentary. To expect uniqueness from such base-tier talents was utterly impossible. These redundant, marginally useful abilities Su Ran assigned en masse to his Shadow Legion. As for his Goblin Legion, Su Ran held no immediate intention to cultivate them further. Only Gu Yun Golin, the Elder Chief, and Happy received talents directly bestowed by him. Upon receiving Su Ran's boon, they were utterly awestruck. Damn, Master, you are nothing less than the divine savior of our goblin race. The Elder Chief collapsed onto his knees, clutching Su Ran's leg. His face alight with ecstasy, he babbled uncontrollably, awed not only by evolution itself, but by the gift of innate talent. What unfathomable power was this? We humbly thank Master for this grace. Gu Yun and Gu Lin prostrated themselves, as well their devotion deepening into fervent, unshakable faith. To them their master was a living god. Awo, awo. Even Happy spun ecstatically in circles, howling unrestrainedly. Your pet Happy has extolled your greatness, declaring you the divine sovereign of his canine lineage. Su Ran's expression twitched faintly. Master is extraordinary. Master truly is a god incarnate. Witnessing this spectacle, the assembled goblins experienced profound psychological shock. Their reverence and loyalty towards Su Ran surged exponentially. Master, what about us? The other 7 elder chiefs gazed at Su Ran with pleading, starved eyes. They yearned for talents too. You've been rather invisible lately. Let's revisit this next time. Su Ran cleared his throat awkwardly. How can you say that? Are we really that inconspicuous? The 7 elder chiefs wilted in wounded dismay. Gu Yun and Gu Lin were granted talents. Even the dog received one. Yet they remained empty-handed. Master, if talents aren't possible, could you at least grant us evolution? Yes, Master. Elevate us to... Once we reach general rank, we'll no longer fear Father. He'll finally pay for what he's done. And grievances shall meet their recompense. The 7 elder chiefs grinned foolishly in unison. Su Ran muttered under his breath. What a marvelously twisted filial piety. The elder chief's jubilation lasted barely a moment before their words choked him with indignation. Rebellious brats. Just then Su Ran's gaze fell upon Happy, and his mind stirred. A luminous orb surged forth from Su Ran's body, hurtling toward Happy. Curious, yet exhilarated, Happy watched it approach. But almost instantly he crumpled to the ground like a lifeless sack. Woo wah. Convulsions racked his frame as he evolved, his tongue lolling, eyes rolling back. He fainted dead away. 500 omnipotence value. Your pet Happy has evolved. His rank ascended to combat class beast. But almost instantly he crumpled to the ground like a lifeless sack. Woo wah. Convulsions racked. Species: an unidentified canine. Name: Happy. Relationship: master and servant. Description: a rare anomaly born of noble demonic hound bloodline in this world. Exceptionally intelligent, capable of comprehending human speech. His sole flaw: a curious persistent lack of wit. Status: exuberant, brimming with vitality. Level 1, each level grants 10 attribute points. Rank: combat class beast, all attributes 50. Strength 5350, agility 5350, constitution 5250, spirit 6050, talents: graded talent, a certain renowned one. Great talent, 5-fold enhancement. New passive trait: I full state. Strength increased by 100, speed increased by 100, constitution increased by 100. Passive trait: 2 full state. Sight range doubled. Passive trait: 3 full state. Bite force quintupled. Total attributes 218 Combat Assessment Tier 4. Though the first evolution consumed considerable omnipotence value, each individual attribute surged by a massive 50 points. Proof that this hound possessed far— Though the first evolution consumed considerable omnipotence value, each individual attribute surged by a massive 50 points. Proof that this hound possessed far greater latent potential than any goblin. Let's push further. Su-Ran willed it, and another radiant orb surged toward Happy. Still dazed from awakening, Happy suffered yet another overwhelming impact. A whoa. 1000 omnipotence value. Your pet Happy has evolved. His rank ascended to elite class beast, single attribute, gain 100. Combat assessment 2-star. 2-star combat prowess, excellent. Su-Ran nodded approvingly as Happy's upgraded form stabilized, coupled with the grade's talent. New 5-fold enhancement. Happy's configuration now rendered him peerless among cultivators. Even the strongest cultivator alive today would fall before this hound, save Su-Ran himself. This mission was now assured. Happy, I have a task for you. Su-Ran turned his gaze toward the foolish dog. Originally elated, its tail nearly wagging itself into the heavens, the noble Sir Ha froze mid-enthusiasm. At the name it instantly fell silent. Woof, woof, woof. Its hind legs braced backward as it barked fiercely at Su-Ran. Your pet formally reiterates its request, please address it by its proper name. Su-Ran ignored its demand. His eyes locked steadily upon the dog as he murmured softly, your strength has reached a sufficient level. Your next mission is to ensure the trial participants emerge victorious. Su-Ran pondered silently. If Happy undertook the mission, would he himself be entitled to a share of the reward? Hearing his master's command, the foolish dog merely stared wide-eyed, speechless. Excellent. Su-Ran spoke coolly. Then from now on you may fend for yourself. No further evolution. At those words the dog shot upright, tail rigid, and scrambled down from the stone in eager haste. Winewoof. It wagged its tail vigorously, tongue lolling, pressing its muzzle against Su-Ran's trousers in abject flattery. Your pet Sir Ha extols your unparalleled greatness. Su-Ran lowered his gaze, looking down upon the dog. He nudged it lightly with his foot and said flatly, enough. None of that nonsense. Seeing Su-Ran unmoved, the dog's eyes widened into perfect circles. It stared at him and fell utterly silent. It appeared to be deep in thought, calculating precisely how best to win back his favor. You may go now. Just remember to complete the task I've assigned you, Su-Ran remarked, indifferently dismissing it with a glance. Upon hearing this, the dog's eyes lit up. It understood Su-Ran held no grudge. Thus, woof, woof, it barked twice sharp and clear. Sir Ha solemnly vows he shall subdue those humans utterly and completely. Then without hesitation it spun around and dashed away like a streak of wind. Subdue them utterly. Is its interpretation even accurate? Su-Ran stared blankly at the message, speechless. May it not bungle this. The goblins present had witnessed everything unfold. Seeing a once pathetic dog surge into overwhelming power left them awestruck. Truly worthy of being our master. Damn it. The Grand Elder's face darkened, his mood thoroughly soured. He had watched helpless as that wretched hound rocketed skyward in strength. Before, with his own might, he could have crushed the mangy beast without effort. But now, judging by the aura the dog had just exuded, he was no longer its match. This realization unsettled him deeply. Flustered, he rushed forward and pleaded tearfully. Master, I am after all one of your foremost generals. And surely evolution follows order of precedence. How can this dog newly arrived already surpass me? You must not show such bias. Hearing this, the 7 elders nodded fervently beside him. Indeed, master. We are monsters, true monsters. Yet now we fare worse than a mere dog. All 8 elders stood, their hearts heavy with grievance. Many goblins across the tribe had undergone evolution. Yet none among these 8 elders had ever been evolved by Su-Ran. Now, even a newcomer dog, a bitter pill to swallow. Order of precedence. You wouldn't even make the waiting list, Guyun interjected dryly from the side. Hundreds would stand ahead of you in line. Green murmured softly. If priority were based on surrender order, miners rank first, then slum dwellers, and elders last. Hearing this, all 8 elders glared fiercely at the pair. If you cannot speak wisely, then hold your tongue. No help for it. Su-Ran spread his hands and shook his head. You're all locked out by the system. It wasn't his fault. They'd been sealed by system restriction. Currently, only the foolish dog remained usable beneath his command. So naturally, he chose to evolve it. At this, the Grand Elder's face turned pitch black. He growled furiously, blame those 2 human servants. Had they kept silent, perhaps this chance would have been mine. Father, we must not let them off so easily. Exactly. Next time we meet them, we'll teach them a lesson they'll never forget. The other 7 elders grew increasingly incensed, each more furious than the last. To be humiliated by a dog, that sensation was unbearable. Enough. Let us depart. Tiring of their complaints, Su-Ran climbed directly onto the chariot without another word. The Shadow Legion lifted the carriage and began the return journey. Seated upon his throne, Su-Ran cast his gaze inward, to his status panel. Name Su-Ran. Level 20. Title Monster Slayer. Strength 150. Agility 150. Constitution 150. Spirit 150. Primary talent SSS-Rank, Omnipotent Ascension. Secondary talents. S-Rank, Demon Body Transformation, US-Rank, Sovereign of Shadows. S-Rank, 5-fold Enhancement. Passive trait I Full Stat Enhancement, Strength 2, Speed 2, Constitution 2. Passive trait 2 Full Stat Doubling, Speed 2, Vision Range 2. S-Rank, Dimensional Void. Active trait Absorb visible entities into dimensional space. Warning ineffective against targets vastly superior in strength who resist, likewise ineffective against peers possessing counter-resistive talents. Cooldown 5 seconds. Passive trait Command over a 1000 cubic meter dimensional void. S-Rank, Concealment. Active trait Achieve total concealment for 10 minutes. Warning may fail against peers possessing counter-resistive talents. S-Rank, Quintessence Mastery. Passive trait Exceptional Affinity with Fire, Water, Lightning, Wind, and Earth attributes, enhancing corresponding skill effects by 150. S-Rank, Apex Domain. Active trait I within a 100-meter radius transform the area into an Apex Domain, granting self 100 to all stats, allies 50 to all stats. Duration 30 minutes, cooldown 1 hour. Active trait 2 enemies within the domain suffer 50 to all stats. Duration 30 minutes, cooldown 1 hour. S-Rank, Absolute Restoration. Passive trait All recovery effects doubled, including wound healing, spiritual energy regeneration, and more. S-Rank, Divine Wings. Active trait Manifest Twin Ethereal Wings for aerial flight. Maximum speed 300 km/h. Duration 3 hours, cooldown 1 hour. Skills. S-Rank, Divine Iu Crank. 3 sword forms Frank, Sword Chi Frank. E-Rank, Flame Breath E-Rank. Aqua Breath E-Rank. Wind Control E-Rank. Earthen Wall E-Rank. Thunderstrike E-Rank. Light Blast E-Rank. Mist Form. Equipment. Crank. Azure Crystal Blade, Crank. Azure Crystal Armor. Drank. Frostlight Sword Drank. Moonwind Robe, Drank. Zephyr Boots. Omnipotence Value 27574. Power Assessment 7 stars Mid-Tier Trialist. Another 2000 of the all-purpose value gone. Looking at the nearly halved all-purpose value, Su Ran felt a pang of frustration. Fortunately, this enhancement was truly worthwhile. Su Ran sighed. Most of the all-purpose value consumed was due to talent consumption. All of his own talents had evolved to S-Rank, and he had even fused his talents. Among them, many evolved talents were transferred to the Shadow Army. As for skills, the higher the level of the skill, the more mental energy it consumed. With the mental points he possessed at his current level, he couldn't withstand the consumption of top-tier skills. This was precisely why he had not enhanced his skills. At the same time, Area 404, the Novice Village. The moment the task completion reminder was received, the trial takers remaining in Area 405 were momentarily stunned. It's over so soon. They were quite quick. What the hell? Something's not right. Damn it. We lost. What the heck? What's going on? At first glance, it seemed that Area 405 had won. Unexpectedly, Area 405 actually lost. This left the trial takers in the village from Area 405 dumbfounded. How could we lose? Oh, even a dog could win this. What the hell? Why are there so few people on our forum? What the? Where did they all go? They had so many people. I only left the forum for a bit. What on earth happened? The trial takers from Area 405 were bewildered. They couldn't comprehend the situation. It was supposed to be a guaranteed victory, yet they ended up losing. Moreover, 3 major figures and several hundred people had simply vanished. A clever trial taker had already started to those who had just joined Area 405. The former trial takers from Area 404 must know something. Sure enough, soon responses came from the former trial takers of Area 404. Upon learning the truth, the trial takers from Area 405 were left wide-eyed. They didn't capture Su Ran. That was just a shadow under Su Ran. The Goblin Army is also under Su Ran. One sword took down nearly 100 people. As the increasingly absurd news came in, the trial takers in the village wore expressions of disbelief. They suspected that these guys were just messing with them. But the facts were undeniable. Wasn't it said that everyone would have to submit? We haven't surrendered yet. Why did the trial takers from Area 405 were furious? Did they not consider them human? Just then a prompt suddenly popped up in front of them. Prompt: Dear trial takers, since you did not continue with the task, the system automatically considers it a forfeit. What the hell? Forfeit? Wasn't it just doing something else during the task? Seeing the prompt, the trial takers erupted in curses. But soon they fell into deep thought. At this moment, aside from them, Area 405 was left with only a few Continuing as trial takers in Area 405 was certainly not a wise choice. What if we also switch regions? Do we even have a choice? The big shots have left. With just us left, we probably won't last through the next task. Exactly. These newcomers are terrifyingly strong. Let's resign. They merely sighed. The trial takers from Area 405 chose to embrace the family of Area 404. Prompt: Once you join Area 404, you cannot change factions for this task. Are you sure you want to join Area 40? Absolutely. Without any hesitation, the trial takers present immediately became traitors. Area 405 was now utterly despised. Faction conversion starting. Congratulations, your faction has been successfully converted. From now on, your identity is that of a trial taker in Area 404. Area 405. The Forum. What the hell? They've gone over too. We're the only ones left. Seeing a large number of figures suddenly disappear, the former trial takers from Area 404 were all dumbfounded. The trial takers from Area 405 had now all left. They all went to Area 404. Now only a few dozen of them, originally from Area 404, remained in Area 405. For a moment, the former trial takers from Area 404 on the forum fell silent. Damn, why did we switch factions? Wait, I seem to remember the system saying that faction switching can only happen once per task. Oh, so does that mean we can switch again now? Suddenly, everyone's eyes lit up, bubbling with excitement. As their thoughts shifted, the system's enhancement followed closely behind. Prompt: faction switch failed. The trial takers from Area 404 refused to accept you. Looking at the prompt before them, everyone's smiling faces instantly stiffened. This was truly. The next day, the dawn was breaking. Fiery sunlight shone down, casting on the ground. Many trial takers were still fast asleep. However, a mysterious and indifferent voice once again echoed in the minds of all trial takers. Announcement: the final trial of the novice village is now officially starting. Countdown: 10 and 9. 5. As the countdown rang out, the sleeping trial takers were instantly awakened. When the countdown reached 0, a cold voice echoed in everyone's ears. Task begins. Night falls. As the voice fell, all the trial takers suddenly noticed that the just risen sun was gradually being obscured by a mass of black clouds. The sky flashed with lightning and thunder, and a blood-red full moon hung high once again. All light was devoured. Eerie and deep darkness once again filled this world. Area 404. Once upon a time, it had the most people when they first arrived. Now, however, Area 404 had surpassed even the numbers at the time of their arrival. Brothers, why is it so dark today? It looks like the apocalypse. Ladies, I'm a bit scared. Can someone hold me tightly and comfort me? The upstairs is thinking nonsense. Level 16 Wang Wei, there's such a change right at the start of the task. Level 16 Wang Zhifei, have you found any monsters over there? Level 17 Jiang Ming, no. Not a single monster. I'm in trouble. The plan isn't going smoothly. We're doomed. The news coming from the forum made all the trial takers from Area I'm in trouble. The plan isn't going smoothly. We're doomed. The news coming from the forum made all the trial takers from Area 404 feel a bleak future ahead. Just then someone suddenly brought strange news. Level 15 Zhonghai brothers. We found a weird thing. What kind of thing? Everyone was curious. Level 15 Zhonghai, it's a husky. Huh, watch me catch it and bring it back for you to play with. Era. Is there an era in another world? Could it be a crossover? Jiang Hai's sudden remark left everyone in a state of bewilderment. Just as they were about to continue their inquiry, Jiang Hai logged off. The others had no choice but to let it go. At that moment, someone else spoke up on the forum. The person spoke with an alarming tone. Brothers, I've encountered a minotaur. Minotaur. NTR. Smirking. Damn. I absolutely despise minotaurs. What kind of minotaur? It can't be the kind we're thinking of, right? Smirking, the person seemed anxious. I'm not joking with you guys, I really encountered a minotaur. We know you're not joking. That's right, we don't doubt you. This is another world. Isn't it normal for minotaurs to appear? Let's get back to the point. So what does this minotaur you mentioned look like? Seeing that no one doubted him, the person immediately felt relieved. He continued to post on the forum. Minotaur, have you ever seen it in novels or anime? It's that kind of big guy, very dark, with a bull's head on top, understand? Is it like this? Smirking, the person was momentarily stunned. Yes. But why does it feel a bit strange? Don't mind that. So, where did you find this minotaur? The person quickly replied, just south of the village, about 5 kilometers away. How strong is the minotaur? The person replied, that remains unknown. Has it attacked you? The person responded, I hid in a tree. Oh, it hasn't found me yet. Hiding in a tree, huh? How many minotaurs are there? The person replied, there are more than 10 on my side, but I observed that there are quite a few in the distance. Level 16 Wang Wei brothers. New monsters have appeared. We can take action now. Level 16 Wang Zhifei. I hope the experience from these minotaurs is plentiful so we can level up quickly. Action time. Brothers, let's go. The crimson full moon hung high. Oh, whoa. In the pitch black night, the sound of wolf howls echoed. The silly dog stood atop a giant rock, howling proudly. Just less than 20 meters away, Jiang Hai and Wang Chun were crouched in the grass, peering at the scene with wide eyes. This feels so strange. How could there be an era in this place? Wang Chun was filled with questions, unable. These details aren't important. What's crucial is that we can catch this dog and take it back to play with. If we get tired of it, we can sell it to others. Jiang Hai's gaze pierced through the grass, fixed on the silly dog. His tone was tinged with excitement, and his eyes burned with fervor. Take it back to play with. Hearing this, Wang Chun was speechless. Aren't you afraid it will tear your stuff to shreds? That's exactly what I want. If it wrecks the house, you just beat it up. Though this thing is a nuisance, as long as you're more annoying than it is, it'll be fine. Jiang Hai said excitedly. He had raised an arrow back on Blue Star. As for why he chose such a troublesome dog, well, it was so he could have a reason to teach it a lesson whenever it made a mistake, venting the emotions he usually had to suppress. It's not the owner's fault, it's the dog's mistakes. Wow, your preference is quite unique. Wang Chen's expression was peculiar. This owner was deliberately setting up a trap for the dog. Him going in. Jiang Hai suppressed his excitement and stealthily advanced like a hunter. At that moment he seemed to think of something. Suddenly turning to Wang Chun he said, if it tries to run, remember to stop. Although his physical abilities had long surpassed those of ordinary people, he would definitely run faster than a dog. But this was an unreasonable otherworld. What if the dog mutated? Then it would be hard to say. As for whether he could lose to an era, that's impossible. This option was immediately dismissed by Jiang Hai. How could a top-tier trialist like him not be a match for an era? Alright, just go with peace of mind. I will keep an eye on it. Wang Chen nodded. This task was very simple. Jiang Hai smiled faintly, raised his right hand to make an okay gesture. Then he quietly advanced through the grass. A faint sound echoed. Jiang Hai immediately held his breath, feeling a bit worried. Although the sound was very soft, a dog's ears are quite sensitive. Thank goodness. Looking at the motionless, silly dog, Jiang Hai let out a sigh of relief. This dog seemed to have... Time passed slowly. Just when he was only 3 meters away, Jiang Hai suddenly sprang into action. He jumped directly behind the silly dog, letting out a mischievous laugh. Little pup. Didn't see that coming. From now on you belong to me. The distance between them was barely a step. At such a short distance the dog could no longer escape his grasp. Upon hearing Jiang Hai's voice, the silly dog slowly turned around, but only halfway. It glanced at Jiang Hai with a sidelong look, remaining silent. This dog's reaction is too dull, isn't it? Jiang Hai was utterly speechless. The scene he had imagined of the silly dog being so frightened that it lost control and yelped did not unfold. This left him feeling quite disappointed. Just then Wang Chun emerged from the grass. Is this dog a fool? Why doesn't it react at all? Fool, eh? Jiang Hai sighed immediately. If it was a fool, his plan could not be realized. Saying this, Jiang Hai directly pulled out his newly purchased a great sword. With a whoosh, Wang Chun quickly distanced himself. He didn't want blood splattering on his new clothes. Dog, make way. Jiang Hai gripped the long sword in his hand. With a swift swing he aimed to strike down. However, just then, the silly dog revealed a disdainful expression and suddenly moved. It opened its mouth wide, biting directly at the long sword. Clang! The sharp teeth clashed with the sharp blade. Jiang Hai was taken aback. This reaction wasn't slow at all. Crack! The silly dog's teeth exerted slight force, and a crack appeared in the blade instantaneously. The cracks spread like spider silk. With the sound of metal breaking, the agrade sword shattered completely. What the hell? Looking at the agrade sword that was now only a hilt, Jiang Hai's eyes nearly popped out. He glanced at the broken sword in his hand, and then at the dog, which exhibited a fierce glare. For a moment, he was stunned. That was an agrade sword, shattered in one bite. I can't tell if it's the dog's strong bite, or if the merchant deceived me, using a broken sword as a stand-in. Very good. It needs to have a bit of challenge. Jiang Hai took a deep... Whether the merchant deceived me, or the dog has a strong bite, it doesn't matter. Today this dog meat is mine. A surge of powerful fighting spirit erupted from Jiang Hai's body. At that moment he lunged at the dog. Just as the word death was about to fall, a pair of dog legs had already kicked Jiang Hai in the chest. Bang! His figure was sent flying, landing several rolls 10 meters away. The dog moved with agility and swiftness. After kicking Jiang Hai away, it proudly walked overhead, held high. What the hell? Wang Chun was taken aback. What the hell is going on? Isn't this dog a husky? How can it be so powerful? Jiang Hai was completely outmatched. Feeling the intense pain in his chest, Jiang Hai lay on the ground wailing. Damn it. It feels like my ribs are... Jiang Hai groaned, his face contorted in pain, beads of sweat covering his forehead. Just then footsteps approached. The dog raised its head, looking at Jiang Hai with disdain. They say a barking dog doesn't bite. Now I really believe it. Lying on the ground staring at the approaching husky, Jiang Hai's back was soaked with cold sweat. At that moment the dog gradually approached Jiang Hai, coming right in front of him. Damn! Jiang Hai's expression changed drastically, filled with terror. What the hell? Wang Chun was also scared into silence. Jiang Hai wouldn't be turned into a eunuch, would he? The dog raised its right paw and pointed at Jiang Hai. What does it mean? Jiang Hai, feeling anxious, looked at the dog with a hint of confusion. A notification suddenly appeared before them, leaving the two stunned. This dog can actually communicate. If you want to live, I can give you a chance. Seeing this, Jiang Hai immediately reacted. He gritted his teeth against the pain and stood up, looking at the dog with a flattering expression. My lord, I didn't know you were of noble blood. Actually, I mistook the dog. Please treat us as nothing and let us go. The dog showed a look of rude, lowly human. How dare you provoke someone of noble blood? How do you wish to die? Jiang Hai was speechless. This dog is clearly a husky. How can it be of noble blood? However, he couldn't understand how a dog could communicate with him and be so powerful at the same time. Considering that I need 2 servants, I'll forgive your rude behavior this time. Be grateful, humans. Upon hearing that the dog forgave him, Jiang Hai's face lit up with joy. But in an instant, that joyful expression disappeared. Servants. This feels so familiar. What the hell? Wang Chun standing not far away felt 1,000 wild horses galloping through his mind. He was just a bystander. How did he end up as a servant? The originally bright sky turned dark. The pitch-black sky resembled the night. The shops in the village opened at this moment. The shopkeeper lay in a chair waving a fan with authority. Just then the door was gently pushed open, making a creaking sound. As footsteps approached, a figure stepped in. The old man lifted his eyelids to glance at the newcomer before quickly shutting them. Look at the items yourself, choose and pay. Before he finished speaking, the old man suddenly widened his eyes and stared at the newcomer as if awakened. Damn, what the hell is going on? The old man sprang up from the chair and circled the newcomer, his eyes filled with disbelief. What's wrong? Su Ran asked in confusion. The old man seemed quite strange. I can't see through you anymore. How long has it been? You have actually reached this level. The old man exclaimed in amazement. He remembered that the last time he saw Su Ran, his level was only level 11 and not much time had passed, yet he couldn't discern Su Ran's level now. This indicated that Su Ran's strength had surpassed his own. What is your current strength assessment? The old 7 stars. Su Ran replied with a faint smile. This was merely the panel's strength, and the gap to his real strength was like a chasm. 7 stars. The old man gaped in disbelief. How long has it been? You've become this strong. Is 7 stars very strong? Su Ran asked curiously. How does it compare to the previous testers? The old man exclaimed in awe, answering honestly. You are the fastest progressing tester I have ever seen. I can't guarantee other areas, but in Area 404, you should be the first. Su Ran's eyes flickered. It was indeed as he expected. After some recent understanding, he was quite clear about it. Among all the testers in their batch, he should also be considered one of the top among the very best. Where did the previous testers go? Su Ran continued to ask. They left. The old man chuckled. After completing the novice trial and proving their worth to survive, they naturally move on to higher places. So were you a tester? Su Ran's eyes sparkled as he suddenly asked. That was a long time ago, the old man replied. I see. Su Ran nodded. It meant that he was once. As for why he answered this way, Su Ran felt it was to evade the rules. Do you know what is most important in the initial trial? At that moment the old man suddenly asked. Su Ran thought for a moment. Strength. Yes, but also no. Strength is just a general term. Any form that can bring you power should be considered strength. The old man chuckled playfully. Many rookies don't know that the most important thing in the novice trial is unity and forming partnerships. Su Ran frowned slightly. Forming partnerships. The old man glanced at him and quietly reminded, the more people you kill here, the sooner it will backfire. And the blood curse on you is quite heavy right now. Upon hearing this, Su Ran's expression changed drastically. What is that? Indescribable. Remember, promising testers should do their best to avoid becoming enemies, especially those with stray talents. If you must kill, it should be with a system prompt for a guaranteed kill task. Beneath the inky black sky, 3 lithe figures darted through the dense forest. The foremost figure leapt with astonishing speed, vaulting from branch to branch, its pace defying ordinary limits. Damn, so fast. Jiang Hai stood frozen in disbelief as Ha Gongzi vanished without a trace. Within mere seconds he had already lost sight of him completely. It has 4 legs, you have only 2, and it's vastly stronger than you. Isn't superior speed perfectly natural? Wang Chun murmured softly beside him. Stop talking nonsense. Jiang Hai shot him a glare. Don't forget, we're bound together like beads on the same string. You dare say that? Hearing this, Wang Chun seethed inwardly. Why had they provoked this dog in the first place? Now look, they'd both been reduced to its human servants. Wait, did it overshoot? Jiang Hai's face flickered with sudden hope as he stared at the spot where Ha Gongzi. It really seems so. Wang Chun beamed with equal elation. Our chance has come. Let's flee now. Jiang Hai urged urgently. If they didn't escape now, the opportunity would vanish forever. That Siberian husky was overwhelmingly powerful. They stood no chance even combined. Agreed. Wang Chun nodded instantly. As proud men, neither could bear the humiliation of serving a dog. Having reached consensus, they turned on their heels and sprinted away, full speed ahead. They ran for nearly 10 minutes before finally halting. Have we shaken off that dog? Jiang Hai panted heavily, scanning the surroundings with wary eyes. Possible. Wang Chun wiped sweat from his brow. 10 minutes of frantic flight had nearly broken him. They must have covered at least 10 kilometers. Damn it. Where the hell did this husky even come from? Its strength is insane. It's practically mutated. Jiang Hai cursed under his breath. He'd nearly been torn apart by that dog. Who cares where it came from? I never want to see it again. Wang Chun, what was wrong with the creatures here? Why did they all insist on acquiring human companions? And why? Why was it finally rid of that wretched mutt? Thought we'd serve under it. Huh, does it even deserve such loyalty? Jiang Hai sneered, coldly, disdain gleaming in his eyes. How dare a mere dog behave so arrogantly? If only their strength matched its own. He'd make it painfully clear who was master and who was servant. Since we've escaped that foolish hound, let's head home. Jiang Hai declared firmly. How will you explain this to the forum? Wang Chun cleared his throat. After all, Jiang Hai had boasted he'd bring the dog back for everyone to play with. only to nearly get himself annihilated instead. Their reputations would be ruined if word got out. What dog? Jiang Hai adopted a stern, solemn expression. What dog? There was no dog. I simply misjudged what I saw. Exactly. We both suffered momentary visual distortion. They exchanged glances and burst into nervous laughter. Yet, just as they prepared to return home, the ground trembled faintly beneath them. Something immense surged toward them from behind, racing at breakneck speed. Oh no, surely not. It can't be it. Sensing the disturbance, their faces blanched white with dread. As the source drew near and revealed itself, they beheld a black and white Siberian husky, hurtling toward them with terrifying velocity. Its wild, untamable gaze burned with ferocity. Clamped between its jaws dangled the severed leg of a towering creature. At the sudden appearance of Ha Gongzi, their hair stood on end, and their blood ran cold. Shit, it is him. How the hell did it track us down? Jiang Hai's voice quavered, disbelief etched across his face. Could it truly have caught up, even this fast? Ah, damn it. I forgot it's a dog. Dogs possess extraordinary olfactory senses. Wang Chun winced in anguished grief, twisting his features. Was their fate as human servants truly inescapable? Thump, thump. Footsteps echoed, accompanied by the heavy dragging sound of something massive being hauled across the earth. A black and white canine emerged before them. Thud. It dropped the colossal corpse it had been dragging, and fixed its gaze upon the two men. Woof, woof. Two sharp barks triggered shimmering notification boxes before them. Ha Gongzi, human servants. Why did you run off like this? You made this sovereign search endlessly. Hurry and roast this for me. Staring at the message, both men froze in stunned silence. Roast it? What is this thing? Perplexed, Jiang Hai stepped forward and gazed upon a 2-meter-tall, pitch-black-skinned creature crowned with the head of an ox. This is a minotaur. Jiang Hai's eyes widened in shock. Ha Gongzi, what are you gawking at? Roast it now? Dog. But your majesty, you wish to consume this. Jiang Hai hesitated, voice trembling. Did this dog actually intend to eat it? Ha Gongzi, what's wrong? Is eating ox forbidden? Stop stalling. Roast it immediately. Up. Jiang Hai blinked, utterly bewildered. Is a minotaur ox, or man? If ox, fine. But if man, well, that raised complications. What? Seeing their hesitation, Ha Gongzi narrowed its eyes fiercely and let loose two sharp, furious barks. A surging wave of overwhelming aura began radiating from its form. If you don't act now, I'll roast you instead. Absolutely not. At that warning, both men jolted upright, terror seizing their limbs. Master dog, please calm yourself. We'll roast it immediately. Trembling inwardly, they stammered assurances. Whether minotaur was ox or man mattered little. Nothing outweighed their own survival. Thus they scrambled into frantic motion. What do we do? I've never even slaughtered a chicken. What choice do we have? Chop it up and throw it on the grill. After all, it's his order. No words were spoken. Only silent, desperate glances passed between them. In that instant, understanding bloomed effortlessly. Meanwhile, atop the forum, excitement raged. Holy hell, that minotaur's terrifyingly strong. Its level must exceed 10. Damn, it dwarfs earlier monsters like slimes and fanged snow rabbits, and even surpasses goblins in raw power. To be honest, I couldn't defeat it on my own. Just then someone shouted, "Whoa, guys, something's wrong." What happened? What's going on? Tell us, what's wrong? The sudden commotion seized every user's attention. The man quickly replied, "You might not believe it, but my good brother next to me was directly pinned to the ground by a— What's the big deal, eh?" Shrugging, "It's just that we can't win, that's quite normal. Not every one of us has that level of strength. TCH, I thought it was something else." However, the man responded, "The key point is, the minotaur is currently stripping my good brother's pants." What the hell? What is going on here? Is it really that absurd? I've seen it. Update quickly. Everyone was stunned at this reply. Does the minotaur have such a fetish? I've noticed. The monsters in this world are somewhat strange, to say the least. The man replied on the forum. What else could happen? He was desperately holding onto his pants. Oh crap. The man replied on the forum. What else could happen? He was desperately holding onto his pants. Oh crap. His pants got torn apart. Oh crap. Terrified, it's over now. Sad. Too bad I wasn't there to witness it. Smirking, the one above. You're acting strange. Just then the man spoke again. It's fine now. Luckily a big shot was there and rescued him. Otherwise he would have really been in trouble. Oh, I see. That's good. Sigh. So he didn't lose his life after all. The man said in confusion. Why do I feel like you all are disappointed? No, that's just your illusion. We're lamenting the fact that that good brother was saved. Although the man was puzzled, he quickly reminded. You all must be careful of the minotaur. That kind of creature doesn't play by the rules of combat. It will go after men too. Don't worry. It definitely can't beat me. Speaking of which, I'm a bit curious to try. Smirking, oh crap. You're definitely acting strange. Seeing the posts on the forum, Jiang Hai and Wang Chun were both taken aback. Oh crap, is the minotaur that strong? Thinking of this, they looked at the minotaur roasting over the fire, and then at the young master Ha squatting nearby. For a moment the two were left speechless. This dog is indeed terrifyingly strong. Ah, Zhang Hai thought to himself. From how easily he was defeated by the opponent, it was clear that this was a boss-level dog. Thinking of this, Zhang Hai suddenly had a flash of inspiration. This dog possesses such formidable strength, yet it is ultimately just a dog. No matter what, its intelligence is limited. So, could he attempt to control this dog and make it his minion? With such a dog by his side, wouldn't this trial ground be a walk in the park? With this thought, Zhang Hai felt a stirring in his heart. He quickly handed the roasted minotaur meat to young Master Ha, wearing a flattering smile on his face. Master Dog, the meat is ready for you. Upon hearing this, young Master Ha eagerly approached and took a bite of the roasted meat. A look of ecstasy immediately appeared on its face, and even its tail began to wag. Then it looked at Zhang Hai with wide dog eyes. Woof woof. Accompanied by 2 barks, a prompt popped up in front of young Master Ha. Don't call me Master Dog, call me young Master Ha. Seeing the prompt, Zhang Hai's face twitched slightly. A dog actually finds its title unsatisfactory. Although he felt a bit unhappy for the sake of his own goal, Zhang Hai still forced a smile. Young Master Ha, Zhang Hai awkwardly called out, then quickly changed the subject. May I ask why you are here? To control the other party, one must first understand the other. Upon hearing this, young Master Ha lifted its dog eyes to glance at him before barking twice. It even won't let me ask a question. Fine. You are lofty, you are amazing. Young Master Ha said. It even won't let me ask a question. Fine. You are lofty, you are amazing. Young Master Ha savored the roasted meat with a look of disdain in its eyes. A mere human dares to question it. As for why it was here, that is of course to evolve. One must know that every creature that wishes to evolve goes through the peril of life and death. Not to mention, not every creature has the potential to evolve. Even if it can evolve, there's a high chance it may fail. It has evolved twice, although it hurt a bit, the level of pain was simply like taking a nap. Moreover, it has yet to feel its evolution limit. In other words, it still has a chance to evolve again. Although it didn't want to listen to its master. The allure of evolution. Since that guy is so strong, it doesn't mind admitting that the other is its master. Young Master Ha enjoyed the delicacy while pondering other matters. Its chief master had ordered it to help the trial takers win victory. With its current strength still lacking, it had to level up. Young Master Ha dog devoured half of a minotaur. Zhang Hai and Wang Chun, who were nearby, stared at it with, "You can't eat that. It's a minotaur. Though it's a bull. It also has a human body." The two felt conflicted, desperately wanting to eat, but unable to overcome their psychological barriers. Before they could finish their mental struggle, young Master Ha had already cleared all the meat. Burp. Young Master Ha let out a long burp, revealing a satisfied expression. This scene left Zhang Hai and the others dumbfounded. This dog's belly does not seem like it could hold an entire bull. At this moment, young Master Ha lifted its dog eyes to look at the two. Young Master Ha, servants, let's go. Where to? Zhang Hai was confused. Young Master Ha, let's find more of these bulls to level up. The two. This dog actually understands leveling up. Speaking of which, what level is it at? And so a dog and 2 servants embarked on the journey of leveling up. In the village, the old man at the shop sat in a chair looking at Su Ran. So, you came here, just to wait for that group of villagers to return? Yes. Su Ran nodded. Hearing this straightforward answer, the old man's forehead bulged with veins. I told you so much, and it turns out you weren't here to buy anything. If I had known, I wouldn't have wasted my breath with you. What a waste of my saliva. Su Ran looked helpless, shrugging. I want to buy too, but your goods are too poor. It's not that he doesn't want to support the boss business, but these items are clearly for newbies, and he has already moved beyond the novice stage. Stop talking nonsense. I've wasted so much breath, you have to pay up. Even if you don't buy anything today, The shop owner cursed angrily. Alright. Su Ran couldn't help but smile. Just a few copper coins, the information the old man provided is worth it. Su Ran purchased some low-level skill books and a few recovery potions from the shopkeeper. The moment he pulled out the copper coins, the old man's expression softened significantly. At least you know what's good for you. Since that's the case, you wouldn't mind sharing some information with me, would you? Su Ran asked with a smile. The old man closed his eyes, saying, Don't think you can pry any rule-breaking information out of me. If you try, not just I but you too will face punishment. That's not what I meant. I just want to ask you about the Luo Kingdom. Su Ran chuckled lightly. He knew that people here couldn't disclose too much to trial takers. Therefore, he never intended to broach topics involving the system. Luo Kingdom. The old man replied without a moment's thought, eyes still shut. I don't want to say, you can leave now. Clang. 100 copper coins fell onto the table. Su Ran smiled and asked, With this can you speak? The old man opened his eyes for a glance. Is this little amount enough to send a beggar away? Clang. Another 100 copper coins landed on the table. Su Ran looked at him and continued to smile, asking, Is this enough? I am not someone who can be bribed with money. The old man raised his gaze and snorted lightly. Su Ran merely smiled faintly in response. Clang. Copper coins fell once more, now numbering in the hundreds, nearly filling the wooden table. Gulp. The old man swallowed hard, but forced himself to look away, resisting temptation. He glared at Su Ran, suddenly furious. Do you think money can make me speak? I'm not that easy to deal with. Who do you think you're looking down on? I am a shopkeeper, not someone to be bought off with mere copper coins. Su Ran chuckled lightly, acknowledging him. Clang. The sound echoed again as more copper coins appeared out of thin air, now totaling over 1,000. The shopkeeper was momentarily stunned. Are the new trial takers really this wealthy? This hardly seemed like copper coins that felt akin to tossing stones casually. So, Su-Ran looked at him and asked, "Can you speak now?" "You? How can you?" The old man, he wanted to question Su-Ran on how he could insult him with copper coins, but the sheer number in front of him was overwhelming. It is well known that trial takers are notoriously stingy. They would rather split a single copper coin than spend it negotiating prices like frugal housewives. Having been here for many years, he had never encountered a trial taker so extravagant. Tossing out over 1,000 copper coins was as if he didn't regard them as money at all. Is that still not enough? Su-Ran frowned. Hearing this, the old man's eyes lit up. Could it be that he still had more to give? This fellow is quite extravagant. So the old man closed his eyes again, waiting for Su-Ran to make another offer. This time it should be several thousand copper. Sigh. Fine. Seeing the old man unmoving, Su-Ran felt a twinge of shame. He had thought the old man was someone who could be swayed by money, but it turned out he had such integrity. The copper coins laid out on the table were not even worth a glance. To a person of high moral standing, trying to use money to persuade them was merely an insult. Sigh. Fine. Su-Ran sighed, apologizing. I'm truly sorry, old man. I acted impulsively. As he spoke, Su-Ran waved his hand, collecting all the copper coins back into his dimensional space. He then turned around, preparing to leave. Hearing this, the old man opened his eyes, a look of confusion on his face. What the hell? Why didn't you just increase the offer further? Watching Su-Ran's departing figure, the old man felt extremely frustrated. This kid was utterly clueless. Just as Su-Ran stepped out the door, the old man's heart raced with urgency. He quickly called out, "Wait." Hearing the voice, Su-Ran paused and turned back, asking in confusion, "Boss, do you have something else?" Damn. The shopkeeper's face darkened immediately. This guy really has no sense of propriety. I asked you to stop what's obvious, I agreed. Must I bring it up myself? Do you think I have no pride left? Seeing Su-Ran remain unmoved, the old man could only cough lightly. Come back. Upon hearing this, Su-Ran's eyes lit up, and he hurried back to the counter, asking, "Old man, are you willing to tell me now?" "MHM. The old man nodded restrainedly, looking at Su-Ran. "Kid, stop staring. Hurry up and pull out the money." Seeing the shopkeeper remain silent, Su-Ran felt a bit puzzled. But soon he realized. The old man was waiting for. "Boss, could you introduce me to the history of the Luo kingdom?" Su-Ran asked with a smile. "Ahem." The old man coughed lightly, casting a subtle glance at him. "Pay first, then talk." Sensing the shopkeeper's hint, Su-Ran smiled and said, "So that's how it is. I understand." Hearing this, the old man looked slightly pleased. Finally, this kid is catching on. Since that can't be discussed, let's change the topic then. Su-Ran looked at the shopkeeper and continued, "Boss, are all the people in this world trial takers?" The old man. He thought this kid finally understood him, but it seemed he was still missing the point. Can't this be said either? Su-Ran frowned. The restrictions in this place were a bit too many. The old man realized that this kid wanted to get something for nothing, expecting him to speak without even spending a single copper coin. Dream on. The old man was quite furious about this. 2,000 copper coins, take it or leave it. He grabbed a hefty book from the nearby shelf and slammed it down on the table. This book originally cost only 50 copper coins, but now marked up to 40 times its price. Calling it exorbitant wouldn't be an exaggeration. Even if this kid was wealthy, asking him to fork out 2,000 copper coins for a book was unlikely. This action was purely to retaliate and to annoy this disrespectful kid. Does this book contain the information? This action was purely to retaliate and to annoy this disrespectful kid. Does this book contain the information? But even if it was just common knowledge, that was still information. How could Su-Ran expect to obtain information without paying? However, what he didn't expect was. Su-Ran just smiled at this remark and decisively replied, "All right, I want it." After saying that, he took the book and turned to leave. So straightforward. This move left the shopkeeper in a state of shock. Immediately, the old man reacted sharply. He slammed his thigh in anguish. What the hell? I've sold it. This kid is really wealthy. Spending 2,000 copper coins without batting an eye. This kid must have more copper coins in his pocket. If I had known, I would have been a bit more accommodating, then he might have revealed everything. The store owner regretted his earlier. If he had known that Su-Ran was a nouveau riche, he should have revealed something more substantial. Unfortunately, it was too late. I can only wait for the next time. The old man sighed, then with a complicated expression said, "But with this kid's rapid evolution, will there be a next time?" The store owner's psychological struggle was completely unknown to Su-Ran. He walked slowly through the village with a book in hand. Wooden houses and cultivated fields surrounded him. The fragrance of rapeseed flowers wafted through the gentle breeze, and everything seemed filled with an ordinary warmth. This place looks like a complete village, but feels slightly different. Su-Ran murmured softly. He did not understand why the people here were associated with such a remote place. The residents were not ordinary. Even the elderly possessed considerable strength. Compared to some trial takers, they were not at all inferior. Just then, Su-Ran suddenly heard a commotion coming from the distance. Curiously, he turned his gaze and saw a group of trial takers with angry expressions. What the hell? Didn't you say it was a priceless treasure? An old man wearing a bamboo hat stood in front of the trial takers. Hearing their questions, the old man looked aggrieved and said, "Isn't this priceless? Damn, how can you eat just this one slipper and you tell me it's priceless? Do you think we're all fools, eh?" The trial takers were furious. They had expected some rare treasure, but it turned out to be just a slipper. This made everyone who was initially joyful feel deceived. "Even if you give me a city, I wouldn't sell this shoe. Isn't this priceless?" The old man shrugged, looking helpless. "What the hell? So shameless. Damn, who would want this and you call it priceless? Damn, you wasted my valuable time for tasks and leveling up." The trial takers gritted their teeth in anger. They had wasted precious time doing hidden tasks. "Huh, everyone calm down. Didn't I say I would express The old man chuckled. "Rewards? What kind of rewards, eh? Experience points, copper coins, skill books, or something else?" Hearing this, the trial takers' eyes lit up. All their anger turned into curiosity in that moment. "Rest assured, all these things will be available." The old man smiled kindly, looking meaningfully at everyone. "What the hell? This trip is worth it. Wow, now we're not losing out." The trial takers were instantly excited. Experience points, copper coins, skill books, and maybe even more rewards. Everyone felt that at that moment the old man exuded an extraordinary aura. "This time, thanks to all of you, I cannot be too stingy." The old man smiled and said, "I have decided to give each of you 100 experience points and 100 copper coins. Additionally, I will reward everyone with a skill book." As soon as he finished speaking, a light flashed upon the trial takers. Everyone was overjoyed. "Wow, 100 experience points. 100 experience points. What the hell? Did you make a mistake, old man? Only 100 copper coins. Damn. Wait. There's only one skill book for all of us." The trial takers were stunned, having been happy for less than 3 seconds. "Is this task reward a joke? There's nothing I can do, there are too many of you. On average, this is all you get." The old man spread his hands and sighed. Everyone was instantly dumbfounded. "Damn. After a whole day of... You tell me this little reward. I feel something is off. He had us find things fine. But why did he also call us to shovel manure and water the vegetables? I suspect this old man is intentionally making us help him with the manure." Brothers, I just asked on the forum. I heard this old man is a habitual offender. The previous trial takers in area 404 fell for it too. What the hell? This is just catching trial takers to fleece them. Damn, making people shovel manure every time. I'm so pissed off. This is my first job and I've been played. I heard this old man is a habitual offender. The previous trial takers in area 404 fell for it too. What the hell? This is just catching trial take. But unfortunately he was an NPC. No one knew what would happen if they acted against him. They could only curse, but not truly take action. Can these villagers also directly issue tasks? Suran wondered. Up until now he had only heard of this old man distributing Can these villagers also directly issue tasks? Suran wondered. Up until now he had only heard of this old man distributing experience points to trial takers for shoveling manure. As for the other old men in the village, none had ever issued tasks to trial takers. I feel like he is a bit special. Let's observe further. Suran thought to himself. Level skill. Eye of God activate. As he focused his mind, radiant light burst forth from his eyes. His vision instantly pierced through everything in front, landing on the old man. Name Good Changshio, description manager of the novice area, in 404. Level 43. Tier. Automatic scanning cancelled to avoid hostility. Strength, automatic scanning cancelled to avoid hostility. Agility, automatic scanning cancelled. Constitution, automatic. Spirit, automatic. Authority, automatic. Permissions, automatic. Strength assessment. Automatic scanning cancelled. The manager of the novice area in 404. Seeing the prompt before him, Suran's pupils constricted and disbelief appeared on his face. This old man, he is actually the manager. No wonder he can issue tasks and allocate experience to others. Just at that moment, the old man in the crowd seemed to sense something. His smile gradually faded, and his eyes suddenly turned to the distance, finally landing on Suran. His gaze was calm and indifferent, giving a chilling sensation. Did he notice? Suran felt that cold, detached gaze and suppressed the tremor rising within him, forcing a faint smile onto his lips. He didn't notice? Suran felt that cold, detached gaze and suppressed the tremor rising within him, forcing a faint smile onto his lips. They exchanged polite, fleeting smiles, then each averted their gaze. Suran had no desire to linger. He turned and walked away. Level 43, and a manager. I hope he saw nothing. Suran truly broke into a cold sweat. He hadn't expected a manager of such high rank to appear in Region 404, a novice zone. He harbored countless secrets. His highest awakened talent was ranked steer, yet his own was SS steer. If this manager discovered the truth, he might well be purged as a bug. I must tread more carefully. Suran drew a deep, steadying breath. If he continued drawing attention like this, and that manager detected something amiss, disaster would follow. Level 43, who knew what hidden strengths he possessed. He dared not probe too deeply lest he provoke suspicion. And even if he somehow won, the consequences would be catastrophic. After all, slaying a manager carried repercussions far beyond his capacity to bear. Saran kept his guard up and let the matter rest. He stepped outside the village where a pool of shadow rippled beneath his feet. A silhouette rose slowly from the ground. Stand watch here. Alert me the moment the village's able-bodied men return. Saran issued the command. The shadow gave a slight nod. The night was pitch black. Every direction offered only impenetrable darkness. Some 20 li south of the village, a group of travelers, having crossed mountains and rivers, was nearing home. They numbered nearly 30, almost all in the prime of life. Why has the sky darkened so suddenly? It should still be daytime. There's no doubt. It's tied to the trial participants. What do you make of it, Ped? Voices rose in speculation, all eyes turning toward the man at the head of the group. What do I make of it? This phenomenon is unquestionably linked to the trial participants, and among them must dwell someone terrifyingly formidable. Only such power could stir the heavens themselves. At the vanguard stood a towering, broad-shouldered man, 8 feet tall with a rugged, yet strangely gentle bearing. A scar ran across his face, lending him a weathered, unrefined air. I've only heard elders speak of trial participants summoning celestial anomalies. That was centuries ago. Legend says that trial participant ultimately ascended to become a transcender. So, does that mean we'll produce another transcender this time? Not necessarily. Transcenders are mythic beings, rare beyond reckoning. Amid laughter and lively chatter, full of fascination for these new trial participants, Ped's expression remained clouded with quiet concern. Ped. Just then from the rear of the column a man sprinted forward, breath ragged. He halted before Ped and blurted urgently. The dragon, it's stirring again. It'll reach us soon. At those words the easy banter vanished. Faces hardened with dread. What? The dragon is moving. Damn it, why now? If we don't rush back to warn the village, no one will have time to evacuate. Ped's expression grew grave. He surveyed the group, his voice soft yet weighted with solemn urgency. We must return, immediately. That monstrous creature was unmatched in this entire region. Once it arrived, annihilation would be absolute. Villagers, travelers, even the trial participants themselves, would all meet certain death. If only the managers would intervene. Don't waste breath imagining it. They care nothing for our survival, not even for the trial participants. He's lived in our village for decades. Surely he'd lend us aid. Don't delude yourself. They are divine emissaries. They would never violate the rules. As calamity loomed, urgency gripped beneath that urgency lay a deeper, trembling fear. Dragons, whose power could overturn heaven and earth, whose nature was pure, unrestrained savagery, were living embodiments of catastrophe itself. Ped understood their terror, but he himself had to remain calm. His gaze drifted almost instinctively toward a small figure seated quietly in the corner. Shiloah, can you give us guidance? Ped knelt beside her, gently placing a hand atop her head. His voice was tender, his eyes warm and steady. Before him Shiloah sat upon a smooth stone. She appeared no older than 11 or 12, small, delicate, with short silver hair brushing just below her neck. Though young, she seemed to have inherited her mother's extraordinary gifts. Her beauty already striking at such an age. Especially captivating were her golden, amber-hued eyes. Long, graceful lashes, a petite, refined nose, lips like ripe cherries. Each feature lent her an irresistible charm. At Ped's words, Shiloah nodded obediently. Thank you. Ped gazed at her, a flicker of sorrow in his eyes. Each use of her ability left her profoundly, yet they had no alternative. It's all right. Her voice was sweet, clear, and utterly compliant. Then slowly she closed her eyes. A soft, silvery radiance began to shimmer around her. For a moment, she glowed with ethereal serenity. My Shiloah, how utterly adorable. What do you mean, You're asking for trouble, aren't you? Shiloah belongs to all of us. We won't tolerate any twisted thoughts from you. Why get so worked up? Am I really that kind of person? I was simply admiring her sweetness. Voices clashed, but hushed lest they— Alas, we still haven't found Shiloah's parents. If only that dragon hadn't intercepted us, damn it. We're useless. We swore to help Shiloah find her parents, yet we haven't uncovered even the faintest trace of them. Enough, say another word, and I'll truly believe I'm worthless. A collective sigh rose from the group. They all cherished Shiloah, the quiet, thoughtful girl. This journey had begun partly due to false rumors spread by goblins. But its true purpose was to take Shiloah to the imperial capital in search of her parents. Alas, on the road they'd encountered the dragon, cutting off all passage northward. Worse still, they'd learned it was heading north, forcing them to abandon their quest and turn back. Had fate not intervened so cruelly, we might already have news of Shiloah's parents. Ped's expression darkened, complex, heavy with regret, as he sighed deeply. Shiloah was enveloped in a sacred radiance. Her silver hair fluttered as her eyelashes trembled slightly. Everyone watched in silence, afraid to even breathe. Now was the critical moment for Ziluo's abilities. They could not interrupt her. Gradually the sacred radiance dissipated and Ziluo's eyes slightly opened, revealing a hint of fatigue within her golden amber gaze. Her adorable and delicate face also showed a pallor. Shiloah, are you okay? Do you need me to cast a healing? Shiloah is just tired. What use is your healing spell? She isn't injured. Sigh. It's all our fault for being useless. Damn it. We know it ourselves. Why do you keep bringing it up? Looking at Zilluo's weary appearance, everyone present felt a pang of heartache. Although they were reluctant to see Shilua suffer so much, this was their only option at present. Shilua, thank you for your hard work. Ped whispered, a hint of guilt glimmering in his eyes. She was still so young, yet they had already made her use her abilities more than once on this journey. The accumulated fatigue over time was almost unbearable for her fragile body. Uncle Ped, it's okay. This time we went out, it was for helping me find my mommy and daddy, so it's only right for Shilua to work a little harder. Upon hearing this, the burly men present all flushed. After all, they had barely even reached halfway to the king before they were forced to turn back, let alone help Shilua find her parents. It was truly shameful to have Shilua labor so hard. Ped wanted to say something, but finally turned it into a smile, saying, "Thank you for your understanding." He knew this was merely the child's way of comforting them, so they wouldn't feel too guilty. Shilua smiled sweetly, and then her golden amber eyes suddenly brightened. By the way, Uncle Ped, Shilua saw something. Seeing the joy in Zilluo's eyes, everyone's gaze flickered. What did you see, Shilua? Ped asked in surprise. Zilluo's expression gave him confidence, for her abilities allowed glimpses into the future. Everyone held their breath, quietly waiting for Zilluo's next words. I saw a big brother being swallowed by darkness. He was battling a giant dragon, and there were many shadowy figures fighting alongside him. Battling a giant dragon? Who could that be? Is he really that impressive? Could there be someone like that in our village? That would mean the big brother Shilua might refer to a challenger. How long has this batch of challengers even been here? Can they really be that impressive so soon? The information from Shilua left everyone present deeply shocked. No one doubted the truth of the matter because it was Shilua. After all, it was a dragon. A giant dragon. If the big brother Shilua mentioned referred to a newcomer challenger, that would be outrageous. A hint of shock also crossed Ped's eyes. Even he, known as the strongest in the village, could only flee when faced with a giant dragon. Their strengths were simply not on the same level. In the eyes of the dragon, he was nothing more than a slightly larger ant. Shilua, did that big brother win? Ped couldn't help but ask, his voice trembling. Shilua tilted her head, trying to recall carefully. But even the mere thought made her brow furrow tightly, and her head throbbed painfully. There were large areas on the ground. Corpses of humans. And magical beasts. Shadows were shattering. The giant dragon's wings were torn apart by the big brother. The big brother was heavily injured. His hand was broken. Shilua had to endure the pain, pressing her hands against her head, trying to see some unclear fragments from her memories. Shilua, that's enough. Don't recall anymore. Stop. Seeing Zilluo's painful expression, everyone was alarmed and hurried to stop her from remembering. Shilua stopped recalling, but her expression was still pained. Then she fainted, collapsing to the side. Ped acted quickly and caught her. Shilua, you can't be in trouble. Everyone was horrified and quickly checked her condition. Fortunately, she had only exhausted herself and fallen into a deep sleep. Even though everyone breathed a sigh of relief, they remained extremely worried. At the same time, they resolved never to use Zilluo's abilities in such a manner again. After ensuring Shilua was settled, they continued their journey. I never expected such a powerful individual. That's a giant dragon. Even the administrators might not be able to handle it. Was the big brother Shilua mentioned really one of this batch of challengers? If that's true, it would be terrifying. Such strength could claim to be unmatched throughout history. At least in our area 404 it is. As they advanced, everyone discussed fervently. Zilluo's earlier words had left them with too much shock. If the administrators could step in to help them, they could indeed be safe. But what they wished to rely on was the authority of the administrators, which could assist them in evasion. Not like the big brother Shilua mentioned, facing the giant dragon with sheer strength. No matter what, we must find the big brother Shilua mentioned, Ped said solemnly, his gaze shining with a hint of brightness. Perhaps that person could save their village. It's a pity that from what Shilua said, that person seems only capable of fighting the dragon to a standstill. That's a bit much to say. Do you really want him to go and kill the dragon? After all, it's a dragon. If that person is a newcomer challenger, they might have suffered against the dragon due to their unfamiliarity. If we can meet him and share information, perhaps he really could defeat the dragon. Everyone debated vigorously. They held great hopes for the big brother Shilua mentioned. Based solely on Zilluo's recollections, even if that person couldn't kill the dragon, they would at least be a powerhouse of the same caliber. Let's move at full speed. Ped took a deep breath, his eyes glinting continuously. If they could find that person, they wouldn't have to evacuate from here. At that very moment, except for Su Ran, all challengers in Area 404 received an announcement from the system. Announcement: one of the 9 generals, the Wolf Fang General, has been slain. Boss attributes have been reduced. All challengers, please keep up the effort. Seeing this sudden announcement, the challengers in Area 404 were collectively dumbfounded. On the 404 area forum, what the hell? How did one of the generals die? That's a high-star magical beast. Are the big shots really that strong? The big shots are amazing. Breaking voice. Level 16 Wang Wei. Level 17 Meng Xiang. What happened? Level 17 Jiang Ming. How did the general die? Don't the veterans know? What the hell? Everyone on the forum was stunned. They had assumed that the veterans had jointly struck down the high-level general's head. Yet the veterans were just as baffled as everyone else. It can't be that Senior Brother Su Ran made a move. You're overthinking it. Senior Brother Su Ran has been banned by the system. Then what exactly happened? No one knows. Maybe he was struck by lightning outside. Sarcastic. You might as well say the high-level generals died from internal strife and fighting each other. No matter how they died, we definitely profited. If only another high-level general could die. Smirk, you're dreaming. High-level generals don't die that easily. Although no one understood the cause of death of the high-level general, it did not dampen the spirits of the trial participants. After all, killing one high-level general greatly reduced the difficulty. Of course, compared to the overall situation, the difference was not significant. However, at that moment, another notification popped up before everyone's eyes. Announcement: one of the 9 generals, General Tuya, has been slain. Notice the boss all attribute ability enhancement has been weakened. Trial participants, please continue your efforts. Staring at the newly popped up announcement, everyone was dumbfounded, their faces full of disbelief. Damn, another high-level general has died. What on earth is happening? Level 16 Wang Wei, can someone tell me what exactly happened? Level 17 Meng Xiang, we haven't even found the high-level generals yet. And 2 have died in a row. Level 17 Jiang Ming, suddenly this mission feels less difficult than I imagined. Level 16 Wang Zhifei, you might not believe it, but this announcement gives me the feeling that Senior Brother Su Ran is furiously outputting. There's a vivid scene, this familiar rhythm. If it weren't for knowing that Senior Brother Su Ran has been banned, I might have thought he was carrying the team. The consecutive 2 announcement notifications gave everyone an extremely familiar feeling. But since everyone knew it was impossible for Su Ran to have made a move, the announcement became all the more intriguing. It couldn't be that the monsters themselves were fighting among each other, right? Just as everyone was puzzled, the usually silent and annoying duo suddenly jumped out on the forum. Level 18 Zhang Hai, huh? I'm level 18 now. Level 17 Wang Chun, I'm level 17, didn't expect that. Smirk. On the forum, seeing the sudden appearance of the 2 and their glaring levels, everyone was stunned. Damn, level 17 and 18. What is going on with you 2? Cheating, right? No way these 2 fools' levels are this high. Damn, this is unfair. Everyone shouted in disbelief. How could these 2 have such high levels? Level 18 Jiang Hai, who are you calling fools? Looking for a fight. Level 17 Wang Chun, do you think it's still the old days? Our humiliations are over. Dare to talk nonsense again, and we'll teach you a lesson. Damn, so arrogant. I advise you 2 not to be so arrogant. Although your levels are high, we have plenty of people. These 2 fools actually managed to turn the tables. Sigh, heaven must be blind. Level 18 Jiang Hai, how many people? Picking nose. Level 17 Wang Chun, what does it matter if there are countless ants? No matter how many come, they won't stand a chance against us. Smirk, damn, this is too arrogant. Alright, arrogant enough you 2, just wait. The crowd was so enraged by the duo's arrogance that smoke seemed to rise from their orifices. They wished to rush over immediately and teach them a profound lesson. The 2 sides argued incessantly, neither willing to concede. At that moment, someone couldn't help but interject. Level 16 Wang Wei, wait. What is going on with your levels? Level 16 Wang Zhifei, in just one day, your levels have risen so much. It's faster than Wang Wei and Wang Zhifei were both shocked. In just one day, these 2 brats had surpassed them. Especially Jiang Hai, who had leveled up 3 times consecutively. Now he was 2 levels ahead of the both of them. Level 18 Jiang Hai, guess why? Smirk. Level 17 Wang Chun, look at these clear levels. Honestly, aren't you 2 envious? Smirk. The 2 were extremely proud, finally venting their long-suppressed anger. For a long time, they had been dominated by Wang Wei and the others. Now the tides had turned, and it was their turn to ride atop their rivals. Wang Wei and Wang Zhifei were utterly speechless. These 2 fools had really become petty tyrants. Level 17 Meng Xiang, don't tell me those 2 high-level generals were taken down by you 2. These 2 fools' levels were shockingly higher than his own. It was simply outrageous. Aside from killing high-level generals to gain massive experience, he could think of no other way for these 2 to have leveled up so quickly in such a short time. No way. If those 2 can really kill a high-level boss, I'll eat dirt. At these levels, wanting to take on a high-level boss. Dream on. At their levels, if they can even reach the threshold of star level, it's already a miracle. Those 2. They'll probably just get slapped dead by a high-level general. Everyone scoffed at the idea that Jiang Hai and Wang Chun had taken down high-level bosses. These 2 fools were no Senior Brother Su Ran. Oh, where would they have the ability to kill such high-level bosses? Level 18 Jiang Hai, you know nothing. Level 17 Wang Chun, is the high-level boss strong? Just watch while kill another one for you to see. Smirk. Oh really? You 2 killed the boss. If you really killed it, honestly, I'll eat dirt right away. Smirk. Talking nonsense without evidence, you think we're as stupid as you 2. Seeing their replies, everyone chuckled. Killing another high-level boss. Could they speak with some intelligence? However, something completely unexpected happened. The previously mentioned announcement reappeared once again. One of the 9 generals, the Pig-Toothed General, has been slain. A cold and mechanical voice echoed in the ears of the crowd. The notification of the High-Star General's death appeared before the dazed faces. At the moment the announcement appeared, the forum fell silent. Until the first person spoke up, a storm erupted and, "What the hell? This can't be real. Did they really do it? This is impossible." Everyone felt a shock in their hearts, completely unable to believe it. But the truth was laid before them, forcing them to accept it. Level 18 Zhang Hai Ha. You all saw how powerful your grandpa is. Level 17 Wang Chun. Hey little brothers, how's it going? Smirking. Everyone was momentarily speechless, completely unsure how to refute it. What could they say? This was just too. Even if the great Master Su Ran were here, it would probably have the same effect. Could it be that these two have reached the level of, if this general was truly killed by you, how come your levels haven't changed? Zhang Hai and Wang Chun were, if this general was truly killed by you, how come your levels haven't changed? Zhang Hai and Wang Chun were left speechless. This guy's focus has always been so sharp. It's really annoying. Wang Wei's words struck like a wake-up call. The crowd suddenly snapped back to reality. Damn, I knew something was off. Those high-star generals definitely weren't taken down by these two fools. I knew it. How could these two useless ones have such strength? Now the truth is nearly clear. They must have just been riding on the experience. Damn, they're showing off while riding on others' coattails. If you didn't know better, you'd really think they were that strong. Hey upstairs. You're being a bit too harsh, aren't you? You're insulting the powerful ones behind them too. Be careful, or that powerful one might come after you. Damn, thanks for the reminder. It's all because these two fools are so infuriating. After the truth was revealed, the forum's tone shifted dramatically. Zhang Hai and Wang Chun fell silent. The sky was completely dark without a trace of sunlight. The only light came from the campfire built on the ground. Gathered here were the top trial takers from the current 404 area. They congregated to level up together. I don't understand, where did these two manage to grab such powerful support? Wang Zhifei, sitting on a nearby rock, said with a frown. Back then, apart from Su Ran, he and Wang Wei were the highest-ranked powerhouses in Area 404. Now being overshadowed by the newly arrived Meng Xiang and others was one thing. But now even Zhang Hai and Wang Chun, these two fools were riding high on his head. Except for Su Ran, there shouldn't be anyone this strong. Wang Wei frowned, equally puzzled. He couldn't fathom where such a mysterious powerhouse had come from. Could it be that the strong support isn't just one person, but a team of many top players coming together? Yilin, sitting nearby, proposed such a hypothesis. His strength wasn't strong, far from being a top trial taker, but due to his unique talent, he was able to join this top strategy team. That's impossible if there was a trial taker as powerful as Su Ran hiding among us. There might be a slim chance, but to say that many top trial takers of our level are hidden among us, that's absolutely impossible. Jiang Ming shook his head, directly rebutting him. A powerful trial taker might have the potential to hide, but with numbers they would definitely give themselves away. So who exactly killed the general level boss? Yilin sighed. It can't be that it's not a trial taker but a powerful one from the village, right? That shouldn't be the case. According to our observations, the strong ones in the village are not allowed to interfere with our missions. Jiang Ming spoke softly. So who could it be? Someone with the power to easily slay high-star, general-level monsters. Wang Zhifei's expression was complex as he sighed. The time between the deaths of the 3 general-level monsters was not long. This indicated that the one who struck had immense strength, possessing overwhelming power even against high-star monsters. The only one with such strength, besides Su Ran as far as I know, is only his shadow. Meng Xiang spoke softly. That day the impact brought by Su Ran and the Phantom was monumental. Such overwhelming strength, even the star-level goblins under Su Ran fell short. But it can't be Su Ran. His shadow army and goblin army have been banned. Wang Zhifei was somewhat distraught. This was completely leaving him at a loss. Instead of thinking here, we might as well witness it ourselves. Just then, Xiaqing Cheng, who had been silent for a long time, spoke up. Her voice was as melodious as ever. That makes sense. You're right, Wang Wei chuckled. Sitting here is just a waste of time. Rather than speculating, we should witness the situation with our own eyes. That's true, Meng Xiang nodded, smiling. Maybe we can also grab onto some powerful support. Exactly. We can't let those two fools get ahead of us. Wang Zhifei hastily said. If it's just about grabbing onto support, what Zhang Hai can do, we have no reason not to do. The few of them hit it off immediately and promptly prepared to set off. Is this his plan? Xiaqing Cheng mused, thinking Su Ran wouldn't be able to provide her protection in this mission. To her surprise, even though he himself was banned, he could still change the battle situation. How did he manage to do that? She felt a hint of curiosity. At that moment, about 20 miles north of the novice village. What a badass dog. A mere high-star general, totally just your defeated foe. You're the strongest, a hero among dogs. Zhang Hai and Wang Chun were currently flattering a black and white. They continuously praised it with exaggerated words. However, the expression on Ha Gongzi's face showed displeasure, snorting softly. Ha Gongzi, this seed, is a wolf with noble magic dog bloodline, not a dog. Seeing the notification before them, Jiang Hai and the others were stunned. Then they felt utterly frustrated. This clearly looked like a dog. And isn't a magic dog also a type of dog? With your black and white fur, and that gaze full of symbolic wisdom, how dare you claim you are not a dog? Although they harbored disdain in their hearts, it did not affect the two from becoming sycophants. Dog. Cough cough. Lord Wolf, you are simply too powerful. Jiang Hai's face flushed with excitement as he incessantly flattered, these so-called high-star magical beasts are no match for you at all. He had thought that this dog was at best comparable to that detestable star-level goblin. To his surprise, it was incredibly strong, having killed 3 high-star magical beasts. With such strength, it was probably not inferior to Su Ran. Hearing their compliments, young Master Ha raised his chin, a look of delight in his eyes, his tail nearly wagging to the heavens. Young Master Ha, naturally my strength is unparalleled throughout the ages. Upon hearing this, the two's expression stiffened. Was he really boasting to such an extent? Did this creature not understand the meaning of humility at all? At that moment, young Master Ha's dog eyes shifted toward the two, filled with suspicion. Young Master Ha, by the way, were you two just trying to sneak away while I was fighting? Upon hearing this, the two's faces paled slightly. Damn, how did this dog suddenly become a bit clever? Just as it had guessed, they had intended to slip away while it was locked in a fierce battle with the leader. But what they did not expect was that the high-star magical beasts were no match for this dog at all. After just a few exchanges, they were already struggling. This terrified them into abandoning the thought of fleeing. So Wang Chun cleared his throat to cover his awkwardness. Then with a serious expression he said, Lord Wolf, are you doubting our loyalty? We are your most loyal servants, how could we possibly run away? Jiang Hai nodded in agreement, quickly adding, yes. You are overthinking it. Previously they indeed harbored thoughts of resistance. However, after young Master Ha had killed 3 high-star magical beasts, they no longer thought this way. After all, they had gained several levels just by riding on its coattails. Furthermore, they had even become the top trial takers below Su Ran. What of being a servant? A servant could level up several times a day. If needed, they could even be sycophants. Upon hearing their words, young Master Ha proudly lifted his head, his eyes filled with wisdom as he looked at them with admiration. Young Master Ha, although you two are dim-witted and weak, at least you understand my brilliance. Jiang Hai, Wang Chun. Are we dim-witted? You a mere dog, how dare you say such things? Cough. Jiang Hai lightly coughed, instinctively ignoring this matter. He then looked at young Master Ha with a flattering expression and said, Lord Wolf, shouldn't we continue to level up? Young Master Ha glanced at him disdainfully and snorted lightly. Young Master Ha, impertinent. Who do you think we are? I am a noble wolf. You are merely a servant. Having said that, it trotted forward with small steps. Jiang Hai's lips twitched and veins bulged on his forehead. This dog was truly insufferable. If it weren't for his lack of strength, he would really want to kill this dog and eat its meat. I will endure. Jiang Hai secretly hated and forced himself to hold back. He had once sworn to quietly develop and then shock everyone. Now he had achieved that. Besides, he had to make that detestable goblin pay the price. And now, he had another target. That was, he would eventually feast on dog meat. Meanwhile, this dog is simply too annoying. Wang Chun also muttered a mild curse and then mumbled, if it weren't for the enticing experience, I wouldn't serve it as a servant. Endure. Jiang Hai took a deep breath and said, one day our time will. Wang Chun nodded, then said excitedly, I wonder if you feel the same way. Seeing the envious and jealous comments from those guys on the forum really cheers me up. Exactly. Jiang Hai's eyes lit up as he nodded vigorously. I love seeing them envy me, be jealous of me, wanting to beat me, yet helpless. Haha. The tides of fortune turn. Although this dog is a bit annoying, its strength is undeniable. If they really dare to come looking for trouble, it would be like seeking their own demise. Huh. Let's continue to ride on experience. The two were immensely pleased, feeling spirited. Species unknown canine. Name young Master Ha. Relationship master and servant. Description possessing a noble magical dog lineage. It is an anomaly born in this world with high intelligence, capable of understanding speech, the only downside being that it seems a bit dim-witted. Status energetic, looking forward to rewards. Specifically evolution level 10, 10 attribute points can be allocated for each level up. Class elite, class livestock, all attributes 100. Strength 133, 100 agility 133, 100 constitution 122, 100 spirit 120, 100 talent, grade talent, some well known. Grade talent, 5-fold amplification. Hint new talent is merging. Progress 20, all attributes 508, strength assessment 4 stars. Goblin camp. Su Ran stared at the panel of his pet, falling into silence. What does it mean that the new talent is merging? He knew that this fellow was not an ordinary dog, but he did not expect that it could even develop new talents. Fortunately, I didn't cook it in advance. Su Ran thought to himself. This potential was far stronger than Guyun. If cultivated, its strength would definitely. That being said, this idiot is really quite annoying. Su Ran mused to himself. It seemed he needed to give that fool dog a show of authority, using evolution as bait and overwhelming it with strength. He did not believe that he could not subdue this silly dog completely. It levels up quite quickly. using evolution as bait and overwhelming it with strength. He did not believe that he could not subdue this silly dog completely. It levels up quite quickly. Su Ran pondered slightly, completely devoid of any thoughts. My. At that moment Su Ran's gaze, he saw a pitch-black silhouette appearing before his eyes. It was the shadow soldier he had previously instructed to guard the novice village. So, those people have returned. Then it seems I should take action too. In Area 404, a row of lanterns was lit in the village, illuminating the darkness. Various sounds of laughter and joy filled the air. The elderly villagers who stayed behind came out to welcome the returning warriors. Well done, boys. You finally come back. What happened in the royal capital? Was it breached? Oh my, isn't this my dear Hilo? Hilo, wait, why is Hilo unconscious? What happened? Why did Hilo come back with you? Didn't you help her find her parents? As soon as the elderly met the returning warriors, they began to bombard them with questions. Especially when they discovered that Hilo was in a coma, they became furious. The weapon shop owner stepped forward, pointing his finger at them and scolding, "What the hell are you fools doing? How could Hilo be unconscious?" The village doctor examined Hilo's condition and concluded Hilo fainted due to overexertion of her abilities. You idiots. You all look lively, yet Hilo is the one who is unconscious. The weapon shop owner shouted angrily, then turned his fierce gaze towards Peter, saying, "Peter, you better explain yourself." Feeling the wrath of the crowd, Peter's scalp tingled, and he hurriedly explained, "Elders, please let me explain. Things are not as you think." "All right, I want to see if your explanation can convince us." The weapon shop owner's voice suppressed his anger. He was waiting for Peter's explanation, and if it didn't satisfy him, he wouldn't hold back. "Thank you, elders." Peter took a deep breath and solemnly said, "The so-called royal capital being breached is merely a false impression spread by the goblin tribe. We did not reach the royal capital because we encountered a dragon awakening on the way, and we had no choice but to return." "A dragon? Is it the giant dragon that resides in the Broken Ridge Mountains? Hasn't it been asleep for decades? How could it suddenly awaken?" At Peter's words, the elderly present were all shocked. Dragons are terrifying creatures in the world, especially the one that resides in the Broken Ridge Mountains. It is an adult dragon, possessing the terrifying power to destroy cities. How could it have suddenly awakened? The weapon shop owner muttered with a grim expression. "I don't know." Peter said, his face heavy. "And it can be confirmed that it has begun to move, no longer confined to the Broken Ridge Mountains. This is one of its routes." Upon hearing this, the elderly in the village all changed their expressions. "We have to move away. No wonder you returned the same way." In that moment, everyone understood the seriousness of the situation. Dragons are bloodthirsty and greedy. If they continued to stay here, death would be the only outcome. Just then the shop owner sighed, "But can we leave this place?" Everyone fell silent. They remained here not only because this was their home. More importantly, it was due to the system's mandatory requirements. Dragons are indeed terrifying, but the system represents the gods. How about we seek out the administrator? It seems to be the only option. If the administrator doesn't help us, what? The expressions of those present were quite heavy. The administrator does not govern them, but governs all the challengers of Area 404. In other words, the administrator has no obligation to interfere with their lives. If it really comes to it, let the young villagers take Hilo away. The weapon shop owner said in a deep voice. These elders were restricted here, but the young villagers and Hilo were not under the system's interference. At that moment, Peter suddenly said softly, "Perhaps we are not yet in despair. We still have hope." He looked at the village elders with a glimmer of fighting spirit in his eyes. The weapon shop owner glanced at him and shook his head silently, saying, "Impossible. Even if we all join forces, we are no match for the dragon. Even a multitude of ants cannot cross a chasm. This is an insurmountable gap in strength. Elders, this is not the time to give up." "That's right. Hilo has seen the future. We still have hope." The returning, their hearts did not want to give up hope. As warriors who grew up in the village, they wished for these elders to survive alongside hope. The future. The weapon shop owner's gaze flickered slightly. What did Hilo see? Everyone knew about Hilo's abilities. Thus, they did not want her to overuse her powers, as this ability could bring significant negative effects to herself. But at the same time, they were also well aware of how terrifying Hilo's abilities could be. This was precisely why her parents had left her here. Hilo said she saw someone fighting a dragon. That person is incredibly strong. Even facing the dragon, they did not back down at all. Peter took a deep breath and said, to be honest, until now, he still couldn't believe that such a powerful person could exist in such a small place. Someone can fight a dragon? In this tiny area 404. Hearing Peter's words, the elders present were all shocked. Although their first reaction was disbelief, they believed Hilo. Therefore they quickly accepted this news. This place has such a strong person. The shop owner rubbed his balding head in confusion and said, why didn't I know about this? He had been here for decades and had never heard of such a figure. In other words, that person might have appeared suddenly or passed by here. But if they were just passing through, they shouldn't have had to fight the dragon. It wouldn't be one of the current challengers, would it? The shop owner's mind suddenly flashed with this thought. At the same time, a handsome young man with an extraordinary temperament appeared in his mind. Could it be that brat? The shop owner's face darkened. He remembered Sue-Ran very well. It was simply because that kid didn't pay for the first time in decades. He was shamelessly taken advantage of by a challenger. That little bastard. Who is that? The shopkeeper's words left everyone present momentarily stunned. Hyde's eyes flickered as he hurriedly asked, Elder, do you know that person? No. The shopkeeper shook his head decisively. It can't be him. Shilua's foresight had pointed to someone who could stand against the dragon. How long had this batch of trialists been here? Barely more than half a month. Even if that brat had advanced at miraculous speed, he could not possibly be the dragon's match. So, Elder, who is this person you mean? Hyde asked in puzzlement. Don't ask too much. Just some fellow who bought things and refused to pay, freeloading off this old man, the little scoundrel. The shopkeeper said, fuming. Hyde fell silent. Buying goods and not paying. And famously stingy throughout. Here at the shop. That young man is rather remarkable. I think I know which lad you mean. That young man is indeed very good. His pace of growth is beyond imagination. As far as I know, he is the strongest novice trialist in this 404 sector, but nothing more than that. He still couldn't be the dragon's opponent. The weaponsmith smiled wryly. So I reckon whoever can contend with the dragon must be someone else. Unlikely to be these trialists. He had seen Sue-Ran several times, and well knew the youth was extraordinary. But to say someone who arrived here only a little more than half a month ago could already contend with the dragon, that would be nothing short of a fool's fantasy. After all, these old men who have lived long lives are at least several tiers weaker than a dragon. Not to speak of those novice rookies. The disparity between them and the dragon is as wide as heaven and earth. Hyde sighed a pang of regret in his chest. He understood such a possibility was slim. And now they were at a how then could they locate that mysterious powerhouse? Hyde and Shilua's foresight, what did that person look like? If you don't know the face, were there any distinguishing features? Yes. Even a single trait would make the search far easier. The elders present turned to Hyde and asked aloud. But Hyde smiled bitterly and shook his head. Shilua was already very weak at that time. I cannot ask her to do more. Peering into the future is itself perilous. To demand she reveal that mysterious figure's face would increase the burden upon Shilua immensely. She was already exhausted. After using her power, she fell straight into unconsciousness. If we pressed her further, heaven only knows what might befall Shilua. That makes things difficult. Better to remain ignorant than to risk Shilua's safety. Exactly. We old men can die without regret. But Shilua must not be harmed. The village elders spoke in unison. If they claimed not to fear death, it would be a lie. But compared with their own lives, none of them valued anything more than Shilua. However, I recall Shilua mentioning there were many shadows beside that strong figure. Hyde thought for a moment and asked, does that give any of you the slightest clue? Shadows? What on earth are those? The village elders looked bewildered. Perhaps we should wait for Shilua to awaken and ask if she still remembers the features of that person. If she can't recall, then we mustn't force her. Indeed, perhaps Shilua still retains fragments of memory you never— Of course, we must not push Shilua to use her power again. The returned warriors agreed. They had come back precisely because they did not wish the village elders to perish. At the same time, they did not want Shilua to suffer further harm. It was the consensus of everyone in the village Shilua was the most important. Hyde, take Shilua to rest at once. The innkeeper smiled and said, come back later, remember that. Yes. Hyde nodded, then carried Shilua slowly into the village. At that moment, the innkeeper eyed the returning warriors and called out a hearty note in his voice, you've all endured hardship on the road. Let's celebrate properly today, my treat. Hearing this, the returning warriors' faces lit up. Elder, you're glorious. Elder majestic. I intend to drink my fill tonight. The innkeeper chuckled, don't worry. Drink as much as you like. A rare act of generosity was no harm. Besides, whether their fates would end here remained uncertain. If they were to perish, would it not be a waste to leave all this wine untouched? In a cozy little room, a fragrant scent filled the small chamber. Shilua lay with her eyes closed upon the bed. Her silver hair fanned gently upon the pillow. Her long silvery lashes trembled, and her brows knitted faintly. The sky had gone slate gray, and a fierce inferno sprawled across the land. Houses collapsed, trees turned to ash. Charred earth crept outward as black smoke billowed into the heavens. Across the world resounded the laments of monsters and the cries of humanity. Everything once familiar now resembled hell on earth. Above the clouds, a vast black shape writhed. A colossal head pushed through the mist, its terrible, unblinking eyes regarding the ground with cold indifference. Then the clouds were rent aside, and a pair of immense wings beat the air. The dragon's enormous form unfolded upon the world, its crimson bulk rising like an insurmountable mountain. Its limbs and talons were powerful and menacing, claws sharp enough to shred all before them. Each breath it exhaled carried a scorching heat that rippled outward. As it opened its blood-rimmed maw, a towering pillar of flame plunged from the sky and struck the earth. The conflagration detonated in an instant, consuming everything in its wake. Why is this happening? Uncle Pied. The elders. Shilua wailed, grief tearing through her as tears carved tracks across her delicate face. The village she once called home turned to ash before her eyes. Those who had loved and cared for her, her elders, fell one by one. She could not halt it. She stood powerless watching as catastrophe unfolded. Can anyone help me? Help them. Shiloah sobbed softly, as she did not wish this fate. Yet faced with the perpetrator in the sky, she felt nothing but fear and helplessness. She saw a band of peculiar men shouting they would slay the dragon and become heroes, each boasting of their greatness and belittling the dragon. But none of them proved the dragon's match. In moments they were utterly annihilated. She knew these were the trialists the elders had spoken of, gifted to be sure, but all had failed. The giant dragon let out a low roar reminiscent of mockery. It spread its wings and swords swirling among the clouds. It rampaged across the world as if it were destruction itself. No one could withstand it. Those who dared to resist would become souls in the afterlife. What to do? Everyone is dead. No one can oppose it. Is there anyone to save us? Oh God, please open your eyes and cast down the light of retribution upon the world. Watching the powerful dragon wreak havoc, Shiloah felt despair in her heart. All she could do was pray. Pray that the gods would show mercy to save it all. At that moment, a dazzling sword light shot up from behind Shiloah, piercing the sky and charging toward the dragon soaring freely above. The sword energy surged upwards, radiating brilliant light. The clouds were directly pierced by this sword, and a fierce gale swept through, forming a gigantic hole. The sword light struck the dragon's scales, emitting fierce sparks. Roar! The dragon suddenly halted, unleashing a deafening roar. Its vertically slitted pupils seemed filled with rage as it abruptly turned to look in Zilluo's direction. Under the oppressive gaze of such a massive creature, Zilluo's heart trembled, and she involuntarily stepped back in fear. However, footsteps sounded behind her, growing clearer. At the same time, a calm voice resonated. Instead of praying for the god's protection, you might as well ask me for help. Shiloah immediately turned around. In that moment, she witnessed an unforgettable scene, her amber eyes widening in astonishment. She saw a big brother clad in a black trench coat wielding a long sword as he approached. His expression was exceedingly calm, showing no hint of panic. Behind him, a swarm of shadowy figures followed closely. What do you think? Shiloah watched in awe as the handsome big brother stood before her and reached out to touch the top of her head. At the same time, the big brother smiled faintly, saying, if the gods truly protected you, such things wouldn't happen. Instead of praying to an unresponsive god, let me help you, for I am right here ready to respond whenever you need. His voice was calm, as if he were stating something very simple. To others, such words seemed completely ignorant of the gravity of the situation. But for some reason in that moment, his words brought Shiloah an overwhelming sense of peace. Yet this feeling began to fade as the big brother's hand left the top of her head. Then, she watched helplessly as the big brother walked into the center of the battlefield, his gaze falling on the bodies of the deceased. Stand up. With his commanding shout, those who should have perished rose as shadows once more. Zilluo's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Roar! The dragon roared in the sky, seemingly enraged. Then it suddenly dove down. At that moment, Shiloah witnessed countless shadows rushing up one after another. Her gaze involuntarily fell upon the big brother. At that moment, wings sprouted from his back, ethereal wings unfurling to confront the dragon. As the two sides collided, fierce flames erupted. A powerful airflow swept everything away. Zilluo's vision gradually blurred, until finally, she saw the dragon's wings severed, crashing to the ground. It rolled on the ground, emitting blood gushed from the fracture of its shoulders and wings. Big brother. Zilluo's eyes trembled slightly, her heart suddenly tightening. For she saw that the big brother's left arm was severed, kneeling on one knee. The broken sword was embedded in the ground, and his right arm gripped the sword hilt, forcing his body to stay upright. You see, I told you that you could ask me for help. That guy's wings are already gone. Now it can hardly be called a dragon. At most, it's just a bigger lizard. The big brother was severely injured, his body covered in blood. Yet even so, he remained calm, smiling as he spoke to her. Big brother. Shiloah shed tears. You should leave here, he said softly. Then he forced himself to stand up, dragging his weary body step by step toward the dragon. Shiloah watched this scene with wide eyes, tears streaming down her face. Though he had lost an arm, he never showed an ounce of fear. From him, Shiloah felt a myriad of emotions: tenderness, determination, and strength. Zilluo's consciousness gradually awakened. Her amber pupils slowly opened, remnants of unquenched tears at the corners of her eyes. Big brother. Shiloah felt a pang in her heart, her eyes stinging with tears. While everyone was in despair, he stood up to fight the dragon to the death, never retreating. Even in the final battle, he radiated an indomitable will. He demonstrated with action. Dragons are not invincible. Though she who awakened could no longer remember his handsome face. As long as she faced that charming figure with that unique aura once more, she believed she would recognize him at first glance. The sound of clashing metal rang out. Minotaur, take this sword from your father. Wang Chun leaped forward, aiming straight for the Minotaur's head. Moo! The Minotaur let out an angry roar, swinging its axe toward Wang Chun. Clang! The sword clashed against the axe. Both sides were locked in a struggle. Die, you bastard. Wang Chun shouted angrily. Degrade talent. Double strike activate. Suddenly, it was as if an invisible sword energy struck out directly, knocking the axe from the Minotaur's hands. Moo. The Minotaur was taken by surprise. Without hesitation, Wang Chun seized the opportunity and thrust his sword toward the Minotaur's throat. In an instant, blood gushed forth and the Minotaur clutched its neck, collapsing to the ground. Experience 400. As expected of a Minotaur, the experience points are plentiful. Wang Chun was overjoyed. Such elite monsters are great, just 10 of them would level him up. However, at that moment, with a loud bang, a Minotaur suddenly appeared from behind, grabbing Wang Chun and binding his limbs tightly. Damn, I was careless. Wang Chun's face changed dramatically. This bastard was so sneaky, it even ambushed him. Wait, what is this thing? Suddenly, Wang Chun felt the Minotaur behind him, his face turning green, with fright, his whole body trembling. What the hell? Zhang Hai, quickly save me. Hurry up. Wang Chen's terrified scream echoed, causing leaves to rustle down. Not looking wasn't a problem, but once he glanced, Zhang Hai instantly burst into laughter. There stood a tall Minotaur tightly embracing Wang Chun and starting to pull down his pants. In order to avoid being harmed, Wang Chun could only desperately pull up his pants, his face filled with terror as he sought help from him. Haha, this is hilarious. You have today too. Zhang Hai slapped his thigh, laughing so hard his stomach hurt. What the hell? Don't just stand there, hurry and save me. Seeing Zhang Hai's gloating expression, Wang Chun felt both angry and anxious. The Minotaur behind him grew stronger, and he was starting to struggle. Rip! The sound of fabric being torn echoed, and Wang Chen's thigh was suddenly exposed. The Minotaur behind him pressed tightly against his back, completely restricting all of his movements. What the hell? Hurry and save me. Wang Chen's face instantly turned pale, and he screamed. Although he still had strength, the fabric was about to give way. What are you in such a hurry for? Isn't this a great opportunity to experience a new realm? Zhang Hai crossed his arms, watching everything with great interest. I don't want to experience anything, just save me. Stop watching the show. Wang Chun urgently shouted, his eyes filled with increasing fear. Should I save you? First call me daddy, and then he'll consider it, Zhang Hai said with a triumphant look. Damn, you're such a scumbag. We're teammates, how can you take advantage of me like this? Wang Chun said angrily. This guy was actually attempting to take advantage of the situation, wanting to be his father. If you don't call, I might just leave. Zhang Hai chuckled, pretending to walk away. You better not regret this. Wang Chun gritted his teeth. Regret? What do I have to regret? Zhang Hai spread his hands, completely unconcerned. It wasn't him who was being bound by the Minotaur and about to lose his innocence. Just as he thought this, a pair of strong arms wrapped around Zhang Hai from behind, locking him tightly. What the hell? Zhang Hai was instantly shocked. Where did this Minotaur come from? The situation Wang Chun was in began to repeat itself for him. What the hell? Wang Chun, why didn't you warn me? Zhang Hai felt the bulk behind him, his face changing dramatically. You keep being cocky. Wang Chun gritted his. It's just mutual harm. Who is afraid of whom? Damn, are you an idiot? Zhang Hai's expression turned terrified as he cursed. Isn't this just a mutual destruction, hurting 1,000 enemies at the cost of 1,000 of our own? Why bother? If we're going to die, let's die together. Wang Chun swore. Are you crazy? Dogmaster. Help. Zhang Hai was both shocked and angry. He didn't understand Wang Chun's mentality, but he certainly didn't want to be exposed. Whoosh. The sound of rapid leaps echoed. Young Master Ha moved like a shadow, and with each movement a Minotaur fell, hot blood splattering on the ground. There were originally dozens of Minotaur warriors surrounding them. However, after some fighting, only a few remained. A few Minotaurs wielding axes looked at young Master Ha, who was much smaller than them, and couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. Young Master Ha took a few small steps with a menacing air and let out a threatening bark. Woof! The sound wasn't loud, nor did it carry much force. However, it made several Minotaurs shudder, causing their axes to drop to the ground. A bunch of trash. Young Master Ha glanced at them, showing a hint of disdain. Dogmaster, save me. If you don't make a move soon, your servants will no longer be pure. Hearing this, young Master Ha turned to look. To his surprise, his two servants had been subdued by two Minotaurs. What a couple of useless fools. Young Master Ha felt a bit angry. These two servants were far too weak. But then he sensed something was off. Why did those two Minotaurs seem to be moving suggestively? For a moment, young Master Ha was dumbfounded. Although both humans and Minotaurs have similar features, aren't they two different species? Yame. Dogmaster. Don't look. I can't hold on any longer. Zhang Hai, being a muscular man, was now in tears. No matter how fiercely he resisted, he couldn't withstand the Minotaur's assault. Damn. Stop rubbing against me. This is disgusting. Wang Chun, a proud man, also shed tears. Just a moment ago he was blinded by rage, but now that real danger was upon him, he was still cowardly. After all, no one wants to be exposed. Especially not with such large Minotaurs. Who could withstand that? Young Master Ha tilted his head, walking in front of the two with a puzzled expression. Young Master Ha, do you two have a preference for this kind of thing? No. We are straight men. How could we have such a preference? Zhang Hai immediately spoke up, looking terrified. Dogmaster, don't look. If you do, I'll really die. Damn. Why do we keep encountering this kind of situation? I feel like being with you brings nothing but trouble. Wang Chun in pain felt sorrowful. Ever since he started walking with Jiang Hai, first it was goblins, then minotaurs, and every time they were unlucky, it was just the two of them. That Yunlin guy was fine, even Yulin managed to dodge it. You are just a harbinger of misfortune, wherever you go trouble follows. Wang Chun said, indignantly, feeling extremely wronged. Among all the challengers, it was just the two of them who were the most unlucky. Damn, you have the nerve to say that. If you had warned me, this wouldn't have happened. Jiang Hai angrily retorted. And who said the cause of our misfortune was me? Clearly you're the harbinger of misfortune. He was joking. When did his luck go bad? Wang Chun, this scoundrel, was the real disaster, yet he still dared to pass the blame to him. You? Just as Wang Chun was about to argue back, his face turned even paler. Jiang Hai was also filled with terror. What the hell? Don't push back. Dog Master, hurry, and make a move. Although he didn't understand what these two servants were playing at. But young Master Ha still understood the call for help. Just as he was about to make a move, a group of people suddenly appeared. Not, isn't that Jiang Hai and Wang Chun? What the hell? Are they being? Damn, that's really painful to watch. Oh my, this is simply unbearable to look at. I cannot bear to look. How tragic. Are they the only two taken by those minotaur-like creatures? The people who suddenly appeared were, to everyone's surprise, Wang Wei and his party. Seeing the two bound by the minotaurs and seemingly enduring relentless assault, everyone present frowned tightly, their faces contorted with disgust. When they saw Wang Wei's group arrive, the two instantly brightened with hope. It seemed the era could not understand human speech, but at this moment their true savior had finally come. Brothers, help! Help us! Good sirs, come pull us out! Jiang Hai and Wang Chun cried out, as if they had seen deliverance. Hearing the pleas, Wang Wei and his companions were startled and somewhat at a loss. What on earth is going on? How could these two be captured by minotaurs? Ahem. What about? Where is that mysterious powerhouse? They were puzzled. It made no sense that two people of such high rank could be subdued by minotaurs. Isn't that an era? Is that the dog they said they wanted to catch and play with? It looks so goofy, kind of cute. I only find it looks rather foolish. At that moment, everyone's eyes converged on the black and white arrow. After all, seeing an earthly creature here was a rare novelty. Yet to everyone's astonishment, the era seemed to understand them and returned an angry glare. Ha Gongzi ants, who are you calling dogs? Ha Gongzi, you are the foolish ones, all of you are idiots. Ha Gongzi breathed heavily, a low repressed roar escaping its throat as the sudden prompt appeared before them. Everyone stood dumbfounded. Wang Wei blinked. No way. This dog can understand us and even communicate. Absurd. Is that even a dog? Wang Zhifei could not believe it. Ha Gongzi declared, a dog. I am a noble wolf. Remember this, you worthless lot. Ha Gongzi snorted lightly. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Unbelievable. An era acting so arrogant. Jiang Ming rubbed his hair, his face twitching. Meng Xiang smiled faintly and explained to the others, I have an era at home. These dogs are brazen. To make one obey, you must first make it fear you. Once it fears you, it will no longer be arrogant. Watch and learn. I will teach this mangy dog a lesson. Meng Xiang strode forward toward Ha Gongzi. Wang Wei cautioned, be careful, a dog from another world may not be ordinary. After all, it can converse with us. Relax. It is still just a dog, Meng Xiang replied confidently. No matter what, it will not cause trouble for us. They had come to another world, he had awakened a talent, and his rank had risen accordingly. Even if a dog could grow strong under equal conditions, he did not believe he would be inferior to one. Soon Meng Xiang stood before Ha Gongzi and smiled coldly. Little fellow, it seems you can understand us. I will tell you this, a dog should not be too arrogant, or else it may end up as dog meat. Meng Xiang fancied himself, and instead Ha Gongzi lifted its head to the sky, flared its nostrils at him, and gave him a sidelong look. Meng Xiang fell silent. Ha Gongzi, what fools have you brought here? Get lost. Hearing this coarse, almost human insult, Meng Xiang's face twitched. The dog truly begged to be thrashed. Compared to his own era, this one seemed 100 times more deserving of punishment. If I do not teach you a lesson, you will never learn who is master. Meng Xiang drew a deep breath, resolved to teach the dog a thing or two. With that, he aimed at the dog's head and kicked out, though he held back some force to avoid killing it outright. A powerful gust of wind from his legs surged through the air, but Ha Gongzi remained unruffled, its face full of disdain. At the moment Meng's foot neared its head, Ha Gongzi barked once. It leaped up its hind legs, striking straight at Meng Xiang's abdomen. Missing his mark, Meng was left stunned. Ha Gongzi's hind legs connected with his belly. In an instant, a tremendous shock coursed through him, his stomach churning. With a thunderous sound, he was hurled backward like a kite, crashing to the ground and gouging a long trench. Everyone gaped in astonishment. My God, what had they just witnessed? Meng Xiang, a top-tier trialist blessed with a great talent, had been kicked flying by a dog. Meng lay on the ground, muddied and beaten. He retched as his abdomen convulsed, remnants of food and blood spraying from his mouth. Pain radiated from his belly into his limbs, leaving him miserable. At that moment, Ha Gongzi swaggered up and snorted its gait insolent. Ha Gongzi declared, human, I spared your life, so from now on your life belongs to me. From this moment you are my third human servant. Third human servant. Meng froze at the prompt. Human servant. What on earth did that mean? Ha Gongzi then looked at the others 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You 5 shall be my 4th to 8th human servants. Human servants? What is this nonsense? Hearing Ha Gongzi's words, the group's faces darkened. The dog actually recruited people as servants. This was outrageous. Yet they were proud elite trialists. How could they submit to serving a dog? Just then, Wang Wei whispered to Yi Lin, use your talent to scan it quickly. Only by understanding its nature can we devise our... Yi Lin's face twitched to a bad premonition gnawed at him. It cannot be that terrible. I cannot be unlucky every time and always meet beings we cannot contend with, he thought, hesitating. His previous 2 encounters had been unpleasant, leaving him somewhat fearful now. Damn it. Do you think we are invisible? Help. We are calling for help. Can't you see us? Help. Help us. Hearing the cries for help beside him, everyone dismissed them, completely ignoring the 2. After all, it was already like this. There was no point in holding on any longer. Yi Lin. Wang Wei whispered, we're counting on you. Yi Lin's talent allowed him to perceive the opponent's information, enabling them to grasp the situation first and make the best choice. Everyone turned their eyes to Yi Lin as they brought him along precisely because he could play the most significant role at some. Feeling the gaze of the crowd, Yi Lin was under immense pressure. Sigh. Fine. He sighed softly and comforted himself in his heart. Feeling the gaze of the crowd, Yi Lin was under immense pressure. Sigh. Fine. He sighed softly. Yi Lin discovered that the 1 or 2-star monsters no longer appeared entirely as question marks. Earlier on the front lines, he had quietly observed the elder he encountered in the goblin camp. Although the skill aspect still remained a question mark, the terrifying situation of having all question marks in other areas was no longer present. With this in mind, Yi Lin felt less afraid. Prayed talent Eye of Insight activate. In an instant, a faint glow enveloped Yi Lin's eyes. His sight pierced through all material before him, looking straight ahead. Species unknown canid. Description: possessing noble magic dog bloodlines. It is an anomaly born in this world, highly intelligent, able to understand speech, but unfortunately it seems somewhat mentally challenged. Value. Current status. Strength assessment. Danger level. Suggestion: host with a death wish. Why are they still alive until now? Looking at the prompt that appeared before him, Yi Lin remained expressionless, his heart already numb. Indeed, it was like this again. He should have some awareness. Not look at it. Yi Lin. What's wrong with you? Why aren't you reacting at all? Noticing Yi Lin's abnormality, Wang Wei was puzzled. Yi Lin's expression seemed as if he had lost all hope. Yi Lin, what did you see? Wang Zhifei asked curiously. Upon hearing this, Yi Lin instantly had a sorrowful expression, tears streaming down his face as he said, it's been 4 times in a row. Each time has been a question mark level powerhouse. I really am a harbinger of disaster. Upon hearing this term, everyone was momentarily stunned, as if question marks appeared above their heads. What kind of nonsense is a question mark level powerhouse? What does that mean? Can you clarify a bit? Wang Wei asked with a frown. Sigh. Yi Lin sighed, expressing his despair. Let me put it this way. The first time I encountered such a scene, I used my talent to look at the great Su Ran. The second time was the elder of the goblins. The third time was Miss Xia. And this time is the 4th. The reason there are question marks is due to the vast difference in strength. And now my strength and level have increased. Even the 2-star goblin elder under the great Su Ran no longer presented all question marks. What I'm saying is, you should be able to understand now. Upon hearing Yi Lin's words, the expressions of those present changed. So this is what Yi Lin meant by question mark level powerhouse. So you're saying, this dog is at least 3 stars. Wang Zhifei gasped. This silly husky is actually that strong. I think it's very likely even more. Don't forget, it said Jiang Hai and Wang Chun are human servants. Wang Wei's expression grew serious, his tone grave, if I'm not mistaken. It might just be that mysterious powerhouse. What the hell? So, does that mean all those high-star monsters were killed by this dog? When Wang Wei voiced this conjecture, the faces of everyone present changed drastically. Although they had some suspicions in their hearts earlier, they still didn't dare to confirm. But hearing Wang Wei say it, it seemed that this was the only possibility left. For a moment, everyone fell silent. This dog is so strong. Isn't it the mysterious powerhouse they were searching for this time? In the face of absolute strength, no matter what means they think of it is futile. To be able to kill high-star monsters, one at least has to possess high-star strength. Watching the crowd chattering, young Master Ha showed an impatient expression. These human servants know nothing of manners. With that thought, young Master Ha rolled his eyes. He raised his chin, standing on a massive rock. A whoa, he howled, looking quite majestic. Young Master Ha, stand up. Seeing the prompt before them, everyone froze. What is this dog doing? Seeing that the crowd gave no response, young Master Ha was bewildered. What's going on? He clearly remembered that when his master did this, he looked cool and handsome with a group of monsters supporting him below. Why is it that when it comes to him, these humans don't even give a reaction? Stand up. Meng Xiang suddenly realized this is asking him not to lie on the ground anymore. With that thought, Meng Xiang immediately stood up. Ahem. This. Wolf, young master, what can I do for you? Meng Xiang suppressed the pain, forcing a smile. He didn't want to obey this dog's orders, but the other party specifically called him out. If he didn't respond to this husky, he felt he might get hurt again. Hearing Meng Xiang's words, young Master Ha glared at the crowd. These fools have no sense of awareness. Then young Master Ha turned his gaze to Meng Xiang, his dog eyes filled with appreciation. He didn't expect this guy whom he had beaten up to be so understanding. Young Master Ha, number 3 servant, you are quite good. Meng Xiang was at a loss for words. How should he respond? If he responded, wouldn't that mean he truly became this dog's servant? If he didn't respond, what if it got angry and took him down? Just then young Master Ha turned his gaze to the crowd, snorting lightly through his nose. Young Master Ha, as for you all, you're still far off, you low emotional intelligence beings. Upon hearing this, the faces of the crowd twitched slightly. No way. A dog discussing emotional intelligence with them, who would believe that? Young Master Ha. Suddenly young Master Ha seemed to have discovered something. He moved his 4 dog legs and walked in front of the crowd. Instantly they felt as if they were facing a great enemy, their hearts filled with fear. Before long Lord Ha moved his paws and approached Xia Qingqing. He even circled around her twice. Then a look of disappointment crossed his face, followed by a sigh. Lord Ha said, forget it. I don't want you as my servant anymore. He realized that this human had signed a contract with him. From a certain perspective they were actually on equal footing. If that cheap master found out he had taken the human as his servant, this would likely be seen as a great disrespect towards the cheap master. He feared that the guy would get angry and prevent his evolution. He might even kill him. Although initially he did not believe that a lowly human could be his master, as time went on he began to discover the mysterious master's formidable strength, which instilled a sense of dread in the proud Lord Ha. Lord Ha exclaimed, no way. The crowd stared at Xia Qingqing dumbfounded. Could this dog actually have a preference for females over males? Why does Xia Qingqing not have to be a servant? Moi. A hint of surprise flashed in Xia Qingqing's beautiful eyes. She could not understand why the dog suddenly changed its mind. Forget it. Since we cannot resist, we can only accept it. Wang Wei sighed. It was not that he wanted to be a servant, but in this situation, even if they wanted to resist, they couldn't. Actually, I think being a servant isn't so bad. Wang Zhifei cleared his throat and said, leveling up several times a day, I think being a servant to a dog is not unacceptable. So are you referring to the 2 of them as servants? Jiang Ming curled his lip, his gaze falling on the 2 who were crying out in pain. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Wang Zhifei's face. If I'm going to be humiliated, I think you'll pass. After all, I think being innocent is a bit more important than level. At that moment, Lord Ha's forehead veins bulged, glaring at Wang Zhifei, barking furiously. Lord Ha said, I am a noble wolf. If you dare to call me a dog again, do you believe I will really turn you into a dog? Okay. Cold sweat trickled down Wang Zhifei's forehead. It seemed this husky took its identity very seriously. It was better not to call it a dog. Beside him, Yi Lin, who had been silent, felt it was very ridiculous. Clearly, just an unknown canine, insisting that it is not a dog. He muttered to himself, but did not dare to say it directly. Damn you all, are you blind? Damn. Can't you hurry and help? Woo, don't push me. I really can't hold on any longer. Not far away, Jiang Hai and Wang Chun cried out loud. This was too unfair. The 2 bull-headed beasts kept attacking them, even though they tried their best to resist and temporarily prevented the enemies from succeeding. Being constantly attacked was truly disgusting. The most critical point was, they were about to give in. Once the defense was broken and the enemy entered the city, everything would be ruined. Yet at such an important moment, these damn guys actually ignored the 2 of them and just stood there chatting. Should we hurry and save them? Yi Lin hesitantly spoke. Watching the 2 former good brothers being attacked was hard for him to bear. Woo. Yi Lin, you are truly our good brother. We misunderstood you. The 2 were greatly moved. Indeed. At critical moments, good brothers were the most reliable. Save them. Jiang Ming directly waved his hand and sneered. Don't forget how arrogant they were on the forum before. Makes sense. Wang Zhifei nodded. Indeed, they should let the 2 of them suffer a bit more. Damn, you guys are just watching them die, without saving them. Wow. Big brothers. We were wrong, please save us. Big brothers. No. Dads, please save us. The 2 immediately burst into tears. If they were not saved soon, their dignity was really going to be shattered. Forget it. Let's not tease them anymore. Wang Wei chuckled. Also, they called us dads. They should be forgiven. Jiang Ming smiled faintly. After a brief discussion, they immediately took action. In the case of several top trialists attacking together, the 2 bull-headed beasts were After a brief discussion, they immediately took action. In the case of several top trialists attacking together, the 2 bull-headed beasts were swiftly killed. Damn bull-headed beasts. After being rescued, Jiang Hai and Wang Chun kicked the fallen bull-headed beast's corpse in anger. Just kicking it once was not enough to vent their anger. The 2 even drew their long swords and performed a dismemberment technique. You guys are making this action look quite funny. Just kicking it once was not enough to vent their anger. The 2 even drew their long swords and performed a dismemberment technique. You guys are making... Jiang Hai was infuriated. Are you also looking to experience this? I can help you find a bull-headed beast. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming shrugged and smiled. I'm not interested in that. After all, How could you two at your level be caught by a bull-headed beast? Wang Wei cleared his throat. This matter truly puzzled him. Isn't it all because of Wang Chun, that fool? He was ambushed by the bull-headed beast and didn't even warn me. If he had warned me, I would have saved him long ago. Jiang Hai became angry as soon as it was mentioned. If it weren't for Wang Chen's foolishness, they would never have ended up like this. Damn, you still have the face to blame me. Who told you to gloat next to me? Wang Chun was also very angry, his face full of rage. This guy is hardly a brother. I was just joking with you, and you ended up harming me instead. Jiang Hai shouted angrily. Joke? Do you still think it's fun to be blown up by that thing now? Wang Chen glared at him saying, do you need me to help you find a bull-headed beast? Get lost. You Disturbringer, nothing good ever happens when I'm with you. Jiang Hai said angrily. Enough. You are clearly the Disturbringer. I've been dragged into trouble by you all along. Wang Chun retorted furiously. How could he be the Disturbringer? Jiang Hai was the root of all evil. The others stood by with arms crossed, watching the two fools argue with great interest. If anyone was a Disturbringer, aren't these two fools both Disturbringers? Damn. At that moment Yi Lin's eyes brightened. He suddenly realized that perhaps it wasn't his bad luck, but rather his luck was contaminated by these two. Out of 4 occurrences, 3 times these two were present. Only once was it just him encountering Xia Qingqing. I should keep my distance from them. Yi Lin thought to himself. On the other side at Area 404, the novice village, Su Ran once again arrived at this place. Are you certain all of them have returned? Su Ran's gaze fell upon the shadow soldiers standing before him. Understood, Su Ran said calmly. You may withdraw. At his command, the kneeling shadow soldier dissolved like ink, merging seamlessly into the shadow beneath Su Ran's feet. At last, they've returned. How long I've waited. Standing at the village entrance on the main road, Su Ran exhaled deeply. While other cultivators struggled to complete their trials, he had remained idle. Thus his progress had fallen behind. Yet this very trial would finally grant him ascension. Once he breached the threshold of level 20, his cultivation would ascend to a new tier. Without further delay, Su Ran strode directly into the novice village. The tavern was the finest place to gather intelligence, so Su Ran entered without hesitation and seated himself. No sooner had Su Ran settled than the tavern's server approached, a middle-aged woman whose face bore the deep etchings of time. What drink would you like, guest? She asked Su Ran, her tone neither warm nor cold. Actually I don't drink. Su Ran cleared his throat softly. Truth be told, he held no interest in alcohol whatsoever. You don't drink, then why come to a tavern? Her voice sharpened, eyes blazing with sudden indignation. I'm here to gather information, Su Ran replied, his voice faltering slightly. Moi. She crossed her arms. You've barged in without spending a copper. Do you think you can freeload? The matron stood squarely, hands on hips, radiating formidable presence. Fine, I'll take a cup. Defeated, Su Ran yielded to her unassailable authority. There was no help for it. Middle-aged matrons were simply not to be trifled with. At least you've got sense. Su Ran remained silent. She turned and returned with a cup of ale, its surface crowned with froth. He took a tentative sip, bitter astringent, and sighed inwardly. As expected. I truly dislike drink. Speak up. What information do you seek? I am the tavern mistress. Rumors flow to me more freely than to others. You do better asking me directly. After Su Ran's purchase, her demeanor softened markedly. Her attitude now entirely unlike moments. Su Ran blinked in mild surprise. He had avoided questioning villagers precisely because they were notoriously aloof, dismissive even toward cultivators undergoing trials. Yet this tavern mistress answered him outright. Clearly that ale had been worth every copper. I wish to know where the returning heroes are staying. That was the purpose of his visit. He could have dispatched shadows to track them, but he knew nothing of their strength. If discovered, such surveillance would severely damage rapport. For safety's sake, he chose discretion over convenience. After all this concerned his path to ascension. You seek them? The tavern mistress raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Petter and his party had only just returned, and yet this youth appeared at the door as if summoned. His intelligence was remarkably swift. Yes. Su Ran nodded. I must meet them urgently. Mistress, would you assist me? This request is rather difficult. Her brow furrowed. Petter's group was preoccupied with the dragon affair. Introducing outsiders now would only stir chaos. Clang. Su Ran slammed over 100 copper coins onto the table. Consider these your fee. Does this suffice? He met her gaze steadily. Ahem. She cleared her throat. You're a refreshingly forthright young man. As she spoke, she swept the entire pile into her apron with practiced ease. This matron is certainly unconventional, Su Ran mused inwardly. A shopkeeper would never yield for mere copper coins. Such merchants upheld integrity above coinage. Since you've shown such admirable discretion, I shall reluctantly escort you myself. She tucked away the coins, her rare smile blooming across her face. Thank you. Your assistance is greatly appreciated. Su Ran rose, only to find the tavern mistress motionless, her eyes silently gesturing downward. He glanced at the half-finished ale. How much for the drink? He asked, instantly comprehension dawning. This many. She raised a single finger. Understood. Su Ran placed 1 copper coin upon the table. She remained still, Is something amiss, hey? Su Ran frowned. Had he not already paid? Not 1 coin, 100. Arms crossed, she tapped her foot rhythmically against the floor. 100 coppers, for a single cup. Su Ran stared stunned. She inclined her head, voice calm and resolute. Genuine quality. No deception, young or old. Su Ran's expression darkened. This was no nectar of immortals, yet it cost a fortune. Who could afford such? Merely drinking would bankrupt him. A den of thieves, undeniably so. Clang. Another heap of copper coins clattered onto the table. Her eyes lit up instantly. She snatched the coins into her bosom with alacrity. Oh my, what a magnanimous young master you are. Might you consider becoming my son-in-law? Her enthusiasm surged, her face glowed with radiant delight. Let us proceed to find them, please. Su Ran suppressed his impulse, his expression grim. Son-in-law. More likely a celestial trap, to strip him bare and leave him destitute. Ah, very well. She sighed at his refusal. Follow me. I'll send someone to guide you to Petter, she declared. You won't accompany me yourself? Su Ran asked. Nonsense. I'm far too busy. She shot him a sharp glance, then turned and strode briskly to another table, engaging its patrons in animated conversation. Li Lao Yao, could you do me a favor? What? Help you take someone? I refuse. Just take that young man to find Pied. I refuse. I still want to drink, go find someone else. Dragging your feet, are you even a man? This has nothing to do with whether I'm a man or not. Li Lao Yao was a balding old man. He was dressed in a thin garment, most of his dark skin exposed. I refuse. Upon hearing the tavern owner's request, Li Lao Yao rejected it without a second thought. Why should he take that kid to find someone? Isn't drinking more enjoyable? With a slap, the tavern owner slammed her palm on the table, shaking the drinks. 10 copper coins, are you in or not? The tavern owner's palm moved away, revealing 10 ancient bronze coins on the table. 10 coins. Li Lao Yao was taken aback. Such a stingy tavern owner actually willing to part with this kind of fortune. I'm in. Li Lao Yao did not hesitate and directly grabbed the 10 copper coins from the table. With a smile, he patted his chest and assured. It's just taking someone to find Pied, leave it to me. That's more like it. The tavern owner nodded in satisfaction. Then she turned her gaze to Su Ran, smiling, as she said, young man, I have done my part well for you. Su Ran. This is ridiculous. Using his money to hire someone. And they directly took 90% of it. Not only was the tavern black, but this person was also truly shady. Young man, don't worry, just follow me. Li Lao Yao walked up to Su Ran, smiling as he patted his shoulder. I will definitely let you meet Pied. Just helping to take someone, and I get 10 copper coins. A blood profit. Looking at Li Lao Yao's elated expression, Su Ran's face turned strange. Su Ran truly could not bear to tell him. Actually, he only received 10% of the reward. Then he'll trouble you. Su Ran said with a forced smile. Li Lao Yao led Su Ran walking through the village for quite a while. Area 404 is not too big, but not too small either. In fact, it was quite simple for Su Ran to locate the young man named Pied. However, he did not want to draw too much attention to avoid being overly scrutinized by the authorities, so he took the normal route. After about 10 minutes of walking, Li Lao Yao brought Su Ran to the martial arts training ground in the village. At this moment, dozens of strong men were training in the arena, sweating as they honed their bodies. This is the place. They are all warriors who have just returned home. Li Lao Yao pointed to the middle-aged man at the front of the training ground, saying, if you want to find Pied, that person is him. Excuse me, can you tell me about this Pied? Su Ran asked. He only mentioned the returning warriors, but the tavern owner specifically mentioned Pied. Then how do you prove that you paid the money? The shopkeeper suddenly had a flash of inspiration and asked. If this problem couldn't be resolved, then throw the same question back at the other party. If I hadn't paid, would you let me walk out the door? Su Ran answered as a matter of course. For a moment the shopkeeper fell silent. What you said made so much sense, but you really didn't pay. Seeing the shopkeeper at a loss for words, Su Ran couldn't help but chuckle. Then a large bag of copper coins suddenly appeared in his hand. You just happened to run into me. If it were anyone else, they definitely wouldn't have recognized it. Next time you should be more careful. Saying this, Su Ran handed over the bag. As expected. I knew you little rascal did it on purpose. The shopkeeper gritted his teeth. With such a large sum of money, how could the person involved possibly not be aware? Haha, just joking with you. Su Ran smiled. Last time he left, he completely forgot to pay. But since even the shopkeeper himself forgot, it couldn't be said to be solely his responsibility. This joke isn't funny at all. The shopkeeper glared fiercely at Su Ran. Given this kid's wealth, and not truly being a deadbeat, he decided to forgive the kid. After all, he was a major customer, one couldn't afford to ruin the good vibes. By the way, what are you doing here looking for Pied? The shopkeeper voiced his confusion. Pied had just returned, and this kid clearly didn't even know them. Because my next task is related to them, Su Ran replied with a smile, revealing no secrets. After all, your next task is related to them. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper was puzzled and said, aren't your testers' tasks about fighting monsters? I just recently met a tester who said they had to deal with the 9 great leaders. That's their task. As for me, it's quite disgraceful to talk about. Su Ran shook his head. What's wrong with you? The shopkeeper's curiosity was piqued mixed with a tinge of glee. Upon hearing this, it felt like this kid was in trouble. Just the thought of this brat being unhappy brought him some comfort. I was banned by the system. It said I was too strong, and it doesn't allow me to participate in the upcoming group tasks. Su Ran's expression was complex, filled with regret. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's forehead was covered in black lines. Su Ran's regretful expression appeared so pretentious in his eyes. This is ridiculous. Being banned by the system, just like that. What level are you? The shopkeeper asked suspiciously. He doubted this kid was trying to deceive him. To have the system ban a tester from participating in the upcoming tasks, honestly, he had never seen anything like that. Level 20. Su Ran sighed. I've been stuck at level 20 for quite a while now. Hearing Su Ran's words, the shopkeeper's mouth slightly opened, his face showing a dazed expression. Already at level 20. How long has it been since then? Moreover, this brat even said he's been at level 20 for a long time. It sounded really pretentious, but he had no evidence. After a while, the shopkeeper finally swallowed and forced a smile. So, the task you mentioned, is it an advanced task? From the moment Su Ran mentioned being stuck at that level, he no longer doubted that this kid was bluffing, because only testers who truly reached that level would understand the boundaries. The villagers, due to restrictions, wouldn't reveal these secrets to them. Su Ran nodded and admitted, my next task is indeed related to them. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's gaze sharpened. Then your luck is quite unfortunate. This village is about to face a dragon, while Su Ran's task is related to Pied and them. No matter how you think about it, this is not a good thing. Su Ran's expression shifted as he softly asked, what do you mean by that? Anyway, this advanced task of yours is very difficult. It's at least 10 times harder than the regular tester's advanced tasks. The shopkeeper didn't answer, but as for the matter of the dragon, it was best kept hidden, because once it spread and caused panic, it would affect the trials. Something far more terrifying than the dragon's descent would happen. So what exactly do you want to say? Su Ran felt somewhat annoyed. He despised riddlers. Can't say, mustn't say. The shopkeeper looked at Su Ran and spoke each word deliberately. As an elder, let me give you a piece of advice. It's best to give up this advanced task. Even a level 20 tester is still like an ant in the face of a dragon. In his view, the possibility of Su Ran completing this trial was extremely low, and it could even endanger his life. Giving up this advanced task, while it would delay growth, would protect his own safety. That's not possible. Su Ran smiled faintly. You think with just a few words I would give up? That's impossible. Although he didn't know what the shopkeeper was really thinking. His level had been stuck at 20 for so long. If there were no restrictions, he would have already risen to dozens of levels. He waited so long for this advanced task, there's no way he'd give it up. Good words are hard to persuade the damned ghost. You'd better take care of yourself. The shopkeeper shook his head. His level had been stuck at 20 for so long. If there were no restrictions, he would have already risen to dozens of levels. He waited so long for this advanced task, after all, new testers would emerge every so often. Regarding the shopkeeper's words, Su Ran merely smiled. He certainly didn't believe he would lose his life so easily. If he couldn't beat them, he could always run right. So can you introduce me to them? Introduce? Well, it's not impossible. The shopkeeper cleared his throat, his gaze subtly drifting towards Su Ran's pouch. Why are you looking at my thigh? Su Ran's expression turned wary. This shopkeeper couldn't be a pervert, right? Sigh. Forget it. Let's go. He'll take you to meet them. In the end, the shopkeeper could only let out a long sigh. Forget it. Let's go. He'll take you to meet them. In the end, the shopkeeper could only let out a long sigh. Today's youth no longer uphold martial virtues. They only know how to leech off the elderly. All right, thank you, boss. What good is thanks? You better pay up. Thankless. Su Ran chuckled and said, well, I can't just give you money directly. You're not that kind of person. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper was taken aback. What kind of person am I? The shopkeeper couldn't help but ask. Why can't he just receive money? That's exactly what I meant is that you're not the type to be blinded by money, but rather someone of high integrity who views wealth as worthless. Su Ran decisively replied. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper was stunned. What kind of character have you fooled? I for one love money the most. When did I become a noble person who sees wealth as worthless? Actually, am I not the kind of person you think I am? The shopkeeper cleared his throat. There was no other way. He could only hint this way. After all, he was still quite prideful. I've said it like this so you should understand now, right? Boss, you're too humble. Su Ran said with a soft smile, causing the veins on the shopkeeper's forehead to bulge. Damn, is this kid pretending to be stupid, or is he really clueless? Next, he'll need your assistance, boss. Su Ran said with a smile to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper was left speechless. It seemed that there was no way he could get any money from Su Ran after all. Eventually, the shopkeeper could only lead Su Ran into the center of the training ground with a dark face. The moment they appeared in the training ground, the dozens of warriors practicing immediately stopped. Elder, many warriors called out in unison. They then cast curious glances at the young man behind the shopkeeper. Elder, what brings you here? Ped came forward, drenched in sweat, standing before the two. He was slightly out of breath, his strong body heaving. What else could it be? The shopkeeper said irritably. This kid owes me money, and I'm here to collect. Upon hearing this, Ped was somewhat confused. The many warriors present wore expressions of disbelief. The elder was notoriously stingy, known throughout the village. It's known that extending credit is utterly impossible. How could anyone owe him money? Boss, you're mistaken. Su-Ran couldn't help but retort. That's not called owing money, you simply forgot to ask me for it. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's face darkened. This statement made it sound as if it were entirely his fault. Doesn't that kid have any responsibility? What an interesting little brother. Ped held back a laugh. The warriors, however, couldn't help but chuckle. They had never seen anyone dare to argue with the elder like this. Especially those trial takers who were afraid of offending the elder. As newcomers, none wanted the shopkeeper refusing to sell to them. After all, both skill books and health potions were extremely important. Su-Ran as a trial taker was indeed a rare sight. All right. I've brought you before them. Oh, I've fulfilled your request. The shopkeeper said irritably. If it were any other trial taker, he would have ignored them long ago. Unfortunately, Su-Ran was too wealthy. A few thousand copper coins were nothing to him. There was no choice. He could only back down. Upon hearing the shopkeeper's words, Ped spoke up in confusion. Do you mean that this young brother is here to seek us? That's right. Now that my task is complete, I won't be serving. The shopkeeper grumbled in response, then immediately turned to leave. Boss, thank you this time, take care. Su-Ran said with a smile. Humph. The shopkeeper snorted coldly in response. He truly did not want to stay here any longer. If he stayed any longer, he felt that he would be driven to madness by this brat, Su-Ran. Watching the shopkeepers retreating back, Su-Ran merely smiled, then turned to Ped and said, Hello, my name is Su-Ran, and I am one of the trial takers in this batch. Hello. My name is Ped. Ped introduced himself as well. However, he remained puzzled. Why would a trial taker come to find us? Since you are a trial taker, why aren't you off completing your tasks? Just a reminder, slacking off for too long will put you behind. If there's nothing else, hurry up and level up. Your name is Su-Ran, right? That name sounds somewhat familiar. After the shopkeeper left, the warriors present immediately became more lively. One by one, they surrounded Upon noticing Su-Ran's name, many frowned slightly as it sounded somewhat familiar. Su-Ran. Ped's eyes brightened. I heard from the village elder that one of this batch of trial takers is exceptionally outstanding. It must be you, right? He had considered whether that mysterious powerhouse might be a trial taker, but ultimately dismissed the thought. However, upon returning to the village, they had indeed heard of a particularly active trial taker whose strength surpassed that of the others. Has my name become so renowned already? Su-Ran let out a dry laugh, feeling a tremor in his heart. Instead of rejoicing, he felt somewhat anxious. Even those who just returned knew about him. The attention from the management towards him will surely increase. It is indeed quite renowned, Ped said with a smile. The warriors began discussing the rumors surrounding Su-Ran. I've heard that while others are only at levels 2 or 3, you're already over level 10. They say that when you arrived at the goblin camp, those goblins saw you as a deity and immediately knelt in submission. I've also heard that in recent tasks, while others were slacking off, you single-handedly completed all the trials. Speaking of which, I've heard that all the female trial takers are your partners. That can't be true, can it? Laugh. Impressive, truly a young prodigy. The warriors continuously praised Su-Ran. In their eyes, although young, he had the potential to become a great warrior. Rumors shouldn't be taken too seriously. Su-Ran forced a smile. Damn. How did these rumors become more and more absurd? Even the rumor that all the female trial takers are his partners has spread. To think he had hardly interacted with any female trial takers. Which bastard spread this ridiculous rumor? If I catch him, I definitely won't let him off easily. Ped chuckled, his eyes glimmering with a hint of sharpness. There must be some truth to the rumors. At least we can be sure that your level is definitely not low. Compared to you, brother Pied, I still fall a little short, Su-Ran said with a smile. Although levels do not represent ultimate strength, the fact remains that the other party is indeed 2 levels above him. Isn't that just stating the obvious? Exactly. Pied is the bravest warrior in our village. If he were to be surpassed by you, what would that mean? You are quite impressive, young man, to keep up the good work. The other warriors all patted Su-Ran's shoulder and laughed. Naturally, they did not believe Su-Ran's feats. Such tales were too exaggerated, likely someone had embellished. Having grown up in the novice village, they had seen many such situations. You are being too modest. Pied shook his head and smiled. While we lack the special abilities of the elders, we can sense your strength through intuition. I can also feel your power. Although Su-Ran was not as strong as him, the gap was likely not too great. By the way, what do you need from us, Su-Ran? Could it be that you want to train with us? You are quite clever. Leveling up only enhances your own configuration, but battle skills must be practiced. The warriors laughed and discussed among themselves. In their view, the only reason Su-Ran sought them out was to learn from their combat skills. After all, they were once warriors of the kingdom, and their combat experience was extraordinary, at least compared to many. That's actually a good suggestion, Su-Ran replied with a smile. As of now, his panel configuration had nearly reached its current limit. To continue growing stronger, the only way was to focus on talent. If he could enhance his combat skills, the benefits to his strength would be considerable. However, this was clearly not his purpose. But the reason I came to find you all is not for that reason. Su-Ran turned his gaze towards everyone. Not for that reason. Upon hearing this, all the warriors were taken aback, wondering what this young man wanted from them. Su-Ran, let me remind you. We cannot help you trial takers fight monsters. You might not believe it, but someone once helped trial takers fight monsters and broke the rules. The system marked him as a red-named monster. In the end, he was hunted down by a group of trial takers. Sigh. Thinking about that poor guy. He was just trying to help the trial takers, only to be treated as a monster by them. To prevent Su-Ran from seeking their help, the warriors preemptively blocked this line of conversation. Hearing this, Su-Ran couldn't help but chuckle. You all are overthinking it. I'm not here to seek help. I'm actually here to assist you. Assist us. The numerous warriors were taken aback. Indeed, Su-Ran nodded. This is a task assigned to me by— You have reached level 20. Pied standing nearby exclaimed in shock. Su-Ran had come alone to complete the task. This was clearly an advanced solo task. Yes, Su-Ran nodded in confirmation. What the hell? You this kid are even stronger than me. I thought it was preposterous at first. But now it seems those rumors are true. Wow. You really are the favorite of all female trial takers. Damn, that's incredible. I'm so envious. The crowd looked shocked, their hearts filled with mixed. Various emotions surged within everyone, some envious, some astonished. This young man should not be underestimated. I said rumors are not entirely accurate. Su-Ran replied somewhat helplessly. Other matters aside, could they not dwell on rumors involving him and female trial takers? Impressive. Pied patted Su-Ran's shoulder, filled with admiration. In my lifetime, you are the first trial taker I have seen progress this quickly. It seems you will soon surpass Pied. No, you should be able to surpass him very soon. Damn. You reached level 20 in such a short time. Although it's understandable that trial takers level up faster than us. But you are advancing faster than even top trial takers. Sigh. I've lived my whole life. And still can't compare to a trial taker who levels up in half a month. You're making me want to become a trial taker. Then go become one. Cough. Let's forget that. I don't want to die young. At that moment, all the warriors felt that Su-Ran was like a monster. If they were to draw a line between their progress, it would be. They were walking slowly, while trial takers were running on the ground. As for Su-Ran, he was flying in the sky. The speed difference between the three was immense, completely on different levels. However, if they were asked to become trial takers, they would not choose to do so. After all, the reason trial takers level up so quickly is that every task is a matter of life and death. Unless encountering a strong ally like the trial takers in the 404 area at this moment. Otherwise, participating in trials equates to a near-death experience. Su-Ran, my young brother, you say you are here to help us. Pied glanced at him, shaking his head with a wry smile. Your advanced task must be quite grim. The difficulty is at least 10 times greater than what I faced back then. If I were you, I would suggest you abandon this advanced task and wait for the next one. Hearing this, Su-Ran's gaze flickered. He remembered that the shopkeeper had said something similar earlier. Could you explain? Su-Ran asked. He needed to understand why they all thought he should give up the task. A major crisis is about to. If you insist on going your own way, you might lose your life. A serious expression flashed across Pei's face as he spoke solemnly. This was the only advice he could give Su-Ran. Could you clarify a bit more? Su-Ran sighed. The system's mechanism was simply astonishing, making everyone hear like riddlers. It was unclear. Their words sounded terrifying, but they refused to elaborate. This only made him more in short, this is very dangerous for you. Pied opened his mouth with a smile, advising. I sincerely hope you can abandon this task, because the enemy is not someone you can deal with. Enemy. Upon hearing this, Su-Ran's gaze flickered. It seemed this assistance task was of the combat type. Could you be more specific? Su-Ran looked at Pied and softly asked, how strong is the opponent? The shopkeeper and Ped seemed to speak in hushed tones. Perhaps the opponent was extraordinarily powerful. Very strong. Ped took a deep breath, his expression serious. Even I, in the presence of such an existence, would be defeated in a single move. No, to be precise. In its presence, I can only be considered an ant. With that, Ped's expression darkened considerably. Listen to Ped. That kind of enemy is not something you can handle. Though you won't be able to advance this time. But you could at least leave with your life. Honestly speaking, even if you were to succeed in advancing and join forces, you still wouldn't withstand even a casual strike from that fellow. In the face of such calamity-level existence, everyone is merely an ant. The warriors sighed, all trying to persuade Su-Ran. Hearing you say this, the opponent seems quite strong. Su-Ran looked astonished. Judging by this description, the enemy this time might be the strongest he had encountered since his traversing. You call that a little strong? Isn't it a bit more than that? The warriors were somewhat speechless. Did this kid not understand the situation? That was a dragon, a colossal dragon. A single slap could kill them all. In any case, you shouldn't get involved in this mission. Ped spoke earnestly. Unless we find that mysterious powerhouse predicted, no one can contend with it. The mysterious powerhouse predicted. Su Ran's eyes flashed with curiosity as he asked, what is that? It means literally. Ped pondered carefully and replied softly, we have sensed a certain chapter of the future when the enemy descends. A mysterious powerhouse will appear to confront them. Do you know who that mysterious powerhouse is? Not yet. Ped answered. So you are just pinning your hopes on the prediction. Su Ran frowned and said, what if the prediction is inaccurate, or if the future changes, then that mysterious powerhouse won't appear. The prediction won't be wrong. As for the future changes, that's beyond our control. Ped sighed and said, he hoped that the mysterious powerhouse would appear even earlier than expected and not arrive at the last moment like in the prediction of Xylo. What does that mysterious powerhouse look like? Su Ran thought for a moment and asked. This. How would we know? Ped sighed again. Can't predictions see faces? Su Ran was a bit confused. Surely in the predictions, everyone's face wasn't obscured. Only the person themselves knows. Ped explained softly. Xylo naturally knew what the mysterious powerhouse looked like, but they did not. It was precisely because of this that they had still not found that person until now. Only the person themselves knows. Su Ran felt a stir in his heart. It seemed this prediction was likely a person's ability. Ahem. I actually think the person you are waiting for might be me, Su Ran said with a light cough. Upon hearing Su Ran's words, everyone present was left speechless. This kid was truly shameless to say such things. That mysterious powerhouse could battle with dragons. How could a mere novice challenger dare to stand shoulder to shoulder with such an existence? If you are that mysterious powerhouse, I will eat shit on the spot. I will stand on my head. Can you all quit it? For something that is impossible, it should be taken more seriously. Then you say, if you really are that mysterious powerhouse, I will forever walk upside down and my food will awesome. Quite extreme. Alright. You are even bolder. As they joked, everyone burst into laughter. Truly anyone could talk big. As for Su Ran being that mysterious powerhouse, they didn't even consider it for a moment. Because that idea was simply more absurd than a dragon seeing them and directly kneeling to beg for mercy. Brother Su Ran, wait until you level up 20 more levels. I think there may be hope. Ped couldn't help but chuckle, a smile seemingly etched on his scarred face. The young ones nowadays are becoming increasingly interesting. Even he might not be able to defeat them, yet they still want to stand shoulder to shoulder with dragons. But one couldn't blame them. After all, Brother Su Ran didn't know the enemy was a dragon. So it seems the enemy is extraordinarily powerful. Su Ran sighed. To make Ped say that he might need to be 20 levels stronger to have a chance, he was becoming more and more intrigued by that unseen enemy. So you should just give up? Ped shook his head slightly and said with a smile. In his view, with both sides' differences made, if Su Ran was not foolish, he would know to give up on this advancement task. However, what surprised them all was that Su Ran still refused. No. Su Ran smiled slightly, his eyes sharp. Hearing you say this, I am even more interested. Having grown from a weakling to where he was now, he had never truly unleashed his full power. If the opponent was truly that powerful, perhaps this time could compel him to truly fight. Besides, he had been waiting for the advancement task for a long time. If he gave up this time, he didn't know how long he would have to wait. Moreover, if he retreated this time, what if the next time was even more difficult? Would he have to forever retreat? He couldn't bring himself to back down without even having seen the enemy. Upon hearing this, everyone was utterly astonished. Ped furrowed his brow, his voice turning serious. Su Ran, you really must not be ungrateful. They exerted so much effort to advise this kid, simply hoping he wouldn't lose his life for no reason. Yet this kid, instead of being afraid, insisted on opposing them. I appreciate your good intentions. Su Ran looked at Ped and said with a faint smile, but the enemy hasn't even shown their face, and you want me to admit defeat? I can't do that. I appreciate your good intentions. Su Ran looked at Ped and said with a faint smile, but the enemy hasn't even shown their face, and you want me to admit defeat? In his view, perhaps it was because he was far ahead of the other challengers that it led to Su Ran's arrogance. If this continued, Su Ran would surely die at the hands of the dragon. After all, this is the most direct way to prove my strength, Su Ran said with a smile. If he did not demonstrate some ability, these people would likely continue to reject him. The warriors present were taken aback by his words. They quickly advised, Su Ran, you are being a bit stubborn here. We are not allowing you to undertake this task for your own good. The words of the crowd fell into Su Ran's ears. Yet he still smiled faintly and said, thank you all for your advice, but I still want to give it a try. You really are hard-headed. Not to mention your level is below Ped's. Even if your strength is indeed above, winning wouldn't change anything. Why bother? The warriors all sighed. This battle seemed entirely meaningless, especially considering they believed Su Ran's chances of winning were slim. Even if Su Ran did defeat Ped, it wouldn't change much. Because whether Su Ran was stronger or weaker than Ped in the eyes of the dragon, he was still just an ant. Looks like you're quite confident, huh? But too much confidence just turns into arrogance. If you really want to compete, I can accommodate you. Ped looked at Su Ran, his tone remarkably calm. Since Su Ran refused to heed any words of caution, he could only use strength to show this kid the reality. Thank you for accommodating me, Su Ran said gratefully. Ped nodded and walked to the center of the training ground. Then he turned back. Come on, let me see your strength. His tone was indifferent yet cold. All right, Su Ran smiled lightly and stepped forward. The two stood facing each other in the center of the training ground. Seeing that their advice was in vain, the warriors abandoned any attempts to persuade Su Ran and instead watched the two with a sense of anticipation. What do you think the outcome of this battle will be? Of course Ped will win. Isn't that obvious? I meant how will he win? How many moves can that kid last? I think 3 moves. Aren't you underestimating him? I've heard he is the top contender among this batch of challengers. That's right. Not only does that kid progress quickly, but he also far outpaces the other challengers, so it's not an exaggeration to say he stands out above the rest. So, 10 moves. What do you think? That seems about right. The warriors engaged in lively discussion. Their knowledge of Su Ran came only from hearsay from the villagers. Some of the exaggerated feats were dismissed as mere rumors. Not only did Ped have the advantage in level over Su Ran, but he also possessed decades of rich combat experience. Dealing with a novice challenger would be incredibly easy. Even if both sides had closely matched basic stats, Ped's exceptional combat skills would easily lead him to defeat challengers of the same rank. In their eyes, Su Ran had minimal chances of winning. The only chance that kid has is his talent. But I wonder what kind of talent he awakened. Being a challenger is great. And they can even awaken talents. If you want, you can also become one. I already said I'm still young, and then what are you talking about? The warriors had mixed feelings toward the challengers, feeling both envy and pity. They envied the challengers for being able to awaken talents and gain experience from slaying monsters. Unlike them who had no talent and could only learn martial skills through hard work. Only geniuses like Xylo could be born with their unique abilities. They could only grow stronger over time, slowly accumulating power under the sun and moon. Challengers have their perks, many perks. But they are just short-lived. Because the difficulty of the tasks will increase, and to survive they must grow stronger. If their progress slows down, sooner or later they will die on the path of challenge. All eyes were on the two of them. I can let you make the first move. Ped's scarred face gave him an air of coldness. Thank you for your kindness, but it's not necessary. Su Ran's eyes sparkled with a smile, yet his tone was quite calm. He did not underestimate the man before him, as one deemed a warrior by the system was evidently not ordinary. Is that so? Ped's face remained calm, but his gaze suddenly turned sharp. Then I won't hold back. With those words he made his move. Ped's right foot suddenly stomped down. The ground trembled, dust rising. He launched himself forward, his figure resembling that of a leopard. So fast. Su Ran narrowed his eyes, fully alert. Without understanding the man before him, Su Ran dared not be the least bit. Just like in the earlier battle against Xia Qingqing, had he not used the illusion to scout ahead, he might have been trapped for a while. Even with his hard power above the opponents, he still had to guard against those peculiar abilities. Ped initiated the first attack. All eyes in the arena were focused on them. The warriors did not dare to breathe, watching every moment closely to avoid missing any details. He didn't use any abilities. Su Ran's gaze shifted. He realized Ped was merely launching a straightforward attack, even a probe. In that case, if the enemy does not move, neither do I. At this moment, Su Ran leaned slightly forward, directly charging at Ped. Both sides unleashed their offensive, and no one backed down. Bang! Their fists collided with a crisp sound. A powerful force reverberated from both sides. With just this punch, the gap in strength between them began to show. Su Ran did not retreat at all, but Ped was forced back, leaning backwards from the impact. His strength is that great. In an instant, Ped's expression changed dramatically. Su Ran's power exceeded his expectations. In the blink of an eye, Ped found himself at a disadvantage. However, immediately after, he relied on his rich combat experience to nullify the shockwave. At the same moment, he was pushed back. He stomped down heavily and used that force to spin around, abruptly kicking towards Su Ran's side. That move. Su Ran's expression changed, and he quickly retreated. Both sides pulled back, no longer attacking recklessly. This round was a clash of physical prowess without any complicated powers. The fight lasted only 3 seconds, yet it left the warriors present in a daze. What the hell? Did I just imagine that? It seemed like Ped was at a disadvantage just now. That kid looks really strong. Unbelievable. Isn't that kid only level 20? His strength is enough to push back the advanced Ped. A simple exchange, yet it sent tremors through every onlooker present. Ped's expression flickered wildly as he fixed his gaze upon Su Ran and spoke in a low, grave tone. Your strength is simply overwhelming. Unbelievable. Su Ran, merely level 20, had utterly overpowered him. A level 22 warrior who had already broken through his cultivation bottleneck. Had his combat instincts not been razor-sharp, that single punch would have ended the match then and there. You are truly formidable, Su Ran declared sincerely. The moment their fists collided, Su Ran instantly grasped the chasm between their strengths. Yet Ped, with uncanny finesse, had turned his own disadvantage into advantage, shifting seamlessly from defense to offense. I now fully comprehend your power, but still I urge you to withdraw. Ped sighed softly. Su Ran's strength was undeniable. He stood at least on equal footing with Ped himself. Yet even such prowess was insufficient to challenge the dragon. I suspect you still underestimate me. Su Ran smiled faintly. That was merely a probe. Now, I shall grow somewhat serious. His voice was soft, yet struck the ears of all like thunderclaps. Somewhat serious. Does that mean the boy hadn't even exerted his true strength just now? Indeed, his power is extraordinary, but does he perhaps indulge in bravado? The veteran warriors murmured quietly among themselves. They acknowledged Su-Ran's might, yet his words reeked unmistakably of arrogance. So, you intend to unleash your innate talent? Pied locked eyes with Su-Ran, his expression tightening. He knew nothing of Su-Ran's talent, but the very fact that Su-Ran dared utter those words implied it could decide the battle's outcome. I will not employ my talent, Su-Ran replied calmly. Were he to do so, his power would surge several-fold, or even tenfold. He feared losing control entirely, perhaps even obliterating Pied outright. You won't use your talent. Pied's eyes widened in genuine shock. In that instant, astonishment seized him completely. Could it be the boy's earlier display wasn't even his full capacity? Now it is my turn. Please watch closely. Su-Ran's smile vanished. His gaze sharpened, cold, piercing, unyielding. A sharp crack echoed across the arena. Su-Ran moved. Dust billowed, wind swirled. In an instant his figure dissolved from sight, leaving behind only afterimages as he lunged forward like a storm-born phantom. The boy was no longer jesting. He was utterly earnest. Danger! Pied's pupils contracted violently. Before his next breath had passed, the boy was no longer jesting. He was utterly earnest. Danger! Pied's pupils contracted violently. Before his next breath had passed, Su-Ran was already upon him. Then, 5 fingers touched his chest. Press down. It's over. That was the sole thought flashing through. Against absolute speed and raw power, technique held no meaning. Boom. A torrent of force erupted from Su-Ran's palm, slamming squarely into Pied's sternum. A gale surged outward, radiating violent shockwaves. Crash. Pied was hurled skyward, flung backward in a violent arc, until he crashed down more than 10 meters away. Against absolute speed and raw power, technique held no meaning. Boom. A torrent of force erupted from Su-Ran's palm, slamming Ugh. A choked groan escaped him, sweat beaded heavily across his brow. The impact had been monstrous, thankfully delivered by an open palm, not a clenched fist. Had it been a fist, he might well have lost half his life in that single blow. Damn. We misjudged him utterly. Pied was defeated, instantly. A level 20 vanquishing a level 22. This defies reason. The veterans stared eyes wide with disbelief, unable to reconcile what they had witnessed. Their spirits were profoundly shaken. To any observer with eyes to see, Su-Ran's dominance over Pied had been absolute. Granted, Pied had not deployed any martial techniques, but neither had Su-Ran unleashed his innate talent. They had clashed purely on foundational strength, where Pied, the higher-ranked warrior, should logically hold the advantage. Yet reality mocked expectation. Not only did Pied gain no edge, he was effortlessly subdued by a level 20 youth. He's only been here half a month, and I feel as though I've wasted my entire life. How can a level 20 possess such power? His stats resemble those of a level 30-40 veteran. The veterans remained baffled, unwilling to accept it. Why was this trialist so extraordinarily strong? Even if their base capabilities were comparable, they could have reconciled that. After all, Su-Ran was the undisputed #1 trialist. But to render Pied's mastery utterly irrelevant, that was devastating beyond measure. You have won. Pied coughed twice, then lifted his gaze to meet Su-Ran's. He had never imagined such an outcome. Was this prodigy truly a novice trialist? Su-Ran's expression remained placid, utterly unruffled. To him, this victory was neither miraculous nor surprising. Though his level stood at 20, he had received multiple system-based attribute bonuses. Moreover, he had spent his Omni points to max out every stat currently upgradable. On paper alone, he towered. Even superior technique proved futile before sheer unassailable might. I wish to know, was that your full strength just now, eh? Pied rose slowly, exhaling deeply. Su-Ran's reply was calm, 2 syllables delivered without inflection. Hearing this, Pied studied him intently, enunciating each word with deliberate gravity. I mean, without invoking talent or techniques. At those words, the onlookers froze. What did Pied imply? Did he truly believe the youth hadn't yet revealed his utmost power? At that thought, every eye snapped back towards Su-Ran. Surely not. As all gazes converged upon him, Su-Ran remained serene, an answered voice steady. Were he to unleash his full might, Pied would not walk away unscathed. Even a palm strike would have shattered several ribs. Su-Ran's quiet words struck the crowd like thunder, deafening, earth-shaking. Not his full strengths, and still without talent or techniques. By the heavens, is this real? Faces paled, pupils contracted in visceral awe. If Su-Ran spoke truth, how vast then was his true power? Cough, cough. Pied cleared his throat, his expression complex. Perhaps you truly are that enigmatic. In that moment, he understood Su-Ran's confidence sprang not from blind arrogance, but from irrefutable, unshakable reality. He possessed the strength he claimed, and more. Ped's words caused some people present to flush with embarrassment. Is he really that mysterious powerhouse? It shouldn't be possible, right? If he is indeed the one predicted by Hilo, I might just lose it. Haha. What were you guys saying just now? You are truly brave, not only scamming food and drinks, but even standing on your head. Don't worry, everyone remembers what you said clearly, just don't back out. Who's backing out? We haven't even started yet. Exactly, stop talking nonsense. The few who had previously made bold claims now argued back with flushed faces. Haha. Whether this kid is that person or not will be revealed when Hilo wakes up. You all better get ready, we are waiting to see your performance. The rest of the crowd held a sense of amusement. After this contest, they had already formed a preliminary impression of Su-Ran's strength. Although Su-Ran's strength did not seem sufficient to rival a dragon, the power he possessed was not to be underestimated. Perhaps the Su-Ran in Hilo's predictions is him after breaking through the thresholds. This is entirely possible. After all, before and after breaking through are two completely different concepts. Regardless, once Hilo wakes up, everything will be clear. Ped held his abdomen, suppressing the pain as he exhaled. To be honest, I never expected such a powerful ability from a novice trialist who has only been here for a little over half a month. Ped let out a bitter laugh. Originally, he hoped Su-Ran would be more rational and not stir up such big troubles. But it seems he underestimated him. Uncle Ped, you are quite strong too, Su-Ran said with a smile, of course. I mean in terms of technique. Ped's use of leverage just now was quite impressive. The gap in their skills was evident in just a single strike. He was able to easily defeat Ped because his hardware configuration far surpassed the other. Even though he had gone through many battles during this time, he still lacked experience. Especially when facing a warrior like Ped who had rich combat experience. At that moment a loud voice called out from afar. Ped, everyone. A burly man was seen running quickly Fro. Hilo woke up. The moment they saw this person, a hint of surprise flashed across the faces of the crowd. Because this person was the one they had sent to look after Hilo. His arrival indicated that Hilo had likely awakened. That's right. Hilo has awakened, and she remembers the predictions clearly. The man named Fro had a joyful expression, excitedly saying, "We can find that mysterious powerhouse now." Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions subtly changed. Then they all simultaneously looked at Su-Ran. It seems like now is the right moment. Ped looked at Su-Ran and said with a soft smile, "Whether Su-Ran is that mysterious powerhouse will soon..." Actually, am not that interested in whether or not he is that mysterious powerhouse. Same here. I'm more curious to see if some people are really going to perform their tricks. Haha, go eat dirt. The brave warriors all turned their eyes towards the few who had made bold claims, their eyes filled with schadenfreude. Seeing the gazes of the crowd, the few who had made bold claims suddenly appeared somewhat guilty. This timing is just too coincidental. It shouldn't be possible. What's wrong with you guys? Fro looked at everyone with confusion. At the same time, he noticed Su-Ran asking, "Who is this kid?" "He might just be the person we are looking for," Ped said with a complex expression, speaking softly. Him. Upon hearing Ped's words, Fro couldn't believe it. How could it be this kid? This young lad, clearly just a novice trialist who has recently arrived, how could he possess the strength to rival? Don't judge a book by its cover and underestimate him. Otherwise you'll definitely suffer a great loss, just like I did. Seeing his disbelief, Ped empathized and sighed. Suffer a loss. Fro's heart shook. Does Ped mean you suffered a loss at his hands? Although it's hard to believe it is indeed the case. Ped let out a bitter laugh. He feared that no one would believe that he, the strongest warrior in the village, would be defeated by a novice trialist. Is this for real? Fro still couldn't believe it, looking at Su-Ran with a face full of suspicion. Is this young man really as terrifying as Ped said? Absolutely true. That's right, we witnessed it with our own eyes. Don't doubt it, we were even more doubtful than you about what just happened. That kid's strength is indeed frightening, easily defeating Ped. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say his strength is unfathomable. Some guys even made bold claims that if it can be proven that kid is the person we are looking for, they might just get to see a good show. As witnesses to Ped's defeat, the warriors spoke up one after another. Although they still held doubts about whether Su-Ran could contend with a dragon. One thing is for sure, and that is Su-Ran's true strength is far more than just the tip of the iceberg that has been revealed. Upon hearing this, Fro was dumbfounded. At this moment, even if he didn't want to believe it, he could not question it anymore, because everyone felt the same. Are the young people these days really this fierce? Fro couldn't help but complain. To be able to easily win, and it wasn't even with full strength. This strength might not even be inferior to some veteran trialists. Let's go meet Hilo now, and see if this kid is the one she predicted. Ped glanced at Su-Ran and said with a smile, "No matter how they speculate, the truth needs to be confirmed by Hilo herself. Whether it is or not, things will become clear in due time." Hilo. Upon hearing this name, Su-Ran pondered for a moment. It sounded like a girl's name. Predictions. Is this her ability? Su-Ran muttered to himself. If this ability is real, then it rivals Xia Qingsheng's talent. Let's go. It's time to verify whether you are genuine or fake. Ped said with a smile, putting his arm around Su-Ran's shoulder. In the attic, Hilo sat before her dressing table. Behind her, a woman gently combed her silver-bright hair, each stroke of the comb rendering it dazzlingly lustrous. The woman gathered her cascading locks into twin braids. Then, she began selecting attire for Hilo. After prolonged deliberation and numerous changes of outfit, The woman finally nodded in quiet satisfaction, her eyes softening with tenderness as she gazed upon her flawless creation. Hilo, how do you feel? The woman asked softly, her eyes crinkling with warmth. Hilo gazed into the mirror, her amber eyes shimmering like polished gemstones. Her silvery white hair was styled into twin braids, each crowned with a black bow, though her black ribbons, tights, and dress hugged her slender waist with elegant precision. This gothic Lolita ensemble accentuated every one of her charms. Hilo was thoroughly delighted with her appearance. Indeed, she had been day after day without exception. Auntie Roline, thank you for dressing me every single day. Hilo's long lashes fluttered as she smiled. A smile so enchanting it revealed two delicate dimples on her cheeks. Overwhelmed by Hilo's irresistible charm, Roline's heart trembled, and without hesitation, she swept the girl into a tender embrace. She held Hilo, gently murmuring with quiet laughter, "You are my only treasure, Hilo. Adorning you each day is my deepest joy, not duty. No thanks are needed." Yet beneath those words her exhilaration remained undiminished. Each painstaking hour spent styling Hilo was offered willingly, without reserve. For Hilo was simply too adorable, so much so that Roline could only sigh, tinged with quiet sorrow that Hilo was not her own daughter. More than once she had wondered, how could such a radiant child be abandoned by her birth parents, left to grow up neglected in this village? Hey! A voice edged with mild indignation broke the moment. Roline turned, and there stood her husband Ford at the doorway, his expression distinctly aggrieved. "What's wrong? You're jealous." Roline let out a light, incredulous laugh. Truly this man even resented a little girl. Ford appeared to be in his mid-30s, his hair thinning at the crown, dressed in a casual jacket. At his wife's teasing, he retorted with indignant fervor, "Yes, I am jealous. Hilo belongs to all of us. Since when did she become your sole treasure? And where does that—" Roline's smile vanished. Her gaze sharpened, fierce and commanding. "Say that again, if you dare. That good—" So she wasn't jealous of him. She was jealous for him because he was jealous of Hilo. She understood his affection for the girl, but that didn't temper her irritation. Noticing the subtle shift in his wife's demeanor, Ford flinched, but masculine pride forbade swift surrender. He merely gave a dismissive huff. "What now? If we all adore Hilo, why must you be the only one allowed to hold her, while I'm forbidden even to touch her?" His tone sounded accusatory, yet his voice wavered, betraying his lack of conviction. "You want to hold Hilo? You shameless old lecher." Ford's words ignited a storm in Roline's eyes. Her expression darkened, dangerous and unyielding. Instantly, she seized a wooden rod from beside her. "Now hold on. You'd better not do anything rash." Ford's eyelid twitched at the sight of the rod, and he hastily clarified, "I meant a fatherly hug. What on earth were you imagining?" "Oh please, how do I know what's really in your head? After all, my precious Hilo is utterly exquisite." Roline's laugh held a razor's edge. "That's slander. Don't you know my character?" Ford bristled, wounded and indignant. Hilo had lived with them for 10 years, yet in all that time he'd barely exchanged more than polite words with her. Not even a fatherly embrace, let alone physical contact, had ever been permitted. Was such vigilance truly necessary? His wife, meanwhile, spent every day with Hilo, hugs as common as breath. He, the so-called father, remained barred from embracing his own daughter. Why? This is preemptive caution. Roline's tone was icy, unwavering. Hilo was her treasure, affectionate, radiant, and utterly irreplaceable. She'd once heard whispers of a sinister archetype from other realms, the cunning father. Since Hilo shared no blood tie with them, Roline would never allow Ford near her. Sigh. Ford's heart ached with bitter melancholy. Every other man in the village could freely interact with Hilo. If I ever find out who poisoned her mind with that vile term, I'll break him. Ford seethed inwardly. How utterly depraved. How monstrous. Yet somehow he bore the brunt of it. "Annie Ford, are you all right?" Hilo, still nestled in Roline's arms, lifted her amber gaze and spoke softly. "Oh, I'm perfectly fine." At the sound of her voice, Ford's simmering fury dissolved instantly. His face lit up, his heart melting like wax in warm sun. Truly his daughter, so infinitely lovely. Just then, a voice rang up from below the attic stairs. "Ford, send Hilo down quick." At that call, all three stirred. Ford strode to the stairwell, peered down, and called out, "What is it?" "Nothing urgent, just scram. Don't disturb my Hilo's rest." His tone was brusque, unapologetic. Hilo had expended tremendous energy. She deserved profound repose. Who dared intrude with such ill— Then, Fro's head popped up from below, urgency etched across his face. "It's urgent." Ford squinted. "Oh. So you're the one, you little scamp. Having lingered with Hilo for hours, now you show up again." Ford suspected Fro was merely inventing excuses to draw near Hilo, and scoffed, "Speak plainly, or get lost." Fro blinked. What on earth had gotten into the man? But he wasted no time. "We may have located the mysterious cultivator foreseen by Hilo. Quick, bring her down to verify." Ford snorted in disbelief. "You expect me to believe that, you little rascal? Without Hilo's guidance, these fools couldn't find their own shadows, let alone a legendary master." "What's wrong, dear?" Roline called from within the room. Ford turned, smirking. "They claim they've found the mysterious cultivator. Don't you think it's absurd?" "Wait, Hilo, where are you going?" As a radiant figure darted past him and vanished down the stairs, Ford stood utterly dumbfounded. What happened to that girl, Hilo? Looking at the figure that darted away from her side, Lauren's face was marked with a hint of Frollo was about to call out again when he heard a hurried sound of footsteps approaching. He looked up and saw a light figure. Hilo. A look of surprise appeared on Frollo's face. Hilo stopped in front of him, her hands pressing down on her skirt that fluttered in the wind. "Hello, Uncle Frollo," Hilo said with a sweet smile. "You seem to be all right now." Seeing the lively Hilo, Frollo's face broke into a sincere smile. Hilo nodded thoughtfully, her amber eyes flashing with curiosity as she softly asked, "Uncle Frollo, did you really find that big brother?" "Not sure yet. That's why everyone hopes you can confirm it." Frollo looked at her and smiled, saying, "You should be fine, right?" Leave it to Hilo." Hilo patted her chest and assured with a smile. Dimples appeared on either side of her cheeks, and her amber eyes sparkled, making her look incredibly cute. "All right," Frollo said with a smile. "That person is outside. It'll take you to meet him." Soon they would find out if Su-Ran was indeed the mysterious powerhouse. Hilo nodded slightly, her eyes flashing with curiosity. Could the person Uncle Frollo mentioned be the big brother from her dreams? In no time the two stepped out of the loft. In front of the main door a crowd stood. "Hilo, girl, you finally woke up. I missed you so much." Seeing that Hilo was fine, the dozens of burly men present all let out a roar. During the time Hilo had passed out, they had transformed their guilt into motivation for training. Now that Hilo appeared healthy in front of them, they all felt a wave of relief. Meanwhile, everyone had different emotions. Two gazes met. Hilo's amber pupils pierced through the crowd, landing on the youngest and most handsome face among them. Upon seeing the person's face, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, it really was that big brother." She then hid behind Frollo, revealing only her little head. This girl, Su-Ran, was equally astonished. Silver hair, amber-like pupils, a very beautiful. This was the first time he had seen a human with such hair color. All the challengers, including those from the village, had yellow skin and black hair. When they noticed Hilo's odd behavior, the expressions of those present varied. "Hey, don't say such disgusting things, you're scaring Hilo." "Who said anything disgusting? I'm telling you, don't slander people." "Exactly, we've been like this for a while. Hilo clearly isn't scared of us." "That's right. I saw it." Hilo only hid after seeing that brat Su-Ran. Saying this, everyone unconsciously turned their gazes towards Su-Ran. Feeling the intense stares from the crowd, Su-Ran had no words to say. What did this have to do with him? "Are you really? So does this mean I won't be able to fulfill the flag I set? Sigh. If it really turns out like that's too regrettable." "What nonsense are you thinking?" The crowd discussed animatedly. Ped walked towards Hilo, squatted down, and said with a smile, "Hilo, congratulations on your recovery." "Thank you, Uncle Ped," Hilo said softly. Ped chuckled lightly, and then asked, "Can you tell Uncle if that person is the big brother you foresaw?" Hearing Ped's words, Hilo glanced at Su-Ran, and then shyly shrank back. "So can you confirm it?" Noticing Hilo's odd behavior, Ped asked discreetly whom. Hilo's amber eyes moved slightly as she whispered, "It's that big brother." Her voice was very soft, barely audible, unless one listened closely. Ped's heart shook. Could it really be him? Hearing Hilo's words, the pupils of those present widened in shock, their faces filled with astonishment. "No way. It really is that brat." Even though they had prepared themselves psychologically a bit earlier, hearing Hilo's confirmation still shocked them deeply. After all, the powerhouse Hilo spoke of could battle against dragons, even severing dragon wings, an extraordinarily powerful being. Yet Su-Ran, while strong, was still very young and had only recently arrived. It was hard to connect these two ideas. Thus, when Hilo confirmed Su-Ran's identity, the crowd fell into silence for a full 2 minutes. After a moment, someone finally came back to their senses and murmured, "This brat is indeed a bit unbelievable." How much of the fight with Ped was exaggerated? "I feel like this brat has been holding back. The key is, this brat is only level 20. Level 20 can battle against dragons. Are you guys crazy, or am I crazy?" The crowd was deeply shocked, feeling as if everything was surreal. If Su-Ran was truly that strong, did that mean that they combined wouldn't be able to take him on? However, not everyone's focus was on Su-Ran, as some people's interests were rather peculiar. At that moment, someone looked towards the two who had set the flag earlier. "Are you all focusing on that brat? I'm different. I only know that some people need to perform their tricks now." "Bro, go try eating some shit. The manager has fresh ones, hurry up." "Hey, good bro. He just needs to perform eating. Don't forget you still have to stand on your head." Teased by the crowd, the two who had set the flag now looked as red as liver. Who would have thought that this brat Su-Ran was truly the mysterious powerhouse Hilo foresaw? After Su-Ran revealed his strength, they had a bad feeling. They never imagined this moment would actually come. No way. Such a 9 million chance would actually appear on them. In an instant, the two found themselves in it. They could only stay silent there as long as they didn't lose face. The crowd couldn't do anything to them. Surely they wouldn't really go eat, right? Especially since one of them had to perform a headstand. Looks like you really let me down earlier." Ped chuckled dryly, his expression somewhat stiff. After all, this sort of thing was uncomfortable for anyone. Hee. In response to Peda's words, Su-Ran could only manage an awkward yet polite smile. Letting go, to be honest. Indeed. After all, there is a significant gap in their levels. However, any single attribute on Su Ran's panel has reached the maximum limit of 150 points. Even without using any talents, he could overpower Pied with sheer strength. In fact, if he were to be just a little less merciful, he could easily kill Pied. Nonetheless, what truly astonished Su Ran was the little girl named Shilaw. Not only was her appearance striking, but her abilities were also extraordinarily unique. Overall, she gave Su Ran a sense of complexity. Even so, he refrained from using his divine eye to probe into, though this ability was powerful enough to see through everything. These people were his mission targets. If he aroused their aversion, the mission would directly fail, which would be quite awkward. Now that my identity has been confirmed, can you tell me everything? Su Ran asked softly. He was quite curious in his heart. He had merely spoken casually, yet he did not expect to truly be the mysterious powerhouse everyone spoke of. What exactly had that girl named Shilaw foreseen? Of course, Peida's expression was complicated, and he still found it hard to accept. The village's first warrior had been surpassed by a young individual who had just arrived. Not only surpassed, but left far behind. Shilaw, could you personally tell him everything? Pied looked at Shilaw and spoke softly. Shilaw hid behind Pied, tightly grasping his arm. She peeked out to glance at Su Ran, but then shrank back in surprise. It turned out she was a shy girl. A thought flashed through Su Ran's mind, and he stepped forward to squat in front of Pied. He looked at Shilaw, extended his hand, and smiled gently. Hello Shilaw, my name is Su Ran. Ziluo's amber eyes looked at the outstretched hand, hesitating for a moment. Then cautiously and tentatively she grasped Su Ran's hand. Big brother. Hello. Her voice was a bit tense, her small face, flushed, appearing somewhat shy. As their hand, a notification suddenly popped up before Su Ran. Hello outstanding trial taker Su Ran. Your mission has successfully triggered a medium, and the mission has officially commenced. Mission 1, protect this area. Mission 1, drive away the invading strong enemies. Successful completion grants a score of 50 points. Mission 2, slay the incoming strong enemies. Successful completion grants a score of 80 points. Necessary mission, protect the girl named Shilaw. If she dies, your mission will directly fail. Details: a comprehensive score of 60 points is passing. You will receive an opportunity for ordinary advancement. A comprehensive score of 80 points is excellent. You will receive an opportunity for outstanding advancement. A comprehensive score of 100 points is perfect. You will receive an opportunity for special advancement. Tip 1. For each human that dies, your score will decrease by 10 points. Looking at the notification in front of him, Su Ran felt a jolt in his heart. Is advancement also graded? Moreover, this score doesn't add up. Killing strong enemies is only worth 80 points. Where did the other 20 points go? Could it be hidden missions? Finally, Su Ran's mission began. Just then the trial takers in Zone 404 were also busy. The leader-level monster in Zone 404 had been completely cleared, and all of this was thanks to one person. It should really be a dog. Zone 405. A stretcher was being carried across the bare grass. It was assembled from wooden boards and was being lifted by 4 individuals at each corner. At this moment, Jiang Ming, Meng Xiang, Wang Wei, and Wang Zhifei were standing at the front, back, left, and right to lift the stretcher. They appeared expressionless, yet inside they were already grumbling. I can't believe this dog. Does it not have legs? Why do we have to carry it on a stretcher? Damn it. The 4 gritted their teeth in silence, but dared not resist. This dog was simply too overbearing. The complaints of the human servants, of course, went unnoticed by Lord Ha. At this moment it lay on the stretcher, crossing its legs, resting its front paws under its head, humming leisurely. Why do I always feel something's off? Lord Ha frowned, a hint of confusion appearing in his dog eyes. The master's carriage looked so grand. Oh, why did his carriage always seem a bit off? What exactly is wrong? Is it that it isn't enclosed? Upon thinking of this, Lord Ha suddenly became enlightened. Lord Ha, stop. Decorate my war chariot more. Seeing the notification in front of them, the 4 were left speechless. Did you just call this stretcher a war chariot? What kind of war chariot is this? They had lived for over 10 or 20 years and had never seen such a war chariot. Though they couldn't help but complain internally, they had no choice but to satisfy the dog's request. Wang Wei took a deep breath and was about to speak when, as a faithful subordinate of Lord Ha, Jiang Hai was the first to speak. Wolf Lord, how would you like it decorated? Jiang Hai showed no signs of impatience and instead smiled as he asked. During this time, he had gained experience like crazy. Wasn't it just taking care of a demanding dog? Compared to experience points and having a powerful ally, what was this? Lord Ha raised his chin and said proudly. Lord Ha had a fence around it. Upon hearing Lord Ha's words, Jiang Hai was stunned. Adding a fence? Wouldn't that make it look like a coffin? Upon hearing this, the faces of the 4 who were carrying the stretcher suddenly changed. Would that make them the bearers of a coffin? Lord Ha glanced at Jiang Hai and snorted lightly. Lord Ha, do you have any questions? No. Jiang Hai was speechless. If you don't feel like there's a problem, then he had nothing more to say. Helpless, they could only help him add a fence around it, securing it tightly. Then the group continued their journey. An hour later they encountered the 6th leader. Dog Lord, it's time for you to display your might. Jiang Hai and Wang Chun excitedly spoke. They were just waiting for Lord Ha to beat the opponent to the brink of death before going in to deliver the final blow for experience. The others also looked at Lord Ha as they had gained quite a bit of experience from the previous leader hunts. However, what no one expected was that Lord Ha was actually lying in the coffin, not moving at all, only humming slightly. Lord Ha suddenly remembered protagonists usually appear last, so you all go first. That's how his master acted. The expressions of the crowd stiffened. The problem is, what the hell makes you do you mean that a dragon will appear here soon? And I am the only one who can contend with it. Su Ran raised an eyebrow. Upon hearing this news, his initial reaction was one of confusion. Why would a dragon suddenly appear? The key point is that this girl claimed to be the only powerhouse capable of facing it. Hilo nodded emphatically. What kind of dragon is it, a long one, or one that looks like a lizard? Su Ran asked curiously. Is the dragon here the kind with wings from the west, or the kind that rides the clouds from the east? Hearing Su Ran's question, Hilo's cute face showed a hint of dazedness. Although it's the second type. Your description is a bit absurd. Ped's face couldn't help but twitch. A lizard? What on earth is this kid talking about? How could he compare a creature like a lizard to a dragon? Oh, Su Ran understood. It seems it is a western dragon. Did I win? He asked Hilo with a smile. Since it is a battle, there will definitely be a victor and a vanquished. He was very curious about who emerged victorious in Hilo's foresight, him or the dragon. However, Hilo shook her little head and softly said, Hilo doesn't know. But big brother, your left hand was broken. Its wings were also broken. Hilo looked up at Su Ran's right arm, vividly recalling that tragic scene. The dragon was wailing and big brother was also severely injured. So it means both sides suffered heavy losses. Su Ran whispered to himself, his brow slightly furrowed. If Hilo's foresight is accurate, then the dragon's strength is likely extraordinarily powerful. Undoubtedly, he must have used all his strength and his talent was probably fully unleashed. But even so, it seems he only exchanged injuries with the dragon. His hand was broken, which indicates how fierce the battle was. Since it has been confirmed that you are the person in Hilo's foresight, then the matter has become complex. At least it won't be like in Hilo's foresight where you arrived at the battlefield last. Ped said with a smile. Unlike in Hilo's foresight, they now have time to prepare and won't be caught off guard. However, Su Ran's thoughts were different from theirs. According to Hilo, I was the last to arrive at the battlefield. Su Ran pondered inwardly. The reason he would appear last is probably because he had no choice but to show up. The dragon would destroy everything, and it would definitely affect him. And the reason he ultimately chose to go out to fight, perhaps was because he couldn't avoid it. The matter has become clear. I will go find the elders to discuss countermeasures, Ped said, softly glancing at Su Ran before turning to leave. Before long, Ped returned. Behind him were a group of elders, including the shop and weapon store owners. Damn. It's really you, kid. The shop owner was left speechless. A trial taker who had only descended for more than half a month. Actually, the only one capable of contending with the dragon. What more could he say? I already saw that you have great potential, kid. But I still underestimated you. The weapon store owner also sighed. He recalled when Su Ran came to his store to buy a pickaxe, the impression he left was not this strong. In just a short time, it seemed this guy shot to fame at an astonishing speed. Everyone, you flatter me, Su Ran said with a gentle smile. Don't be cocky. The shop owner glared at him and snorted. According to Hilo's foresight, at most you can only contend with the dragon. Its broken wings may prevent it from flying, but your severed arm will greatly affect your strength. Even if Hilo couldn't see the ending, I feel that your outcome is likely to end in death. Su Ran did not refute, but unusually fell silent. Because the shop owner's words were the truth, even if the dragon lost its wings, it was still a dragon. And with his arm broken, his strength would likely be significantly weakened. If the battle continued to the end, he would most likely still lose. Just how strong is the dragon? Su Ran asked his true question. He had no concrete concept of the dragon's strength. The so-called battle and foresight was merely something he heard from others. How strong? The shop owner glanced at him and replied softly. This question no one can answer, because in this kingdom no one can defeat a dragon. Not to mention defeating it, there isn't even anyone who can barely fight against it. So just how strong it is, we don't know either. The weapon store owner explained softly. The dragon's might was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Yet how strong it specifically was, no one could give a definitive answer. Because no one can survive in front of it. So does that mean I am now equivalent to the strongest in this kingdom? Su Ran suddenly asked. Can you not have such peculiar focus? We know you are strong. Please stop pretending. Hearing this, the two shop owners' faces twitched slightly. This kid is truly something. Ahem. Don't mind it. Su Ran smiled awkwardly. The title of the strongest in the kingdom is indeed quite tempting. So how can I deal with it? I have already reached the bottleneck in my strength. Su Ran's smile vanished and he asked softly. He had reached the limit in both level and attribute points. The only thing left that could enhance his strength was his talent. But talent isn't something you can find on the roadside like cabbage. To be honest, we have no concept of the strength of the giant dragon. This also applies to you. The shop owner glanced at Su Ran. This kid is the only one capable of contending with the giant dragon, meaning his strength is nearly on par with that of the dragon. Thus they naturally could not make a completely accurate judgment. To devise a correct strategy, first we need to understand our own strength. The weapon store owner said somewhat helplessly. If they wanted to know this kid's true strength, they would naturally have to let him fight with all his might, so they could clearly understand. But the problem is no one present is worthy of this kid going all out. Not even Ped, who was hailed as the village's strongest warrior, could withstand a single move from this kid. Can you give a hint? How much stronger is your true strength compared to what you used against Ped just now? Also, if you truly unleash your full power, to what extent could you reach? Only by clarifying your strength can we tailor a battle plan to suit you. The shopkeeper's gaze sharpened, and he spoke softly. When I fought Uncle Pied, I probably used 70 to 80% of my strength. If I went all out, and with my talent taken into account, my true strength might be multiplied tenfold. Su Ran pondered for a moment and offered a relatively conservative estimate. If they overestimated his power and drew up a battle plan brimming with confidence, they might suddenly find that the calculations do not match the reality. That would be embarrassing when facing a dragon. 70 to 80%. Upon hearing Su Ran paid, a face twitched. He felt stung. My God, tenfold. What kind of talent is that? This is unbelievable. The warriors present were stunned and incredulous. What celestial gift could grant such a vast amplification? No wonder the lad could contend with a dragon. The augmentation was terrifying. Your talent. It must be Scrade. The shopkeeper's eyes betrayed his shock. And not an ordinary Scrade. Commons-level talents do not yield such dramatic increases. You wouldn't be putting on airs before us and inflating your strength, would you? The weapon shop owner asked with suspicion. He had never heard of a talent with such fearsome augmentation. I do not put on airs, Su Ran replied. I always speak. Su Ran said it with some exasperation. The others rolled their eyes. Was that not exactly showing off? Wait, when you say your strength doubles, what do you mean by that? The shopkeeper's eyes flashed. He suddenly said, perhaps your standards differ from ours. Different standards? Su Ran asked, puzzled. On hearing this, the weapon shop owner nodded and explained strength is a general term. Saying strength doubles usually means far stronger than before, but there is no fixed metric. By what standard do you define a doubling of strength? Hearing them, Su Ran paused and asked, isn't doubling meant to mean all attribute points doubled? A stunned silence fell. Everyone present was bewildered. Then the warriors erupted in a chorus of exclamation. Good heavens, every attribute. All your attributes can be increased tenfold. Isn't that utterly absurd? This is no mere talent, it is a divine art. You're boasting, kid. The onlookers could not believe it. What kind of celestial talent could multiply every attribute tenfold? And Scrade talent could not accomplish that. Even Transcendence boasting Scrade talents would likely fall short. Kid, do you know what you are claiming? The shopkeeper swallowed and stared wide-eyed. Even a single attribute doubling greatly enhances strength. If strength and speed both doubled, overall power would improve by far more than double. All attributes doubled, or tenfold. What monstrous claim is this? I'm not joking with you. Su Ran sighed helplessly. His Scrade talent, Motihua, demonic body transformation, when taken to its extreme demonic state, could raise every attribute tenfold. Although the consequences might be grim. And that is not to mention the other talents of the 5 augmentation categories. If he truly fought to the death, his overall attributes would increase far beyond tenfold. Seeing Su Ran's matter-of-fact expression, the others fell silent. The shopkeeper opened his mouth, but found tenfold across all attributes. If that were true, Su Ran could certainly stand against a dragon. We now have a rough understanding of your strength. The weapon shop owner suppressed his astonishment and glanced at Su Ran. In terms of strength, you are probably not lacking. So in the time ahead, you should learn some skills. Skills. Su Ran's eyes flickered. Exactly. Resistance skills. The weapon shop owner looked at him and said softly, dragons all use magic. In Xylas' foresight, you appeared suddenly, so you surely have not learned resistance skills against draconic magic. If in that battle you had learned resistance to dragon magic, perhaps the ending would have been different. Su Ran's heart stirred. Where can I learn them? The weapon shop owner glanced to the side and signaled, doesn't the shop have them? The shop carries such things? Su Ran asked in surprise. Of course. That dragon has perched on the Duanhing mountain range for so long. How could my shop lack skill books for The shopkeeper snorted, and then warned Su Ran warily, kid, I'm warning you. Don't expect to get it for free. Su Ran smiled softly. How could that be freeloading? I am doing this to save your village. Oh, I will be the one risking my life. How could you simply reap the rewards? At least give me some benefit, then who else will fight for you? Hearing this, the shopkeeper remained unmoved. He sneered coldly. You speak more prettily than you act. Aren't you trying to freeload me? Besides, this matter isn't only about us. Do not forget it is also your task. However, Su Ran smiled faintly. At worst, I can abandon the task. After all, you were the one who advised me to do. The shopkeeper glared in fury. You insolent brat. He could not believe the youth used his own words to corner him. It was utterly dishonorable. Sigh. At a time like this, don't be so stingy. The weapon shop owner patted his shoulder and spoke gently. Hearing that the shopkeeper could not hold out. Fine. This time, forget it, he said through clenched teeth. Sooner or later, he would empty the boy's wallet. Dozens of miles from Zone 404, a village, a crimson moon hung high. Moonlight streamed through the clouds. A shadow raced across the sky, a vast body soaring swiftly, broad wings parting the clouds. A low oppressive roar shook the heavens, and all life below trembled. Massive eyes pierced the cloud bank as if fixed on the direction of the village. At that moment the trialists felt something, and all lifted their heads toward the sky. What is that sound? It seems like something is out there. I have an ill omen. High above the cloud layer a low roar detonated like distant thunder, as if some gargantuan entity lurked within the shadowed heavens. Could it be the boss? Impossible. We haven't even finished off the high-star commanders, if it appears now. We're finished. I only hope the veterans speed up their assaults. Let's go farm monsters too. Even if we cannot defeat commander-grade beasts, killing more lesser mobs will ease the burden on the veterans. A pressing aura from the horizon filled the trialists with foreboding. For some reason, everyone felt calamity. With that thought, the trialists grew tense. Only by steadily leveling could they secure a sliver of safety. As for all this, the 8 top trialists in Area 405 sensed nothing. Still, they had seen the chatter on the forum. It seems something is about to appear. Scrolling through the forum, Wang Zhifei murmured, could it really be that the boss is descending? Meng Xiang said in a grave tone. The commander-grade creatures in Area 404 had already been cleared by them, or rather by it. In theory, the remaining lesser mobs should pose no threat to the trialists. Still, it feels possible. Jiang Ming swallowed, nerves tightening in his chest. Even commander-grade monsters could not account for such an uncanny oppressive presence. Thus it seemed very likely the boss had appeared. Should I go? Don't. Yilin's heart raced. There were still several commanders left. If the boss descended now, none of them would be a match. Even that formidable husky would be outclassed. A boss with attributes multiplied many times over was a terrifying thought. Sigh. Another headache. Wang Wei. Troubles arrived one after another. Hearing the talk, Ha Gongzi, who had been lying in the coffin, abruptly pushed himself. He batted his right paw against his chest, pride written across his face. Ha Gongzi declared, servants, do not worry, I shall protect you. The others fell momentarily speechless. Though the dog was indeed powerful, none believed he could stand against the boss as he had been before his reduction in strength. Seeing their skeptical expressions, Ha Gongzi widened his eyes. Hey, what are those faces for? Do you not believe me? Zhang Hai coughed twice and protested, you misunderstand. It's not that we don't trust you. It's just that to be safe we should take out those commander-level monsters first. Yes, he simply did not believe. He was no fool. A simple analysis showed commander-level foes were already high-star threats, and the boss was an entire tier above. If the boss attributes were multiplied several times, even this dog would likely be utterly overwhelmed. Ha Gongzi glanced at him, doubt pooling in his eyes. Ha Gongzi boasted, I the illustrious Ha saw through your lie at a glance. Since you do not believe me, I shall demonstrate. Ha Gongzi snorted and sprang to his feet. He resolved not to shirk duty. This noble warrior would show those servants who dared to belittle him the strength of their master. Determined, Ha Gongzi vowed to end the battle swiftly and flaunt his might. With a whoosh, he leapt from the coffin. In the next instant, pawing the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust, the dog vanished from sight. The 4 who had been carrying the coffin froze. Where did he run off to? He said he was going to prove himself. They exchanged baffled looks. What on earth was he planning? He won't actually go straight for the boss, will he? Yilin glanced at the others and hesitated. Holy hell, he's asking for death. Good grief. Is he really that reckless? It's over. If he dies, we're practically doomed too. We have to stop him. Hearing Yilin, the others panicked. Given the dog's temperament, he very well might go solo to challenge the boss. With the boss' current attributes, how could he possibly be a match? How foolish. True to his husky nature. Jiang Hai grumbled. Damn, now we won't even get to leech any experience. You've turned on him so fast. Not long ago you were calling him dog lord at every chance. Wang Zhifei said softly, this fellow has no shame. As soon as the dog left, he began insulting him. What do you mean by turning on him? Jiang Hai said in a self-righteous tone. Circumstances forced me. I had no choice but to bow. Meng Xiang snorted, you prophet, and then act humble. Though he is a dog, he still afforded you great benefit. Your level shot up several times. Don't point fingers at the others, you all leached experience. Now you're the same calling him dog. Jiang Hai snorted in rebuttal. If that dog learned they called him, that head surely fly into a fury. Meng Xiang opened his mouth, but found no retort. Even he had jumped 3 levels because of that dog. One must admit, leeching experience was intoxicating. Enough, stop arguing. Our priority now is to finish off all the commander-grade monsters as quickly as possible. Wang Wei's expression darkened as he said, if that dog dies, our mission will likely collapse. Though it could not be denied that Ha Gongzi represented their side's greatest combat strength. Should he fall, the mission would end. That makes sense, Jiang Ming said, looking to them. With our present strength, pooling everyone's forces to defeat the high-star commanders one by one should be manageable. Because of leeching experience, each of them had risen several levels. Though commander-grade beasts were powerful, their skills were fairly singular, so the odds remained in their favor. Because of leeching experience, each of them had risen several levels. Though commander-grade beasts were powerful, their skill, the sole issue is that we probably cannot defeat monsters as quickly as he can rush to his doom. Yilin glanced at the crowd and couldn't help but speak up. Upon hearing this, everyone present fell into silence. It was a fact that those 4 dogs ran too fast. However, the time they needed to defeat monsters was not short. Perhaps they hadn't even taken down a single commander, and that dog had already been delivered. Sigh. There's no way. Let's take action first and see. Wang Wei sighed, his expression complicated. Next, they could only proceed step by step, hoping that the dog would be a bit smarter. They didn't want it to get killed right away. If they couldn't win, they would run. Everyone agreed instantly. They planned to set out to take down the commander-level monsters. However, just as they set their goal, they were stunned without taking a single step. By the way, how do we find the boss? Wang Zhifei looked at the myriad paths and felt a bit dazed. Where were they? Where were they supposed to go? Everyone fell silent. What the hell? How were they supposed to find commander-level monsters? There was no map. Sigh. To think that we haven't even begun our journey, and we're already stuck. Wang Zhifei said with a bitter smile. Previously, that dog had been navigating with its nose, and they just had to follow. Now, with the navigation system proving itself to be unreliable, they had completely lost their target. Just then, after a long silence, Xia Qingsheng suddenly spoke softly. If we're looking for commander-level monsters, I know where they are. You know? How do you know? The others looked at her, their eyes filled with confusion. What was going on? Besides that dog, there was actually someone else who could find commander-level monsters. They had such a capable person among them. It was, that dog just told me. Xia Qingsheng's eyes flashed with a hint of strangeness as she spoke softly. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. It seems that this dog is actually a bit useful. It is somewhat, just a bit. The group looked somewhat delighted. This way they wouldn't have to worry about finding their target. However, at this moment 2 incongruous voices rang out. What the hell? Why only you? Zhang Hai's eyes widened, his nostrils flaring as he angrily said, why did that dog only tell you? Exactly. We've been with it the longest, practically serving it. Wang Shen also looked indignant, feeling extremely unfair as he said, it didn't tell us, but told you. The 2 were quite unhappy originally, thinking the dog's loyalty was with them. But unexpectedly, that dog was just like, not considering the other as its own. Xia Qingsheng said. She couldn't possibly say. That dog was Su Ran's pet. So it only told her. I didn't expect a dog to be so lustful. Zhang Ming said angrily. Xia Qingsheng had been silent the whole way, and that dog had only told her, which meant it must have been acting up the whole time. How did you come to this conclusion? Yilin looked at him suspiciously. Your focus is a bit strange. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze. Zhang Ming felt everyone's gaze and turned red, hurriedly explaining. Because this explanation is the most reasonable. He couldn't possibly say that he was also into that. I think a more reasonable explanation is. It sees us all as human servants. While she is not. At this moment, Wang Wei softly spoke, offering the most fitting speculation. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent again, unable to refute. But this didn't stop them from grinding their teeth in frustration. Damn that dog, where did it learn to treat people as servants? On the other side, the dog, running wildly on all fours, finally arrived at the teleportation gate. A few mere human servants dare to doubt my power. As a flash of light, past its figure reappeared in Area 404. Owl. Woo woo. As a flash of light, past its figure reappeared in Area 404. Owl. Woo woo. The dog, planning to howl wildly, suddenly tucked its tail and trembled. It looked up at the sky and saw a giant shadow tearing through the sky. A deep roar came from the clouds, hurting its dog ears and shaking its dog heart. A pair of enormous orange-yellow eyes seemed to penetrate the clouds, descending upon it. Woo woo woo. Feeling immense pressure, the dog trembled, its 4 legs shaking, whining in fear, its dog eyes now filled with. Immediately a foul smell wafted from beneath it, soaking the ground. The giant eye in the sky glanced at it, and then withdrew its gaze as if merely sweeping past an insignificant ant. When the pressure eased a bit, the dog turned and dashed into the teleportation gate. Its tail was tightly tucked, scurrying away in a panic. Its courage was completely shattered. The more boisterous it had been upon arriving, the more miserable its escape was. A skill book for fire resistance. A skill book for physical enhancement. And a skill book for body hardness. Su Ran looked at the skill books before him, somewhat surprised. How come I didn't see these skill books in the shop before? He looked at the shop owner and asked. These skill books were not ordinary. They were not at the lowest tier, but started from nonsense. These skill books are not for sale. The shop owner grumbled. Do you new trialists think you can afford such skill books? This time he had suffered huge losses, having been taken advantage of by this kid. That makes sense. Su Ran. Skill books of this level must be very expensive, not to mention that there were very few trialists who could afford them. Even if they could, they probably wouldn't have enough mental points to use them. Suddenly the shop owner's expression changed, and he quietly asked, do you need offensive skills? Why are you being so generous? Su Ran was somewhat surprised that the owner was willing to take a hit proactively. Since you can't deal with that guy, these things won't last, so consider it a bargain for you. The shop owner paused for a moment and spoke softly. Although he was stingy, he wasn't foolish. The stronger Su Ran became, the more secure he would feel. No need. Su Ran shook his head. He didn't lack offensive skills. Weak skills were useless and wasted. Skills that were too strong would consume too many mental points. The so-called free ride was just a joke. He didn't plan to take advantage of others' misfortunes. At this moment, everyone's expressions changed. It's coming. Su-Ran looked up at the sky, his gaze suddenly turning sharp. Brothers, something's wrong. There's something up there. I can feel it. Could it be a hat? Seriously, no time for jokes. I feel it too. Damn it. I swear people are about to die. This ominous premonition is growing heavier by the second. Zone 404. All trial participants tilted their heads upward, gazing into the sky. Above them hung only a single blood-red moon. Clouds thickened, veiling the sky in dense gloom. The crimson light bled faintly through. Then, fleeting as shadow, something vast and black darted across the upper strata of the clouds. What the hell? What was that? Did I just hallucinate? There's something living inside those clouds, and its form is colossal. The shadow in the clouds had been seen, not by one but by all. A single witness might dismiss it as illusion, but when every eye bore witness, then something real, something undeniable, must be there. Crack! Lightning split the heavens, the thunder roared. Torrential rain crashed down, each heavy droplet striking like a hammer upon their skulls. Grr! Amidst the drumming rain and rolling thunder, a low, resonant sound trembled. Deep as distant thunder, yet chillingly organic. Faint though it was, it sent shivers racing down spines, raising gooseflesh across every arm. Damn it, what is that? Oh my god, this is terrifying beyond words. Could it be the boss arriving early? Based on years of experience identifying creatures by voice alone, that sound came from a living being. Heads lifted toward the storm-racked sky, faces froze in stark disbelief. They were certain something was up there. Within the churning clouds, fire flashed, thunder clashed in violent succession. Roar! Suddenly, a clear thunderous roar erupted, deafening earth-shaking, reverberating through bone and marrow. And with it came an overwhelming, suffocating pressure, palpable, primal, absolute. That single roar struck straight into their hearts, into the very core of their souls. In an instant, every face paled, knees buckled, limbs trembled uncontrollably. Brothers, you might not believe me, but my legs have gone weak. This feels like the end of the world. Someone, please, help me stand. I can't hold myself up. That thing has to be the boss. We're doomed. We're doomed. How could the boss appear so soon? Their faces turned ashen. A mere roar had shattered their will to fight. How immense then must this boss truly be? Maybe we should abandon this mission. Without Su-Ran, victory is impossible. Someone ventured. Isn't this the final beginner trial? Can we even quit at this point? Honestly, I don't think so. Same here. But tell me, if we could quit, what penalty would follow? Enough of that. No one even knows if mid-mission withdrawal is allowed. The system isn't that kind. Exactly. Even if we could quit, the boss wouldn't vanish. And that would be far more entertaining. Most trial participants opposed abandonment. They sensed that, even if retreat were possible, it would do nothing to resolve their present peril. Then what do you suggest? Besides contradicting me, do you have any actual ideas? Don't make it sound like we're deliberately opposing you. In that moment, the forum erupted into chaos. Opinions collided, theories multiplied, all born from one source, the unknown entity looming overhead, radiating nameless dread. Meanwhile, the frontline strategy team had also seen the forum posts. By their accounts, it seems a boss has appeared in Zone 404. Wang Wei's expression sharpened with alarm. Their morale is collapsing. We must intervene now, or they'll fracture entirely. Meng Xiang spoke, voice taut with urgency. So they moved swiftly, while simultaneously stabilizing morale online. Level 20 Wang Wei, has the boss truly manifested in Zone 404? Whoa, Wang Wei's hit level 20. Respect. We're not sure, but unless it's the boss, what else could explain it? Level 20 Wang Wei, so, this boss flies. It doesn't just fly, it roars with terrifying power, undoubtedly a ferocious demonic beast. And its size, truly colossal. At that reply, the strategy team's expressions darkened. A flying boss, of immense scale, would be exceptionally difficult to counter. Level 20 Jiang Ming, stay calm. We're already devising strategies to eliminate elite-tier demons. Once they're cleared, the boss becomes manageable. Buy us time. Wait, what another level 20? How are these elders leveling so fast? Are they trading favor? By time? You're serious. Elder, this responsibility. I simply cannot bear it. Even unenhanced, that boss could obliterate us in an instant. Multiplied several times over, it might rival Su-Ran himself, wiping out entire squads in one strike. Truthfully, I think this boss surpasses Elder Su-Ran. I share that feeling. Su-Ran had stunned them visually before, but this boss overhead shook their very souls. Instinct alone told them this boss was stronger than Su-Ran. Say, since you've also reached level 20, shouldn't you match Su-Ran's strength? Level 20 Jiang Ming, though we share the same level, I'm still far beneath him. Level 20 Meng Xiang, don't dwell on it. Su-Ran's power transcends mere levels. Even at level 20A, the gap between us and him remains an abyss. Level 20 Meng Xiang, moreover, I disagree with your claim that this boss exceeds Elder Su-Ran. Only those who'd walked his path truly grasped Su-Ran's terror. Even now, standing at his same level, Their strength felt infinitely distant, separated by a chasm no rank could bridge. At that moment, Wang Zhifei spoke up. Level 20 Wang Zhifei, there's no need to debate further. If this boss truly surpassed Su Ran, why would the system have sealed him away? Those words struck like revelation. Clear, piercing, irrefutable. Indeed, if the boss is stronger than Su Ran, then why would the system ban Su Ran? So logically the boss overhead can't be a match for Su Ran. Rationally Su Ran seems stronger, but intuitively I feel the boss overhead is more formidable. Level 20 Wang Wei. In any case, don't act recklessly. Oh, let's deal with the general level monsters first. Alright, don't worry big boss. Level 20 Wang Wei also. If you see a husky trying to take on the boss, remember to stop it and don't let it go to its death. Husky. Got it. Is it the one that Jiang Hai said he would bring back for us to play with? To take on the boss. That dog seems a bit foolish. Level 20 Wang Wei, air. It is that one. But be cautious, it's somewhat powerful. Remember to use gentle methods, not force. What? We need to be careful of a husky. And it's somewhat powerful. How powerful can it be? Everyone looked puzzled. Does a dog really need special caution? Level 20 Wang Zhifei. How powerful can it be? Jiang Hai and Wang Chun went to catch it, and instead they became its servants. How powerful do you think it is? As soon as this was said, the forum fell silent for 2 seconds. What the hell? Is that dog really that strong? Those two were so arrogant before, turns out they were just riding on the dog's coattails. I'm dying of laughter, couldn't catch the dog but ended up as its servants. Unbelievable. Everyone was initially stunned and shocked. Finally they all laughed heartily. Level 20 Jiang Hai. Wang Zhifei, are you serious? Can you even say that? Level 20 Wang Chun. Wang Zhifei, aren't you also a servant? Damn it. The two were furious. Can this kind of thing be made public? Level 20 Wang Zhifei. You two don't slander us, it said it would take us as servants, but we didn't agree, unlike you two who are so eager to please. Laughs. Level 20 Jiang Hai. Wang Zhifei, you bastard, I can't stand you. Level 20 Wang Zhifei. How can you insult your own master? Licking dog. Just a literal meaning. At the same time. Area 405. Look, licking dog. Just a literal meaning. At the same time. Area 405. Look, the atmosphere suddenly became lively. This way we won't need to worry. Wang Zhifei chuckled. Damn it. You made the atmosphere lively, but why did you have to target us specifically? Jiang Hai was furious, questioning loudly. Although they had collaborated to lighten the mood, they certainly never agreed to share such embarrassing stories. Exactly. Can this kind of thing be said? Wang Chun was also extremely angry. Their secret of being the dog's servants was out. How would they face others now? You two are the ones who attract attention, certainly the kind that people despise, so of course you two are the targets for liveliness. Wang Zhifei shrugged. After all, it's the simplest method. Damn it. Damn. The two's eyes were blazing with fire, gritting their teeth. Just as they were about to explode, Etch, Meng Xiang suddenly exclaimed, look quickly. Huh. Everyone looked in confusion towards the sound. They were startled to see a cloud of dust rising not far away. Upon closer inspection, they saw a creature with its head down, tail tucked, and a face full of fear running towards them. Isn't that Air Guzzi? Wasn't it supposed to take on the boss? Why has it come back? It looks a bit off. Several people were shocked to find that the originally fierce and domineering Air Guzzi had returned, looking like a timid and weak dog. How Gongzi ran tremblingly, occasionally looking back as if afraid that something might chase him. When he reached the group, he jumped directly into the coffin, curled up inside, whimpering and shaking. Seeing how Gongzi's expression, everyone did not mock him. Instead, they showed expressions of fear. Anyone who isn't a fool could sense something was wrong. What the hell? What could scare it like this? Is it the boss? In an instant, the hearts of several people sank suddenly, as if shrouded in a shadow. Such a powerful Air Guzzi seems to have lost its spirit, turning into this state. What kind of creature could have such strength? Such a terrifying aura, it must be him. Looking at the powerful presence in the sky, the shop owner's face turned pale. Exactly. It's that guy. What a fearsome aura. The warrior's eyes reflected a sense of dread. They had seen that guy from afar before, and knew just how terrifying he was. Hilo stood beside Su Ran, gently clutching the corner of his clothes. A hint of panic appeared on her pretty face, and her amber pupils revealed a trace of fear. Don't be afraid. Su Ran smiled and comforted her. Hilo stood silently beside Su Ran, as this place gave her the most sense of security. What a powerful being. Su Ran looked up at the sky, his expression grave. The stronger they are, the more they can sense the terror of the opponent. The pressure he felt was far heavier than what others experienced. Species: Flame Dragon Clan. Description: high-level life form possessing a powerful lineage, formidable strength, and a taboo existence in the Luo Kingdom. Status: observing, watching. Level 40, 20 attribute points can be allocated for each level up. Tier: General increases each attribute by 500 points. Strength: 766, 500, Tier 3. Agility: 716, 500, Tier 3. Constitution: 915, 500, Tier 3. Spirit: 811, 500, Tier 3. Talents level: Dragon God's Flame Active Trait 1 can turn the surrounding 10 miles into a dragon domain, doubling its own attack and constitution attributes. Enemy units suffer burning effects, losing 50 points from all attributes per minute duration, 5 minutes cooldown 1 hour. Passive Trait 1 Fire Attribute Techniques Power increased by 100 skill. A level skill, Divine Falling Fire, can release internal fire energy covering a radius of 5 miles from the sky, duration 10 minutes cooldown 1 hour. A level skill, Heavenly Fire Eruption, can release extremely high temperature heavenly fire from the mouth, cooldown 3 minutes. A level skill, Wing Wind Blade, waving its wings transforms into sharp wind blades that cut, causing immense damage, cooldown 3 minutes. Strength Assessment Variable, warning danger level extremely high, can pose a life threat to you. Suggestion, it would be unwise to engage, avoidance is recommended. In Su Ran's eyes a brilliant light flickered momentarily. His gaze pierced through the darkness, crossing the clouds to rest upon the colossal being in the sky. The Eye of God absorbed all information. Such terrifying attributes. Upon perceiving the enemy's attributes, Su Ran's heart sank. With over 3,000 points in all attributes, it brought him immense pressure. Especially the opponent's talent domain was extraordinarily fearsome. The reduction of all attributes by 1,000 points over 5 minutes. Yet now, he only had 600 points in total. Since acquiring the Eye of God, this is the first time it has given such a prompt. Su Ran's eyes shifted slightly, his mind swirling with thoughts. This is very dangerous. No wonder everyone before did not believe he could defeat this dragon. Its rank is on an entirely different level from ordinary trial takers. Even though he shared the rank of a general with the goblin chieftain, the attributes of this dragon were far too terrifying, even surpassing anything he had seen among rankers. Was much greater than any ranker he had encountered. However, it is not impossible to fight back. Su Ran's expression grew serious. He also possessed a domain enhancing all attributes by 100, while weakening the opponents by 50. Additionally, the 5 types of augmentations could give him a 200 boost to his strength, speed, and constitution. Coupled with the terrifying 110 times attribute doubling from his demonic transformation, he could indeed have the strength to fight. But the only thing to be wary of is not to fall too deep into demonic influence, to fight, or to retreat. Su Ran fell into deep thought. This dragon clearly posed a life-threatening danger, the first truly formidable existence he had encountered since arriving in this world. Is it worth it to engage with such a being, just for the sake of leveling up? Thunder rumbled and raindrops drummed on. Lightning flashed as dark clouds parted. A giant figure stood majestically in the sky. It had a massive head, enormous downward-facing pupils, and sharp teeth glistening ominously. With wings several meters long on either side, its crimson scales glimmered vibrantly. A searing aura emanated from its entire body, causing raindrops that fell upon it to vaporize before even touching it. The flame dragon. Its orange-yellow captivating pupils gazed down at the multitude of ants below. More precisely, it was focused on a particular ant that had piqued its warning. In that fleeting moment, it sensed a mysterious power probing it, and upon tracing the source it realized it was a The flame dragon fixed its gaze upon the young figure below, a flicker of curiosity crossing its eyes. Though the human's strength seemed far inferior to others, it was still among the elite of this human realm. However, even so, that human should not have made it feel a hint of threat. Indeed, though it only felt a slight sense of danger, it nonetheless took note of this young human. At the same time, it noticed that the human's gaze was different from that of others. There was no fear or trepidation in his eyes. Instead, it seemed to hold a semblance of hesitation. Hesitation. This puzzled the flame dragon, wondering why this human showed no fear, but rather as if hesitating. What exactly was he hesitating about? Just then its gigantic pupils suddenly constricted, shifting towards Su Ran's side. When the dark clouds dispersed, everyone saw the true form of the colossal creature in the sky. Area 404. All the trial takers were left dumbfounded. What the hell? How can there be a lizard that big in the world? Get lost. That's a freaking western dragon. My god, how did this thing come out? Is it the boss, say? How the hell are we supposed to deal with this? The trial takers were utterly shocked. The dragon in the sky with its wings spread seemed to span several meters. How are we supposed to defeat this boss? They don't even know how to fly. Area 405. After a fierce battle, they had just successfully dealt with a commander-level monster. The frontline strategy team immediately noticed the uproar on the forums. What the hell? A dragon has actually appeared. A dragon, it sounds so prestigious. Is the boss really that kind of creature? A few of them suddenly changed their expressions. Such a thing does not bode well for their compatibility. After all, they didn't even know how to fly. At this moment, none of them noticed that upon hearing about the dragon, the young master lying in the coffin was trembling even more visibly. It curled up, clutching its head with its claws, shivering in fear. Area 404. Newbie Village. At this moment, everyone in the village wore a grave expression, all gazing at Su Ran. This kid was probably their only hope. Just then the flame dragon in the sky let out a deafening roar. The sound reverberated like waves shaking the surroundings. Its gaze fell upon a figure beside Su Ran, a hint of excitement flickering in its orange-yellow pupils. Hello quickly sensed the flame dragon's gaze and hurriedly hid behind Su Ran. Big brother. Her amber eyes revealed a hint of fear as she clutched Su Ran's shirt tightly. Hearing her call, Su Ran regained his focus. He turned slightly ruffled Hello's hair and gently reassured her, there's nothing to fear. Then he directed his gaze towards the flame dragon above. This isn't the time to weigh the pros and cons. Su Ran resolved himself, his eyes suddenly sharpening. This dragon clearly did not regard everyone as a threat. If he did not take action, these people would surely perish. This task was already the last novice task. Once he gave up, he had no idea when the next advancement task would come. Moreover, advancements seemed to vary in rank. If he hesitated this time, the next time would only be in normal advancement, which would be troublesome. At the moment Su Ran made his decision, his gaze transformed. In the sky, the flame dragon sensed Su Ran's penetrating gaze. Its proud heart swelled with anger. How dare a mere ant look at it with such contempt? The roar erupted. In an instant, the winds and waves surged. The rain spread and thunder rumbled. A powerful aura suppressed all. This roar shattered hearts, leaving many pale-faced and trembling uncontrollably. Yet, there was one. While everyone else was engulfed in fear, he remained calm, his gaze sharper than ever. A chill spread through everyone's hearts. In the face of the powerful and invincible dragon, no one could muster the will to fight. Yet Su Ran was different. Far from being afraid, he regarded the Yanlong with an equal gaze. This look provoked the Yanlong. A provocation from an ant. This made the Yanlong even more furious. It was truly enraged. Roar. At that moment it let out a roar, yet it was vastly different from before. There was no overwhelming pressure, nor was there a deafening sound. What emerged was merely the surging flames rapidly gathering in its mouth. Not good. It's going to breathe fire. Run. Useless. We can't escape. Upon realizing the immense power gathering in the Yanlong's mouth, everyone in the village felt a chill run down their spines. The dragon's power was enough to destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. Although it was not in its complete form and still in its growth phase, obliterating this small area was not difficult at all. The dragon's power was enough to destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. Although it was not in its complete form and still in its growth phase, obliterating this small, he spread his wings and flew soaring above the thunderstorm in the sky, standing opposite the Yanlong. This kid. The shopkeeper's heart trembled. This kid was choosing to attract the Yanlong's attention alone so that they would not be affected. Sensing Su Ran's movements, the Yanlong suddenly spewed forth flames from its mouth. Boom. The towering flames erupted violently, attacking Su Ran. The scalding fire blazed fiercely, gushing forth. In the direction of its attack, the rain was instantly evaporated. The flames surged like a dragon rushing towards Su Ran. Even before the pillar of flames made contact, Su Ran could already feel the scorching heat rushing towards him. Yet his expression remained calm, without a hint of fluctuation. Just as the flames were about to engulf him, Su Ran raised his hand, fingers pointing towards the oncoming flames. With a flash of light, it ignited. S-Class. Dimensional space, activate. At this moment, all eyes bore witness to a miraculous scene. Su Ran's palm seemed to have an absorbing force as the flames that seemed to devour everything continuously surged into his hand. My. The Yanlong's face flashed with a hint of suspicion. Its flames were being absorbed. Then the crowd saw Su Ran extend his other hand, pointing at the Yanlong. In an instant, a torrent of heat erupted from his hand, directly crashing towards the Yanlong. Boom. Looking at the suddenly enveloping flames, the Yanlong was stunned for the first time. Isn't that its own fire? Wow. The raging inferno engulfed the Yanlong, and the overwhelming heat wave blasted the rain clouds above away. Countless sparks fell from the heavens. Holy crap. This power is ridiculously insane. Isn't the dragon too strong? By the way, why does that person look like the great Su Ran? Wow. As expected of the great Su Ran. He's surprisingly strong. Who said before that the guy above is stronger than the great Su Ran? Didn't we just see the great Su Ran repay him in kind? Side-eye grin. The great Su Ran is truly amazing. But, why can the great Su Ran fly? Even the dragon's skills can be turned back on it. Why? Because he is the great Su Ran. Side-eye grin. At the moment Su Ran appeared, the challengers immediately erupted into cheers. This was the blind faith established by Su Ran, having led everyone to victory time and again. Suddenly someone questioned, hey, wait. Isn't the great Su Ran banned? How can he fight the boss? Upon hearing this, the crowd was up. Holy crap. That's quite a point. I didn't realize it until you mentioned it. So, what's going on here? I think the only explanation is that this dragon isn't our boss, but rather it is the great Su Ran's monster. For a moment, everyone fell silent. Could it be the final boss they had been tense and afraid of for so long? Was not this one before them? Seeing the discussions on the forum, the frontline strategy teams were also bewildered. Holy crap, that's not the boss. So we were all excited for nothing. If that dragon is the target of the great Su Ran, then perhaps there's a reason for Dog Lord state. Dog Lord, cough cough. I misspoke, it should be Wolf Lord. A few people chattered on, but they found that the second dog lying in the coffin had no reaction whatsoever. Saying it was a dog it didn't even refute. It seemed indeed frightened. Really? What kind of unique dog dares to provoke a being that could be the target of the great Su-Ran? Truly reckless. The crowd silently ridiculed. At this moment in Area 404, everyone's attention was focused on Su-Ran. Even those not present were quietly following everything on the forum. And at that moment, everyone received a mysterious notification. Congratulations to the challengers in Area 404. A great being from a distant land, the god. He has cast his gaze upon this world. Congratulations. Challenger Su-Ran has attracted the attention of the god. He praises your actions to protect the world. He looks forward to your subsequent performances. Upon seeing the notification before them in Area 404, everyone's minds went blank, falling into a stupor. After a few moments, some began to react. Holy crap! Is my god really here? Awesome. God, look at me. 666,666. The challengers erupted into tremendous cheers, unable to contain their excitement. From the very beginning of their journey, they had mentioned the gods. At this moment, the god had indeed focused on this place. Although, they were merely a side note. But at least it was equivalent to their first encounter with a god. Regarding the god, the challengers held various emotions from excitement, to curiosity, to fear. God. How could anyone notice this place? Is it because of Su-Ran? The villagers were even more shocked than the fact that a god would cast their gaze upon this trial place was simply unimaginable. And it seemed that all of this was because of that challenger named Su-Ran. He's too strong. Strong enough that he doesn't resemble a level 20 challenger at all. The shopkeeper, suppressing the shock in his heart, looked up at the figure in the sky. With a 20-level gap in ranks, and the enemy being a higher-order life form under such a tremendous disparity in status, Su-Ran logically shouldn't be able to contend with it. Yilin glanced at the crowd and couldn't help but speak up. Upon hearing this, everyone present fell into silence. From the moment the deity descended, everyone in Area 404 felt an inexplicable sense of being observed. Above the sky, it seemed as if a pair of gigantic eyes had appeared. Everything in the world was captured within their gaze. When those deep-set eyes emerged, the entirety of the dark night in the region was dispelled. The blood moon fell directly down, replaced by the sun hanging high in the sky. Meanwhile, all living beings involuntarily raised their heads to meet its gaze. At the moment their gazes met, the souls of numerous beings seemed to freeze in an instant. Thoughts halted and their minds went blank. Simultaneously, an inexplicable fear burgeoned and spread within the hearts of all living beings. This was different from the pressure brought by dragons. It stemmed from a stark disparity deep within their souls. Even the previously feared flame dragon now revealed a hint of fear in its inverted pupils. Once brazen and unrestrained, it now appeared subdued. Pausing in midair, it remained silent, cautiously looking up at the sky. Among all the living beings, only one person did not look up, and that was Su-Ran. He struggled to suppress the tremors of his soul, firmly restraining the desire to raise his head. He could not, nor dared to, look up at the deity like everyone else. While all living beings erupted with emotions of joy, curiosity, reverence, and fear at the deity's arrival. In Su-Ran's heart there was only profound worry, and a touch of fear, so much so that his back was completely soaked. Why has the deity appeared here? Su-Ran felt a tightness in his heart. Had the secrets on him been discovered by logically everything about him should not have escaped the deity's notice, right? Just then a chilling aura freezing his soul spread within him. Immediately after, a prompt popped up before Su-Ran. Detected a powerful unknown probe. SSS Talent Omniversal Value Elevation Exclusive Spiritual Wall activated. At that moment of anxiety in Su-Ran's heart, the tremors that pierced deep into his soul suddenly vanished. Huh, what just happened to me? Look quickly, those eyes are gone. Huh, did the deity leave so quickly? Sigh. What a pity not to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. What once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Do you think you are at most you are an unknown supporting character? Can you stop speaking the truth? It's quite disheartening. Not even seeing the deity's form, how fleeting was that? I wonder if that was a male or female deity. What are you imagining? The challengers in Area 404 all sighed in disappointment. The deity had finally appeared, but the time spent was too brief, perhaps only a few seconds from arrival to departure. It felt to everyone as if it had been a dream, too surreal. The deity has left. Indeed. This is merely a place of initial trials. It shouldn't have drawn the deity's attention. The villagers murmured softly. Gazing at the clearing sky, their hearts were filled with mixed emotions. Many would spend their entire lives without ever catching a glimpse of a deity. Yet today a deity had revealed divine power in this dilapidated place of initial trials. What an honor! It was a pity that the deity's time was far too brief. What exactly attracted the deity to reveal divine power? The shopkeeper's face was dazed, murmuring to himself. According to the rules set by the gods, deities were not to interfere with the trials. Conscious descent. This is the only authority a deity possesses. But that deity had not only descended in consciousness, but also revealed divine power. It broke the rules. What could have caused such a powerful being to disregard the restrictions of the gods and choose to reveal divine power? As it left, feeling the dissipating pressure, Su-Ran let out a deep breath. At that moment he felt utterly. This was solely because at the very last moment his unique main talent had unexpectedly activated. The spiritual wall. Did my talent negate the deity's probing? Su-Ran couldn't help but shudder within. To be able to negate even the deity's probing, this talent was even more powerful than he had imagined. Does this mean he need not worry too much about being discovered? Although being able to negate the deity's probing might not be a good thing. Though Su-Ran breathed a sigh of relief, a trace of worry lingered. Just think about it. If the deity discovered that a human could not be seen through, what would happen? Would the deity continue to observe, or would it test him again? Sigh. I feel like my good luck is running out. Su-Ran sighed. He felt as if misfortune was beginning to befall him. Roar. At that moment, a furious roar resonated, startling everyone. To everyone's astonishment, at that moment the flame dragon actually spoke. Damn ants. Are you ready to die? The flame dragon's icy gaze fixated on Su-Ran, filled with a hint of anger. How could such a lowly ant absorb its flames and retaliate? This was a grave insult to its identity as a flame dragon. In the flame dragon's view, it was precisely because it failed to eliminate this mere level 20 ant instantly, and was even countered, that the deity cast its gaze. After all, a battle between beings with such a significant level gap would naturally attract the deity's attention. But this was an affront to its status as a dragon. It swore to kill the ant before it in the most brutal way possible to declare its immense power. This dragon can talk. Then why was it just yelling and roaring? The challengers were stunned upon discovering that the flame dragon could speak. After all, it had not spoken a single word earlier. They nearly thought that this dragon couldn't talk at all. Hearing the flame dragon's voice, Su-Ran gradually came to his senses. He looked up at the dragon, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. You can actually speak. The flame dragon hovered in the air, its cold eyes staring at Su-Ran, speaking with a tone that was both indifferent and proud. You lowly ants can speak. As a high-level life form, how could I not? Then why didn't you speak earlier? Su-Ran smiled lightly and said, I thought you were mute. Upon hearing that, an ant dares to speak to me. The flame dragon's eyes flickered with a hint of murderous intent as it spoke human words, sending waves of sound that stirred the winds and clouds. Then why are you speaking now? Su-Ran's expression remained icy as he spoke slowly. Because you shall perish. A chilling aura of malevolence emanated from Yanlong, his eyes glinting with frigid, unforgiving coldness. I shall tear you limb from limb, and devour you whole. And then, slaughter every soul connected to you. Only thus shall the fury in my heart be quenched. The words hung in the air like a death knell. Flames began to rise across Yanlong's scaled body. Crimson fire coiling around his fiery red scales, surging with sudden, overwhelming intensity. An inferno roared outward from his form, engulfing the horizon. Is that so? Su-Ran's gaze remained serene, his voice calm and detached. Then let us test it. See who truly prevails. In the end, whose blood shall stain the ground. Insignificant insect. Even if you possess the means to absorb my flames, it is futile. Yanlong's voice dropped low, his gaze unyielding. This insignificant creature could absorb his fire, and even turn it against him. Yet, that very fact betrayed his deepest fear. The creature dared not touch his flames directly. Even without flame, my physical might alone dwarfs yours. Beyond comparison for a wretched speck like you. Yanlong roared. His voice shook heaven and earth, tearing through the sky. Su-Ran's eyes narrowed slightly, his mind already calculating. Omnipotent 18. Frank skill, physical augmentation activated. Frank skill, body hardness enhancement activated. Frank skill, flame resistance activated. Omnipoints 110. E-rank skill, water spray upgraded to crank skill, aqua spring. Omnipoints 240. Frank skill, body hardness upgraded to crank. Frank skill, flame resistance upgraded to crank. Omnipoints 110. E-rank skill, water spray upgraded to crank skill, aqua spring. Omnipoints 240. Frank skill, body hardness upgraded to crank. Frank skill, flame resistance upgraded to crank. Frank skill, body hardness upgraded to crank. Frank skill, flame resistance upgraded to crank. At that very instant, Yanlong spread its wings and tore across the heavens, hurtling towards Su-Ran at blinding speed, dragging a vortex of gale force wind in its wake. Damn it! Master Su-Ran, watch out! Yanlong spread its wings and tore across the heavens, hurtling towards Su-Ran at blinding speed, dragging a vortex of gale force wind in it. Villagers watched in abject dread. Su-Ran was their village's sole hope. Big brother. Xiao Luo clutched her skirt with tiny hands, her small face etched with worry. Once again she saw it, the vision haunting her dreams. Every villager fallen. Every living thing in this land erased. The great dragon's wings severed. Big brother's arm torn away. She trembled, not just at memory, but at the terror that dream might become truth. Huh. Su-Ran drew a deep breath as Yanlong bore down upon him. His expression hardened, yet his mind grew colder, sharper, utterly still. This dragon underestimated him, and therein lay his opening. Strike while it's careless, end it now. One blow. One decisive victory. The moment the thought crystallized, Su-Ran acted. His gaze sharpened, razor-edged lethal. S-Rank, innate talent. Demon body transformation activated. Active trait demon body conversion. All attributes doubled. The longer one remains in demonic state, the greater the amplification. Up to tenfold at full demonization cooldown 1 hour. S-Rank, innate talent. Quintuple amplification activated in combat. Passive trait 1 full state boost. Strength 3 speed 3, constitution 3. Passive trait 2 full state boost. Speed 2 visual range 2. S-Rank, innate talent. Absolute domain activated. Active trait 1, a 100-meter radius around oneself becomes the absolute domain. Self gains 100 to all attributes. Allies gain 50 to all attributes duration 30 minutes, cooldown 1 hour. Active trait 2, the enemies within the domain suffer 50 to all attributes duration 30 minutes, cooldown 1 hour. Active trait 2, the enemies within the domain suffer 50 to all attributes duration 30 minutes, cooldown 1 hour. In an instant, Su-Ran unleashed all 3 S-Rank combat-enhancing innate talents. In the next breath his eyes blazed crimson, fierce, savage, unrelenting. Obsidian black demonic energy erupted from his frame, spreading like ink spilled across silk. Simultaneously an arcane force rippled outward, transforming the entire 100-meter radius into sacred sovereign ground. In that single heartbeat, every being present recoiled, stunned, incredulous, staring at Su-Ran. An immense, suffocating pressure settled over them, all heavy as fate itself. At that moment, Su-Ran's presence, raw, terrifying, radiant, stood nearly equal to Yanlong's own. Name: Su-Ran, level 20, title Monster Slayer, strength 750 amplified by demon body transformation. Attributes continuously rising. Agility 450 amplified by demon body transformation. Constitution 750, attributes continuously rising. Spirit 450, rising steadily. Primary innate talent SSS-Rank, Omni-Ascension. Secondary innate talents S-Rank, Demon Body Transformation S-Rank, King of Shadows S-Rank, Quintuple Amplification S-Rank, Dimensional Rift S-Rank, Concealment S-Rank, 5-Element Mastery S-Rank, Absolute Domain S-Rank, Ultimate Recovery S-Rank, Divine Soar. Secondary innate talents S-Rank, Demon Body Transformation S-Rank, King of Shadows S-Rank, Quintuple Amplification S-Rank, Dimensional Rift S-Rank, Concealment S-Rank, 5-Element Mastery S-Rank, Absolute Domain S-Rank, Ultimate Recovery S-Rank, Divine Soar. Skills S-Rank, Divine I Crank, Tri-Sword Technique, Frank, Sword, Chi, Frank, Wind Trace. E-Rank, Flame Breath, E-Rank, Aqua Breath, E-Rank, Wind Control, E-Rank, Earthen Wall, E-Rank, Thunder Strike, E-Rank, Light Lance, E-Rank, Mist Veil. Crank, Physical Augmentation, Defense 10, Stamina Consumption 10. Crank, Body Hardness Enhancement, Physical Hardness 10. Crank, Flame Resistance, Flame Tolerance 30. Crank, Aqua Spring, a potent water-based offensive. Equipment Crank, Azure Crystal Blade Crank, Azure Crystal Armor. Drank, Frostlight Sword Drank, Moonwind Robe Drank, Gale Step Boots. Omnipoints 27106, Power Assessment rising steadily. Boom. At that very instant, Su-Ran surged forward, directly toward Yanlong. His movement cracked the sky, a thunderous sonic boom splitting the air. What a... Yanlong's pupils contracted violently, its arrogance shattered in an instant. For it felt its own attributes crumbling, steadily, inexorably. This is the domain. A disbelief edged its voice, trembling raw. A domain of such magnitude must rival its own. How had this insignificant human suddenly erupted with such overwhelming power? Worse, this human had demonized. How many innate talents do you possess? Yanlong's voice cracked with shock and fury, its mind reeling. It had gravely misjudged this human strength. You need not know. Directly ahead, Su-Ran streaked forward, wreathed in swirling black, demonic energy, his crimson eyes burning with murderous intent. His voice carried a subtle, chilling thrill. This was no longer restraint. It was absolute, unrestrained power. His attributes soared higher still, while Yanlong's continued to wither. In the blink of an eye, human and dragon collided. Yanlong had no time, no chance, to react. In the instant of contact, Su-Ran's skill activated simultaneously. The surging spring water surrounded Su-Ran, transforming into a water dragon that surged forward. In the instant of contact, Su-Ran's skill activated simultaneously. The surging spring water surrounded Su-Ran, transforming into a water dragon that surged forward. In the midst of the fierce clash, countless gazes caught sight of a pitch-black figure piercing through the mist. It was Su-Ran, transformed into a demonic form, his body covered in a dark demonic armor drenched in boiling blood. His eyes glowed red, filled with excitement and killing intent. Roar! Suddenly, an agonizing wail echoed from the mist, accompanied by a powerful surge of air. In the blink of an eye, a massive body fell from the sky, accompanied by a rain of blood. Boom! The body of the flame dragon crashed to the ground, smashing into a pile of rubble and kicking up a cloud of dust. Scalding dragon blood spilled across the ground, some even splattering onto the spectators. This sudden occurrence stunned everyone watching the battle. Looking at the dripping hot dragon blood, the crowd was initially curious, but soon erupted in wails. Damn it, so hot, so hot. My God, my skin is burning. Damn, it hurts like hell. Ah, stop dripping. Whoa, dragon blood fell into my mouth. The scalding dragon blood sent the challengers jumping around, clutching their heads in panic. On the other side, the villagers were not as naive. Be careful. Don't touch the dragon blood. The shopkeeper, this is the blood of the flame dragon. As a member of the flame dragon clan, its body radiates extreme heat, even its blood is no exception. If it weren't for the clash with the opposing water attribute, the current heat would be even greater. The flame dragon has been knocked down. That kid is so strong. He doesn't seem to be injured. The crowd gazed up at the figure in the sky. Surrounded by immense demonic energy floating in midair, he exuded an extremely terrifying aura which continued to rise. Ped's heart was shaken. He could find no words to describe his shock. He realized that Su-Ran had been too humble before. Even as the bravest warrior in the village, he felt no battle intent against such a powerful being, while Su-Ran had already knocked down the flame dragon in their first encounter. The gap between them was like an insurmountable chasm. Is that kid really just a novice challenger? He only arrived here a little over half a month ago. The weapon shop owner's voice was filled with astonishment. To possess such strength at this level was something he had never seen in his lifetime. It's not over yet. The shopkeeper suppressed his shock and said solemnly, it hasn't treated anyone here as a threat. So it was careless. This battle is far from over. He could see that the devastating effect of Su-Ran's strike was due to the flame dragon's own arrogance. As his words fell, a powerful gust of air suddenly erupted from the dust. Roar! Damn ants, I will ensure you are reduced to dust. A thunderous roar echoed in all directions. The ground dust was blown away. Rubble was shot out, piercing through the surroundings, leaving small craters. In a giant pit, the flame dragon stood there. Its eyes emitted a terrifying, killing intent, and its body was enveloped in an astonishing aura. Scalding dragon blood dripped onto the rubble, sizzling as it fell. Nearby, a massive wing lay broken on the ground, bathed in dragon blood. The flame dragon's right wing had been brutally severed. Blood continued to ooze from its right shoulder, and it was no longer the arrogant and self-important creature it had been before. All that remained was an overwhelming killing intent directed at Su-Ran. The flame dragon's pitiful state was captured by all the onlookers. Damn, the lizard's wing is broken. As expected of the great Su-Ran. The boss is incredible. Applause. Su-Ran, big brother, you are so handsome. So dark, so cool, I love it. Su-Ran, big brother, I want to have your The most excited were the challengers. That was a dragon. A real dragon. To think it was the great Su-Ran. Such an achievement left the challengers in awe and admiration. In the past, some of them may have envied and resented Su-Ran. But at this moment, no one had such thoughts. Because while the gap between both sides could still be seen, inevitably, some would feel unwilling. However, when the gap had become insurmountable, no one would entertain thoughts of competing or chasing after him, because the disparity in strength was no longer in the same dimension. Its wing is broken. It can't fly anymore. That kid Su-Ran did well. Now the odds have greatly. Great. That strike was magnificent. The villagers rejoiced. It is well known that dragons are the rulers. Once the opponent loses the ability to fly, no matter how powerful they are, they lose the distinctive advantage of being a dragon. I swear, I will kill you and slaughter every living being here. The flame dragon's voice, filled with killing intent and rage, shook the heavens and the earth. Each word was drenched in blood. As a dragon, a high-tier life form, it stood at the pinnacle of all races. To have its wings severed by a human was an unforgivable sin. It would make the human before it pay the price. Su-Ran floated in the air, cloaked in demonic energy, his blood-red pupils giving a chilling impression. Kill me. Su-Ran slightly lowered his head, gazing down at the flame dragon, his voice calm, yet laced with a hint of mockery. With you, a lizard that has lost its ability to fly. Lizard. Upon hearing this term, the flame dragon's soul seemed to freeze. As a higher race, it could not believe it was referred to as a lizard by an ant-like human. You are seeking death. The flame dragon enunciated each word, every utterance filled with earth-shattering anger. Its orange-yellow eyes were filled with fury. Then come and try. Su-Ran stood high in the sky, controlling the wrath within him, and calmly replied, I want to see how this lizard can fly up to kill me. Roar. The earth-shaking roar erupted from the flame dragon's mouth. The ground trembled, debris rolled, and leaves constantly fluttered down. In that moment, the flame dragon completely lost its sanity. Roar. The roar shattered the heart. An overwhelming pressure streamed outward in all directions, and a killing intent spread across the sky. I swear, you will surely die by my hand. Yin Long bellowed, and when it looked at Su-Ran, its eyes were steeped in hatred that pierced to the bone. At that moment, flames began to surge from Yin Long's body. Feral conflagrations erupted, burning fiercely as they radiated outward in every direction. The temperature of the ground climbed swiftly, becoming scalding hot. Centered on Yin Long, the abnormal phenomenon continued to spread outward. Hundreds of meters, thousands of meters. The steer talent Long Shinji Yin Dragon God Flame activated. Active trait 1 can turn a Tinley radius into a dragon domain. Its attack and constitution attributes double. Enemy units suffer a burning effect, losing 50 points to all attributes per minute. Duration 5 minutes. Cooldown 1 hour. Passive trait 1 fire-type techniques have their potency increased by 100. As Yin Long's talent flared, everyone's faces changed. Damn, why is it so hot underfoot? My shoe soles are burning through. This is wrong, I'm growing weaker. Brothers, tone it down. Have some restraint. I'm restraining myself, for God's sake. Don't you feel it? No, not at all. I don't buy it. Could it be? You were frail to begin with. They'll have you know, don't slander me. Cut the nonsense, you two. This seems to be that dragon's talent or skill. If you don't believe me, look. Your attributes are dropping continuously. Oh my, that man just collapsed. Damn, I can't hold on either. I have no strength left. The trialists grew increasingly weak. One after another they fell prostrate and utterly spent. The villagers' faces were ashen. This is its domain. The shopkeeper, already old, had gone pale and could only hunch over on the ground, too weary even to move. Hunched on the scorched earth, they were too exhausted to stir. Dragons. Such creatures are so unreasonable. The warriors lay on the ground soaked in sweat. The searing ground made them miserable. Among those present, only one person remained unaffected: Shi Luo. Uncle Pied. Uncle Fiat. Aunt Luo Lin, what's wrong with you? Shi Luo's pretty face was filled with anxiety. Tears glistened in her amber eyes. Shi Luo, don't worry about us. We're just weakened. Lie down a while, and we'll be fine. Pied forced a faint smile onto his pale face. Above in the sky, Su Ran naturally saw this strange. At the same time, he felt his own attributes bolstered by the demonic transformation being sapped by Yin Long's domain. All attributes are reduced by 50 points per minute across the 4 primary stats. That is a total reduction of 200 attribute points per minute. Su Ran thought. Most players could only endure. Only top trialists with over 400 points in each attribute could last 2 minutes. No wonder. This dragon utterly disdained humans. Within its domain, humans could not compare. The mere attribute drain was enough to make one collapse to the ground. Fortunately, as long as one remained alive, attributes would not fall to 0, but bottom out at 1. At that moment, Yin Long below suddenly shouted, "Accursed humans! I refuse to believe you will stand by and watch everyone die." Hearing this, Su Ran's expression shifted faintly. What do you intend to do? Yin Long's words gave him a bad premonition. You may choose not to come down, but I will kill them all. Yin Long's voice rang out, laced with threat. Upon hearing this, Su Ran's gaze grew cold. The dragon was not foolish. It knew to use the lives of all present as leverage, and he could not simply ignore that. If everyone died, what meaning would he and Yin Long have? High above, Su Ran looked at Yin Long and said calmly, "So it seems even higher life forms resort to such despicable tricks." Shut up. Yin Long found Su Ran's words grating and mocking. It glared at Su Ran, its chest heaving. As a superior life form, to threaten mere humans with hostages was both shameful and deeply insulting to it. Yet it vowed revenge. If it killed everyone, the day's events would never be revealed. If no living soul knew, it could remain the proud Longzu rather than be dismissed as a mere lizard. Roar. You think that by not descending you have left me without recourse? I am Longzu, the sovereign of the sky. Yin Long roared, and a devastating aura spread outward. Sparks danced across its crimson scales. A pillar of searing light burst from its interior, shooting straight toward the heavens. Attire skill Xinjiang, Huashing divine, falling firestar. It can unleash internal flame energy into a meteor that descends from the sky, covering a faveli radius. Duration 10 minutes, cooldown 1 hour. A colossal cloud of fire coalesced above. It condensed into a fireball that was rapidly swelling. Staring at the energy-laden fireball above, Su Ran's face changed abruptly. If that blow were unleashed, the surrounding kilometers would suffer terrible devastation. Those already weakened would likely be killed outright by the strike. We must stop it. I can't hold on much longer either. Su Ran's expression grew grave. His crimson eyes brimmed with an increasingly uncontrollable killing intent. Chaotic desires stirred within his mind. He was gradually slipping into madness. One move will decide it. Su Ran made his decision. With the next strike, he would determine the outcome of this battle. Both he and Yin Long were nearing their limits. Omni value 1200 points. The tire skill Sinjian Shi 3 sword form had evolved into Steer Jiujian Shi 9 sword form. Steer skill Jiujian Shi 9 sword form. Description divided into 3 forms. Sanjian Shi 3 sword form, a single slash that delivers 3 strikes, immensely powerful, damage increased by 500, costs 160 spirit per use. Lu Jianshi 6 sword form, 6 swords combined in a coordinated assault that spans a broad area, damage increased by 700, costs 320 spirit per use. Jiu Jianshi 9 sword form, 9 swords as one, an earth-shattering blade that cleaves the heavens. One strike deals 9-fold damage. Its power exceeds the second form by 1,000, costs 640 spirit per use. Above the sky, a powerful energy conglomerate released intense heat, its scorching aura spreading for several. Oh my, I feel like I'm getting heat stroke. Are we really going to be roasted alive? Damn. That dragon seems like it's about to unleash a big move. We're doomed. Oh my. You guys are lucky to be lying. I'm already on the ground about to become a roasted chicken. PFF. Roasted chicken sounds good. Just asking, is it cooked yet? Damn. I really admire you guys. What time is it, and you're still in the mood to joke? What should we do? I feel like if that ball in the sky explodes, we're all finished. What else can we do? Just keep watching. Can you run away? The challengers fell one by one, drenched in sweat from the scorching ground. Their clothes were soaked through sweat, constantly oozing out. Their weakened bodies rendered them incapable of any effective movements, leaving them to watch helplessly as the fiery mass in the sky grew larger. Perhaps it was due to their physical and mental exhaustion, or perhaps because the one battling the flame dragon was Su-Ran, but the challengers felt little fear in their hearts. Anyway, we are all going to die. There's no escape. So we can only trust Senior Su-Ran. This was the common sentiment among all the challengers. From the beginning of the trial until now, it had always been Su-Ran leading everyone to victory, which had led many to develop blind trust in him. If even Su-Ran could not achieve victory, it would only signify the end of their journey as challengers. On the other side, seeing everyone collapse to the ground, Xylo began to tear up in anxiety. If even Su-Ran could not achieve victory, it would only signify the end of their journey as challengers. On the other side, seeing everyone, our fate depends on that kid. The shopkeeper sighed, a complex expression appearing on his pale face. Unexpectedly, their lives would ultimately rest in the hands of a kid who had just arrived. It was absurd beyond belief. That kid seems to have a way. The weapon shop owner raised his eyes to the sky and weakly said. When he first saw that kid, he never expected that guy would grow so fast. Upon hearing this, Xylo looked up at the figure in the sky, clasping her hands together in prayer. Big brother, you have to win. At this moment, all eyes were focused on Su-Ran. The image of your all-out battle is engraved in everyone's eyes. Everyone's wishes are gathered here, and the girl named Xylo is praying for you. You have gained a special temporary enhancement. Wishing power. Wishing power. Everyone's hope is gathered here, restoring all your consumed spiritual points. At the same time, your damage output increases, enhancing the final power by 50. Suddenly, a faint blue prompt appeared before Su-Ran's eyes. In an instant, his mind felt much clearer, and his fatigued body seemed to be re-energized, filled with power. Wishing power. Seeing the special enhancement that manifested, a glint of surprise flashed in Su-Ran's eyes. Could there be such a mysterious function? Su-Ran looked down at the silver-haired girl below. The prompt particularly mentioned her. Is there some connection to this? Regardless, this increases my odds of victory. A glint of sharp light flickered in Su-Ran's eyes. The spiritual points he had just consumed were now completely replenished. Level skill. Eye of God activate. At this moment, Su-Ran's crimson eyes were enveloped in brilliant light. Everything in the world was captured in his sight. The flaws in the flame dragon's body could not escape Su-Ran's eyes. In the blink of an eye, a blue long sword appeared in Su-Ran's hand, shimmering with dazzling brilliance. The surface of the sword was even covered with a thin layer of ice. The long sword stood before him as Su-Ran's fingers traced the blade. Level skill. 9 sword style activate. Spiritual points 640. Level skill. Water spring activate. Spiritual points 80. In an instant, a brilliant light shot into the sky, illuminating the entire heavens. The long sword stood before him as Su-Ran's fingers traced the blade. Level skill. 9 sword style activate. Spiritual points 640. Vortex in the sky. The water surged, and the sword light soared high. It crashed into the flame dragon's energy conglomerate. Among myriad gazes, 9 beams of sword light merged in an instant, fiercely attacking the red light in the sky. Seeing the sword strike from Su-Ran, the flame dragon's expression changed dramatically. How is this possible? How could an ant unleash such tremendous power? The flame dragon's pupils constricted sharply. This move brought an endless sense of threat. If it landed directly on its dragon body, the consequences would be unimaginable. But this shouldn't be possible. That ant had only severely injured it by taking advantage of its carelessness. How could it now unleash such immense strength? It was hard to believe that a level 20 weak challenger could deliver such a powerful blow. Yet just in shock. But this shouldn't be possible. That ant had only severely injured it by taking advantage of its carelessness. How could it now unleash such? Its goal was simply to destroy everything around it. The stronger the move, the greater the destructive power. Just boom. The sword light collided with the fire, creating a deafening sound. In countless gazes, the fire erupted, scattering sparks that seemed ready to expand outward. But at that moment, amidst the flames, 9 beams of sword light spread out. The sword energy surged, accompanied by the fierce water flow, instantly shredding the erupting flames. Simultaneously, a chilling aura spread, extinguishing much of the fire. How is this possible? Witnessing his skill being suppressed, disbelief filled the flame dragon's eyes. Its heart trembled. Su-Ran's strike had caused its plans to fall through. Was that sword truly that terrifying? Its heart trembled. Su-Ran's strike had caused its plans to fall through. Was that sword truly that terrifying? An unexpected turn of events occurred for the flame dragon. The flames in the sky vanished entirely. Spring water vaporized into a mist that spread outward. At that very instant, a sword beam pierced the air. 8 sword beams tore through reality, hurtling straight toward the flame dragon. What? The flame dragon recoiled in shock. Its spine chilled, its inner warning surging to its peak. Yet this sudden onslaught left it utterly unable to react. Boom. The 8 sword beams shrieked through the void and pierced straight through the flame dragon's colossal body. One blade after another, 8 in total, ripped through its form. Crash. Swordlight detonated, hurling up a storm of dust and debris. As the smoke cleared, every onlooker instinctively drew breath and narrowed their eyes. There it stood, still upright, but its body was riddled with wounds, scorching blood drenching the ground. Crimson scales had shattered away, exposing raw, gory flesh beneath. A massive, gaping wound gaped open across its chest, pierced clean through. Its sole remaining wing lay crumpled upon the earth, rendering it grotesquely vulnerable. In that moment, the flame dragon resembled nothing more than a colossal wounded lizard. Cough! Cough! It choked, blood spilling from its jaws. Its razor-sharp fangs were slick with crimson. Lifting one enormous claw, it found its talons, all snapped and splintered. Glancing down at its chest, searing agony nearly plunged it into unconsciousness. Why? Why can a mere insect wound me? Though grievously injured, it roared. Blood streaming freely, defiance blazing even as its strength waned. Why? Why can a mere insect wound me? Though grievously injured, it roared. Blood streaming freely, defiance blazing even as its strength waned. It refused to accept this truth, a high-tier life form, a proud scion of the dragon clan, bested by a mortal who hadn't even broken through his cultivation realm. An insect? If I am an insect, then what are you? Calling you a lizard would be flattery. A calm voice drifted down from above. Su-Ran landed softly upon the earth, his face slightly pale, but his gaze serene, unwavering. Lizard. Hearing those words, the flame dragon erupted anew in fury. To be called a lizard, a creature so base, was an insult far worse than calling a man a monkey. Most infuriating of all, its current state did resemble little more than an oversized wounded lizard. I will kill you. Its eyes blazed with hatred as it roared. Never before had it felt such loathing. Su-Ran was the first human to reduce it to such utter uncontrolled rage. Kill me. With your present state. Su-Ran scoffed, cold, dismissive. Arrogant fool. Enraged, the flame dragon opened its maw, only to freeze as Su-Ran stepped forward, unhurried and deliberate. Instinctively, it began retreating. Thud, thud. Its massive frame trembled the earth with each step. Every movement tore at its wounds, agony lancing through its being. Yet it ignored the pain, fixing its gaze upon Su-Ran and demanding what? What do you intend to do? Unbeknownst to itself, its voice trembled, perhaps because it finally grasped the sheer magnitude of this human's power. Or perhaps because it already knew exactly what Su-Ran meant to do next. What? Su-Ran met its gaze, sword in hand, voice tranquil. To kill you, of course. As Su-Ran drew nearer, the flame dragon shuddered uncontrollably. Wait. Su-Ran ignored it completely, advancing without pause. Thud, thud. The flame dragon scrambled backward, shaking the ground with each retreat, until suddenly, crash. It stumbled, tripping headlong onto the earth. And in that instant, Su-Ran stood before it, gazing down at that small, unyielding figure. The flame dragon, born of ancient fire and celestial lineage, felt fear for the very first time. Wait, please, don't kill me. Its voice quavered, even its pupils dilated, not with rage, but raw primal terror. So, you can feel fear? Su-Ran smiled faintly, yet his eyes remained icy, detached. Spare it. That was never an option. Wait, you cannot kill me. Spare me, and I'll reveal vital intelligence. The flame dragon blurted out, desperately terrified that Su-Ran's blade would fall before it finished speaking. Su-Ran replied coolly, unnecessary, then tightened his grip upon the sword. The flame dragon's expression twisted. This human wasn't playing along. Wait, it concerns the silver-haired girl nearby. Don't you wish to know, truly know, why her hair, her features, everything about her defies all logic? At those words, Su-Ran's gaze flickered. What do you know? Indeed, Shiluo, the girl's name, was unlike any other. She possessed an ethereal beauty like a forest spirit incarnate, her presence stirring something inexplicable within him. Spare me, and I'll tell you. She is extraordinary. Possessing her grants access to unimaginable world-shaking fortune. The flame dragon spoke urgently, yet a glimmer of triumph flickered in its mind. For it saw clearly this human was intrigued. And intrigue was its only lifeline. Survival meant everything. Recovery, vengeance, even ascension. All possible if only it lived. Yet, unexpectedly, Su-Ran remained unmoved. Instead, he raised his blade, pressing its edge against the flame dragon's throat. His voice was glacial, his eyes devoid of mercy, no negotiations. Speak, or die now. Why did this happen? How could this human remain so impervious? This was destiny-defining fortune. Any ordinary person would have seized the chance, extracting every scrap of truth through cunning or coercion. But this man acted differently. He threatened outright, refused to speak, and he'd strike without hesitation. Was he truly indifferent? Did he not fear the flame dragon choosing silence and forfeiting this cosmic opportunity? Silent still? Then die. Su Ran spoke calmly, yet his eyes gleamed with lethal intent. I'll speak. I'll speak. The flame dragon cried out in panic, not from cowardice, but from the unbearable indignity of perishing thus humiliated, voiceless, forgotten. Survival offered leverage, even if only a sliver. Speak plainly. No deception. Su Ran regarded it steadily. A warning: I can discern lies. Deceive me once, and you perish instantly. Yanlong. The ability to detect lies. Isn't this something only those exceptionally powerful challengers possess? How could someone in this remote new village possess such a monstrous skill? After all, this place is anything. Logically speaking, the challengers in this area have only recently arrived. How could such an abnormal individual appear? Don't be silent. Or are you suggesting that you want to die directly? Su Ran's gaze was indifferent, his voice flat as he raised his sword towards its neck. Gilon. Feeling the cold aura emanating from the sword tip at its neck, Yanlong swallowed hard. It was certain that if it tried any little tricks, this human would indeed chop off its head. Helpless, Yanlong could only endure the pain coursing through its limbs and body. It glanced at the distant Shiluo and began to speak. If I am not mistaken, that girl's identity is likely terrifying. Su Ran's expression remained unchanged as he coldly stated, Are you saying this is just nonsense? Although he refrained from using the eye of God to look at the villagers to complete the task properly, he was not blind. The girl named Shiluo had silver hair and amber eyes. Even a fool could tell her identity was not simple. Of course not. It's just, that. Can you put down the sword first? Feeling the faint thread at its neck, Yanlong couldn't help but say, You don't have the qualifications to negotiate with me. Su Ran coldly replied. Yanlong's breathing quickened slightly, feeling a bit angry. As a high-level life form, how could it have ever endured such humiliation? Alas, the situation forced the dragon. It had to lower its proud head. What a detestable human. Just then, sensing Su Ran's growing impatience, Yanlong's heart skipped a beat as it continued. I once heard a rumor. There were two betrayers among the gods and demons who were supposed to be enemies. They fell in love. How? Such things are forbidden by both the gods and demons. They were commanded to separate and kill each other, but these two gods and demons chose to resist. The goddess fell, and the demon defected. It is said that after their escape, they gave birth to a child of gods and demons. I have heard that the child of the gods and demons possesses the silver hair of the gods and amber eyes. At this point, Yanlong's voice paused. It looked at Su Ran's expression only to find he was not very surprised, but instead lost in thought. Are you implying that Shiluo is very likely that child of gods and demons? Su Ran glanced at it and asked. It's not a possibility, but a certainty. Yanlong quickly replied. She possesses the distinctive hair and eye color of the gods, which is something a lowly human cannot have. Due to its rapid speech, it instinctively overlooked that this abnormality was also a human. Thinking of this, Yanlong felt a chill run down its spine. This guy won't suddenly attack, and in its life will he? Yanlong was relieved to see that Su Ran did not make a move, but then it saw Su Ran's gaze turn cold as he said, This is the information you provided, it's full of holes. If what you say is true, she should be in existence that the gods and demons do not allow. So why has she been able to survive until now? Yanlong thought to itself that this kid seemed angry. So it quickly explained, because this is the place of the initial trial, the powers of the gods and demons cannot interfere here. Moreover, her parents are powerful gods and demons. If they kill her, it might drive them mad. So, the gods and demons plan to deal with her parents first, and then come for her. Upon hearing this, Su Ran's eyes flickered as he asked, Her parents are still alive despite being pursued by the gods and demons? Of course. Their status and power are incredibly strong in both the god race and the demon race. Even though they have fallen and defected, they still have a group of followers. Yanlong did not dare to deceive Su Ran, and answered earnestly. It was simply because it could not determine whether Su Ran truly possessed the ability to detect lies. If he truly did. If it lied, it would probably be cut down by a sword. Su Ran's gaze sharpened, and he could tell that Yanlong was not lying. At this moment, Su Ran appeared calm on the surface, but internally he was engulfed in a storm. What kind of celestial background is this? Both parents being gods and demons. This is truly a second-generation offspring of gods and demons. Fortunately, he did not rashly investigate Shiluo's condition. If her parents left any dangerous tracking devices on her, the consequences could be imagined. So, what does this have to do with the great opportunity you mentioned? Su Ran looked at Yanlong, his eyes flashing with confusion, unable to comprehend. He was somewhat puzzled. Could it be that he wanted to cling to Shiluo's leg? But the problem is, her parents stand on the opposing side of all gods and demons. It would be too late to hide. Of course it is related. Yanlong said, excitedly enticing. Both the gods and demons are trying to find her, but they cannot interfere here, which is likely the reason her parents left her here. As long as you take her up there and present her to the gods and demons, you will likely become a favored one of the gods and demons, thus gaining immeasurable status. Wouldn't that be wonderful? As long as they have her, the demon race will have leverage over her parents, and once they capture her parents in the future, you will be the greatest contributor. Yanlong was using words to entice Su Ran. Being favored by the gods and demons means a status that is worlds apart from the current one. It did not believe Su Ran would remain unmoved. Challengers are almost all from the most ordinary of worlds, lower even than the humans of this world. Once they realized their situation, with such an opportunity in front of them, Yanlong believed that humans as greedy beings would definitely be tempted. However, after hearing its words, Su Ran was directly speechless. Your plan is full of holes. I suspect you're insulting my intelligence. So please just go die, Su Ran said coldly, raising the long sword in his hand. He must be out of his mind to foolishly involve himself in the affairs of gods and demons. Does he wish to die any quicker? Besides, given the secrets he carries, he should avoid such things as gods and demons. How could he possibly throw himself into the net voluntarily? Let's not forget that Hilo's foresight saved him once. Otherwise, he would have faced the pursuit of two powerful divine demons. Wait, how can you say one thing and do another? Seeing Su Ran raise his sword high, Yanlong's face changed dramatically. What did I say? Su Ran replied speechlessly. I never said I wouldn't kill you. At most, I only allowed you to linger for a while. Yanlong was furious, feeling insulted. It had already provided intelligence, yet this human still wouldn't let it. This was too much for a dragon. Ant, if you dare to kill me, you are finished. I have a dragon egg being nurtured inside me. It has already formed. Once you kill me, it would be a case of 2 deaths. Yanlong roared. That sounds good. Kill one and get one. Let you mother and child reunite in hell. I suppose it wouldn't be lonely. Su Ran said expressionlessly. Do you know what I'm talking about? The number of dragons is already scarce. It takes decades for one to be born. Yanlong refused to submit any longer and threatened sternly. If you dare to kill me, it would be like killing 2 dragons. From now on, you will face the entire dragon clan's pursuit. Yanlong refused to submit any longer and threatened sternly. If you dare to kill me, it would be like killing 2 dragons. From now on, you will face the entire dragon clan's pursuit. Not very clever. What you just said is like claiming that if I let you go, you wouldn't come back to take revenge. Su Ran replied. Yanlong's gaze flickered slightly. As long as you let me go, I naturally won't seek revenge. Forget it. Su Ran said coldly. I don't believe you. As for whether to kill or not, he had already made a decision in his heart. With that, Su Ran swung the sword in his hand downwards. You? Yanlong was furious, flames bursting from its body, intending to make a final stand. However, all of it, Su Ran's sword fell swiftly, severing its head in an instant. The blade cut through scales and into flesh. In an instant, blood splattered. Yanlong's eyes widened in disbelief. It was a high-level life form, a dragon. How could it die so disgracefully at the hands of a human? You wait. My clan will avenge me. Yanlong spat blood, its eyes filled with hatred, speaking with extreme unwillingness. Then, all right, Su Ran calmly said, then I will wait. After that, the sword light flashed. With a loud bang, Yanlong's enormous body fell directly to the ground, its head rolling aside. You have slain Yanlong. Experience points 7,000. At the moment Yanlong died, a prompt appeared before Su Ran. Excellent tester Su Ran, hello. Your mission has... At the moment Yanlong died, a prompt appeared before Su Ran. Excellent tester Su Ran, hello. Your mission has... Mission 1, protect this area, target achieved. Mission 2, slay the incoming strong enemy, target achieved. Received evaluation 80 points. Necessary mission, protect the girl named Hilo, target achieved. Hidden mission 1, unravel Hilo's secret, target achieved. Received evaluation 20 points. Details, overall evaluation 100 points. Perfect evaluation. Reward 1, you have received a perfect evaluation. Special reward of 1 perfect advancement. Reward 2, during the battle you gain the power of wishes, elevating your evaluation. Special reward of rank skill. Reward 3, your heroic fighting posture caught the attention of the divine, enhancing your evaluation. Special reward of a rank item. A pair of binding handcuffs. Battle drop, you have slain Yanlong, but avoided the abdomen. It seems to have left a miracle of life, and the system appreciates your decision to leave the dragon egg at the last moment. Nurture it well, and it may become your support in the future. Before him lay a dazzling array of information. Perfect advancement, nice. Blink is a good skill, you can tell just by the name what it does. Seeing the pair of binding handcuffs, Su Ran fell silent. What on earth is this? Still in a rank item. Setting aside distracting thoughts, Su Ran suddenly sighed. That Yanlong was actually pretty good. If it hadn't reminded me at the end, this dragon egg might have been destroyed. This is truly a win-win. Yanlong left offspring, and it has gained a dragon egg. Honestly, I do want to ride a dragon and see what it's like. Su Ran thought to himself joyfully. Riding this thing must be very imposing. But, I wonder how long it will take to grow. However, in this mission, Hilo clearly occupies a quite important position. Su Ran's gaze sharpened, falling into deep thought. Why is that? The system obviously knows Hilo's identity, so can the divine interfere with the system? As for the system, he only knew that it seemed to be created by the gods, but the earlier god clearly was restricted by the system, and they seemed unable to control it. Excellent tester Su-Ran, please pay attention. Now beginning to grant you rewards, please check. A mysterious and familiar cold voice resonated, and a flash of light passed before Su-Ran. Then a pair of handcuffs dropped directly before him. A rank item, binding handcuffs. Details: when equipped, defense power increases by 200, damage resistance increases by 100. Su-Ran. Rank skill, blink. Effect can teleport to any location within 30 meters. Cost 160 mental points per use, 30 meters. Seeing the description of blink, Su-Ran's eye. This paired with the stealth skill is simply a perfect assassination. It's an essential skill. Just then a beam of light descended from the sky. Brilliant golden light enveloped Su-Ran and powerful streams of light surged into his body. At that moment Su-Ran felt utterly exhilarated. Perfect advancement. 1 break of limits. Details: level restrictions removed. You can continue to level up. Bonus each attribute point 100. I see. So this is breaking the limits. Su-Ran's eyes widened in disbelief. Recently he had heard a lot about the differences before and after breaking the limits. However, he had never had an intuitive concept of it. Now he finally witnessed it. This feeling is somewhat similar to the evolution of magical beasts. Su-Ran was astonished. Each attribute 100 points, and he currently only had 150 points in a single attribute. Adding this 100 points. It seems to be just 250 points. This isn't important. The most important thing is that he can finally continue to level up. As everything concluded, Su-Ran turned his gaze toward Yanlong's corpse. Cough cough. It's time to check. My dragon egg. Many gazes bore witness to this moment. The dragon, a legendary creature, had its head severed by Su-Ran's sword, its massive body crashing heavily to the ground. Holy crap. Su-Ran, you're amazing. Breaking voice, I can't believe it. Su-Ran is too powerful. Oh my god. He actually killed a dragon. Su-Ran is so handsome. This guy is so cool. When will it be my turn to show off? Su-Ran. This strength is too strong. I suspect that all of us in the entire 404 area combined wouldn't be his match. What you said. Isn't that obvious? First let's provoke Su-Ran. I suggest we deal with the flame dragon first. Smirking. I feel like we and Su-Ran are not participating in the same trial. At the moment the giant dragon fell, all the challengers couldn't help but shout out. All words and hearsay pale in comparison to witnessing it firsthand. The flame dragon with its unmatched strength filled everyone with despair. Yet this incredibly powerful dragon met its demise at Su-Ran's hands. It didn't even manage to harm him. In truth, Su-Ran and the flame dragon were on the same level. It was simply that Su-Ran had prepared in advance, coupled with the dragon's arrogance and underestimation, that led to such a swift victory. But to the challengers, Su-Ran's face-off against the flame dragon was an overwhelming victory. By the way, I finally understand why the system would restrict Su-Ran. Honestly, with Su-Ran's strength, the boss of our current quest doesn't seem that impressive anymore. Did anyone else notice? He seems to have more than one talent. Not just you. I noticed too. So far I seem to have seen several of Su-Ran's talents. That's just absurd. The challengers were abuzz with conversation. At this point, anyone not foolish could sense that Su-Ran was shrouded in mysteries. Initially there were 500 people in the area and a total of 500 talents awakened. But now so many more talents had emerged. It was clear that Su-Ran's talents awakened later, not all at once. Although everyone was curious, they dared not recklessly pry into Su-Ran's secrets. After all, Su-Ran's terrifying strength was genuine. No one dared to question whether he would take lethal action. Just recently he had displayed the feat of slaying 100 with a single sword. Moreover, such a strong ally. Why not hold on tight instead of courting death? On the other side, upon witnessing the flame dragon's demise, the villagers erupted in cheers. Oh my god, that kid actually did it. A dragon, that's a dragon. I can't believe we were so blind before. This kid is definitely the strongest challenger I've ever seen in my life. Great. That dragon is finally dead. We finally eliminated this hidden threat. Not just us, all beings in the entire Duanhing mountain range can now rest peacefully. I never expected. How can this kid be so outrageous? The villagers were extremely excited, some even crying tears of joy. In fact, when they learned the flame dragon was approaching, many had already prepared for death. Even with Hilo's foresight, they held only a glimmer of hope. Little did they expect a miracle truly unfolded before their eyes. Big brother. So amazing. Hilo's amber eyes blinked, filled with admiration. Witnessing it all, she found Su-Ran to be even stronger than she had envisioned in her dreams. What transpired in the 404 area quickly spread across forums, even reaching Jianghai and others far in the 405 area. Holy crap. So this is the gap between us and Su-Ran. Hearing the rumors on the forum, Jianghai was stunned. Clearly both were level 20, why was he so strong while he felt so worthless? Not even able to beat a dog. The gap between us and him has always been significant, okay? Wang Zhifei said exasperatedly. What Jianghai said made it sound like he once stood close to Su-Ran in strength. I know what you're saying. What I mean is, I thought our gap was this small. But it's far more than that. Do you all understand what I'm saying? Zhang Hai raised his right hand into a fist, thumb and index finger, pointing out, mimicking a gesture of pinching something. Oh wow, yours is so small. Smirking, Wang Zhifei chuckled. Zhang Hai's face turned dark as he shouted, get lost. I'm not talking about that gesture from H country. I understand. You must mean it's just a bit stronger than yours, right? Wang Chen interjected appropriately. Exactly. Zhang Hai nodded, patting his shoulder enthusiastically, saying, as expected of my good brother, you really understand. Wang Chen was utterly speechless, rolling his eyes. Now we're good brothers. Suddenly Meng Xiang spoke up, I advise you all not to compare yourselves with him. That would be entirely overestimating yourselves. To put it bluntly, it means you don't know your own limitations. Jiang Ming nodded in agreement. He looked at the others and continued, none of you have faced him directly. Only Meng Xiang and I have gone against him before, so we know how terrifying he is. Su Ran, from an entirely different dimension than us. His strength has long surpassed our level. Even now Jiang Ming felt a lingering fear. Though Su Ran's sword did not target him or Meng Xiang, the people around them, however, truly perished beneath, and that sword appeared to be just a casual strike from Su Ran. Don't compare yourself to a freak, let's just hold on tight to his strong support. But our immediate task now is to deal with the last leader and the boss. Wang Wei, who had been silent for a long time, reminded. Let's launch a full-scale attack. There's only one leader and the yet-to-arrive boss left. It's time to use our swarm tactic. Yilin glanced at everyone and softly spoke. Although he was just tagging along, it didn't prevent him from gaining experience to reach level 20. Excellent. And brothers, let's rally the troops. In perfect accord they sprang into action without hesitation. And while Su Ran had already slain the dragon, they were still battling mere minions. Even if they couldn't match him, they couldn't be this inept. And what if Su Ran deemed them utterly useless and never invited them again? Lying inside his coffin, young Master Ha overheard their conversation. And upon learning the dragon was dead, his canine eyes bulged wide with shock. And could his bargain-bought master truly be this formidable? Impossible. And the colossal dragon, so terrifyingly mighty, had fallen in mere moments. And young Master Ha realized his earlier estimation of his makeshift master had been gravely mistaken. Was off by a considerable margin. This master surpassed even his wildest imaginings. And I wasn't boiled alive. Surely only because my master showed extraordinary mercy. At that thought, young Master Ha trembled uncontrollably. And he had dared to posture arrogantly before a being of such overwhelming power. Truly miraculous I survived. N. Su Ran approached the dragon's corpse and attempted to part its flesh with his longsword. In clang. Nas the blade met scale. Na sharp metallic clang reverberated across the air. And these scales are astonishingly resilient. Nsu Ran murmured in awe. And had he not elevated his skill to S-Rank and unleashed its full might, nay, likely wouldn't have breached the flame dragon's defenses at all. First let's assess this creature's worth. Nsu Ran mused inwardly. And then Ni's eyes shimmered with radiant brilliance, penetrating, unveiling, laying bare all before him. N. Species flame dragon status corpse, still warm. N. Value 1 of dragon blood, multifunctional, usable in alchemy, weapon forging, and more. N. Recommend immediate preservation. Value 2 dragon scales, exceptionally hardened plates rivaling the finest ores, ideal for crafting transcendent armaments. N. Value 3 dragon eyes, currently inert, yet priceless, highly recommended for collection. In value 4, Dragon Core, the arcane heart within the very source of draconic power and incalculable treasure. N can be embedded into equipment as a reservoir of raw force. Value 5, Dragon Flesh, minimal utility, recommend recycling. Value 6, Dragon Bones, exceedingly rare material for weapon crafting, dramatically enhancing both quality and durability. N. Value 7, Dragon Egg, life stirs within, incubation period undetermined, an irreplaceable treasure. And we've struck gold. This dragon is nothing short of a walking trove. Nsu Ran's elation surged. And even the seemingly worthless dragon flesh could be converted into universal essence. Every other component held staggering value. And gathering them is vital. But first. Nsu Ran gazed upon the dragon's corpse, eyes gleaming with quiet intensity. Rise. At his command, a shadowy mass beneath the corpse began to rise slowly. Then, towering upright, the vast silhouette emerged. And though composed entirely of darkness, it bore wings, and bore the unmistakable form of the flame dragon itself. Witnessing this uncanny doppelganger rise from the ashes, the distant onlookers froze in utter disbelief. By the heavens, can flame dragons do this? It's resurrected, and the villagers beholding the spectacle recoiled in sheer terror. What in creation had they just— The flame dragon stood once more, though now shrouded in absolute blackness. Something's deeply wrong, its corpse still lies motionless on the ground. How can it stand? Damn it, it's become a shadow. Do dragons possess such abilities? What do we do? And the shopkeeper and elders stood dumbfounded. It wasn't ignorance. They'd lived long lives, but nothing in memory prepared them for this. For a moment panic gripped them, yet elsewhere the trial participants wore expressions of stark contrast. Holy! And senior brother Su Ran has summoned the flame dragon shadow. In no way could that be how the Shadow Legion is formed. You know, it feels right. And now that you mention it, I swear I saw Yang Wei lurking within a shadow last. What a... He's dead. And yes, he is. Yet he now serves as one of senior brother Su Ran's shadow soldiers. And all the trial participants stood speechless. And they'd assumed these shadows were conjured, never imagining they were extracted from corpses. If we die, could we become shadows too? And wait, does becoming a shadow count as living or dying? If consciousness remains intact, perhaps it qualifies as life. And if so, it doesn't sound half bad. The trial participants murmured among themselves. And they knew death lingered close. Perhaps in the next breath, perhaps by tomorrow. Should shadows retain awareness, they wouldn't balk at serving as Su Ran's Shadow Legion, even in death. Entity Shadow Deltarosen level 40 capped by Master's level, 20 attribute points per level. N. Rank General Tier, each stat boosted by 500 points. Strength 536 diminished in agility, 501 diminished in constitution, 641 diminished in spirit, 568 diminished in status and shadow. All stats reduced by 30. N. Innate talent Ness rank. Dragon God's Infernon active trait I transforms a 10-mile radius into the dragon's domain, boosting self-attack and constitution by 70, inflicts searing burn upon enemies, reducing all stats by 35 points per minute for 5 minutes, cooldown 1 hour. Passive trait I fire-based techniques gain 70 enhanced potency. N skills an A-rank skill. Celestial Meteor Ignition releases internal flame energy from the heavens, blanketing a 5-mile radius for 7 minutes, cooldown 1 hour. Combat assessment variable. N stats are significantly diminished. NSU ran sighed faintly. A-rank skill. Wingwind Blades swings dual wings to generate razor-sharp wind blades, delivering devastating damage, cooldown 4 minutes. N. Combat assessment variable. N stats are significantly diminished. NSU ran sighed faintly. Na 30 reduction across all attributes was inevitable in shadow form. Even talents and skills suffered the same 30 attenuation. And still, this remains acceptable. NSU ran reflected inwardly. Despite the diminution, it remained terrifying. Every stat still exceeded 2,000. At that instant, new notification shimmered into view before Su ran. N. Despite the diminution, it remained terrifying. Every stat still exceeded 2,000. At that instant, title Dragon Slayer. Effect 1 instills profound dread in monstrous beings, causing them to recoil in fear and suffer a 10% reduction across all capabilities. Effect 2 grants 100% resistance to flame. Effect 3 incurs a 100-point enmity surge from dragonkind. The first two effects are tolerable, but this third one is rather troublesome. Su Ran muttered wryly. Wearing this title meant courting disaster should he ever cross paths with a formidable dragon lineage. No matter, my gains far outweigh such a minor debuff. Su Ran mused inwardly. This venture had yielded extraordinary rewards. Indeed, the boon more than justified the drawback. Then his gaze settled upon the dragon egg cradled in his arms, larger than a basketball. Flame-like patterns shimmered across its surface. Even cradling, it sent waves of searing heat coursing up his arms. Divine Eye, S-rank ability, activated. Name Flame Dragon Egg. Status currently incubating. Quality, undetermined, fluctuates prior to. Recommendation, bathing the egg in flame dragon blood may elevate its ultimate quality. Incubation countdown 76 hours, of 54 minutes, 34 seconds. Bathing it in dragon blood. Su Ran chuckled faintly. At that very moment, footsteps echoed from the distance. He turned and beheld a procession emerging from the village. Pied and the other warriors arrived first. Their faces paled at the sight of the colossal fallen flame dragon, and the lone figure standing beside it. Great heavens, could this thing truly still be alive? It refuses to die. What do we do? Can it even be slain? Forget slaying it. Can we even hope to defeat? Their eyes locked onto the silent, upright shadow before them. Tension coiling tight, wariness sharpening into razor-edged vigilance. Yet moments later they realized the shadow dragon remained utterly motionless, docile, standing obediently beside Su Ran. Huh, what on earth is happening? I don't know. Is it just me, or does it seem strangely compliant? Confused yet cautious, they held their ground. Hearing their murmurs, Su Ran smiled faintly. It is now my vassal, not an enemy. At his words their eyes widened in disbelief. You claim it's your vassal? So, you tamed it yourself? Damn it. I've been needlessly terrified. Relief washed over the warriors as truth dawned. Though the event defied reason, peace reigned so long as no threat remained. They knew well that Su Ran bore countless mysteries, and wisely chose not to pry. They assumed all was settled, when Pai drew a deep breath and bowed his head respectfully. Young Master Su Ran, we owe you our lives. I confess, I misjudged you gravely. Forgive my earlier doubt. We're rough folk, unrefined, and please bear with our bluntness. Ahem, This village survives solely because of you. Name any request. We'll move heaven and earth to fulfill it. The warriors echoed in unison. Earlier they doubted him, even urged his departure. No thanks are necessary, Su-Ran replied, shaking his head. My actions were never born of altruism alone, but dictated by the terms of my assignment. Nor did he accept their apologies, for none were truly owed. Their suspicion had sprung not from malice but from instinctive concern, to shield him from peril's treacherous tide. Enough of empty formalities. The shopkeeper suddenly interjected, fixing Su-Ran with keen eyes. Boy, I ask you plainly, will you sell this dragon egg? Name your price. His gaze clung to the egg like a starving man to forbidden fruit, ravenous, reverent, relentless. No. Su-Ran refused outright, pulling the egg protectively aside. That old fox dared covet his Now, don't be hasty. The shopkeeper hurried forward, face twisted into an uncharacteristic grin, replacing his usual scowl with desperate charm. You're already so formidable. This egg offers you little advantage. Why not trade it for something truly useful? He beamed, coaxing. Can you afford it? Su-Ran cast him a cool glance. This egg was priceless, beyond measure, beyond coin. You dare say I can't afford it? The shopkeeper bristled, whiskers flaring. I lack for nothing. Except perhaps patience. And certainly not gold. Then why do you think I need your money? Su-Ran sighed. I have more copper coins than I know what to do with. How many? The shopkeeper demanded, eyes wide. 2 or 3,000, Su-Ran replied, pausing. Maybe 2 or 3,000. And you call that abundant? I'll pay 10,000 copper coins. Take it. He thrust out 10 fingers, grinning triumphantly. Su-Ran rolled his eyes. Keep it yourself? Undeterred, the shopkeeper pressed harder. 50,000. With 50,000 you'd shine brightest among all trial seekers. The onlookers gasped. This miserly old man parting with such a fortune. Yet recalling the egg's worth, their astonishment faded. Indeed, 50,000 copper coins for a dragon egg. A fantasy pure and simple. Would you, sir, exchange a peerless, irreplaceable artifact for mere mountains of common coin? Su-Ran asked dry. Beyond value. What use would copper hold beyond these trials? Its worth might vanish like mist at dawn. Of course I would. The shopkeeper declared without hesitation. Su-Ran stared blankly. The old man lied with breathtaking audacity. Very well, you may have the egg. Su-Ran spoke softly. The shopkeeper's eyes lit with sudden fierce hope. Had the youth finally relented? Truly, youths crumbled beneath persistence. But Su-Ran's voice shifted tone, turning incisive. Provided you offer something of equal value in return. Instantly the shopkeeper's elation shattered. If I had such an item, would I need to bargain with you? His voice rose raw with indignation. You certainly have no intention of hiding anything. Su-Ran chuckled. No kidding. The shopkeeper snorted lightly and sighed softly. What a pity. Clearly all the challengers had been tricked by him before, yet this kid just wouldn't fall for it. When facing ordinary challengers he would say, what? You think it's too expensive? Then feel free not to buy. When facing Su-Ran he exclaimed, what? You're very wealthy. You're not lacking anything. Encountering a challenger like Su-Ran was truly infuriating. After finishing with the shopkeeper, Su-Ran turned to the warriors of Ped and asked, Uncle Ped, can I ask you for— Of course. As long as it's within our capability, just say the word. Ped smiled, patting his chest. Even if you want beautiful women, we can bring them over for you. Exactly. Who told you to be the great benefactor saving our village? The warriors all laughed heartily. As long as Su-Ran's request was within their ability, they would definitely oblige. I don't need any beautiful women. Su-Ran cleared his throat lightly and said, mainly, I just hope to train with you guys for the next few days. Train with us? Ped looked at him incredulously and said in surprise, with your strength you don't need to train with us. Su-Ran, little brother. You can't be joking, right? Our training mostly consists of sparring. Honestly, I'm quite afraid of being knocked out by you with a single punch. Maybe it's better to skip it. What if you don't, and we end up dead? We're all old guys in our 60s. Not many good days left to live. Please just let us go. Hearing Su-Ran's words, all the warriors present changed their expressions. They had clearly witnessed the previous battle. Su-Ran's strength was no joke. If he really went all out, who could possibly withstand it? Cough, cough. It's not that serious. I just want to learn some techniques from you. After all, my strength is strong. But I'm lacking in combat skills. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Su-Ran's face. Oh, was he really that terrifying? What you mean is, you don't want to spar with us, but rather want to learn about combat methods and such. Ped cautiously confirmed, exactly. Su-Ran nodded and said, you should know that battles between challengers are generally determined by panel's talents and skills, which overlook the training of combat techniques. So, I want to improve my abilities in that area. I see. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of, as long as it's not sparring. Just learning combat techniques is not a big deal. Alright, then you can train with us for the next. Ped nodded in agreement. But then he nervously said, but you must control your strength. With Su-Ran's terrifying power, he was genuinely afraid of training accidents. Don't worry. Su-Ran chuckled. Without using his talent, he wasn't that strong, okay? Why were these people so afraid? At the same time, in Area 405, the battle had reached a fever pitch. Damn bullheaded man, take this from your grandpa. All of you die. The two voices roared simultaneously. Within that sound there seemed to be an immense hatred. Suddenly Jiang Hai and Wang Chun jumped up fiercely. Their talents were fully unleashed, showcasing their strongest abilities at that moment. Then with a knife and a sword they both struck down at the bull-headed man's head. Just cutting off the head didn't seem enough to satisfy them. They waved their weapons in a frenzy, turning the body into a bloody mess. It's just a bull-headed man. Do you have to be so ruthless? Meng Xiang was utterly speechless. If one didn't know better they might think these two were fighting some major beast. Level 20. Going all out against two bull-headed men. It's really a bit unfair. I have an irreconcilable feud with the bull-headed men. How many bull-headed men there will kill that many? Anyone who stands in my way will be chopped down too. Jiang Hai and Wang Chun looked furious, their momentum fierce. Clearly they were still not satisfied. Sigh. It's not like they did anything to you. There's a reason for everything. You only need to kill those two. Why go looking for other bull-headed men? That really delays our progress. Yeah. And now we've all hit a bottleneck. No matter how many monsters we kill, we won't level up. Why create trouble for ourselves? The rest of the group were somewhat helpless. These two were like rabid dogs looking for bull-headed men everywhere, even shouting about wanting to kill all bull-headed men. For heaven's sake, this is a huge waste of time, okay? Damn it. It wasn't you who got bothered by the bull-headed men. You can stand there and talk without feeling the pain. If you had the ability, you should also go and experience it. Otherwise you have no right to stop us. The two were furious. These guys had no idea the anger they felt. They could only stand by and offer sarcastic remarks. Hearing this, a few of them just rolled their eyes. They had no peculiar habits. Only someone with a screw loose would want to roar. Just then, deep in the jungle, a flock of birds took flight. A low, oppressive roar came from afar. That sound sent chills down the spine and instilled fear. Tigers roar. Wang Wei's expression changed. Crap. Is that last commander a tiger monster? Wang Zhifei shouted in surprise. This feels like a tough opponent. Meng Xiang swallowed hard. It's well known that tigers are the kings of beasts. A tiger that has turned into a monster must be even more powerful. In the face of this tiger's roar, Jiang Hai and Wang Chun no longer shouted about killing bull-headed men. Although tigers are fierce, we have Dog Lord with us. In the face of this tiger's roar, Jiang Hai and Wang Chun no longer shouted about killing bull-headed men. The dog in the coffin was indeed powerful, but since returning it had been as if it had become useless, lying silently in the coffin. Rather than pinning their hopes on a dog, it would be better for them to come up with a plan themselves. Don't panic. This is the last commander, at most we can recruit people. Wang Wei gritted his teeth. He just didn't believe that with some recruits they couldn't defeat an insignificant commander. Area 404. Forum. Level 20 Wang Wei. Brothers, come quickly to support, there's only one last general left. What the heck? I didn't even notice there's only one last general left. That's amazing. Plus, the speed of the experts is truly impressive. The 8 in front were crushed by the experts. Why does the last general need support? Everyone was somewhat puzzled. Could it be that after taking down 8 generals the experts are now all out of strength? Level 20 Wang Zhifei. Because we feel that the last one is a bit tough to deal with. I see. By the way, are all the experts now level 20? I'm in tears. I just reached level 10. Level 20 Meng Xiang. We've long exceeded our experience cap. If it weren't for the level limit, we'd probably all be over level 20. Damn it. If I had known, grinding general level monsters would be this rewarding. I should have farmed some experience. Everyone was very envious. Level 20. That's the same level as the great expert Su Ran. Although they were far behind in strength level is level, and the difference in attribute points is significant. Level 20 Jiang Ming, stop chatting, hurry up, and support, we can't afford to wipe. Don't worry, we'll be there soon. Just putting on my pants, I'll be out soon. 10 minutes, give me 10 minutes to get there. Everyone in the forum quickly they were well aware of the importance of the situation, there could be no delays. Although now there was only the last general and the Yeto Be Seen boss left. However, having come this far, they didn't want to be careless and cause a wipe. Level 16 Zhang Yun. Rest assured, I have my mount Yin Bing, it'll definitely arrive within a few minutes. Since when did he become your exclusive mount? Your relationship is truly peculiar. Sly smile, level 15 Yin Bing. Zhang Yin, screw you, who the hell is your mount? Huh. Yin Bing's talents are really something. Sly smile, his talent is probably the most unhelpful in a certain sense. No more helping ill, just lie on the ground at triple speed. Sly smile, so it's a natural mount. Funny, that's really pitiful. In the forum, laughter echoed. Yin Bing's talent, charge, was actually quite practical, but it was only setting aside practicality. It's not cool at all. Level 20 Jiang Hai. A natural mount. Level 20 Jiang Hai. Zhang Yun, am in need of a fine steed, how about we cooperate? What are you trying to leech off? Get lost. You stupid dog. Level 15. Jiang Hai, screw you, do you really think of me as your mount? Seeing Jiang Hai come over, everyone immediately started cursing. In front of other level 20 experts they appeared, but when it came to Jiang Hai, even though he was level 20, no one would bow their heads to this dog. The forum was abuzz. Privately, everyone didn't delay. They all set off towards area 405. This wasn't just about facing the last general and the boss. The most crucial part was to leech experience. This time Su-Ran was restricted, and all the major experts reached the level limit. Now is their time to shine. Area 405. Sigh. Why does everyone have such a bad attitude towards me? We're all level 2. Jiang Hai looked mournful. He didn't understand why these people called others great experts. They were so sweet, but when facing him, forget about calling him a great expert. Those people just started cursing as soon as they saw him. Why is this? Don't you have any self-awareness? Wang Zhifei said, utterly speechless. With Jiang Hai's troublesome behavior, everyone has had enough of wanting to kill him. And he still wants to be called a great. Is that possible? Everyone get ready, don't be careless. From the earlier roars, the last general should be near. Wang Wei reminded them. Don't worry. No matter how strong it is, it can't take us down in one hit, right? Jiang Hai said disinterestedly. In his view, this last general couldn't possibly be much stronger than the previous ones. Even if the 8 of them together might not be able to defeat the final boss, facing a high-star general should still be a straightforward task. However, upon hearing his words, Wang Wei, Wang Zhifei, and Yi Lin's expressions immediately changed. What? You're starting again, aren't you? Don't jinx us. How many times has it been now? Can't you be a bit more self-aware? They were furious. At the same time, they were worried that this Turtle Sun's jinx wouldn't come true again. Even Wang Qin's expression turned grim. He didn't want to be dragged down by Jiang Hai again. Looks like there's a story behind this. Seems it's not just once. Jiang Ming and Meng Xiang exchanged glances conveying their thoughts. Xia Qingcheng stood silently to the side, not participating in any discussions, always observing the changes around her. At that moment, her beautiful eyes moved, her pretty face changed color, and she quickly reminded, everyone be careful. It's coming. Her clear voice spread throughout. Everyone immediately stopped talking and became alert. Who's coming? The general. Be careful. Don't get ambushed. We can't be taken down one by one. The 8 stood back to back watching the changes around them. For a moment, there was no sound around, only the whistling of the gentle breeze. Rustle. At that moment a faint sound came. Everyone's ears perked up, their eyes narrowed. It's coming. Wang Wei suddenly looked towards a corner of the bushes. At the same moment, in the bushes it seemed a creature was moving, crushing the grass and trees. Roar. A huge roar echoed, causing hearts to tremble. Immediately afterward, a massive shadow pounced over. Boom. The giant shadow fell to the ground, creating a gust of wind. The shadow barreled towards them at incredible speed, and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of everyone. Holy crap! Jiang Hai could only let out a shocked exclamation. In the next moment, with a loud bang, he was sent flying, crashing into the jungle behind. Jiang Hai! A few people exclaimed in surprise as they were about to turn around to check the situation. A chilling sensation swept over them. Their expressions changed drastically as they looked ahead. There before them, a 10-meter-long, 3-meter-tall, white-eyed tiger was glaring at them menacingly. Though it was a tiger, its fangs were an astonishing 40 to 50 centimeters long. Moreover, a sharp horn protruded straight from its forehead. Its body was adorned with black and white patterns, and its powerful muscles were vividly apparent. At this moment, this commanding level demon tiger was fixated on the group, circling around them, as if searching for an opportunity. Roar. Boom. Its voice was deep, like the rumble of thunder. Just hearing that sound made them feel intimidated and fearful. Damn, this guy is on a whole different level compared to the other 8 commanders. Wang Zhifei swallowed hard, trembling slightly in fear. Jiang Hai was sent flying with just one blow. They didn't even have time to react. This speed is incredibly terrifying. It feels like we're really going to overturn the cart. Meng Xiang's voice trembled slightly. As he spoke softly, his gaze fixed on the demon creature, not daring to be careless. It wasn't just the speed, the tiger's strength was equally formidable. The fact that Jiang Hai hasn't even emerged yet speaks volumes. He could very well have been knocked out or killed with a damn it, I knew following him would lead to no good. Wang Chun said with a grim expression, looking miserable. He's a disaster, good things never happen, only bad. And I just said that. And it came true. At this moment Wang Wei appeared quite calm. He spoke softly, there's no need to panic. Didn't you notice that it hasn't continued its attack? It's clearly wary of us, which means its strength isn't beyond our ability to handle. At this time Xia Qingcheng also spoke softly, if we combine our strengths we can handle it. Even if we can't defeat it, we just need to hold out until reinforcements arrive. A high-ranking commander won't be able to wipe us all out. That's right. We still have the Dogmaster around. If it gets desperate, we can let it go. Yi Lin felt a surge of anxiety. Among everyone, he was the weakest. There was nothing he could do. His talents simply did not lend themselves to combat. Hearing Yi Lin's words, everyone felt a shift in their hearts. They couldn't help but glance at the coffin resting on the ground. Ha Gongzi lay inside like a dead dog, completely motionless. Sigh. Seeing him in this state, ever since encountering the dragon and returning, this dog had become useless. Although it used to be arrogant and annoying, now that it was truly defeated, it made people feel a sense of nostalgia. After all, the days of easily riding on its coattails and leveling up with just basic attacks were truly comfortable. Roar. The commanding level demon creature had also noticed Ha Gongzi in the coffin beside it. However, it did not dare to approach, merely issuing a low, intimidating growl toward the group. Roar, roar, roar. What are you roaring about? Brothers, take him down. Jiang Ming was furious. If you're so tough, just attack directly. Why keep roaring? Isn't it obvious that this demon tiger is actually cowardly? Saying this, Jiang Ming took action directly. He stepped forward, his foot striking the wind, closing the distance to the tiger in an instant. As a gentle breeze rose, a whirlwind formed from his feet, enveloping Jiang Ming entirely. A level effect active trait transforms the power of wind into blades usable for offense and defense. Speed increased by 100 attacks, carry wind blade effects. Duration 60 seconds. Go. Jiang Ming shouted lightly, his two fingers coming together and thrusting toward the demon tiger. The wind stirred his clothes, gradually transforming into a powerful tempest. A furious gale surged forth, and extremely sharp wind blades suddenly swept out. Swish! Several wind blades shot through the air, cutting into the tiger's robust body. Flesh was torn apart, leaving streaks of blood. Roar! The demon tiger let out a low growl. Immediately after, it charged forward, bearing the brunt of the wind blade's injury, and pounced on Jiang Ming. Damn! So brave! Jiang Ming's eyes widened in shock, his soul nearly leaving his body. Quick, come help me. The demon tiger lunged at him, its massive paw coming down. The fierce gust from its paw brought a sense of lethal threat to Jiang Ming. Just as the tiger's enormous paw was about to land, crackle. The sound of thunder crackled loudly. A flash of lightning appeared, and Meng Xiang arrived in an instant. Lightning flickered in his eyes, coursing through his entire body. A level talent, thunderclap. Effect active trait covers the body with the power of lightning, increasing attack by 50, speed by 50, and causing lightning special attack. Duration 60 seconds. Watch the blade. Meng Xiang shouted loudly, raising his long knife and striking fiercely at the tiger's massive paw. Lightning crackled across the blade, emitting a fierce sound. However, with a clang, the long knife shattered directly. The demon tiger's massive paw came crashing down on both, with a loud boom. The two were sent flying, crashing hard into the back. Holy crap! So fierce! Wang Chen's face turned pale as he stared in shock at the scene. This demon tiger was far more powerful than the previous few commanders. Don't rush. Let me first take a look at its attributes and see if we can find its weaknesses, Yi Lin said anxiously. Then a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Species: giant demon tiger. Description: a low-level species that surpasses mixed-breed demons, possessing great power and speed. Status: calm, waiting for a deadly strike. Strength: 191, agility 187, constitution 154, spirit 125, skills level, skill, power, speed, strike. Effect: strength and speed increased by 60, duration 3 seconds. Cooldown 60 seconds, can be used up to 5 times within an hour. Combat power assessment 8 stars. Hint 1. As a trial taker, you are utterly useless. If not for the special nature of this task, you would still only see question marks. Hint 2. Now that you've seen the opponent's attributes with your utterly pathetic stats, what do you think you can do? I suggest you run away immediately. Oh wait. With your miserable agility, you probably can't even run. I suggest you just wait to die, dear. What the hell? Is this attribute too outrageous? Yi Lin's expression changed dramatically. This attribute was the highest he had ever seen. After all, he couldn't see that group of question mark level powerhouses. As for the suggestions that had belittled himself multiple times, were perfectly ignored by him. Although the abilities are quite outrageous, it seems there is a real opportunity. Noticing the skill effect of the demon tiger, Yi Lin's expression shifted. The skill activated in just 3 seconds, but the cooldown was a full 60 seconds. In other words, as long as they could take down the demon tiger within those 60 seconds, they would be fine. Brothers, I've found its weakness. Immediately Yi Lin spoke out loud. Upon hearing this, the expressions of several people instantly brightened. Good brother, you are really awesome. Quick, tell me, what is this guy's weakness? Wang Chun felt a bit surprised. As expected of a former teammate, this ability was indeed impressive. Against such a powerful demon tiger, it would be extremely difficult to defeat it without knowing its weakness. Although this ability doesn't enhance combat capability, its effect is surprisingly good. Wang Zhifei felt a bit envious. If this talent were given to any one of them, they would soar directly. As far as he knew among the challengers, the only one who had the same ability as Yi Lin was Su Ran. And Su Ran had a skill, while Yi Lin had a talent. No matter how you looked at it, Yi Lin was at a slight disadvantage. After all, talent was much rarer than skills. As long as we know the weakness, we have a chance to take it down. Wang Wei was also a bit happy, looking at Yi Lin and asking, Yi Lin, what is its weakness? Yi Lin immediately revealed, this demon tiger's skill is of the explosive type, increasing strength and speed by 60. But the duration is only 3 seconds, and the cooldown time is 60 seconds, but with a maximum of 5 uses within an hour. So we just need to take it down when its skill is on cooldown. Upon hearing this, the smiles on several faces gradually faded, becoming stiff. You call this a weakness? Wang Chun was incredulous, unable to accept it. This clearly only indicated that the demon tiger's strength and speed increase had a time limit, but it didn't become weaker. How could this be called a weakness? Wang Zhifei was also speechless after all this. It's still hard to fight. It can only be said that it won't be so easy to be taken down. In other words, this guy is an explosive type. Jiang Hai Ming Xiang and Jiang Ming must have been knocked away. Wang Wei's expression became somewhat serious. From the time Jiang Hai and Ming Xiang were blown away, the cooldown time of the Demon Tiger's skill had already reset. In other words, it could unleash its skill 3 more times. Yilin, you just looked at its attributes. How does it feel? Wang Chen stared intently at the Demon Tiger, softly asking. His gaze didn't dare to leave the Demon Tiger, fearing that a moment's negligence would lead to dire consequences. 8-star level combat power. Stronger than the general level monsters we encountered before. Yilin replied softly. What the hell? 8 stars. Wang Zhifei was completely shocked. This was nearing the peak of star level. Most of the previous high-star generals were only 6-star, and the highest was just 7-star. Moreover, those general level monsters did not have combat enhancement skills. This guy's combat power was actually 8 stars. The key point was that its talent type was actually enhancement in combat. This is going to be tough. Wang Wei spoke with a serious tone, his body tense. Although they understood the characteristics of the Demon Tiger, they were already down 3 people. Facing an 8-star level Demon Tiger, their situation was quite dangerous. Let's stall for time. Wang Wei said. In the current situation, the only thing they could do was wait for support. As long as everyone gathered, even an 8-star monster could be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Roar. Soon the Demon Tiger pounced again. The few of them engaged in a fierce battle with it. The Demon Tiger's strength was immense, and its claws were incredibly sharp, capable of clashing with level weapons and even gaining the upper hand. Moreover, its speed was also very fast, easily dodging the several people's attacks. Wang Wei's combat style was extremely cautious, seeking flaws in attacks, excelling in defense. Wang Chen's combat style was no different from Jiang Hai's, launching broad attacks, creating an imposing momentum, yet he was constantly being suppressed. Relying entirely on teammates to block attacks. Xia Qingxing's movements were graceful, simple, yet swift, with no unnecessary actions. Watch out on the left. Right. Wang Chen, be careful of your groin. Hey, just like that. It's getting anxious. As for Yilin, he simply stood aside, using his skills to alert everyone to the Demon Tiger's attack direction and status. After a few minutes of entanglement, both sides momentarily paused. Xia Qingchang landed lightly, her chest slightly rising and falling, softly panting. If it really doesn't work, let me confine it in another space. Wang Wei glanced at her. This kind of move should have a big impact on you, right? No problem. Xia Qingqing shook her head slightly, softly saying, I can release it early. Oh, anyway, they won't take long to arrive. Just as Wang Wei said, this talent would make her very weak. But if it were just for 10 minutes, it shouldn't pose too much of a problem. Upon hearing this, Wang Wei directly refused, shaking his head. Let's skip it. After taking care of it, the next step is the boss. You are an important combat force and cannot lose combat ability because of a general. Let's hold on for another 10 minutes or so. They should be here. Next, let's strive for time. As he spoke, Wang Wei stepped forward, standing in the front line. Level talent fiery binding activate. Boom. Brilliant flames enveloped Wang Wei, and the scorching heat began to spread outward. The light of the fire made the Demon Tiger involuntarily take a step back. At that moment, Wang Zhifei also stepped forward, smiling as he spoke. Looks like this Demon Tiger fears fire, but I wonder if it fears cold. Level talent freeze activate. As soon as he finished speaking, the talent activated. A wave of cold air spread out, the icy breath enveloping him. Beneath his feet, a thin layer of ice began to appear, continuously spreading forward. The combination of ice and fire made the Demon Tiger retreat once more. The flames accompanied the sword, slicing through like a brilliant fire dragon. Roar. The magic tiger let out a threatening roar, its pupils exuding an intimidating aura. Though it had retreated, it did not imply that the two possessed the strength to suppress it. It simply did not wish to engage with ice and fire. In fact, while they are called high-star magic beasts, there is still a gap between them and true high-star magic beasts. Flames spread in Wang Wei's pupils. With every step he took forward, brilliant flames ignited, enveloping his body, as if transforming into a fiery armor. Exactly. Wang Zhifei replied with a smile, casually stating, after all, these general-level magic beasts cannot even speak. In terms of intelligence, they are inferior to the Goblin Elder under Su Ran. The two advanced side by side, the clash of ice and fire. One side was bone-chilling while the other was incredibly scorching. Meanwhile, upon hearing Wang Zhifei mention the Goblin Elder, Wang Chen's entire face fell. That humiliating memory surged back to his heart. Wait, even if you are under Su Ran, I will still take you down when I return. Wang Chen gritted his teeth, secretly having made up his mind. He was no longer the same as before. The Goblin Elder that once made them unbeatable was now merely an elite monster in front of him and Jiang Hai. The day of revenge was not far off. At this moment, the two sides confronted each other. Wang Wei's gaze was sharp as his fingertips glided across the sword's blade. The flames covered the sword's surface along his fingertips. Boom. Wang Wei took a heavy step forward, charging up as he swung his longsword. The dazzling and scorching flames entwined around the sword. The magic tiger instinctively raised its paw to swipe, but in an instant it let out a cry of agony from the burning flames. Wang Wei was also sent staggering back several steps, emitting a muffled groan. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Zhifei immediately followed up. His sword radiated a chill, contrasting Wang Wei's fiery attribute. The magic tiger raised its paw again, but this time it was met with a painful freeze. Roar! In that moment, the magic tiger's roar echoed, reverberating in all directions. Damn! This guy is incredibly strong. Wang Wei's face turned pale, feeling somewhat alarmed. No wonder those three were instantly knocked away. Even without using skills, its power was so formidable. If it found an opportunity to unleash its skills and launch a surprise attack, their fate would probably be similar to those three. Our talents haven't inflicted any substantial damage on it. Wang Zhifei took a deep breath, his expression grave. Despite the magic tiger's agonizing cries, it was merely in pain. Their attacks hadn't even breached its defenses. What should we do? Do we really have to let Xia Qingqing use her? Wang Wei was worried, his face filled with anxiety. In fact, he did not want to use Xia Qingqing's talent just yet. The true boss had yet to appear, and its abilities and strength were still unknown. No one knew how powerful the boss would be. Xia Qingqing's talent could serve as a trump card to buy them time. However, given the current situation, if Xia Qingqing didn't use her talent, their condition wouldn't improve. Damn, the last general is this strong. How absurd must the boss be? Wang Zhifei cursed. If it weren't for those three being taken out so quickly, it wouldn't have been this hard to deal with. Just then the ground trembled slightly, and a cloud of dust suddenly rose in the distance. Brothers, I'm here to support. Huh. Suddenly a wild laughter echoed. The few of them turned towards the sound. They saw Zhang Yun clad in armor, wielding a spear, galloping on his steed. The others were momentarily stunned by this sight. Because it was quite peculiar. The two reinforcements moved at an extraordinary speed. In just a few seconds they arrived at the battlefield. Get off me. Upon reaching the destination, Yan Bing immediately stood up, angrily cursing. With a smack, Zhang Yun fell to the ground. Yet he didn't mind at all, instead chuckling, why be so angry? This is how you use your talent. Get lost. If you lay down, let me try riding you. Yan Bing shouted angrily, but then was seized by a fit of coughing. Let's forget. I don't want to be like you. With dust all over my face and mouth. Zhang Yun shook his head. This mount was good in every way except that its chassis was too low. Damn. Cough cough. Yan Bing coughed again, his face filled with sorrow. He felt he was the most unfortunate person in Area 404. Though his talent allowed him to triple his speed, while lying down once he couldn't attack, he could only serve as a mount. This rubbish talent is worse than doubling speed while escaping. Roar. When the magic tiger noticed a new enemy arriving, it let out a threatening low roar. Is this guy the last general-level magic beast? Zhang Yun looked at the magic tiger with curiosity. Be careful, don't let it sneak attack you. Wang Wei reminded. This thing still knows how to sneak attack. Zhang Yun looked disdainful. It looked like the king of beasts yet resorted to such underhanded tactics. Jiang Haimeng Xiang and Jiang Ming were all taken out. You should be careful too. Wang Zhifei added. They were taken out. Zhang Yun was dumbfounded, his heart filled with shock. Those three were already level 20. The magic tiger could take them out in an instant. How strong must it be? Thinking of his own level, Zhang Yun silently retreated behind the others. He was no match for this thing. Immediately after, a thick smoke rose not far away. The ground trembled violently, as if 1,000 horses were galloping. Huh. I'm here. What about the monsters? Where are they? Brothers, the main force has arrived. We're not good at anything else, but we're great at overwhelming the enemy with numbers. Where are the monsters? Come here and die. At this moment, hundreds of trial takers gathered. They were all dressed in luxurious gear, as if they had put their entire fortune on the line. Upon arrival and seeing the massive magic tiger, the crowd's eyes brightened, appearing exceptionally delighted. Damn, this guy is huge. The experience points must be plentiful. Big shots. Please don't fight, just leave this magic tiger to us. Yeah, exactly. After all, you all have hit your limits. The crowd chimed in. With such a large magic tiger, the experience points must be quite tempting. We would love to leave it to you. But it just took out Meng Xiang and the others. And its combat power is 8 stars. Wang Wei chuckled, saying, are you sure you don't want us to intervene? As soon as this was said, the scene fell into silence, utterly quiet. The crowd appeared to be in a daze. 8-star combat power. Made everyone recall when Su Ran took out 100 with a single strike not long ago. The gap is too significant. No matter how many people there are, they can only serve as fodder. 8-star combat power. I feel like we're just here to be fodder. Even the 3 heavy hitters, Jiang Haimeng Xiang and Jiang Ming, were one-shotted. It seems futile even if we all rush in. Ahem. Perhaps I should just beat a retreat. This is hardly a fight to leech experience from. It's truly lethal. When they learned the demon tiger's strength, the faces of the trialists changed. 8-star combat power. It was practically approaching the very summit of the star ranks. Many of them had only just broken into a new rank, most had not even attained star-level combat power yet. What is there to panic about? Wang Wei smiled faintly. From what I can see, we possess the ability to breach its defenses, but we lack a means to deliver. Hundreds of trialists had assembled, which gave Wang Wei a measure of confidence. The earlier skirmish had also dealt the demon tiger some injury, albeit not severe. Yet it was enough to prove they could threaten it. It is a mere beast. 100 of us, each planting a blade, could riddle it with. At that moment, Wang Zhifei spoke up. This creature's strength and speed are terrifying, but its defense is not. The demon tiger's skill set brands it a burst type. Everyone divide and cooperate. Support types provide cover and delay its movements. Combat types look for opportunities to wound it. Leave the frontal engagement to us. Wang Wei announced the battle. Good. The trialists nodded. With this arrangement, they would not be in great peril and could still siphon off some. We go. Wang Wei glanced at the few beside him and said softly. Only those few at level 20 could briefly face the demon tiger Hedon, though anyone else rushing in would be courting death. With them exerting force at the forefront, the others could better exercise their abilities. Good. Wang Zhifei and Xia Qingqing nodded slightly. In an instant, the three stood at the very front confronting the demon tiger. Yi Lin remained just behind them to observe its condition, ready to warn everyone the moment it prepared to strike. Roar. The demon tiger crouched on all fours, muscles taut, a suppressed howl tearing from its throat. Facing hundreds of trialists, even so formidable a creature felt significant pressure. An army of ants can bring down an elephant. Star ranks only measure the abundance of attributes. True, might depends on talent and skills. This one was evidently an empty-shelled 8-star combatant, its skills reduced to a single move. Charge! Wang Wei barked in a low, resolute voice. At once the three surged forward to engage the demon tiger. Wang Wei and Wang Zhifei met at Hedon. Their talents were about to enter a countdown. They had to finish this battle swiftly. Xia Qingqing moved with lithe grace and nimble speed. She ceaselessly searched for the demon tiger's openings and struck, while also helping the two men parry its sudden attack. At that moment, the trialists were not idle. Even if the gap was wide, who does not know how to fight in a group? They did whatever would maximize the effect. Brother Im fire aligned and Ur wood aligned. Together our strength will increase. Any water users? Im earth aligned, looking for cooperation. Demon tiger, feel the fatal entanglement. Fire now, release fire. Huh, I've trapped it. Pour the brothers Im a support, wait, and it'll boost your power. Hell, what a coincidence. Im support too, but I debuff the enemy. In an instant, the trialists unleashed their prowess. Some used talents to augment everyone's attributes. Others employed talents to weaken the demon tiger's abilities. Wood-aligned trialists raised brambles to bind its movements, which the fire-aligned then used to burn and wound it. Roar. The tiger issued a pained howl. Thorns tore its flesh, and the flames that ignited the brambles seared its skin, blackening it. Then lumps of earth shot up around it, instantly building a barricade that encased it. Afterward, torrents of water cascaded from the sky and flooded into those earthen blocks. Gurgle. The demon tiger thrashed in the water, claws flashing. Great skill. Lisu, Bishop 4-speed fatality. It unleashed its ability once more. A tremendous force shattered the piled earth and broke the encirclement. The moment the barrier gave way, it leapt back into a clump of grass. Roar. A pained cry escaped the demon tiger. Its fur had been scorched entirely black. Its body was mottled with blood, bereft of any kingly bearing and utterly disheveled. It used another ability. It only has 2 uses remaining. Yi Lin, watching silently at the side, exclaimed. At this news, everyone rejoiced. The creature had already used its skill 3 times, 2 more, and its trump cards would be exhausted. Huh. So this high-star commander isn't all that. Once we reveal a little more of ourselves, it's in tatters, a couple more strikes, and ITLL be dead. The raw power generated by such simple cooperation exceeded everyone's expectations, leaving the trialists. So they were all this capable. I remember when we cooperated, the water element could completely suppress the fire. It seems we've improved. After several group fights, such tacit understanding is only natural, isn't it? Exactly. This is the cooperation I always dreamed of. I still remember when you fools set a fire that almost burned me too. Luckily, a brother summoned water and put it out for me. Ahem. Old wounds are best left unmentioned. Everyone was pleasantly surprised. Those once clumsy with their abilities could now finally fight a respectable team. Even the demon tiger, whose assessed strength far exceeded theirs, was now no match in their hands. When it comes down to it, I still feel this demon tiger is somewhat weak. Even if it were Su Ran from long ago, I think would be doomed. You're comparing this thing to Su Ran. Are you serious? Indeed, this creature only boasts high attributes. Su Ran's talents are innumerable, and his skills need not even be mentioned. Hey, you're going too far. How can you compare this creature to Su Ran? Exactly. Would first have to get past Su Ran's Shadow Legion and his goblin host, right? A sidelong grin. When the demonic tiger ceased to pose a threat, laughter and light-hearted banter filled the air. Tension dissolved. Stay vigilant. Do not grow complacent. Wang Wei warned sharply. Even now, though they had subdued this officer-rank demon beast, it remained perilous. A single lapse in caution would spell certain death for any cultivator. Had not Jiang Hai and Meng Xiang, both level 20 cultivators, already vanished into life or death uncertainty. For weaker cultivators, one strike alone would have been fatal. At that moment Yi Lin's expression shifted. He noticed a sudden change in the demonic tiger's state, and immediately cried out, It's trying to flee. At those words, every cultivator present recoiled in shock. Could it truly be retreating? We cannot let it escape. We must slay it here and now. Wang Wei's face tightened as he urged urgently. This is an officer-rank demon beast. If it escapes it may summon the Minotaur legions. Now isolated and weakened, the demonic tiger presented the perfect opportunity for annihilation. Trying to run, Zhang Yun blurted appalled, then lunged behind Yan Bing and vaulted onto it. Now isolated and weakened, the demonic tiger presented the perfect opportunity for annihilation. Trying to run, Zhang Yun blurted appalled, then lunged behind Yan Bing and vaulted onto his back in one fluid motion. What the A? What in the blazes are you doing? Yan Bing's face contorted under the sudden weight on his shoulders, erupting in furious outcry. No time for chatter. Crouch down now. Zhang Yun barked urgently. We'll cut off its retreat. Have you lost your— Yan Bing stared incredulously. With your amateurish skills you dare intercept it. One swipe would pulp you in a pit. If you're bent on suicide go ahead, but don't drag me along. Get off now. Yan Bing refused outright, roaring for Zhang Yun to dismount. Sigh. Zhang Yun exhaled, reluctantly leaping down. Why is mounting a steed so impossibly difficult? Roar. The demonic tiger snarled a guttural warning, its four limbs slowly edging backward. It had recognized the lethal threat these humans posed, and resolved to flee. Halt. Act now. Block its path. What are you waiting for? Cast your death entanglement. But my death entanglement has a 1-minute cooldown. Damn it. Where's that earth affinity cultivator? Don't stand idle. Bind it with earth. My earthbound encirclement is also on a 1-minute restriction. That last cast drained me completely. I swear. Your innate talents are genuinely abysmal. A wave of helpless resignation swept across the group. What else could they do? With F and Grank talents, what more could be expected? Facing such a formidable demon beast charging forward as living shields was unthinkable. Go, we'll intercept it. Wang Wei's gaze hardened as he murmured low. Understood. Wang Zhifei's heart sank, but he nodded grimly. To halt this demon beast demanded a complete tactical reversal from defense to offense. Such a shift inevitably exposed vulnerabilities, and against a high-star officer-rank adversary, even they knew a single misstep could cost them their lives. Yet, just as they prepared to move, the grass behind the demonic tiger rustled sharply. A black silhouette erupted from the undergrowth, sound trailing behind motion. It launched itself midair and landed squarely upon the tiger's back. In an instant a long sword pierced deep into the demonic tiger's spine. Ruoair. The beast shrieked in unbearable agony, and collapsed sideways unbalanced and writhing. You treacherous bastard. You ambushed me from behind, didn't you? Zhang Hai clutched his sword with both hands, driving it repeatedly into the tiger's spine. The beast rolled wildly, howling in torment. While Zhang Hai himself looked battered beyond measure, blood streaked across his face, wounds crisscrossed his body, and fury burned like wildfire in his eyes. Of all things, I despise ambushers most. Zhang Hai cursed bitterly, unleashing a torrent of pent-up— What the A? Isn't that Zhang Hai? Wang Chun stood frozen in disbelief. Not only had the man survived, he appeared astonishingly vigorous. Masterful trolling. He slipped in without a whisper. Huh. This demon tiger's finished. As ambushes go, I crown him supreme. Stunned silence followed. Who could have foreseen Zhang Hai bursting forth from the grass behind the tiger? Not even it could have anticipated such a betrayal. Huff. Wang Wei exhaled in quiet relief. That decisive strike had crippled the tiger's combat capability almost entirely. This officer-rank demon was doomed. A faint smile touched Wang Wei's lips this time. You've earned impressive indeed. Wang Zhifei whistled appreciatively. He fooled even us, truly gifted at stealthy subterfuge. Hearing their praise, Zhang Hai, who was still vigorously stabbing the tiger's spine, immediately bristled. Who called me a backstabber? I'm merely returning tit for tat. It ambushed me first. Zhang Hai fumed, voice thick with indignation. I loathe ambushers above all. I had to make this wretch feel the sting of betrayal firsthand. The others exchanged wordless glances. His argument rang persuasive, yet did nothing to alter his essential nature as a master of ambush. I checked the leaderboard. Meng Xiang and Jiang Ming still appear there. They're likely unconscious, not dead. Wang Wei turned to Wang Zhifei, speaking softly. Let's assess their condition. Agreed, Wang Zhifei nodded. Instantly the two strode toward where Meng Xiang and Jiang Ming had been hurled. There they lay, motionless heads drenched in blood. They breathed, but showed no sign of consciousness. Their skulls struck rock. How pitiful. Wang Zhifei muttered, shaking his head in dismay. Fortunate they've become cultivators. If still ordinary mortals, that impact would have claimed them outright. Wang Wei sighed, relieved. Elsewhere urgency crackled through the air. Hurry, move now. Let me land a blow on this demon tiger. Zhang Hai, stop hacking away. You gain no experience from this. Let us finish it. Seeing him relentlessly stab, the others winced inwardly. Each strike diminished shared cultivation rewards. Roar whine. Under the collective methodical strikes, the demonic tiger emitted a final mournful cry, At its death, a system announcement resonated across the realm. Announcement. With 9 officers slain, the boss shall descend prematurely. Notice, due to total officer annihilation, the boss manifests with primordial transcendent tier combat. Damn, why is the experience so low? Holy crap, I only received a few points of experience. You're still better off than others. I only got 1 point of experience. Damn, it's like giving scraps to the beggars. Think about it with your small. With hundreds of people sharing the experience. How much can each person actually receive? When the testers discovered how pitiful the increased experience was, they all let out a wail. I originally wanted to take this opportunity to see if I could level up. Now all those hopes have fallen flat. With so little experience, I might as well go kill slimes. Brothers, get ready to face the final boss, Wang Wei said with a smile. They had all reached the level cap of 20, and experience no longer mattered to them, unless they broke through the level limit. But obviously that wasn't possible at the moment. Hearing Wang Wei's words, the testers came back to their senses. By the way, how strong is a superstar level boss? Superstar level. Just thinking about it is terrifying. This 8-star magical tiger is already very strong. I think. It mainly depends on talent and skills. Of course, the panel is already super level. Do you think talent and skills can be weak? No matter what, this boss is definitely not comparable to this mutated tiger. Facing the impending boss, everyone felt a mix of anticipation and excitement. But amidst those emotions there was also fear. After all, as a boss, its abilities and strength would undoubtedly exceed those of the 9 great generals. It's very likely that a single strike could cause the deaths of most of them, as powerful as the dragon that fought with Su Ran. Cough cough. I hope the boss is a bit weaker. To be honest, I'm a little anxious. This is the first time we are facing a boss ourselves. In the past, it was always the great Su Ran taking action. Sigh. I really miss the great Su Ran. Damn system, why did you ban the great Su Ran for no reason? Everyone felt a bit melancholy. Without Su Ran, they truly lacked a sense of security. In the past, it was always Su Ran leading them to victory with absolute strength. This time, losing Su Ran left everyone feeling uncertain. Did you not see how the previous magical tiger gave several top experts quite a hard time? Announcement. All testers, please note the boss is about to descend. This is a boss with a high level of intelligence. It will start slaughtering the weak. If someone is isolated, you might meet. Tip to enhance your chances of survival. Testers currently alone should group up as much as possible. Boss descent countdown 100 seconds. A familiar and cold voice rang out, as mechanical as ever, devoid of any emotion. As the system voiced, all the testers were stunned. Holy crap. A superstar level power, and it has intelligence. Damn, this is not something that magical tiger can compare to. Good thing we're together. If we were separated, I can't even imagine the consequences. The testers who had just killed the magical tiger were shocked by the news that the boss possessed intelligence. At the same time, they felt fortunate to be gathered together. A superstar level boss also possesses, if it were to appear before a single tester. Aside from the great Su Ran, probably no one could handle. Although the hundreds of testers here felt a sigh of relief, others, due to various reasons, began to panic. 404 Area Forum. Damn, I just wanted to fish a bit. How could things get so serious? Damn, how the hell can I reach the main force in Area 405 within 100 seconds? Holy crap. Whoa, I'm really done for. I took a nap, and now there's a life-threatening situation. This sudden turn of events caused the testers in Area 404, who were fishing, to scream in horror. Fishing could actually be life-threatening. This is just too absurd. However, at this moment, Wang Zhifei said, Level 20 Wang Zhifei, didn't the system say that the boss will start by killing the weak? Although you aren't strong, you're not the weakest either. Level 20 Zhang Hai, if I'm not mistaken, aren't the traders in Area 405 the weakest? Funny. Upon seeing their messages, the testers remaining in Area 404 all brightened up. I almost forgot about that. They have quite a number, and it will take some time for the boss to kill them. If we exert ourselves, we might still make it to the main force. What are you still blabbering on the forum for? We've already left. Damn, you guys ran. Of course. Who told you to think while your body stayed still? Let me tell you, someone like you wouldn't survive 3 chapters in a brutal area. Damn, wait for me. Upon realizing there was still a chance, the testers in Area 404 immediately rushed towards the main force. At this moment, no one dared to delay. On the other side, let's go help them. This way we can merge with them faster. Wang Wei glanced at everyone and said softly, if relying solely on those people to travel, they might still not make it in time. But if they also went to merge, the distance would be cut in half. Okay, let's go. It's time to go pick up our sons. Then they are my grandsons. Damn, why do you always take advantage of me? Haha. Hearing Wang Wei's words, no one refused. Because they all knew that their survival until now was due to their unity. If they hadn't been united, they would probably end up just like the traders in Area 405. Of course, among this, the role of the great Su Ran is also irreplaceable. In Area 405, the group of testers from the original Area 404 were dumbfounded. Damn, what kind of heartless boss is this? It actually intends to strike first against the weak. How despicable. Damn it. No. At this moment, In Area 405, all the testers felt immense fear. They never expected that a nightmare would descend upon them. From the perspective of the challengers in Area 405, as long as they do not engage with the task, there will be no threat to their lives. As for the task, let others handle it. Even if Areas 404 and 405 have merged, they can choose not to participate and let the fools from Area 404 handle it. However, they did not expect. Even if they did not seek out the boss would come looking for them. Where are the people from Area 404? How can they ignore us? Damn it. They are abandoning my fate. These beasts. No way. Not us. When danger struck, these challengers, who usually lacked ambition, were terrified at this moment. They had never taken on tasks. Not us. When danger struck, these challengers, who usually lacked ambition, were terrified at this moment. They had never taken on tasks or leveled up. Although they had fought some monsters, their levels had barely increased, greatly inferior compared to the frontline fighters whose average level exceeded 10. Even a random ogre poses a significant threat and could easily wipe them out. Not to mention a superclass boss. If they are forced to face it, a dead end awaits them. Boss arrival countdown 30s. 24s. 18s. Although they were determined to escape, they had no idea where the challengers from Area 404 were. They had no destination and could only helplessly watch the countdown approach. 10, 7, 4, 0. No, don't. Stop it. The challengers from Area 405 screamed and their eyes were fixed on the countdown, and as it reached 0, despair washed over them. Attention, all challengers, boss is arriving. The cold and familiar mechanical voice rang out again. At this moment, this voice was like a death knell for the challengers in Area 405. No. Run away. When they realized the situation was irreversible, the challengers in Area 405 turned pale. Immediately they scattered like startled birds. When the countdown ended, the dark clouds that had dispersed due to the battle between the flame dragon and Su-Ran gathered once more. In the sky, the crimson moon illuminated the world, everything appearing exceedingly eerie. In the sky, a swarm of bats suddenly appeared, covering the entire expanse. An ominous aura spread and a tense atmosphere filled both areas. At this moment, all challengers in Areas 404 and 405 felt the suffocating pressure. It's here. Wang Wei's heart raced as he breathed out. The boss did not appear in our area. It seems they really intend to start with the weaker challengers. Wang Zhifei also breathed a sigh of relief. Honestly, he wasn't mentally prepared to face the boss yet. Given the changes caused by this boss, it is far beyond the previous monsters. Of course. Except for that dragon. Fortunately, we have been diligent in leveling up. Quick, ask those guys on the road. Everyone let out a sigh of relief, then turned their attention to the forum. Area 404 forum. Level 21 Wei, how are you guys doing? Did the boss appear on your side? No. Damn. I was scared to death when it got dark just now. You might not believe it, but if the boss had really appeared in front of me, I would probably have been so scared I'd pee myself. Level 21 Zhifei. If you all are fine, then it seems the boss is going after those people. Smirking, huh? They deserve it. A bunch of useless fools only knowing how to enjoy the fruits of others' labor, and now they are dumbfounded. This is truly satisfying. This is the fate of traitors. The group of traitors from Area 404 was not well regarded by the others. They had not personally killed their opponents, they merely adhered to the bottom line of being human. But if the boss turns its attention to those people, they would not only not help, but would actually feel incredibly pleased. They deserve it. In the village on the training grounds, Su-Ran was engaged in combat with the warriors. This was not a test of strength, but merely a training of attacking methods and techniques. Su-Ran had completely suppressed his abilities, trying to minimize the gap with them. At this moment, Su-Ran was engaged in combat with Ped. Right from the start, he found himself at a disadvantage. Ped always attacked his weaknesses in clever ways. Every time Su-Ran attacked, it seemed Ped could foresee it and countered each move. Just then Su-Ran was struck in the chest by Ped stumbling back a step. After successfully landing a hit, Ped halted his assault. Then he softly said, "Your talent is quite good. Is this considered good?" Su-Ran forced a smile. He had engaged in this match without using any talents or the eye of the gods, relying solely on his battle experience. In this match, he had gained no advantage whatsoever. Of course, Ped remarked seriously, calmly saying, "Although I suppressed you the entire time, your progress is evident, especially since you won't make the same mistakes again." At this moment, the warriors watching nearby also chimed in with smiles. "Su-Ran, you're doing well. Ped is a warrior who has fought on the battlefield for decades. The fact that you can exchange so many moves with him is already impressive." Exactly. You challengers generally rely on stats and talents to suppress your enemies lacking in combat skills. Being able to go against an experienced warrior like him without using your abilities is quite remarkable. Hearing this, Su-Ran smiled and said, "Then it seems I was too impatient." It is true, having once lived in Blue Star, he had never fought. Having only crossed over for a bit more than half a month, thinking he could compete evenly with a seasoned warrior is simply abilities are part of your strength, but how well you can utilize those abilities ultimately depends on your foundation. Ped said with a smile, speaking earnestly. Your idea of improving combat skills to enhance your strength is a very wise approach. He was genuinely impressed by Su Ran's mentality. Despite having extraordinary strength, he was willing to let these weaker individuals teach him combat techniques. With such spirit, Su Ran's future achievements will surely be remarkable. And at that moment the sky changed dramatically. Su Ran looked up, gazing into the distance. Has the boss appeared? At this moment, all the warriors in the training ground looked up. Another strange phenomenon. It seems that those trial participants are in trouble. Their gazes turned towards the horizon, their expressions remarkably calm. After all, such scenes were quite common here. Every year there would be several occurrences of this nature. This time the creature seems quite formidable. Ped's gaze shifted slightly as he murmured, to cause such an exaggerated phenomenon, although it is far inferior to the flame dragon, its strength must definitely surpass the star level. Even so, he merely glanced once before retracting his gaze. Are you worried about those trial participants? Ped noticed Su Ran's gaze fixed on the distance and asked. He knew that Su Ran had been restricted by the system due to his overwhelming strength. It could be said that the terrifying difficulty of the trial participants' tasks was all thanks to Su Ran. Having lost Su Ran, the fate of those trial participants was all too predictable. Hearing this, Su Ran shook his head with a light chuckle. I'm just a bit interested in the boss. To be precise, he was interested in its talents. He had seen the discussions on the forum. Once this boss appeared, many would undoubtedly perish. As for the fate of the traitors in Area 405, it was equally predictable. He had no intention of saving those people. After all, he was no saint. Those fellows had fallen to such a state, one could only say it was self-inflicted. However, he was quite interested in the talents that would fall from their corpses. Su Ran was indeed very interested. Interested in the boss. Aren't you restricted? You can't take action. Ped couldn't help but chuckle. The system had truly restricted him. If this kid were to take action, that boss would probably perish the moment it appeared. Can I at least take a look? Su Ran merely smiled. So, I'm going ahead. With that he took off. He sprouted wings from his back and soared into the sky. This kid is truly strange. Watching Su Ran's departing figure, Ped muttered. What's so interesting about the boss? In Area 405, the sky was filled with bats flying about, and the blood-red moonlight illuminated the ground. A pitch-black figure stood in the sky. From a distance it appeared to be a humanoid creature, but behind it grew a pair of bat-like wings. It had human-like features, its skin appearing extremely unhealthy and pale, while its blood-red eyes matched the color of the moon, with two sharp fangs protruding from its mouth. Oh, what marvelous air! Haha, finally, I have descended into this world once again. The humanoid creature opened its arms, embracing the air freely. Then it opened its slender eyes, its blood-red gaze looking into the distance. Look, there are such delicious prey in this world. Full of ecstasy. Then it opened its slender eyes, its blood-red gaze looking into the distance. Look, there are such delicious prey. Thank you for the gift, great demon. The humanoid creature's eyes gleamed with excitement, as if it could hardly contain itself. With that it spread its wings and rushed towards a certain direction. Little cuties, I'm coming. Ha ha ha. In the dark sky, a chilling, eerie laughter echoed, sending shivers down one's spine. This was a mountainous area overgrown with weeds. The ground was covered with freshly dug soil. Beneath a pile of weeds and branches, a pair of shiny black eyes were revealed. If I dig a hole and bury myself, the boss shouldn't be able to find me, right? Zhang Hai thought to himself. He buried himself entirely in the soil, leaving only his head exposed, and then piled more weeds and logs on top. In such a concealed spot, he shouldn't be noticed, right? Ugh, it really stinks. The foul odor of excrement reached Zhang Hai, causing him to gag. To be safe, he smeared the dung of a minotaur on himself to mask his own scent. As for why he did this, it was of course because he was knowledgeable and had read many comics and novels where this could mask human scents. To survive, I endure. Zhang Hai suppressed his churning stomach, thinking to himself, regardless of whether the boss tracked them by sight or smell. Now that he was covered in dung and nearly buried in the soil, he should definitely not be discovered. My method is truly brilliant. Thinking this, Zhang Hai couldn't help but let out a smug laugh. If all goes well, he might just become the only survivor. Those guys running around are so foolish. Zhang Hai sneered, looking at them with disdain. The more they ran, the greater the commotion, increasing their chances of being noticed. Especially if they exhausted their stamina, it would truly be waiting for death. However, while Zhang Hai was basking in his future, a sudden commotion above him broke the silence. It sounded like a small animal was knocking against the logs, producing faint noises. What is that? Zhang Hai wondered, raising his gaze. Through the gap, he discovered it was actually a bat. Oh, this creature is quite rare. Zhang Hai was somewhat surprised. At least since coming here, it was the first time he had seen such a creature. The bat continued flapping its wings, bumping against the logs and weeds, creating small chaotic noises. This made Zhang Hai's expression change. He did not want to be exposed because of a bat. Get lost. If you do, they'll take you down. Zhang Hai spoke softly, his tone extremely fierce. Though his voice was low, the threat was evident. It was at this moment. The bat flapping its wings above suddenly stopped. Then it turned and flew away. Phew. It finally left. Zhang Hai let out a sigh of relief, and then smugly thought, with just a casual word, I scared off the bat. Am I developing a commanding aura? However, just as he was thinking this, a sound akin to something falling suddenly resonated. Hearing this sound, Zhang Hai's heart tightened. What was that? Just as he was puzzled, a series of footsteps approached. Step, step. The footsteps were crisp, neither hurried nor slow, but growing closer. When the footsteps reached right in front of Zhang Hai, they suddenly stopped. Through the gap, Zhang Hai looked out and saw only a pair of leather shoes. Upon realizing it was a person, Zhang Hai breathed a sigh of relief, glad it wasn't a boss. But soon his anger, which idiot has come to my place? He shouted. Didn't you see there's someone hiding here? Zhang Hai cursed loudly, releasing all the panic he had just felt. What a fool. Instead of hiding, he came here. Isn't that exposing his position? I came here precisely because I knew you were hiding here. A lazy, hoarse voice came from above, laced with a hint of laughter. Upon hearing it, Zhang Hai took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and said, if you're trying to squeeze in here with me, do you mind using your little brain? Does this place look like it can hide two people? If you want to squat, can't you just dig your own hole? He thought the other party wanted to take advantage of his pit, which infuriated. Those who want to mooch off others are the most despicable. He had such a small pit, and this fool was still trying to take advantage. Squatting. The voice above clearly paused for a moment. Damn it, don't just stand there, hurry up and get lost. Zhang Hai was getting anxious. Why was this idiot still dawdling up? If the boss arrives, this fool would expose him too. Get lost. The voice above hesitated for a moment and asked, are you telling me to leave? Damn it. Who else could it be if not you, you idiot? Hearing the endless chatter, Zhang Hai could no longer hold back. The weeds were pushed aside and logs rolled over. Zhang Hai angrily jumped out of the dirt, determined to teach this fool a lesson and make him scram. However, when Zhang Hai jumped out and looked ahead, his face, once filled with anger, suddenly froze and turned pale. Then his eyes widened and his pupils shook. Next, his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. What the hell? This guy isn't human. Zhang Hai was filled with looking at the humanoid creature with wings, pale skin, crimson eyes, and sharp fangs. He began to tremble. He had actually been talking to such a ghastly thing. You just told me to get lost, right? That's not going to happen. The humanoid creature looked at him with a playful smile, saying, after all, I haven't tasted your blood yet. Taste blood. Upon hearing those words, Zhang Hai shuddered, a chill rushing to the top of his head. This eerie creature could not only speak, but it also wanted to taste his blood. At that moment, he suddenly realized something. Could this ghastly thing be the boss? You're the first human who dared to be so bold with me. I actually quite like your personality. The humanoid creature let out a light laugh, its hoarse voice suddenly filled with a suppressed impulse. Don't worry, I'll make sure your death is painless. Saying this, it actually licked its lips and slowly opened its mouth, revealing two sharp fangs. No, please no. Zhang Hai felt his body go limp, completely devoid of strength to escape. His voice even carried a sob, and at that moment his pants also got wet. Just as the humanoid creature was about to bite Zhang Hai, it sniffed the air and suddenly changed its expression, looking extremely frightened. It covered its nose and hurriedly stepped back, looking at Zhang Hai with a mix of fear and disgust. What's wrong with you? You smell like poop. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hai stopped crying. He had noticed the boss' strange reaction and had a flash of insight. Could it be that this boss is afraid of the feces of the minotaurs? Thinking of this, Zhang Hai instantly felt strength return to his body. He was no longer weak and courage filled his heart. You go your way and I'll go mine. Zhang Hai cleared his throat twice and said, we won't interfere with each other. So goodbye. Until we meet again. Wait. Until we meet again. After saying that, Zhang Hai intended to make a run for it. However, just as he turned, a beam of bloodlight pierced through his body. Ugh. This script isn't right. Feeling a heart-wrenching pain in his chest, Zhang Hai looked down at the gaping hole in his chest, trembling all over. Then he collapsed to the ground. Behind him, the humanoid creature's eyes flashed with anger. You dared to stain me with that disgusting smell, and you want to leave. Such foul blood it looked down upon. But this human was definitely going to die. Glancing at the blood pooling on the ground, a trace of disdain flickered in the creature's eyes. Such foul blood it looked down upon. But this human was definitely going to die. Glancing at the blood pooling on the ground, a trace of disdain flickered. Just as it was about to move, it suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of vitality approaching. Such a magnificent superior. No. This is simply perfect. The humanoid creature suddenly raised its head, feeling an immense excitement. It could sense an extremely high-quality life force closing and causing it to tremble with excitement. In an instant, the owner of the life force had arrived. Su Ran sprouted wings and hovered in the air, looking down from above. Oh, what wonderful, what perfect blood. Fantastic. Looking at Su Ran in the sky, the humanoid creature displayed a look of obsession, utterly intoxicated. It opened its arms as if wanting to embrace Su Ran entirely. You are the boss. Su Ran glanced at the corpse of Zhang Hai on the ground, then looked at it and asked, Boss. Upon hearing Su Ran's words, the humanoid creature paused briefly, then smiled, placing its right hand across its chest and slightly bowing. Yes, that's correct. But I prefer others to call me the Blood Lord. Hearing this, Su Ran's gaze shifted. Blood Lord. It sounded like a vampire, and its appearance was quite similar. Exactly. The Blood Lord looked up at Su Ran, its gaze growing increasingly enamored. What a marvelous life force. If only I could taste it, I would know how delicious it is. You want to drink my blood? Su Ran asked coolly. Of course. The Bloodlord's eyes widened, suddenly filled with excitement and ecstasy, as it placed its hands on its cheeks. I've never seen such a magnificent life force in a human in this lower realm. Is that so? Su-Ran smiled faintly, saying, what a pity. My blood. You can only covet, but never obtain. Oh. Upon hearing Su-Ran's words, a glimmer of light flashed in the Bloodlord's crimson eyes. What if I insist on tasting it? You don't have the ability. Su-Ran's voice was soft and calm, yet filled with undeniable certainty. Upon hearing this, the Bloodlord did not show anger, but instead revealed a smile, saying, I have hunted many trial seekers, among them those with class talent showing immense potential. Before their deaths, they were all quite arrogant, some even more confident than you. They all, without exception, died at my hands. Its smile was stiff, appearing quite eerie, sending chills down. However, this did not affect Su-Ran in the slightest. Really? Su-Ran maintained his calm demeanor, merely gazing at it indifferently, saying, perhaps that is simply because they were too weak. The Bloodlord licked its lips, a hint of amusement flashing in its crimson eyes. So you are quite confident in your own strength then? I suppose so, Su-Ran replied with a faint smile, softly saying, after all, you don't seem all that strong. The Bloodlord raised an eyebrow, its emotions showing their first fluctuation. Little one. Sometimes strength cannot merely be perceived by sight or feeling. The laughter of the Bloodlord echoed, but this time it carried an undercurrent of coldness. You are correct, but this only applies to certain powerful beings, not you. Su-Ran smiled lightly, speaking softly. Under his divine vision, everything about the opponent was laid bare. Species: bloodthirsty clan. Description: a mid-level life form possessing the powerful bloodline of an ancient race, living on blood, leaning towards the demonic category. Status: eager, angry. Level 22, 13 attribute points can be allocated for each level up. Tier Commander: each attribute increases by 120 points. Strength 216, 120, second stage agility 254, 120, second stage constitution 145, 120, second stage spirit 216, 120, second stage total attributes 816. Strength assessment: superstar level 1. Note: achieving 800 in total attributes qualifies one for the superstar rank. For every 100 points increase the rank, will advance one step. Racial talent: fixed talent unique to the race. Level: dark blood pool. Active trait: burns the blood in the body, increasing agility and strength attributes by 50. Duration varies based on the quality and quantity of one's blood to maintain the activation of this talent. Passive trait 1. Exceptionally sensitive to blood, able to sense life forms with vigorous vitality within a radius of several miles. The more robust the life force, the clearer the perception. Passive trait 2. Merges with its kin, altering its form to a combat-oriented shape, increasing all attributes by 20. For every second maintained, one kin will perish. Passive trait 3. Possessing sufficient blood can maintain eternal life. Skills: level skill, blood armor, consumes stored blood to form a blood armor that reduces damage by 50. Each time an attack is blocked, a certain amount of blood will be consumed. Level skill, blood moon / ooh, unleashes blood to form a crescent moon with formidable power, causing wounds that are difficult to heal and subsequently infecting the opponent's wounds. A level skill, kin enslavement, injects its own blood into the opponent's body to control them, turning them into kin. Tip: for an overwhelmingly powerful host, the opponent is insignificant. Suggestion: for such beings that pose no threat to you, the so-called suggestion is none. Please make your own decision. Superstar level 1. Is that so simple? Su-Ran chuckled inwardly. Such strength was utterly insignificant before him now. Moreover, the opponent's talent and skills required its own blood, completely akin to inflicting 1,000 injuries upon the enemy while sustaining half the losses itself. However, it could absorb the blood of others. Just this aspect alone could compensate for those shortcomings. This boss, while disappointing in strength, was unexpectedly unique in its characteristics. You? What have you done to me? The voice of the Bloodlord was suppressed, its tone chilling. In that brief moment it sensed a soul-like probing. It was certain that this was all caused by the human before it. Upon hearing this, Su-Ran did not respond, merely glanced at it, lightly chuckling. Your talent is merely a racial talent shared by your bloodthirsty clan. It seems your physique is somewhat lacking to not even possess your own talent. Upon hearing this, the Bloodlord's pupils suddenly constricted. It fell silent for a moment before emitting a harsh, suppressed laugh. Your eyes seem somewhat special. It makes me a bit uncomfortable. How about I help you dig them out? As it spoke, the Bloodlord's voice grew increasingly cold. An invisible killing intent seemed to spread around it. You really want to make a move against me? Feeling the overwhelming killing intent, Su-Ran chuckled lightly. Where did this guy get the courage to even think about confronting him? From the moment you appeared before me, you were already dead. A cold smile appeared on the pale face of the Bloodlord. I was planning to make you my kin. But now I've changed my mind. I want to drain your blood. The audacity of a mere human to intrude upon it filled it with rage. However, what surprised it was that Su-Ran remained calm, without a trace of fluctuation, which puzzled it. Just then Su-Ran silently chanted in his heart, equip the Dragon Slayer title. Tip: With your current permissions, you can only equip one title at a time. Would you like to remove the Monster Slayer title to equip the Dragon Slayer title? Yes. Su-Ran silently agreed. Title, Dragon Slayer equipped. Effect 1, strongly intimidates monsters, causing them to feel fear, reducing overall abilities by 10. Effect 2, increases fire resistance by 100. Effect 3, Dragon Clan's hatred value 100. Boom. At the moment Su-Ran equipped the Dragon Slayer title, an invisible sense of oppression began to emanate from him. Naturally, the Bloodlord closest to him would bear the brunt. In the Bloodlord's line of sight, a green marker suddenly appeared above Su-Ran's head. Dragon Slayer. These 3 words descended upon the Bloodlord's shoulders with a boundless pressure. Dragon Slayer. This. The Bloodlord's already pale complexion became even more. Its pupils contracted to the extreme, frozen in place, unable to move. This human. He is actually the Dragon Slayer. The Bloodlord was filled with disbelief. Such an inconspicuous human was actually a powerful slayer of dragons. The Bloodlord's already pale face turned even whiter at the exclamation of Dragon Slayer. Its pupils contracted to the extreme, frozen in place, unable to move. This human. He is actually the Dragon Slayer. The Bloodlord was filled with horror. Such an inconspicuous human was actually a powerful Dragon Slayer. Why would such a formidable being be here? Could it be? He is a trial taker. I remember this lower realm's coordinates. There is a flame dragon in the broken horizontal mountain range. Thinking of a certain possibility, the Bloodlord's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Even if it didn't dare to believe the facts presented before it, left no room for doubt. However, it simply couldn't comprehend. This batch of trial takers had clearly not descended for long, and that flame dragon's strength was beyond its reach. Such an existence, how could it possibly lose to a novice trial taker? If that flame dragon truly fell at the hands of this human. Thinking of the strength of the human before it, the Bloodlord's heart instantly turned cold. It initially thought this would be an easy task, but now it felt like it was being sent to hell. So do you still want to suck my blood? Seeing the panic-stricken expression of the other, Su-Ran smiled playfully. The Bloodlord dared not respond, trembling involuntarily. Sucking blood. It was like a mosquito sucking blood in front of a human. Doesn't want to die faster. Just as the Bloodlord's heart was filled with fear, it suddenly saw the human across from it lift its head and look into the sky. System, did you hear that? This guy just tried to kill me. Can I retaliate? If I accidentally kill it, there should be no Su-Ran's gaze flickered slightly as he spoke softly. To be honest, he wanted to take action against this guy. Although its talent was a bit trashy, it would be a shame to return empty-handed. As soon as Su-Ran's words fell, a notification popped up before him. No. Outstanding trial taker Su-Ran, you are forbidden from participating in this trial. If you take action against the target of the mission, you will face severe penalties. But it was trying to attack me, can I not retaliate? Su-Ran asked. You are excluded from the mission. Just as you cannot attack it, it also cannot attack you. If it attacks you, it will receive a serious warning from the system. Sigh. Su-Ran let out a disappointed sigh. The Bloodlord also saw the system's notification. Huh. He is an excluded trial taker. Upon discovering the truth, the Bloodlord was overjoyed. The system was truly benevolent. Such a monster that disrupts the balance of trials should be excluded from the mission. Truly brilliant. Praise the gods and the great system. The Bloodlord finally breathed a sigh of relief, no longer feeling anxious. Since this kind of monster cannot act against it, there was nothing to fear. Cough, cough. It coughed a couple of times and glanced at Su-Ran, saying, let's not interfere with each other. You go your way, and I'll go mine. We won't meet again. With that, the Bloodlord turned and left, not wanting to stay with this monster for even a second. However, at that moment, Su-Ran chuckled lightly and said meaningfully, although it's a pity that you can't die at my hands. But the outcome won't differ much. After finishing his words, Su-Ran spread his wings and soared into the air. What did he just say? What does that mean? Su-Ran's words echoed in the Bloodlord's mind, leaving it silent and motionless. For some reason, the monster's words gave it a bad premonition. Is he trying to scare me? In a place like this, there shouldn't be another monster, right? Thinking of this, the Bloodlord felt a bit intimidated. What if I encounter another monster like that? If the system also forbids it, that's fine. But if not, its fate is easy to imagine. After all, the reason that monster was forbidden was that its power was too exceptional, capable of slaying dragons. And its own strength was far from that of a dragon. If there are stronger beings here at least 3 levels above me, then isn't my trip here a journey to death? Thinking of this, the Bloodlord felt like crying without tears. It suddenly regretted coming to such a cursed place. Forget it. He'll just catch the lone ones. Being cautious is the way to go. If that doesn't work, then he'll just hide until the mission ends. The Bloodlord thought to itself. Meanwhile, the people in Area 404 had gathered together. Damn, this anomaly is definitely not simple. The previous bosses had no anomalies, but this one does. I only care about whether we can win. And how to win. I haven't even seen the boss yet. Some of those traitors must have already met their end, right? The trial takers gathered, expressing all sorts of opinions. To be honest, they at least had a sense of whether they could win. In the eyes of most, losing Su-Ran meant they had lost their trump card. In their view, the chances of succeeding in this mission were very slim. By the way, if we fail the mission, we won't be erased or anything, right? Don't joke. Even if we aren't erased, I firmly believe the next mission will become even harder. Sigh. Why was Su-Ran banned? Everyone sighed deeply. It was truly a case of success or failure, depending on Su-Ran. Su-Ran's power made their tasks extremely simple, but it also caused the difficulty of the tasks to increase. If only Dog Yi could take action. In a corner, Wang Chen sighed. If the Husky could take action, their chances of winning. Wang Zhifei glanced at the deceased Prince Ha lying in the coffin and shook his head. It is probably done for. Don't expect it to fight. Just when everyone was worried, Su-Ran suddenly appeared in the forum. Level 20 Su-Ran, if you can take it down easily, I suggest you act immediately. As soon as he showed up, the forum exploded with activity. Damn, the great Su-Ran has appeared. Wow, the big shot finally felt like speaking. Big boss, how does it feel to slay a dragon? Su-Ran, you look so cool slaying dragons. Level 20 Wang Wei, Su-Ran, may I ask why you suggest that? He knows that Su-Ran usually doesn't waste words, so there must be a reason for this. Level 20 Su-Ran, because I just... What the... Senior Su-Ran, you've already encountered the boss. The words sent shockwaves through the tribe. Wang Zhifei, level 20. Su-Ran, did you seek it out deliberately? Logically, Su-Ran shouldn't have crossed paths with the boss at all. Truly worthy of the title Senior Su-Ran. Incredible. While we all flee from the boss. Senior, truly worthy of the title Senior Su-Ran. Incredible. While we all flee from the boss. Senior Su-Ran walked straight toward it. The gap between us is simply staggering. A wry smile. Senior Su-Ran, what does the boss look like? Su-Ran, level 20, just picture a vampire. A vampire? Is the boss actually that thing? What the? If so, could it drain our blood too? How utterly revolting. Upon learning the boss resembled a vampire, the trial participants' mood shifted, especially among the female trials. After all, no one wishes to be bled dry, least of all by a vampiric monstrosity. Wang Wei, level 20. Su-Ran, when you suggested launching the assault immediately, was there a specific reason? In his view, timing mattered little. Indeed, delaying might even benefit them more. Level 20 trials would increase their odds of victory. It would also allow them to eliminate nearby minotaurs, strengthening their own ranks, while weakening the monstrous forces. Could it be that the boss currently stands alone, without subordinates? If so, striking early becomes imperative. Voices rose across the forum. Su-Ran, level 20. Because its talents and abilities require blood to activate. The longer we wait, the more blood it consumes. What the a? So if we delay, does that mean this vampire boss has an infinite mana pool? Don't forget, if it's truly vampiric and possesses sufficient blood, it may regenerate endlessly. Oh my god, if that's true, it's downright cheating. A chorus of despair echoed across the forum. The boss was already transcendent, beyond star rank, and now with supernatural regeneration plus an infinite mana pool, was there any hope left? If only Senior Su-Ran would intervene. If he truly stepped in, this mission would have been over the moment the boss emerged. Utter annihilation. A sly grin. Su-Ran, level 20, alas, though I did consider it. The system issued a stern, incredible. Huh, so Senior Su-Ran seriously contemplated slaying the boss. Honestly, I'm dying to know how the boss felt in that moment. A sly grin. Hearing Su-Ran had genuinely entertained such a notion, the crowd erupted in awe, yet beneath it simmered regret and indignation. Damn system, truly inhuman. At that moment, Wang Wei spoke again. Wang Wei, level 20, Su-Ran Senior. Do you possess an ability akin to Yi Lin's? Given your strength, surely you could discern the boss's attributes. What the? That does make sense. So, Senior Su-Ran may hold complete intelligence on the boss. Su-Ran, level 20, indeed. I know its talents, attributes, and skills. Wang Wei, level 20, what the? Yi Lin, take notes. Stop staring at every enemy with question marks. Yi Lin, question marks only tell us an enemy is strong, nothing else. Zero intel, useless. Yi Lin. Su-Ran's ability is merely a skill. Yours is a talent, you fool. Hey up there, please stop insulting talents. Precisely, it's simply a matter of human disparity. A sly grin, such a talent wasted on Yi Lin. Look at Senior Su-Ran instead. Yi Lin, level 20, I'll kill you all. How did this even land on me? Yi Lin seethed inwardly, bitter as swallowing bile. The question mark had long been his deepest shame, now publicly humiliated. Meng Xiang, level 20, Su-Ran Senior. Could you elaborate on the boss's intelligence? As he asked, Meng Xiang felt uneasy. After all, they'd clashed with Su-Ran before. Yet to his surprise, Su-Ran didn't ignore him due to past grievances. Su-Ran, level 20. The boss is named the Blood Lord. Its 4 core attributes total just over 800, barely crossing into transcendent rank. Its talent is, and its skills are. Su-Ran withheld nothing, revealing the boss's full profile openly on the forum. Meng Xiang's fears were entirely unfounded. Truth be told, he scarcely gave the man a second thought. In Su-Ran's eyes, top-tier trials Jiang Ming and Meng Xiang left far less impression than the two irreverent fools, Jiang Hai and Wang Chun. Well then, I've said all I will. Good luck to you all. With those words, Su-Ran logged off. Attributes exceeding 800. What the? Is it really that high? With such talents it's utterly beyond. Even if we all reach level 20, we'd still be wiped out in a single blow. This is unbearable. How on earth do we win? At that moment, upon learning the boss's true power, Forum 404 drowned in collective lamentation. 800 in attributes, amplified further by its talent. Even overwhelming numbers would fail. The gulf in strength was cosmically vast. Sector 405. Meanwhile, all trial participants assigned to Mission 404 had gathered together. How the hell are we supposed to win this? Jiang Hai cursed bitterly. Damn system. Does it even think before assigning tasks? Against such overwhelming power they stood no chance, even with every ounce of effort. We cannot defeat the Blood Lord with our current strength. The disparity is insurmountable. Wang Wei sighed deeply. For the first time he felt utterly powerless. Past missions, though arduous, always held a sliver of possibility, even without Su-Ran. But this mission transcended all precedent, like leaping from rank D to rank S in sheer difficulty. So, this time we can only rely on external forces, right? Wang Zhifei took over the conversation, his gaze faintly directed towards a certain spot. Perhaps, this is the only way left. Wang Wei sighed softly. Upon hearing their conversation, the others present were taken aback, filled with surprise. Huh, do the experts have a solution? Wow, is there really a way to handle this? That's impressive. The crowd asked in confusion, yet received no reply. Soon after they saw Wang Wei and several top-tier level 20 challengers, all gazing at the coffin in the corner. What are the experts looking at? What's wrong with that coffin? To be honest, I've been paying attention to that coffin for a long time. Me too. I thought the experts had even prepared a coffin for themselves. But it seems that's not the case. Seeing that the top experts were focused on the coffin, everyone involuntarily looked over. A sense of curiosity lingered in everyone's hearts. What on earth is that thing for? At that moment, Wang Wei glanced at Jiang Hai, and Wang Qin softly sang, "You two are the most familiar with it, so this matter is up to you." What do you mean we are the most familiar with it? Jiang Hai exclaimed, his eyes widening in rebuttal. Exactly. If we're going, we should all go together. Don't always expect me and him to take the brunt of it. Wang Chun was equally displeased, shouting loudly. Everyone knew that this dog was currently in a bad mood and quite irritable. Now expecting them to take the risk is foolish. They aren't idiots. Don't worry, we'll pay you, Wang Wei said calmly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hai and Wang Chun were immediately taken aback. Bastard. What do you take me for it? Jiang Hai exclaimed with anger. To think a mere amount of money would make him risk himself is simply ridiculous. Exactly. We aren't just after money. Don't think you can buy us off with a few stinky copper coins. Wang Chen also spoke angrily. Having reached level 20, if copper coins had lost their significance for them. Even if they went to the village to spend, the items available weren't that great. Especially since some skills have prerequisites, these things aren't learned casually. Stop complaining, hurry up, you'll benefit. Wang Zhifei interrupted their conversation and said directly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hai and Wang Chen paused for a moment. What benefits? Let's be clear first. Almost immediately the two spoke in unison. If there's a black iron treasure chest this time, all the rewards between Wang Zhifei and me will belong to you. Wang Wei spoke calmly, saying, cough. Then it's settled. No backing out. Jiang Hai coughed lightly and glanced at him, saying, I'm not going just for the black iron treasure chest, but because you, Wang Wei, asked me to. Exactly. Wealth is secondary, mainly we value team spirit. Wang Chen said, his face unchanged. It's not that they were greedy for money, it was simply because of Wang Wei's request. Of course, part of the reason was, they had been given a reward for free last time. They had been robbed by a goblin. Thinking of this, Wang Chun burned with anger. That damned goblin, once this task is over, he would definitely seek revenge. Everyone looked on expressionlessly at this scene. They had come to understand these two, so they were not surprised. However, Jiang Mingmeng Xiang and the other challengers from the former area 405 fell silent. These two guys are a bit peculiar. After saying that they walked directly in front of the coffin, and at the request of young Master Ha, they had previously covered this thing. In other words, this is indeed a genuine coffin. Cough. Our beautiful tradition is politeness. Wang Chen, you go first. You've always been the leader of our team, so you should go first. The two exchanged glances, each inwardly cursing. Good things must be snatched, but for bad things they let me go first. Damn it. Together. All right. The two took a deep breath and mustered their courage to approach the coffin. Since young Master Ha suffered a setback, he had been silent and withdrawn. But if he was provoked and was in a bad mood, a beating was certainly unavoidable. Especially since this dog is truly powerful, they could only be beaten mercilessly. Dog Master, are you there? I want to discuss something with you. If you're awake, please respond. The two timidly knocked on the coffin, their voices barely audible. Seeing this scene, everyone fell silent. Jiang Hai and the others were silent, thinking, such a small voice. Are you trying to be a thief? Meanwhile, the other clueless crowd not only fell silent, but were also left dumbfounded. After a moment, the first voice broke the silence. Are they calling Dog Master? Did I hear that wrong? What the hell? Could they really have become servants? I thought that was a joke. Yet it turns out to be true. So does that mean our upcoming mission relies on that dog? Everyone was dumbfounded, unable to believe it. Most people did not believe Wang Zifei's words on the forum. But now it seems to be true. Is a dog really that terrifying? It's not sleeping, is it? Wang Chun was filled with doubt. This time, there was truly no reaction at all. Why don't you open it and take a look? Jiang Hai looked at him. I'm not doing it. Wang Chun shook his head, directly not wanting to seek death. Just as they were pushing the task onto each other, Wang Wei stepped forward and abruptly lifted the coffin lid. How could this be? Upon seeing inside, Wang Wei's expression changed slightly. Moi. Noticing Wang Wei's abnormality, the two leaned over to look, only to find the coffin empty, with only a few strands of dog hair remaining. What the hell? Where's my dog master? Where did he? No. Where's that dog gone? Jiang Hai and Wang Chun were stunned, their faces filled with shock. When did young Master Ha disappear? This is bad. We're in trouble now. Wang Wei's expression changed, feeling somewhat anxious. Their trump card had vanished. How will they defeat that blood lord under the blood moon? Su Ran hovered in the air, looking down. Below him, the black and white young Master Ha was kneeling on both knees, his forehead touching the ground. Urguzi, it's been a while since we met. You have changed a lot. Su Ran smiled softly. My esteemed master, please grant me evolution once more. Upon sensing its master's aura, it immediately rushed after him, solely to beg for another evolution. You wish to evolve? Su Ran gazed down at it, his expression calm and detached. But what reason do you have to convince me to evolve you? Woof, woof. Hearing his reply, the dog barked twice in fervent excitement. I am far too weak. I cannot guarantee the success of the tasks entrusted to me by your noble self. If you cannot guarantee success, then so be it. For me, whether or not you complete the task makes little difference. Su Ran spoke softly, his voice indifferent. The dog froze, bewildered. Did you not command me to protect those humans, eh? It was utterly perplexed. Had not its master previously ordered it to aid them? Who said I intended to protect them? I bear no obligation to safeguard them all. Su Ran's countenance remained impassive as he murmured, I have already instructed you to assist them. If even that proves beyond your capacity, then it only proves one thing: both you and they are utterly inept, devoid of any redeeming potential for cultivation. Thus, if you seek evolution again, you must first demonstrate your worth. Su Ran's gaze settled upon the dog, his tone utterly serene. He had tolerated its antics precisely because among all his subordinates it possessed exceptional growth potential, having undergone only a single evolution thus far. Were it not for this latent promise, he would long since have boiled it into soup. Prove my worth. The dog widened, its eyes blinking in confusion. What did that even mean? It means this: complete this task first. Only then may you speak of evolution. Su Ran sighed inwardly. The creature's intellect was evidently sluggish. Clarity was indispensable. A sudden spark ignited in the dog's eyes. It had grasped the truth. Once this mission was fulfilled, evolution would surely follow. At that thought, the dog trembled with exhilaration. Master, I shall take my leave now. Before departing, it prostrated itself fully before Su Ran in solemn reverence. Its demeanor had transformed profoundly, because at last it comprehended the chasm separating itself, especially in terms of existential rank. The disparity was absolute. Just as those humans could never be equated with it, so too could it never stand on equal footing with its master. Su Ran's reply was placid. So the creature had finally grasped who held true authority. Having bowed deeply, the dog darted away in a blur. Its limbs surged forward with powerful strides. Joy radiated across its canine face. At last, my master has consented. I shall evolve once more. Ecstatic, the dog howled as it sprinted. Behind it, Su Ran hovered motionless in midair, observing its exuberant dash with quiet bemusement. Is it truly necessary? I merely stated that evolution may be discussed upon task completion, not that it would be granted outright. Why then is it so elated to expect evolution after completing just one task? Where in this world does such fortune exist? At the very least, several more trials must be assigned before evolution is even contemplated. Su Ran, should a single task warrant multiple evolutions, profit would vanish, leaving only loss. Such an arrangement would render me the greatest fool imaginable. Unaware of Su Ran's thoughts, the dog raced onward, convinced evolution was imminent, its speed surging threefold beyond its usual pace. Eager to slay the boss and fulfill Su Ran's command without delay. Meanwhile, Wang Wei and the others stared blankly at the empty sarcophagus. What the hell? Where's the dog? Wang Zifei panicked. How could it have vanished? When exactly did it Meng Xiang stood dazed. Their group hadn't even noticed its departure. We're doomed. Without the dog, how can we possibly win? Jiang Hai wailed in despair. Though the dog's demand that they serve as human retainers had been infuriating, its sudden absence now filled them with dread. After all, however odious it might be, the dog was undeniably a formidable ally. Without it, even sacrificing their lives would not suffice against the vampires. Witnessing the group's shifting expressions, the onlookers felt silent suspicion flickering in their eyes. We suspect you're colluding to deceive us. Exactly. You claimed this husky was peerless, yet not a trace. Come clean. Did you fabricate this tale merely to comfort us? Beware, confession earns leniency, resistance invites severity. Their voices turned stern, faces grave. From the outset, many had doubted such a place could harbor a mighty husky, let alone one that demanded humans as retainers, a notion bordering on absurdity. Yet they had chosen belief, trusting the word of several elite masters. Now reality had struck them like a slap, leaving them feeling utterly duped fools in their own eyes. Who's deceiving you? This is all absolutely real. Wang Zhifei sighed helplessly. Would we jest about something like this? Then where is the dog? Where is this dog sovereign you extol? The crowd pressed forward. I honestly have no idea where it went. Wang Zhifei offered a wry smile. With hundreds present, and not a single witness to its disappearance, the explanation defied credibility. At that moment Wang Chun let out a cold snort. Do we need to deceive you? Words are cheap. Where is your proof? The crowd demanded in unison. Wang Chun merely smiled faintly, then declared with unwavering confidence, proof. I have it. With that he reached into the sarcophagus and withdrew several strands of fur, raising them aloft with theatrical flair. Behold, this is my proof. The crowd leaned in, scrutinizing the strands closely. This is your so-called proof. Black, some straight, some curled. A single glance sufficed to twist their expressions into incredulous grimaces. Doesn't this look suspiciously like your own hair? Wang Chun, you truly are ruthless. Damn it, you're passing off your own fur as evidence. Fuck, are you courting death? Get that filthy thing away from us, now. In an instant, everyone fell silent, some even darkened their faces, unable to restrain the urge to act. Yuck, so disgusting. Perverted man. Truly appalling. Some female testers were so frightened that their delicate faces turned pale, hurriedly hiding behind, casting extremely disdainful glances at Wang Chun. As the expressions of the crowd registered in Wang Chen's eyes, he immediately understood their thoughts. Wang Chen's face flushed red and he quickly denied, what the hell? You misunderstood, that's definitely not my hair. He scrambled to explain, flustered. The disgusted gazes from some female testers deeply pierced his heart. No need for an explanation, we know what's going on. I didn't expect. Wang Chun, you and Jiang Hai have become worse and worse. Someone sighed directly. Although we knew you weren't good people. But this time you truly disgusted me. As soon as these words were spoken, before Wang Chun could respond, Jiang Hai couldn't help but angrily shout, damn. You people are really tying me and him together. Why should I take the blame for what he did? Jiang Hai was extremely aggrieved. Why should he be scolded along with him when it clearly had nothing to do with him? You two are practically conjoined. How can you not be in the same group? The tester reasoned. Just as Jiang Hai was about to retort, Wang Chun also shouted in grievance. I've said it, that's really dog hair. Well, saying it's dog hair isn't wrong. After all, you two really do resemble dogs. The tester stated, damn, you're looking for a fight, huh? Jiang Hai and Wang Chun both became agitated. Just then a commotion suddenly arose from afar. Huh, what is that? Following the sound, everyone looked over only to see thick smoke rolling in the distance, as if something was rushing towards them. Such a disturbance made everyone tense. Could it be the boss arriving? But this anxious feeling only lasts. That thing looks a bit familiar. Black and white. Looks like a panda, but also like a wolf. It's too fast to see clearly. Damn, it's a husky. No way, there really is a husky. Seeing the husky racing towards them, the testers were stunned. How could a dog have such speed? Soon everyone realized that this husky might be the one Jiang Hai and the other. It's the dog. It's back. Upon seeing the husky, several top testers were extremely excited, especially you finally appeared. Wang Chun was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down his face. If the dog truly disappeared, his lifelong reputation would be ruined. Within everyone's gaze, the husky dashed in front of them within seconds. Seeing the sudden increase in numbers, there was a look of confusion in the husky's eyes. It had only been out for a moment. How had its human servants suddenly increased so much? At that moment, everyone was observing the husky, examining it thoroughly. So similar. Too similar. This isn't just similar. This creature is a Siberian husky. Amazing. This world actually has a real Siberian husky. By the way, is it really strong? Why don't you go try it? Just from the speed, just now. I feel like it wouldn't be weak. Everyone was immensely amazed. In this other world, seeing a living Siberian husky was truly touching. Here, besides meeting people from the same world, they were also encountering something entirely different for the first time. For a moment, they were filled with a sense of novelty. However, just then they saw the husky circle around everyone, and immediately a peculiar message appeared before them. Husky 50, 70, 300. For 73, seeing the information before them, everyone was somewhat bewildered. What is it doing? It seems like it's counting us. Everyone was puzzled by the husky's actions. But several top testers felt something familiar, their expression strange. This familiar feeling. It seems like it's back again. And everything was not beyond their expectations. After counting everyone, it stretched out its right paw and pointed at them. Husky, a total of 577 males. Sigh. Another 570 human servants to manage. Initially, everyone was quite curious about the husky's behavior, but upon seeing the message before them, they all felt dismayed. The smiles on everyone's faces froze instantly. What did it just say? If I'm not mistaken. It seems to have taken all of us as human servants. Realizing that this dog regarded all of them as human servants, everyone was immediately furious. Damn, this dog is too arrogant. Human servants? Just a dog thinking it can turn things upside down. Why does it only consider us as human servants, and didn't count the female testers? This dog wouldn't have any peculiar ideas, would it? Hey, don't say that. So disgusting. The testers were furious. It was just a dog, yet it dared to think it could dominate over all of them. What a joke. Brothers, I think we should teach this dog a lesson. Exactly. The brother who spoke first, I suppose. What I mean is, let's all go together. Do you think we're all as brainless as you? Even though everyone wanted to kill this dog, they all knew deep down that if they truly acted, it would be seeking death. This was only because the moment this dog appeared, and its prior actions were enough to prove it was the terrifying dog mentioned by Wang Wei. If the information was correct, it might have the strength to contend with the boss. If they truly fought, it would clearly just be delivering themselves as food. Dog Lord, I missed you so much. Jiang Hai and Wang Chun rushed forward. However, upon hearing their words, the dog glared with eyes wide open and directly kicked them both over. I am a wolf. If you call me wrong again, I will take you down. Ouch. That hurt. The two lay on the ground wailing, feeling immensely wronged. Previously, when they called it a dog, it didn't respond, leading them to become too familiar, and now they couldn't correct themselves. Dog. Cough. Wolf Lord. Wang Wei looked at the dog softly, saying, We'd like to ask you, who would have thought? Upon hearing this, the dog shot him a glare. Stop babbling. I don't have time to deal with you. Now tell me, if we take down the final boss, does this task end? Seeing the dog's information, Wang Wei was somewhat puzzled, but also immediately replied, yes, then I'll go deal with it now. The dog finished speaking and immediately turned to leave. What's going on with it? Wang Wei was somewhat at a loss. Why was this dog so eager to take down the boss compared to them? Is it going to fight the boss? No way. This dog seems eager to take down the boss. The crowd stood dumbfounded, watching the sudden appearance and departure of Erguzi. A dog is actually more proactive than they are. Who cares what its thoughts are? We need to set off quickly. We have to at least get some experience. Someone exclaimed loudly. Exactly. A single plane attack counts as a win. The crowd nodded. Their attacks surely wouldn't inflict significant damage on the boss, but causing it some trouble would still be worthwhile. Regardless, touching the boss would definitely yield experience. Even a mosquito is meat, especially since their contribution to the task was related to the final reward. Brothers were off ahead. Go! Zhang Yun chuckled, leaping onto Yin Bing's back, charging ahead first. For some reason, he inexplicably gave Yin Bing a playful slap on the rear. With a loud pop, a wave of pain surged through. Yin Bing's face turned green, unable to suppress his fury. Damn it. Did you really think I was a horse? This shout caused Zhang Yun to freeze in place. After that, he could only awkwardly smile. Sorry. I just instinctively remembered that's how people ride horses on TV. Damn it. Don't forget. I'm the father. If there's a next time, you're out of here. Yin Bing's eyes were ablaze, his expression grim. All right. Good. Zhang Yun awkwardly replied. Among the trial participants, someone shouted at the two who had already rushed out. Brothers, can we hitch a ride? How about adding one person? However, Yin Bing ignored these rascals and kept charging forward. The crowd could only sigh in disappointment, feeling a bit envious. When will I ever have a mount? Don't think about it. That's Zhang Yun's private ride. If only I could fly like Su Ran. Traveling every day. Except for traveling, it's all about traveling. My feet are almost worn out. Dreaming is fine. That flying ability must be rare. With no level in the 30s and luck, I feel like it's pointless to think about it. Stop chatting, hurry up and travel. If we're late, we might not even get a sip of soup. What the hell? Is that dog so strong? Look how confidently it's going to deal with the boss. It can't be weak. That makes sense. Without further delay, the crowd immediately set off in the direction Erguzi had left. The blood moon hung high in the sky. Countless bats filled the air, forming gigantic webs. Countless cries echoed. Such a massive number left the trial participants in Area 405 utterly astonished. Especially when they realized these bats possessed considerable strength, their fear intensified. 405 for 'em. Damn, these bats just won't stop. You want to kill all these bats? Are you? They're so annoying, constantly screeching in my ear. It gives me a headache. That thing isn't weak. I just saw a fool standing outside bravely confronting those bats, and he was drained dry. What the hell? Is it that terrifying? No kidding. I don't have time to joke with you. What should we do then? I suggest not going out. It's best to stay in a confined space. Haha, just hide. Most people were not although that thing can suck blood and is difficult to deal with, as long as we don't give it a chance, we'll be fine. Let it screech outside while we isolate ourselves. However, just then someone suddenly posted a terrified message on the forum. Damn it. I saw the boss. What the hell? Really? What does it look like? It looks very human. I just took a sneaky glance. That thing actually wants to suck human blood. Is it that terrifying? My god. This boss sounds like a vampire. Good brother, investigate further. Alright. What the hell? It's looking this way. It noticed me. Good. Don't scare us. Quick, tell us what happened. Crap. The forum shows he's been disqualified. Damn, he's dead. It's over. Another one is dead. The trial participants in Area 405 were horrified. Previously people had been dying one after another, but the recently deceased was the only one who had conveyed the message. Thinking of the blood-sucking boss, the crowd couldn't help but shiver. In the following period the forum was filled with anxious and fearful messages. Damn it. Another person is gone. Zhang Wei hid in the cave, tears streaming down, hugging his arms and trembling. Just a short while after the boss appeared, more than half of the people had already died. The numbers were rapidly dwindling, and he didn't know when it would be his turn. The boss shouldn't be able to find this place, right? Zhang Wei was somewhat apprehensive. This underground cave was the hiding place he had painstakingly found. He had intended to stay here until the boss was eliminated. Because this boss was a shared task between two regions, the group from Area 404 would definitely not let. If I had known, I should have joined them. Zhang Wei felt immense regret. Initially, he had been one of the fearful individuals unwilling to confront the monsters, wanting to rely on others to complete the task. During the conflict between the two regions, after witnessing the formidable strength of the trial participants from Area 405, he became one of the defectors. But he never expected that the regional attack would change the entire battle situation because of one person. Zhang Wei thought of Su Ran's unfathomable strength, feeling incredibly envious. Why? Why is he so strong? Zhang Wei felt extremely unbalanced, gritting his teeth in hatred. Everyone faced life-threatening dangers because of the task, yet Su Ran was always an exception. Every time it was because of Su Ran that they could successfully complete the task, and without Su Ran they all felt like worthless trash. This time Su Ran was even banned from participating due to overwhelming strength. This made Zhang Wei, who was currently fearful, envious, and resentful. If he had such strength, he wouldn't be hiding. He could just go out and slay the boss. Sigh. God, this is so unfair. Zhang Wei couldn't help but the sound echoed in the cave, lingering for a long time. After venting his frustrations, Zhang Wei sighed once more. Despite his unwillingness, he felt utterly weak. I hope the boss disappears soon. After all, my food supply is rather limited. Zhang Wei thought to himself. The food he brought was only enough for once the time runs out, he would have to find a way to venture out in search of food. However, as Zhang Wei contemplated this, a faint sound suddenly reached his ears. Tap tap. Though the sound was soft, Zhang Wei could distinguish it as footsteps. Who goes there? The sudden voice sent a chill down his spine. He fixed his gaze on the direction of the sound, his body squirming as he hid in the corner, desperate not to be discovered by the newcomer. Little cutie, don't hide. I've already found you. The raspy voice echoed in the cave mere meters away from Zhang Wei. Hearing this voice, Zhang Wei buried his head in a pile of stones, too frightened to peek. At this time and place, only the boss would come looking for him. It was probably only the boss. Thinking of this, Zhang Wei's back became drenched in sweat, his heart racing wildly as fear took root in his heart. Squeak, squeak. At that moment, dozens of bats flapped their wings and swooped towards Zhang Wei's hiding spot. Their sharp teeth tore through his clothes and skin, beginning to devour his blood. Get away. All of you get away. Terrified, Zhang Wei's face turned pale as he began to flail his arms in resistance. Unable to endure any longer, he fled in panic. Soon he found himself chased by the bats right in front of the newcomer. Seeing a pale face with wings sprouting from the back, blood-red eyes, and sharp teeth of the Blood Lord, Zhang Wei jumped up in fright. Although he had seen information about it on the forum, encountering the boss in person still dealt a heavy blow to Zhang Wei's heart, especially now that the boss was right in front of him. The Blood Lord smiled, gently waving a hand, and the bats that were feeding on Zhang Wei's blood immediately halted their actions and retreated to the side. Your voice was quite loud just now. Oh, I could hear it clearly from outside the cave, though it was a bit piercing. The Blood Lord spoke with a stiff smile, his gaze sweeping over Zhang Wei's skin. Gulp. Zhang Wei swallowed hard, not daring to move. This boss actually could talk. Tap tap. The Blood Lord stepped closer, drawing near to Zhang Wei's ear. Zhang Wei could even feel the warm breath of the Blood Lord sending chills down his spine. In an instant, Zhang Wei began to tremble all over, his fear reaching its peak, dreading that the boss would suddenly start. Though he desperately wished to turn and run, his mind told him that doing so would only lead to a quicker death. With less than level 10, he had no chance of survival before the boss. Woo-woo. Facing imminent death, Zhang Wei couldn't help but tremble and cry out. The Blood Lord gently brushed his neck softly, saying, Don't worry, it won't hurt at all, you'll adapt quickly. Walk. Zhang Wei cried, even louder. Hey, as a reward, let me tell you something. If you survive till the end, you're quite lucky, kid. The Blood Lord chuckled playfully, tracing his slender finger along Zhang Wei's earlobe softly, saying, You are the last survivor of Zone 405. Once I've eaten you, will head over to deal with those in Zone 404. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei's cries abruptly ceased as he instinctively glanced at the forum, only to find that in just a moment's time, the once lively forum was now deathly silent. All those who had been active on the forum just moments ago had disappeared without a trace. Now in the entire Zone 405 forum, he was the only living person. WWHY. Would this happen? Zhang Wei's pupils dilated, his voice trembling. How could it be that in such a short time everyone had died? They were all consumed by me and my minions. Now it's your turn, little cutie. The Blood Lord licked his lips with a mocking expression. Then it suddenly lunged forward and bit into Zhang Wei. Gulch! Gulch! The Blood Lord's throat convulsed as torrents of blood flowed into his belly. Zhang Wei screamed in agony, filled with fear. He wanted to struggle, but his limbs grew increasingly weak. Ugh! Gradually he could hardly make a sound. Before their eyes his skin rapidly shriveled, and his figure became frail. Truly delicious. The Blood Lord spread his arms, a look of bliss on his face. No matter how many times he tasted it, the flavor of these trialists was the best. Thud. The now emaciated Zhang Wei bore no resemblance to his former self, and fell heavily to the ground like a withered corpse. Alright, I've dealt with all the little cuties in this area. Now it's time to deal with the little cuties in Zone 404. The Blood Lord's face revealed a hint of anticipation. Hopefully in the upcoming feast he would encounter something special. If we're talking about deliciousness, perhaps that trialist I encountered earlier was the best. What a pity. Remembering Su Ran, the Blood Lord's eyes revealed a deep sense of apprehension. The Dragon Slayer. It was hard to imagine that such a terrifying being could appear in a novice trial ground. Once I return, I must mention this to those from the Dragon Clan. Even though he killed the Fire Dragon of the Duanheng Mountain, that was merely a fire dragon that had not yet reached its full form. There is still a significant gap compared to true dragons. The Blood Lord's pale face revealed a cold smile. Though it was certainly no match for that monster, the Dragon Clan had many powerful beings. The Dragon Slayer. Anyone who bore that title was either incredibly powerful or had a strong background. For a human who had just descended from the lower realms to attain that title was no trivial matter. Once discovered by the Dragon Clan, they would face an endless pursuit with little chance of survival. Just as the Blood Lord was lost in thought, it keenly sensed a creature approaching. My, what is that? The Blood Lord felt a bit puzzled. It seemed the newcomer was not human, yet magical creatures should not dare approach it either. As it pondered this, the strange creature appeared before it. Woof woof, you must be the boss, right? Wolf Lord has finally found you. Having reached the destination, Lord Ha came to a sudden stop. It barked excitedly twice. Looking at this dog, the Blood Lord fell into deep thought. A dog claiming to be a wolf is somewhat acceptable, but judging by its demeanor, it seems it is here to challenge me. Woof woof, I know you're the boss. Young Master Ha stared intently at the Blood Lord, his cheerful voice tinged with excitement. The scent emanating from the opponent told it that this being was the strongest in the area. White fellow. Upon hearing this address, the Blood Lord's eyes twitched slightly. What breed of dog is this? It seems quite intelligent, and it knows I'm the boss, yet it dares to confront me. But ultimately, why has this dog come to find me? What do you want, dog? The Blood Lord frowned and asked. It could sense that this dog's strength was not weak at all. The fact that a dog could possess such power is truly Upon hearing this, young master, his eyes widened, and his breath became rapid. Woof woof. What dog? I am a wolf. Noble wolf. Moreover, I have come here to take you down. The Blood Lord fell silent, looking at young Master Ha with an extremely peculiar gaze. It could not comprehend this dog's thought process. Although the dog's strength was decent, it still paled in comparison to its own. How could it dare to claim it would defeat me? Could it be that I overestimated this dog, and that its intelligence is actually lacking? There should be no entanglement between us. Why do you wish to attack me? The Blood Lord voiced its doubts, while simultaneously warning, moreover, with your strength you are no match for me. I advise you not to seek your own demise. It did not wish to engage in unnecessary conflict with this dog, as its primary goal was to deal with the challengers. Furthermore, this dog's strength was not weak. If it truly wanted to kill the opponent, it might sustain some injuries. White fellow, stop talking today, you will die under my claws. Young Master Ha growled and lunged forward without hesitation. Its limbs dug into the ground as it suddenly dashed out, like a fleeting shadow pouncing towards the Blood Lord. As long as it dealt with this pale creature, it could once again glimpse the path of evolution. Woof! The dog barked, accompanied by a flash of its sharp claws slicing through the air. Arrogant. The Blood Lord's expression grew cold at the sight of the sudden attack. It did not rashly receive the dog's attack, but chose to step back, summoning dozens of bats to coalesce in front of it. Whooshed! Dozens of bats were torn apart, falling to the ground. Blood spilled everywhere, spreading in all directions. The dog's claws flashed and landed on the ground. Just as the dog landed, the Blood Lord kicked through the bats and struck fiercely. Bang! Ow! The dog let out a wail as it was kicked in the waist, flying through the air. Smack! It landed on the ground like a dead dog. Fool! The Blood Lord merely scoffed at this. The dog's actions were full of flaws in its eyes. It had been somewhat cautious earlier, wary of any special abilities the dog might possess. But now it seemed it had overthought it. Tap tap. The Blood Lord stepped towards the dog, approaching it directly. A foolish dog that does not know its own death dares to seek trouble with me. Now I shall let you know the consequences of provoking me. I trust that a star-level monster will enhance my subordinates to a considerable extent. A cruel smile appeared on the Blood Lord's pale face. It decided to let its subordinates devour this dog before. However, just as this thought crossed its mind, the dog that lay on the ground like a dead dog suddenly sprang up. It completed a flip in midair, kicking its hind legs directly at the Blood Lord's face. Smack! The Blood Lord, caught off guard, now had 2 dark footprints on its pale face. Its body uncontrollably sat down on the ground. Boom! The dog landed gracefully, its limbs touched. Its tail wagged joyfully, a hint of excitement filling its expression. Did not expect this, did you? This wolf is completely unharmed, and even managed to leave a mark on you. Upon seeing the information flash before its eyes, the Blood Lord's chest was instantly filled with rage. I will kill you. It covered its face and awkwardly got back up. Its eyes were filled with fury. How could a mere dog dare to mock it? Level talent, bloodthirsty pool. In that moment, the Blood Lord's scarlet eyes began to bleed. Its pale skin gradually turned blood red. Squeak. At the same time, countless bats began to cover its body, gradually merging with it. In the next, the surrounding bats completely merged with it, causing a significant transformation in the Blood Lord's form. Its body turned into a pitch-black flesh armor, with only its crimson eyes remaining unchanged. I will devour you whole. The Blood Lord's voice was filled with anger. At this moment, it no longer took things lightly and unleashed all its power. At this moment, a commotion came from the cave entrance. Zhang Yun rode in on Yin Bing, and the two happened to witness this shocking scene. What the hell? This feels dangerous. The first thought that flashed through their minds was that it could kill them in an instant. It seems we have arrived at a bad time. Should we wait for the main force instead? Thus they made a sharp turn and dashed out of the cave. The Blood Lord was momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance and disappearance of the two. What were those two The dog, looking at the transformed Blood Lord, suddenly tucked its tail between its legs, feeling an immense pressure. Woof woof, I won't hold back. Today it's either you or me that dies. The dog barked twice, its eyes showing a determined howl. The dog howled loudly, its aura beginning to shift. Level talent, 5 types of amplification, battle intent fluctuation activated. Passive trait 1, full state. Strength amplification 100, speed amplification 100, constitution amplification 100. Passive trait 2, full state. Vision distance doubled. Passive trait 3, full state. Bite force increased 5-fold. At this moment, the dog's aura began to rise dramatically, reaching its peak. What is happening? The Blood Lord's expression was one of sheer horror, as it felt the sudden surge of power from the dog. What exactly is going on? Could it be talent? The Blood Lord's pupils contracted, unable to believe it. A dog actually possessed talent, and it was a combat type. Moreover, the enhancement brought by this talent far exceeded its imagination. Although it had not yet experienced it personally, its perception could not be wrong. The dog's power was dramatically different from that moment earlier. In fact, it posed an unparalleled threat. In a corner, unnoticed, Su Ran quietly observed everything transformed into a shadow. Name: Young Master Ha. Relationship: Master and Servant. Description: possessing the noble bloodline of a demonic dog. It is an anomaly born in this world, highly intelligent, able to understand speech, and is currently intimidated by your immense charm. It has clearly recognized its identity as a servant. Status: energetic, eager for evolution. Level 20, 10 attribute points can be allocated for each level up. Class: Elite, Class Beast, all attributes 100. Strength 168, 100. Additional enhancement 404. Agility 163, 100. Additional enhancement 228. Constitution 137, 100. Additional enhancement 233. Spirit 140, 100. Additional reduction 98. Talent: Cray talent. Certain well-known talent upgraded. Passive trait 1, strength, agility, and constitution attributes increased by 70, spirit decreased by 70 modified. Passive trait 2, destruction. When in an excited state, possesses immense destructive power towards everything around. Strength and agility attributes increased by 70 modified. Passive trait 3, energetic. When the state of energy is full, speed is 100. Passive trait 4, exceptional sense of smell, extraordinary ability. Scrade talent, 5 types of enhancement activated. Progress 40. All attributes 608. In enhanced state 1375. Power assessment 4 stars. In enhanced state, superstar level 6. Everything about Erguzi could not escape Su Ran's divine observation. In his sight, its power had directly reached superstar level 6. It seems this fellow has been fighting quite a number of monsters lately, and its certain well-known talent has actually upgraded. Looking at Erguzi's changes, Su Ran felt quite shocked. The reason he kept this dog was because of its immense potential. Not only did it possess an upgrade speed comparable to that of challengers, but its certain well-known talent was also remarkably strong. Though it is grade, it is still much stronger than some grade talents. Su Ran thought to himself. His 5 types of enhancement could automatically activate during battle, while Erguzi's needed to possess fighting spirit to activate. The powerful aspect of the 5 types of enhancement is that it has no cooldown time and can last indefinitely. With such a powerful talent combined with the certain well-known talent of Air Guzi, it directly pushed it into a realm of extraordinary strength. Currently the strongest under my command is probably the Phantom in it. Su-Ran felt somewhat emotional. Fortunately this dog had been well-behaved lately. Otherwise if he really killed it, it would be somewhat painful. The outcome is already determined, there's no meaning anymore. Although the Blood Lord also possessed enhancement-type talent, it was still somewhat inferior to Air Guzi. After all, he had granted this dog a cheat. Name Blood Lord. All attributes 1255 in battle enhancement state. After Su-Ran left, a fierce battle broke out in the cave. The sound of explosions echoed throughout the cave. The ground was covered with transformed dry corpses of bats, and at a glance there were thousands of them. Air Guzi leaped through the cave with extraordinary speed, attacking the Blood Lord. With a whoosh its claws flashed, by leaving several deep claw marks on the Blood Lord's chest. The Blood Lord, gasping for breath, staggered back, half kneeling on the ground. It panted heavily, its crimson eyes filled with disbelief. What? Am I inferior to a dog? The Blood Lord roared loudly in the cave, unable to accept that this dog's power was actually above its own. It is a dignified blood clan, yet it is inferior to a dog. This is truly a tremendous joke. Woof woof. I have already said that I am a wolf, not a dog. Air Guzi was furious. It was clearly a noble wolf clan. Everyone who saw it claimed it was a dog, which was an extreme insult. Damn it. The Blood Lord shouted, unwillingly covered in blood. Its strength continued to decline while this dog was able to maintain its peak state. At this point it had no chance of victory left. What the hell is going on in this area? First there was the Dragon Slayer, and then this dog. The Blood Lord was incomparably devastated. Why were all the monsters it encountered in this trial so powerful? The earlier Su-Ran had terrified it, and now a random dog could also overpower it. Dragon Slayer. Oh, it seems you have already met my master. Upon hearing the Blood Lord's words, Air Guzi's mind flashed with a figure, and it suddenly realized. No wonder the master would appear in this area and let it complete the task. It turned out he had already encountered this fellow. Master. Upon hearing this, the Blood Lord's brain momentarily malfunctioned. After a moment it finally came back to its senses. Are you saying that Dragon Slayer is your master? Air Guzi nodded and joyfully barked twice. Woof woof. That's right. As long as I kill you, my master will surely reward me again. I see. No wonder he said that back then. The Blood Lord muttered to itself, feeling an immense shock in its heart for a moment. This batch of challengers had only descended for less than a month. A human had already become powerful enough to slay dragons, and this strength surpassed that of its dog, which was still his subordinate. What kind of divine being is that human? Alright, you can obediently go and die now. At that moment Air Guzi moved. The Blood Lord clutched his throat, yet could not stop the blood from gushing forth. Hot crimson blood dripped onto the ground. How despicable. I can't believe. This is how everything ends. The Blood Lord's pale face quickly withered. Its expression appeared extremely unwilling, and a hint of fear flickered in its scarlet pupils. It could not accept its own demise, especially to die so aggrieved at the hands of a dog. It faintly sensed the rage in the eyes of its kin, and the mocking gazes of all who would learn the news afterward. Thud. Its increasingly weak body made its steps falter, and it eventually knelt on the ground. Under its feet a pool of blood spread outwards. Just then a fierce sound of footsteps echoed from outside, accompanied by numerous excited shouts. Brothers, the boss is right inside. Listen up. Everyone work together and take it down. Remember, don't be reckless, and don't be careless, or else you might find yourself in the afterlife. Even in the face of the boss our momentum must not falter. Shout the battle cries with me. Ali give. Balala energy. The crow boards the plane, the tornado destroys the parking lot. Goodness, not a single one is repeated. Damn, can't you all unify a bit? What are you even saying? Not one bit imposing. Hundreds of trial takers rushed into the cave. The commotion was akin to that of 1,000 horses, not to be underestimated. Especially when they shouted their battle cries, their momentum seemed to swell threefold. I wheeled the Fong Tian Hua Ji, riding a red-blooded horse, taking enemy generals' heads as easily as reaching into a pouch. Brothers, watch me lead the charge. Zhang Yun laughed heartily as he took the lead. Earlier he felt a bit hesitant on his own, but now with hundreds behind him plus that strong dog fighting up front, he felt he could play the sly one and sneak attack the boss. However, contrary to his wishes, Yin Bing could no longer hold back upon hearing his words. Damn it, you're getting more outrageous. Yin Bing stood up forcefully and directly flipped Zhang Yun to the ground. Damn, the sudden rebellion of his mount caught Zhang Yun off guard. In an instant Zhang Yun fell flat on his face. Yin Bing's sudden action left the crowd behind unprepared, many directly stepping on Zhang Yun's face. In merely a few seconds Zhang Yun was stomped on dozens of times, lying on the ground in utter embarrassment. You all are ruthless. Zhang Yun curled up on the ground moaning. Had it not been for his body being far stronger now, that last assault could have easily claimed his life. Yet even so, he had no strength left to fight. It was indeed all grand words spoken first, but no actions followed. Was forcibly logged off. Brothers with healing skills, please give me a heal. I'm about to perish. Zhang Yun cried out in pain, convulsing all over. A trial taker with healing skills glanced at him. I don't think you're quite at death's door, just lie down like that. Don't worry. We'll take care of your share of experience. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun's eyes widened. What the hell? Is that your excuse for not using your healing skills on me? Have we not built some rapport over this time? Is it worth less than mere experience? The trial taker who had spoken earlier looked confused. What rapport do we have? Stop yelling, just rest up. We're leaving now, don't worry. We'll make sure to get your share. The trial takers continued forward without looking back. As for Zhang Yun, he wouldn't die anyway. Letting him rest here would mean one less competitor for experience. As the trial takers contemplated this, they finally arrived deep within the cave. It's just up ahead. I saw the boss right before with that idiot Zhang Yun. Yin Bing pointed ahead at the corners, speaking in a hushed tone. Something's off. According to what you both said, it should be battling the dog. Why is it so quiet? Could it be the dog lost? As they considered this possibility, the trial takers suddenly felt a tightening in their hearts. If that dog lost, they would have to face a formidable superboss on their own. Be careful, don't be careless. Wang Wei's expression turned grave, softly speaking. Remember, if you see the boss, don't panic. Even if it truly survived until the end, it should be severely injured. If things go awry, don't just run blindly. That will only lead everyone to doom. In his guess, even if Ha Gongzi truly lost to the boss, it shouldn't be a total defeat. As long as the opponent was injured, they still had a chance to take it down together. A chaotic situation would only give the enemy opportunities to take them out one by one. Don't worry. I'm as steady as an old dog. Even if a naked celestial being were in front of me, I could remain. Just try me. The trial takers' expressions turned resolute, each speaking up. Although their words could be questioned, their demeanor was extremely serious. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The trial takers dared not breathe heavily, cautiously approaching the corner. The only sound that emerged was the unavoidable tiny footsteps scraping against the ground. At this moment, the trial takers walking at the front appeared at the corner. They peered cautiously ahead, even holding their... In an instant, their pupils widened, suddenly filled with disbelief. Then a cacophony of voices erupted from... Damn! What the hell? I can't believe it. The loudness startled the trial takers behind them. What the hell? You almost scared the soul out of me. Why are you shouting so loudly? Are you afraid the boss won't notice? What happened? What's going on? The trial takers behind were suddenly anxious. They had no idea what was happening ahead, only knowing something extraordinary must have occurred. At this moment, the foremost trial taker charged forward, and the others quickly followed. When everything before their eyes came into view, a wailing sound arose. The Blood Lord lay in a pool of blood, entirely transformed into a dried corpse. The ground around him was littered with the shriveled bodies of bats. Young Master Ha stood atop the highest rock, surveying everything. His face was filled with pride, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. The trial participants who witnessed this scene were all heartbroken. Why is this happening? What a joke. I feel like we are just battlefield reporters. Damn it. The boss didn't even get touched before it ended. You still want to touch it? We didn't even see the boss face, and it was... Oh my god. Another boss that has nothing to do with me. I am useless. Throughout several missions aside from the people from Area 405, most of the trial participants from Area 404 were just there to watch. In previous missions, it was always Su Ran who turned the tide, while they were merely cheering from the sidelines. Yet even so, Su Ran feasted while they merely sipped the soup. And that was it. But this time the boss was completely taken down by that dog alone. Forget about sipping soup. Aside from Zhang Yun and Yin Bing, they hadn't even seen a living boss. Such experiences left everyone heartbroken to the point that even the shocking power of Air Guzi was subconsciously overlooked. At least, the boss is dead. Wang Wei let out a sigh of relief. The few of them had already reached level 20 and experience points were no longer as important to them. Thus they naturally did not feel as much pain as others. Just when their hearts were collapsing, that familiar voice echoed once more in their ears, accompanied by the appearance of the system interface. Announcement: the task, the last trial of the novice zone, has been completed. Congratulations to all trial participants. Details: this final novice task is an assessment of your survival value and strength. Surviving under such difficult trials is enough to prove your excellence. You have demonstrated your worth for survival through facts. Among those who successfully survived after several tasks, there is no doubt that you are the victors. Proof: those who ultimately survive will be granted proof of a novice trial participant by the system. Proof medal. This is recognition for your efforts during this period, and after a series of evaluations you will be assessed for all your trials. Evaluation levels: DCBAS. Evaluation message: each trial participant will receive blessings from the system, and special groups will receive additional messages. The final trial has been achieved. From now on you will no longer be novice rookies, but trial participants capable of standing on your own, and you will not be constrained by tasks anymore. The vast world awaits your exploration. Whether to become a lord of a region, a sovereign of a nation, embark on the path of evolution, or ascend to godly status, all depends on your own choices. The system's voice was different from before. It was once again filled with humanity. As everything from the announcement was absorbed by the trial participants, everyone felt a bit dazed. The novice trial has really come to an end. So from now on, we are free. Holy crap. I want to be a king having thousands of beauties in my harem is my lifelong wish. Smirking, what a loser. With strength, who needs those? I say we set a small goal first, let's become gods before talking. Funny, can you be more realistic? It's hard enough to fight a monster. And becoming a god. Why not just ascend to heaven directly? The system's words sparked many imaginations among the crowd. However, more people focused on the practical. Having experienced a series of tasks and witnessing the deaths of many, they were already very clear about what kind of world. In this place, strength is everything. If you lack strength, then you can only cling to the strong. For instance, Su Ran is a leg to hold on to that couldn't be better. Strong not only in power, but also easy to talk to. The key is, he's handsome. Compared to what you guys mentioned, I care more about the evaluation. I just don't know what my evaluation will be. Let's not think too much about our group of S and a grade bystander. Honestly, I even feel that B grade is a stretch. Su Ran at least is a grade. I think S grade is possible. And the system's evaluation message, I want to know what the system dad will give me as a message. Smirking. As the final task concluded, everyone's tense hearts could finally be set free, a rare opportunity to completely relax, which was truly hard to come by in this other world. At that moment, the system's voice rang out again, yet it was that familiar and cold tone, no longer humanized. Task 1, eliminate the 9 great generals, completed. Task 2, eliminate B-class monsters, completed. Task Reward 1, all trial participants who participated in the battle against the 9 great generals and their followers will be allocated 0 experience points based on contribution values. Task Reward 2, all trial participants who participated in the battle against boss-class monsters and their followers will be allocated 0 experience points based on contribution values and will randomly receive 1 talent. Task Reward 3, all trial participants in this task will randomly receive a skill from G grade to S grade. Holy crap. This time there's so much experience, it's unprecedented. Is it a lot? There are hundreds of people in our area, right? Each person's share isn't actually much. Damn. Task Reward 2 comes with a talent. Holy, I'm freaking out. This talent is being given to the dog. I'm crying. If I had known, I should have just touched the boss with Zhang Yun earlier. At least I could have had a chance. Let's not think about Reward 2. It's completely booked by the dog. Let's see Reward 3 instead. Awesome. Brothers, it's time to test our luck again. I want S grade. I'm willing to trade my first reward for a skill of such high level. Do you have enough mana? You probably can't even unleash it. What do you know? I can save it for later, right? Seeing Reward 3, everyone went crazy. Awakening a talent was a gamble of luck. Whether they could defy the odds depended on this time. Something's not right. This dog isn't a trial participant. Can it receive rewards? This question was successfully posed to everyone present. What if, just hypothetically, if this reward doesn't actually belong to the dog, then do we stand a chance? But we didn't even lay a hand on the boss. Can't you see? The system explicitly stated that battling its minions counts, and we just slaughtered dozens of bats upon entering. Smirking sideways, whoa. So, we do have a shot. That seems correct. Though I suspect our luck is notorious. They chatted lightheartedly. Perhaps they too might acquire a new aptitude, albeit with odds diminished by an astronomical margin. Hearing their banter, Erguzzi's eyes flared wide, and he barked furiously. Woof! Woof! Dare utter dog about this sovereign again, and I'll bite you to death. Yes, understood. Cowed by Erguzzi's overwhelming authority, they could only nod in submission. After all, this canine's strength was terrifying. Provoking his wrath would assuredly yield no favorable outcome. Yet at that very moment, perhaps spurred by their conversation, the system's response protocol activated. Before every cultivator present, a luminous notification materialized. Notice as Lord Ha is the pet of trialist Su Ran. All rewards obtained by him shall be directly inherited by trialist Su Ran. A familiar icy voice resonated across the chamber. In that instant, all sound ceased. Every trialist froze in place, stunned into silence. Moments later, an uproar erupted. No way. This dog belongs to Senior Su Ran. Heavens above, so that's how it is. Truly worthy of Senior Su Ran. Even absent in person, his mere pet can slay the boss. Incredible. Senior Su Ran commands a pet of such staggering power. Unbelievable. Seriously. Once again, Senior Su Ran secures the richest bounty. Wails echoed through the hall as disbelief rippled among them. They had assumed this trial bore no connection to Su Ran. Yet unexpectedly, he now possessed a pet of extraordinary might. Moreover, this reward too would surely fall exclusively to him. Damn it all. Jiang Hai hurled his long sword onto the ground, his face contorted with anguish and fury. Last time he'd been enslaved by the Goblin Elder, and his master was Su Ran. Now he was enslaved once more. And his new master's master was still Su Ran. Oh, Wang Chun grimaced, inwardly seething. Why did every one of Senior Su Ran's subordinates delight in enslaving others? How mortifying it would be to meet Su Ran face to face. Never fails. We're still clinging to Senior Su Ran's coattails. Wang Zhifei chuckled wryly. He'd hoped this trial would break the pattern. Yet again, it was Su Ran who enabled their success. I see. Wang Wei sighed softly. No wonder the dog had aided them so unreservedly. It must have been Su Ran's direct command. Good heavens, even his pets wield such power. Meng Xiang gaped speechless. Su Ran remained an enigma, his strength fathomless, his aura inscrutable. Huh, I knew Senior Su Ran would never abandon us. Brilliant. He's exploited a loophole in the system. After all, the system only forbids Su Ran himself, and his Shadow Legion and Goblin Legion. Pets were never restricted. Smirking sideways. Senior Su Ran truly is extraordinary. Not only powerful and handsome, but kind-hearted too. Perhaps the difficulty of winning his favor is rather steep. Their excitement surged. Upon learning the truth, shock gave way to exhilaration. They'd long resented Su Ran's prohibition, and now discovering Air Guzi was his pet, they felt profoundly moved. So Senior Su Ran hadn't forsaken them after all. Air Guzi watched his servants in silent resignation. No matter how vehemently he protested, they persisted in calling him dog. It made him wonder, was their vision truly so impaired? His majestic divine bearing was beyond any canine's comparison. Meanwhile, not far from the group, Su Ran harvested aptitudes from trialists slain by the Blood Lord. Frank aptitude, temporal stasis. Active trait halts time for 1 second within a 3-meter radius centered on self. Not yet activated. G-rank aptitude, cerebral acceleration. Active trait increases cognitive processing speed by 3. Not yet activated. G-rank aptitude, skeleton soldier. Active trait summoning aptitude, summons 3 level 1 skeletal soldiers. Frank aptitude, experience amplification. Passive trait grants 20 experience gain. E-rank aptitude, attack amplification. Passive trait boosts offensive damage output by 20. Frank aptitude, G-rank aptitude. This time, dozens of trialists fell to the Blood Lord, and Su Ran successfully reclaimed dozens of aptitudes, distributing duplicates among his subordinates. Has the trial concluded? Air Guzi's reward counts as mine. That's convenient. Su Ran smiled faintly upon reading the notice. He dispatched Air Guzi to aid the other trialists with little personal motive. After all, they were decent folk, and remarkably obedient. Put plainly, they were easily managed. He saw no reason to let them perish prematurely, while the rewards were merely an unexpected bonus. As for this trial's experience, best to level up first. Su Ran mused. Converted to Omni points, this yield amounted to only 2 or 3,000. Insignificant to him now. At his current stage, level progression held paramount importance. And that aptitude, it should without doubt be mine, Su Ran murmured. Statistically, he likely claimed at least 90%. Given his legendary fortune, this trial would surely follow suit. Still, what if some trialist suddenly struck unprecedented luck and seized it? Leave it to fate. Su Ran dismissed the thought instantly. Even an S-rank aptitude held little allure for him. With sufficient Omni points, he could ascend any time he wished. Announcement. Rewards are now being distributed. Please verify receipt. Attention all cultivators, congratulations on successfully completing all novice trials. Proceed now to as a special reward, the system grants each cultivator 100 experience points, 10 silver coins, 10 black iron treasure chests, and 3 bronze treasure chests. As the system's voice faded, every cultivator felt a surge of exhilaration. Finally, the system has shown 10 black iron chests and 3 bronze ones. At last, new tier chests have appeared. I wonder what the odds are for obtaining rare items from these. What exactly is a silver coin? Has the currency system changed? Can you tell the difference between 5 yuan and 10 yuan notes? I was once swindled by a deceitful shopkeeper, who sold me a miscellany mentioning that 100 copper coins equal 1 silver coin. Holy, so the system just granted us 10,000 copper coins. Compared to that, I care more about the experience points. This 100 XP means another level up for me. Such generous rewards are truly beyond comprehension. Haven't you heard? Those embarking on their final journey always feast well before departure. Whoa, sounds like we're about to bite the dust. This time the system's bounty stirred far greater excitement among the cultivators than ever before. Compared to previous meager offerings, this reward was nothing short of opulent. Notice, rewards distributed. As the system's voice concluded, a flash of white light shimmered before each cultivator. Immediately afterward, every cultivator received their personal rewards. Haha, I leveled up again. I just unlocked a Class D offensive skill. Class D, an offensive. Damn it. Skills like this aren't even available in shops. Whoa, I need to check mine. Haha, mine's Class C. Let me examine its effects. Holy, this skill requires 80 agility. I can't meet that threshold. Sigh, I got a Class A skill. But my mana pool is insufficient. I can't even cast it. Sobwhat, Class A. Did your ancestral graves erupt with azure mist? Stop showing off, it's nauseating. Exactly. If we can't cast it now, we will someday. This is Class A. Leaving skills aside, has anyone unlocked a talent? No. Of course. Not a single one of us drew a talent. Naturally, it'll go to Senior Su Ran. As rewards were cultivators erupted into jubilant celebration, each elated beyond measure. These rewards vastly surpassed all prior distributions. Even without securing the singular talent, everyone had obtained unique skills. Haha, Yi Lin, Now is precisely when your seemingly useless talent proves indispensable. Quick, help us decipher this bronze chest description. Jiang Hai strode forward brimming with excitement and presented the bronze chest to Yilin. Hearing this, the others turned their gaze toward him, eager to discern what set the bronze chest apart. Damn thing, Yilin cursed inwardly. To call his talent useless yet demand he appraise it. How utterly contemptible. Though seething inside, Yilin betrayed no emotion on his face. Without uttering a word, he activated his talent and gazed upon the bronze chest in Jiang Hai's hands. Class C talent. Unblinking gaze activated. Species treasure chest. Details, a bronze tier chest. Opening yields randomized rewards 50 chance of Class F items, 47 chance of Class items, 3 chance of Class D items. Species Jiang Hai's hand. Details, a hand teeming with bacteria and scarred by countless wounds, bearing faint traces where myriad microscopic lives once flickered and vanished. Yilin's facial muscles twitched faintly. Well, how is it? Jiang Hai leaned forward, urgently pressing the question. Yilin's expression stiffened. He parted his lips hesitantly. It's fine, though are you feeling quite drained? Jiang Hai blinked bewildered. What do you mean? Ahem, nothing important. I meant the chest. Yilin cleared his throat, feigning composure. Yilin, what did you find? Wang Wei cast him a curious glance. It's acceptable. The bronze chest surpasses the black iron tier by 1 rank. Yilin began explaining the statistical disparities to the group. I see. 3 chance for Class D items is indeed far more reliable than the black iron chest's mere 1 for... Wang Wei nodded thoughtfully. A Class D item, should they draw one, would undoubtedly be the highest tier artifact they could currently possess. Such artifacts were virtually unattainable in any marketplace. Damn, we've lost out. Jiang Hai winced, recalling Wang Wei's earlier promise of only black iron chests, never imagining they'd receive bronze ones instead. You've lost nothing. Don't act ungrateful after receiving such bounty. Wang Zhifei rolled his eyes. They were sent to fetch the hound, but he'd already fled. By the time they returned, he was fully recovered. No pleading required. If we didn't profit, doesn't that mean loss? Jiang Hai muttered under his breath, too wary to protest further, lest even the black iron chests vanish. So, we're now free to go. Theoretically yes. Then where shall we head next? At those words, silence fell upon the group. Without assigned tasks, they had nowhere to turn. For days they had fought desperately to survive in this alien land. Yet without purpose, direction dissolved into... Senior Wang Wei, what is your counsel? All eyes turned to him. Among the cultivators, Wang Wei commanded broad respect, his judgment consistently sound and dependable. Wang Wei paused in contemplation, then lifted his gaze, and spoke softly. Let us seek Senior Su Ran. Half our survival thus far owes to him. Moreover, he is the strongest among us. Aligning with him is without doubt our wisest course. His reasoning remained impeccably lucid. Even now, having shed their novice status, this world still harbored countless terrifying entities capable of extinguishing their lives in an instant. Only by firmly attaching themselves to Senior Su Ran could they ensure survival. Agreed. Truth be told, I'd reached the same conclusion. Seeking patronage alone would feel humiliating, but if everyone shares this intent, then it feels perfect. Hearing this, not a single cultivator objected, because it echoed the unspoken conviction of every soul. The final novice trial had come to an end. Everyone now had to ponder the path ahead. In this perilous otherworld, danger could appear without warning. Feigning indifference would not do, unless one had grown weary of life. After deliberation, all the trialists agreed to follow in Su Ran's footsteps. I just ed the great Su Ran on the forum, but he didn't reply. Wang Zhifei said, glancing at Wang Wei. He might be busy right now. Is that so? Wang Wei nodded in understanding. No one was surprised. Su Ran rarely appeared on the forum. As the strongest trialist in their region, he was surely occupied. Then let's head to the goblin camp and wait for him, Wang Wei said softly, looking at the others. All right. Everyone replied with a nod. And so the caravan set off, marching toward the goblin camp as their destination. Along the way, the mood lightened, the oppressive tension that had weighed on them all lifted now that the looming task was gone. In a sense, they were finally free. Within the group, Wang Chen slipped close to Jiang Hai and murmured, when we return this time, we can take revenge on the goblin elder. His voice was low but brimming with hatred. Good. This time he'll tear that old thing to pieces, even if it's a servant of the great Su Ran. Jiang Hai ground his teeth and spoke each word with fury. His eyes seemed to blaze. Every memory of that humiliation made him ache to kill. Although Erguzi treated them as servants, at least he did not subject them to perverse words and disgusting acts. And he even let them gain experience. By contrast, the goblin elder was lecherous and constantly groped them at every opportunity. We must make that bastard pay. Wang Chen agreed, wholeheartedly feeling it to his core. Yet a flicker of hesitation passed through his eyes as he whispered, but what if we kill it? Will the great Su Ran be angry with us? If he is angry, our fate may be grim. If Su Ran took mild offense, they might be beaten and cast out of the group. If he took great offense, they might lose their life. Jiang Hai sneered with disdain. What is there to fear? Wang Chen widened his eyes in shock and urged anxiously, don't be stupid. With your 3 trick skills you can't possibly fight the great Su Ran. What are you thinking? Jiang Hai gave him a look and then laughed coldly. A mere 1-star goblin minion. How could Su Ran possibly care about it? Even if Su Ran were to pursue it we could just pledge ourselves as his underlings. With our current strength we're hardly inferior to that goblin, our value far exceeds its worth. Hearing this Wang Chun was surprised, then his gaze flickered, and he said in a lower voice, I strongly suspect you've had this plan in mind all along. By Jiang Hai's reckoning their value far surpassed that of the goblin. Kill the goblin, then confess to Su Ran. At that point to fill the void left by the goblin elder's death, Su Ran might allow them to redeem themselves, and thus become his subordinates. Huh. Exactly. Jiang Hai smiled with satisfaction. My plan is brilliant, isn't it? He was not foolish enough to recklessly attack Su Ran's servant without calculation. That would be courting death. It's acceptable. Wang Chun forced a smile. To be honest, he felt the plan was riddled with flaws oddly familiar in its gaping holes. Nearby Xia Qingqing cast a glance at the two and felt a pang of exasperation. She truly could not fathom how such dim-witted people had survived this long. To Su Ran the Goblin Elder may have meant little. The same could not be said of those trialists who fancied themselves brimming with potential, thinking they could secure a place beside someone like Su Ran was the height of arrogance. Brothers, watch me open this chest. Gather round. Hurry up. Don't rush me, let me make a wish first. Done. Open it. Huh. I got a skill. Ugh, another skill. Damn, all of you are a bunch of you. By the way, can a chest open a girl? Sideways grin. Young man, you have bold ideas. Along the way, many opened treasure chests, finding all manner of items. Amid the laughter and chatter, a notification flashed before everyone's eyes. Announcement. The second wave of trialists is about to descend. Details: more than 20 days have passed since the first wave arrived. During that period, some of the first wave displayed extraordinary performance, while others perished upon arrival. Moreover, within these 20 days, thousands of outstanding regions completed the novice trials. The system congratulates all trialists who have survived until this moment. Now the second wave of trialists is imminent. Notice 1. The maximum number of people per region is raised to 1000. As the second wave arrives, each region will be filled to 100 people, age no longer restricted. Notice 2. Trialists from the first wave are forbidden from assisting second wave novices. Violators will have 300 experience points deducted and will randomly lose 1 skill. Reward. The system hereby grants all trialists who completed the novice trial 300 experience points and 1 skill. Countdown until the second wave of trialists descends 24 hours. At that moment the system's voice rang out again, its tone lighter and more humanly attuned than before. This time the announcement was not confined to any single region. Wherever they were, and whatever they were doing, every first wave trialist received the system notice. Every trialist in region 404 shuddered, their steps faltered, and even their voices vanished. When the system's voice faded and the first exclamations broke out, everyone snapped back to awareness. Hope, the second wave is coming. Newbies. That means newcomers are arriving. Huh. We're finally no longer wow. We can train the novices now. Each trialist was filled with excitement. The hardships we've endured. We must ensure they taste it as well. I want a girl. Whether she's a cute girl or a mature lady, I'm fine with either. Rolling eyes with a smile. Get lost. Haha. The system dad is truly amazing, granting me 3000 experience points. I leveled up again. To be honest, I'm about to reach level 20. Rolling eyes with a smile. I've already hit level 20. Well, brothers, it's time to test our luck again. It's G. Damn. I've already faced G twice. Bro. The system is hinting that you might be. GG. Rolling eyes with a smile and B. Not enough blue. If you keep pretending, do you believe I won't beat you up? As the announcement came out, everyone stopped to for everyone, every announcement from the system is good news. Damn. It's experience again. I've overflowed by thousands already. Meng Xiang was furious. The previous rewards had given pitifully little experience. Now that he was level 20, the system started showering him with experience points. Originally, they had a significant gap compared to others. But now, these top testers only had an advantage. The advantage in levels has almost disappeared. Sigh. When will we receive the advanced tasks? Jiang Ming sighed. Their strength had begun to hit a bottleneck. Without level increases, it was hard to advance further. Continuing like this would only lead to mediocrity. Various emotions filled everyone's hearts, but at this moment Wang Wei furrowed his brows deeply. What are you thinking about? Wang Zhifei glanced at him and asked curiously. Upon hearing this, Wang Wei raised his head and softly said, I was thinking. There are actually thousands of regions that have completed all the novice trial tasks. And we just completed. Clearly not a fast completing region. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhifei nodded in agreement. Honestly, this is somewhat unexpected for me. From the system, their area 404 might be among the top, but within that top there were thousands of regions, and compared to these regions, area 404 had no advantage. Perhaps hearing their conversation, the silent Xia Qingqing suddenly spoke softly. You all are overlooking 2 points. Wang Wei turned his gaze to the exceptionally beautiful woman, slightly intrigued. What 2 points? Firstly, because Su Ran is too powerful. The difficulty of our region's final trial has increased significantly. Secondly, as the originator Su Ran has been restricted by the system due to his overwhelming strength, which not only forces us to face enemies we shouldn't confront, but also halts our progress significantly. Xia Qingcheng's beautiful eyes were calm, her voice crisp. If we remove any one of these 2 points, our progress would greatly accelerate. Upon hearing this, Wang Wei's heart shook and he slowly nodded. It seems. Indeed, I was misled. Just as Xia Qingcheng said, even if Su Ran was restricted, if the difficulty hadn't increased, their progress would have accelerated significantly. And if Su Ran wasn't restricted, then speed wouldn't even need to be mentioned. Therefore, the root cause isn't that other regions are stronger, but rather that Su Ran himself is too strong, which has led the entire area 404 to be targeted. Level skill, Raging Wind Slash. Description, a wind attribute offensive skill with powerful cutting force. Its power can significantly increase, depending on the environment. Consumption 160 mental points, one-time level skill, Spear Like a Dragon. Description, a spear-type offensive skill that condenses an immense explosive power accompanied by an illusory dragon shadow when activated. Consumption 80 mental points, one-time level talent. Talent imitation. Active characteristic. Can imitate the talents exhibited within a 10-meter radius for 30 minutes with power effects and duration roughly 30 of the original talent. Cooldown time 1 hour. 2 offensive skills. Not bad. As for this talent, I can only say it's quite strong. Su Ran was somewhat amazed. These 2 skills and the talent were all granted by the system. Without a doubt, that unique talent had also come to him. I've noticed. The talents and skills granted by the system are all quite strong. Su Ran thought to himself. Whether it was the eye of insight or talent imitation, they were not ordinary talent. That kind of reward given to everyone is clearly just a common item with low growth potential. Moreover, new chives are coming. Su Ran chuckled softly. 1 person represents 1 talent. Name Su Ran level 30 level cap reached. Title Monster Slayer equipped Dragon Slayer wealthiest, in area 404. Breakthrough amplification 1 perfect advancement. All attributes 100 points. Strength 350, agility 350, constitution 350, mentality 350, main talent SS level. All powerful elevation. Secondary talents level demon transformation, level king of shadows, level 5 categories amplification, level other dimensional space, level concealment, level 5 elements, control, level ultimate domain, level ultimate recovery, level wings of God. Level talent time, stop, level brain acceleration, level skeleton soldier, level experience amplification, level attack amplification, level talent imitation. Skills, level eye of gods, level 9, sword style, level, sword, aura, level trace of wind. A level fire breath, a level water spray, a level wind control, a level earth wall, a level lightning strike, a level light strike, a level mystification. Level physical amplification, level raging wind slash level spear, like a dragon, level body, hardening, level flame resistance, level water spring. Equipment, level blue crystal blade, level blue crystal armor. Level, cold light, sword level, moon wind robe, level wind treading boots. All power value 27341, strength assessment superstar, level 7 intermediate tester. Level fully maxed. And with all power value points. My current single attributes of 350 are the limit. Now his attributes alone have directly reached 1400 points. What's frustrating is that the level has hit a bottleneck. However, if breaking through again grants attribute bonuses, that would be great. Now his attributes alone have directly reached 1400 points. What's frustrating is that the level has hit a bottleneck. However, if breaking through, hundreds of people moved across regions. After about 2 hours they returned near the novice village. It took almost another hour to arrive outside the goblin camp. Damn, we didn't go to the wrong place, did we? Impossible. We are not lost. This place is the goblin camp. Upon seeing the camp before them, all the trial takers were bewildered. The wooden fortress that had been built was now completely demolished and rebuilt. At a glance, countless goblins were carrying stones to start building a stone wall, and both the height and thickness were far beyond what it used to be. Damn, they aren't trying to build a city, are they? I feel like you're not wrong. Everyone was in shock. How long had it been since they left last time? The goblins had already started building a city. This can't be the idea of Su Ran, can it? If it's completed, that would be wonderful. Could it be? Su Ran intends to develop here. The crowd began to discuss fervently. They even began to speculate that the goblins building a city was an order from Su Ran. After all, they were now considered free and indeed needed a place to develop. Honestly, I kind of want to develop here with Su Ran, but I have some reservations. Haha. Aren't you afraid of the goblins? Smirking, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm a man, I can't get pregnant. What's there to be afraid of? A few trial takers were casually chatting, but it made the female trial takers present turn a bit pale. They'll go scout the way first. Wang Zhifei glanced at the others and walked alone towards the goblin camp. For someone at level 20 like him, ordinary goblins posed no threat at all. Thus everyone was not worried about him, just standing silently waiting. Under everyone's gaze, Wang Zhifei was immediately stopped after walking over, and after a few fruitless exchanges he returned. How was it? Seeing Wang Zhifei seemingly return empty-handed, Wang Wei asked. Sigh. Wang Wei's expression was helpless as he sighed. Damn it. The language barrier. What those goblins said to me sounded like a cacophony. In that case, let's wait a bit longer. I thought for a moment and spoke softly. Now that we are here, they will definitely report it. These goblins indeed cannot communicate directly with them, but that doesn't mean there aren't any goblins who can speak their. When the elder of the goblin tribe learns about all this, he will definitely come to see them. Should we tag Su Ran again on the? Better not. Wang Wei shook his head. Su Ran hadn't replied, clearly busy. If they kept bothering him, it would be quite ungrateful. They might end up getting beaten instead of getting support. Alright, then let's rest here for now. Wang Zhifei sighed. Finally we can rest. I've been exhausted these past half a month. To this no one refuted, and they immediately prepared to rest. After a series of battles, they were already utterly exhausted. They had been in good spirits before entirely due to the excitement from the rewards. Now with the excitement gone, they felt utterly drained. In the goblin camp in the conference room, the elder sat in the main seat with the 7 other elders on either side. You all must finish repairing this city before the master returns. The elder spoke sternly, his tone not allowing. However, none of the elders present spoke a word. What's wrong? Are you deaf? The elder glared at the 7 elders and snorted. If you don't finish it before the master returns, I won't spare you, little. Hearing this, the second elder couldn't sit still. It muttered, you're going too far. We repair the city, but you reap the rewards. Exactly, why should we? That's right, you are going too far. The other elders chimed in, their tones filled with indignation. They were the ones who worked hard, yet the rewards wouldn't go to them. Who could accept that? Why should we? Because I am your father, and you are all my children. The elder shot them a glance, snorting lightly. The 7 elders were left speechless, feeling powerless. They couldn't fight back. And they couldn't argue back. It was tough. You all work hard, and I won't be unable to speak a good word for you in front of the master later. The elder's gaze swept over the other elders, a cunning smile on its face. When the master returned and saw the camp rejuvenated, he would surely be in a good mood. At that time, it would take the opportunity to ask the master for evolution, a perfect plan. Just as the elder thought this, a goblin soldier stepped in from outside. Elder, a group of trial takers have arrived outside. The goblin soldier reported. Trial takers. What? The goblin elders were filled with confusion. I don't know, they can't communicate with us. The goblin soldier reported honestly and asked, should we drive them away? No. The goblin elder interrupted him, eyes shimmering. I will go take a look. As far as it knew, the master seemed to care about those trial takers. In that case, it couldn't act recklessly and had to be cautious. As the only goblin capable of communicating directly with humans, it had to meet those humans in person. At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows in the center of the conference room. Master. Outside the camp, the resting group suddenly noticed movement in the goblin camp. A squad of goblin soldiers dressed in iron armor and wielding long spears stepped out of the camp, forming a line. Are they planning to take action? Wang Zhifei said in surprise. It looked like the newcomers were not friendly. It should. That's serious. Wang Wei murmured softly. He didn't believe the goblin army would truly act against them. After all, they were Su Ran's subordinates and would certainly follow his orders. If Su Ran really wanted to kill them, he wouldn't need to go through so much trouble. Moreover, their current strength was more than capable of dealing with the goblin army. If there were to be a battle, the losing side would undoubtedly be the goblins. The elder of the goblins is probably going to appear now, Xia Qingcheng reminded softly. Only it can communicate. Why are you repairing the city? Su Ran sat in the main seat looking at the 8 elders with a hint of confusion. He had not given these guys such an order. Upon hearing this, the elder said resolutely, of course we must repair it. How can such a shabby wooden fort be worthy of your noble status, master? Not only should we repair it, but I also want to build a royal city for you. Upon hearing this, Su Ran was somewhat speechless. He did not believe that the old man's thoughts were really so simple. Speak plainly. Su Ran looked at him and said, oh, all right. The elder cleared his throat and explained, actually, I think you might use this place as a base in the future, which is why I'm repairing it. Since it was known that this was the last trial task for the challengers, he had been considering these matters. That's not necessarily the case. Su Ran said indifferently. He had no intention of staying here permanently. It's fine if it's not necessary, as long as it suits your status. The elder chuckled. To be able to build such a large wall in such a short time, it seems your skills are quite impressive. Why didn't you repair it earlier? Su Ran glanced at the elder and asked softly. He had just looked outside and saw that the wall had already been built several dozen meters long and was 5 meters high. Although it was still far from completion, being able to build this much in such a short time was no small feat, especially if it's built so well. The challengers won't be able to kill the chief. If they can't kill the chief, the difficulty will increase. The elder sighed. If the subsequent challengers become stronger and eliminate us, that would be bad. If someone has to die, let it be the chief. Oh, why should I, an old man, suffer along with him? Upon hearing this, Su Ran opened his mouth, but ultimately had no words to respond. Perhaps the previous chiefs have never realized. There's always been a traitor among their ranks. Since it's already being repaired, let's continue. Su Ran said. The wooden fort was indeed a bit crude, and had many flaws. Yes. Rest assured, Master, I will definitely work hard to build this city for you. The elder's voice was excited and his tone was firm. Upon hearing this, the other 7 elders could no longer sit still, their eyes turning red with anger. This city was clearly built by them, yet this old man was sitting here taking all the credit. What kind of nonsense is this, eh? At that moment, the second elder stood up. He decided to report his own father not allowing such shameless behavior to go unchallenged. Master. Before the second elder could finish his words with a slap, he fell directly to the ground, knocked out by the elder's fierce. What are you doing? Su-Ran looked at the elder with an unfriendly gaze. Was this guy trying to hide something? This guy must be trying to report me, so I took care of him first. The elder lightly coughed and said, You are quite honest. Su-Ran was at a loss for words. This guy was really shameless. Under the eye of God, lies cannot escape him, so he could naturally tell whether the elder was telling the truth or lying. Meanwhile, the remaining 6 elders watched this scene, daring to be angry, but not able to speak. How could he be so ruthless? Is this really his own father? So what exactly are you hiding? Su-Ran fixed his, I only took a little credit. The elder said without batting an eyelid. Su-Ran glanced at him and found that he was not lying, which surprised him. Just a little credit, and yet he knocked out the second elder. Cough. Master. Actually, I've also prepared. The elder lightly coughed, beginning to change the subject. He naturally knew that the master had a miraculous ability to see through lies, but as long as he was thick-skinned enough to fool himself, the lies would naturally turn into truth. What treasures? Su-Ran asked indifferently. During the time you were busy, I discovered 2 new mines for you. The elder replied immediately. New mines? And 2 of them? Upon hearing this, Su-Ran was instantly pleased. The previous mine had nearly been exhausted, providing him with quite a bit of universal value. If these new mines were truly untouched, they could provide him with a substantial amount of universal value. You did well. Su-Ran praised. This is what a servant should do. A hint of joy flashed across the elders' face. However, upon hearing all this, the other 7 elders suddenly widened their eyes. This shameless old fellow. Those 2 mines were clearly discovered by Green and Guyun, and yet this guy was stealing their credit. I don't believe any of this. Su-Ran smiled lightly and said, Aren't you just trying to evolve? Upon hearing this, the elder's expression turned excited, trembling all over. Finally, after waiting for so long, it was finally his turn to evolve. Outside the goblin camp, 2 rows of goblin soldiers stood at the corner. From within the city gate, a figure stepped out. This was a goblin that appeared to be the same size as a human, matching the height of the goblin soldiers. At the same time, its muscles did not seem well developed, but were filled with a sense of strength. Unlike other goblins, its tusks were hidden within its mouth, no longer exposed. From a certain angle, it looked more like a well-built human than the other goblins. Who is that guy? I've never seen him before. How strange. Seeing this suddenly appearing goblin, the challengers looked somewhat puzzled. The appearing goblin was not the elder, but this peculiar individual before them. Among the crowd, Yi-Lin activated his eye of direct sight, gazing at this strange goblin. But just a glance left him utterly shocked. The elder of the goblin clan. Yi-Lin exclaimed in horror, his eyes filled with disbelief. Is this guy really the elder? His voice was quiet, but because the surroundings were quiet enough, everyone heard him. The elder of the goblin clan. This guy doesn't look like it. Everyone was somewhat surprised. Just then a cheer suddenly erupted from the crowd. Huh, this old fellow's muscles have shrunk. Jiang Hai, now is our best time for revenge. Let's get him. The speaker was Jiang Hai Wangchun. Upon learning that the guy opposite was the elder of the goblin clan, they instantly became excited. At this moment, their pent-up anger transformed into joy, causing them to lose control and charge forward. Species Goblin. Title Goblin King. All attributes 50 points. Racial talent activated. Description: the great elder of the goblin clan, a longevity being who has survived for 300 years in area 404. Status: good, excited. Level 16, 10 attribute points can be allocated for each level up. Tier: each attribute increases by 160 points. Strength 258, 210 second tier. Agility 256, 210 second tier. Constitution 253, 210 second tier. Spirit 254, 210 second tier. Talent: level Goblin King. Active ability: Fighting Spirit. Overall ability increased by 80. Duration 300s, cooldown 1 hour. Passive ability: Goblins within a 1000 meter radius gain a 10 boost in all abilities, including abilities from skills, talents, attributes, etc. Skill: Clevel skill Intimidation inflicts 7 seconds of fear, cooldown 30 minutes. Clevel skill Bluster uses intimidation, performance, etc. to make the opponent believe it. Level skill Assimilation devours kin. Overall ability increased by 100. Total attributes 1019 points. Power assessment: Superstar, Tier 3. Feeling the vast power within and the vitality of his body, the Great Elder was greatly excited. Finally, I have returned to my prime. The Great Elder was immensely thrilled, unable to suppress this surge of emotion. The Master is truly magnificent. He has actually allowed this goblin to evolve into the Goblin King. To be honest, it had never thought it would reach this level in its lifetime. It was only after meeting the Master that this thought took. Gu Yun Gulin, my brothers. I will repay you when I have the chance. The great elder felt apologetic in his heart. To be honest, it did not want to offend these two companions it would be living with for a long time. But for the sake of evolution, it had to seize the opportunity. As for the credit of the 7 great elders, it directly cast that aside. Isn't it only natural for a father to take the son's credit? It's time to show those trial takers my heroic form. The great elder thought excitedly. That group of trial takers would surely be shocked to see it like this, right? As long as it showcased its strength a little, they would definitely bow down. I need to pick a few good young ones to take back. Just as it was thinking this, it suddenly saw 2 familiar figures rushing from the human camp. The goblin great elder looked on in confusion, then suddenly his eyes flashed. Huh, aren't those my 2 servants? The great elder's expression was filled with joy. They are running so fast, could it be that they miss it? Thinking of this, the great elder excitedly ran over. In the distance, seeing the great elder's action, Jiang Hai and Wang Chun both looked delighted. Haha, this fool actually dares to come forward. Without the protection of other goblins, let's see how I can kill. Behind, the many trial takers witnessing this scene looked somewhat perturbed. What do they want to do? Revenge for what? Wang Zhifei gazed far away, puzzled. Those 2 wouldn't want to take action against that goblin, would they? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming's expression changed. This cannot happen. That is Su Ran's servant. Meng Xiang also hurriedly said, we must stop those 2. If these 2 fools really kill the great elder of the goblin clan, it would be trouble. If Su Ran gets angry, the consequences would be dire. However, in stark contrast to everyone's reactions, Yi Lin could only sigh repeatedly. It's over. These 2 idiots are looking for death again. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards him. What do you mean by that? Zhang Yin looked surprised. Do you think those 2 can't defeat that goblin elder? It shouldn't be the case. The strength of the goblin great elder is something they are very clear about. In the previous period, it was undoubtedly a boss-level monster that was hard for them trial takers to deal with. But now with their greatly enhanced strength, a mere low-level star-tier monster could no longer pose a significant threat to them. Especially Jiang Hai and Wang Chun had both reached level 20 as trial takers. The lowest panel attributes are probably already at 2-star combat power. Did you see something? Wang Wei asked Yi Lin softly. Although he also found it hard to believe that those 2 wouldn't be the goblin great elder's opponents, since it was Yi Lin speaking, it must be for a reason. Upon hearing this, Yi Lin nodded, sighing complexly. I can no longer see the attributes of the goblin great elder. Do you know what this means? Before I couldn't see it because I was too weak, but now I'm already level 20. And here it shows its status has changed from old to prime. Yi Lin felt very distressed. He despised this talent of his deeply. Every time he looked at a strong person, he was left with questions. What good is that to you? The only use seems to be to discern whether one can provoke the other. As for discovering the weaknesses, it only works when the strength is not too far beyond one's own or is weaker. So you're saying that guy has gotten stronger? Damn. Monsters can also get stronger. Damn. I thought we could slaughter in the novice village. The crowd wailed, finding this outcome hard to accept. They worked hard to level up just to no longer be ridden on by these monsters, yet the other side could also grow stronger. Unaware of the crowd's discussions, Jiang Hai and Wang Chun were entirely oblivious. They only felt that revenge was right at hand. This time their speed in rushing out reached the peak of their lives. Almost there. Soon he'll be able to smash your head. Jiang Hai dashed forward, his face flushed with excitement. Looking at the great elder so close, he even felt in an instant. The distance between the 2 and the monster was less than 10 meters. Die pervert, take my sliding tackle. At that moment, Wang Chun shouted excitedly. Then, he bent down and his whole body slid out. Wang Chun tilted his body and lashed out with his toes directly at the goblin grand elder's shins. Upon witnessing his movement, the grand elder's expression froze in evident astonishment. What is this? Could it be a greeting ritual from their world in this posture? How should I respond? In an instant, the grand elder comprehended the situation. And without hesitation, it dropped into a half-crouch and swiveled its body sideways. The moment Wang Chun slid forward, the grand elder swept him up in a princess carry, cradling him effortlessly in its arms. In this sudden turn left Jiang Hai utterly dumbfounded, his sprinting motion freezing mid-stride. Wang Chun's mind went completely blank. He stared dazed and bewildered at the emerald face mere inches from his own. He hadn't even registered how he'd been lifted. From afar, the assembled cultivators undergoing trials were left speechless. Holy hell, the princess carry. Are you certain? They actually came here to fight. This looks less like combat, and more like a long-awaited reunion between newlyweds. Damn, it's brilliant. No one had anticipated such a surreal turn of events. Every onlooker stood stunned by the sheer unpredictability of it all. Haha. My adorable little human servant. You've missed me so much you've come seeking my presence. The grand elder laughed heartily as it held Wang Chun aloft. A chill ran down Wang Chun's spine. Enraged, he roared, "You're asking for death." With that, he swung a furious fist straight into the grand elder's face. A sharp crack echoed. The grand elder's head jerked sideways, its gaze hardened with rising ire. A mere human servant dares behave so arrogantly. What the hell? In Wang Qin bellowed in fury, then writhed violently, straining to break free from the Grand Elder. Utterly humiliating. Nate intended a sweeping tackle to knock the old goblin flat, but instead slid straight into its embrace. An absolute disgrace. You grow ever more insolent, wretch, and the Grand Elder seethed. This servant had returned from his travels brazen enough to curse it, a transgression beyond tolerance. It resolved to discipline this presumptuous servant. And slap. With a single resounding strike, the Grand Elder delivered a thunderous backhand, silencing Wang Qin instantly. Wang Qin's ears rang deafeningly, his vision blurred, then blacked out entirely. Holy hell! Zhang Hai, watching from nearby, felt his blood run cold. What had he just witnessed? The old goblin moved fast enough to evade Wang Qin's slide effortlessly, and possessed skin thick enough to absorb his enraged punch without flinching. Most shockingly, one slap rendered Wang Qin unconscious. This was no low-tier star-ranked monster. Too dangerous. Retreat is the wisest stratagem. Zhang Hai made his decision in an instant. This place offered no safety. If he didn't flee, now he'd lose his chance forever. Yet, as he prepared to slip away unnoticed, a verdant arm settled heavily upon his shoulder. Zhang Hai trembled, uncontrollably gripped by primal fear. Then that same arm coiled around him from behind, drawing him tightly into the Grand Elder's embrace. Ah, your physique is truly exquisite. The Grand Elder fondled Zhang Hai's chest, gazing with unmistakable envy. Zhang Hai's face drained of color, not a sound escaped his lips. This was pure catastrophe. Nate believed his strength sufficient for vengeance. Yet this goblin's power had surged far beyond expectation. Its aura dwarfed every boss he'd faced before, exceeding even legends like the Blood Lord, whom he'd never seen alive, but now suspected might rival this being. How could it possibly grow so strong? Tears welled in Zhang Hai's eyes. He distinctly recalled checking the Grand Elder's stats during their last encounter. Just a mundane 2-star goblin. But this power bore no resemblance to that humble assessment. Just then, a flash of insight struck him. His eyes widened in revelation. Could this all be Yi Lin's conspiracy? Has he been deceiving us all along? Damn it. I knew my misfortunes weren't coincidental. That bastard has deliberately withheld intelligence, betraying us at every turn. Yi Lin, the treacherous double-crosser. Zhang Hai clenched his teeth, hatred burning deep within. He felt certain he'd uncovered the truth. Otherwise, how could a monster evolve so rapidly? Faster even than cultivators grinding levels and completing trials. Far away, Yi Lin, the unwitting bystander, watched the scene with furrowed brows. Will they be alright? Should we intervene? He asked aloud, noting how Wang Qin had collapsed unconscious after a single blow, uncertain of his injury. We must not interfere. Consequences would be severe. Wang Wei shook his head. If cultivators clashed openly with the goblin's, control would easily spiral, and they would bear the brunt of the fallout. For Su Ran would never stand idly by. They appear unharmed for now, Wang Zhifei murmured softly. At that moment, a sharp canine bark pierced the air. Null watched as Ha Gongzi burst forth, sprinting on all fours straight toward the Grand Elder, barking fiercely. Old man, what do you intend to do with my human servants? Your human servants? The Grand Elder's eyes bulged. They are mine. Since when did they become yours? Woof, woof, these two, and those behind them, are all mine. Na Gongzi glared with fierce possessive eyes, declaring dominion over both men with unmistakable authority. The Grand Elder glanced up at the group of cultivators across the field, then down at the two humans cradled in its arms. Are all your servants? Its mouth hung agape, disbelief etched across its green features. Though it had imparted some knowledge to this pup back at camp, it never imagined the dog would amass so many servants. Correct, they are all mine. Though those females are not servants, they are offerings for my master. Ha Gongzi cocked its head, smirking triumphantly at the Grand Elder. Well, who's more capable, you or me? Ahem, shall we strike a bargain? These two servants may be yours, if you grant me several females to present to my master. The Grand Elder cleared its throat, its emerald face curving into a sly grin. Ha Gongzi merely flicked a dismissive glance, lifting its snout proudly. No. His servants and females, they are all mine. Hey, you're pushing too far. And what if I am? My strength surpasses yours. The Grand Elder fell silent. Damn it. This dog had received far too many blessings from its master. Even post-evolution, it remained unbeatable. Zhang Hai's face paled further, despair washing over him. Heaven help him. What had he just heard? This monster intended to offer young women to Master Su Ran. How utterly depraved. Sigh. Fine. They all belong to you. I won't compete with you anymore. The Goblin Elder sighed deeply. Unexpectedly, I ended up cultivating a rival for myself. If I had known, I wouldn't have shared my knowledge with this dog. Upon hearing this, young master Ha happily wagged his tail, revealing a hint of pride in his gaze towards Zhang Hai. No. One servant with this wolf protecting you. Don't worry about this guy. I must thank you. Zhang Hai forced a smile that was more painful than crying. He originally wanted to take revenge, yet he did not expect that this old goblin's strength had actually become so formidable. Without this dog's help, he and Wang Shun would have probably faced dire consequences today. Wow, as expected of Air Guzi, you're really impressive. That old goblin immediately backed down. Now Jiang Hai and Wang Shun are safe. Shoo. Damn, you all keep it down. Exactly. If it hears you calling it a dog again, I'll be implicated. Everyone's perception of Air Guzi's strength was once again refreshed. Such a powerful goblin actually dared not oppose it. Although it is a dog, it must be said that it is quite a capable. It is probably the strongest subordinate under the great Su Ran. Jiang Ming sighed, feeling quite envious of Su Ran. Having strong abilities is one thing, but having subordinates like Air Guzi and the Goblin Elder with such strength is another. Not necessarily. The Phantom under Su Ran cannot be underestimated. Meng Xiang said seriously. Although Air Guzi and the Goblin Elder felt stronger than the strength exhibited by the Phantom back then. But in such a short time the Goblin Elder has become this strong, and the Phantom would never be stagnant either. Why do I always feel that we are redundant to the great Su Ran? Zhang Yun chuckled awkwardly. Su Ran has a goblin army, as well as a shadow army, plus Air Guzi the Elder and the Phantom, all such powerful individuals. As for us trial takers, our usefulness in front of Su Ran is quite limited. Indeed, whether it's Air Guzi or the Goblin Elder, these individuals, their strength far exceeds ours. But at least we have two things that they absolutely cannot compare to. Wang Wei slowly spoke. Are you referring to potential and intelligence? Xia Qingcheng asked softly. Exactly. Wang Wei nodded, smiling faintly. Although they are strong now, we as trial takers absolutely have the potential to surpass them. Ultimately, monsters are still monsters, and their strength has limits and bottlenecks. As long as we have experience, we can keep improving. Even if we can't match them now, we will eventually surpass them. Moreover, in terms of intelligence, these monsters are evidently not as good as us humans. Makes sense. Everyone nodded in agreement. From this perspective, their value is indeed higher than that of these monsters. In the goblin camp, Su Ran sat upon the throne cross-legged, resting his chin on his hand. Are they thinking of following me for a while? Su Ran pondered. He had already learned from the forum that the trial takers had come with intentions. Are they thinking of following me for a while? Su Ran pondered. He had already learned from the forum that the trial takers had come with intentions. Su Ran mused. Although the monsters were very loyal to him, their strength improvement was far behind the trial takers. If he wanted them to keep pace with him, it would undoubtedly require spending his universal value for their evolution. Although this isn't a loss, as the value brought by the monster's strength increase can completely offset the consumption of universal value. However, for trial takers, as long as you give them a little incentive, you can get them to put in 120 effort without needing universal value. Speaking of which, why hasn't that fellow returned yet? Su Ran frowned, looking outside the tent. It had been a while since the Goblin Elder went out. This guy is so slow with little tasks, it seems like his next evolution will be indefinitely delayed. Send a message, Su Ran said calmly. Nearby, a goblin on standby immediately knelt down and bowed its head. Master, please command. Su Ran glanced at it and said calmly, I want to invite those trial takers. You go tell the kitchen to prepare a feast. Yes. The goblin soldier stood up and slowly exited the tent. It knew that the number of trial takers mentioned by the master was at least in the hundreds. Preparing such a feast would be quite a task. Meanwhile, the elder led hundreds of trial takers into the goblin camp. Wow. So many goblins. Although they don't seem very strong, their numbers are indeed impressive. Look. Isn't that the shadow army of the great Su Ran? They are patrolling. So cool. The trial takers exclaimed in awe at the goblin soldiers in armor patrolling the camp and the dark shadow soldiers. At that moment, everyone noticed that the elder who had just left was back again. However, this time its appearance had changed. Its head was covered in small red and purple lumps with bruises all over its face, as if it had been beaten. Everyone, please follow me. The master is waiting for you. Seeing the strange looks from everyone, the elder coughed lightly. There was no helping it. It had gotten a bit too excited after evolving, leading to actions that displeased the master, which resulted in a beating. Soon the Goblin Elder brought everyone to the feast set up in the center. Damn, so much food. This is the meat of the long-toothed snow rabbit. Everyone sat down, tasted it, and immediately recognized what kind of meat it was. After all, during this time the meat of the long-toothed snow rabbit was what they had eaten the most. Su Ran sat at the head table chuckling softly. How does it taste, everyone? Perfect. They were stuffing their mouth. Everyone was gulping down their food, unable to speak clearly. The food made by the goblins certainly wasn't that delicious. However, after nearly a month here, they had not truly enjoyed a good meal. After a hearty meal, I saw your messages on the forum. Su Ran looked at everyone, asking softly, do you want to? Yes. Besides following you, great Su Ran, we have no other place to go. Everyone immediately replied, however, I currently have no objective. Su Ran said calmly. He was speaking the truth. Only by understanding the surrounding information could he make further plans. We are the same. In this world, the only one who can lead us out of the predicament is you, the great Su Ran. Wang Wei looked at Su Ran and said, please allow us to follow you. Su Ran turned his gaze towards him softly, asking, what benefits would this bring me? With hundreds of people, even eating is a problem. As goblins, they would not turn anyone away. And the Shadow Army does not need to eat. However, humans are different. We cannot eat poisonous food, and poor quality food is also unacceptable. We can solve our own food problems. Wang Wei looked at Su Ran and said softly, we are all trial takers. To survive in this world, it is essential to band together. Of course, with your strength, you probably don't need us. But there is strength in numbers, and we are not useless. There are things you cannot accomplish that perhaps we can. Hearing this, Su Ran nodded and said that makes sense, but it's still not enough to convince me. Can you be more specific? Wang Wei took a deep breath and said, I suggest we trial takers establish an organization. In this organization, you, without a doubt, you would be the primary figure above everyone else. And we would all be members of the organization a whole that should help each other. We could also absorb future trial takers to grow stronger. In this foreign realm, it's undoubtedly difficult to fight alone. As trial takers, we are clearly more suited to human society than the monsters. Wang Wei looked at Su Ran and expressed his thoughts. Hearing this, Su Ran's gaze shifted slightly. Wang Wei's words indeed stirred something in him. Not everything can be judged by strength. The monsters are undoubtedly useless in human society, while trial takers are different. Su Ran believed his strength was already formidable, but how deep does this world go? He might survive unscathed on his own, but he couldn't solve everything. These trial takers, although not powerful, have lived to this point, proving their capability. After all, not everyone is like him, a mere hangerin. Can your words represent everyone? Su Ran's gaze swept across the crowd as he spoke lightly. Of course, this is the decision we reached together. Wang Wei stated. Yes, we all agree. The other trial takers also expressed their support. They'll think about what you've said. Su Ran glanced at Wang Wei. He had been keeping an eye on this person who clearly had a sharper mind than some others. This is a transaction. He provides protection for these people, and they serve him. Su Ran becoming a member of the organization clearly meant becoming a banner. All trial takers aware of his existence will join the organization. Once it grows stronger, everyone will benefit. This is a mutually beneficial fair trade. I must say, although the strengths of both sides are not on the same level, he can indeed benefit. Moreover, he will gain. Good. Wang Wei nodded. He knew things wouldn't go that smoothly. After all, their positions represented that they were the weaker party, the ones pleading. Tomorrow is the time when the new batch of trial takers will descend. If you truly have ideas, then find those who can be used, and those who cannot. Su Ran glanced at Yi Lin and said to Wang Wei, however, he cannot help you. I want you to find them yourself. Wang Wei's gaze shifted slightly. Is this a test for us? What do you think? Su Ran chuckled lightly. If you can't do it, then there's no need to talk about this organization. Since the organization is to be established, a leader with great vision is required. He has the eye of God, capable of discerning everything, so recognizing people is not a problem. But the issue is he cannot waste energy managing the organization. Thus another person must possess this ability, and that person is undoubtedly the initiator of this transaction. Wang Wei, tomorrow I will bring back the newcomers. Wang Wei said calmly. He understood this was Su Ran's test, but it was also his opportunity. A chance to prove himself before Su Ran. I will come to see for myself. I hope you don't make a wrong choice. Su Ran smiled faintly. Don't worry, this kind of thing won't happen. Wang Wei said firmly. The banquet ended and the conversation between the two. That day, all the trial takers stayed in the accommodations that Su Ran had arranged for them. However, for most of the trial takers, it was a sleepless night. After all, being in the goblin camp made everyone worry about being attacked. Damn it. I can't believe I'm running into you here. What a coincidence. Inside the same tent, Jiang Hai and Wang Chun were speechless. Were they really inseparable? At that moment, a sudden sound of footsteps came from outside the door. Who? The two were extremely alert as they looked toward the tent's entrance. Darling, I have missed you so much after such a long time. I have come to see you. The goblin elders suddenly appeared at their tent, grinning. Damn, it's you. The pupils of the two suddenly contracted, trembling in fear. They seemed to understand why they were both in the same tent. I warn you, get the hell away from me. I am about to become one of Su Ran's people. No. Help. The next day, in the open space not far from the novice village, figures suddenly appeared, all holding short knives, wearing burlap clothing. Damn, this really is a foreign realm. Did that group of people that disappeared in the news also come to this kind of the battlefield of all realms? Shit, this is a place for death. Can someone send me back? The newly descended novice trial takers were still somewhat panicked at this moment. Welcome to the battlefield of all. This is Area 404, with a current population of 563. The number of newly descended is 437, with a total of 1,000. Reminder: personal status can now be checked. At that moment, a mysterious voice echoed in the minds of all newly descended trial takers. I've seen a lot of comics of this type. I never expected this kind of thing would happen to me. This environment is really... In the crowd, Wang Wei was extremely excited. Nearly a month ago, nearly 1/3 of the population on Blue Star disappeared, causing great social turmoil. At that time, he already had a premonition. He never expected he would really wait for this moment. He was tired of his boring life, and this miraculous experience was exactly what suited him. The trial tower has been opened. The Trial Tower, a tower built by gods and demons capable of accommodating all beings from the myriad realms. Here you can obtain unimaginable opportunities and witness beings from the other side of the myriad realms. Details: all trial takers who have passed the final novice trial may proceed to the first floor of the trial tower for the next step of their trial. On this day, all trial takers who have completed the novice trial receive the system announcement. Area 404 Goblin Camp. Looking at the prompt before them, everyone erupted in astonishment. Wow, there's a new dungeon. Does this mean we don't have to stay here and can go to other worlds? A tower that can accommodate trial takers from the myriad realms. Sounds massive. What are we waiting for? Let's charge in now. Charge. Are you trying to get us killed? The trial tower, a new dungeon has been opened. This made everyone impatient. However, a new environment also meant new dangers. Rushing in unprepared was akin to seeking a swift demise. The trial tower. I didn't know this existed. Su-Ran murmured, his gaze shifting slightly. He was originally contemplating what to do next. Now it seemed the path had already been set by the system for them. I should go take a look. Su-Ran felt a surge of interest. His strength had already surpassed everyone else in this place. Staying here would only allow him to gradually increase his strength. If he truly wanted to progress quickly, he had Area 404 Forum. Is there anyone who wants to team up to explore the trial tower together? Though I'm quite tempted, I've decided to wait for you all to scout first. Laughs. They say it's the trial tower. It sounds fraught with danger. Danger? This is when our classmate Yilin, who has the Eye of Insight, should step in. Smirks. Yilin, good buddy, it's your time to shine. Level 20 Yilin, wow. Are you all treating me as a tool? Isn't that the case? Laughs. Isn't your talent meant for this kind of situation? After all, against enemies much stronger than you all, you can see your question marks. It's better to help us scout dangers, discover opportunities, and introduce unknown species. Smirks. Level 20 Yilin, I refuse. Yilin directly rejected their request. After all, who knows what kind of monsters will appear in the trial tower? Without someone with Su-Ran's overwhelming strength backing them, encountering unimaginable dangers would truly be despairing. Calling for help would be futile. Sigh. Such a pity. Yilin, haven't you heard the saying, danger and opportunity coexist? The more dangerous the place, the more likely there are treasures. Laughs. Level 20 Yilin, I only know. If you don't provoke trouble, you won't face death. To be honest, having two living examples around him, Yilin has always been extremely cautious. Level 20 Meng Xiang. I feel that staying here is just wasting time, but it's better to take a chance. Their levels had reached a limit and they had no idea when they could break through. It would be better to enter the trial tower and take a gamble. Perhaps there would be unexpected gains. Level 20 Jiang Ming. Meng Xiang, should we brothers go together? Level 20 Meng Xiang. Sure, but we need to find a few more people to team up for safety. In fact, everyone could enter together, which would significantly lower the difficulty. However, this would also correspondingly decrease the potential gains. Moreover, not everyone wanted to be the first to explore. Level 20 Jiang Ming. Wang Zhifei, Wang Wei, Xia Qingqing, do you want to team up with us? Level 20 Wang Zhifei, cough. You all go explore first. I'll definitely go next time. Level 20 Wang Wei. I need to check out this batch of newly arrived trial takers first. So maybe next. Both declined Jiang Ming's invitation. Xia Qingqing either didn't see it or chose to ignore it as she did not reply. Level 20 Jiang Ming. Alright. Level 20 Meng Xiang. Are there any friends who want to team up? Me. I want to join. Big shot, take me with you. Let's go together. Seeing Jiang Ming and Meng Xiang send out invitations to team up, dozens of trial takers eagerly responded. The rest mostly watched, waiting for the first batch to return with results before making a decision. Level 20 Meng Xiang. Okay, let's go together. Level 20 Jiang Ming, charge. Let's go. Go. Dozens of trial takers reached a consensus to team up. Just as they were about to set out, Su-Ran suddenly appeared in the forum. Level 30 Su-Ran. Wang Wei, Wang Zhifei, Xia Qingqing, do you want to act together? When Su-Ran appeared in the forum, the whole forum fell silent for 2 seconds. Immediately after, dozens of messages quickly scrolled by. Wow. Level 30. Su-Ran has already broken through the limit. Su-Ran has once again taken the lead. Seeing the only title exceeding level 20 on the forum, everyone was taken aback. Yet what surprised them most was that Su-Ran actually invited others to form a team, which was unprecedented. It should be noted that until now, Su-Ran had never invited anyone to act together, as he had always been a lone wolf. This was also the reason why everyone had not invited him to team up, as they believed he would decline. But this time he actually took the initiative to send out an invitation. After Su-Ran sent out the invitation, those few immediately responded. Level 20 Wang Zhifei, cough. I believe that as one of the top trial takers. I must be the vanguard. Please allow me to accompany you. Level 20 Wang Wei, I think. Letting newcomers join us is not urgent. We can discuss it later. Level 20 Xia Qingqing, yes. Wow. Su-Ran, can you take me along? Big shots, please take me along. At that moment, hundreds of messages flashed by, all from trial takers wanting to join Su-Ran's team. After Su-Ran extended the invitation, the previously silent challengers began to speak up. Su-Ran's team was one that everyone was eager to join. After all, with the great Su Ran himself present, what danger was there to fear? No matter how terrifying the monsters, could they be more fearsome than Su Ran? For the challengers of Area 404, Su Ran was like a stabilizing force. As long as he was around, no problem seemed insurmountable. Looking at the endless stream of messages on the forum, Jiang Ming felt quite distressed. When he had invited earlier, Wang Wei had made excuses, and Miss Qing Chung had not replied at all. And then with just one word from Su Ran, everyone rushed to join the team. Sigh? The gap between people. How could it be even larger than the gap between humans and dogs? Jiang Ming's expression was complex as he sighed. At that moment, he suddenly heard his good friend Meng Xiang curse beside him. Damn, I should have kept silent too, otherwise Su Ran would definitely have me. Meng Xiang was filled with grief. Just because he teamed up with Jiang Ming, Su Ran had directly ignored him. What a hasty decision. Jiang Ming glanced at Meng Xiang expressionlessly, suddenly realizing that this bushy-browed Baiji guy was also not a good thing. Having already been included, he still lingered over Su Ran's side. On the forum, Su Ran gave a unified response to the enthusiastic remarks of everyone. Level 30 Su Ran. It's best if there are fewer people when entering the trial tower for the first time. He couldn't spare much energy to manage others. Moreover, the more people there are, the more rewards need to be shared. For the sake of unity and friendliness, it's better not to team up with too many people. So frustrating. Upon receiving the unified reply, everyone felt somewhat disappointed. But that was all, and after all, they hadn't had high hopes to begin with. After all, it was unlikely that everyone would enter together. Level 20 Jiang Ming. Everyone, don't be discouraged. After all, we can't predict what the situation will be when we enter. Level 20 Meng Xiang. Exactly. I saw that the system's introduction didn't limit the number of people, so everyone might encounter Su Ran and his group. Laughs. Entering the trial tower did not just have no limit on numbers. Similarly, there was no formal team formation. Challengers organized themselves voluntarily. Moreover, once inside, it was highly likely that everyone would not be in the same location. This was also the reason why people were hesitant to enter recklessly. Powerful challengers could still find ways to regroup. Weaker challengers, however, would find every movement exceedingly difficult, let alone regrouping with others. While everyone was discussing, a system prompt suddenly popped up on the forum. System, notice new collaboration feature. System, entering the trial tower allows for collaboration. Each collaboration has only 5 slots, and during the collaboration, combat between members is prohibited. The collaboration period lasts 24 hours. When the system suddenly appeared on the forum, all the challengers were stunned. Holy crap, isn't this our system? Why is it here? I don't think it's strange. After all, the forum is run by the system for us. Is it odd for System Daddy to show up? Smirking, no problem. It's just that it's the first time it has appeared. I'm a bit nervous. Wow, the collaboration feature really appeared on the panel. Everyone was quite astonished by the system's appearance. After all, this was the first time the system had explained something since the forum's inception. Level 20 Jiang Ming, perfect. With the collaboration feature, it's even easier. Level 20 Meng Xiang, everyone team up and regroup in the trial tower. Okay. Everyone quickly agreed and immediately established a collaboration. By the way, why do I feel like something is missing from today's forum? I feel the same. By the way, where are Zhang Hai and Wang Chun? Damn, such a big event, and those two fools have been silent the whole time. Something's not right, or what are they up to? Many people were puzzled, expressing great confusion about the two. The two who usually had a strong presence had inexplicably gone silent this time. In the goblin camp. In the private quarters of the elder. Inside the tent, it was brightly lit. Zhang Hai and Wang Chun were half naked. They were tied to 2 crosses. Whoa. The two stared wide-eyed, filled with panic. The elder patted their muscles, enviously sighing. Why are your muscles so perfect? He wished to have such well-defined muscles, especially the skin color of the other party made him envious beyond. The two were tied to the crosses, even crying out loud. That damned goblin had the audacity to sneak attack them at night, binding them here. The most outrageous part was that he kept praising their well-defined muscles, while also groping them. Woof woof. Just then a barking sound came from outside the tent. Sigh. This guy's sense of smell is really keen. The elder was utterly helpless, finally sighing. What a shame. In the end, the elder released the two. Woo, dog lord. You're really good to us. That guy is just a pervert. The two clung to the dog leg of Air Guzzi, crying their hearts out. They were almost psychologically scarred and never wanted to see that goblin again. They didn't even dare to think about revenge, fearing they would fall into the same trap again. On the throne, Su Ran raised his gaze to the prompt bar before him, finally focusing on the trial tower section. I wonder what surprises this trial tower can bring me. Su Ran chuckled softly. He had a premonition that this journey would not be boring. Finally, Su Ran raised his finger and clicked on enter. As Su Ran's finger descended, a burst of white light enveloped him. Then came a wave of dizziness, just like when he had crossed over before. Afterward, he suddenly vanished from his original spot. The white light pierced the clouds and soared into the sky. In Area 404, such light was plentiful, soaring straight up. Trial Tower, first level. Beneath the blue sky and white clouds, a gentle breeze stirs. As the white light before him dissipated, Su-Ran beheld a vast plain. At the moment he opened his eyes, Su-Ran suddenly noticed some peculiar glowing points around him. What is this? Those glowing points radiated different hues. They displayed various colors like red, yellow, blue, white, purple, and so on. Su-Ran's eyes shimmered with brilliance as he gazed directly into the essence of those points of light. Class skill: Eye of the Divine, activate. Species: Wind, elemental sprite. Description: a wind attribute sprite with a hazy consciousness. It is extremely fond of entities with wind affinity. Status: hazy consciousness. Special: if it shares the same attribute when it accompanies you, the corresponding attribute ability is enhanced by 20. Notice it feels a strong affinity towards you, but unfortunately, it is unable to develop an independent consciousness. Hence it cannot form a contract with you. Species: electric, elemental sprite. Description: an electric attribute sprite with a hazy consciousness. Special: if it shares the same attribute when it accompanies you, the corresponding attribute ability is enhanced by 20. So it's a sprite. Su-Ran's gaze shifted, slightly astonished in his heart. It seemed that these sprites had gathered around him. After all, he possessed control over the 5 elements, having a high compatibility with fire, water, electric, wind, and other attributes. Because it cannot develop an independent consciousness. Does this mean that as long as a sprite develops an independent consciousness, it can form a contract? But the prerequisite is attribute compatibility. Su-Ran thought to himself, these sprites that cannot develop independent consciousness can still provide a 20 enhancement to the corresponding attribute abilities. If they were higher level sprites, the effects would likely be even better. I wonder, where have those few people gone? Su-Ran was only somewhat curious about the sprites, so he quickly shifted his attention. After all, the immediate priority should be to meet up with the others. I hope they can trigger the breakthrough task this time. Su-Ran's gaze flickered. He had already decided to build a faction. After all, in this world, walking alone would make the journey much harder. Moreover, he could not handle everything himself, and doing so would undoubtedly waste a lot of time. Although goblins are obedient and convenient to use, their intelligence and native status limit their capabilities. For instance, in this trial tower, the goblins under his command could not appear here. And since he was determined to build a faction, he needed to cultivate people. Xia Qingqing, Wang Wei, and Wang Zhifei were the lucky ones he had chosen this time. Let me see. Where are they? Su-Ran looked at the status bar and opened the cooperative space. Area 404, Team 1. The ID was created by Wang Wei, which served as a small team chat room with a map in the lower right corner showing their current positions. Su-Ran looked and saw that the entire map was black at this moment. And on the map, 4 avatars appeared representing the 4 of them. This distance is just too far. Su-Ran couldn't help but complain. He was at the southernmost point, Xia Qingsheng to the east, Wang Wei to the west, and Wang Zhifei had run to the far north. And just then, the chat space shook twice, and Wang Wei was the first to speak in the team space. Wang Wei, how did we end up so far apart? Seeing his message, Su-Ran's gaze shifted. He pondered for a moment and immediately began to reply. Su-Ran, the map looks distant, but the actual distance is still unknown. What is your surrounding environment like? The chat space shook twice, and Wang Wei quickly replied. Wang Wei, all around me is desert, I'm dying from the heat. Su-Ran. Wang Wei, what's wrong? Su-Ran, what's your situation? Su-Ran, I'm in a plane. Wang Wei. A plane. Trial tower, first level. Wang Wei looked up at the scorching sun and the swirling sand around him, falling into silence. Damn, it seems the distance isn't just a little bit far. The chat space shook again, and this time, it was Xia Qingsheng who spoke. Xia Qingqing, I'm in a forest, there are quite a few monsters around. Su-Ran, it seems it's a bit difficult. The environmental differences were vast, and they were evidently far apart. At that moment, the chat window shook violently. Wang Zhifei, help. Wang Wei, what's wrong? Wang Zhifei, crap. I fell from the sky and landed directly in the pod of natives. Now they've tied me up and are preparing to roast me. Wang Wei, your luck. Su-Ran, are the natives strong? Wang Zhifei was one of the strongest among the few in Area 404 aside from Su-Ran. But even he had been tied up by the natives, indicating that those natives were not weak. Wang Zhifei, not strong. But there are just too many of them. Thousands of them. I'm just surrendering. Wang Zhifei, brothers, come save me. Wang Wei, too far. I can't get there. However, just then, the system's voice suddenly resounded throughout the entire first level of the trial tower. Dear trialists, you are among the first batch of trialists to arrive at the trial tower. Your courage is commendable. Trust this system. This time your courage will not be in vain. Regarding the trial tower, you may know very little. The only thing the system can tell you is to pass through 100. As long as you work hard and conquer the 100 levels of the trial tower, you will become a transcendent being who can stand shoulder to shoulder with demigods. The voice of the system was melodious, sweet, and playful. It once again demonstrated a human-like scene. Upon hearing the system's voice, all trialists entering the first level of the trial tower were taken aback. To conquer 100 levels, and become a transcendent being comparable to demigods. Transcendent being. Su Ran murmured softly, his gaze flickering. He had heard this title before. The villagers, including the Goblin Elder, had revealed information about transcendent beings. But what exactly it entailed was still unknown due to limitations. Now he heard the title once again, and in the words of the system, it was a being comparable to a demigod. If clearing 100 floors, will that make me a transcender? Su Ran's gaze flickered. The intelligence had been unlocked. Perhaps when he returned to Area 404 he could obtain more precise information from the Goblin Elder and the villagers. The system's voice paused for a moment before ringing out again. This time it resumed its customary emotionless welcome trialists to the first floor of the trial tower. Commencing task announcement. Task, from 10,000 details, only 100 slots lead to the second floor of the trial tower, while this area currently holds 87659 people. Therefore all trialists must eliminate any trialist they encounter. Point system, each eliminated trialist grants 10 points. Only the top 100 trialists with the highest points may advance to the second floor. Note, at final settlement a points shop will open. The final surviving 100 trialists may exchange points. System reminder, trialists eliminated by other trialists will not die outright. Those killed by natives, monsters, or accidents will perish immediately. Note, eliminated trialists will have their points reset to 0. Final settlement time limit 24 hours. So many of them. Su Ran gasped inwardly. The number of newcomers to the trial tower was nearly 90,000. Elimination. Points. Su Ran mused. This system is shrewd. If eliminating trialists grants points, it might also award experience. If experience could be obtained and combined with rewards from point redemption, this trip would be well worth it. Suddenly the team interface trembled twice. Wang Zhifei cursed under his breath. Damn. I'm so unlucky. Wang Wei replied, indeed. According to the system's explanation, they had been killed by natives. Then they were truly gone. But they were so far away, what could be done? Moreover, Su Ran was the farthest. By the time anyone arrived they would likely already be dead. Wang Zhifei shouted, wait. Huh. I see that group of natives carrying over a dozen victims. Wang Wei said, what is there to be happy about? Wang Zhifei retorted, nonsense. How could I not be glad? I can't handle them alone, but if a dozen of us join forces we might escape. Wang Wei replied, makes sense. Then good luck to you. Wang Zhifei answered, I want dawdle. I must negotiate cooperation with those dozen folk. With that he fell silent. Su Ran said, let's try to rendezvous in the middle. Wang Wei, alright, you should get there first. Please wait for us. Xia Qingsheng said, I may be delayed. There are many monsters here that need dealing with. The three made a brief plan and agreed on a meeting point. I have to help them. Otherwise I won't be able to carry them. Su Ran sighed. At once the shadow beneath his feet began to writhe. Two massive silhouettes rose to their feet. Individual, Yi Sierra Bloodlord. Level 23, 13 attribute points gained per level. Rank General Tier, each attribute increased by 120 points. Strength, 223. Agility, 254. Constitution, 151. Spirit, 216. Total attributes, 530, 816. Status Shadow, all stats reduced by 30. Power Assessment 5 stars. Racial Talent, Grade Dark Bloodthirst Pool. Skills, Grade Blood Triumph, Grade Blood Moon, / a Grade Familiar Enslavement. Individual Shadow, Detaluosi. Power Assessment Variable. The two jet black figures half kneeled before Su Ran. Compared to the Flame Dragon's overwhelming aura, the Blood Lord seemed diminutive. Especially now with its attributes weakened, its displayed combat power was only 5 stars. Yi Xier, go to assist Wang Wei. Detaluosi, aid Xia Qingqing, Su Ran ordered. Even weakened, the Blood Lord remained incomparable among trialists aside from him. The Flame Dragon was on another level entirely. As Su Ran finished speaking, the two black shadows nodded faintly, and then coalesced into a single shade that slipped beneath the earth and sped away into the distance. Very well. Then, I should move too. Su Ran set off, edging closer to the central area. Along the way, thanks to the presence of his divine eye, Su Ran reaped considerable gains. Name Qingninghua. Description: a flower that grows on the plains and emits a faint cyan glow at night. Unique to the trial tower and cannot be cultivated elsewhere. Value: medicinal. Used as material for crafting certain special mid-grade items. Direct consumption grants. Name Hongyangua. Description: a special fruit produced by the red flame flower which periodically breathes fire. Unique to the trial tower. Value: medicinal, and a base for special fruit wine. Direct consumption grants 1 affinity to fire. Name Daligua. Description: the egg fruit of the plain goat demon. Only a rare plain goat demon produces such a treasure. 1 in 100. Its odor is overpowering. Most cannot endure it, only the brave would dare try it. Value: a great restorative. Direct consumption grants 1 constitution and 1 strength. If mixed with other items to neutralize the taste, its effect is reduced. Bah! Bah! A Tumterlong massive black sheep lay collapsed on the ground. Tears streamed from its eyes, its cry was mournful, its body trembling, its hindquarters soaked in blood. Under Su Ran's divine eye, no creature escaped scrutiny. Even those 900 treasures could be singled out with certainty. What a find, Su Ran murmured, holding the Dali Gua to his nose. He had no need for such an item himself, but others, brave souls, might risk trying it. As Su Ran inspected the fruit, several figures suddenly leapt out nearby. Hey, robbery! Hands on your heads, get down. Drop what you're holding, idiot, the voices barked. The language sounded familiar, though he could only grasp fragments. Yet Su Ran understood their intent entirely. A total of 5 individuals suddenly jumped out from the bushes. They were all clad in iron armor, wielding long curved swords. Among them were 3 male and 2 female challengers. At this moment, they were slowly approaching Su Ran's swords in hand, their words laced with threats. It seems the residents of Sakura Island are living quite well, Su Ran scoffed coldly after glancing. His divine eye saw through everything. He had already detected their presence earlier, but since they remained still, he fainted. However, the moment they leapt out, both sides were on the brink of confrontation. Especially upon hearing their familiar taunts, a chill crept into Su Ran's heart. You brat. Surrender quietly. What are you holding? Put it down. The 5 glared fiercely at Su Ran. It seemed they aimed to intimidate him, hoping to sap his will to fight. Su Ran remained silent, coldly observing them. Name Murakami Midori, level 17 strength assessment, 1st class. Name Yafutaro, level 18 strength assessment, 1 star. A bunch of trash. Su Ran glanced at their attributes and let out a derisive laugh. The strongest among them was merely of 1st class and 1-star strength. With such strength, they dared to rob him. He seems to be insulting us, Murakami Midori muttered. Though they couldn't understand Su Ran's words, they grasped the meaning. Baka, take that brat down. Yafutaro, what a fool, who daring to be so arrogant while alone. Kill that brat and seize his points. He seems to have collected quite a bit. Let's take it all. The 5 quickly coordinated their plans, intending to attack. Upon discovering Su Ran alone, they didn't rush in, but first observed, checking if it was a trap. Once they confirmed that Su Ran was indeed alone, the Sakura Island challengers nearly burst into laughter. How foolish to wander alone at such a time. However, just as they rejoiced, they suddenly noticed shadows slithering beneath Su Ran's feet. What is that? The 5 stared down at Su Ran's feet, their expressions freezing in an instant. They saw a large expanse of black shadows beginning to spread beneath Su Ran. In the next moment, dozens of dark figures rose up. The shadow soldiers, exuding a terrifying aura, stood behind Su Ran. Seeing this scene, the 5 challengers from Sakura Island were dumbfounded. What was happening? How did so many people suddenly appear beside that guy? In an instant, the 5 were collectively at a... They had initially planned to outnumber him, only to find they were the outnumbered ones. Kill them. Leave none alive, Su Ran said coldly, giving the order. This was not only due to their intent to harm him, but primarily because of their identities. Upon hearing Su Ran's, dozens of dark figures immediately surged forward, transforming into swirling shadows, rushing towards the 5 from Sakura Island. Baka, run. 36 stratagems. Fleeing is the best strategy. Seeing this, the 5 challengers from Sakura Island were instantly terrified. When the shadow soldiers charged forward, they took off running. Though these shadows didn't seem too formidable, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Besides, who knew if being killed by these ghostly entities counted as being eliminated by a player? If it didn't count as elimination by a player, it could be fatal. The 5 used all their strength to escape, but no matter how fast they ran, they couldn't outpace the shadows, and in just a few breaths they were caught up. Baka, let's fight them. Capture the leader first. Don't get entangled with these ghostly beings. He has summoning abilities, his personal strength isn't that strong. As long as we take down that brat, we win. Let them come, Su Ran said coldly, his expression unyielding. Upon hearing this, the attacking shadows paused momentarily and parted to clear a path towards Su Ran. Seeing this scene, the 5 were overjoyed. As they drew closer, a cruel glint flashed in their eyes. You let your guard down. Haha, kill. The 5 charged at Su Ran, launching their attack. C-class talent, Fatal Strike. Active trait, attacks the weakest point of the enemy, dealing 3 times the damage. Cooldown time 30 minutes. D-class talent, Body Bind. Active trait, the body's bones become pliable and elastic, allowing it to bind to the enemy, rendering them unable to resist. Cooldown time 10 minutes. B-class talent, Energy Cannon. Active talent transforms the hand into a cannon that can fire energy waves, causing considerable damage. Duration 10 minutes, cooldown time 1 hour. A-class talent, Shadow Clone Technique. Active talent creates 5 clones from the main body, possessing 70 of its ability. As long as 1 clone survives, the main body cannot die. Duration 10 minutes, cooldown time 50 minutes. C-class talent, Summon Thunder. Active talent confirms the attack location and can summon lightning to cause area destruction. Cooldown time 10 minutes. The talents of the 5 challengers from Sakura Island activated at that moment. Their gazes towards Su Ran were like those of someone staring at a corpse. Under their combined attack, this brat had no chance of survival, especially at such close range. Nice talents, I'll take them. Su Ran simply spoke with a calm expression. His demeanor remained unchanged, without a hint of fluctuation. Upon hearing this, the 5 looked at each other in confusion, wondering what he meant. Before they could react, Su Ran's figure suddenly vanished. Mental 160 points. B-class skill, blink activated. Nanny, where did he go? Seeing the figure that had suddenly disappeared before them, the five lunged forward only to find themselves grabbing at nothing, their expressions changing dramatically in disbelief. When Su Ran reappeared, it was right behind them. In the blink of an eye, the cold light sword appeared in Su Ran's hand. Then as the sword flashed, blood sprayed, and severed limbs fell off. Cries of agony echoed in all directions. The limbs of the five were severed, helplessly falling to the ground, rolling in pain. The sound of their tortured howls was deafening. With their limbs cut off, blood continuously spilled onto the ground. The five from Sakura Island rolled on the ground in pain, tears and snot streaming down their faces. Make your move, Su Ran commanded the figure beside him. Upon hearing this, the shadow soldier stepped forward. Although the mutilation of their bodies caused immense pain, what was about to happen filled them with even greater terror. Please spare us. We were wrong. We beg you to let us go. Faced with the impending fear of death, the five from Sakura Island felt dread seep into their hearts. They gritted their teeth against the excruciating pain in their limbs and hurriedly began to plead for mercy. They dared not gamble. If they died at Su Ran's hands, they would not truly perish. But if they were to die at the hands of these strange shadows, they might indeed be finished. Had I known it would come to this, why did I act so rashly? Su Ran sneered, choosing not to speak further. At that moment, several shadow soldiers raised their fists and struck fiercely at the five. Boom. A powerful punch jolted their internal organs, the immense pain causing them to scream in agony. Yume. However, the shadow soldiers showed no signs of stopping as their master had given no command. Bang! Bang! After dozens of heavy strikes, the five fell silent. Your shadow has killed Murakami Midori, experience gained 100. Your shadow has killed Yasutaro, experience gained 110. Your shadow. After receiving the experience points, Su Ran was assured that his opponents had fallen silent. Your shadow has killed 5 people. On the way, Su Ran encountered another group of 5. This time, he took action. You have eliminated 5 people. Points 50. It seems that the previous little lives have been directly snuffed out. Seeing the prompt before him, Su Ran thought to himself. The shadows earned experience points for killing enemies, while he gained points for eliminating foes. Just then the mechanical voice of the system rang out. Announcement. 1. Trialist Su Ran has claimed the first blood, earning 50 points, and an additional 50 points awarded by the system. 2. The leaderboard has opened, and the coordinates of the top 10 will be shared with all trialists. 3. The public forum of the trial tower has been opened. No points can be plundered or actively gifted. As every trialist learned of the system's announcement, Su Ran's name appeared before all trialists. The newly opened public forum immediately sparked intense discussions. What the heck? 50 points. Did he really take out 5 people directly? Damn, is he that fierce? I haven't even made a move yet. We're all just huddled together. It's hard to attack. The system only says he got 50 points, but it didn't explain how he did it. Maybe he set a trap. Exactly, it might have been a group effort, and he just claimed the reward alone. On the public forum, opinions on Su Ran's acquisition of 50 points varied widely. While it seemed shocking on the surface, upon further thought, there might be many underlying issues. After all, the trialists who made it to the trial tower in the first batch, though varying in strength, surely weren't worlds apart. To take on 5 opponents in a direct confrontation was simply improbable. Area 404 Jiangming, what do you know? Just 5 people, and they think they can stir up waves before Su. Capture Jiangming. Reporting from Area 404. People from other areas are too ignorant. Some even say Su Ran attacked them from behind. Laughable, does Su Ran even need to sneak attack? 5 people are nothing. Even 100 could be instantly taken down by Su Ran. Laughable, does Su Ran even need to sneak attack? 5 people are nothing. Even 100 could be instant. However, upon seeing the words of the trialists from Area 404, those from other areas also chimed in. Area 404. This area is rather interesting. Just 5 people. Laughable, you guys are blowing your own horn to the heavens, claiming you could take down 100. Don't talk about 10. I suspect that even if 10 random people came, they could easily bind your so-called Su Ran. I suspect that Area 404 is filled with useless people, and only Su Ran can do anything, so they naturally think Su Ran is invincible. Sneering. Regarding Area 404 statements, those from other areas believed it was all just boastful nonsense. How could one person take down 100? What kind of gap could be that vast? A bunch of ignorant fools. Not having seen it is not the same as it not existing. From what you say, I can tell you have no such powerful figures in your area. Smirking. I say being able to take down 100 is already humble. Laughing. Stop with the nonsense, just state your levels. If you want to mock Su Ran, at least have a level 30 before attempting. The comments from the rest of the areas were seen as extremely ignorant by those in Area 404. After all, they had experienced Su Ran's strength firsthand. Damn. Level 30. Is that for real? Once the words of Area 404 came out, many were genuinely astonished. Almost everyone knew that there were restrictions after reaching level 20. Level 30 would mean breaking through those limits. So could it be that Su Ran truly could take on 5 opponents? However, some remained skeptical. What's so special about level 30? Do you really think there are no level 30s in our area? Laughable, even among level 30s, our area's experts can't take on 100, and yet it's claimed Su-Ran can. People who think being level 30 makes one invincible are truly ignorant. These were the previously silent areas, and to them taking on 5 was not surprising. Yet the claim that someone could take on 100 sparked their indignation. This left them restless. The trialists from Area 404, who were being bombarded by the others, quickly found themselves at a disadvantage, unable to respond, their comments drowned out. However, just then Area 404 Su-Ran spoke. What's there to argue about? If you want to know how strong I am, come and try it yourself. I'm always ready. Besides, you can see my coordinates, can't you? Laughing, but make sure to bring enough people, or you'll feel underwhelmed, and would rather not waste time. Laughing. Besides, you can see my coordinates, can't you? Laughing, but make sure to bring enough people, or you'll feel underwhelmed. Wow. Su-Ran himself has spoken. Haha. The boss is amazing. Did you hear that? Those of you who want to seek death, hurry up. I suggest at least 100, otherwise it won't be enough to fight, I'm sure. Laugh. Upon seeing Su-Ran personally speaking in the public forum, the challengers in Area 404 exclaimed in admiration. With this statement, who would dare to oppose? He, quite arrogant. Not enough to fight. If we really send more people, I'm afraid a single spit from each of us could drown you. I've never seen someone so eager to seek death. On the forum, challengers from other areas began to comment. Previously they were all stunned. After all, this guy named Su-Ran is indeed quite arrogant. But who wouldn't want to take advantage of a verbal sparring match? Area 404 Su-Ran, talk is cheap. Let's see the real skill in action. This is true capability. If anyone wants to trouble me, please come. I can wait for you here for 30 minutes. It depends on whether you have the guts. Laugh. Su-Ran quickly replied once again. Wow. Is this guy named Su-Ran really that fierce? He's not back. Isn't he afraid of becoming the target of everyone? Amazing. I want to see how long this brother can keep up his arrogance. In the public forum, a group of onlookers couldn't help but comment. Su-Ran's words were simply too arrogant, completely disregarding everyone. Alright, just wait. I'm coming over now. I can't hold back my temper anymore, it's just too damn arrogant. Just watch, I'll beat you to the ground. I advise you not to be so arrogant. Although you may have some strength, we are all top challengers. Who is afraid of whom? You're level 30, right? Alright, I'm at the same level as you. Oh, let's have a unknown battle. I want to see your strength, and if it matches your bravado. At this moment, many top challengers couldn't help but react. This guy is just too damn arrogant. How can he not be taught a lesson? Area 404 Su-Ran, alright. Those who don't come are my grandchildren. Su-Ran still did not back down, throwing down the gauntlet. With these words, the entire forum erupted. Damn, is he including us in this insult? Damn it, I'm being shot for no reason. Those who don't go are grandsons, huh? Fine. I'll go, what's the big deal? So audacious, even insulting everyone. I want to see how strong you Brothers, let's go and take this guy down. In an instant, the public forum was in chaos. Even the onlookers couldn't help but join in. They had never seen such an arrogant guy in all their time here. It's one thing to provoke some people, but to dare launch a broadside against everyone. Does he really think they are all pushovers? Su-Ran is even targeting his own allies. A challenger from Area 404 complained. What's the big deal? Let's just go and watch the show. Exactly, I just want to see them try to beat up Su-Ran, and then find themselves helpless. Laugh. Haha. Interesting. Then let's all go and see. For the challengers from Area 404, they firmly believed that no matter what kind of opponent they encountered, Su-Ran could never lose. After all, no matter how many people there are, the gap in strength is evident. Both sides are not on the same level. Even if many more come from other areas, it's likely that a large portion wouldn't be able to withstand a single strike from Su-Ran. On the plane, instead of having me search one by one, I might as well let them come to me obediently. Su-Ran scanned the comments on the forum, letting out a light chuckle. He was certainly speaking like this on the public forum intentionally, as this was the fastest shortcut. As for offending many people, to be honest, that was completely out of his consideration. A group of challengers who posed no threat to him, offending them was no big deal. If it came to it, he would just eliminate them directly. Then Su-Ran focused his gaze on the 5 little guys below him. Though they are quite weak, their talent is not bad. Then Su-Ran began to absorb their talents one by one. You have activated a talent feature, successfully absorbing Grade Talent Lightning Summon. You have activated a talent feature, successfully absorbing a Grade Talent Shadow Clone Technique. You have activated a talent feature, successfully absorbing Grade Talent Body Entanglement. You have activated a talent feature, successfully absorbing Grade Talent Deadly Strike. You have activated a talent feature, successfully absorbing Grade Talent Energy Cannon. After successfully absorbing 5 major talents, Su-Ran turned his gaze to the little spirits surrounding him. These little spirits had yet to develop a complete consciousness, making them unable to form a contract. Su-Ran pondered for a moment, then his gaze shifted. You have activated a talent feature attempting to evolve the Wind Elemental Spirit. Unfortunately, your current permissions are insufficient. Direct evolution has failed. Hint: you have 2 choices. Suggestion 1: find a fully conscious elemental spirit to form a contract before evolving. Suggestion 2. Upgrade your SSS talent Universal Ascension to permission level 3. Seeing the prompt before him, Su-Ran rolled his eyes. If he had that universal value, he would have upgraded it long ago. Why wait until now? Fine. It seems that if I want to directly evolve something with consciousness, I still need to enhance my permissions. Su-Ran sighed. If it were ordinary ores and items, he could evolve them directly. However, if the subject is a living being, then he could only evolve the living beings under his command. Little spirits without complete consciousness are obviously an exception. They cannot contract with Su-Ran, nor have they developed complete consciousness, remaining in a state where they cannot be upgraded. I'd better go find those with complete consciousness. Su-Ran muttered. Conscious little spirits are clearly easier to deceive. The possibility of evolution is enough to tempt these newly born little spirits. 30 minutes. In this time, how many little cuties will come? Su-Ran thought with some anticipation. After his earlier provocation, quite a few people should come looking for trouble. Currently the challengers are just walking point. The more that come, the better. At this moment, just as Su-Ran had imagined, while he waited, a large wave of challengers was approaching. That kid named Su-Ran actually stayed in place and didn't leave. While this kid is quite brave, could it be that he is setting a trap waiting for us to fall into it? It's possible. Everyone be careful. There are too many people in this world who don't follow the rules of martial ethics. Through the coordinates on the map, all challengers on the first floor of the trial tower knew Su-Ran's location. At this moment, they were rushing towards the place where Su-Ran was. And at this time the group closest to the plane had already begun to approach Su-Ran's position. Among this group there were at least 10 people. None were female, all were robust men. They came from the 10086 area and were the elite of the entire region. If nothing goes wrong, we should be the first to arrive. A challenger named Chi Bing spoke up. He had dyed yellow hair, wore silver earrings, and had a piece of grass in his mouth, looking extremely casual. As the saying goes, the early bird gets the worm. That kid's points will belong to us. Wang Fa chuckled, his robust body revealing his chest. 100 points equivalent to 10 people's worth. We hit the jackpot. Lu Yun with a smooth bald head said with some excitement, don't be too naive. Although we arrived first, we are also the most dangerous ones. That kid named Su-Ran dared to speak so boldly, he must have some skills. Chi Bing glanced at the two, and although they arrived earlier than other teams, they lacked crucial information. As the first team about to engage Su-Ran, they knew nothing about him and could easily be caught off guard. Moreover, no matter how you looked at it, that guy named Su-Ran was definitely not an idiot. What does it matter if he has strength? We can just use our numbers to overwhelm him. Wang Fa said disdainfully, thinking Chi Bing was too cautious. How could a mere individual turn the tide? Do you really think Su-Ran is an idiot? He must have made preparations. Many powerful challengers noticed this before, which is why they remained silent, until Su-Ran provoked everyone. You don't think that in this period someone who can fight 5 by himself is simple, do you? Chi Bing scoffed. This is no longer the initial phase of the trial. Most fools have already been eliminated. Those who dare to act so arrogantly must have a certain level of confidence in their own strength. I also heard from the 404 area that someone said that guy is a level 30 challenger. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Level 30. He was only level 18. If all of this is true, then the other party is 12 levels higher than it. Just in terms of attribute points, he would be ahead by 240 points. Thinking of this, Lu Yun felt somewhat anxious. With such a huge gap, he might just get killed instantly. Level 30. I don't believe it. You think leveling up so fast is possible? Do you think he has cheats? Wang Fa scoffed. He was level 19, already considered one of the strongest challengers in the 10086 area. Even if the other party broke through the 20 level limit, they shouldn't have reached the 30 level bottleneck. To level up to 30 in such a short time, how many monsters would one have to grind and how much experience would one have to gain? These guys really have no common sense. Regardless of anything, it's better to be cautious. Yes, being careful is never wrong. I think we should avoid being the first to stick our necks out. The others also began to speak up. However, all supported Chi Bing because surviving in this other world relied on being cautious. If they were eliminated right after arriving on the first floor of the trial tower, that would be a huge loss. A bunch of cowards. Seeing everyone opposing him, Wang Fa said nothing but scoffed inwardly. In his view, if one is always cautious, fearing this, and that then one can only remain weak. To become strong, one must seize the initiative. The 10 people stopped talking, holding on to this mindset, and silently continued on their way. On the plane, Su-Ran sat bored on a large rock, his right leg straight, left knee bent, resting his wrist on it. Then he seemed to sense something, and turned his gaze to the right. In the distance, a small black dot appeared. When his divine eye swept past the faces of the 10 people, immediately appeared before Su-Ran. Heh, finally they are here. Su-Ran chuckled softly. It was worth the wait, finally the bait was on the hook. The 10 continued forward. As they got closer, they also saw Su-Ran. Upon seeing this arrogant guy for the first time, his first impression on everyone was handsome. Not only handsome, but he also exuded an impressive aura, especially the unmatched confidence radiating from him. Wow, in this world there is actually someone whose looks are second only to mine. Qi Bing's pupils widened in shock. He never expected that besides himself there would be such a handsome guy in this world. Hearing this, the other 9 glanced at him expressionlessly. This guy really has no shame. Sitting on the large rock, Su Ren only smiled indifferently upon hearing this. What do you all plan to do? Will it be one by one, or all together? Of course I suggest you all come together, it would save time. Upon hearing this, the 10 felt a shock in their hearts. So arrogant. It's definitely him. What should we do? Should we wait for the others? I feel like this guy is overly... We are already right in front of him. And he still dares to be so arrogant. He must have made preparations. In the 10086 area, the 10 challengers huddled together, discussing quietly. The more arrogant Su Ran was, the more afraid they became. I think we should still wait. This guy is too handsome. He looks extraordinary at first glance. Qi Bing said earnestly. Upon hearing this, everyone was somewhat speechless. Are you really relying on looks to gauge the strength of your opponent? Wait for nothing. It's just bluster. Watch me check how strong he really is. Wang Fa's temper couldn't hold back any. A bunch of cowards. 10 people are actually afraid of one person. It's utterly disgraceful. Cough. Of course. If I can't beat him, remember to pull me back. When there is still time to save me, act quickly. Just don't wait until I am gone for you to react. Wang Fa cleared his throat and spoke. Upon hearing this, the other 9 people displayed a strange expression. Aren't you afraid of him? Lu Yun was filled with confusion. Clearly stating that he wasn't afraid, yet asking for help was quite peculiar. In my dictionary, the word fear does not exist. Wang Fa coughed lightly twice and glanced at him. I just think one should always leave a way out. Haven't you heard the saying? A cautious sailor can navigate 1,000 ships. He's just a bit reckless, not foolish. That guy named Su Ran. He can still sense if he has the confidence or not. Since the other party is so confident, he naturally needs to be a bit cautious. So what difference is there between you and us? To be reckless, yet not reckless enough. To be timid, yet not timid enough. It's simply a mishmash. Lu Yun thought to himself, but did not dare to voice it. Rest assured. Go boldly. After all, you won't die. At worst, you'll just be a hero again next time. Qi Bing laughed and patted his shoulder, encouraging him. Don't pat me. Wang Fa snorted lightly. Of course he knew he wouldn't die, but recklessness must have its method. Charging in recklessly is merely delivering oneself on a platter. So have you discussed how to proceed? Who will start first? Su Ran sat on a large rock looking at the others with great... He noticed that there were particularly interesting characters in every area. Hearing Su Ran speak, the 10 people's gazes turned towards him. Your opponent is me. At this moment, Wang Fa stepped forward, his voice booming and imposing. Just you. Su Ran chuckled lightly. Don't underestimate others. Defeat me first before saying anything. Wang Fa snorted lightly. Though he seemed careless, his eyes were always focused on Su Ran's movements. In fact, his body was tense to the utmost at this moment. As long as there was any sign of a trap being triggered, he could immediately react. I'm afraid there are too few people to pique my interest. Su Ran sighed. With just one person, he could hardly muster any enthusiasm. You can't just decide that. Su Ran's words were extremely harsh. Wang Fa felt disrespected and immediately became furious. Even so, he still stood there without moving. Enough, go play elsewhere. Su Ran gave him one last indifferent glance. Wang Fa was even angrier, just about to retort, when he saw the shadows beneath Su Ran's feet ripple, and then several dark figures knelt before him. When the 10 trial participants in Area 10086 saw those several dark figures, they were collectively stunned. He turned out to be a summoner. The 10 of them were shocked, their faces filled with incredulity. No wonder this guy dared to speak so boldly. This was his confidence. So you really are a summoner. Seeing the shadow soldiers kneeling before Su Ran, Wang Fa was delighted instead of scared. He had been cautious just because he didn't know Su Ran's talent. But now that Su Ran had actively displayed his talent, what was there to fear? So what if he was a summoner? I've seen that before. Just a few trash summons, watch me tear them all apart. Wang Fa, full of spirit, eagerly charged forward. He stepped heavily, and in an instant he disappeared from the spot. Go. Make sure he behaves himself. Su Ran's expression was indifferent. He merely glanced at Wang Fa and paid no more attention. There are still too few people. If he acts now, he might scare the snake from its grass. Even though he could silence these guys, the forum is directly connected to their thoughts, which means these guys can spread the news to the forum in the last moment before they die. Even if a bit of his strength is exposed, it would probably scare that group into retreating. If they all avoid him, it would actually be harder to catch them. And the best way is to let others come find him. Su Ran gave the order. The shadow soldiers kneeling in front of him nodded slightly, and the next moment, they transformed into shadows and darted toward Wang Fa. What? So fast? Seeing the shadow soldiers appearing in front of him faster than he could react, Wang Fa was greatly shocked. However, the shadow soldiers showed no sign of stopping. At that moment, 2 shadows grabbed his arms while 2 others seized his legs, directly binding all 4 of his limbs. What the hell? Feeling the immense strength of the opponent, Wang Fa's face changed immediately. Just then in front of him, a shadow slowly raised its leg. Seeing the other party lift its leg directly aimed at his lower regions, Wang Fa was so frightened that his soul nearly left his body and his face turned pale. What the hell? Brother, please no. His voice suddenly rose, even screaming. But the emotionless shadow soldiers paid no heed to his pleas. With a loud bang, a solid and forceful kick landed directly in his groin. With a thud, his knees hit the ground, his face flushed from holding his breath, buried into the ground. Then his hands instinctively clutched the injured area. A heart-wrenching scream followed as Wang Fa in pain rolled on the ground, holding his injury. What the hell? That was brutal. That must have broken something. The 9 witnesses felt the scream was extremely chilling and instinctively started to guard themselves. These shadow creatures have no sense of martial ethics. Qi Bing gasped. This method was simply hair-raising. Indeed, the saying that 2 hands cannot defeat 4 fists is true. He could sense that the strength of these shadow creatures was significantly different from theirs. However, due to the shadow's uniqueness, they could execute surprise attacks. Wang Fa's hands and feet were trapped, and he couldn't fight back. Thankfully, I didn't stick my neck out, Qi Bing thought, still feeling apprehensive. Otherwise, this pain would probably have been shared by him as well. I told you to work together. Why did you insist on fighting alone? You can't blame me for not warning you. Seeing Wang Fa's fate, Su Ran shook his head. This guy really can't take a hit finished off in one blow. Immediately after, Su Ran directly walked in front of the twitching Wang Fa and was astonished. What the hell? It's so swollen. Su Ran was somewhat shocked. The force of the shadow soldier's kick was indeed